For more chapters, join my Patreon, link in description. The Perfect Run. Ryan Quick Save Romano is an eccentric adventurer with a strange power. He can create a save point in time and redo his life whenever he dies. Arriving in New Rome, the glitzy capital of sin of a rebuilding Europe, he finds the city torn between megacorporations, sponsored heroes, superpowered criminals, and true monsters. It's a time of chaos, where potions can grant the power to rule the world and dangers lurk everywhere. Ryan only sees different routes, and from hero to villain, he has to try them all. Only then will he achieve his perfect ending. No matter how many loops it takes, the Perfect Run updates on Tuesday and Saturday. Cover by Vitaly S. Alexius, Chapter 1, Quick Save. It was May 8, 2020 for the third time, and Ryan had already caused 2 traffic accidents. He blamed the people of New Rome for this. The city's inhabitants were as nervous as coffee addicts in the morning and drove their cars like monkeys out for his blood. Moving on the walkway would have been safer. Thankfully, he had saved right before passing the Welcome to New Rome sign at the end of the highway linking the city to the rest of the Campania region. Driving his highly customized red Plymouth Fury, Ryan stopped right before a tank truck would have hit him to the left, dodged a bliss-addict meth head, and then finally reached New Rome Strip. Owing to its reputation as the largest metropolis in Italy and a ravaged Europe's capital of sin, New Rome was quite the sight. Built around the shores of the Gulf of Naples years after Macron's drones bombed it to oblivion, it had the tallest buildings Ryan had seen since the end of the Genome Wars. None held a candle to the Dynamis Tower north of town, a glass spire symbolizing the company's power over the region. Corporate money had built New Rome, a city with no gods nor kings, only money. At the left of the driveway, Ryan could see the pristine Mediterranean Sea, glittering with the sunset while a distant island cast a long shadow on the horizon. On his right, he could glance at the countless casinos, gambling dens, and luxury hostels who drew so many tourists to the city. He even glimpsed the famous Colosseum Maximus, a modern replica of the old world's Colosseum. This district truly deserved its name of the Golden Coast. Ryan himself attracted a few glances from tourists since he drove in his quick-save costume. He covered his adorable face with a metal, mouthless mask with 2 rounded glasses for eyes, and his black hair beneath a black top hat. Add to that a navy blue trench coat, a purple shirt, blue pants, black gloves, and boots, and you became style incarnate. The outfit was hot to wear and not very practical for fighting, but it looked amazing. To Quick Save, that was all that mattered. As he continued moving north towards his destination, Ryan noticed a few eye-catching publicity boards. One of them portrayed the superheroine Wyvern, a beautiful Amazon of a woman with shoulder-length black hair, sharp grayish eyes, and a white bodysuit, showing off her muscles with a green potion in the background. Want to be as strong as Wyvern. With our Hercules elixir, what Hercules did in 12 labors, you will do in an afternoon. 100,000 euros, only at Dynamis. Meh, everyone wanted to be a genome these days, even the shadow of one. Then again, who could resist superpowers in a can? Ryan hadn't, although he had taken the real stuff, not a cheap knockoff giving just a fraction of a real superpower. His life had been a roller coaster ever since. Driving in front of a cliff tourist spot and a Miami-like beach, Ryan reached a tourist district, full of bars, nightclubs, and restaurants. The place smelled of drugs and alcohol, but it didn't look seedy either. The worst neighborhoods were in the north, from what he had heard. Having memorized the city's map, Ryan quickly found the place he was looking for, an unremarkable pub located between an Italian restaurant and a closed nightclub. Parking his car nearby, the courier stepped down and opened his trunk. Never good at organizing stuff, the young man had left all his belongings in a chaotic mess. His tools, computers, and weapons formed a mass of metal almost overflowing from the car, although none compared to his white rabbit plushie, the most devastating tool in his arsenal. After searching, Ryan quickly found the black briefcase he had been hired to deliver, seized it, closed the trunk, and then entered the pub. It was something of a cozy place with 10 tables, only a third of them occupied. He briefly noticed some Latin muchacho trying to impress his date by levitating a coin in the air. He must have wasted $50,000 on a knockoff elixir. A balding, wrinkled old man with tanned skin stood behind the counter, looking at the newcomer suspiciously. "Hello, local humans, I come in peace," Ryan addressed the carbon-based life form called a barman. "Is this Renesco's Jolie Wrangler?" The man behind the counter glared at him. "It's written on the front door. What do you want?" Why did the bar's title involve both French and English words, while the barman sounded like a true Italian? Multiculturalism struck again. "Then you must be Renesco." Ryan handed the poor fellow the briefcase. "I've been hired to give you this. It's full of mushrooms and a bomb, but I didn't open it this time." "This time?" The barman frowned. "Are you?" "I'm Quicksave," Ryan introduced himself, tipping his hat. "I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone." "Man, you said it loud enough for everyone to hear." Someone jeered at the back, the few clients laughing. "That's your power?" the barman asked, unimpressed. "Immortality?" "It's part of a package deal," Ryan replied. "Whatever," Renesco grumbled while he seized the briefcase. "I'll tell my boss, and you should receive your payment soon." "Good to hear," Ryan replied, a hand on the counter. "Hey, look, since I'm here, have you seen a girl called Len? Black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist?" "Never heard of her," the barman said with a shrug. "If you're looking for a girl, try a brothel." "That's not really the type, but thanks anyway." Knowing her, Len was probably hiding in some underground Kremlin bunker. "Any place where you can buy custom genius tech? Homemade?" "Try Rust Town in the north if you're brave enough. You can always find interesting stuff at the junkyard, but it's full of cutthroats and psychos nowadays." The barman looked at Quicksave head to toe. "They're going to eat you alive." Ryan shrugged while he heard someone enter the bar. The temperature seemed to suddenly drop a few degrees. "Renesco?" the newcomer asked. "Yes," the barman replied, frowning. A second later, an ice spear tore out Renesco's throat and nailed him to the back wall. Ryan tried to activate his time stop, but a sharp icicle hit his chest at astonishing speed. It pierced his bulletproof jacket and his ribs like a spear, then came out on the other side, leaving a gaping hole where the lungs should have been. The room erupted in screams as projectiles shredded the tables and clients alike. Struggling against the sharp pain in his chest, Ryan collapsed on the counter but managed to glance at his attacker. The newcomer removed his hoodie, revealing his face, or rather his lack of one. He looked like a walking, skinless skeleton with vestigial muscles, skeletal fingers, and frozen eyes. An unnatural, chilling mist came out of his mouth and nasal cavities, transforming into ice weapons. A genome. Considering his physical mutation, maybe even a psycho. "Adam sends his regards," the killer rasped. The muchacho man in the bar's back tried to telekinetically throw a chair at him, but the hostile genome grew an armor of ice over his bones. A few icicles later, the Spanish guy and his date had their face redrawn in a cubic style. "I will get you." Ryan dramatically raised a finger at his murderer, blood flowing from his mouth. "On my next save." The undead froze him alive with a wave of his hand, and all went dark. It was May 8th, 2020 for the fourth time, and Ryan was pissed 3 times. 3 times he had died trying to make this damn delivery. Then again, that was what he got when not paying attention. With the exception of his save point, his powers needed a conscious action to activate. His enhanced timing sense, in particular, didn't kick in until after he had lived through events once already. Ryan didn't mind dying, since he had gotten used to it after the first 24 times, but dying so soon. Less than 2 hours after establishing a save point, 3 times in a row. His loops usually lasted days, allowing him to try new and interesting stunts, while repeating the same things in quick succession bored him to death. This meant war. Ryan entered his autopilot mode, his mind wandering off while his body repeated all the actions of his previous save. He only stopped and regained full consciousness as he reached the bar. Instead of entering, Ryan remained in his car, waiting for his killer to show up. He didn't have to wait long as the assassin walked out of a street corner, hands in his pockets and his ugly face hidden beneath a hoodie. It said something about New Rome that this crook didn't draw attention as he entered the Jolie Wrangler. There was only one rational, responsible way to act. Ryan moved the car right in front of the pub, set an act song on the radio, and then smashed the accelerator. Pedestrians screamed in panic, some leaping out of the way as the car drove into the Wrangler's entrance. Having been reinforced specifically for this kind of stunt, the Plymouth demolished the wall and hit the assassin from behind before he could attack. The collision propelled the hostile genome against the counter, like a deer on the road. Quicksave briefly looked around in case he had accidentally hit any of the clients. He had been very careful to position himself in an angle with nobody but the assassin on the path, but you could never know. Thankfully, he hadn't harmed anyone, and the Spanish muchacho was too busy holding his terrified girlfriend in his arms to throw stuff at Ryan. Good. He wouldn't have to reload again. "Hey guys, I'm Quicksave," Ryan told the shocked clients as he stepped down and moved behind his car. "I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. I'm calling security," Renesco shouted while hiding behind the counter. "Don't bother, I will be done in a minute," Ryan replied before opening his car's trunk, unconcerned. He looked at his weapons, trying to find the right one for the job, the Pisto gauntlets. Too intimate, the Gauss rifle; too quick, the shotgun. Tempting but overdone, the rabbit plushie; far too powerful, the baseball bat it was. Ryan whistled while playing with his chosen weapon, approaching the assassin as he rose back to his feet, using the counter as support. Any other person would have died, but all genomes possessed enhanced physical abilities. "Who the fuck are you?" the undead assassin hissed angrily, trying to manifest his armor of ice over his body as he did in the last loop, but too stunned to focus. "An Auguste?" "Nah, I'm just a courier," Ryan said, trying to think of a good one-liner. "Sorry, can you give me your name while you still have teeth?" The skeleton responded by raising his hand, unleashing a volley of ice shards. In response, Ryan lazily stopped time. The world turned silent, everything gained a purple hue, and the icicles froze in midair. Froze. The courier memorized that pun for later. "Yeah, you took me by surprise last time," Quicksave said, as he moved around the path of the attack until he was right in front of his target. Neither clients nor the enemy genome could move, trapped between 2 seconds. Not gonna happen again. When time resumed and the world regained its colors, the skeleton kissed the aluminum bat intimately. The undead genome lost a few teeth since his jaw was tight. Must have been his first time. The attack tossed the killer to his knees, and another strike introduced him face first to the ground. Ryan started beating him up to the tune of Highway to Hell, singing to himself. Between the shock of being hit by a car at full speed and the blow to the head, the enemy genome couldn't mount a resistance. Also, it seemed he had some frozen blood below the bones and vestigial flesh. "I feel like the healthcare system, beating up a helpless granny." Ryan shook his head in disgust at the assassin before hitting him again. "Look at what you made me do." The wicked fossil couldn't offer a good excuse, so Quicksave continued his assault. His unnatural resilience would allow him to survive far worse, and considering he had killed Ryan once, the courier didn't feel bad beating him up within an inch of his life. "Drop your weapons." Ryan turned around, 3 men in black riot gear pointing energy rifles at him from behind. They surrounded his car, while they proudly displayed the Ouroboros symbol of the Dynamis Corporation on their chests, probably members of private security. A crowd of civilians had gathered outside the bar, looking at the scene while maintaining a respectful distance. Some had even started taking pictures. "Hey, I'm just trying to help," Ryan protested, waving his blood-stained bat in surrender after kicking the assassin with his boot one last time. "You blew up my bar," Renesco protested, emerging from behind the counter with a crimson face. "Oh, you want money." Quicksave quickly searched inside his trench coat as 3 red circles appeared on his mask, before bringing out a wad of banknotes worth 50,000 euros. "Here, have a treat." Renesco looked at the money, grabbed it, counted, and then made a conflicted face. "That's more than enough to pay for the repairs," he told the guards. "The guy on the floor tried to attack us, the other weirdo came to help." "You have a license," One of the security guards asked Ryan, who shook his head. "You're a vigilante, an Auguste, company genome?" "Nope," Ryan replied. "Well, if you don't have a license, why shouldn't we take you into custody alongside that bone guy?" "What, you want money too?" And Ryan threw a bribe at him. The security captain grabbed the wad with one hand, counted while keeping his weapon aimed at Quicksave's head, then chuckled. "You think you can buy our honor with that?" Ryan threw him a bigger bribe. "Better," the security guardsman said, putting the money in a pocket full of grenades. He lowered his rifle and had his two compatriots gently grab the assassin after punching him in the gut. "I'm glad we helped make the neighborhood safer today." "Me too," Ryan replied. "Me too." "Renesco," the captain asked the barman as his men carried the assassin away. "Don't forget to pay your monthly subscription. We won't always be there to protect your establishment." And on these wise words, the trio left without looking back. "You always carry wads of money on yourself?" Renesco asked Quicksave, astonished by the surreal scene. "When you cause as much collateral damage as I do, it's a real-time saver." Ryan replied, the baseball bat still dripping with blood. "Who was that skeletal fellow anyway?" "Ghoul, a psycho from the Metagang, elixir junkies who have been hitting places like mine recently." Renesco glared at Ryan, then at his car, and then back at its driver. "Now get the fuck out of my bar." Not until after I finish the damn delivery?" Ryan handed the briefcase to Renesco, not really caring about the attention he brought on it. Quicksave always delivered, no matter how many deaths needed. The barman's eyes flashed with recognition and then confusion. "I don't get it," Renesco said as he grabbed the briefcase. "You aren't paid half of what you spent in the last minute." "It's not about the money," Ryan replied. He looked around as if worried that anyone listened, then whispered into Renesco's ear. "I'm just bored." The man looked at Ryan in silence, while the courier whistled to himself as he returned to his car, driving under the sunset towards new adventures. Side quest complete. Chapter 2. Story branching. Ryan always did science in his underwear. Clothes embodied society's restrictions upon the human spirit, the crushing power of civilization attempting to make the individual fit into the mold. But by being mostly naked, Ryan reconnected with his creativity, unbound by conformity, while his boxers represented his lingering attachment to his mental stability, preventing him from going completely off the rails. The one time Ryan had worked completely naked, he ended up building his rabbit plushie. Also, his boxers felt comfy and warm. Len had made them for him years ago. Having rented a hotel room near the city center, Ryan spent the early morning splitting his time between researching information about New Rome and improving his gadgets. The receptionist had given Quicksave a strange glance upon seeing him move upstairs with his hands full of weapons, but didn't call the private security. Masked strangers were nothing unusual in this city. Of course, Ryan took the time to hack the bedroom's camera to protect his secret identity and to avoid panic. He had a lot of unsafe stuff in his arsenal. Resting on a chair, Ryan typed on his computer with his toes, a skill he spent many loops mastering, while he worked on his coil gun with his hands. The client had wired him his money for yesterday's delivery, with compliments for Ghoul's arrest, although the courier didn't care much. The job was just an excuse to travel across Italy, looking for new adventures, though he had put his endless wandering on hold once he heard Len might be in New Rome. From what Renesco had told him, he should go to Rust Town for information. According to the local Dynanet, that was the nickname given to New Rome's poor northwest neighborhood. The corporations controlling the city had put all the industrial plants there, turning the area into a dumpster. They had even built a wall to prevent vagrants from moving into the other districts. According to the receptionist, the junkyard was a landmark of that area, an old coal mine transformed into an open landfill. Many rogue geniuses and adventurers exchanged stuff there. Maybe Len was among them. Someone knocked on his bedroom window. Ryan glanced at it, a woman waving her hand at him from the other side. "Hi," she said. "Can we talk for a minute?" Ryan's room was on floor 10 and it had no fire exit. "Hey," Ryan grabbed his mask and put it on alongside the hat. You're violating my secret identity. You don't have one, Ryan Romano, the woman replied, raising an eyebrow. And according to your file, you never did anything to hide it. I have a file, Ryan asked, overtaken by happiness. I'm famous. How am I described? Deranged but reliable. Sweet. They got him halfway right. The flying woman eyed him from head to toe through the glass. Don't you intend to put on your other clothes? Ryan chuckled. No, he would always stand against oppressors. The personal space invader responded with a frown, knocking on the window again, albeit with a bit more frustration than before. Can you? Ryan rose from his chair to open the window with one hand and kept the coil gun aimed at the newcomer with the other. Now that he had a better view, Ryan immediately recognized the woman, having seen her on a publicity board yesterday. She was floating in midair thanks to translucent dragonfly wings flapping at high speed on her back, her hands on her waist. This made her look as graceful as a fairy, especially since, unlike bugs, she made no sound while hovering in place. I'm Wyvern, the show-off introduced herself. She wore a sleeveless, skin-tight white uniform with Dynamy's D-shaped logo on the left and a silver star surrounded by golden laurel on the right. She was probably between her mid-20s and early 30s, and quite the eye-catcher. I wanted to thank you for Ghoul's arrest yesterday. Oh, you're welcome. Then Ryan started to close the window. Hey, wait. Wyvern caught the window and kept it open. Ryan had heard she could bench press a school bus even while partially transformed, so he didn't press the issue. What are you doing in town, Quicksave? Can I call you Quicksave? Sure. Ryan then shrugged. I'm a courier. I deliver mail, no matter how many people want me dead. So the Augusty didn't hire you as muscle? The superheroine asked, a bit amused by his last comment. The place you defended was one of their fronts. I figured they might have hired you to defend their turf from the metagang. Nah, I beat that geriatric disaster because he was in the way of completing my side quest. Wyvern made a strange face, unable to understand his jargon. The genome wars had all but destroyed the video game sector, making Ryan feel very alone. Oh, by the way, have you heard of a girl my age called Len? Black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist. Marxist-Leninist. Wyvern's frown deepened. You mean communists? Those guys still exist. I know that's probably a dirty word in this city of unbridled capitalism, but yes. No, never heard of her. The superheroine shook her head. But I can look at our files. Is that why you are in New Rome, looking for her? Oh yes, she's beautiful and kind, and she's my best friend. Ryan couldn't help but gush about her. I've been looking for her since forever. I'll help if I can, Wyvern replied with a smile. Actually, I believe I can help you a great deal. Oh, here comes the recruitment offer. I belong to a group called Il Miglier. Wyvern said, confirming Ryan's suspicions. You've probably heard of us. Il Miglier. A bunch of corporate superheroes who were the official protectors of New Rome and modern celebrities. Of course, they were also on Dynamy's payroll, who owned their image merchandising rights and told them whom to fight. Nothing like Leo Hargrave's Carnival. Now those were real, pro bono superheroes, wandering night style. Ryan couldn't help but admire them, even if they had caused the worst day of his life. We're always on the lookout for new talents, and while you have a reputation for collateral damage, you possess an extremely useful superpower, and as far as we know, you haven't dabbled into reprehensible enterprises, nor closely associated with wanted criminals. Poor girl, if only she knew. Since you stopped Ghoul before he could go on a killing spree, I think you have your heart in the right place. So what, you want me to audition for a movie or something? Because I've only ever tried theater once, and it wasn't funny. Wyvern laughed. I wish we did fewer commercials and more arrests, she admitted, Ryan sensing a little bitterness in her tone. But we do our best to protect citizens. Come visit our HQ, see if you match with our organization. After that stunt with Ghoul, you'll need people to have your back. I can take care of myself, thanks, Ryan replied, a bit insulted that she thought he needed coddling. Look, Quicksave, the Meta aren't reasonable like the Augusty, she insisted. They are a roving band of psychos, and you've beat up one of their own. Their boss, Adam, eats people. Then he must have a lot on his plate. Wyvern didn't like the joke, her smile straining and her wings slowing down a bit. All right, Ryan said. "I'll think about it if I ever get sidetracked on my main quest." The superheroine frowned, looking sideways. Ryan suddenly noticed an earplug in her left ear, although he couldn't hear anything. "Understood," Wyvern said, although not to Ryan, before handing the courier a business card. "If you change your mind, visit us at this address." "Sure, take care." And on these words, Wyvern flew away. Her wings moved so fast it became impossible for the human eye to notice them. Yet they made no sound either, except for the wind they produced. She was gone within the blink of an eye, moving north and accelerating until she reached near supersonic speed. The sound frequency of her wings must have been inaudible to humans or run on abnormal physics. Everything was possible with genomes. The courier memorized that observation for later. Finally alone, Ryan closed the window and returned to his task. But no sooner did he sit back in his chair than he received a vocal communication demand on his computer. The genome immediately recognized the caller as the same person who ordered the Renesco delivery. He lazily opened the vocal channel with his left toe. "Quick save deliveries, what can I do for you?" "What did the bitch tell you?" An encrypted voice on the other end answered. Ryan raised an eyebrow behind his mask. "Wait, am I being spied on? Few places are off the grid in New Rome. Note to self, find a more discreet hotel next loop." "I'm pretty sure the last person who used that line didn't encrypt their voice. Who are you, creepy mystery voice?" "My name is Vulcan," the caller answered. "I represent the Augusti. We are the organization that runs things in New Rome and most of Italy." "I thought it was Dynamis," Ryan deadpanned. "That's what they say," the voice laughed. "But Italy only has one emperor, and his name is Augustus." Hard to disagree, the guy was invincible and could shoot homing lightning. He had more victims to his name than the cigarette. "You have our thanks for saving our employee from that meta trash." Vulcan said, "All this to say, whatever the winged lizard promised you, we can offer more." "Is it an offer you can't refuse, or an offer, 'cause I'm allergic to horses?" "We need tough people who get things done," Vulcan replied. "You want women or boys, new hardware, good weapons." "Enough bliss to fly you to the moon. All that shit can be yours if you prove you're a team player." "And how do I do that?" An email notification popped up, indicating an address. Ryan quickly checked, identifying the location as a casino called the Bacuto. "We own the establishment." Vulcan explained. "Come tonight alone and don't make us wait. We never ask twice." Ryan ended the call, pondering about the offers. "Phew, you beat up one guy, showing extreme restraint and delicateness by your usual standards, and suddenly everyone wanted a piece of you." Then again, either group could help him find Len, and he had created a save point before coming to town. That could only mean one thing. Multiple routes unlocked? Chapter 3. Men of Honor. As per the name, the Bacuto was a Japan-themed casino. Having parked his car nearby, Ryan glanced up at the building with amazement. The architects had recreated a perfect copy of an Oriental pagoda tower, as large as a mall. A red carpet led to golden, ostentatious Tory gates with the casino's title plastered on them. Hordes of gamblers walked inside, some dressed in traditional Asian clothes like kipao, others in tuxedos and expensive gowns. Of course, none were as stylish as Quicksave's own fabulous outfit, but the genome gave them points for trying. The staff had even dressed the bouncers as samurai in low-grade, genius-made armor. They looked almost like feudal armor, but heavier and bound by flexible circuits instead of clothing fabric. Very nice design, especially the stained glass visor. Ryan wondered if they had lightsabers to go along with it. "No weapons allowed inside," one bouncer said, as he and a compatriot checked Ryan out. Due to their armor, both were at least one head taller than the genome. They immediately found the throwing knives hidden in his sleeves, and then examined him very thoroughly. It took them a few minutes to find most of his stuff. 25 throwing knives, 2 revolvers, including 1 Desert Eagle, 1 energy pistol, 1 frag grenade, a switchblade, a hand buzzer, and... The bouncer frowned, seizing a tiny metal sphere the size of a baseball. "Is that a bomb?" "Yep," Ryan answered. "Genius tech." "Emp, gunpowder." "Thermonuclear." The bouncer chuckled heartily until he realized Ryan was serious. He then exchanged a glance with his fellow guards. All of them put their hands on a saber around their belts. "You keep an A-bomb in your back pocket?" The guard wagged the device at Ryan's face. "It's only for dissuasion," the courier promised while crossing his fingers. "I Korea swear." The bouncer remained silent a moment, then touched his helmet and hushed words which Ryan couldn't hear. No doubt he was contacting his manager. "You can get your stuff back after you're done," the bouncer declared, putting his weapons in a bag. "But one wrong move and that bomb will find its way in another A-place. Understood?" "Yes, sir," Ryan replied as he waltzed into the casino like a child. He immediately found himself walking through a corridor of pachinkos, those strange Japanese slot machines. Gamblers toiled on them, enslaved by their otherworldly power. The sight reminded Ryan of the 4 loops he spent addicted to these machines before getting bored. Ah, the nostalgia. A few steps later, Ryan entered the main gambling hall, mixing both Japanese art design and Western gambling entertainment. Roulette wheels stood side by side with blackjack tables, and they even had an arena for sumo wrestling next to a sushi bar. An elevator at the center led to the higher floors, each probably catering to different tastes. A giant screen above the sushi bar showed a promotional image of New Rome's Colosseum and a T-Rex roaring on its grounds, under the acclaim of the crowd. A voiceover hyped up the competition. "This mutant dinosaur has been cloned from ancient times and improved to fight at Colosseum Maximus. Maximus! And if dinosaurs won't do it, our robots will." The screen changed from the picture of a Jurassic Park ad to a humanoid mecha straight out of an old Japanese cartoon. "Coming straight out of our weapon development program, Dynames introduces you to the Megafighter Mark Roman III. Meant to fight the deadliest psychos and marauders, this killing machine will keep you on your toes. Will any contestant get the better of these bloodthirsty monsters? You will see it in tonight's episode of Colosseum Maximus, only at Dynames." Ryan noticed a smaller screen showing the odds, people betting either which contestants would survive or if the T-Rex would eat them all on the first round. For some obscure reason, most betted on an overwhelming dinosaur victory. Ryan wandered towards the roulette near the sushi bar and immediately started placing bets, throwing stacks of euro bills on the table. "Quick save." A man asked Ryan, the clinking of his outfit announcing his presence long before he called out to the courier. This guy also wore samurai armor, but one blue and far sleeker, almost skin-tight. Instead of a faceless glass visor, his helmet took the shape of a black demon mask, allowing Ryan to see the black eyes and mouth below. The bouncers nodded at him in respect, and quite a few people gave the man a wide berth. "Yeah, clearly a genome." "Yes," Ryan asked, feigning innocence. "You don't have precognition, right, I hope?" the man asked, crossing his arms. "Because I will have to kick you out if you do. We don't allow blue genomes to play." "Precognition," the courier shook his head. "Nah, of course not. I'm as violet as they come." Genomes were classified depending on the color of the elixir, which gave them their power. Blue focused on information manipulation, from precognition to info hazards, while violet had space-time-related abilities. "Then you can't peer into alternate timelines or a cheat like that?" Samurai Guy asked. "Or rewind time and send information to your past self." "But if I can rewind time and erase this conversation so it never happened, do you even exist right now? Or are you a mere simulation of my feverish mind?" Samurai Guy simply decided to watch, trying to make sense of the terrible existential conundrum Quicksave just threw at his face in the end. The courier blew $30,000, but he had memorized the roulette numbers and the victorious gladiators' names for a later loop. Strangely, while the dinosaur won, one firecracker had managed to survive all the way to the end. "All right, you definitely aren't a seer," Samurai Guy said, having acted as Ryan's chaperone during his entire gambling spree. "I think you should slow down, though. At this point, you're pretty much burning money." "I'm sorry, what's your name?" Ryan ended up asking his mysterious samurai overseer. "I'm Zanbato. I'm an Augusti. Are you Japanese? Because you don't sound Japanese." "No," he replied, a bit confused by the question. "I'm Italian." "Your supervillain name is Zanbato, but you're not Japanese." Goddamn counterfeit. I'm not a supervillain, the man protested, clearly missing the point. My girlfriend is Korean, though. You have a girlfriend? Ryan gasped. That's wonderful. Thanks, the man replied with a smile. I hope to marry her soon. I'm curious, why did you come to us? I heard Wyvern made you an offer, too. You guys won the coin toss, Ryan replied bluntly. Zanbato chuckled, rather amused. He quickly invaded Quicksave's personal space by putting a hand on his shoulder. I'm buying you a drink. The samurai wannabe invited Ryan to the sushi bar. Taking a beer while Ryan ordered tea, bouncers formed a security perimeter around them to allow them some privacy. Ghoul escaped, Zanbato told Quicksave. A mole in the private security told us his pals bust him out, probably with inside help. And knowing that maniac, he will be on your trail shortly. I thought you should know. Ryan gasped, promising to inform Wyvern that Ghoul's friends would bust him out on his next save. Are you telling me that private security is corrupt? I would never have known. The grunts are underpaid, so some are open to negotiation. Their elite squads, especially those working for Dynamy's executives, not so much. Zanbato sipped his beer. We know you have a pretty powerful ability, but you did good in approaching us. Safety in numbers, I always say. You know I'm immortal, Ryan asked. But I didn't tell anyone. You're immortal? Zanbato raised an eyebrow. You can't die. I think I can, but I never succeeded. Zanbato paused, unsure how to answer. Well, we know you can stop time for an unknown duration as your main power, the man said. Now what do you know about us? That you are the biggest supervillain organization in Italy and that your boss is invincible. We are not, Zanbato sighed. We are a family and profit-minded society, men and women of honor, not supervillains. That's what Il Miglior labels us as because we aren't corporate sellouts and we build houses, churches, and hospitals for the poor. We are good for the community. Your drugs are good for the heart too, Ryan deadpanned, but your weapons are better. It's not illegal. Zanbato replied, which was true since there wasn't a true government nowadays. We have to fund ourselves. I'm telling you, where we rule, things are peaceful, people feel safe. There's no pillager taking your stuff, no psychos running around. When Augustus takes over Italy, and he will, you won't recognize our country. It will be like before the wars. The man sounded like he really believed it too. He seemed a bit young to rant about the good old days, though. Oh, also, do you have anything child-related? Ryan asked. Because I'm pretty flexible, but if I find you do anything reprehensible to teens and below, then we're going to have a problem. Zanbato's mouth twisted into an expression of absolute disgust. We don't even sell bliss to minors, he said. We aren't savages, not like the meta. Anyway, do you know how we work as an organization? Because if you want to join us, you will have to bend to the hierarchy. I'm more of a free spirit kind of guy, Ryan said. I'm just looking for help in finding a friend. Oh, this seemed to surprise the genome. He must have thought Ryan a money-only kind of guy. Whom? Her name is Len. Black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist. Do you have a photo? Ryan shook his head. Is she your girlfriend? No, just my best friend. Been looking for her for years until a client tried to pay me in tech she made. He said it came from New Rome. Tech, she's a genius. Zanbato finished his beer, mulling over that information. Okay, look, if she's what matters to you, then we'll help you find her. Favor for a favor. Ryan could live with that. Once he had the information, he could always start a new loop and go to Len directly without having to put a horse's head in someone's bed. What favor? We need muscle, Zanbato said. New Rome has a new problem called the Metagang. They're all psychos. I know them, Ryan replied. Had a skirmish with them years ago, back when they were small fries. Ghoul hadn't joined then, but they were already vicious assholes, not that Ryan could blame them. The human body wasn't made to handle more than one elixir, even knockoffs. The combination of two powers made the genetic code unstable, usually driving the recipient mad. Sure, they gained an additional ability. Nobody ever developed more than two as far as Ryan knew, but needed periodical injections of elixirs to stabilize their body. These genome mutants had the well-deserved nickname of psychos. You would think people knew better. But the thought of exceptional cases like Augustus, who gained two obscene powers with no ill effects, always drove fools to try their luck. Long, short story, these junkies started moving into our turf recently, especially the north neighborhoods, Zanbato explained, as shouts erupted behind them. Ryan glanced behind him, noticing a new Coliseum battle had begun on TV. They attacked our guys, we hit him back, and now they assault our associates and suppliers like Renesco. Can't you? Ryan mimicked a beheading motion. You know, yes we can, but for now they're just an annoying nuisance and the bosses want our best men to focus on more important matters. Zanbato asked for another beer. So what do you say, help us beat up some mutants, get your girl? Ooh, business. Ryan joined his hands. How many what, how many casualties? Chapter 4, Random Encounter. It was May 10th, 2020 for the first time, and Ryan hadn't blown up something yet. Frankly, this surprised him. 72 hours were almost a hard cap for him for non-destructive behavior. He didn't always cause it. He just had a knack for getting into exciting situations. Ryan wasn't drawn to adventure. Adventure was drawn to him, and he couldn't wait for a new adrenaline rush. Driving at night up north, the courier and his Plymouth left the wealthy districts for more industrial ones. Hotels and casinos slowly vanished, replaced with railroad stations, gray buildings, taxi centrals, and other businesses. According to the map, they should reach the old harbor in no time. Existence is subjective. Ryan asked, turning his head to the passenger to his right. He had to lower himself in the car to avoid reaching the roof with his head. Your question, about whether I exist if you can roll back time, Zanbato continued. The man had put crates full of chemicals at the car's back, then insisted on chaperoning Quicksave during his first job for the family. Both were supposed to protect a shipment from attack and beat up the meta if they dared to interrupt it. We can never know we exist, so there is no objective truth to existence. You're still thinking it over? Ryan asked, a bit surprised. He said so much nonsense in such a short time that people usually forgot what he said halfway through. Yes, it's disturbing. You get used to the uncertainty. Better not tell him the truth. The sound of cars gave way to that of waves crashing on the shore, and the faint rustle of the evening wind. The city's old harbor seemed rather derelict, rusting buildings standing next to abandoned waterfront warehouses. The remains of a massive supertanker overlooked the sea, having crashed against a stony beach. The captain must have been drunk when it happened. If humans lived in the area, Ryan didn't notice any. They had entered the poor zone. The quality of the air also drastically declined, to the point that Ryan felt like he was kissing a professional smoker. The stink even overwhelmed the smell of the sea. He blamed it on the proximity of a nuclear power plant, industrial facilities, and the famous rust town further north. Somebody call Greenpeace, Ryan complained. They can't all be dead. Dynamis uses knockoff genomes to keep the pollution in Rust Town, Zanbato replied as they drove towards the stony beach. But they don't do much to protect this area. Is this what remains of Naples' old port? Ryan asked, curious. He had always been interested in pre-war facilities, especially since most cities had been transformed into nice, aesthetic craters. Yeah, Dynamis is building new docks in the south for freighters. Zanbato pointed at a spot at the waterfront. We can stop there. Ryan parked the car between two warehouses, then stepped down alongside his chaperone. A group waited for them near the remains of a pier, next to a huge pile of crates and a minivan. The leader, and the youngest, was an African-Italian barely above 18, yet taller than Ryan himself. Physically fit, he kept his hair short and dressed fashionably. He had invested his drug money on a stylized sweater, boots, and refined pants. He really gave off a cultured middle-class vibe, even if he was busy smoking a joint as the duo showed up. The rest, well, they were grunts with submachine guns, nothing special. Cannon fodder with a short life expectancy and even shorter opportunities for career advancement, whom Ryan could identify on sight nowadays. The courier nicknamed them Grunt 1, Grunt 2, and Grunty. Finally, the leader complained upon seeing the two genomes arrive. What took you so long? You were supposed to arrive first. We're in the open. Sorry, Luigi, Zanbato replied, much calmer. Traffic delayed us. Hey, Luigi, Ryan said with his best accent ever. It's-a me, Mario. Luigi frowned, trying to make the connection and failing. I don't get it. I think it's video game stuff, Grunty said, the other mooks shrugging their shoulders. Ryan sighed. It's exhausting, he complained, to be an island of culture amidst a sea of ignorance. Luigi, this is Quicksave, the new muscle I told you about. Zanbato made the introductions. Quicksave, this is Luigi alias Crypto. He's our supply guy. You have a superpower too? Ryan asked, faking astonishment. Could the only guy without a weapon be special? Yeah, I have a bullshit filter. Luigi replied, tossing his joint into the sea to share with the fish. Who's your favorite genome? Well, I don't. A foreign force took over Ryan's mind, twisting his tongue. Mr. Wave is so cool. Seriously? Luigi asked, a little peeved. You like that cringy weirdo? Ryan couldn't stop himself. Also, I'm pretty hetero, but if Leo Hargraves sneaked into my room at night, I would still let him. Okay, stop, I don't want the details, Luigi said, the effect lifted from Ryan's mind. See, once you start talking, you can't lie to me. One day. Ryan warned, wagging a finger at Luigi. You're going to ask me the wrong question, and you won't like the answer. As in, he would have to reload and start over. Bragging about his time stop was one thing, but Ryan always kept quiet about his save point. Someday, someone smart might figure out a way around his ace in the hole, so Ryan always kept it hidden up his sleeve. Why did you bring this guy instead of Sphere? Luigi complained to Zanbato. Or Chitter? They're busy elsewhere, the samurai replied, and you have 5 bodyguards. Bullets aren't going to stop any of the meta, his fellow crook replied, turning to the grunts. No offense, guys. Zanbato cleared his throat. We can always argue about security after the job. The submarines should arrive soon, Luigi replied. I paid off the private security to look the other way, so no problem on that front. What about Il Miglier? Ryan asked, curious. Can you even buy superheroes? Luigi chuckled. Those over-marketed clowns. Don't worry, they make a show of hitting our operations from time to time, but they're too scared of us to try anything truly disruptive. They usually go after independents, not professionals. They let us do our business, we let them do theirs. Zanbato explained, removing the crates from Ryan's car. It's like the Cold War, but we're close to Rust Town and the meta already hit delivery runs like this one, so prepare yourself. Then time to fist, Ryan said, opening the trunk of his car to get his pisto gauntlets. Pisto gauntlets were metallic gloves, first developed by the infamous genius Mechron to equip close combat drones. Quicksave's own weapons looked like gauntlets with a hydraulic piston-powered ram built upon them. The mechanism pushed the ram forward, knocking back the enemy upon smashing. The courier even improved upon the original design by adding an electrical shock effect to the mix, for double the pain. They are pisto gauntlets, but they aren't any pisto gauntlets. Ryan boasted at Luigi as he put his gloves on and showed them off. I call them the Fisty Brothers because they fist people to oblivion. Everyone is afraid of nuclear bombs, but these are the real A-bombs. Only Grunt 2 laughed, proving that he alone had a future. Luigi looked at Ryan's gauntlets, then at Zanbato. Zan, I don't know on which planet your guy lives, but it's clearly not ours. They say madness is a pit, Ryan replied cheerfully, hands on his waist. They're wrong. Madness is a roller coaster. I kinda like him. Zanbato told Luigi as the other grunts helped add their crates to the existing pile. He's funny. You like weird people, period. Luigi shrugged, raising his sweater's sleeve to reveal a watch. Anytime now, the waters near the pier grew agitated, the trio looking over the edge. 3 strange, spherical bathyspheres emerged from the waves, each large enough to house many within their confines. The machines lacked any form of cables, unlike old bathysphere models, and instead seemed powered by small propellers. Their reinforced glass door opened, but Ryan couldn't see any controls or buttons inside. Ryan gasped, instantly recognizing the design. That's Len's stuff. Hey, Luigi shouted as the courier summarily pushed him out of the way to observe the machines better. It barely took a few glances for Ryan to confirm his hypothesis. He could recognize her work among thousands, the fondness for an outdated, steampunk technology made viable again. the ruggedness of the design with beauty sacrificed on the altar of barbaric efficiency. The crimson paint, her favorite, dulled by the sea. The sight of the bathysphere awakened old emotions in Ryan, long buried beneath the apathy and boredom. Nostalgia, joy, longing, and even hope. Finally, after years of fruitless search, Ryan was finally on the right track. His days of solitude would soon be over. He knew this mission would further his main quest. Len. Ryan struggled to avoid having a flashback, turning to Zanbato and pleading like a child. "Where did you find it? Please, please, please." "I dunno," Zanbato replied. "Vulcan's division takes care of the tech, not ours. We just transport and manage the supplies." "I'm not even sure we even own these machines," Luigi said, dusting his clothes and bringing out a phone. He started typing as the grunts threw the crates in the bathyspheres, perhaps sending a signal to someone else. "Just help us put the supplies inside and I'll look into it afterward. It's getting cold and it ain't safe here." Speaking of cold, now that Ryan thought of it, it seemed to be getting chillier by the second. Unnaturally so, Zanbato noticed it too and immediately braced himself for an attack. A swirling sword of solid crimson light appeared in his hands, the perfect replica of a katana. "They're here," he said, the grunts immediately raising their machine guns. Ryan looked around and quickly noticed them coming from the north. A distant figure froze the sea, creating a bridge of ice on which he skated. Ryan immediately recognized Ghoul, although instead of a hoodie, the geriatric disaster had covered his body in sheets of ice, forming a multi-layered armor. His body released a cloud of white mist, making it difficult to clearly distinguish his features. Another figure flew behind Ghoul, although floating might have been a better term. The second genome wore a black hazmat suit and gas mask, giving them a spooky vibe. Their gauntlets unleashed streams of compressed air, allowing them to propel themselves on the sea. In short, a living Chernobyl holiday ad. Ghoul and Sarin, Zanbato recognized the two. Maybe more. "I'll take care of them," Ryan said, eager to continue his main quest without interruptions. "You can continue with the menial manual labor, minions. You want to take them on alone?" Zanbato asked, a bit concerned. "You're sure? They're killers." All he cared. Ryan raised a thumb up and walked up north towards the stony beach and the supertanker. He almost slipped on the oiled stones, caught himself, and then glanced at the sea. The two psychos clearly aimed for the pier and the bathyspheres, perhaps having been forewarned. Then Ghoul noticed Ryan, who mimicked a home run with an invisible bat. Like how a bull challenged a matador, the psycho instantly veered off course, much to his companion's surprise. He charged at Ryan with murder on his mind. "You mother bleep her!" Ghoul screamed over the sea, the stone beach mimicking the Arctic as he came closer. A dozen ice shards formed from the moisture around the psycho, while he said so many insults that Ryan's mind automatically censored him. "You bleep. I'm going to bleep your skull and bleep, bleep, bleep with my bleep." That wasn't child-friendly. That wasn't child-friendly at all. "You grew back your teeth," Ryan noticed. "You must have drunk a lot of milk." Ghoul responded by leaping on the beach, unleashing a dozen ice daggers at Ryan at the same time. Apparently he no longer played baseball but throwing knives. The courier accepted the challenge. Ryan stopped time, brought out the knives hidden under his trench coat, aimed and threw them. When time resumed, Ghoul's projectiles were deflected by Ryan's own. Most ice shards hit a warehouse behind, missing their targets, while a throwing knife found its way to the psycho's unprotected eye. Nailed it. It took him so many restarts to master knife throwing, but it had been worth it. "I'll peel your skin like an orange," Ghoul hissed in pain as he removed the knife, his screams music to Ryan's ears. The eye's blood turned to strawberry-colored ice cream when it came out of the socket, making the courier hungry. "Then I'll drink your blood and the sweet elixir it carries." The other psycho chose that moment to land on the beach, hitting the ice floor with a loud thump, and somehow avoiding slipping up. Ghoul's white mist slowly widened the ice layer over the beach, which now spread to the sea and the walkway. Ryan suddenly wondered if he should add a scarf to his outfit. "Ghoul, what the hell?" While her voice was somewhat muffled by the mask, Miss Nuclear Disaster was clearly a girl. You heard Adam, the shipment first. That's him, Ghoul snarled, creating blades of ice over his forearms and pointing them at Ryan. That's the bastard who beat me up. I told you he was an Augusty. Slander. That was the thanks Ryan got for trying to alleviate that old fossil's suffering. And they said euthanasia was progressive? I guess Adam can't be mad at us for dusting one of them then, Sarin said, raising her gauntlets at Ryan as if he should be intimidated. She mustn't have washed her hands. If you knew what's good for you, you should have stayed the fuck out of Rust Town, but I guess you pusses are pretty slow to learn. Don't worry, the courier replied. Whatever happens, blower. The hazmat girl interrupted him, confused. That's not my nah. Your name is Blower now because you blow air. Ryan then pointed a finger at One Eye, menacingly. And now his name is Picard because I liked French frozen food. In retrospect, calling a girl Blower might have sounded a little dirty because she became really upset. Her gauntlets began to vibrate, unleashing a blast of compressed air at Quicksave. The ice below them began to crack from the shockwave, and Ryan realized he should have nicknamed her the Vibrator instead. Stopping time for a few seconds, Ryan lazily waltzed out of the blast's way, almost slipped on the ice, caught himself, cursed, and then let time resume. The compressed air blew up the walkway behind the beach, grinding stones to dust and redecorating the pavement in a straight line for at least 10 meters. Trying to make it a threesome, Ghoul skated after Quicksave's speed rivaling that of a car, blades raised. Not swinging this way, Ryan dodged the attack by lowering his head. His time stop could last for up to 10 seconds, and you could do a lot in 10 seconds, but suffered from a cooldown duration afterward. It was equal to the amount of time Ryan spent freezing time. Use the time stop for 5 seconds. Can't do it again 5 seconds afterward. Not understanding the concept of personal space, Ghoul kept trying to nail Ryan with his blade and received a punch in the stomach for his trouble. Fisty activated on contact, the ram smashing through the Psycho's ice armor and sending him flying backward to take a bath in the sea. The water froze right after he entered it. Unfortunately, the contact with Ghoul's white mist froze Fisty, jamming the pistons. Goddammit, it always had performance issues when things heated up. Not caring about her teammate, Sarin kept focusing on attacking Ryan, who chuckled at his own mental joke. The courier had to run away from the beach and on the walkway as a shockwave collapsed the ice, even briefly stopping time to make it. You blow air very fast? That's your power. Ryan struggled not to laugh, but almost slipped on the frozen pavement, ruining the moment. Why didn't he dedicate a loop to learn ice skating again? My fan can do the same, and it cost me $15. Seeing Ryan escape and still pining for his undivided attention, Sarin pointed her hands at her feet and unleashed a new shockwave. A column of compressed air propelled her upward, allowing her to leap over the harbor. Ryan looked up and got a perfect view of her back, but much to his disappointment, she seemed to float inside her suit. Very strange. Why the obsession, Blower? Ryan asked, trying to unjam Fisty so he could introduce her to that crazy girl's face. Nothing dirty. Have you fallen for me at first sight? Unfortunately for you, Sarin replied, vibrating her gauntlets from above to rain short blasts at the walkway. I'm a necrophiliac. Oh, a fellow quipper. Ryan was so happy to have some back-and-forth interactions, even if he needed to focus on avoiding the blasts. So many people just tried to kill him without exchanging pleasantries. It was just rude. Stopping time again, Ryan ran away and managed to reach the part of the walkway which hadn't frozen over. Running on ice was a lot harder to do than it sounded, and more importantly, made him look like a klutz. When time resumed, Sarin's volley had turned the frozen pavement into a cheese. On the horizon, the courier noticed Zanbato and Luigi finishing the supply run, seeing that he could handle the situation well. I'm sure we'll break the ice between us. That's just pitiful, Sarin replied upon landing on the roof of a waterfront warehouse. The height gave her a better view of the walkway, and solid ground allowed her to focus entirely on Ryan. This time, having resolved her own performance issues, she switched from short bursts to sustained fire. Did my invitation leave you? Stone cold. Quicksave shouted innocently to Miss Chernobyl, running away while managing to unjam Fisty. The sustained blast collapsed the walkway behind him, stones falling on the beach. Frankly, it surprised Ryan that they hadn't woken up the whole neighborhood. "Don't you ever shut up." Ghoul's voice snarled as the drenched psycho leaped on the walkway for a second round. Even with his armor of ice on, he left salt water behind with every step, and was that a starfish stuck to his leg? Anyway, as I said before you interrupted me, whatever happens. Ryan turned to face his foes and extended his arms, doing his best to look fabulous. "I won't take you seriously." Chapter 5. Mission accomplished. Bugs Bunny. The rabbit was Ryan's most beloved character in all of fiction, and he had watched all its cartoons during his endless wandering. The courier always laughed at Hunter's failure to catch the wily animal, their rage growing with each missed bullet, so it must have been very frustrating for these two. "Stop it!" By now, Ghoul fumed so much that it became difficult to see through the white mist surrounding him. The whole harbor was slowly freezing, while the psycho threw car-sized blocks of ice at Ryan. "Stop dodging!" Ryan lazily stopped time, moved out of a projectile's path, then canceled his power. The psycho was actually getting worse with his aiming the more angered he grew. Unfortunately, the white mist surrounding Mr. Dem Bones also made it impossible for Ryan to get in close without freezing in place. He knew he should have invested in a thicker sweater. "Ghoul, he's a speedster," Sarin snarled, still standing on a roof to keep the high ground. She was no more successful than her ally at hitting Ryan, who mocked her by activating his time stop just when her blasts were within an inch of reaching him. At one point, the courier even took the time to blow her a kiss. "Just freeze him already. I'm not a speedster, I'm quick save." Ryan shouted before revealing his greatest secret. "I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. Soon you're just going to be blood on the pavement." What pavement? By now, the two psychos had destroyed the entire waterfront, turning it into an icy wasteland of snow and craters. Ryan had to keep moving north to find ground to stand on, eventually luring the duo to an empty parking lot. While Ghoul pursued him on foot, his female companion glided on top of a streetlight, somehow managing to avoid slipping up. There was something wrong with the way she moved, as if she had no weight at all. All psychos were mutants, so she must have an abnormal physiology beneath the hazmat suit. "I'm sorry, but you make ice cream and blow off air," Ryan pointed out. "Household products can do it." "While I control the linchpin of all reality. I try not to sound patronizing, but..." Ghoul unleashed a wide burst of white mist with a furious growl, freezing everything in its path. Ryan simply activated his time stop and dodged once again. Still, growing bored with the pursuit and now having an opening, he grabbed two of his throwing knives, launching one at Ghoul's remaining eye, the other at Sarin. When time resumed, Ghoul lost his remaining eye and Sarin took a knife to the chest. "You ain't making it easy." Ryan stopped talking, however, when green gas came out of Sarin's hazmat suit. The strange substance immediately rusted the streetlight below the psycho, causing the electrical parts to short-circuit and the metal to slowly bend. Sarin put a hand on the opening, trying to keep the gas inside. He knew she was full of hot air. "I'll kill you," Ghoul whined, his face now looking like a strawberry sorbet with all the frozen blood flowing from his skull. It was vaguely horrifying, but Ryan had seen worse. "I'll kill you." "Ghoul, I know the sight of my dashing costume and my long, bloody bat made you fall for me at first sight," Ryan taunted him. "Trust me, I get that a lot, but I just don't see you that way." "I swear to God, I swear it," rasped the abominable ice cream, his hands on his face. "If you crack a joke again, you will give me the cold shoulder?" Ryan chuckled, unable to resist. Ghoul exploded in a snarl of fury, his body swallowed by white mist. The strange substance seemed to swirl around him, creating layers upon layers of stalagmites. When it dissipated, Ghoul was gone, replaced with a 4 meters tall titan of ice and snow. This strange fusion between a snowman and a hedgehog had maces instead of hands, and a thick defense of ice spikes. Oh. Ryan barely had the time to leap to the side, as the enormous snowman attempted to squash him like a bug. The sheer strength of the elemental construct shattered the concrete and shook the ground. Sarin, meanwhile, was too busy trying to cover the hole in her suit to assist. How did Ghoul manage to make that body work? Ice didn't work that way, it couldn't even bend. Ryan called cheating. A rumbling noise echoed across the parking lot, growing louder with each new step. Something heavy was rushing towards the battlefield to claim part of the glory. Quick save. Zanbato entered the parking lot, his hands manifesting a sword of crimson light. "The security is coming." "I thought you guys paid them off," Ryan asked, dodging another strike from Ghoul. He wondered how the psycho could locate him without his eyes, guessing it probably had something to do with temperature. "We paid them to ignore a delivery run, not the harbor's destruction." Zanbato glanced at the two psychos present and first cut the streetlight on which Sarin stood. Miss Chernobyl glided to the other end of the parking lot, confirming Ryan's suspicions that she was made of gas. Zanbato switched target from Sarin to her compatriot, who was closer. Moving at great speeds in spite of the heaviness of his armor, he cut through the giant snowman's leg like a turkey, slicing it clean in half. Yet the limb quickly reattached itself to the body, Zanbato having to step back to avoid being frozen by mist. The Augusti mafioso still tried to hack at the giant, proving himself so annoying that Ghoul abandoned his pursuit of Ryan to attack this new foe. The sound of an aircraft echoed above them, Ryan raising his eyes to watch an attack helicopter fly above the parking lot. He recognized it as a customized Augusta A-129 Mangusta, piloted by two security guards. Ryan waved a pile of bank notes at them as a sign of friendship. They responded with a missile. Ryan stopped time just long enough to move out of the bomb's way, thankful that they didn't use laser weapons. He was fast, but not as much as light. When time resumed, he quickly realized that the private security targeted everyone, the missile impacting in the middle of the battlefield. Zanbato protected his face with his hand and avoided being knocked back, his armor deflecting debris, while Ghoul's snowman form took the projectiles without showing any form of discomfort. Sarin, however, was pushed backward by the blast, quickly getting back on her feet with fury. "Fuck off." Hazmat Girl moved a hand to cover the hole in her suit, and the other towards the skies. A second later, she fired a blast straight at the helicopter, destroying its tail and sending it on a crash course towards the ground. All right, it had gone on long enough. Playtime's over. As Sarin pointed her gauntlet at Ryan, the courier stopped time for the last time. He glanced at the helicopter, to assess if he had to rescue the guards, only to notice a flying form next to the aircraft. A humanoid figure, nearly impossible to see in the darkness, and only visible due to the smoke blurring their features. Probably a genome on Dynami's payroll, rescuing the guards. Good. That meant Ryan could focus on the ground. The time manipulator moved behind Sarin, avoiding the clouds of toxic fumes hanging in the air from her wound, and moved her hand towards Ghoul. Time resumed, and the giant snowman took a full, sustained blast of compressed air head-on. Physics being physics, the ice construct exploded in a rain of droplets and shards, a helpless Ghoul hitting the ground face first. Zanbato quickly cut him in half-execution style, while the helicopter crashed on the frozen beach further west. Suddenly realizing what happened, Sarin barely had the time to turn her head around and look over her shoulder. "Blow this." And Ryan introduced her to Fisty, face first. The pisto gauntlet shattered her mask's glass parts and tossed her backward. Ryan barely had the time to dodge by leaping to the side, as the holes in her mask unleashed a stream of gas. Like a balloon, Miss Hazmat flew towards the horizon at full speed, unable to control her trajectory. She continued for a while before finally crashing into the distant supertanker's wreck. Ryan glanced at Fisty, making a face as the gas rusted the pistons into scrap within seconds. Yeah, sure, he could have ended it a lot sooner by gutting them in the stopped time, but life wasn't about winning. It was about having fun. "Is she dead?" Zanbato asked upon reaching quick save. "I'm not sure," Ryan shrugged before realizing he couldn't see his favorite undead among the snowman's remains. "Is Ghoul?" "No, that's his other power. He never dies, even when missing the right organs." "He's immortal too," Ryan gasped, shocked. "He won't enjoy it much." I cut him in more pieces than a birthday cake and tossed the head into the sea. Zanbato glanced at the space where Sarin had blasted the private security's helicopter. The machine had crashed into the Mediterranean Sea, the mysterious superhero gone. Luigi's team has already left, and we should make our escape before more security guards arrive. Can you give me a lift? Anytime, Ryan replied, whistling. He could already hear his self-driven Plymouth Fury circle around the battlefield to reach them. Your car can move by itself. Zanbato asked, impressed. If you really want to know, Ryan confided, I don't have a driver's license. In the end, the duo left the harbor in ruins and almost crossed paths with 3 private security armored minivans. Before leaving the area, Ryan had given a last glance at the destroyed helicopter, the remains having sunk into the sea. He hoped the guards were okay. They were just doing their job, albeit a bit too zealously. And if they had died, he would consider creating a new loop to save their lives. You can leave me at this corner, Zanbato pointed at a railroad station. My girlfriend will pick me up. You have a girlfriend? Ryan asked. That's wonderful. Yes, I already told. Zanbato stopped himself. I get it. I'll introduce the 2 of you one day. I'm sure you will get along. Same sense of humor. Without false modesty, I am inimitable. That's for sure, Zanbato replied with a chuckle, climbing down of the car and stepping on the walkway, 2 drunk guys passing by them. Look, about your girl, if it's her tech for the submarines, then I'll ask Vulcan for you. We'll solve that mystery in no time. I would appreciate it, Zan. Can I call you Zan? Or Zanny? Jamie, the samurai replied, shaking Ryan's hand before leaving. You can call me Jamie. Ryan watched him leave with a fine feeling of contentment. What a fine night. Not only did Ryan find a lead towards Len, he also made a new friend. A nice, friendly mobster fellow. Certainly, it locked him on to the Augusti path, but so far so good. A few more missions and they would give him the critical information he needed to find his best friend. But that would wait after a night of good, gentle sleep. He would have to repair his rusted fisty tomorrow morning, and dodging attacks all night had exhausted him. 1 hour's drive later, Ryan finally reached the door of his hotel room, ready to collapse on the bed. His hand touched the doorknob, feeling a little pressure fight against his push. Click. Before Ryan knew what hit him, the floor exploded in gas and fire. It was May 8, 2020 for the 5th time, so Ryan stopped his Plymouth Fury in the middle of the road. Of course, quite a few motorists honked him in response, threatening the genome with bodily harm if he didn't move. The courier ignored them, meditating on what just happened before reaching a decision. I'm changing hotels, Ryan promised, driving back to Renesco. This city isn't safe at all. He wondered if inns were insured against terrorist attacks. Chapter 6. Divergence Point. Not to change a winning day, Ryan redid everything like last time. He arrived at Renesco's place, waited for Ghoul to get in, then smashed the psycho with his Plymouth from behind. However, as he opened the trunk to grab his baseball bat and finish the job, the courier felt a pang of guilt. Could he live with such laziness? Beating an old bag of bones the exact same way, over and over again. Couldn't he give this moment a little more dignity and uniqueness? For the sake of novelty, Ryan grabbed his shotgun instead. He waltzed toward Ghoul and shot him in the left knee before he could even realize what was going on. The undead bastard almost collapsed, but managed to hang on to the counter. Hey, are you all right? The courier asked his favorite target practice companion. You don't look all right. You shot me, the psycho snarled, half surprised, half angered. You shot me in the leg. Do you need to go to the hospital? Ryan asked with kindness, reloading the shotgun. I'm going to. Ryan shot Ghoul in the other knee, making him collapse to the ground, screaming. You bastard. And now you do. The courier had the feeling they were going to do this routine a lot. After shooting Ghoul everywhere it mattered, and even places where it didn't, Ryan paid off Renesco and the private security before diverging from the previous loop. Having learned his lesson from last time, Ryan chose another hotel, one where he hopefully shouldn't have his room firebombed, a place away from the tourist areas. He drove south, towards the plebeian district, and he could already see the reason for the name. As soon as he left the Strip and tourist hotspots, the architecture changed. Casinos and nightclubs vanished, replaced with three-story apartment buildings clustered together and narrow alleys. Small markets and cafes gave off a tantalizing smell of food. Eventually, Ryan reached the Arab district, which he recognized by the billboard ads, most written in Arabic and Turkish, although he caught a little Spanish here and there. The locals called it Little Maghreb from what Ryan had heard. He drove by a perfect replica of the synagogue of Turin. Ryan had visited the original, although he had needed a hazmat suit to survive the trip through the irradiated city, standing next to a mosque. Both buildings were slightly derelict, showing how little Dynamis and other corporations cared about maintaining religious sites. However, the site that caught his attention was a hill at the south, which seemed to be the city's highest natural point. An enormous estate stood atop it, roughly the size of the Vatican, and whose architecture was clearly inspired by antiquity work. It included an oversized, multiple-floor Roman villa, fountains, a private park, and even a smaller replica of the Greek Parthenon. Clearly, whoever lived there had a huge god complex. Why the obsession with marble columns, though? Why did nobody ever add obelisks for diversity? And strangely, nothing was built around that estate for kilometers, and only one way led to the summit, the hill being surrounded by a fortified fence and security forces. Curious. Ryan had a good idea who inhabited those halls, and so decided to stay as far away from it as possible. Yes, there were a few people against whom Ryan didn't dare to test his immortality against, at least not yet. Especially now that he had a lead on Len after so many years. His hotel was a lot dirtier than the previous one. The owner had traded security cameras for cockroaches in the walls, and Ryan's bed smelled of bliss, that mushroom drug everyone consumed nowadays. Someone even drew a dick graffiti in the shower, alongside a number to call a prostitute. Ryan did the sensible thing. He called out of curiosity. "Yeah," a male voice answered. Ryan glanced at the graffiti, then ended the call without a word, chuckling to himself. Some things never changed. The next morning, like in the previous loop, Ryan did science in his underwear. This time, though, he focused more on reinforcing Fisty to prevent the ice trick that allowed Ghoul to jam it in their last encounter. The courier couldn't have his weapons underperform while beating up an old bone yeller. He also did Dynanet research about sightings of submarines and bathyspheres in the local Gulf, but found nothing. He did learn that the old island of Ischia, the one he had seen while driving on the coast, was a toxic ruin since Mecron bombed Italy back to the Stone Age. Unlike other areas, corporations never bothered to renovate it. The Augusti had to send those crates somewhere, and there must have been a reason why they used genius-made submarines rather than boats. Maybe it was to send supplies to the island. He couldn't prove it, but Ryan had a good feeling about it. A knock on his window interrupted his research, like the sight of a familiar winged heroine. Ryan replayed the same conversation as last time, except on the 3rd floor rather than the 10th. Wyvern seemed a little more nervous than in the last loop, though. Maybe it was the closeness to the mountain estate. Also, Ryan noticed the locals had emptied the street below his bedroom when Wyvern showed up. They didn't seem to like Il Miglior around here. You say the meta will break out Ghoul today, with the complicity of corrupt private security guards. Wyvern frowned. How do you know that? You don't ask a magician to reveal his tricks, Ryan protested. I'm just saying you should probably escort the creepy undead yourself. From what I heard, even if they break him out, he won't run far. The medics said he had more bullets than intact bones in his body. Wyvern marked a short pause, focusing on her earplug. Looks like you were right. The meta are ambushing Ghoul's transport convoy as we speak in broad daylight. Oh, so that's why she left in a hurry before. She clearly hadn't been fast enough last loop. Maybe this time would do the trick. Before you go save the world and save me a mini-boss battle later. Ryan pointed in the direction of the hill and the estate on it. What is the name of this beautiful and not at all suspicious Roman-themed park? Officially, Hillside. Unofficially, Wyvern sighed. Mount Augustus. He even plagiarized Mount Olympus but renamed it after himself. It should have been called Mount Narcissus. "Take care," Wyvern told Ryan after giving him a business card before flying off without a sound. Ryan watched her vanish at high speed, wondering if she would make it this time. Anyway, in spite of that little divergence, he didn't have to worry. He just had to wait for Vulcan's call and everything would be back on track. Since he was close to Augusti territory, no doubt they would contact him again in short order. The call would come any second now. Any second now. Kaboom! The sound of a distant explosion startled Ryan, who opened the window. He noticed a pillar of smoke reaching up to the skies, somewhat in the direction where Wyvern flew. Shit. Vulcan didn't call him all day long. Disturbed, Ryan went to the Bakuto casino anyway at night, but the guards refused to let him in when he arrived in costume. Unlike last time, they gently told him to fuck off after noticing his A-bomb, as if it was a crime to carry a thermonuclear device nowadays. So Ryan returned but unmasked and in civilian clothes. He even put on a classy red tie. This time he managed to slip in, the guards mistaking him for a normal client. "Hey, friendly nameless extra," Ryan asked a card croupier, playing blackjack with a well-dressed group of professional gamblers straight out of Casino Royale. "I am looking for Zanbato. Have you seen him?" Zanbato. The croupier frowned. "No, he's not here tonight." "My plumber friend Luigi, then," the dealer shrugged his shoulders. "No, I don't think so. What is it about? I can give them a message if I see them." Damn it. Still, Ryan approached the dealer's ear and whispered into it. "The orange is in the hen house." "The orange is in the hen house?" It's a code they will understand. Their lives depend on it, so don't screw up. The dealer nodded seriously, promising to deliver the message, but still goddammit. Clearly things had gone off the rails somewhere, but what caused it? Shooting Ghoul? The hotel switch, warning Wyvern about Ghoul's escape. Whatever it was, it made him fall off the Augusti's radar or changed their priorities just when he finally found a lead on Len. Ryan stayed at the casino just in case, playing for hours. Knowing the results of every game, he accumulated quite a nice sum at the roulette and Coliseum bets, although he was very careful never to overplay his hand. Having entire lifetimes' worth of cheating experience, the courier had mastered the art of looking like a professional gambler, sacrificing money when needed, discussing overcomplicated probability theories with other players, and faking nerve-wracking tension while waiting for the results. He also played legitimately at poker and blackjack, not even using his time stop to look at his rival's hands. In the end, the main defense against anti-seer methods was banality. Seers were rare and usually obvious, always trying to win it big, while skilled gamblers and talented amateurs were legion. Ryan just had to convince guards he belonged to the latter group, winning high but believable amounts, and it did the work. Ryan usually enjoyed these tricks, but his heart wasn't in it. Instead, he kept asking himself questions. Should he go to the supply run at the harbor even without being invited? It could get him right back on the Augusti path, but Ryan wasn't sure if it would even happen now. Also, who killed him in the last loop? The Meta were the obvious suspect, but it could also be an unrelated hit. Since the courier took a job for the Augusti after denying Wyvern, Dynames could have simply ordered him dead. No, the easiest solution was to reload and deviate after receiving the Augusti mission, but Ryan needed to die first. Car crash? Too common already. Traffic had killed him almost as often as enemy genomes, bullet to the head. The last time Ryan tried, he woke up 6 months later, the medics congratulating themselves on their miraculous surgery. Train tracks. Unoriginal, everybody did that nowadays. Roman suicide. Thematic and classy, but he would have to find a sword or hemlock. Nice play. Ryan glanced at the left of his table, noticing that a stunning woman had taken a seat right next to him. She was an elegant lady with long black hair, a crimson gown, and a beauty spot on the right cheek. She played with a glass full of alcohol, clearly trying to get Ryan's attention. "This is the first time I've seen you around here." It was strange how everybody wanted to be Ryan's friend when he started making money. Was it his magnetic personality? "Sorry, I'm thinking about something else." What could be more important than accumulating a big pile of money? she asked, flirtatiously playing with her glass. I'm trying to find a suicide method that hasn't been done before, something original and over the top. The question took her aback, but the woman did consider it. Jumping into MT Vesuvius, she proposed. Ryan could have sworn he already experienced a similar conversation in a previous loop. Already done, though with Etna rather than Vesuvius. I didn't know, she replied, sipping her cocktail. Do you want to commit suicide, or is this just theoretical? Already bored with the conversation and failing to find a suicide method he hadn't already tried, Ryan raised his hand at a waiter. Can I have an electric fan? A fan, sir? The waiter asked, confused. Ryan answered by giving him a €300 tip. 1 minute later, he had his fan. While he took most of his winnings for himself, the genome piled up thousands of euros banknotes in front of the fan, aiming for the center of the casino. The woman at his side probably guessed what crossed his mind, if the flash of recognition in her eyes was of any indication. Ryan switched on the fan, which sent euro bills flying all over the casino. To the fastest, he shouted as loud as he could, a flash of greed in everyone's eyes. When the genome exited the Bakuto, all the locals were fighting over the bills, the woman included. Even the bouncers and the staff tried to grab a fistful. Ignoring the chaos he started, Ryan glanced at Wyvern's business card and the Dynamis logo on its back. Should he check them out, MMM? No. Len was his priority, his only priority. He was tired of these long years of loneliness, and he wanted to find her at all costs. The Augusti had provided him hints already. Ryan knew people used her genius technology, and that people traded such devices in Rust Town. If the Augusti path was closed to him for this loop, then he should try to figure out where they could have obtained the bathyspheres. If there was a black market for genius goods, he should check it out. He could always kill himself afterward. Chapter 7. Rust Town. When the locals said that Rust Town was walled off, they weren't kidding. As he drove as north as possible, Ryan began to see the fortifications separating the district from the rest of New Rome. They weren't so much walls as a mix of tall steel cylinders, wired fences, mounted cameras, and surveillance systems. Trained genomes occupying watchtowers pushed back clouds of pollution away from the touristic areas and into Rust Town with wind manipulation, so rich people wouldn't breathe the same air as the lower classes. Since they all seemed to produce currents of air, Ryan assumed they used the knockoff elixir marketed as Tempest that gave its user minor aerokinesis. As he drove around the fortress in search of an entrance point, the genome put on Dynami's radio, listening to the news. We received confirmation that the explosion in Little Maghreb yesterday was the result of a short duel between our beloved protector Wyvern and the criminal genome known as Vulcan. Ryan immediately raised the volume. Vulcan, formerly known as Urban Guerrilla, briefly served as Wyvern's sidekick before joining the criminal syndicate known as the Augusti. Reports indicate Vulcan was forced to flee after causing great collateral. Oh, so that was why Vulcan didn't contact him this time. Little Maghreb was probably close to the Augusti's hideout, and he, or she. Ryan didn't remember, decided to ambush Wyvern when the opportunity presented itself. They probably took heavy wounds and Ryan fell off their radar afterward. Would the courier have to change hotels again? No, better to stay in the first hotel until Wyvern contacted him, and then switch places to avoid the assassination attempt that ended the last loop. The psycho-cryokinetic known as Ghoul attempted to escape containment by the private security early yesterday, but was quickly recaptured by Il Miglier. The radio continued. Enrique Manada, manager of the superhero team, stated that as long as Dynamis remains strong, warlords and madmen will never gain a foothold in New Rome. At least warning Wyvern did make a difference. She probably relayed his tip about the private security being compromised to her team, who intervened in time. Then again, it must have been hard for Ghoul to run away without his legs. Ryan eventually reached a border checkpoint guarded by 3 private security guards. All of them carried riot gear and laser rifles. Their chief made Ryan a sign to stop, and the genome did his best to look innocent. It was pretty hard with the mask and full quick-save attire, but it was the attitude that counted. "Halt," the guard said. "No entry without proper authorization or work permit." "I'm just visiting," Ryan said. "I heard they have a zoo." "It is a zoo," the guard grumbled. "Look, citizen, this is the frontier of civilization. Beyond is the untamed urban wilderness, and we're the only people standing between New Rome and the hordes of barbarians who would tear it down. Well, when I see you, I do fear for civilization." "You should," the man replied, missing the obvious sarcasm. "So if you want to pass with proper authorization, you will have to contribute to our community's mutual defense." "Sure," Ryan replied. "You aren't going to check my car for drugs, weapons, or anything dubious? I swear I'm clean as the day I was born." "Depends on how much you contribute to the community." No wonder that the Augusti and Meta could get in and out so easily. Since the guards weren't even trying to hide their corruption, they probably had very few surprise inspections. The second he passed the checkpoint, Ryan understood why they called it Rust Town. First and foremost, the air quality dropped drastically, even worse than the harbor. The smell of rust and chemicals was so pervasive, the courier wondered if someone dumped toxic waste out in the open. Ryan had to raise his car's windows and activate his mask's air filter just to make it bearable. Almost every house and three-floor apartment buildings had fallen into a state of disrepair. Windows were broken, cinder block walls were covered in graffiti, some even crumbling. The neighborhood was positively claustrophobic, narrow streets forming a labyrinth of alleys almost too small for his car to move in, fire escapes casting them in shadow in spite of the daylight. Streetlights didn't work well, and a thick layer of smog colored the world in sickly yellow. Every piece of metal seemed to rust, probably due to the pollution. Even Ryan, who had seen it all, felt appalled by the locals' living conditions. Squatters had overtaken everything. Dealers openly peddled bliss to homeless people, and the locals avoided Ryan's gaze when he looked at them. They all wore scarves, face masks, or other protections against the gas, even the children. At one point, the driver drove past a corpse, left to rot in muddy waters due to an overflowing sewer entrance. A pack of wild dogs waited nearby next to a pile of trash, perhaps waiting for Ryan to leave to feed. Ryan had made jokes about everything, but he couldn't muster the energy for humor today. Seeing a dealer who didn't avert his gaze, he lowered his window to ask where he could find genius-made tech. The local gave the directions for a place called Paulie's Shop, although not before trying to sell Ryan a gram of bliss for an outrageous sum. It appeared prices had gone up since the Meta started hitting the local dealers' suppliers. Ryan didn't have any trouble finding Paulie's Shop, mainly because he had garish neon lights on his establishment sign, although the man could have chosen a wider, dead-end alley for his establishment. The genome parked his car in front of the door, grabbed his coil gun just in case, and then walked in. "Here's Johnny," Ryan shouted, opening the door without knocking. The shop could be more aptly described as a disorganized garage, with shelves made of accumulated junk. It was a true and poorly ventilated wilderness of tools. Scavenged car parts hung from the ceiling, and bulbs provided as little light as possible. The man behind the counter was a scrawny, balding little man in his 40s, half French, half British. Ryan could identify these strange creatures on sight. In response to his unforgettable entrance, the shopkeeper had immediately raised a rocket launcher at his client. Probably scavenged genius tech from the design. "You," a flash of recognition flashed in Paulie's eyes behind his goggles. "It's you." "Yes, me." Ryan was so happy. He had become so famous, people recognized him on sight. "Are you one of my fans? I knew I had a few." "A fan." The shopkeeper almost choked, aiming the weapon at Quicksave's face. "You maniac, you destroyed my old workshop in Otranto." "I did that?" Ryan asked, confused. "When?" 2 years ago, you crashed a plane on it, and then you gave me a letter," Paulie snarled. "You had been hired to deliver my mail, and you said you wanted to make an unforgettable entrance." Well, it did sound like something he would do. Ryan observed the man with attention, and he seemed vaguely familiar. "But, nope, nothing." "Maybe," Quicksave shrugged his shoulders. "You don't remember?" Paulie asked, astonished. Well, you clearly took it more personally than I ever did. When he realized the poor man may have been forced to live in this dump because of him, Ryan instantly regretted his joke. Sorry, maybe I can pay you back for the bother. The shopkeeper ground his teeth in rage. Apparently, he didn't want Ryan's money. Get the hell out of my shop before I pull the trigger. You know I can stop time, right? It's a facehugger missile, the man replied. Once it's locked, the nano-missile keeps pursuing the target until it's dead. What a way to start a business relationship. Normally, the courier would have taken the hint and left the shopkeeper alone, but he had a mission to fulfill. His coil gun lowered in one hand, Ryan searched in his coat, ignoring Polly's weapon. He brought out the plushie. At the sight of this white, beautiful rabbit plushie, Polly's face lost all colors. You know what this is, Ryan said, wagging his ultimate weapon at the shopkeeper. If you don't lower your weapon, I'm going to press the on button. We're in an enclosed space and you can't control it. Neither can you? Ryan raised his thumb, preparing to activate the switch on his WMD's back. I'll do it. Don't do it, Polly threatened to pull his weapon's trigger. Ima, do it. The pressure in the room grew, Polly shaking until his nerves gave away. Fuck, he said, dropping his weapon on the counter. How could you do that to a plushie, the most adorable thing, and you turned it into... It sounded like a good idea at the time, Quicksave argued, putting the plushie back in his coat for everyone's safety. I'm looking for homemade genius tech. I can't help, Polly laughed, happy to be as useless to Ryan as possible. You couldn't have picked a worse moment. The junkyard is closed, nobody sells anything. I'm not looking to buy, Ryan replied, glancing at the establishment with disappointment. Even the weapon Polly wielded was shoddy and ready to crumble after firing a shot. I'm looking for a very specific technology. Bathyspheres used to make supply runs in the water. Crimson paint, steampunk influence? Like Lens Tech. Polly jumped back, startled, as Ryan closed the gap between the counter and himself in the blink of an eye. Polly, the genome all but purred. Do you want to be my friend? No, the shopkeeper replied bluntly. Then tell me everything. The shopkeeper let out a sigh of disgust. Black hair, blue eyes, a bit crazy? It's called Marxism-Leninism, but yes, Ryan replied, more and more excited. That's the same girl, then. She arrived in Rust Town 6 months ago, calling herself the Underdiver. Ryan never heard of that nickname. To his disappointment, Quicksave and the Underdiver didn't sound well as a comedic duo. Maybe Q and U, the Undersavers. Just one of the geniuses trying to do business without Dynamis or Augustus recruiting them, see what I mean? There used to be a big black market here for genomes like her, who don't have enough resources to be self-sufficient, but wanted to remain independent from big groups. Ryan nodded, silent, and entirely focused on the shopkeeper. The rapturous attention seemed to disturb Polly, but it only encouraged him to speak faster. Anyway, she had managed to make herself an armor from scavenged stuff. It looked like an old-world JIM diving suit. She kept asking me for parts to maintain it, so we met often. Did it have a minigun? Ryan asked. Polly made a strange face. How do you know that? Because he knew her perfectly. Please continue. Anyway, she sold some of her inventions to the Augusti to make ends meet. You must know that she was very passionate. Ryan nodded knowingly. She ended up attacking a chemical plant owned by Dynamis to protest about the working conditions there. That was Len all right. Always with that strange, almost cute sense of justice, obsessive desire to protect the weak and hatred of private ownership. And then, what happened? What happened? Guess what happened? The private security attacked her workshop and caught her. I heard rumors that the Augusti broke her out, but nothing from her afterward. She vanished. This confirmed that the Augusti were likely the one true path to Len and should be favored, although the fact the private security captured her means they probably had a file on her. Still, that was more information he had learned since forever. Ryan was in a good mood. An exceptional mood. For this information, Polly, he decided on a whim, I shall grant you a wish. Grant me a wish, the shopkeeper frowned in disdain. You think you're Robin Williams, finally, a man of culture in this dissolute city? Of course not, I can only grant one wish, not 3. Paulie prepared to blow him off before marking a short pause. A thought crossed his mind. You aren't kidding. You are serious? Whatever it is, I'll fulfill it. No matter how many tries, Quicksave always honored his word. What do I have to lose? Nobody else will do anything about it. Paulie put his hands on the counter, joining his fingers. You know a psycho gang moved into Rust Town recently? The Meta Gang? You want me to Tarantino them? He nodded in confirmation. They've taken over the junkyard where most exchanges take place a few days ago, and then things got worse. They get worse every day. The genomes, they kill them and drain their blood. The normies, they abduct straight off the street. I don't know what the psychos do with them, but you don't see them again. Paulie clenched his teeth. Even kids have gone missing. A chill went down Ryan's spine and his heart hardened. As he had told Zambato, kids were sacred for him, especially since he got along with them better than adults, and he had had a crappy childhood himself. Does the private security know? They know, they just don't care. Private security only protects key infrastructure like the power plant or the water treatment station, which I have to admit, they do zealously. The rest are just frontier guards who couldn't care less about what happens within the walls. Paulie sneered in disgust. They don't give a shit if a few homeless, junkies, and lowlifes go missing. The psychos are doing them a favor, cleaning out their glitzy city's trash. What about Wyvern and Il Miglier? Wyvern gets in a fight with a lone Meta sometimes, Paulie admitted, but she's the only one who cares. And she can't be everywhere. Until the Meta kill too many workers, assault tourists, or steal an elixir shipment, Dynamies won't lift a damn finger. Wait, Ryan interrupted him. The Meta have been here for days, and they haven't attacked Dynamies' elixir shipments or genomes. Paulie shook his head. That's odd, the genome pointed out. Psychos don't act like that. They usually make a mess of themselves trying to get knockoff elixirs to feed their addiction. Things escalate with locals, and then they go on a rampage. It's always the same pattern. He should know, he had lived with one. And yet these psychos were awfully restrained by their kind standards. Come to think of it, from what he had heard, the Meta hadn't attacked Dynamies' infrastructures at all. They only tried to drive the Augusti out of Rust Town. The reason was easy to guess. Dynamies couldn't care less about the area unless its buildings or agents were attacked. If ignored, they wouldn't lift a finger. Ryan had thought the Metagang had come to New Rome to fuel its addiction, but clearly, something else was at work. Unfortunately for Paulie, Len was Ryan's only priority for now, but he would honor his word no matter what it took. I will fulfill your wish in my perfect run, the genome promised, I swear. Your perfect run, you're jogging. It's the perfect ending, Ryan explained. It was a concept he had developed over his endless wandering. If he gathered every piece of information possible about a given place and inhabitants through his loops, then he could create the optimal situation. He would then dedicate his last loop to creating the perfect chain of events, which guaranteed the best outcome by his standards. Then, and only then, would Ryan create a new save point and move on. After learning where to go to reach the junkyard from its occupant, Ryan left Paulie's shop through the door and prepared to drive straight into the Meta's nest. But then a bug landed on his Plymouth, flattening it. Ryan froze, as an enormous, 3 meters tall monster crashed on his car, crushing the roof, destroying the window, and shattering the engine. The creature looked like a twisted fusion between a human and a mosquito, a monstrous insect with a black exoskeleton and crimson flesh beneath. Its eyes set on Quicksave with hunger, his claws raised. I knew, the mosquito rasped, his voice closer to an insect's buzzing than a man's words. I smelled a rat's sneaking eye. My car, Ryan screamed in horror, his sudden wail startling the psycho. The courier immediately stopped time, rushing to his Plymouth Fury and checking on its health. Could he save it? Could he save it? No, the damage was too extensive. Ryan was overwhelmed with fury and quickly considered going on a Kill Bill rampage, first against the mosquito, then every psycho he could find. He would show them the terror of hell unending. A curse straight out of Tartarus? But Ryan couldn't bear to live without his beloved Plymouth. With a depressed sigh, the courier grabbed a small metal sphere from his coat and let time resume. You see this? He raised the sphere at the psycho. You see this? What is this, a ball? Now look at my car, which you destroyed, then back to the ball. It's an A-bomb. Click. Now catch. Ryan tossed the bomb at the mosquito, who caught it with his hand due to sharp reflexes. The psycho looked at the weapon, then back at Ryan, confused and horrified. Nobody touches my car, Quicksave said. Nobody. As Rust Town exploded in a burst of nuclear fire, vaporizing the two superhumans with a flash of searing light, Ryan felt happy. Finally, a new method he had never tried before. Chapter 8. Past Fragment. Len, 2016, Venezia, Italy. They once called it the City of Canals. They said it was the most beautiful city in the world, with tourists coming all the way from China to visit it. That was before the wars. More than a decade after, Venezia had become an open grave, a poisonous marsh whose canals overflowed with toxic plants and dark mud. Some islands had sunk, their supports destroyed by Mecron's drone bombardments. Most houses had fallen into disrepair, invaded by worms and insects, their rooms full of old human bones. Meanwhile, the city's outskirts had been taken over by raiders, who used boats to attack coastal communities. At least they did until yesterday, until Ryan's group arrived. It wasn't the teens' choice, though. Len's dad basically dragged them there from the city of Rubano when he heard the local raiders had genomes among their number. That maniac could never resist the lure of easy targets, leaving the rest of them to salvage stuff while he went hunting. The wiser bandits had fled without looking back. The others had perished, their exsanguinated corpses tossed into the waters. Genomes and normies both. Nobody could defeat Len's dad. Nobody. Except maybe Augustus or Leo Hargraves, but so far they hadn't met. His face covered by a scarf to protect him from the foul air, Ryan chased away these dark thoughts and glanced at the stone house in front of him. Dusty, half-rotten books were piled up in its courtyard, forming a strange staircase to climb above the walls nearby. "Riri," Len called him from within. "Come, I found a treasure." Curious, the 16-year-old teenager stepped inside the house while whistling. As expected, it was some kind of library, albeit one unlike anything Ryan had ever seen. Piled-up books formed a true labyrinth of walls and twisting turns, to the point they could probably crush him dead if they ever collapsed. Unlike other areas of the city, vegetation hadn't taken over, and marauders had clearly ignored the building. Nobody respected culture nowadays. He found Len on a boat. Literally. The owners had moved a gondola inside the library before filling it with books. His best friend lay on her back atop a pile, reading something. "Hey, shorty." A tomboyish girl his age, Len was a tiny bit smaller than Ryan and disliked being called out on it, so of course he teased her mercilessly. "You're reading Gulliver's Travels? I'm not short, I'm growing." Len complained, interrupting her lecture to glare at him with her beautiful blue eyes. Ryan often thought he could see the sea she loved so much in them. Her skin was pale, her raven hair reaching her shoulders. Truly a modern Snow White, although she dressed in brown travel clothes rather than noble gowns. "Now come over here before I throw a dictionary at your face." Ryan lay next to his best friend, their shoulders touching, and peeked at the cover. While ancient and yellowed by age, the book seemed relatively well-preserved. Vingt mille lus sous les mers, écrit par Jules Verne. 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, written by Jules Verne, French edition, Len translated, her eyes all but shining. She already had 2 copies of that book, but none in the original language. "You can't imagine how long I've been looking for it. The translations are terrible." "I thought you couldn't read French, mais non," Ryan mocked her, Len pinching his arm in response. "Ouch. You deserve it, Riri." She replied, "Et j'apprends le français, merci bien beaucoup." "Le français," Ryan corrected her. "And you can remove the bien." She sighed. "Just take a book and shut up. I think they have How to Win Friends and Influence People, which you really need to read." "I like reading, but not as much as eating," Ryan said. Len had filled her supply bag to the brim with books and nothing else. "Unless you want to make me eat your communist manifesto? If you do that, I will eat you, Riri, with a fork." She waved a hand at the library. This place wouldn't have become a toxic dump had the communist revolution happened. Maybe it would have been a gulag instead, Ryan replied, delighting at teasing her beliefs. People messed it up, but the concept is right, Len protested, closing her book and putting it on her chest. Is it wrong to think everyone should be equal? No, just naive. It could still happen, Len insisted with cheerful optimism. Everything has been rebooted back to zero. The world has changed. Yes, but not human nature. You're too cynical for your own good, Riri. She closed her book and put it in her travel bag behind the gondola. When do you think Dad will come back? Once he ran out of victims. I don't know. She looked at him in silence, their eyes locking. They rarely had moments of privacy where they could breathe without her father looking. Ryan looked at eyes, then at her lips. Do it, do it, do it. But he chickened out, her face unreadable. Len let out a sigh. Ryan wasn't sure if it was out of relief or disappointment. Can you help me remove the books from that boat? She asked. We could make it a bed. You want to sleep there. Ryan balked at it. The wood was so damaged it could crumble any time. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I always wanted to have my own ship. Do you know more than 80% of the ocean is unmapped? You want to sleep in the gondola or put it to use? We could find one, she said, daydreaming. A real ship, or make one, sail away like the explorers of old. With or without your dad? Ryan asked the hard question. Len didn't respond, which was an answer in itself. Without a word, she rose back on her feet and started removing the books with Ryan's help. Once they were done, Len examined the boat's bottom, her eyebrows narrowing. She said, thoughtful. Could it be? What? That type of gondola, Len said. Do you know what it is? Sorry, I'm not a ship geek like you. Instead of answering, Len knocked at a spot at the gondola's back end. You heard that? Nothing. Exactly, Len said triumphantly. This type of boat often has a hidden compartment. They carried messages, money, or even drugs. You would think marauders already found it, Ryan pointed out. It's not common knowledge, and you must know where to look to find it. All ship geeks know that. She could be so smug sometimes. Also, it's a library. Yeah, Ryan doubted many locals had visited the library, and considering the dust raised when they removed the book, nobody had touched the gondola in years. Pillagers must have examined the checkout and other obvious spots without looking too much into it. Remove that wooden plank, Len pointed at a spot. It's old, it shouldn't be hard. Hey, why me? Ryan complained. It's called work division, she replied with a bright smile. I think you work. If it's work, that means I'm getting paid. I will let you sleep in the gondola, Len winked at him. The things he did for her. In the end, as Len said, the wood was so damaged by time and termites, Ryan had no problem removing the planks with his bare hands. And as she thought, the boat did have a compartment with one hell of a treasure within, a hexagonal metal box with a helix-shaped lock. The two teens could only hold their breath at this finding. No way, Len's eyes widened in shock. Is that what I think it is? I believe so. One of the mythical wonder boxes, sent by the alchemist to the first genomes. The devices which started the last Easter tragedy and the genome wars that followed. Ryan had no problem removing the lock, having spent years breaking into deserted homes to find supplies. The metal box opened, revealing a well-preserved letter and 3 syringes full of swirling liquid. 1 blue, 1 violet, and 1 red. Each bore a swirling, multicolored helix symbol. Elixirs. Ryan opened the letter, Len peeking at the content over his shoulder. The paper was handwritten. Congratulations, Mr. Rossi. You have been selected to participate in a grand sociogenetic experiment of my design. You do not know me, but I know you, Mr. Rossi. I believe that you are a fine specimen of the Homo sapiens species, possessing the necessary skills, intelligence, and genes to lead humanity into the next phase of its biological evolution. I grant you a miracle. This box contains 3 elixirs, selected at random among a selection of over 10 million distributed around the globe. You must have heard about them on the news. Yes, these serums grant a host of health benefits, including a unique power based on the color composition. Green, life. Blue, information, violet, spacetime. Red, energy, orange, matter. Yellow, abstract. White, metapower. You are free to do as you wish with these elixirs. They are ready for immediate use and testing in the field. I would advise not to drink more than one, but the data gathered should be interesting nonetheless. Now, I must inform you that you are far from the only person to have received this gift. When you open your eyes next morning, the world you lived in will have ended. Instead, you will wake up in a world where mankind's potential is no longer constrained by the petty rules of reality. A world where everything is possible. I have no idea how this divine experiment will turn out, but I can't wait to see the results. Thank you for advancing the cause of science. Best of luck, the alchemist. He never opened the box, Len said with sorrow. Maybe he died before he could, Ryan replied. He probably hid the box before the bioweapons hit. You think the blue one can make you a genius? Maybe, Ryan replied. Geniuses were a slang for genomes, usually blue ones, with the ability to create advanced technology way ahead of their time. Mecron, the man who came closest to taking over the world, had been the most famous one. His self-replicating robot army had swept Eurasia until some countries pushed their big red button before they could fall next. Nobody remembered who had fired the first shot, but Mecron responded to the A-bombs with drone bombardments and bioweapons. Central Eurasia had become a nuclear wasteland, Southern Europe, a mass grave. At least this city wasn't irradiated, unlike Turin. Which one do you want to take? Ryan asked his friend. Len paled. We can't drink this, she hissed. Dad will know, he can sense it in the blood. Yeah, perhaps, but that may be our only chance to get away from him. I'm not abandoning Dad, Len replied with a glare. He's going to get better, I know that. Fuck no, he isn't. If anything, he was steadily getting worse. Now that Dynamis and Augustus had put a bounty on his head, he had to fend off hunters semi-regularly. Before he was just crazy and violent, but now he's violent and paranoid. He's never going to heal, and I think deep down, you know I'm right. Len bit her lower lip, as she always did when stressed and sad. He's still my dad, she said, with a hint of resignation in the voice. He will want them all. He doesn't have to know, Ryan argued. Your father will get us all killed. Len, a shrilling voice echoed from outside. Len. Where are you? Speaking of the devil. Quickly, without thinking, Ryan grabbed an elixir in each hand and hid them in his back pockets alongside the letter. Realizing his intent, Len almost seized the last potion, but hesitated for too long. Ryan had the time to hide the blue and the violet elixirs when Len's dad crawled into the room. Len's dad was no longer a man. Not since he drank one elixir too many and underwent a mutation. His flesh, organs, and skin were all gone, leaving only a shapeless mass of blood covering the bones. He had become a faceless crimson puppet, his body constantly fluctuating. He even moved like a stringless doll, his arms flailing like whips. He left nothing behind, no bloody footprint. Both teens tensed, unconsciously moving closer to the other. Ah, Cesare, the psycho said upon seeing Ryan. Good to see you're taking care of your sister. His name wasn't Cesare and they weren't related, but Ryan knew better than to say that out loud. Len's dad was sick. Very, very sick, especially in the head. Sometimes he was Len's dad, kind, friendly Freddy, who liked to play board games and watch old movies. But sometimes he was just Bloodstream. And when the psycho noticed the wonder box and the red elixir, his body instantly solidified, his fingers turning into sharp claws. His lingering humanity vanished, overcome by an addiction stronger than anything else. Like a feral beast pouncing on a mouse, Bloodstream rushed at the box, brutally pushing Len out of the way. Her back hit a book wall, some of them falling behind. Len. Ryan screamed, immediately rushing to her side. Bloodstream ignored him, grabbing the red elixir and smashing the syringe. He didn't bother to inject anything, his body absorbing the content with greedy hunger. His blood fluctuated like a raging sea before stabilizing. Thankfully, Len was more stunned than harmed. However, her father frantically searched the box for any other elixir before glancing at the teens. Where's the rest? Bloodstream hissed at the two, now outright screaming. Where's the rest? There's nothing else, Ryan protested. Liar. Bloodstream's hand turned into an axe. A son shouldn't lie to his father. Dad, stop, Len screamed. As if shaken out of his drug-fueled episode, Bloodstream immediately calmed himself. His hands returned to their normal shape, and he shook his head in confusion. The elixir would help stabilize his mutations, at least for a while. Len, I'm sorry. Bloodstream put his hands around his skull as if struggling with a brain freeze. Sorry. It's okay, Dad, Len said, looking away with her arms crossed. It's okay. Bloodstream looked at his daughter with concern, his hands moving towards her. However, he backed down when Len flinched at his approach. The psycho remained eerily silent before glancing at Ryan. Cesare? Yes, Dad, Ryan asked, loathing every word. Len feels sad, Bloodstream said. Smile for her. Ryan forced himself, although his lips couldn't reach his eyes. Thankfully, Len's dad couldn't distinguish a false smile from a real one. He put his bloody hand on the teen's hair, less like a son and more like a pet. You're a good boy, Cesare. Bloodstream said, no blood meshing with Ryan's hair. You're a good boy. Len's brother Cesare was long dead. Bloodstream just refused to accept it. Neither teen pointed it out, though. The last time Len's dad had broken out of his delusion, the psycho had almost strangled Ryan. He would have killed him too, had Len not calmed her father. Bloodstream only really listened to his daughter nowadays, sometimes not even her. It was always the same pattern. Their group would settle down for a while, Len's dad would have a violent episode, and either he wiped out the locals or they chased him off. The trio would have to move on, because when people realized that they couldn't kill Bloodstream, they went after Len and Ryan. Rinse and repeat. Ryan had lost count of how many places they had crashed over the last few years. One city at a time, they had eventually wandered all the way from Campania to Venezia. Bloodstream had them constantly on the move, chasing after isolated genomes whose elixir he could drain to satisfy his addiction. Pack your things, kids, Bloodstream said. This place is driving me crazy. We're going to Aqualand. You will like it, Len. You always liked water. Ah, yes, Dad, I do. I hope they have ice creams, Bloodstream said cheerfully before leaving the room. Len looked at Ryan, who didn't think twice. They hugged tightly, and for a second Ryan wondered if he should let her go at all. He still had the elixirs in his pocket. They had to leave. Chapter 9. The Made Men. It was May 8, 2020 for the 5th time, and Ghoul once again had a car accident. As he climbed down from his Plymouth Fury after hitting his favored undead maniac, Ryan took the time to look at his beautiful partner. The car he had rebuilt from the husk he had found in the ruins of Florence, all by himself. Over the years, Ryan had customized it into a marvel of technology that would make most geniuses envious. The courier had drifted for years at the driver's seat, survived countless explosions, rode over so many old people. Ah, the memories. All in all, his Plymouth was the one constant in his life, the thing most important to him after Len. The partner he could never find in any human being since they couldn't remember him from restart to restart. I swear, I won't let anyone hurt you again, Ryan whispered to his car while stroking the hood like a cat. The bad psycho is gone. Are you talking to your car? Renesco asked from behind the bar counter. I'm not the one judging you on your current company, Ryan replied, opening the car's back. Once again, he decided to do something new and interesting for this restart, a method to avenge his car's death upon the Metagang once more. I know this sounds cliché, Ryan told Ghoul, raising the jumper cables while doing his best German accent. But we have ways of making you talk. After delivering a shocked Ghoul to the private security, finishing his delivery, and paying everyone off, the courier thought about his next course of action. Intending to return to the Augusti path, without screwing it up this time, Ryan returned to the first hotel he had booked in the city center instead of the southern district. He met Wyvern, warned her of Ghoul's escape, and received her business card. This time, Vulcan contacted him as normal. He went to the Bacuto, met Zanbato, and received his mission. The day afterward, before he left the hotel, he hid a small remote camera in the room. Ryan had already booked a place somewhere else to avoid the assassination attempt, but he also wanted to catch a glimpse of the killer. This time, Sarin showed up alone at the delivery. It appeared Ghoul remained in custody, and the Meta couldn't spare anyone else as backup. Ryan would have wanted to say it had been a hard, tough fight, that he struggled for his life, and that Sarin proved herself a welcome challenge. Instead, the battle lasted 10 seconds. He punched her in the face in the stop time with Fisty. Gas came out of the psycho's mask, and she crashed on the supertanker like before. She could dish out a lot of damage, but couldn't take it. They hadn't even destroyed the old harbor this time. "I'm bored," Quicksave complained while the Auguste finished putting crates in the bathyspheres. The private security hadn't even shown up. "Good," Zanbato replied calmly. "That means things are running smoothly. I would rather have boring efficiency every day than chaotic excitement." "That's what she said," Ryan replied, drawing a cell phone out of his pocket. It was an old pre-war Samsung he had tinkered with, enhancing its performance to match newer devices. With it, he could observe through his bedroom's camera from afar. The camera didn't notice anything strange. According to the thermal sensors, though, someone had flown close to the window, peeked through, and then left. Considering his room was on the 10th floor, definitively a genome. Now that he thought of it, he had glimpsed a flying hero during his first battle with Ghoul and Sarin. Could it be the same person? "Does anybody know a flying, invisible man or woman around here?" Ryan asked. "Asking for a friend. Anybody with 100K in their account can buy an invisibility elixir at Dynamis," Luigi replied, closing the bathyspheres after putting the last crates inside. He typed on his phone and the submarines vanished beneath the waves, carrying their supplies elsewhere. "For flight, though. The only flyers in town I know of are Wyvern, Geist, Vulcan, Devilry, Wardrobe, Mosquito, and Sarin," Zanbato said. "Among them, only Geist can turn invisible." "Does he spy on people at night by peeping through their window?" Ryan asked. What confused him was that the mysterious visitor didn't enter the room nor leave a bomb behind during this iteration. Did they detect the camera from afar and decided to avoid detection? "No, he's bound to one place outside town and can't leave it at all," the Auguste enforcer replied. "He's a yellow whose powers activated post-mortem, binding him to his grave." "Ah yes, yellow elixirs. The potions granting conceptual powers from astral projection to bad luck." Ryan liked them, mostly because you never knew what to expect with them. Even by genome standards, their abilities were downright bizarre with weird limitations. "Why the question?" Luigi asked, suspicious, Ryan feeling his truth-telling power activate. "Someone like that blew up my bedroom a few days ago," Ryan replied, which was technically true. The power forced him to be honest, but he could phrase his sentence to mislead. "As if that was original." "You certainly make enemies quickly," Luigi noted, frowning. "How do you feel about that?" Ryan prepared to tell a joke, but he felt an alien force take over his mind and change his words. "Nothing particular," he admitted. "It helps fill the void." The Auguste present glanced at him strangely. "The void?" Luigi repeated, confused. "I guess I feel empty, alone, and directionless inside." Ryan shrugged his mind now on autopilot. "Like my brain is a bottomless well I try to fill with dopamine and endorphins, so the more trouble I have, the greater the rush and the happier I am. Truthfully, boredom is my natural state." An awkward silence followed. "But on the bright side, I look fabulous on the outside." Quicksave added to lighten the mood before turning to Luigi, unable not to be truthful. "Can you remove that bullshit filter? It's uncomfortable and it makes me want to kill you." "I have to be sure about something," Luigi said, unsympathetic. "Are you a snitch or a double agent?" "No, I'm on my own side only, and I have no cause at all," Ryan replied, but couldn't stop himself. His voice changed from happy to apathetic on its own. "To be honest, guys, I'm only using you to find my old pal Len because I'm lonely and I don't feel close to anyone else." "Man, you have serious issues," one of the grunt guards said. "You should see a therapist." "I did, but I broke him first." However, this was getting tiresome, and Ryan's wits were at an end. He didn't want to talk about his emotional hang-ups, let alone with strangers who wouldn't remember anything soon. "Now, Luigi," the courier said, tensing like a lynx switching from being playful to threatened. "There is only one place where I don't want anyone inside, and that's my mind. If you continue, my knife will find its way to your back and nobody will save you." There, he wanted the truth, he had it. Thankfully, the privacy invader took the threat seriously. "Sorry for the probing." Luigi apologized, Ryan sensing the effect lifted. I had to be sure you weren't pulling a fast one on us. The courier simply looked at his face without emotion nor a word, making the truth-teller uncomfortable. Damn it, he hated mind readers and their cousins. No respect for privacy. I guess it's time to split up and go on our merry way, Ryan said, turning to Zanbato and eager to gather his thoughts alone. I give you a lift this time? No, Zanbato said. Change of plans, you're going to my place. His place? Shouldn't you take me to dinner first? Ryan mocked. Yes, of course, that's the plan, Zanbato replied, much to the courier's surprise. Do you like pizza? I cook it like no one else. Wait, he was serious? My hotel is... You're going to stay at my place tonight, Zanbato insisted, with the same tone as a big brother scolding his younger sibling. What you need is a friendly, warm environment. But I must catch my secret nemesis. They will wait. Give up, man, Luigi told Ryan, clearly amused. Zan is like cream, sweet, and it sticks to you when you get too close. Is it vanilla ice cream? Ryan asked innocently. I love vanilla. You should try chocolate, Zanbato suggested. It's good for depression. What followed was one of the strangest moments of Ryan's life. Being led at knife point to a dinner party was certainly a first. Well, not literally at knife point, but metaphorically so. Zanbato simply stepped into Ryan's Plymouth and refused to exit until the courier agreed to come home with him. Passive aggressiveness at its finest. In the end, with the mysterious assassin having backed down for now, Ryan couldn't refuse a free meal. Zanbato lived in a modern house north of Mount Augustus. The area was definitely higher income than Little Maghreb nearby. Local houses were large, modern, and built on steep hills overseeing the poorer districts below. Class stratification had never been made clearer. His host's home was a modern, two-floor house with an incredible view of New Rome and an infinity pool built next to the hill's edge. Colored in rich, warm brown and white tones, the place seemed both modest and fashionable. Clearly, mafia work paid well. The garage opened on its own, Ryan parking his car between a Lexus ES and a heavily customized Harley-Davidson Sportster. Zanbato took the opportunity to remove his power armor, showing no apprehension at revealing his face to Ryan. The courier had to admit the Japanese counterfeit was quite handsome, with a perfect jawline, buff muscles, and a 3-day beard. Ryan would peg him somewhere around his mid-30s. Jamie Cutter. Zanbato shook Ryan's hand. No masks inside, though. You want to know my secret identity? Ryan replied, I must warn you, many have gone insane from hearing my true name. Ryan Romano, Jamie chuckled, the courier crossing his arms at his thunder being stolen. To your credit, that's pretty much all I know. My bosses couldn't find much about you. Really? Ryan complained as he removed his mask, hat, and trench coat, tossing them into the car's back. But I'm unforgettable. Not much before you went out in costume and started blowing stuff up, Jamie clarified, opening the garage door and inviting his fellow genome inside his home. The door led to a large living area that could probably fit a 2-room apartment inside, including the kitchen, a sofa with a big plasma screen, and stairs to rooms above. Huge picture windows gave a marvelous sight of the city below, and the deco involved a lot of Asian art. A katana hanging on a wall, a Korean flag on the balcony, a statue of the Buddha next to the TV. 2 people were already present. A dark brown woman drank a soda can near the balcony, while an Asian girl sliced tomatoes behind the kitchen counter. But Ryan didn't pay them much attention. His gaze focused on something else. Namely, the enormous rat on the kitchen counter looking at Ryan with curiosity. The courier waved a hand at it, and the critter raised its tiny forelegs in response. Awa, hi, honey. Jamie kissed the girl in the kitchen on the mouth while she put her knife and dinner aside. Probably his girlfriend. I brought a new guest. Hyun Kaiyung. She nodded politely at Ryan, showing him a friendly smile. As skinny as her boyfriend was muscled, she kept her black hair short, dressed modestly, and wore discreet, yet elegant glasses. Ryan would have considered her pretty if she hadn't suffered from weight loss and sore scars on the skin. The courier immediately identified her as a recovering addict. Waza, Ryan answered. Waza, Kai-Jung replied with the right tone. Ryan gasped in realization, having finally met someone who understood. Wazah! Both shouted at the same time. This startled the rat a bit, who tilted his head to the side. The dark brown-haired woman looked at them as if they had gone utterly mad, while Jamie remained simply puzzled. It's a very obscure reference, Kai-Jung reassured him. You have to know the private joke to understand. To be initiated in this brotherhood is the pinnacle of culture. Ryan said, politely introducing himself to this delicate woman. Ryan Quicksave Romano, I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. You say that to everyone, Jamie pointed out, lovingly putting his arms around his girlfriend, because nobody remembers. Ryan glanced around and realized the kitchen's rat had brought his entire family. 3 of his kindred watched a documentary on the TV, another slept on the balcony, and another leaped on Kai-Jung's shoulder like a Pikachu. They looked extraordinarily clean, though, more pampered pets than pests. I control them, Kai-Jung told Ryan, petting the kitchen rat from behind his ears. Somewhat. I telepathically connect with them, which increases their intelligence. Blue or green? Ryan asked. Green, she replied, meaning her power affected biology rather than mere rodent telepathy. I'm Chitter. She probably thought Ryan would recognize the name, but he didn't. Finally, having enough of the racket, or perhaps curious, the balcony girl decided to join the kitchen and socialize, although Rock Disaster would have been a better name. Ryan had never met someone with more tattoos on their arms and shoulders. She even bore a bird symbol below her right eye, although it was hard to notice due to her stained glasses. The woman dressed like a biker girl, with a white sleeveless shirt, blue pants, black boots, and a cross pendant around her neck. She kept her dark hair in shoulder-long dreadlocks, and unlike Kai-Jung, she clearly exercised a lot. Who is that, Zan? She asked bluntly upon eyeing Ryan. A new hobo you found on the road, Lanka, Jamie chastised her. I prefer the term murder hobo, Ryan replied, his pride wounded. I don't have any home, but I love stealing them. Oh, really? She didn't sound impressed, trading her soda can for a smoke. She offered everyone one, including Ryan, but nobody took her up on it. You don't look like the killer type. My costume is in the garage, Ryan deadpanned, the woman snorting. He beat up Sarin so fast I couldn't see it, Jamie said, making Ryan swoon in pride. Don't push it, Lanka. Ah, new muscle? She played with her cigarette. About time. Can't ride near Rust Town without those psychos ambushing me, and half our normies don't want to sell bliss there anymore. Can we talk business some other night? Kai-Jung asked, clapping her hand to get everyone's attention. The rats gathered in a line on the kitchen counter, as if expecting a cheese delivery. Can you help set the gambling table while we prepare the pizzas? Do you like poker? Jamie asked. Entry fee is 100. I don't like poker, but I like winning, Ryan joked, most smiling in response. Well, everyone except Lanka, who took it as a challenge. Are you a team? Is this a Cosa Nostra reunion? We are all made men and women, yes, and we work together, Jamie said, flinching at the Cosa Nostra comment. We also share this flat for practical purposes. Since a few rooms are available, I wanted to invite you to crash for a few days until our business is done. It won't cost you anything, and you will like it more than a hotel. Zan owns the place, and he can't help but invite strangers in need, Lanka said, like that hobo. You will never let me live that down, will you? Jamie sighed, his girlfriend chuckling. It was only 2 weeks until he found a job. I appreciate the offer to spy on me, but I prefer my privacy, Ryan replied. This is a friendly proposal with no hidden strings. Jamie insisted, and much to the courier's confusion, he sounded genuine. Weird guy. Although I do think you would have much to gain by joining our big family, personally and professionally. I'm just looking for Len, Ryan replied, uninterested. Black hair, blue eyes, underdiver? Underdiver. This time the name seemed familiar to Jamie. I've heard that name somewhere. The power plant incident earlier this year, Kai-Jung said. That was him. Her, Ryan said, much to his host's surprise. Ah, yes, I remember. Jamie nodded. The private security caught her, and Vulcan wanted to break her out for recruitment. I'm not sure if the weapons division followed through with it, however. You don't work for Vulcan? Ryan asked, confused. Our capo is called Mercury, Kai-Young told Ryan. His division oversees gambling and logistics, alongside security work on the side, while Vulcan's group controls the weapon trade. Our bosses cooperate sometimes, but usually every group does their own thing. Gosh, they sounded more like a twisted bureaucracy than a criminal syndicate. Wait, why did Vulcan send me to you rather than recruit me herself? I'm one of the Auguste's primary recruiters, Jamie explained. The capos trust me to evaluate potential new recruits for a first check. If you're here rather than in a trash can, that means you passed. Lanka said, finishing her cigarette and starting a new one. I will introduce you to Vulcan tomorrow, even if you don't want to join, Jamie promised Ryan. That should solve your problem neatly. Until then, you're welcome to live with us. So what do you say? Ryan considered the proposal. Truth be told, a lot of genomes in the same place should discourage the mysterious assassin from bothering him again. And except Lanka, they seemed like nice people in spite of their criminal background. It could be fun. However, Ryan was leery to join communities, since he died often and they always forgot him afterward. Getting to know people only for them to treat you as a stranger afterward was just painful. Only his friendship with Len predated his time manipulation power. The courier could always bolt away when he felt too attached. I say 4 cheese, Ryan replied, the others taking it as a yes. All right, ground rules, no bliss allowed under this roof. No cats or pest control, no cocaine after 10, Jamie said, clearly radiating some kind of dad energy. Everybody cleans up their shit. Tinkering is in the garage. You warn us the day before if you want to host a party. Ryan listened in silence as if he would dutifully follow the rules. Clearly, Jamie didn't know him well yet. Chapter 10. Heroes and Villains. It had been a while since Ryan drove a group in his Plymouth Fury. He often transported 1 or 2 people, especially when on a drunken bender or working as a getaway driver, but rarely a group like this one. Jamie wore his power armor in the back, while Kai-Young dressed with a green hoodie at his side. Her rats had taken over every corner of the car, hiding behind and beneath the seats. Unfortunately, Lanka complained all the way at the front. You cheated, Blabbermouth, she accused Ryan. She would have gone to the meeting with her bike, too, had Jamie not insisted they all travel in the same vehicle for team building. I know you did. Someone is a sore loser here, Ryan replied, having left yesterday's table a few $100 richer. Also Blabbermouth. He'd had way better nicknames, like Lil Granny Destroyer. I counted cards, Lanka said, but you changed them. I'm never wrong about that. So you accuse him of cheating by admitting that you cheated yourself? Jamie asked, unsympathetic. Of course I cheated. Ryan admitted openly, much to Jamie and Kai-Young's surprise. And instead of condemning me, you should learn from it, my young Padawan. Failure is an experience. Then you must be very experienced by now, Lanka shrugged. Clearly, she could give as much as she took. There is nothing more human than cheating. You know who else accused the human race of cheating? Mammoths. They said, hey, these humans, they attack us with bows and spears instead of tusks. It's not fair. Ryan looked at the sore loser. Have you met any mammoths lately, Lanka? Jamie sighed at their bickering. We'll try tabletop games next time. The group parked near Little Maghreb, next to a fortress of stone and steel. The building had been some kind of foundry before the war until Vulcan took it over a few years back. This crimson castle of metal walls, pipes, and reservoirs seemed closer to an old army base to Ryan, though. A lot of grunts patrolled the area, wielding shotguns, grenade launchers, and miniguns. He also noticed a few snipers on the roof, watching every corner of the streets around the foundry. Apparently, it was an open secret that Vulcan's weapon division operated there, but nobody was stupid enough to attack them. Not even the private security and Ilmiglier. New Rome truly lived in a cold warlike era. It was also quite close to the hotel Ryan had used in a previous loop. No wonder Vulcan attacked Wyvern when she moved so close to their headquarters. Also, I want to say I am disappointed in you ladies, Ryan told Lanka and Kai-Young. Only Zanbato and I have costumes. You don't even wear masks. Why would we wear masks when the private security has files on us? Kai-Young asked in confusion, leaving her rats in the car to keep an eye on it. They even know where we live. And there aren't that many advanced armors to go around, Lanka replied, although she had the common sense to supplement her outfit with a belt holster. And what kind of a costume, a cape? Do you know how hard it is not to trip with it? It's not about practicality, it's about looking stylish, Ryan replied, hands on his trench coat. Without a bright and colorful style, what are we, mere animals? Culture is what elevates? Aha, villains. Ryan paused and looked at a strange newcomer. A person climbed down from a bicycle near the car, dressed like Rambo, except without the gun and half the muscles. He had painted his face and dyed his hair white, with black spots for the eyes. It looked ridiculous, truth be told. The rest of the group seemed to recognize him, but instead of attacking, they all looked embarrassed. You have come farther than you should have, but you found your sworn destroyer, the fool declared, trying desperately to look badass, but coming desperately short. Prepare to face the wrath of. Oh God, not this again, Lanka sighed, the rest of the group eerily silent. The panda? The what? Ryan asked, unsure whether to condemn this man's terrible fashion sense or applaud his efforts. At least someone in this city understood the importance of costumes. Is your power only getting laid every 10 years? Pandas are picky, the ridiculous man answered, but something in his tone made Ryan dubious. He didn't even look Chinese. He's a vigilante. Somehow, Lanka made the word sound ridiculous, rolling her eyes while she said it. Clearly, she didn't take him seriously. He can transform into a panda, and, Ryan asked, expecting something else. And that's it. But a very big panda, Kai-Young added with a chuckle as if to soften the blow. Man, some genomes were just unlucky. Has the fear of the panda petrified you, villains? The hero put his hands on his waist, mistaking the awkward silence for fear. Did he seriously come all the way here to pick a fight? Ryan could respect that, although he should work on his introduction. Just ignore him and he will go away. Jamie replied, leaving for the armory without sparing the poor would be hero a glance. Kai-Young followed soon afterward, although she gave a pitiful glance at the poor animal. Even the foundry's guards seemed to joke about the newcomer, not making any effort to intercept him. You will not escape me. Frustrated by this lack of respect, the panda underwent a terrible transformation. Black and white fur grew on his skin, his body gaining mass and muscle. He grew claws and fangs, shedding his pants and jacket like a magnificent butterfly. The man was gone, leaving only the panda. It was a pretty big panda, though, even larger than a polar bear. Yet when he let out a scream, Ryan found it cute, rather than terrifying. With a heavy sigh, Lanka joined her index and middle fingers together to form a gun, and fired an orange sphere of energy with it. The projectile flew towards the panda at an arrow's speed and hit him in the nose. The poor animal instantly fell to the left side, paralyzed. Ryan understood now why they called her sphere. All right, Lanka said, drawing a Beretta 76 from her pocket. I called dibs on his corpse. You're going to kill a panda? Ryan asked, horrified. They're extinct. Yeah, that means we can sell his fur to a collector. She pointed her gun at the poor beast. I'm stopping you right there, Cruella. Ryan moved in the barrel's way, unable to stand animal cruelty. I won't let you kill the last panda. You could get the death penalty for this. He's not a panda, Blabbermouth. He's an idiot. It's like being already dead, except you lost your mind while alive. I can't allow you to anger PETA. You don't know what those guys are capable of. Or what they could do before the wars. Who the hell is PETA, a genome? She asked, confused, before lowering her gun in annoyance. You know he's going to come back and get killed by the guards later, Blabbermouth. The way I see it, it's survival of the fittest. At least I will make it quick. I'll take full responsibility for saving this disciple of style, Ryan replied, his female companion rolling her eyes and putting her gun back in its holster. I believe there is still hope for him, my marauding friend. She raised an eyebrow. How do you know that? That she was an ex-bandit? The snake tattoo on your arm, which you tried to cover up beneath other ones, Ryan replied, having noticed that detail during the poker night. I already met people with it. Very unkind people. I hope you killed them, she replied, the guards letting them inside the foundry's perimeter. I belonged to a real band of savages back in the day. Oh yes, he did. Ryan and Lanka walked towards the metal gates, finding Jamie and Kai-Young discussing with another duo. Or rather, a woman was talking, and everyone else listened with occasional nods. She was obviously a genome. Her skin was deathly pale, unnaturally so, and her long hair bright blue. This mature lady carried herself with an eerie sort of elegance, that of an otherworldly fairy among men. Unlike Ryan's team, she had style aplenty, wearing a black Greek chiton dress as her costume, alongside sandals, a shark-tooth necklace, and skull-shaped earrings. Ryan couldn't explain why, but he had a bad feeling about her. Mostly because Jamie and Kai-young seemed stiff as hell when she spoke, and even Lanka tensed at her sight. The courier also recognized her bodyguard as the woman who tried to flirt with him at the Bakudo, back when he had messed up with the chain of events. Although this time, she had traded her dress for a black uniform and an assault rifle. Since they hadn't met in this restart, she didn't recognize him. The blue-haired woman and her bodyguard passed by Ryan and Lanka on their way to the parking lot before stopping abruptly when she noticed the courier. "You," the blue-haired woman said, her voice deep like someone used to being obeyed. "Moi," Ryan pointed a finger at himself. "How old are you?" She asked, her sharp gray eyes examining him closely. Somehow it felt like locking eyes with a hungry crocodile peeking out of the water. What a question. Ryan made a mock bow. "I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone." "No one is immortal," she responded, vaguely amused. "I hope to reach your age one day, though." Then she stopped paying him any mind and walked away with her escort. "Shit," Lanka whispered. "That's not good." "Who is she?" Ryan asked, curious. "Pluto, Augustus' sister and underboss," Jamie said upon regrouping, clearly worried. "When he sends her, heads fall." "Isn't Pluto a guy in Roman mythology?" Ryan asked. "I support gender equality, but wouldn't Plutonia have been more appropriate?" "I believe they had a theme naming thing in the family," Lanka replied, relaxing once the underboss was out of sight. The third member of the sibling trio, Neptune, serves as Augustus' consigliere. At least they tried to respect the spirit of the names. Ryan appreciated the cultural reference. "What's her power exactly?" "If she wants you to die," Jamie said, his eyes darkening. "You die." "As in what? She vaporizes you with lightning." "No, you just die," Jamie interrupted Ryan, a hint of fear and wariness in his voice. Perhaps he worried, rightfully, that Quicksave would try to put this power to the test. "There is no warning, no protection, no counter. If she wants you dead, you die." "The end. Since we still have enemies alive, her power must have limits," Kai-young said. "But we don't know them." This only made Ryan even more interested. He would check it one loop. Lanka, however, wanted more information. "Why was she here?" she asked Jamie. "5 of our made men have died under mysterious circumstances lately," Kai-young replied instead. "The metatrash." Jamie shook his head. "No, they would have loudly claimed these murders, and they aren't their style. Poison powerful enough to affect genomes, explosives, drowning, and suffocation. The boss believes this is a new vigilante. Pluto and the Killer 7 hit squad will take care of this, and if they ask for anything, we are to assist them with the task." "Explosives," he said. "My invisible nemesis struck again," Ryan said, happy to have solved the mystery. "Yeah, I thought the same," Jamie said. "But unless the one responsible knocks at our door itching for a fight, we're leaving the higher-ups to deal with this. Once the hit squad is after someone, it's only a matter of time before the matter is solved." Ryan guessed it would be rude to say murdered. "All right, a few rules about how to address Vulcan," Jamie told Ryan as they stood before the metal gates. "Don't make jokes about her height, and for the love of God, don't mention Wyvern unless she mentions her first." Ryan nodded dutifully, the doors opening to let them walk inside. Jamie led them on to a guided tour of the foundry, although it quickly became clear the name didn't fully illustrate the truth. The building housed a whole weapon production operation, from the metal processing to the assembly line. The group walked through searing hot rooms full of furnaces and automated assembly lines. They produced guns, bullets, and rockets. Some of the guards even wore variants of Jamie's own armor, albeit bulkier and far more intimidating. Eventually, they reached Vulcan's workshop. It was the quintessential genius's lair, full of bulky devices, glass bulbs providing light, and strange contraptions centuries ahead of modern times. It also had a big robot on standby. Scratch that, it turned out to be an enormous set of power armor, albeit nearly 5 meters tall and with the wideness to match. While humanoid, the suit was so bulky it might as well be called a tank with legs. However, considering the number of miniature turbo reactors and the multi-joint design of the limbs, Ryan guessed the machine could move surprisingly fast in the field. And of course, it had enough weapons to rival a battleship, including a massive rocket launcher on the right arm, cannons, and even beam weaponry. The courier also noticed multiple eye-shaped cameras dispatched all over the machine, perhaps to allow the user to see in all directions. Finally, the machine was plated with gold, probably to show off as much as possible. The builder was waiting for them, drawing plans on a large table. Much like Pluto, in spite of her codename, Vulcan turned out to be a girl. And to Ryan's surprise, she seemed a little bit younger than him, biologically. 18, 19. In any case, she was petite, barely 1.60 meters tall, with olive skin, sharp black eyes, and dark hair bound into a bun by a pencil of all things. She dressed rather casually for her station, a mere black shirt, dirtied pants, and unlaced shoes. But when she looked at him, Ryan could see the fierceness in her gaze. "I expected someone taller," Ryan told her innocently. "Like Wyvern." The room grew incredibly tense. Everyone looked at him as if he were insane, except Vulcan, who gave him a murderous glare. Ryan looked away at the giant mech, whistling. "We'll see who is taller when I blow off your legs, jackass," the capo said with a face that reminded Ryan of Len. She must have had the same height complex, because right now you just stepped on a landmine. "Here comes Napoleon. Quick save, please, a little respect," Jamie coughed, he and the rest of the team nodding at Vulcan. "I'm sorry, Chief, he doesn't know what he says." "Oh no, he does." Vulcan replied angrily, glaring at Ryan. "The bitch is my personal N-word. When someone speaks it, they suffer." "Do you have any survival instinct?" Lanka hissed at Ryan. "Of course not, I'm immortal. Survival instincts are for people who can die." The courier glanced at the giant armor, noticing the enormous reactor on the machine's back. "Is that a miniaturized fusion reactor?" Vulcan's face betrayed some surprise, although she remained clearly furious with him. "I'm surprised you could tell." "I worked on one once, albeit nothing this advanced," Ryan replied, examining the rest of the suit. "And plasma beams for a fence, too? Clever. Maybe I should give you a live demonstration." As Vulcan spoke these words, the suit moved on its own. The other genomes took a step back, and Jamie in particular looked ready to summon an energy sword. "Though since you've got a brain, I guess I will only destroy the legs." Ryan simply kept observing this marvel of technology, even as it pointed its weapons at his lower half. MMM. Vulcan frowned, her anger replaced with astonishment. "You are awfully close to death, and yet neither your heartbeat nor blood pressure changed at all. No abnormal neural activity either. You give absolutely zero fucks." Wait, how could she know that? Did she have a telepathic link to her suit's sensors? Though he should feel thankful that her anger had left the building, replaced with curiosity. She probably thought he had some ace up his sleeve. "I heard you carried advanced tech with you, quick save." Vulcan said, the others too happy to see her calm down to say anything. "Are you a genius?" Sort of. He didn't have enhanced intelligence, but he had spent so many loops tinkering with advanced technology, he might as well be a de facto genius. Ryan looked into his trench coat and handed Vulcan the A-bomb. "What a beautiful, elegant design," Vulcan whistled, examining it under all its forms. "You made that? Everyone should have a bomb on themselves for dissuasion." Ryan avoided a straightforward answer, full of excitement in the presence of a fellow bomb maker. "Bombs save lives?" "Exactly," Vulcan replied with the same enthusiasm, unable to restrain her geeky passion for explosions. "You know why the Cold War never went hot? Because everyone had A-bombs. Absolute destructive power is the key to peace." "Oh God, there are 2 of them now," Ryan heard Lanka whisper to Jamie, who ground his teeth in uneasiness. Still, Ryan could see everyone relax a bit. "What about Mecron?" Kai-Young asked mirthfully, a thin smile on her lips. Bombs didn't help against him. An unforeseen variable chitter like the alchemist. Vulcan brushed it off before waving the A-bomb under Ryan's nose. You see this? Yes. If you say wyvern again, I'll shove it down your throat. Since you've got precious skills, I'll spare your life, but only this time. Don't push your luck again unless you want a one-way ticket to Killville. Nice place, he had been there a lot of times. So, you're not giving me back the bomb? No, that's your respect tax, she said before brazenly stealing his device and putting it in her pocket. If you join my division, I might change my mind. I've got a lot of workers, but few real engineers worth their salt. You have an attitude problem, but I'll tame you. Ryan also noticed that her suit kept its weapons pointed at him, even if she sounded friendlier. I thought he might do well with Mercury's. Jamie cleared up his throat, defending his own division. I'm the one who looked him up first, Zanbato, Vulcan replied. If Mercury wants to find good men, he should get out of his house once in a while. I'm very happy for the attention, but I'm not the person for long-term employment, said Ryan. I'm looking for Len, black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist. Underdiver. Vulcan replied, smirking when Ryan gave her his full attention. But I don't see how I benefit from introducing you to my subcontractor, especially if you aren't with us long-term. Subcontractor. Finally, he could almost taste the reunion. How much for the privilege? Vulcan replied with a laugh, sitting on her workshop table. You think I'm a crook who works for money? Then I have only my body left to sell. Kai-Jung couldn't help but chuckle at his joke before quickly correcting her expression. Vulcan smiled a bit. I don't know if you're ballsy or just insane, she said. But as a matter of fact, I have a need for fresh, warm bodies to throw at a problem. The Meta Gang. Jamie cleared his throat. You want us to take them down? My crew will take care of the Meta problem, Vulcan brushed him off. The big boss gave us the go order. Just protect the shipments and we'll take care of Rust Town. No, what I have in mind involves fighting the law. The best kind of mission, Ryan delighted. Are we going to do tax evasion? There's nothing more excitingly dangerous. Even Al Capone couldn't do it. Nobody pays taxes, Blabbermouth, Lanka pointed out. The private security and Il Miglier have been a bit overeager lately, Vulcan said with a sneer. Nothing too damaging, but they're testing us. They believe the Meta made our organization weak. We must remind them not to underestimate the Augusti. You want us to attack Dynami's operations? Jamie asked, Lanka frowning at the us. Vulcan nodded. Dynamis is currently filming a new Il Miglier movie. I want you to trash the studio, send them a message. Isn't the newest movie under work there? Jamie trailed off without finishing his sentence. Wyvern's Flight Roman 2. Vulcan finished a vengeful glint in her eyes. Yeah, totally business as usual. Do you want your personal vendetta crispy? Ryan asked. Or extra crispy? Chapter 11. Railroading. This is stupid, Lanka. Jamie trailed off at the back of the car. Calm down. Ryan listened to their bickering while peeking through his car's window. Dynami's Star Studios, which won a prize for name originality, spanned roughly 2.5 square kilometers of surface, located east of New Rome. They had an entire open park dedicated to them and roughly 7 warehouses. From afar, Ryan noticed the staff moving cardboard cutouts, interns carrying coffee to their superiors, and stuntmen prepping themselves. The studios only had one checkpoint entrance and few guards. They clearly didn't expect an attack. Still, the group had parked outside the studio's confines, unable to find a path inside without security cameras in the way. Kai-Jung napped with her head against her boyfriend's shoulder, her eyes closed. While the group remained at safe distance from the studios, she had sent her rats to do scouting work. From what Ryan understood, Chitter's enhanced rat family acted as relays, allowing her to control a swarm of vermin over a large area. Ryan suspected that, instead of true telepathy, which was a blue power, Chitter physically modified her rats into an extension of her own nervous system. On one hand, it meant destroying her main rats would cancel her power for a time, but on the other hand, her vermin familiars could act independently without her direct input. I mean, why would we risk ourselves fighting Wyvern, Akka the dragon shapeshifter who can take on the boss? So Lanka pointed an accusing finger at Ryan, who made an offended pose. Can earn himself a personal favor? Because Vulcan wants it, and she's one of the capos, Jamie replied, and with luck we won't have to face her. I doubt she has time for actor work. What happens if you're wrong? None of us can take her on. Thing was, Ryan had a bad feeling too. He couldn't explain it, but the courier had developed a strong intuition over his various loops. And right now, his sixth sense warned him of danger, of someone watching him. Yet their current location should be a blind spot for the security cameras. He should install a radar in his car. A bit distraught, Ryan put on the radio and activated the special feature, hoping to find good old-school music to drown out the noise. In other news, the Roman Republic is still under curfew after Gaius Julius Caesar's assassination. Again with Caesar, it had been 2,000 years. What news channel is that? Jamie asked, curious. I don't recognize the speaker. It's my chronoradio, Ryan explained, changing the channel. It listens to channels across space and time, but for some reason, it usually defaults to the Roman Republic era. You should work on your stories, blabbermouth, Lanka taunted him. They didn't have radios 2,000 years ago. In one version of the past, they did. You can't have multiple versions of the past. Ryan looked at her with a deadpan look. It was wasted effort with his mask on, but still. That's not how time works, he said with the same tone as an adult talking to a petulant child. Fuck you, Einstein. Whenever you want. Ryan replied before finally finding the post-apocalyptic blues channel. Kai-Young chose this moment to wake up. So, Jamie asked her. Wyvern isn't present, she said, scratching her neck. Someone's filling in for her. See, I knew she didn't do her own stunts, Jamie told Lanka, vindicated. She's probably too busy with fieldwork. There's no guarantee she won't fly in after somebody calls the alarm, she replied, opening the window and lighting a cigarette. The bad news, however, is that Wardrobe replaces her for the stunts, Kai-Young continued, and Adam Cat is there too. Jamie didn't sound concerned about Wardrobe, but instantly bristled when she mentioned the other genome. Wardrobe gains power based on her costume, right? Ryan asked, trying to stir up his memory. If she dresses as a vampire, she drinks blood and burns in the sun. If she dresses as Wyvern, then she can fly. Kai-Young nodded. It's a very weak version of the real thing, so even if she dresses like Augustus, you can still hurt her, and the effect lasts only as long as her clothes are relatively intact. Yellow genomes are bullshit, Lanka complained. I can understand Wardrobe's presence, but Adam Cat. Jamie asked his girlfriend. He's doing a guest appearance in the movie, she replied, showing concern. Do we abort? Abort. Ryan turned his head around. Why abort? He's that powerful? Adam Cat was one of us, Jamie said. He's a spy, Ryan asked. Like James Bond? No. It's complicated. Jamie joined his fingers, trying to find the right words. He's having a teenage rebellion phase, but he'll come back into the fold eventually. His parents are part of Augustus' inner circle, and we've been explicitly forbidden from endangering him in any way. Don't let him touch you, blabbermouth, Lanka said, or you go boom. He can transform anything into a bomb, but only with direct skin contact, Kai-Young added. Interesting, Ryan lied before asking the really important question to Kai-Young. CGI, special effects, or stop motion? They use CGI. The courier put his head on the steering wheel, mourning the loss of cinema's golden age. So what do we do? Lanka asked Jamie. We go in gun blazing, make a ruckus, and then bolt away. No, Jamie replied, turning to his girlfriend. Here's what we'll do. You flood the studios with rats from afar, make a ruckus, then we immediately drive away. Ryan immediately understood the obvious flaw in this plan. Wait, we don't fight anyone? No. Betrayal, betrayal. The courier pointed a finger at Jamie. You can't do this to me. I won't let you get in a firefight with Adam Cat, quick save, Jamie replied. I'm sorry, but I don't want any trouble on that front. You ask too much, the courier said, his fellow genome sighing in defeat. You're killing me, Jamie, you're killing me. You'll live through it. The swordsman shrugged before turning to Kai-Young. So, I'm your girl, she said, falling asleep. Ryan turned to Lanka for support, but she simply looked out of the window, finishing her cigarette. He couldn't blame them since they weren't immortal, but damn, it sucked all the fun out of this mission. As minutes passed, Ryan noticed agitation near the studio. People getting out of the warehouses, screaming. Then they came crawling, hordes of thousands of black and brown rats. They escaped from the warehouses, breaking windows under their sheer weight. There were so many of them that the rodents had to climb on one another to advance, forming waves and walls of fur. Ryan almost felt pity for the poor Dynames trainees, confronted with this terror while they toiled without any hope for a paycheck. Obviously, panic spread all around the area, the staff fleeing in all directions, coffee cups being spilled, guards desperately trying to shoot the rodents. My. Ryan whistled. This city has a rat problem. That should satisfy Vulcan, Jamie chuckled. Now let's go home before the private security arrives. The courier couldn't agree more, especially since he still felt uneasy. Ryan pushed the accelerator pedal, abandoning the vermin-infested studio for the city's broad lanes. As he drove all the way to the group's shared house, he almost hoped for Wyvern to come from the skies, or Adam Cat to track them down on a motorcycle for an epic car chase. Or even the Meta to ambush them. Instead, they returned home without a problem. Frankly, New Rome's heroes disappointed the courier. Perhaps Leo Hargrave's carnival had given Ryan a false image of what superheroes should be, since they were brutally competent, but Dynames' corporate champions didn't impress him much. "You're sulking, Blabbermouth?" Lanka asked him, finishing her smoke and throwing it out of the window. Ryan stopped time, caught the smoke, and put it in an ashtray in the glove compartment. "It's just I expected a road bump of some kind," Ryan replied when time resumed. His gut may have been mistaken. "This is boring. See the bright side, you will finally see your girlfriend again." Jamie tried to comfort him. "What's she like?" Kai-Young asked. "I will present her to you," Ryan said, much to her delight. He had to admit he started to like this group. He wouldn't get too attached, nor make the effort to know them better since they could forget him any time, but for professional criminals, they were quite nice to hang out with. Parking the car in front of the house, Ryan let the others climb down but didn't follow yet. "I'll just listen to the radio for a bit," he replied. "Can you call Vulcan?" "Sure," Jamie promised. "Also, it's movie night. RoboCop or RoboCop 2? Ryan raised 2 fingers since he liked movies with stop motion, even if he had seen both films countless times already. He was busy trying to find the Jazz 60s channel on his chrono radio when Kai-Young reached the house's door, exchanging pleasantries with Lanka, except Kai-Young suddenly stopped, as she was within an inch of the door handle. Ryan lowered his car window. "What's up?" "I can't sense the rats I left at home," the rodent master replied, bothered. "They scampered off?" Jamie asked. His girlfriend shook her head. "I explicitly told them to stay and watch the place." Now Ryan wasn't the only one with a bad feeling. Lanka drew her gun, moving first with a frown on her face. Kai-Young took a step back, while her female friend put a hand on the door handle, the other ready to shoot through it. Click. Ryan instantly stopped time when he heard that oh-so-familiar sound, but it was already too late. When the world turned purple, his power freezing everything in place, the house had already transformed into a giant burst of flames and debris. The inferno swallowed both Lanka and Kai-Young whole and incinerated them instantly. The blast had somehow caused all his car's reinforced windows to explode into sharp shards and triggered its alarm. Ignoring the glass shards grazing his skin, Ryan emerged from his car and rushed at Jamie's side, making a futile attempt to rescue him. When time resumed, he received a mouthful of dust, ashes, and stones for his trouble, the entire house having been vaporized. Jamie, thanks to his armor, was more shocked than hurt physically, emotionally though. Kai-Young. The swordsman rushed to his girlfriend's side, but even with her genome durability, the blast had killed the young woman instantly. Her flesh had been seared so much, her eyes had fried and one could see the bones. "Damn," Ryan said upon observing the corpses, before glancing around to look for the responsible. No one in sight, although he couldn't distinguish things clearly through the smoke. "I didn't expect that at home." Kai-Young. Jamie muttered while holding his girlfriend in his arms, his horrified eyes then wandering to Lanka's body. He then turned to Ryan, panic overtaking him. "We have to go to the hospital." "It's useless." Ryan replied, having studied medicine enough to know they lacked either the tools or the time to make a difference. "They are dead. You can't do anything." For the first time since he met him, Jamie looked at Ryan with a new emotion, pure, undiluted fury. "That's all you have to say?" He asked venomously. "They're dead." Thing was, Ryan had seen so many people die that he had grown numb to it. He cared on an intellectual level, but since he could still rewind time and avert this attack, the destruction carried no emotional weight. The courier liked both girls and would make sure they survived next time, but he didn't see the point of being sad now. He would rather gather as much information as possible to make sure he prevailed in the future. Ryan would have loved to say he had become a creature of logic, but apathy would have been a better word. Still, Jamie's incensed, distraught expression saddened the courier enough to make an effort. After all, the swordsman had tried to help him with his own lingering sadness. "It's okay, I can bring them back," Ryan promised. "I can." The courier noticed movement at the edge of his vision and turned around. The glass shards from his car flew at him like thrown knives. Worse, Jamie's armor suddenly seemed to suffer from a short circuit, a surge of lightning electrocuting him. The swordsman genome let out a scream of pain as the sheer voltage fried his flesh and forced him to release Kai-Young's corpse. Shit, the killer was still nearby. Ryan stopped time to dodge the knives. He looked around to locate for the source of the attack, but no one was in sight. Was the attacker invisible again? He never had the time to confirm it, no pun intended. The moment time resumed, the courier felt a sharp pain in his neck. His vision turned upside down, his entire body below the throat going numb as his ear hit the grass. Glass shards swirled above him like a tornado, shredding Jamie alive before he could recover from his own armor's incapacitation. Was that Ryan's headless body at his side? The beheaded courier could only widen his eyes before all the glass shards fell on his skull like a rain of swords. Ryan woke up at his Plymouth's driver wheel, back to the beginning. Instead of moving directly to Renesco's place, the genome parked his car near the city's entrance, staying still as he gathered his thoughts. Twice, he snarled out loud. He had been had twice when he was so close to finding happiness. Okay, now that settled it. Someone was after him. Someone bold enough to attack while he had a whole group of genomes at his back. But who? Ryan was flattered to have a secret archenemy, but he didn't see anyone with the means and motives except the meta. Or did the assassin target him on principle due to joining the Augusti? Was it a lone wolf? This person seemed like a professional, and you would need a mighty bomb to cause an explosion that powerful. Ryan dying right after he stopped time implied that the killer had figured out his cooldown period, and Chitter's rodents had been killed to prevent them from warning their master. That must have involved a lot of information gathering, perhaps even a whole crew. The way it happened, the one responsible could clearly control glass, since they could fry the technological components of Jamie's armor, perhaps even a silica kinetic. It could also explain the presumed invisibility as an optical illusion or some kind of mirror suit. The attack had been brutal, unexpected, and lasted less than 5 minutes. The killer was no inexperienced would-be hero like the panda, but a cold-blooded professional. The courier considered what to do next. Thing was, even if he succeeded on the mission Vulcan gave him and avoided the ambush at the house, continuing without dealing with the assassin might lead them directly to Len. Although it infuriated him, Ryan decided to put his main quest on hold until he had dealt with that roadblock. That mysterious killer had already murdered him twice without ever showing up directly, and clearly couldn't care less about collateral damage. Worse, if the killer wasn't a lone wolf but an agent of someone else, then killing them would only win Ryan a reprieve. The meaning of life was finding happiness. Ryan didn't feel happy without Len. Intentionally or not, this killer kept them apart and so had to go. The end. He didn't want Jamie and his friends to die either. The courier took no pleasure in the suffering of others, notwithstanding assholes like Ghoul. His perfect run would involve everyone he liked being happy, and Jamie's group was now part of that VIP category. He wouldn't let them die. Ryan considered the matter with cold logic, to see how he could solve the problem in this new loop. So far, the killer had only attacked the Auguste or the courier himself, but that may be because Ryan worked with the criminal syndicate. Excluding the lone wolf hypothesis, only two organizations had the genomes, motives, and resources to attack them: the Meta and Dynames. If it was the Meta, well, Ryan had already promised to wipe them out, so it would be killing two birds with one stone. But his gut told him he had missed a detail, and he quickly remembered what? The harbor. Ryan remembered a flyer rescuing members of the private security when he had fought Ghoul and Sarin there. He thought he couldn't see them clearly due to the darkness, but maybe it was because they were invisible, their presence only revealed by the smoke. Since the figure hadn't helped the Meta but did rescue Dyname's employees, Ryan excluded the former as the guilty party. This left only a lone vigilante or an agent of Dyname's. Time to take up Wyvern on her offer. Chapter 12. Corporate Heroes. Il Miglier's HQ, the Optimate's Tower, was the most luxurious place Ryan had ever seen. Most of Dyname's properties were located northeast of the city, on the far opposite of Rust Town. Unlike its neighbor, though, this district catered to the supreme elite of New Rome. Il Miglier's Tower was a 70-floor-tall building, half penthouse skyscraper, half luxury hotel. The lower portion was bulkier than the top, housing gardens, pool balconies, and even helipad areas, while the upper floors belonged to offices. The building clearly took cues after the Art Deco movement, with its mix of luxurious, shiny splendor and modern geometric design. Ryan himself had a meeting on floor 63, sitting in an expansively decorated waiting room. A 30-something secretary worked behind a desk on her computer, while another familiar face waited in another chair, near an office's closed doors. Through the room's window, Ryan could see the actual Dyname's HQ nearby, a reinforced glass spire that oversaw the entire city. Even the Il Miglier building couldn't hold a candle to it in size, lacking at least 20 floors compared to its big brother. How fitting that the company's fortress overlooked both New Rome and its superheroes' base. On a closer look, though, Dyname's HQ reminded Ryan of those futuristic arcology designs, buildings meant to be entirely self-sufficient. He noticed a few greenhouses and gardens on some of the floors, even water reservoirs. However, past a certain point, something in the glass composition prevented the genome from seeing through it. How suspicious. Unlike downtown, both buildings were protected by the elite units of the private security. People in white armor with laser cannons implanted in the right arm and state-of-the-art weaponry. Unlike their lesser cousins, they were a true military force, well-trained and ferociously loyal to Dyname's interests. He had heard that they didn't even accept bribes. Excuse me. Having been restless for an hour, Ryan turned to the other person waiting for an appointment. "Are you the panda?" The poor man-bear looked up at him with hope. Compared to the previous loop, the would-be hero seemed less bombastic and more subdued. "You know me." "Of course I know you. You're the panda, the very last of them," Ryan said, pumping his fist for added effect. "When I see you riding your bicycle of justice, I always get goosebumps." "Thanks," the hero replied, suddenly a lot more cheerful. He must be glad to have at least one fan in the world. "I'm really trying to live up to my panda legacy and make them trendy again." But what is a solo hero doing here in this bastion of corporate superheroism? The panda struggles on his own," he admitted. "I'm really trying to make a name as a solo hero, but it's hard. None of the villains even want to fight me in public because I'm simply too powerful for them." "I'm sure you are," Ryan replied with heavy sarcasm, which the panda completely missed. "It's so frustrating," he said. "I can't make it to the news without some big awesome duel, you know? Really, with great power comes great isolation." He sounded like he believed it too. "Mr. Romano." Ryan's head perked up as the secretary called his name. "Mr. Manata will receive you." "Finally." "Good luck with the interview," the panda told Ryan as the courier moved towards the office's doors. "What's your name?" "Quick Save," Ryan replied with a thumb up. I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. I won't. The secretary let Ryan through the doors and then closed them behind. The courier waltzed inside an office as big as a house, but whose space was mostly occupied by flowers. Geraniums, roses, bushes, chrysanthemums, muguet, dozens of various species of plants were on display. The office even included a miniature Japanese pond, with golden carp swimming in the waters. A tall, slender man waited for the courier behind a mahogany desk, positioned to give the occupant a spectacular view of New Rome through a full window. If he wasn't the supreme authority of a superhero team, Ryan would have mistaken his host for a supervillain. The man wore an expensive tuxedo suit with a black rose on the left side, carried white gloves, and hid his face behind some kind of stylized white helmet reminding Ryan of the pre-war Daft Punk electronic band. The courier could only applaud his fashion style. I am Enrique Manada, the chief brand officer at Dynamis and head manager of the Il Miglior program. The man shook Ryan's hand, his voice pleasant to hear yet firm. He smelled like roses, probably perfume. You may also call me Blackthorn. I don't see any thorns on your cost. Ryan gasped as he noticed the matter making up the suit. Wait, is that cashmere? You have a sharp eye, Enrique mused, showing Ryan a wooden chair and inviting him to sit down. We have our own production program at Dynamis since we cannot import it from Asia. The production cost is horrendous, but you cannot put a price on elegance. While sitting, Ryan barely paid attention to the man, his eyes fixed on his clothes. He wanted a suit like that too. We have no shortage of volunteers wishing to join our superhero teams, Enrique said, joining his fingers. But few make it to my office. I believe in personal recommendations, Mr. Romano. If Wyvern hadn't vouched for you, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Ryan briefly wondered who had recommended the panda of all people, deeming the mystery as important as tracking down his assassin. She seems to have a good feeling about you, especially after you forewarned her about our latest prisoner, which makes me wonder how you knew about Ghoul's escape attempt. Just a gut feeling, Ryan replied innocently. I don't believe you, Enrique replied, going straight for the jugular. We have been having trouble with the private security lately, and several members tasked with escorting Ghoul actively tried to help him run away. If you know of any security breach, I would be thankful for sharing the information. Well, Ryan had come looking for information too, so it was all good. The fact the Meta had inside men among the private security bothered him, though. It didn't surprise him that they would bribe locals to look the other way, but this gang seemed a lot more organized than most psycho warbands. He would look into it. In any case, I must thank you for coming here. I am certain our competition made you an offer, knowing Vulcan's rivalry with Wyvern, and your trust in us won't go unrewarded. Enrique observed Ryan closely. Why do you wish to join Il Miglior? Ever since I was young, I always wanted to become an ad. An ad? Like Mr. Clean and Felix the cat, a recognizable icon of consumerism with my face plastered on every cereal box. Enrique replied, seemingly seriously, to transcend the human condition and become a packaged product. That has always been my dream. Enrique nodded. And the real reason? Ryan shrugged. Greed. Your psychological profile tells me otherwise. They even had a psychological profile. Poor boys, Ryan wondered how many people had gone mad compiling it. All right. I thought it would be fun to try being a superhero, and I promised someone that I would kick the Meta out of the city as a personal favor. Business and pleasure. The Meta gang is a problem, Enrique conceded, although not as much as the Augusti. Who is this person you owe a favor to? Some guy in Rust Town named Paulie. He probably won't even remember me, though. I'm certain there is an interesting story behind this, the corporate mastermind mused. I will put my cards on the table, Mr. Romano. I feel conflicted about your case. You have an incredible power, with a very high development potential according to our research team. Your skills with weapons are impressive, as the security checkup can attest to. I didn't even know one could fit so many miniaturized weapons in a kid's plushie, even if I don't see the point. They will never see it coming, Ryan explained. Which brings me to the matter at hand. Enrique presented Ryan with a small pile of paper. The 16 pages long index of collateral damage complaints associated with your name from people all over Italy. Something bothered Ryan greatly. Only 16 pages. You expected more, perhaps? Hell yes, I did, Ryan replied. I guess I'm too good at silencing witnesses. The corporate genome remained completely unfazed. Plus 18 demographic then, he said. Loose cannons have no place at Dynamis. If we sign a work contract together, foolhardy behavior will not be tolerated. Hey, I always fulfill commands to the letter, Ryan defended himself, wounded in his honor. It's not my fault if everyone leaves the methods open for interpretation. I will not. However, I need more guarantees. While no one ever accused you of betraying a contract, you have a mercenary past and a suspicious link to a certain criminal genius. He offered Ryan a photo, and the courier's heart skipped a beat. That was her, in a mugshot. She had aged a few years and had a black eye in the picture, but it was her, holding a paper with a number while glaring at the photographer. Len Underdiver Sabino. Ryan could sense Blackthorn's eyes examine his face, looking for any sign of weakness. Daughter of Freddie Sabino, alias Bloodstream. An extremely dangerous psycho who almost rivaled Big Adam and Augustus in infamy, until his demise 4 years ago against Leo Hargrave's carnival. Many witnesses said he traveled alongside his daughter and an unidentified teenage boy whose body was never recovered. All right, let's cut the bullshit, Greenhand, Ryan said, completely serious and putting the photo in his coat. Where is she? In a place out of your reach for now. I've had my eyes on her for a time. Her arrest was my brother, the vice president's doing, and a missed opportunity for recruitment. He believes in harsh measures, I believe in rehabilitation. The public loves redemption stories. If I behave, you will lead me to Len while hoping that my presence will make her join your group. Definitively an evil mastermind. Ah, now we are getting somewhere, Enrique replied. It will be much better for us if you told me the truth, Mr. Romano. How much is she worth to you? Everything. Perfect. Here's my offer then. You sign a 5-year contract with Il Miglior, help us clean New Rome of the filth that infests it, promote Dynamis' brand, and most importantly, you behave. In exchange, we offer you a clean slate, generous accommodations, and the opportunity to reunite with Miss Sabino. He handed Ryan a contract far heavier than the collateral damage complaints, but the courier didn't even pay it any attention. That deal sounded a lot like Vulcan's, minus the personal vendetta bit. What do you want out of this, Greenhand? Most people think my family is only interested in profit, Enrique said, but what we really want is to rebuild Italian society into a prosperous nation. A dream that, unfortunately, cannot come to pass while groups like the Meta, the Augusti, and Marauders run rampant. A proud nation under copyright, eh? We also wish to democratize superpowers by reverse engineering and mass-producing elixirs, Enrique replied, ignoring the jab. As per your contract, you will be subjected to a full DNA-based test. This will ensure the private securities drones can track you should you default on your contractual obligations. You will also be asked to participate in our Elixir Research Development Program. We have few violet genomes like you under our employ. He should have known they wouldn't want him just for his pretty face. You won't succeed in replicating my power. We have made great progress on replicating powers, even created fully functional knockoff elixirs. You won't be able to reproduce my power, Ryan repeated himself. I've tried more times than you can count. Good, then you can share your findings with the research division, Enrique dismissed his words. As for hero work, we divide the Il Miglior franchise into 2 very different branches, the Pro League, for established icons like Wyvern, and the Little League, for juniors and less-known superheroes. Obviously, you will start with our secondary division. Ryan listened as Enrique explained to him the rules inside the organization, mostly corporate blabbering, before grabbing the contract and skimming it. While the possibility to meet Len was tempting as always, the courier mostly wanted to identify the assassin during this loop. Access to Dynamis' buildings and databases would help a great deal. If the company could introduce him to Len quickly, then all was good. If they delayed too long, he would simply take the information and return to the Augusti path. Something caught his attention. "Only 30% royalties on merchandising?" Ryan asked. "That's theft." "We will also change your name," Enrique said. "Quicksave is not punchy enough for our marketing department, and video games are a very niche market nowadays. How about Time Lord?" PR says it will catch on quickly, especially with teenagers. A soulless name developed to please hordes of monsters. Why did Ryan feel like he had made a deal with Satan? Chapter 13. Batman and Robin. Hell existed, and it was a corporate seminar. Ryan had thought his first day on the job as a Little League member would involve superhero training. Maybe a routine patrol with Wyvern. Something practical. Instead, the courier received an assignment to a boring, weeks-long corporate internship. He simply had to look at the days, planning to wish for a restart. Coffee breakfast, first meeting with half an hour delay because of the aforementioned coffee break. Then lunch, then second meeting, then the real lunch, then the second coffee break, third meeting, afternoon lunch, coffee break, then corporate videos. All before 6 in the afternoon, after which Ryan could either leave or participate in after-hour drink networking. So far, these meetings consisted of seminars about brand management, marketing guys brainstorming his new and improved branding, lawyer interviews where they discussed auxiliary rights, and now an education video about Dynamy's company culture. In short, no superhero work at all. Ryan wasn't the only recruit there, but much to his surprise, most of them seemed to enjoy these boring, mindless activities. They were more eager to discuss their image and royalties than actual field work. This place drained the courier of his soul. He could feel it. With a bored sigh, Ryan reached the room where he was supposed to watch the new corporate video, putting his hand on a door scanner. Dynamys had extracted a drop of his blood soon after he signed their contract, which allowed the company to somehow track and identify him. Biosignature, Time Lord. Ryan groaned at the generic name while the door opened. Couldn't they have picked something more unique like Clockomancer or Clockblocker? The courier walked into a darkened, informal conference room wide enough to welcome dozens upon dozens of people, with Mesoamerican drawings on creamy walls. Dynamys favored an informal, comfortable style, replacing plastic chairs with cotton armchairs and sofas. The Little League new recruits were gathered in front of a giant screen alongside the PR staff, exchanging pleasantries while consuming Dynamys-made energy drinks. Most seemed aged between 15 and their mid-20s, wearing colorful costumes designed by the marketing department. From what Ryan heard, they were currently discussing the latest fashion trends, who dated who among Il Miglier's Pro League, and how they got introduced to Enrique Manata in the first place. The panda wasn't among these brats, which was an injustice of the highest order, since he would have fit in perfectly. Ryan noticed a lone wolf at the back, who preferred to examine photos and paper reports on a luxurious sofa than looking at the screen. This man wore a white cat-shaped mask covering the upper part of his face, showcasing his smooth, pale skin, blue eyes, and combed blonde hair, a true Adonis. All in all, he seemed around 18, wearing a pink and white sleeveless gymnast suit. The D-shaped symbol flashed on the screen alongside colorful music. The image of an elderly Latino man with graying hair, a macho mustache, and a rather large belly appeared at the forefront, with a picture of New Rome in the background. He reminded Ryan of an older picture of Pablo Escobar, down to the casual outfit and friendly smile hiding the teeth beneath. "Hi, I'm Hector Manata, CEO and founder of Dynamys. As a new employee, I welcome you into the D family. You have been chosen because of your skills and character to become part of something greater. For we at Dynamys and its subsidiaries, we are more than a corporate conglomerate. 33 years ago, from the moment I established this company, our guiding principle has always been the same: what should the world look like? Ryan knew a lot about Dynamys' official history, mostly because they advertised it constantly. A 26-year-old Hector Manata created the pharmaceutical company in Spain long before the Genome Wars, expanding its domains to shipping, warehouses, agriculture, food, biotech, manufacturing, oil, retail, and pretty much everything else. Ironically, they had just transferred their HQ to Italy to get closer to their burgeoning shipping activities the year before Mecron bombed everyone. This stroke of luck saved most of their leadership when the old world collapsed. And since Dynames had a finger in every pie all over Western Europe before the Genome Wars, it had the resources needed to thrive once the dust settled. Since Spain had suffered a lot more than Italy from Genome's depredations, Dynames had transferred most of its remaining infrastructure away from their homeland, founding New Rome as their personal stronghold. Through their mergers with other corporations and subsidiaries, they controlled Corsica, Sardinia, Mallorca, the south of Spain, western Italy, the oil fields of Libya, and currently contested Sicily to local Genome warlords. In short, Dynames' board was well on their way to become the face of post-Genome Europe, if Augustus didn't beat them to it. Ryan decided to move at the back alongside the lone wolf, since it was the closest to the door. He intended to leave as soon as the video ended. Sitting at the back, he tried to listen to the video for 10 seconds before getting bored and checking stuff on his phone. "Is there Wi-Fi here?" Ryan asked his neighbor. "I see a Dynamite Wi-Fi, but it's password protected. You see the Wi-Fi box here?" Blondie pointed at a device in a corner of the room. "The password is written—" Ryan stopped time before he could finish his sentence. Moving as quickly as a snake, he searched inside his coat for a minute tracker, quickly opened the wireless box's back, swiftly put the tracker inside, and then closed the device. "On the back," the man finished, Ryan having returned to his original spot with nobody noticing. "It's incredibly long and case-sensitive, though. Took me 5 tries to get it right." The courier feigned a groan of laziness, his eyes still on his phone. The tracker had already activated, sending him information. Ryan had placed similar devices all over the floor during the day, which should grant him a way inside Dynames' systems. The courier needed a quick scan for vulnerabilities which he could exploit in future loops to get inside, and didn't particularly care if he was identified afterward. If anything, Ryan considered committing suicide and find a way to skip this internship phase entirely. He was a creature of fun, and the staff here seemed determined to drain him of every drop of life. Putting his phone back in his pocket, and having consumed enough Dynames content for a lifetime, Ryan didn't pay attention to the video. Instead, his curious eyes wandered to his neighbor, who seemed to share his disinterest. As it turned out, Blondie was busy looking at photos of the metagang. Ryan immediately recognizing pictures of Sarin and Ghoul, alongside that of a large, horrifically obese bald man with menswear straight out of the 50s. His scarred face and prominent teeth reminded Ryan of a hippo. Blondie noticed Ryan's curiosity and felt the urge to give details. "Adam, the Meta's big bad boss." "I could tell from the paunch," Ryan replied, approaching to get a better look at the photos. "He's somewhere in the city, but nobody knows his exact location," Blondie mumbled, his voice rising with frustration. The recruits closest to them looked over their shoulders before focusing back on the video. Too much counter-surveillance, no electronic trail, and he contacts his men, not the other way around. The only people who might know are his lieutenants, Sishak, Acid Rain, Frank the Mad. Ryan decided to make the Meta one of his main priorities for this restart. These psychos were far too organized and well-behaved. 4 years ago, Adam could barely keep his junkies in check, and never without a healthy dose of family-unfriendly violence. "My, they have grown very large over the years," the courier mused as he examined the file closely. According to Dynames' information, the metagang now included around 50 members. "I still remember when they could barely fill a minibus." This caught Blondie's interest. "You met the Meta before." 4 years ago, Ryan replied. "It was just Adam, Sishak, and a few hanger-ons back then. They didn't differ much from a normal psycho pack, except the fondness for ultraviolence and medieval execution methods. Anything you can tell me about them?" Blondie whispered, making it hard for Ryan to listen to the video's sound. "Their tactics, their organization, their weaknesses? If you want the full story, my feline friend, Sishak tried to convince a member of my old group to join them. It didn't go well, and it ended in a bloodbath. Typical psychos. Oh, and Sishak is a sadistic creep who can hijack your nervous system with his wires if he catches you. Telepaths were some of the few genomes with the ability to do Ryan lasting damage by tampering with his memories or destroying his personality. He avoided them like the plague whenever he could. Sishak, though, the courier might seek out and beat up on principle. He needs physical contact, Blondie asked, scribbling the information on a paper sheet. Good to know. Does he need to maintain physical contact too? Yep, but the disconnection is incredibly painful for the victim, Ryan explained while putting his legs on the sofa, taking as much space as humanly possible. So my feline friend, are you planning a mutant mice hunt? I wish, he grumbled, his eyes wandering to the video. I asked Enrique if I could follow Pro League members on patrols, and instead I must guest star in their new movie. He said it would introduce me to the public better than any action in the field. Since when do you need authorization to start trouble? Ryan asked mirthfully. What's the point of being a hero if you can't legally sublimate your violent urges and receive acclaim for it? It seemed to amuse him. Hey, by the way, I haven't introduced myself. Ryan shook his hand. I'm Quicksave. I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. Adam Cat, he replied. I can blow stuff up on touch. Oh, the mafia boy. The handshake turned into an iron grip. How do you know that? He hissed. Are you a spy? Enrique told you. That bastard, I should never have listened, hey. The video paused, and everyone looked at the duo with angry gazes. While Ryan remained unfazed, Adam Cat bristled a bit. Nothing like a shared embarrassment to start a new friendship. A marketing guy in a suit and tie looked at the duo, letting the awkward silence set in. Are you not interested? He began, the frozen face of Hector Manada behind him, in the company where you will work for the next 5 years. I am interested, sir, Adam Cat lied through his teeth. It won't happen again, sir. Absolutely not, Ryan replied bluntly. But please continue. We'll be as quiet and dutiful as unpaid interns. The marketing guy glared at the courier, imitated by the other recruits. It was kindergarten all over again. If you make another comment like that, Time Lord, I will ask you to politely leave the room without a word. The new name hurt physically. Wait, they could leave early. When the marketing guy received no answer, he put back the video on. Adam Cat waited for everyone to lose interest in them before whispering into Ryan's ear. If you don't answer, I'm blowing you up. Same if I let go of your hand unwillingly. Can you keep a secret? Ryan looked around as if they were being spied on and then approached Adam Cat's ear to whisper back into it. I come back from the future. I used a DeLorean. Your references are quite outdated, Adam Cat replied. His grip grew tighter and the courier felt his skin heat up. What do you know? That we are close enough to kiss, Ryan replied, his free hand shifting to grab a weapon. That your parents are Augusti Capos, that you joined the other team out of teenage rebellion, and that you should rethink having children. Adam Cat looked down, noticing the hidden knife very close to his manly parts. Thankfully, nobody had noticed, their eyes focusing on the screen. My power will be faster, he replied, and I'm very good at neutering cats, kitty. At least a spy would have been subtler, Adam Cat mused, his eyes squinting behind the mask. So you don't know who my parents are, their actual identity? The courier rolled his shoulders. Adam Cat looked at the other recruits and spoke only when certain they didn't listen, with a voice so low the courier could barely hear it. They're Mars and Venus. Ryan gasped in shock. You're Cupid, but where are the wings and bow? Adam Cat marked a short pause. Not the mythological gods, you idiot, he said, finally releasing Ryan's hand. It takes some kind of elitist narcissism to name yourself after deities, as if you stood above normal people, like mice and men. I heard there was a genome who tried to use the name Little Jesus once. The courier replied, putting back the knife up his sleeve. He didn't last long. Augustus fried him alive, Adam Cat replied, relaxing a bit. You're not an Augusti. No, you wouldn't have risked a DNA scan otherwise. They've been sending people asking me to come back into the fold a lot lately. And why did you leave it in the first place? Ryan asked, crossing his legs and faking interest in the video when the marketing guy looked at him. Now it showed Hector with children before a school sponsored by Dynamies, the poor kids struggling to smile at the camera. "If you knew half the things they do, you'd understand," Adam Cat replied angrily. "Their bliss drug kills thousands each year, their weapons slay more, and that's what makes it to the news. The kidnappings, the murders, the racketeering, and the prostitution, after a while I just couldn't take it anymore. I thought I could make a difference at Il Migliore." "Did you?" "Not yet," he grumbled. "The Manada and Augustus have been at each other's throat for years, so I thought they had plans to take him down, but apparently Dynamy's motto is don't rock the boat." "Enrique seemed quite motivated when I met him," Ryan pointed out. "He and his brother Alphonse, yes, but their father." Adam Cat glared at Hector's image. "Don't rock the boat." Ryan tried his best to watch the video for 30 more seconds and quickly realized he would go mad if this continued. "Okay," he said, crawling on the sofa closer to the door. "I'm out." "Where are you going?" Adam Cat asked, curious. "To Rust Town, to beat up the Meta." The would-be superhero appraised Ryan's words for a long minute. "You want to go to their new territory and, what, pick a fight with the first psycho you meet? You make it sound so complicated. Dynamies will cut your salary if you do that." Adam Cat replied weakly, "Maybe even fire you." Ryan considered the statement thoughtfully, remembered that he had more money stashed away than he would earn at Il Migliore, then shrugged it off. He was confident he would learn more about Dynamy's activities by hacking them than by following a week-long seminar. "Your nickname is Quicksave." Adam Cat mumbled the name, finally remembering where he had heard it. "Wait, didn't you beat up Ghoul with a golf club?" "I had to buy one just for that occasion, and I almost didn't make it in time. Still, I improved my short game by quite a lot." Ryan rose up from the sofa, looking casual and ignoring the marketing guy glaring at him. "Now, are you coming or not?" Adam Cat looked at Ryan, then at the video, and noticed it still had 57 minutes left before its conclusion. The young hero immediately rose up from the sofa, gathered the photos and reports, before following the courier towards the door. "Time Lord, Adam Cat, the video is not over yet," the marketing guy said, trying to sound firm and failing utterly. "I'm escorting him out of the building to make sure he never returns, sir," Adam Cat promised. Apparently, in spite of his spiel, getting rid of the courier made the marketing guy a lot happier. Teacher's pet. Ryan accused Adam Cat as he closed the door behind them. "You have a car?" the young superhero asked. "I can only drive a motorcycle." "I have the best of them, but before we go," Ryan cleared his throat, "do you know where they make cashmere suits?" "Floor 20 of the Dynamies HQ, right next to this building," Adam Cat replied, clearly well informed. "Why the question?" "Because I will get a cashmere suit, even if I have to fight for it." Chapter 14, Field Work. No matter how many times he would visit it, Ryan would never get used to Rust Town. The whole place reeked of misery and despair. Adam Cat seemed to share his sentiment, as both drove through the slums with the Plymouth's windows closed and the air cleaner on. "It's even worse than I thought," he said, looking at a streetlight hanging by its cable, threatening to fall on the road at any moment. "Way worse. You never went mice hunting here?" "No, my family lives in the wealthy patrician district. I lived a very sheltered life, truth be told, even during the wars." "So a house cat, then?" If so, Ryan's threat of neutering him must have hit a bit too close to home. "I guess I went stray," his sidekick mused. "I do wonder why this place is such a dump compared to the rest of the city, though," Ryan said. It reminded him of the bad old days when he scoured ruins for supplies, with bloodstream breathing down his neck. "It belonged to the region's original inhabitants," Adam Cat explained, "those who lived in the Gulf of Naples and escaped its bombing. They managed to survive, in spite of the poisons and plagues, but when Dynamies took over the region, the company forcefully relocated them to make room for its own people. I guess the homeless and the diseased didn't fit into their picture of a shining capital city. There are plans to renovate the area, but they haven't materialized yet." He shook his head in disappointment, the sound of a cell phone's alarm interrupting the discussion. Adam Cat looked at his mobile but didn't take the call. Ryan glanced at the screen, seeing Adam Cat had missed 15 calls from a certain Fortuna and 7 from one Narcinia. "My sisters," the superhero said before the courier could ask questions. "I keep in touch with them, but they want me back and don't take no for an answer." "That means they love you," Ryan replied without any hint of sarcasm. He could sympathize with people wishing to reunite with their family. The courier did wonder what made Adam Cat consider Dynamis to be a better option over the Augusti, though. Ryan suddenly wondered if Len, like Adam Cat, wouldn't want to meet him, but immediately brushed off these thoughts. Of course she would rejoice when they met again after so many years. It was just his anxiety talking. "I love them too, but as long as they keep supporting the Bliss business Another person called Adam Cat, who stared at the name on the screen for several seconds, his gaze undecipherable. Livia. Instead of ignoring the call like the others, Adam Cat outright turned down his phone side and messed with the radio to change his mind. When he finally settled on a channel, Ryan glared at his sidekick. "Hip-hop, really? You don't like it, Brotha?" "No, I don't." Ryan changed the channel back to the daft biopunk chrono radio. The music switched into a combination of electronic, synth, and alien rhythms. "Nice sound." Adam Cat commented as they passed through narrow streets. "Where are we going?" "The Meta took over the junkyard area as their base," Ryan said. "It's located at Rust Town Center." "I'm stopping you right here. I'm all for ambushing a lone psycho, maybe two, but attacking their home turf with only the two of us is suicide." If Ryan had been alone, he would have tried anyway, but he wasn't going to lead his sidekick to certain death. "Thing is, children have been missing in the area, according to my information. I've located an orphanage south of the junkyard, and I thought we should check it out." Adam Cat instantly tensed. "Children? You're surprised?" Ryan asked. The courier would love to say he was, but he had come to expect the worst when psychos were involved. "I'm surprised it didn't get reported," the superhero replied, the Plymouth passing near the city's water reservoir. Unlike the rest of the neighborhood, Dynamis heavily protected the area, armored soldiers protecting its confines. Then again, nobody cares about this place. Ryan did. Eventually, the duo made their way to an isolated building surrounded by a dusty wasteland. The paint on the cinder block walls had vanished, peeled by time, and half the windows were broken. A large fenced area extended left of the building, housing dozens, if not hundreds of stray cats and dogs. The distressed noises they made and the smell they produced immediately overwhelmed the duo as they parked the car nearby and stepped out of it. "That's not an orphanage," Adam Cat said with horror, while Ryan grabbed his fisty gauntlets and put them on. The air here was less polluted than the rest of Rust Town, but not by much. "It's an animal shelter." "It's both," Ryan realized, glancing at the animals with sympathy. The sheer aura of trapped desperation they gave off made him feel sick inside. They found 2 children between 10 and 12 at the orphanage entrance, playing with a dirty golden retriever near the open doors. One was a black boy with acid burn scars on half his cheek, the other a skinny brunette in a pink dress unfit for her size. "Hey, fellas," Ryan waved a hand at them. The little girl instantly raised a crappy revolver at his head, having hidden it beneath her dress, while the boy clung to the dog. "Back off, druggie," she told Ryan, "or I'm blowing your head off." "Oh, that was so cute." Ryan froze time, grabbed the gun, and replaced it with a rock pebble. When time resumed, he had put the gun inside his coat, much to the girl's surprise. "But." "Hey, I'm quick save," Ryan said, raising his thumb like in a commercial. "I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone, and this is my trusty sidekick. Hello, kitty? Don't push it, quickie." Adam Cat replied, the nickname making Ryan feel dirty inside. "We aren't here to hurt anyone. Can we talk to the staff?" "There's no staff," the boy said, still afraid. The dog nuzzled his face to reassure him and didn't make any hostile move towards the genomes. "Grandpa took care of us, but he's gone now," the little girl replied while glaring at Ryan. "A druggie shanked him in an alley months ago." She said it so casually, it sounded almost normal. "Wait, there's no adult." The more he heard, the more Adam Cat grew agitated. "But how do you survive?" "We can take care of ourselves," the girl said with a proud face. We scavenge stuff up and take the trash. Mama sends up food and money every week. The little girl kicked the boy in the leg before he could finish his sentence. Ouch, Sarah? Mama, Adam Cat asked. The little girl kept her mouth closed, the other boy imitating her. Sarah, that's your name? Give me back my gun. She ignored Adam Cat and instead kept glaring at Ryan. Give it back. I can't in good conscience return such a crappy revolver, Ryan replied, having a reputation to uphold. Let me buy you a real gun, like a Desert Eagle, then you can credibly threaten people. Quick save? Adam Cat chided him before trying to build a rapport with the kids. Who is this Mama, your caretaker? Can we talk to her? No, Sarah replied stubbornly. She's busy. Busy doing what? Busy. Sarah replied, crossing her arms. What do you want? As Adam Cat tried to argue with the kids that they only wanted to protect them, Ryan sensed tension in the air. The pets grew agitated, barking and meowing. They could sense predators nearby. A rusty, black minibus approached the orphanage, parking 5 meters away from the entrance. Other kids appeared at the windows, attracted by the pets' racket. 3 men stepped out of the car, although they barely counted as such. Ryan instantly recognized one of them as the mosquito monster that wrecked his Plymouth in a previous loop. The second was a scrawny, bald man dressed like a plumber. Disfiguring tumors grew out of his flesh and bloodshot eyes. He carried a rusty pipe wrench, and his smile showed rows of rotten fangs. As for the third, Ryan instantly recognized the tall and slender figure, in spite of his heavy black overcoat, hat, scarf, and sunglasses. The way he walked, like a shambling doll mimicking a man, the aura of quiet menace he gave off. Sishak, Adam's second-in-command. The 3 psychos glanced at the group with menacing stares, Adam Cat instantly moving to shield the kids. So did the golden retriever, who barked at the newcomers with surprising ferocity. Sishak himself focused entirely on Ryan. My, isn't it little Cessair? He said with a robotic, digital voice. How you have grown. Ryan flinched. Surprised. Once I have connected to a nervous system, I can recognize its unique brainwave pattern anywhere, like a lost signal calling home to Daddy. His heavy sunglasses glittered under the twilight. I thought the carnival killed your father? He wasn't my father, and yes, they did, the courier said, cold and focused. He had last crossed path with that creep 4 years ago before he drank his elixir. Even if Ryan now had superpowers and could defend himself, Sishak's mere presence made him feel uneasy. How are the scars he gave you, Lightbulb? They healed, Sishak replied, his digital voice turned threatening. Mosquito readied his claw-like hands, itching for a fight. If you survived, I assume little Len did too. Good, I never got over missing the opportunity to extract her genius brain. What, kids aren't enough for you? Ryan taunted him. I have no interest in this meat, but we require a unique service from these goblins. I'm afraid nothing short of pygmies will do the trick. Don't worry, we'll take good care of them, even feed them. Adam is very fond of children, Mosquito cackled, the other psycho letting out a bestial grunt. That too, Sishak mused with cruel amusement. Kids, gather your friends and get into the car quietly. Behind me, Ryan said. He's got candies. Yeah, the kids aren't getting anywhere near you, Adam Cat said, turning to Sarah. Do you have a basement? She nodded slowly. Go hide there and don't come out until we say so. The noise of a plane echoed above the neighborhood, while the children and their dog fled inside the orphanage. I would check your math if I were you, Sishak said while trailing the children with his gaze. It made him look like a deadly wolf observing helpless fawns, much to Ryan's disgust. Wires shifted behind the psycho's scarf and sunglasses, and electricity came out of his gloves. You're outnumbered and outmatched. Why weren't they attacking? Because they were worried they might kill the kids in the crossfire if they acted too early. They shouldn't be thinking that far ahead, the sight of genomes being reason enough to try and drink the hero's elixir-laced blood. These psychos were too stable, too careful, as if... You're well fed, Ryan realized. You have a supply of elixir. Sishak appraised him for a few seconds before barking orders. Mongrel, Mosquito, capture little Cessair and kill the spare. I hoped you'd say that, Mosquito said, Mongrel hissing at Adam Cat like an animal. I guess Adam can't be mad at us for eating a few strays. Both groups glared at one another, but Ryan couldn't focus, the sound of the plane growing stronger and stronger, closer. Ryan barely had the time to raise his eyes as it landed right in the middle of the Mexican standoff. The crash blew dust in all directions, Adam Cat taking a leap back on reflex and the psychos retreating behind their minibus for protection. Only Ryan remained still, unfazed, as an enormous, gold-plated robot stood right in front of him. Quick save. Vulcan's voice echoed from hidden loudspeakers, the suit's camera eyes focusing on the courier. You have denied my invitation. Ryan put his hands in his pockets and whistled, his mask protecting him from the dust. Adam Cat quickly got back on his feet, his eyes widening upon recognizing the newcomer. Vulcan's camera eyes briefly glanced at the hero, but quickly focused back on Ryan with murderous rage. By going to that dragon whore without even considering my offer, you have done more than scorn me. You have insulted me, and for that you will die. She towered above Ryan, a cannon pointed at his head. Any last words? Ryan gave serious thought to the question and then answered. You're so short, your mother has to use a microscope to see you. Vulcan remained completely still, the towering armor casting the courier in its oppressive shadow. Oh, I got a better one. Ryan snapped his fingers. You're so short that your feet always dangle when you sit on a chair. The silence grew even tenser, broken by strange noises. Ryan recognized them as guns and missiles being loaded. Sishak and his cronies recovered from the surprise attack, moving to encircle everyone and flank Adam Cat from the sides. Tough crowd here. How about this one? You're almost tall enough for Wyvern to take you seriously. Vulcan let out a snarl and opened fire. Chapter 15. Good karma. Ryan had been shot at more times than he could count. Like psychos or special cases like Augustus, all of the courier's abilities, from his save point to the time stop, derived from a single unifying power. It was only through training and experimentation that Ryan discovered its multiple applications. In particular, it took him years of looping to realize he had an enhanced sense of timing. The more he experienced a situation, the better Ryan became at predicting and reacting to it. If someone used a martial arts move once, he would subtly anticipate it next time anybody else tried it. The courier could predict when one would toss a smoke bomb to the ground and catch it before being consciously aware of it. This made learning physical skills almost trivial. It wasn't all-powerful, since there were situations when even the fastest reflexes couldn't make a difference, like getting beheaded by an invisible blade or hit by a laser as fast as light. Lacking any superspeed, Ryan couldn't truly dodge bullets or artillery. But he could predict someone's line of fire before they pressed the trigger. His body would then subtly shift, projectiles would miss, and give people the illusion that he could dodge even bullets. Combined with the time stop, the courier seemed impossible to hit from the point of view of outsiders. So when Vulcan attacked him with her cannon arm, Ryan paused time for a split second and dodged out of the line of fire. A dense shell blasted the orphanage's wall behind them, collapsing cinder blocks and opening a path towards what seemed to be a kitchen. The trapped pets behind the fence panicked, some frenzied cats managing to escape by climbing. Vulcan, it's an orphanage, Adam Cat shouted, but before he could rush to Ryan's help, the metagang flanked him. The hero avoided a deadly punch from Mosquito and a small fireball from Mongrel. Adam Cat's movements were chaotic, showcasing his lack of formal training, but his natural agility made up for it. To her credit, Vulcan froze for a split second, vaguely ashamed. Instead of assaulting Ryan with heavy artillery and risk destroying the shelter, she switched to hand-to-hand combat. Miniturbo reactors activated on the mechanical suits back in short bursts, causing the 5-meter-tall metal monster to move at the speed of a racing car. Showing extreme agility honed over countless loops, Ryan backflipped to dodge a giant fist to the face and then a stomp. I have to hand it to you, the courier began before switching the meaning of his sentence, because you can't reach it. Vulcan's attacks grew more frenzied, and when she no longer had the orphanage in her line of fire, she switched to heavy weaponry. Her mech's shoulders opened to reveal minigun turrets, firing hundreds of pellets at Ryan. The courier used a mix of time stop and timing to avoid the attacks, trying to circle the machine and find a hatch for the cockpit. Sishak, meanwhile, threw away his overcoat, hat, and sunglasses, revealing his true self to the world. He had long shed his flesh, replaced with thousands of black wires which he usually shaped into a facsimile of a humanoid form. The only organ that survived his mutation was his skull, which left his biomechanical brain exposed. His neon eyes reminded Ryan of two bright torchlights. Sishak reshaped his wires to form 8 elongated arms, turning himself into a horrific mockery of a spider. While Vulcan occupied Ryan and Adam Cat fought his cronies, the Psycho leaped over the area in a single bound, going straight for the orphanage. Realizing this, Ryan decided to dump Vulcan and pursue Sishak, but the genius didn't let him. Her hand lunged at the courier, big enough to crush him whole, while her miniguns provided suppressing fire. In spite of her fearsome armor, Ryan could tell that Vulcan didn't have much direct combat experience. Her movements were clumsy, and while her weapons aimed true, there was no foresight involved, no human cunning or improvisation. She probably outsourced control to a basic AI. Her armor was also clearly a prototype designed to fight a big and aerial target, instead of an agile and stylish gentleman. In short, Vulcan had brought a wyvern buster to a quick-save fight. Vulcan could have won if she had carpet-bombed the area from above, but instead she chose to announce her presence and make the battle close and personal. Ryan could sense a desire to prove herself in a fight, perhaps to outshine Wyvern. Girls got issues. Stopping time for 10 seconds, Ryan moved to the armor's left, dodging her hand and bullets. Then he carefully punched the elbow joint with Fisty, aiming to maximize pressure damage. When time resumed, the recoil applied in full, and the mech's arm shattered at the elbow point. The forearm fell to the ground, electrical jolts coming out of the damaged parts. As he guessed when he first observed it at the armory, much like medieval armor, Vulcan paid for her suit's enhanced mobility with weakness in the joints. "What's this?" Ryan mused. "A short circuit." "You aren't funny, Romano," Vulcan complained through her armor's loudspeakers, clearly jealous of his peerless wit. "You think you are, but you aren't. Come on, don't be small-minded." As she retaliated with another volley of bullets, Ryan froze time and rushed to the orphanage, Sishak having vanished through the hole Vulcan made in the wall. Meanwhile, Adam Cat fared little better. Mosquito had taken flight like the insect he was, diving down to try and impale the hero with his stinger. While Adam Cat could easily dodge, Mongrel limited his movements. The strange Psycho flickering in and out of existence, propelling himself with short bursts of wind while attempting to hit the hero with his hand tool. Sometimes, he threw a fireball here and there, small fires starting all over the wasteland park. Fireballs, limited invisibility, air conditioning. Ryan recognized these powers as those from knockoff elixirs sold by Dynamis. Mongrel must have drunk a cocktail of them. Since the powers gained were but a shadow of those of true elixirs, his body managed to handle more than 2 at the cost of his mental faculties. Still, even if forced on the defensive, Adam Cat fought hard to regain the initiative in this 2-on-1 fight. He attempted to punch Mongrel, his hands shining with crimson energy, but in spite of his bestial snarls, the Psycho remained careful not to give his foe any opening. When time resumed, Ryan had managed to reach the orphanage, only to backtrack when a dozen wires came out of the hole and threatened to catch him in a net. Sishak emerged from the hole, having grabbed 4 kids with his tentacle arms, Sarah, her friend, and 2 twin girls no older than 8. His cold alien eyes glanced at Ryan with disdain while one of his wires was making its way inside one of the twins' nose, traces of blood and fur all over his body. Without thinking twice, Ryan grabbed 3 throwing knives, intending to target Sishak's head. In response, the Psycho moved Sarah in the way of Ryan's line of fire, the girls screaming in fear. Ryan froze in shock, which Sishak immediately exploited to send a tentacle at him. Suffering from his time stop's cooldown, the courier couldn't freeze the clock as the arm hit him with the speed of a harpoon. He managed to grab it with his hands as he was tossed to his back, the wires trying to reach his skull. Quick save. Adam Cat shouted, but Mosquito exploited the opportunity to tackle him from the side, throwing the hero through the pen's fence. Dogs and cats immediately poured through, fleeing in all directions. Shush, it's easier if you don't struggle, Cessair. Sishak whispered to Ryan, both through his mouth and that of the child he had connected to. Needles appeared at the end of his wires for an intracranial hijacking. Just go limp and let me in. We'll be one. Yeah, if the danger of his intrusive telepathy, no matter its physical limitations, hadn't caused Ryan to feel murderous animosity towards Sishak, the child abuse did it. Apparently, Vulcan thought the same. Showing basic human decency, she stopped paying attention to Ryan and instead raised her armor's last functional hand at Sishak. "Drop the kids, mutant," she warned. "I won't ask twice." "Out of my way, woman." Sishak replied dismissively, positioning his hostages to protect himself from Vulcan's weaponry. Meanwhile, Mongrel moved towards the pen to finish off Adam Cat while Mosquito flew in circles above them. Some dogs who had remained behind instead of fleeing barked angrily at the genomes present, but were too afraid to attack. In response, Vulcan's fingers opened to reveal holes and unleashed plasma streams at Sishak. The genius was very careful not to hit the kids instead, cutting through wires with laser precision. The damaged parts fell off the ground like beheaded snakes, quickly rusting away into organic dust. Exploiting Sishak's distraction, Ryan stopped time, cut the wires closest to him with his knives, and then rushed towards the children. With a swift swing, he severed the wires holding the twins and caught them while time resumed. The wire invading the hostage's nose kept moving on its own once severed from the hole, but quickly fell to the ground. Psychoke answered by sending his wires in all directions, targeting both Ryan and Vulcan with a rain of tentacles. The courier fled while carrying the twins in his arms, while the Auguste simply powered through the attack, her thick armor deflecting everything. Meanwhile, while Adam Cat recovered from his last blow, the shelter's remaining dogs found the courage to try and bite Mongrel when he approached. With a bestial snarl, the Psycho raised both hands, channeling a fireball through the right and a swirling vortex of wind with the left. The combination created a torrent of flames which consumed the pet's whole. The poor dogs screamed in pain as the improvised flamethrower incinerated them alive, Mongrel's hisses transforming into maniacal laughter. Adam Cat rushed at Mongrel while he was distracted, and this time managed to grab his head with his hand. The Psycho's body turned red, his colors muted by a crimson hue, and then exploded. Scratch that, Mongrel was vaporized. His flesh weakly detonated with barely enough strength to blow air, yet the blast annihilated him without leaving a trace. Clothes, skin, even the tool he carried, they all turned to dust. Clearly, when cornered, Adam Cat had no problem killing. This made Mosquito dive back at him with murder on his mind. The young superhero froze, as if an idea crossed his mind before grabbing a pebble on the ground and throwing it at Mosquito. The rock turned red, charged with Adam Cat's power. The Psycho protected himself with his arms, the pebble detonating on impact and propelling him against his own minibus. The car's alarm activated, and combined with the noise from the battle, Ryan could barely hear himself. Adam Cat could modulate the strength of his explosions and even delay them. Nice. Ryan himself managed to dodge both Sishak's attacks and dragged the twins to a safe spot, one child despondent and the other crying in fear. "It's okay, you're safe," Ryan tried to console them, brushing their black hair with his hands. "Heroes are here." His good deed for the day done, the courier immediately returned to the fray. Sishak had used all his wires to restrain Vulcan, trying to keep the mecha anchored to the ground while desperately trying to find a way inside the pilot cockpit. He looked like a giant squid, trying to restrain a whale. Like before, that despicable bastard used his captives as human shields, preventing the Auguste from using her weapons in close quarters. Enraged, Ryan charged at Sishak, tossing knives at his skull. Wires deflected them, but this caught the criminal's attention. A teleportation power. The psycho hissed at Ryan. You have become a violet. Normally, I would quip back, but in your case, you will go out the way of the rhinoceros, Ryan said with dead seriousness, fisty raised. Painfully. Before Sishak could react, Ryan stopped the clock again, leaped, and punched the psycho through the skull in the frozen time. His fist gored through the psycho's metal bones and brain both like a donut. Ryan liked to play with his enemies, but he knew better than to give any telepath a chance to fight back, especially someone as loathsome as Sishak. When time resumed, Sishak's mutant body collapsed to the ground in a mess of wires and brain matter, dragging Sarah and the other kid down with him. Ryan quickly caught Sarah with his hands, while Vulcan grabbed the other. You know, Shorty, if you weren't trying to murder me, I would call you halfway heroic, Ryan said, putting Sarah on the ground while Vulcan did the same with her charge. Little girl, can you take your friend and move away? The big bot is waiting for you to go to shoot me. Little Sarah nodded profusely, quickly grabbing her fellow kid's hand and running away to safety. Vulcan remained silent, watching the children get out of the way with grim vigilance. Ryan couldn't tell if it was regret, longing, or something else, but she seemed strangely subdued. Then, when certain the children were far away, Vulcan attempted to fire plasma beams at Ryan's face without a word. Expecting the attack, Ryan quickly stopped time and threw knives at her cameras, blinding Vulcan before she could open fire. Adam Cat, meanwhile, attempted to punch Mosquito and blow him up alongside the minibus, but the insect flew away when he moved too close. An enormous shadow flew over the battlefield, followed by a mighty roar. Everyone present froze, from the tiniest animal to Vulcan herself, as a gigantic flying form came into sight. An enormous, 60-foot-long white-scaled lizard with an elongated neck, dragonfly wings, and golden eyes. Her claws could cut through steel, her tail ended in a flail, and a suit with Dynamis and Il Miglier's logos covered her chest. Wyvern. Once she had finished showing off, the dragon landed right on Vulcan, stomping her mech underfoot with such force. It created a mini-crater below. If Ryan hadn't damaged her cameras, the Auguste might have been able to fly away, but now Wyvern kept her pinned to the ground under her enormous weight. Mosquito immediately attempted to fly away. The dragon, quicker, raised her hand. Squash. Wyvern slapped Mosquito from above, the same way a human did with a fly. The hit flattened the insectoid like a smear on the ground, his limbs and wings broken, green blood flowing out of open wounds. Then, without skipping a beat, Wyvern slammed Vulcan's mech to the ground, smashing the miniguns. The Auguste attempted to activate her mini-turbo reactors to fly away, but couldn't escape the dragon's iron grip. Don't damage the reactor, Wyvie, Ryan shouted at her, knowing the danger. Extract the cockpit, the cockpit. Seemingly having heard him, Wyvern's assault turned almost surgical in its execution, the dragon carefully extracting the human within with her claws without damaging the rest of the suit. Before the disheveled Auguste could react, Wyvern tossed her to the ground and Adam Cat moved to restrain her. The intervention had lasted mere seconds. Ryan checked the mech, but thankfully, Vulcan had the foresight to install fail-safes in her armor's fusion reactor. The city wouldn't die an atomic death, this time. Instead of inspiring fear, Wyvern's victory caused great joy in the kids, who let out shouts of jubilation after a short silence. Only the child whom Sishak had connected to remained despondent, her twin trying to wake her up. Ryan immediately rushed to their side to give medical help. Thankfully, he had spent enough loops studying medicine and biology to give her a checkup. While intrusive, Sishak's orifice invasion usually didn't damage the subject's key areas of the brain. The poor child suffered from a mild concussion but would survive. Is she okay? Sarah asked Ryan, the euphoria replaced with worry as the orphans surrounded them. Yes, he said, using his trench coat to remove the blood from his patient's nose. But she will need rest. They killed the Doogies. One of the children said, looking in horror at the animal's burning remains and the destroyed fence. Wyvern observed the scene for a moment, from the hole in the orphanage to Sishak's rusting remains. Quick save, we are going to have a long, long conversation, she said, her powerful voice more that of a roaring T-Rex than a human. You two, Adam Cat, what were you two thinking going into hostile territory without authorization nor backup? You could have died. They were trying to kidnap children. Adam Cat defended himself. Then you should have called me for reinforcements, Wyvern replied with a firm tone. You were lucky I trailed Vulcan to make sure she didn't cause a mess. Speaking of Vulcan, she raged as Adam Cat kept her face against the ground, unable to escape his grip. Wyvern transformed back into a human, her suit adapting to her new size while she looked at the Augusty with a mix of vindication and pity. You can only blame yourself for this, Jasmine. Fuck you, Laura, the Augusty genius replied, bitter and angry. Fuck you. Does somebody have a rope? Adam Cat asked, getting sick of restraining Vulcan with his mere hands. I have handcuffs and a blindfold in my car, Ryan said, Wyvern raising an eyebrow at him. I dated weird people. The superheroine glanced at both Ryan and Adam Cat, hands on her waist. You're both grounded. Yes, Dragon Mom, Ryan groaned before turning towards Mosquito, agonizing in a puddle made of his own blood. He's still alive. Barely, Wyvern replied warily. Why did you kidnap the kids, asshole? Adam Cat snarled at the psycho. Suck my sting, Mosquito hissed. Answer the question, and we will give you medical care, Wyvern said firmly. While she was angry at her charges for acting on their lonesome, she had no pity to spare for the psycho. In your current condition, even with your enhanced metabolism, you will bleed out within minutes. Mosquito remained silent for a few seconds, probably weighing the odds of risking his boss killing him for snitching, versus dying right now. Survival instinct being a powerful force, he decided to speak. It's the place the shafts are too small for adults, and these crazy robots, they shoot genomes on sight. Robots? Wyvern repeated. What place? Ryan probed him, curious. A bunker Adam wants to access below the junkyard, don't know what. Mosquito hissed in agony. Please, the pain, it's atrocious. I've dialed the medics when I saw the kids, Wyvern said, touching her earpiece. They should arrive soon. And with these words, Ryan handcuffed Vulcan, having helped save an orphanage. He hoped his karma meter would go up after that. Other kids emerged from the orphanage, the battle over, and immediately rushed to Wyvern's side, pestering her with autographs. Others moved to help their wounded member, Ryan hearing the name Giulia being thrown around a lot. Hey Kitty, if you can create explosive projectiles, why don't you carry throwing knives? Ryan asked Adam Cat, that detail having bothered him. It would be much more practical than grabbing improvised projectiles. I didn't realize I could use my power this way. Adam Cat admitted, a bit sheepish. I knew I could delay the detonation by a few seconds, but I never thought I could combine that with projectiles to attack at range. It's only in the thick of action that it clicked for me. Well, you're still green. And you're... He trailed off, trying to find a good quip. Violet. Wow, I will let you stew for 1 hour until you find a decent comeback. Truthfully, Kitty should be proud to have done so well on raw talent alone. Ryan himself looked at his cell phone to see if the battle had made it to the news. Instead, he received a notification from his devices inside Il Miglier's HQ. Backdoor detected. Huh, Ryan wasn't the only one spying Dynamis through its computer systems. He set out to track down the IP to investigate in case it was the assassin's doing. Hey kids, I know the perfect way to cheer you up, Ryan proposed, raising his phone. Who wants a group photo with Wyvern? Me. 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 The kids all raised their hands, much to Wyvern's embarrassment and Adam Cat's amusement. Even grumpy little Sarah seemed a bit enthusiastic. They spent minutes waiting for the private security doing funny selfies, Vulcan glaring at them and Mosquito bleeding to death in the background. Chapter 16. Secret Enemies. Ryan hated hospital rooms. Even if useful for sanitization purposes, the constant whiteness made him feel sick and isolated. Hours had gone by since the orphanage battle, its occupants evacuated by Dynamis and moved to one of the company's hospitals. Sishak's victim had been put in an artificial slumber, laying on a warm bed with a respirator and brain-scanning devices near her. Wyvern stood near the window, clearly struggling against the urge to sleep. Will she be okay? Ryan asked Wyvern, both having stood watch over the girl for a while. I know from experience you can recover from Sishak's brain connection, but I have yet to see someone sedated afterward. Medics said her brainwave patterns are highly abnormal, Wyvern told him. They will keep her in observation for a few days until they are certain she won't suffer from sequelae. This worried Ryan a bit, making him wonder if Sishak had refined his powers since the last time they met. At least the vile psycho was dead for this loop, allowing the courier to relax. Enrique Blackthorn Manata chose that moment to enter the room, carrying a bright, exquisite bouquet in his arms. Well, I believe congratulations are in order, the corporate mastermind said, putting the flowers next to the window. A bit heavy-handed for my taste, but I expected collateral damage from your part, Romano. What will happen to the children? Wyvern asked, sounding quite familiar with her manager. We will take care of them, Enrique said. They will be hosted in a secure facility far away from Rust Town, and many people voiced their intention to adopt some of them. Let it not be said that Dynamis is not family-friendly. Of course they would try to exploit the situation for a publicity stunt. Well, I'm sure everyone cared about them before I posted these photos on the Dynanet, Ryan mused. Speaking of photos, Romano, I am highly disappointed in you, Enrique scolded him. I remember telling you that your name was Time Lord now, yet you introduce yourself in your pictures as Quicksave and his cat. Now the damage is done, and it might be even too late to correct that mistake. Wait, that's what bothers you? Ryan asked, surprised. You're not mad about our little adventure? Why would I? Enrique asked, also genuinely surprised. You and Adam Cat saved an orphanage while dealing a savage blow to this city's criminal underbelly. You did good. Yeah, but I skipped the training, and you said you didn't like loose cannons. I don't, but I believe you are under a misconception. You are free to do as you wish, as long as you accept the consequences. If your actions, no matter how irresponsible, lead to a victory, then obviously it was done with Dynami's full approval. If you fuck up, then you did it on your own. So if I succeed, Ryan summarized to make sure he had heard it straight. You take the credit, and if I fail, I take the blame? No, Enrique reassured him. If you succeed, we share the credit, and if you fail, you take the blame. A distinction without a difference. I admire your pragmatism, sir. You are a genius, sir. Enough with the fake servility, Romano. I get enough of that from the trainees. He then joined his hands in a calculating mastermind pose. Now, the bitter part? Oh, I know that expression, Ryan mused, who had seen it over and over again. You are going to crush all our hopes and dreams with the dullest tone possible. You catch on quickly, Romano, Enrique replied dryly. Vulcan is to be released. Wyvern's eyes widened in fury, the first time Ryan had seen her lose her cool. After she tried to murder two of our own, no way. Wyvern, I understand how you feel, but if she gets away with a slap on her back, I quit. As the silence stretched on, Ryan noticed the rose on Enrique's cashmere suit started growing thorns, shifting as if ready to jump from its holder and attack. Even the flowers near the bedroom's windows seemed to gain a life of their own, their petals swirling. Believe me, Blackthorn said, his voice calm but betraying an undercurrent of anger. I fully share your frustration. However, I do not have the luxury to act on it, and neither do you. The order comes straight from the CEO. Hector himself. But why? Wyvern asked, all but choking. She's the only one who knows how to make advanced armors. If she's taken out, their entire operation takes a blow. My father doesn't want to spark retaliation from Augustus. Enrique sighed. We are in a period of détente with him. Don Hector believes another direct conflict would cost us more than sweeping this incident under the rug, especially after Adam Cat's poaching. If Vulcan remains in custody, Mars and Venus may convince their master to get down from his mountain. What happened today wasn't détente at all, Wyvern pointed out. Can't you talk your father out of this? I tried, Enrique replied with a sigh. I even called Alphonse for support, but it didn't change anything. It would have been a different story if someone on our team had died, but since both your teammates and Vulcan survived, she will be allowed to leave with a warning. If she or another capo tries anything like that again, though, then it's war. Wyvern closed her eyes, breathing heavily. This can't continue, Enrique. Be patient, Wyvern, Enrique said. The time to clean this city will come. You've been saying that for 2 years, she pointed out, and I may say that for 2 more years if it prevents another Malta. Huh, what happened in Malta? Ryan asked. He heard rumors, but nothing detailed. It sank, Enrique replied dryly, checking his watch under his sleeve. I must go, Wyvern, quick save. At least he stopped using that name. Once Blackthorn left and the flowers turned inanimate again, Ryan glanced at Wyvern. The superheroine's face had turned distraught, her eyes glancing through the window with disappointment. Wyvern, tell me, Ryan coughed. The armor's used by the private security elite. It's Vulcan's work, right? She nodded slowly. I heard you two were close. We were. The superheroine frowned a bit. Why are you insisting on the close part? Her obsession with you seems, I dunno, a bit too passionate. Wyvern looked at him with an incredulous face, then a thought seemed to cross her mind. No, she said after some hesitation. It's... She let out a sigh, clearly not eager to speak about it. Ryan waited, knowing she would speak if not pressured. She was my partner once, Wyvern finally admitted, even before I joined Il Miglier. Your sidekick? My partner, Wyvern insisted. She was the brains, I was the brawn. However, since I was the only one in the field, the media and citizens attributed most of our success to me. Eventually, she tried to rebrand herself as a solo hero, but since she was a genius and the backbone of its high-tech military, Dynamis didn't want her out of a lab. She was too precious to risk in a direct confrontation, but she didn't see it that way. She felt sidelined and disrespected. So she stewed in her resentment, and eventually, Augustus approached her with a promise of a cushy capo rank and total autonomy if she switched sides. And you never noticed? I guess you weren't that close then. She never told me anything before she exploded. How was I supposed to know? Wyvern replied with annoyance. I trusted her. The bedroom's door opened, a feline walking inside without making a sound. Wyvern. Adam Cat nodded politely, double-checking the door's lock before turning towards Ryan. Quick save. You said the meta had a supply of elixirs. What made you think that? I can tell when psychos suffer from withdrawal. He had a long experience managing someone like Bloodstream. None of them were, and they haven't behaved like normal psychos for weeks. It seemed to be the likeliest explanation. Mosquito died while in medical care. Ryan immediately caught on, though Wyvern didn't connect the dots. What are you suggesting? She asked, confused. The reptilians. Ryan explained. The reptilians struck again. They're everywhere. Wyvern stared at him without a word. She knew he was on to her. Can you be serious a minute? Adam Cat replied, completely missing the joke. Don't you find it strange? He could have died of natural causes. Wyvern said, not really bothered by the fact she might be responsible. I hit him hard. Maybe, but if Quicksave's theory is correct, then the meta must have gotten their extra elixirs from someone. Wyvern crossed her arms, thoughtful. It is true that private security members tried to help Ghoul escape confinement, she conceded. But what you are suggesting is a very serious accusation. Someone inside Dynamis is clearly helping the meta, Adam Cat declared boldly. Supplying them with knockoff elixirs, information, and support while covering their tracks, that's the only explanation. I don't know, Felix, Wyvern said. I don't. Wait, your name is Felix? Ryan cut off Wyvern, glancing at his sidekick. And your superhero name is Adam Cat. I don't see the problem, he lied. Ryan didn't say anything, even if the jokes wrote themselves. That would be too easy. Wyvern waited a second for him to calm down before finishing her sentence. I don't doubt that some divisions of Dynamis are corrupt, and that the meta could pay off private security grunts to provide information and support. The Augusti do it too, and that has been a problem for years. However, elixirs are something else. For anyone to secure a steady supply, they would need cooperation from top executives or key people, all heavily scrutinized. Even the Augusti need to buy the knockoffs through corrupt intermediaries to avoid detection. They could be making their own, Ryan suggested the obvious. Even the Augusti haven't managed that feat yet. Wyvern dismissed it. I'm more worried about that bunker Mosquito told us about, honestly. I always wondered why the Metagang never attacked Dynamis' establishments or tried to expand. Even their attacks on the Augusti were only an attempt to keep them out of Rust Town. It said everything about psychos that attacking an orphanage was considered restrained on their part. So all they want is that bunker? Adam Cat asked. They're trying not to draw attention to themselves while they unearth it. And if Adam wants it, it can't be good. Well, my good friends, the path ahead is clear, Ryan said. We go to the junkyard and see for ourselves. Much to his consternation, neither seemed keen on the idea. If they want this bunker so much, they probably have all their heavy hitters stationed in the junkyard, Wyvern pointed out. Frank the Mad is physically stronger than me. Acid Rain possesses a devastating capacity for destruction, and Adam himself is as cunning as he is powerful. We also received reports that they recruited lone wolf psychos like the Land, and with Sishak's demise, they will expect an attack. We will need numbers, recon, and an attack plan. But can it be done? Adam Cat asked. Or will we let them go to avoid escalating tensions? Clearly, Enrique had given him the talk on his way out. Unlike the Augusti, though, Wyvern seemed optimistic on that front. The meta aren't Augustus, she said. Especially after that stunt, the public will want us to take action against TH. She stopped talking, touching her earplug. What's up? Ryan asked. Another late-night commercial? It's the harbor, Wyvern said grimly. There has been a massacre. As dawn started to appear beyond the horizon and he fought off drowsiness, Ryan realized that he should have anticipated something like that. He had seen the assassin at the harbor, and the bathysphere shipment was scheduled long before the courier himself entered the picture. Of course, Zanbato would maintain it even without Ryan's presence, and with Ghoul's arrest, the meta sent Sarin to attack the meeting alone. It must have seemed like a golden opportunity to score a few easy kills. Quick Save and his cat, Felix the Atom Cat muttered on the front passenger seat as Ryan parked near the security cord dynamis established around the harbor. I should sue you. Ryan looked straight into his eyes. Your name is Felix Cat. It means lucky, Atom Cat protested. You're never going to let me live it down, are you? No, never. Then I will call you Quickie from now on. I'll be blunt, Ryan sighed. That makes it sound like you have a thing for me. Oh my, no. Atom Cat replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I don't wish that on anyone. You're horrible. You wouldn't be able to handle half of me anyway. Believe me, Kitty, if I took you, the experience would be so intense that you would never be able to enjoy a girl ever again. I invented positions so powerful, the authorities had to make them illegal. When they arrived at the spot where Ryan had first met with Luigi and his goons, the duo only found corpses and private security members taking pictures of the crime scene. Sarin had left a few holes in the dock, indicating that she hadn't gone quietly. Her empty hazmat suit had already been recovered, drained of its contents. Ryan wondered if she had somehow survived. The Augusti's remains left nothing to interpretation. Luigi and his unpowered goons had been torn to shreds by sharp blades, their corpses tossed into the ocean. Their blood colored the water red. Zanbato's armor had short-circuited like during the last loop, shocking him to death. Considering the hole in his chest, Sarin had exploited the opportunity to land a direct shot at his vitals, killing him instantly. The samurai laid on his back, a fallen warrior. The Punisher struck again. Ryan muttered to himself, feeling slight guilt upon seeing Jamie's remains. He liked the guy, and the fact he couldn't save him during this loop made him feel a bit down. The courier knew he could bring the swordsman back, and he had seen people die so often he had grown numb to it, but still. After a shocked silence, Atom Cat seemed devastated, immediately rushing to Zanbato's side. Fuck, it's Jamie. Huh, you knew him? Yeah, we were pals before I left the family. Atom Cat examined the corpse with hollow eyes. Shit. Ryan said nothing, unsure how to react. His last attempt to comfort someone had gone horribly wrong. I knew this day would come, I knew it. But he has a girl at home, man. Shit. Atom Cat shook his head, clearly distraught and confused. Quickie, do you mind giving me a ride? You want to see his girlfriend? Ryan guessed. Yeah, I believe an old friend should deliver the news. Even if I burned that bridge, Jamie deserved that much. Ryan turned to his sidekick, remembering how he himself died at Jamie's house in the previous loop. That's not a good idea. Adam Cat looked ready to protest, but to his credit, he considered the courier's words rationally. You think they will target her next? Yes. This disaster confirmed that the assassin wasn't after Ryan specifically, but the genomes associated with the Augusti. The courier felt a little wounded at not having a secret nemesis, though it didn't explain how that mysterious vigilante figured out his cooldown limit. Outside of Dynamis, who could be mad enough to take on an organization as powerful as Augustus and know Ryan enough to figure out his time, then it clicked. Oh, Ryan spoke out loud. No way. What? I think I know who did this, Ryan replied, opening his cell phone. Which is both awesome and terrifying. On one hand, that meant another route to unlock, but on the other hand, yeesh, the boss fights would be terrible. Adam Cat cracked his knuckles. So what do we do? Ryan showed him his cell phone and the location where he had tracked the hacker's IP address. We catch the lion in its own den, of course. Chapter 17, The Hidden Route. It can't be them. Ryan searched inside his car's trunk, finally putting his hands on his secret weapons, his coil gun, and a bag of flour. What do you know of Leo Hargrave's carnival, my feline friend? That they're wandering heroes fighting marauders, warlords, dangerous genomes, and psychos, Adam Cat replied, his back against the car. They help communities pro bono, then move on. They're modern knight-errant, not assassins. That's true, Ryan conceded, which was partly why he respected them as a group, even after the problems they caused him. But they're also pragmatic knights. When they fight, they don't pull their punches. They hit hard and fast, and unlike most genomes, they actually use small unit tactics. You speak as if you fought them. I did. And they gave him his fair share of resets, especially in his early loops. I was present when they killed Bloodstream 4 years ago and got caught in the crossfire. Now, usually, I love being in the middle of interesting things, but that day cost me something dear to me. Something or someone? Sharp Cat. It had been the day Ryan had drunk his elixir, which he did to survive that disaster in the first place. He couldn't fully control his save point back then, and he ended up trapped in a suboptimal route, one which separated him from Len. As the thought crossed his mind, Ryan glanced at the Mediterranean Sea, the rising dawn refracting on its waters. As it turned out, the assassin had established their base in a ship graveyard between Rust Town and the old harbor. The supertanker he had seen on the shores was only the first of an army. Metal husks of tankers, boats, and even aircrafts were lined up on a sandy shore, rusted by salt water. Barnacles had made their home on the belly of ships and Airbus planes alike, with small alleys between each steel corpse. The IP signal came from an isolated garage nearby, a metal hangar partly built inside a cruise ship. Probably some kind of chop shop, scavenging the husks and selling back parts. Rainy, toxic clouds appeared north, though strangely, they moved against the wind and towards the harbor. Was it the doing of Dynamis, blowing the pollution away from Rust Town? Adam Cat crossed his arms, remembering something. Dad once told me that he fought their original lineup years ago before he and Mom adopted Narcinia. Augustus was still establishing his power base back then. He killed half of the carnival's members and drove off the rest. Well, they had returned to finish the job. Better late than never. But I never heard anything about a glass manipulator. They have a lot of turnover, so this may be a new recruit, Ryan replied. Considering the invisibility, and the fact they often killed through bombs or mundane means, such a genome could credibly fly under the radar, especially if all witnesses end up dead. I can't move the car closer or carry anything with screens. I'm pretty sure they can detect and control glass over a vast radius. How vast? I don't know, Ryan replied, tossing his cell phone to the backseat alongside all electronic devices. He only kept the nuclear bomb and the rabbit plushie. They may even know we are here already. All right, then I will stay near the car, and if you don't send a sign within half an hour, I will call Wyvern for help, Adam Cat decided. What about your mask's goggles? Silly, they aren't made of glass, Ryan replied. They're alien stuff. Right, and that is that flower. Adam Cat frowned at Ryan's toys. Do you want to bake them a cake? They will never see it coming. Adam Cat smiled thinly. I know you won't listen, but please don't do anything stupid. Don't worry, I have more lives than your 9 ones, Ryan replied, packing his stuff and moving to the garage. Though he would be lying if the situation didn't make him uneasy. The carnival's members were powerful genomes, and that assassin had killed him twice already. A wrong move might result in another reset, and their previous history made him tense up. As he reached the locked door, Ryan realized now would be the perfect time for a stealth mission. But he was pretty sure it was useless, and he never had the patience for them. Instead, he shot the lock with his coil gun, the electromagnetic projectile going straight through the steel. "No country for old men," he shouted, entering the garage weapon raised. Unlike the movie, no one welcomed him with a shotgun past the door. In fact, the garage didn't hold any car, engine, or ship parts. Instead, it housed several computer servers. Dozens of them in total, clearly jury-rigged and linked to an autonomous electric generator. 2 air conditioners worked to cool them down while wires went through a hole in the ground, probably linking the system to Dynami's underground cables. A massive desk with a single chair stood in the middle, surrounded by screens. Also, Ryan noticed that he could see the ship graveyard through the windows easily enough, yet he had seen none of these servers from the outside. There was definitely an optical trick at work. Yeah, this wasn't a recent development. They must have spent weeks, if not months, setting up this safe house. Ryan approached the computer, currently displaying a boring screensaver on 5 different screens. It seemed he had busted the operation while the mysterious assassin had gotten away. Or so they wanted him to think. Without warning, the courier froze time, opened the bag of flour, and rotated on himself. He sprayed the white powder in every direction, on the screens, windows, servers, and the corners. A humanoid torso appeared right behind him, standing in a corner with a partially visible sword raised. "Here you are." The flour had hit some kind of invisible armor, so Ryan took the time to draw "Kill me. I'm a perv" on the chest. As time resumed, the figure froze as they found itself with a coil gun pointed to their head. "Caught you, Invisiboy," Ryan couldn't help but gloat. "Or is it Invisigirl? I can never tell." "I will move faster than your finger on the trigger." Invisiboy replied, his voice muffled by his strange suit. "Are we playing Lucky Luke? I can draw faster than my shadow, faster than time even." "I don't think you actually stop time, Cesare Sabino, you only give the illusion of it," he replied, absolutely calm. "Or is it Ryan Romano now? Ryan." The courier replied. He tried to identify the voice, but the suit muffled it too much. "I don't think we met, though, Mr. Carnival." The figure let out a sigh of frustration at being identified. "We did, though you didn't know I existed back then." "Ah, I wondered if you were a new recruit or an invisible ace," Ryan mused. That explained a lot of his organization's success if the Carnival had a hidden operative of his caliber. "What should I call you, then?" Realizing that a fight wouldn't break out unless he started it, the mysterious genome became fully visible. His entire body was coated in bright blue glass, from head to toe. The substance prevented Ryan from seeing anything. The armor was completely shapeless, the face round like a featureless doll. It made the vigilante look rather eerie. Ryan realized that this man mimicked invisibility by somehow bending the light around his armor, perhaps using the same process used in lenticular technologies. The courier could barely fathom the sheer control needed to pull that off, although that trick didn't protect him from smoke or rain. This was some powerful orange genome. "You may call me the Shroud." The glass man tilted his head to the side. "And if you haven't shot me in your frozen time, I assume you want to tell." Ryan threw the flour bag at his face. Invisiboy stood in silence, the paper bag falling off his helmet and onto the ground. His face now looked like that of a clown with all the powder. That was highly immature. The assassin said, dusting the flour off his helmet. Well, he killed Ryan twice. The courier had earned the right to be petty. "Don't blame me if I keep my weapon drawn," the time manipulator said, since his current host's sword remained ever threatening. "You've been assassinating a lot of people lately, and killing you is still on the table. You and Il Miglier have nothing to fear from us," the man replied, crossing his arms. "Our current targets are the Augusti and the Meta." Oh, then I assume you must have hacked into Dynamis by accident. Only to root out the infiltrators in your company's midst, the genome scoffed. To be honest, I'm surprised you even managed to track me down. I was very careful not to leave a trace. Ryan wasn't in the mood to enlighten him, especially after he killed the courier twice. Why did you kill Zanbato and his fellows at the docks? Is that anger in your voice? Your concern surprises me. The glass genome walked towards the screens, ignoring the gun pointed at his head, and sat on the chair. As far as I know, the two of you haven't even interacted. Maybe I did. And maybe so far I didn't see anything that justified killing him. Heck, he's pretty low in the hierarchy as far as I know. The man joined his hands, the posture reminding Ryan of Enrique Manada. Do you know what they were shipping at the docks? Candies. Chemicals destined to the Augustes Fortress Lab on Ischia Island, which produces their bliss, Shroud corrected him. The drug is then shipped through boats and submarines to local distributors all over Italy, Spain, France, Turkey, Libya. A drug which is incredibly addictive and that Augustus uses to subvert communities, even as they struggle to recover from the wars. Your point? No matter their friendly neighborhood gangster publicity, the Augusti do far more harm than good, the genome declared. And even if he killed no one personally, by protecting this shipment, Zanbato indirectly supported an organization causing almost 20,000 deaths each year, with 3,000 in New Rome alone. So if I understand right, Ryan coughed, you will reduce violence by committing more violence. On some level, the vigilante seemed to recognize the hypocrisy involved, because he hung back in his chair, thoughtful. Ryan couldn't see his body language with the armor on, but he seemed conflicted. I don't like it, he admitted. I really don't. I would prefer to talk it out, or put criminals in jail. No matter what people say, you never get used to killing. Even my teammates within the carnival frown on what I'm doing. Ryan wondered if the whole carnival had infiltrated the city, or if this Shroud was just the vanguard, preparing the ground for his teammates. The genome suspected he wasn't the only operative in New Rome. He couldn't have done so much damage alone. I smell a butt. But the situation has degraded to a point that things will only get worse if we do nothing. The Augustes capos can attempt to murder someone in broad daylight and walk out with a pat on the back. There is no government to keep them in jail, and Dynamis is too afraid of Augustus to truly take action. He had a point, but there was a glaring flaw in his argument. Well, good luck trying to kill the invincible man then. It's not like everyone has tried for years without any progress. Augustus may call himself a god, but he is still only a man, and an aging one at that. He cannot peddle his drug in the street or exact tribute alone. He needs infrastructures, soldiers, and money to exert his influence. Take away his subjects, and a king is simply a man wearing a crown. We may not be able to defeat Augustus, but we can destroy the Augusti. Why now, though? Ryan asked, his gut telling him something was missing. Things have been somewhat peaceful, and Augustus sits on his ass. Why act now? The glass man said nothing for a few seconds, clearly considering whether or not to divulge any information. Eventually, he did. You must have seen it already. Shroud pointed out. There is a war brewing between this city's factions, a disaster that may spark a new round of genome wars and further devastation if it is not prevented. Ah, so you're pursuing your perfect run too? A perfect run. Much to Ryan's delight, Shroud seemed to understand the reference. You could say that, but there is no perfect ending, Quicksave. Only the best for a certain group of people. How could it be that the only person who understood video game slang was the guy who had him killed? There was no justice in this world. And if there is a non-murderous alternative to bring down the Augusti? Do you have one? Shroud asked, sounding a little hopeful. Because I'm drawing a blank here. Not this time, Ryan replied, but I will find it, I promise. Shroud observed him in silence for a few seconds. To his credit, he seemed open to the idea. Well, in the unlikely case you do find a way to cripple the Augusti's operations without killing anyone, then, yes, I will take it. Good. At least he wasn't some Punisher immune to diplomacy attempts. Ryan could already see the perfect path to Len and how to defuse the situation. Otherwise, I will ask you not to reveal the existence of this place or my presence in New Rome, the vigilante explained. We have nothing against you or Il Miglier. In fact, I would be happy to cooperate towards making New Rome a better place once your team is purged of its saboteurs. Though if you switch sides to the Augusti or the Meta, expect us to come to blows. You are simply too powerful a genome not to be taken out early. Ryan remained silent for a moment as everything became clear. I don't know whether I should feel flattered or furious. You considered joining them. The genome sounded only curious, but something in his tone betrayed an undercurrent of tension. Nah, Ryan lied. Well, he would never join the Meta, but still. But I wonder why you are okay with hitting the Augusti and not Dynamis. In spite of their faults, Dynamis does try to rebuild a somewhat functional society, Shroud grudgingly admitted. The company has systemic corruption issues, as Rust Town can attest, but it is a stabilizing force in Europe, and it can be reformed once Hector Manotter retires. I can't say the same for the Augusti, and let's not talk about the Meta. The vigilante observed Ryan closely. Thank you, by the way. For what, your whiteness? The genome seemed vaguely amused by the jab, but remained focused on the matter at hand. For saving that orphanage. I was only informed of the attack after it was already over, and I wouldn't have made it in time. I didn't expect you to turn your powers to a positive end, but I'm glad you did. Frankly, I worried you might follow in Bloodstream's footsteps or hunt us down in revenge. He was sick and his death was only mercy, Ryan replied. It's separating me from Len that I can never forget. The glass man said absolutely nothing, a tense silence stretching between them. Ryan pressed the gun against that man's helmet. You know where she is? I do. To his credit, the genome sounded incredibly calm and confident for someone with a weapon pointed at them. I mapped every faction in this city before starting the operation, although in her case, the problem isn't knowing her location but reaching it. Where is she? The genome didn't answer directly, pondering his words. She never contacted you in all these years. She couldn't, Ryan replied. She didn't know I survived because of you guys. You were never subtle in your stunts, nor shy about spreading your true name. I don't believe for a second that she never heard of you in 4 years. The courier's finger twitched, nearly pulling the trigger. What are you implying? The obvious, that she never contacted you because she didn't want to. And I think deep down, you understand that this is the only logical explanation. Ryan glared behind his mask. You know nothing. He considered what to do with this information. The Carnival was clearly operating in New Rome as a fourth faction. They were the hidden route. However, his focus was finding Len, and he already saw a path towards her. The assassin was the biggest hurdle towards reaching her, and now he knew the perfect way to defuse the situation. He could see it already. The perfect run towards Len. You were followed. Ryan blinked at Shroud, drawn out of his reverie. Platil, you were followed. Shroud glanced at the window, a rain downpour hitting it from outside, sick yellow-green water corroding the glass on touch and which attacked even the metal walls. No, not water. Acid. Impossible, he had been careful when driving or using his phone. Unless... The DNA tracker, Ryan realized. He knew he should have read the fine print. An explosion echoed outside, telling Ryan that Adam Cat was currently fighting for his life. Without a word, Shroud turned invisible, all the flour on his armor falling to the side of his desk. He must have altered the glass layers to shrug it off. Ryan raised his weapon and prepared to rush through the door when he heard a loud noise from above him. Something was on the roof, crawling towards his location. Without warning, a wire tentacle broke through the garage ceiling and aimed for Ryan's head. Chapter 18. Acid Rain. Ryan dived towards the servers, dodging flailing wires while the glass windows shattered around him. Outside, someone had opened fire on the garage, bullets piercing through the walls and damaging the computers inside. If it's the paparazzi, the courier complained, raising his coil gun at the ceiling. Here's my autograph. He opened fire, projectiles going through the roof while glass shards formed flying walls to cover the holes in the ceiling. However, the acid rain quickly corroded them, the liquid falling on a server and starting an electrical fire. A monstrous mass of wires stood on the roof, its malevolent eyes glaring at the courier through one of the remaining openings. Ryan blinked. "Aren't you brain-dead, Sipsy?" "I told you," Sishak replied, an undercurrent of anger in his robotic voice as he raised his wire tentacles. From above, he looked like an alien metal squid. "I heal?" "Oh good, that means I get to kill you twice." Ryan always saw the bright side of everything. The courier wondered who helped the psycho with his plastic surgery, though. The skull's shape had changed slightly, turning slimmer. Either the telepath had improper regeneration, or he had a different power set than the courier thought. Also, his body had been recovered by dynamis for study. How did he escape quickly enough to launch this ambush? Something didn't add up at all. Sishak moved his head out of sight before Ryan froze time, making it difficult for the courier to aim at the mutant's only vital area. It didn't help that the psycho's backup kept firing bullets from outside, providing suppressing fire. The invisible jackass created glass walls the best he could to keep the rain and the psycho out, but the silica didn't last long. Deciding he would rather risk the acid rain than Sishak brainjacking him, the courier shot a few projectiles at the ceiling, dodged the frozen bullets, then rushed outside. Toxic clouds had overtaken the skies as far as he could see, unleashing an acid downpour on the ship graveyard and corroding the metal husks. A large part of the area had gone up in smoke, probably Adam Cat's doing. Ryan hoped that the kitty could hold his own against whatever allies Sishak had brought with him. 2 mechanical hounds were the source of the gunfire, one standing atop an Airbus husk, the other on the ground. They had the shape of dogs, except with a glass visor for eyes, a machine gun mounted on their back, and ammo compartments on the belly. Dynamis probably used these drones to support the private security, and Ryan wondered if the meta had somehow hacked into them. When time resumed, the courier sensed the acid rain drip on his clothes, eating at his hat and mask. Ryan's clothes provided him little protection from the acid and had already started to dissolve. Since he didn't know of any natural acid with these properties, the courier guessed it was a unique chemical composition, probably from an orange genome. A few minutes without cover, and he would look like a hunk of cheese. Sishak, standing atop the garage, attempted to pursue him, only to be forced back to dodge a glass spear aimed at his brain. A flying figure emerged from the workshop, attacking the psycho with floating shards. The shroud occupied Sishak, although the acid rain prevented him from using his invisibility. The poison corroded the vigilante's glass armor, making him visible to everyone. Yet he could still control the glass and silica from his machines, summoning an entire storm of sharp projectiles to keep the psycho busy. Sishak seemed immune to the acid rain and moved at high speeds to dodge glass spears and blades. Meanwhile, the drone's machine guns opened fire on Ryan, who retaliated by targeting the one on the ship's husk and pressing his coil gun's trigger. The projectile, faster and more powerful than normal bullets, went through the robo-hound's face and came out of its ass, blowing a hole in its circuitry. The other leaped around, firing at will. Ryan whistled, his car rushing out of the smoke and towards his location. The acid rain had consumed its windows and damaged the paint, much to the courier's horror. Still, the machine hound couldn't dodge both Ryan's shots and the vehicle. The Plymouth hit it like a deer on the road, smashing the drone into pieces. "Cat!" Ryan shouted, rushing towards his car to take cover from the rain. "Cat!" A chill went down his spine as one of the raindrops suddenly transformed into a grenade right above his car. Ryan barely had the time to backtrack before his wonderful Plymouth exploded in a burst of flames and iron parts. "My car!" the courier shouted in horror. "Not again! Caught you, thief!" A woman appeared in front of the courier, unaffected by the toxic rain. Her skin was bleached white, her golden hair cut short, and her eyes a bloodshot shade of crimson. She wore a sleeveless white shirt and tight shorts. Ryan might have called her attractive, if not for the crazy, violent glint in her eyes. Oh, and she also carried a bloody butcher knife in her right hand. Let's not forget that part. "Acid rain, I suppose?" Ryan asked before activating his time stop. As he did so, the same feeling of tension ran through his spine. When he entered the frozen time, everything was tainted by a violet hue, but the woman had vanished. Did she manage to teleport away? Pain raced through his body as the acid waters managed to eat away his clothes and reach the skin beneath. While furious about his car's destruction, the courier decided to retreat into the shadow of a ship husk to get protection from the downpour. The second time resumed. Once again, a wave of tension went down his spine as Ryan let out a cough of pain, as a butcher's knife found its way to his hand, cutting his fingers and causing him to drop his coil gun on the ground. Blood flowing through his right hand, although having experienced worse, he could still focus. "You can see it, too," Acid Rain chuckled, blocking his path towards the husk. "The purple world. Oh, that place between two moments and two angles paradise." She cackled, holding her head with both hands as if overtaken by rapturous desire. "It's so wonderful. My brain shines with its beauty." "Okay, lady, I'm done here," Ryan said, looking inside his trench coat for the atom bomb. He barely had the time to bring it out of storage when the nimble killer teleported right in front of the courier, kicking the bomb away with a swift attack. She immediately vanished before the courier could return the favor. Before she reappeared and fled, Ryan sensed, he could not quite describe it, a gut feeling. The same feeling as when his own power activated. Not only could she summon acid rains, that Psycho could also switch places with raindrops, giving her an impressive teleportation range. A violet genome coupled with an orange, one who drew her power from the same source as Ryan's. Their powers interfered with one another, enough that each could sense the other's activation. The problem was, while the courier only needed a thought to activate his time stop, it took a fraction of a second to take effect. If she could sense its activation, Acid Rain had a very short window to react before the temporal anomaly manifested. And not only were her reflexes superhuman, but her power also took action faster than his own. Ryan guessed it made sense. His time stop affected the entire observable universe, while her teleportation only switched two objects in a short radius. Ryan had found a counter. "Geez, this city has a huge balance problem," he complained before taking cover under a husk's shadow. He should have expected the meta to send a heavy hitter after him considering all the headaches he gave them in this restart, but damn, that girl hit hard. Cat, where are you?" He couldn't hear anything with the downpour, nor see much. Even the battle between Shroud and Sishak had turned into a distant background echo. "I got him first," Acid Rain laughed, reappearing atop an Airbus remains with a machine gun. She had a clear line of sight towards Ryan. "Gutted him like a fish, chin to ass?" She opened fire at Ryan, forcing the courier to duck. He attempted to target her with a well-placed thrown knife to the face, but she teleported away before the weapon could connect. "Send me there." The madwoman snarled upon reappearing on the ground near Ryan's own location, daggers in both hands, his eyes lost in feverish madness. "Send me there, you thief? You think you can keep it all for yourself, you miserable little punk? You think you can take this beautiful world from me? You selfish brat, you're violating my rights?" Ryan stopped time for a second, the woman vanishing before the effect halted the clock. He immediately stopped the effect within 2 seconds, deciding to stick to short bursts as a defense. The woman reappeared, aiming for his chest, but this time he anticipated her. While she managed to put a dagger in his stomach, Ryan grazed her left shoulder with his own knife, barely missing the neck. Showing extreme nimbleness rivaling his own, she backflipped to safety, standing beneath the rain while the courier remained safely below the rusting husk. Ryan examined the wound, realizing he couldn't remove the blade without bleeding out. The situation wasn't good. He only had one hand left, and he took more damage than she did. To add insult to injury, the acid droplets seemed to avoid hitting her body, leaving her impeccably dressed even in the middle of a downpour. Aw. Acid Rain licked her own wound, her face one of blissful happiness. "Oh, it's so warm, so warm." She enjoyed getting hurt. "My compliments to the chef," Ryan deadpanned dryly. "May I suggest some fava beans with your drink?" Instead of quipping back, the madwoman let out a maniacal laugh. "I'll hurt you for this," she snarled, her expression a mix of anger and pleasure. "Oh yes, you will squeal. I'll knife you until you squeal, you little piggy." She immediately disappeared from Ryan's sight as he activated his time stop, perhaps returning to a safe house to grab weapons. The courier didn't mind dying now, since his perfect run towards Len would require an Augusti loop. But he would rather perish with dignity rather than die to this. This discount joker Ryan searched inside his trench coat and brought out the plushie. It felt so tiny in his hand and yet so dangerous. "I want you to know this," the courier said as time resumed, trying to flip the hidden switch on the plushie's back. "You forced me to do this. You forced me to do TH." Another mental signal followed, and a grenade appeared right in front of him. Two words came to mind. Meep meep. Ryan's vision turned white, his hearing went deaf, and his back hit the ground. He felt the plushie slip through his fingers far away from him. When he regained his sense of sight and his ears started to make sense of words again, he laid helpless on his back, half his body burned, the rest bleeding out. Acid rain towered over him like an angel of death. "I'm going to knife you to death," she said with an angry face. "And then I'm going to get inside your bowels. I'm sure you keep the map to the purple world there. Yes, you thief, I know that. Your intestines will look so tender and beautiful." This woman had serious issues. Ryan sighed and tried to come up with famous last words when acid rain glanced away from him and towards the shore. "Who are you?" she hissed. "Another thief. How many of you?" A stream of pressurized water targeted the psycho, who teleported away long before it could hit her. Ryan frowned in confusion as he heard heavy footsteps on the ground, powerful enough to overshadow the noise from the downpour. Something big had emerged from the sea and moved on to the shore. Although Ryan's vision was starting to blur, he could see it approach. A towering figure of bronze alloys, carrying some kind of flamethrower device. The figure looked like a mix between a diver's suit and advanced armor, smaller than Vulcan's, yet as thick as a tank and painted crimson. Its helmet's single opening projected light like a lighthouse, illuminating Ryan as it glanced down at him. His eyes widened behind his mask as he recognized the design. Len. The Iron Giant didn't answer, but although the courier couldn't see the person within due to the lighthouse visor, he immediately recognized her posture. The way she moved and carried her weapon, the slight concern when the Titan observed him. It was her. She was out of jail and free and alive and well. Ryan's heart beamed with happiness. Maybe she had always been there, watching him from afar. "Mine," Acid Rain snarled, teleporting so quickly she seemed to be in a dozen places at once. "Mine, mine, mine, I am filled with disdain and fury." "Len, don't," Ryan pleaded as the bronze giant raised her weapon, realizing the danger. "Get away!" Too late. When Acid Rain ended her teleportation onslaught, she had replaced multiple raindrops with grenades. A rain of bombs fell upon the duo with enough explosives to wipe out an entire city block. Ryan activated his time stop in a hurry, trying to drag Len away or remove the bombs. But his body collapsed under the strain of his injuries, his face hitting the bloody sand. "Len." Time resumed, and this loop ended in a cataclysmic blast. It was May 8th, 2020 for the 7th time. The 8th. Ryan had lost count, though, like always. He opened the day by ramming his car into Ghoul's back. "You guys," Ryan sighed, climbing down from his car as Renesco's bar erupted into chaos. "You guys are real assholes, you know that? I hope you do." And since they insisted on making his life difficult, the courier would return the favor tenfold this time around. "I'm calling security," Renesco complained behind the bar counter, while the bar's customers watched on. Ghoul was trying to get back on his feet, dizzied by the blow. Calm and hopeful after seeing Len again, Ryan grabbed the Fisty brothers and put the gloves on. "But I am an optimist, and since this should be my perfect run, I think we can let bygones be bygones," he said, as he playfully approached Ghoul. "Start anew, play tennis, even become friends." "Do you want to be my friend, Ghoul? Who the hell are yo?" Ryan sucker-punched him in the stomach, the psycho falling to his knees with a groan. "I think we will do it the anime way." Ryan grabbed Ghoul's head with the Fisty brothers and brought it closer to his own. The psycho's eyes widened in confusion. I beat you up. You will develop Stockholm Syndrome, and then you will become my Robin. Quick Save and the Ghoul Wonder, we're going to have merchandise, comics, television shows, sitcoms, and pointless derivatives, everything that makes life worth living. We'll be together forever. The people in the bars looked at Ryan as if he were insane. We'll have our faces on every fast food. McDonald's, KFC, Burger King. We'll get Happy Meals, Ghoul, free Happy Meals. Ghoul just stared at him with straight-up terror in his eyes. It's a whole new franchise. Chapter 19. The Right Road. What a bright day. As Ryan drove towards the ship graveyard and Shroud's warehouse, he felt utterly happy with himself. The courier had the intuition that everything would turn out well for him this time around. I feel like you're my lucky charm, my friend. Ryan told Ghoul. Like a rabbit's foot or a four-leaf clover, I should have kept you ages ago. The psycho's bodiless skull glared at him, hung on the rear mirror by a rope. Surprisingly, it had cost Ryan less money to convince the private security to keep the psycho for himself than imprisoning it. He guessed it cost more to feed a prisoner than to just ignore a vigilante. Like all loops so far, Wyvern visited him, although she sounded a bit less enthusiastic this time, for some ghoulish reason. She had also insisted he deliver Ghoul for safekeeping as a sign of trust, and for his own safety. Vulcan followed with her own recruitment pitch, putting him firmly on the Augusti path. So far so good. Ryan stopped in front of the warehouse, grabbed Ghoul with Fisty, and then stepped out of the car. I will kill you, Ghoul snarled. I will kill you, I swear. He never finished his sentence, as Ryan started juggling the skull while whistling. He looked through the warehouse's window, seeing neither the servers nor the friendly neighborhood assassin. If he didn't have absolute trust in his power, the courier might have mistook the events of the previous loop for a feverish dream. Instead of breaking in this time, Ryan knocked on the door, Ghoul's nauseous skull under his arm. Hey, can you let me in? I have a car window problem, Ryan shouted. Shroudy repair, Shroudy replace? He waited a full minute before the door finally opened, revealing a glass man and servers on the other side. How did you know? The carnival member asked, glancing around as if expecting a hidden camera. Oh, I'm alone, my carnival friend. Ryan said before showing him the skull. Except Ghoul Wonder here, but it's a package deal, like Dresden and Bob or Laurel and Hardy. Get in. Ryan walked inside, the shroud closing the door behind them. The genome remained fully visible this time, perhaps believing the courier didn't know about that trick. He sat in his chair, the screens of his many computers showing a map of New Rome with multiple locations marked. Most seemed to be Augusti fronts, like the Bacuto and Renesco's place. A cup of chamomile tea waited near the keyboard. Quick Save, how did you know? Shroud asked him again, skipping the pleasantries and being all business. You don't ask a magician to reveal his tricks, Ryan replied, glancing at the cup. Like this one, tea. He shook Ghoul's head in front of the teacup until the skull let out a puff of white mist. The liquid turned cold, ice cubes appearing on the surface. Iced tea. True genius, Shroud replied with heavy sarcasm, although he didn't touch the beverage. He also works with fridges and it's eco-friendly. I will rape you, you maniac, Ghoul snarled. I will kill you and then I will rape your corpse while it's still warm. You deserve the pain, asshole, the glass manipulator replied, completely unsympathetic to the psycho's plight. You killed at least 17 people, according to my files. Only 17, the psycho laughed before bragging. I killed hundreds, hundreds. He sounded really proud of it, too. You would think Ghoul would know better than brag about his body count while in his current position, but nope. Shroud observed the psycho with cold disdain before turning to Ryan. What do you want me to do with him? Why, interrogate him, of course, Ryan said, caressing the back of Ghoul's skull. Isn't that right, Skellington? You'll tell us everything about this big bunker your big bad boss wants so much. A bunker? Shroud asked, instantly interested. Bleep you, Quick Save, bleep you. Shut up, slave, Ryan replied before slapping Ghoul. Why you slapped me, the talking skull complained. You slapped. And Ryan slapped him again, the psycho glaring at him with fury and humiliation. Everything you can do to me, Adam can do worse. Oh, really? Accepting the challenge, Shroud separated a glass shard from his armor, shaping it into a thin needle. The object floated right in front of the psycho's skull, lining itself with his left eye. "If you don't tell me everything, that needle will work its way into your eye and then the brain. Slowly, painfully. Then I will work on the other. I have survived decapitation, bitch." Ghoul replied, unimpressed. He stared at the weapon as it came closer and closer. Without faltering, Ryan sighed, putting his hand on Shroud's shoulder. "What?" the glass manipulator asked, stopping his needle as it reached the cornea. "You believe he doesn't deserve it. I know you want to play Jack Bauer, but that's not how you torture a psycho," Ryan replied, searching inside his trench coat while putting the undead's skull on a corner of the desk. Ghoul's eyes changed from confident to mesmerized as the courier revealed a green potion put inside a perfume-like receptacle. Dynami's logo was plastered on it, alongside the concoction's name. The Hercules knockoff elixir, made in Dynamis. Ryan advertised the product, dangling it in front of Ghoul. The skull tried to take it with his teeth, but obviously he couldn't do it without legs. "You like it? I bought it this morning. It grants superhuman strength and stamina, and I heard it feels like drinking a liquid orgasm." "Give it to me," Ghoul snarled, his junkie addiction taking over. "Give it to me, damn it." It's contraindicated for quadriplegics," Ryan taunted him. "I guess I will have to flush it down the toilet." "Why, you monster?" The psycho sounded genuinely horrified. "You won't dare. Do you know how much they cost?" "What do they cost?" The courier exploded into maniacal laughter, chilling Ghoul to the bone. It made him laugh even more, with Glass Man looking at the scene in disturbed silence. "Life isn't about money, it's about having fun. You have to stop him." Ghoul snarled at Shroud. "You, Glass Man, you have to stop him. He's mad enough to do it." "I don't think I can restrain him unless you give me information," Shroud replied, removing his needle and switching to good cop mode. "I barely have any control as it is." Ryan opened the bottle, letting Ghoul smell its sweet perfume before tilting it sideways. Some of the product fell on the ground, the undead letting out a snarl of horror. "Stop, stop," Ghoul quickly caved in. "There's a place below the junkyard, a place?" "A place?" Shroud asked, unimpressed, while Ryan kept slowly spilling the product. "That's not enough." "A bunker below the trash tower," Ghoul said, his desperate eyes on the elixir. "It's full of robots and laser turrets. They shoot at genomes on sight. We came to New Rome for it." This time, Ryan stopped spilling the knockoff on the ground, having kept half of the bottle. Ghoul let out a breath of deep relief, which was odd since he had no lungs. "What's in the bunker?" Shroud asked, his tone dangerous. "Adam won't tell us," Ghoul replied, sounding truthful. "He only told a few. He doesn't want word to get out." "So you throw yourself at a fortified place without knowing what's inside," Shroud deadpanned, although he sounded more and more interested as he listened. "Forgive me if I find that sketchy." "Adam knows best," Ghoul replied. "He always does. And he's obsessed with it. He says it's, how does he say it, the future, yes. The future. The automated defenses sense genomes, and we lost a few people to them, so Adam decided to send normies in, even dogs." "Another question, then," Ryan said. "How about the sweet supply of elixir you psychos are high on?" "I don't know, all right," Ghoul snarled, Shroud listening like a hawk stalking a dove. "Sishak handles it for Adam. They distribute knockoff elixirs regularly, so long as we play by the rules. If we disobey or we look into it, we're cut from the supply. It would be impossible to generate a supply of genuine elixirs, considering their rarity," Shroud mused, his arms crossed. "Do they come from Dynamis? If they are knockoffs, I would assume so. Are you deaf?" "I already told you, I don't know. I don't give a bleep where that sweet nectar comes from so long as it flows." Ryan turned towards the Glass Man, very proud of himself. "See, that's worrying. I will grant you that," Shroud admitted. "I will look into it." "Can I keep Ghoul for further interrogation?" "Sure, I have the rest of the body in cold storage in my trunk." Ryan chuckled at his own joke, doubly so when Ghoul sent him a death glare. "Though I would like it if you kept me updated on your progress. I promised someone I would get the meta out of Rust Town, and I will follow through." Shroud tilted his head to the side but didn't ask for details. Ghoul, meanwhile, grew even more agitated. "Give it to me now. I told you everything." Ryan looked at this skull and into his tiny, adorable eyes. No arms, no elixir? The undead let out a snarl of pain and anger, which warmed the courier's heart with twisted schadenfreude. Hopes are like breakfast eggs, he told Shroud as he put the knockoff on the other side of the desk, too far for Ghoul to reach. You can't start the day without crushing them. Instead of responding, the glass man detached a part of his glass armor, reshaping it into a jar to imprison Ghoul's skull inside. Why are you giving me this information? What do you want in return? Ryan put his hands behind his back and leaned towards Shroud until their heads were within inches of one another. Where is Len? The glass man didn't answer the question immediately. His brain seemed to have frozen in place, failing to compute Ryan's words. That makes no sense. Shroud finally spoke up, shaking his head. That question, that whole situation, makes no sense. What do you mean, Mr. St. Gobain? I believe it should be clear enough. It is clear, but you shouldn't. He seemed to reach a eureka moment. Is your power truly stopping time? Ryan said nothing. I always wondered why you called yourself Quicksave, Shroud said. You seem extraordinarily lucky, as if you always know how things would turn out. As if the world itself would bend to your whims. You're clearly insane, yet somehow you always get away with all the messes you leave in your wake. You knew where I was without me leaving any hints that the psycho's intel would interest me and that I had the information you needed. It can't be a coincidence, therefore it isn't. Oh, Ryan looked at Shroud with curiosity. Please do go on. You're not actually stopping time, Shroud argued. Instead, I think you peek into various alternate realities, then select one that favors you and overwrites the current one. Advanced reality manipulation. The transition just looks like a time stop to outsiders. Ryan listened to his rambling with great patience. He had to admit it was a plausible theory, especially as far as violet genomes went. Though Shroud made the error of believing Ryan had only one visible power, instead of one power having multiple applications. The courier decided to be careful in his next loops to make sure the glass manipulator never guessed his ability's true nature. So, am I right? The vigilante asked. Who knows? The courier replied with a shrug. But if you're right, certainly you should listen to my wise words. Also, bet on the T-Rex tonight, and the orange is in the hen house. The orange is in the hen house? Shroud asked, confused. If you remember these words, then you're safe. This confused the genome greatly, much to Ryan's amusement. While he mentally pondered on the matter, the glass genome turned toward his keyboard and started typing. A map of the West and the Tyrrhenian Sea appeared on the screen, and Shroud put his finger on a spot, in a maritime area roughly equidistant from New Rome, Sardinia, and Sicily. She's there. The Vavilov Basin, Ryan mused, his heart skipping a beat. The deepest part of the Tyrrhenian Basin, the glass genome confirmed. The Underdiver, as she calls herself now, has an undersea base somewhere in the area, 3 kilometers deep below the surface. Ryan gasped as he connected the dots. An undersea communist utopia. You think this is a new Kremlin? Shroud turned his head, quite surprised. She's Marxist-Leninist, Ryan replied, completely giddy. Finally, he had reached his goal. How do I get in? I don't know, the glass man replied, disappointing the courier. Even with diver equipment, the place is full of mutant fish and other hazards. I didn't look too much into it, since besides supplying and repairing their shipping submarines, she isn't involved in the Augusti organization. Wow, you actually told me everything. Shroud froze. Yes, and if Ryan had known it would be so easy, instead of having to attack a movie studio or follow a seminar, he would have done that ages ago. I hope you aren't planning anything harmful with that information, the courier said, changing the subject. Because if you intend to do anything to her, then we'll have a problem. My only targets are the Augusti and Meta, Shroud replied, although I suspect you already know that part. If I targeted every private contractor in the city, half of New Rome would be wiped out, and she finances an orphanage in Rust Town. She ships them food and money every week. I won't attack someone trying to turn their life around. Ryan froze as a few things fell into place. The Metagang intends to attack that place soon. Shroud immediately tensed. Why? You heard dem bones, they need normies to get inside the bunker. Apparently some places are too big for adults to crawl into. So you can peek into alternate timelines. Shroud took this as a confirmation of his theory, although he clenched his fists. You are a pseudo-precog, and you help me because this is the optimal scenario. Don't get too cocky, Windshield. I will take care of the orphanage, he said with firm dedication. As for reaching your friend, I cannot help much. The only person who remains in contact with her is Vulcan, since they have a technology trade going on. I can look into it if you want. I don't think that will be necessary, but thank you. Finally, the moment of truth. You see, I have received an offer from both Wyvern and Vulcan to join their respective organizations. Continue. I want you to stop your explosive assassination spree of the Augusti. And why would I do that? Shroud asked, his tone turning from cautiously friendly to cold. Because if I infiltrate the Augusti on your behalf, I don't want to get blown up by accident. The vigilante remained silent for a few seconds as he processed Ryan's words, then he laughed. You know that they have a truth-teller? Luigi's my problem. Ryan replied, the vigilante a bit surprised that he knew the name. What you want is to cripple the Augusti organization, correct? Not cripple, Shroud replied. Destroy it utterly. Which can be done without killing anyone, Ryan argued. Most of their revenue comes from Bliss, not all of it. Shroud replied, they have a finger in every pie, prostitution, gambling, weapon trafficking, booze, but Bliss is the cornerstone of their business and moneymaker, yes, it's half their revenues. And correct me if I'm wrong, all the Bliss come from their island Superlab. Yes, Shroud confirmed. I don't know why, but they can only produce the drug there. Maybe they need a specific genome or environmental conditions. I haven't been able to get in or even close. Security is too tight. Well then, that's it, Ryan said, putting his hands on his hips in a Superman pose. I'll destroy this lab for you and cripple their business. Glass Man remained skeptical, though. Assuming you succeed, which may be plausible, you want me to do what? Ignore the criminal syndicate killing people every day in the meantime. You don't attack the Augusti, especially Zanbato, Chitter, or Sphere. He might have included Luigi in the group, but Ryan didn't like him, and the truth-teller could cause problems down the line. And obviously you won't go after me. Crippling their Bliss supply won't be enough to destroy the organization, Shroud replied. It will weaken them, certainly, but we want to destroy Augustus' empire permanently. Yes, but if an assassin targets them, then the Augusti will be on edge and increase security around the lab. Ryan pointed out, if they get no early warning and focus entirely on the meta. The courier let the sentence hang, while Shroud joined his hands to ponder the offer. Frankly, he had everything to gain with this arrangement. The Augusti and Metagang would kill each other without him having to risk discovery, and he would have an agent inside Augustus Group supplying him with information. With his own access to Dynamy's servers, the vigilante could secretly infiltrate every organization in the city, fix the whole board. 3 weeks, said the vigilante. You have 3 weeks to destroy that lab. Afterward, the matter will be out of my hands, and I can't promise anything. And in whose hands will it be then? Shroud remained silent as a tombstone. Perhaps he wanted to gauge the limits of Ryan's abilities, or he didn't trust him yet. Well, hopefully, Ryan would have met with Len then, and it wouldn't be his problem anymore. He didn't care if Augustus and the Carnival fought one another, so long as he completed his own perfect run. He might even make another loop, just to bypass saying anything compromising to the glass manipulator. Don't bother coming back here, I will contact you, Shroud said. I will keep you informed of the meta investigation, and you will return me the favor as far as the Augusti are concerned. If you tell anyone I exist, I will learn of it, and the deal is off. Deal. Ryan presented his hand, Shroud shaking it. Don't take it personally when I say I hope we don't meet again. We both know this ain't happening. The glass manipulator dismissed him without a word, returning to his screens and files. Ryan turned away, reached the door, and opened it. Quick save? Shroud called him from behind. Ryan stopped on the threshold. I wish you luck for everything. You're doing good in the world. Don't forget that. Ryan waved his hand at him without turning back, closing the door behind. He glanced at the sea beyond the ship graveyard where Len waited for him. Finally, the perfect path was clear. Chapter 20. Past fragment, under the sea, 4 years ago, Len Sabino woke up on a mattress, the room cold and chill. Water leaked from the wood ceiling, rain hitting the window. Thunder echoed in the distance, the storm getting closer. In spite of the noise, Ryan was soundly asleep next to her, snoring almost as loud as the lightning. "Hey, Riri, you're sleeping?" she whispered, but the boy didn't offer any response. Ryan was kind of cute when he slept, and completely in denial about the snoring. Len remembered the day she and her dad had found him, amidst the rubble of a village destroyed by marauders. He had hidden in the basement while his whole community had perished, their livestock taken. If she hadn't scavenged his house looking for supplies, Len may never have met Ryan. They stuck together for years afterward, never far from the other. They survived the wars, Dad's rampages, marauders, and genomes, always together, even sharing the same bed. They were siblings in all but name, though she wished they could become more, even if she was too shy to say it out loud. She never had a boyfriend, didn't understand how these things worked. If only he would make the first move. Len glanced around the room. It used to be some kind of hunting lodge near the Alps, a silent house of wood on a steep hillside. The locals must have abandoned it a few years ago, either chased away by marauders or moving towards the rebuilding cities for protection. Everybody spoke about New Rome whenever she managed to talk to someone outside her family without Dad interfering. When Ryan wouldn't wake up, Len left the bed in her pajamas and searched the room. Her companion had left his pants on a chair, and while it wasn't nice, the girl looked into his pockets. The blue elixir seemed to shine as lightning fell right outside the bedroom. It had been weeks since they left Venice, and so far Dad hadn't noticed the potions. He had left the kids alone 3 days ago to salvage stuff nearby. She hoped he wouldn't kill anyone this time. Len knew her father would come back. Ryan wished he didn't. He feared Dad hated him. Len understood. Dad was difficult. He was already drinking a bit too much after Mom left them for her other family, but he always did his best to raise Len and her brother. When Cesare died during the bombing, something broke inside Dad and never came back. The elixirs had just been the last straw that broke the camel's back, making him take out his pain on others. But in spite of everything, he was still her father. Len observed the potion with a mix of fear and hope. She knew how Dad might react once she drank it, but blue elixirs made people smarter. Geniuses. Mecron drank one, and he invented killer robots and orbital lasers. If it gave her a smart power, maybe she could create a cure for Dad, make him normal again. Turn their group into a real family instead of whatever they were right now. Len hesitated, briefly glanced at Ryan, then moved into another room of the lodge. The garage at the back. The place was complete chaos, a storage area where the previous inhabitants put everything they got their hands on. Books, car parts, tools, lamps, even an old fridge and washing machine long out of use. It had a workshop, however, perhaps used to skin hunted animals. Since electricity didn't work, Len had to light up a candle to see and provide some warmth. She sat behind the workbench and examined the elixir. The receptacle provided no notice, no information besides its helix symbol. It would be a leap into the unknown. A direct injection scared her, so she decided to ingest the substance directly. She had seen Dad do it before, so it should work. Breathing long and deep, Len removed the syringe and drank the potion whole. The substance tasted unlike anything she had ever felt. It mixed the texture of salt water with alien flavors, neither sweet nor salty, neither acid nor bitter. The liquid had no natural component at all. More strangely, the substance fused with her flesh. As she drank it, the elixir vanished before it could move into her stomach. It went straight into her bloodstream through the tongue and mouth, bypassing the normal digestion process. In the span of seconds, Len had swallowed it whole. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Len put the empty syringe on the workbench, wondering if something had gone wrong. Had age caused the elixir to lose its potency? And then her mind caught fire. A manic surge of divine inspiration possessed Len, ideas flowing into her head. Raw, pure information filled her brain like a torrent of water breaking through a dam, expanding her neurons, changing her whole understanding of the universe. She couldn't move, her consciousness freezing as it struggled to compute an enormous mass of new content. Her body went numb, a surge of blue energy phasing through her nerves, her bones, her organs. It was brief but intense, her entire self altered on a fundamental level. As the mutation continued, Len entered some kind of fugue state. The urge to create possessed her. Her power demanded to be used, like a baby wishing to be born into the world. As the blue light left her body, Len's hands grabbed the remains of the fridge, the tools, the washing machine, and everything within reach. She didn't know how long she remained in that manic state. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. During that period, nothing else mattered, not Dad, not Ryan, not the world. She only needed to create something, anything. When the surge lessened, and Len regained control of herself, she had transformed the fridge and random stuff into some kind of bulky bathysphere. She had somehow painted it red, and even incorporated a hammer and broken sickle into the final design. Even in that fugue state, her personality had bled through. She understood her power's nature almost intuitively. It boiled down to one word: water. Her power was all about water, how it worked. How to understand marine life, and how to adapt land animals to survive below the waves. How to alter the ocean on a worldwide scale. How to make technology that resisted deep sea pressure. How to create devices capable of causing tsunamis. She knew what creatures lived in the darkest abysses of the planet, and how she could communicate with them. Her power provided her with all the information she needed, allowing her own creativity to fill in the blanks. For Len, who had always loved the sea and Jules Verne's stories, it was almost a dream come true. It made her wonder if the elixir granted powers based on the drinker's personality, providing an ability that they would like based on the selected color. But for all its wonders, her power wouldn't help Dad. It wouldn't help Dad. She couldn't imagine any way to cure him, even with her expanded intellect. She didn't even understand how his unique biology worked, let alone how to deal with his insanity. She could make submarines, tsunami machines, water control devices, but nothing that could help her understand elixirs, let alone the madness they caused. And he, Len. Len turned towards the door, Ryan stepping inside the garage while still in his pajamas. He glanced at the minisub, then at the empty bottle. His mouth said nothing, but his eyes widened. "I had to," Len said, her voice breaking. "I had to." There was no condemnation in his gaze, only worry. Was it worth it? Len shook her head in defeat, crumbling on the bench. The creative surge had left her exhausted, as if she had run for hours. She felt his hand on her shoulder. She raised her head at Ryan, who offered her a warm smile. "Hey," he said, pointing at the bathysphere. "It's still beautiful. Now you can send fish to Siberia if they misbehave." The lame joke came out of nowhere but made Len laugh. "You're horrible," she replied, the tension evaporating. "I should send you to a gulag. We both know that will only be a temporary solution." "Seriously, though," Len smirked, "we could travel. I can make a Nautilus from scrap parts." They heard the lodge's door open from the outside, the lock removed. "Len, Cessaire." Bloodstream's voice echoed through the lodge alongside the lightning, Ryan's hand tensing on Len's shoulder. "Where are you? We have to go." "Hide," Ryan said, panic overtaking his voice. "You have to hide." "Where?" Len replied sadly. "There's nowhere to go." "We have to leave. The homeless are revolting again. They killed my clone in." When Bloodstream entered the garage, leaving bloody footprints behind, Ryan had moved in front of Len. The psycho observed his daughter without a word, the blood making up his body, shifting like a raging ocean. "Len." Dad's behavior had suddenly changed from warm to tense. "What am I sensing?" "Dad, what am I sensing in your blood?" Ryan shielded Len, like a knight in shining armor protecting her from a furious dragon. But for all his bravery, he had no sword. You have lied to me," Bloodstream rasped angrily, his fingers turning into claws. "You lied to your own father." Len froze. She suddenly felt so small, the world so cold and unwelcoming. "The power isn't for you," Dad snarled angrily. "It was for me. It was always meant for me. Don't you understand, you stupid daughter? I took it for you. I took it to protect you from this sick world. I know. The genius apologized, lowering her eyes. I know. It was her fault. If she had been strong, Dad wouldn't have had to take those potions and transform into a monster. Ever since your mother abandoned us, it was my responsibility, mine. Dad calmed himself, but the menace in his voice only grew. You have to be punished. Dad, please, don't touch her. Ryan tried to stop the psycho, but Bloodstream simply slapped him out of the way with a furious backhand, sending the boy to the floor. Her father moved towards Len, hands raised to strangle her. His daughter closed her eyes and didn't resist. She just waited for the inevitable, but it never came. She opened her eyes again, facing her father's featureless visage. His claws within an inch of his daughter's neck, Bloodstream trembled, as if suffering from Parkinson's disease. No. Dad suddenly held his head with both hands, fighting a headache. No, not her, not Len, I can't. I can control it, I can. Bloodstream walked away from the garage, his last embers of humanity struggling against the elixir addiction. Dad vanished inside the lodge, Len hearing him bang his head against a wall in a room nearby. Ryan had recovered from the slap, Len extending a hand to help get back on his feet. You're okay? She asked with concern. He had blood falling from his nose, not Bloodstream's, but his own. Yeah, he said, although clearly shaken. Yeah, you were very brave, she tried to cheer him up, blushing a bit. It was very heroic. Instead of answering with words, he kissed her. Len gasped as he pulled her towards him without warning, his lips against her. It was a kiss born of hunger, of a primal desire for comfort and human contact. It felt good. After all the fear and tension, it just felt good. They quickly broke the embrace as they heard Dad crawl back into the room, putting space between each other. Whether it was out of fear of discovery or embarrassment, Len couldn't tell. I am well, I see clearly. Bloodstream seemed calmer, but he didn't mention the incident. He didn't even acknowledge Ryan or his injury. I see it clearly now. You are smart, Len. You're smarter now. You can make anything. Why, yes, no, I mean. Len cleared her throat anxiously. I can't make anything, but I can build stuff. We will leave, Bloodstream declared suddenly. People are after me, after us. They destroy my clones and close in. You will make a sub and we will leave. It was getting harder and harder to find good places to crash in anyway. Leave where? Ryan asked, very careful. How about America? Bloodstream replied, joining his hands. The land of opportunity, Hollywood. We will be stars there, stars, like the Kardashians. That was insane, Len thought. They barely knew how things were in France, let alone across the Atlantic. I will see, Dad. It's all going to be fine. Both Len and Ryan tensed as Dad put a hand on their heads, almost paternally. We'll always be together. Present-day silence and darkness. The bottom of the ocean was the most peaceful place on Earth. You could always hear sounds of some kind on the surface. The singing of birds, the wind on the grass, the horns of cars, the moans of rust towns, whores, and addicts. Here, in the deepest abyss of the Mediterranean Sea, Len was alone with her thoughts. She liked it this way. Carrying a plasma torch adapted for the underwater environment, and clad in her diving armor suit, the genius worked on repairing the base's outer shell. Some of the steel parts hadn't handled the stress of deep sea pressure, weakening a part of the modular habitat. While she had designed the place to be highly modular, with each house independent from the others, any leak could cause a disaster down the line. If it was to house life one day, it had to be perfectly safe. Safe from the horrors and darkness outside. The antidepressants dulled Len's mind, made her numb after the initial manic rush, but her power allowed her to focus anyway. If anything, she only really felt happy while working. Using her power filled Len with euphoria, provided her with a sense of purpose and direction she lacked in her life. It must be night above the surface, the genius thought. I wonder. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Len briefly activated her radio, listening to a conversation above the surface while working. Existence is subjective. Even now, hearing Ryan's voice startled Len and almost made her drop her tool. Your question about whether I exist if you can roll back time. Len didn't recognize that voice. A new one. We can never know we exist, so there is no objective truth to existence. You're still thinking it over. Yes, it's disturbing. You get used to the uncertainty. No, you didn't. She couldn't. Len eavesdropped through Ryan's chronoradio for a while, then muted it. She had watched him from afar the day after he reached New Rome, while he was close to the shores. The genius could have sworn he knew she was nearby, and it made her retreat beneath the waves. Ryan was looking for her. He had been for years, and she didn't know what to tell him. Chapter 21. The Rehearsals. All was well so far on the Augusti path. Ryan had met Zanbato as expected, beat up Sarin at the harbor, and now repeated the exact same conversation which would lead him to crash at Jamie's house. All was well and good, to the sound of crashing waves against the piers. "I have to be sure about something," Luigi asked the courier. "Are you a snitch or a double agent?" "Well, I'm not really on anyone's side," Ryan replied, but then his mouth acted on its own. "But I'm a carnival infiltrator, yes. Or not." Everyone present turned to look at him, a tense silence settling in. The grunts raised their weapons while Zanbato's face turned from shock to disappointed and finally to furious. Uh-oh. Okay, 2 lessons learned. 1, Ryan hated truth-tellers, hated them with a passion. 2, Zanbato could make sashimi out of people with his laser sword. Ryan wouldn't look at sushi the same way ever again, but this time it would be different. The courier had rehearsed the perfect misleading answers. Luigi's power compelled Ryan to say the truth, but only according to the teller's exact words. "I have to be sure about something," Luigi asked him again. "Are you a snitch or a double agent?" "I can't snitch on a group I haven't officially joined yet, and I am not a double agent." Technically, he was a triple one. "Are you a mole?" "Of course I'm not a mole, I'm human." "There, saved. He did it. Okay, I should work on my wording," Luigi sighed but didn't give up. "Are you, or do you intend, to relay information about us to another organization?" "Well, yes, I intend to." "Hell, I already did." "Got it, okay. Okay, 3rd time's the charm. Through timing and intelligence, Ryan had skillfully navigated through the chain of causality to avoid the fated question. He had put on the charm, befriended everyone, distracted the grunts with funny anecdotes. Now the courier and Zanbato prepared to return to the Plymouth Fury and go eat some delicious pizzas. "Hey, quick save?" Luigi asked, as they took a few steps towards the car. "Before you go, there are a few questions I must ask every new recruit." "Luigi, seriously, please, don't do it," Ryan replied, his eyes pleading. "For your sake, don't say this. It won't end well, I swear it won't. Sorry, protocol. Are you a snitch?" Yes, I am." "Is that what you want me to say, Luigi? Is that what you want me to say?" Quicksave breathed deeply, fighting off his rising frustration. "Luigi," Ryan pointed a finger at the truth-teller as everyone raised their weapons at the courier's face. "We're going to have a problem, you and I." "Where's Luigi?" Zanbato asked Grunt 1 when the truth-teller failed to show up at the harbor, leaving only the henchman to deal with the operation. "Wasn't he supposed to take care of the shipment?" "Sorry, he was attacked yesterday night," Grunty said, carrying Luigi's cell phone. "Apparently he would have to fill in for the maid man. He's at the hospital right now, and he'll be out of commission for a while." "What?" The news shocked Jamie, who clearly hadn't been informed. "By whom?" "Some crazy psychopath with a hockey mask and stick, from what I heard." "It's a very dangerous sport, hockey," Ryan said absent-mindedly, looking at the sea. "I don't recommend it." "Yeah, that was crazy," Grunt 1 nodded. "Apparently Luigi returned home late for a party, you know, perfectly normal. He starts opening his home's door and then BAM. Some Friday the 13th crazy jumps out of the shadows, breaks his jaw with a hockey stick, beats him up for a while and then leaves." "Why?" Jamie almost chortled. "Why Luigi? Was it a robbery?" "No, the maniac didn't even take his money," Grunt 1 replied. "Maybe it was a hate crime." "The attacker looked really, passionate according to witnesses," Grunty said. "At least from what I heard." "Well, Luigi sleeps around a lot, a real homewrecker," Grunt 2 pointed out. "Maybe it was a jealous boyfriend. It had to happen one day, or it could be the meta." Zanbato crossed his arms. "But then, how did they learn where he lived?" It actually took Ryan more time to find the hockey equipment than Luigi's address. Nobody played that sport nowadays. Quick save, you're staying at a hotel, right? Jamie asked Ryan. I think you should crash at my place for the night, just in case. The city isn't safe at all, you don't say, Ryan replied. After that, events happened as predicted. Jamie invited him home, they played poker, went to Vulcan's factory, and Ryan saved the pandas from extinction. Ryan's mind had long entered autopilot, as he let his sense of timing guide him forward. The autopilot wasn't really a subpower, simply a state his conscious mind entered when he couldn't be bothered to live through the same events over and over again. It was no different than daydreaming while repeating a mind-numbing task. Humans were bound by the laws of causality. With a few exceptions, he constantly lived through an endless theater rehearsal. People held no mystery to him after a while, always reacting the same way to the exact same things. They forgot him and relearned the same information over and over again. They became machines, and Ryan the only human in the room. The repetition would drive anyone insane. But it was necessary suffering to reach the perfect ending, and soon it would finally end. Everything would turn right when Ryan found Len. He was certain of it. His cell phone beeping snapped him back to reality, interrupting the flow of causality. It took Ryan a second to remember when and where he was when he snapped back to consciousness. Extensive looping and repetition often eroded the genome's perception of reality, especially when his power noticed an alteration in his personal timeline. Ryan checked his phone while Lanka had already left for Vulcan's factory, the panda laying defeated on the ground. The message involved a photo of Russ Town's orphanage intact and a text below. Sishak taken care of. Children are safe, thanks for the tip. Ryan lived for such surprises, good or bad. When he noticed Pluto and her bodyguard talking with Zanbato, Ryan expected events to repeat until he met Vulcan. The Augustes underboss froze the exact same way upon meeting him and said the exact same thing. You, Pluto asked Quicksave. Moi. Ryan answered, preparing to repeat the same conversation. Have we met before? This surprised Ryan, as he didn't expect that answer. Possibly I'm unforgettable. I'm sure of it, we already met, Pluto replied, her tone turning from curious to confused. Who are you? Boss, what is it? Her bodyguard asked Pluto while Lanka stood still next to Ryan. The underboss' mere attention terrified her into silence. He's marked, Pluto said, but I don't remember him. And shit, did her power somehow mark him across time? Is something wrong, boss? Jamie joined the conversation, carefully backing Ryan up with Kaiyung. Who is your new recruit, Zanbato? Ryan prepared to joke when Jamie invaded his personal space, putting a hand on his shoulder. You speak to her when talked to, he all but said out loud. Quick save. Zanbato answered Pluto's question in the courier's place. He's a violet, time stopper. Not a blue, Pluto observed Ryan with an intense stare, as if trying to peer into his soul. The courier couldn't explain why, but he felt a growing pressure around him. The air thickened, something weighing on his mind. Cancel would have noticed a memory alteration or info hazard, Pluto's female bodyguard pointed out. Maybe your powers interfere with each other somehow? Pluto didn't seem convinced, her eyes set on Ryan. The courier whistled and looked away innocently while Zanbato came to his defense. Quicksave may be odd, but he is reliable, the maidman said. He helped us fight off Sarin Yester. What's your name, Quicksave? She asked Ryan, completely dismissing Zanbato's words. Your real name. Oh, I'm Ryan, he replied with mock reverence, alleviating the tension. Ryan Romano, I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. No one lives forever, she replied coldly. I've got places to be right now, but I will call you back soon to clear this up. Play stupid, play smart, run or say no, and you will die. The way she threatened him, no, wait, that wasn't a threat. That was a statement. If Ryan didn't follow her order, he would die. The end. The courier and his group watched the underboss leave with her bodyguard in complete silence until they were out of sight. Nobody dared to speak up at first, so Ryan broke the ice. So, who's up for Chinese? He asked. Shit, Lanka said, letting out a breath of relief. Blabbermouth, what the fuck did you do? What didn't I do? Ryan replied, just as confused. Or would you prefer Italian? This is serious, Quicksave, Jamie said. That woman is Pluto, Augustus' sister and underboss. Her interest is not a good thing. I suggest you follow her lead without question, Kai-Young said, her face full of concern. She can kill with a thought. Why is she even here? Lanka asked her team leader. The boss gave the go to hit the metagang hard, Jamie replied, his arms crossed. Vulcan will take command of the cleanup since she's been itching to test her new weapons in the field, and Pluto loaned her the killer 7-hit squad. I say it's finally time we clean up the trash. Especially after what they did to poor Luigi, Kai-Young said with a frown. To attack him in front of his own house if you can't feel safe at home anymore. Are we sure that it's the Meta who did that, though? Lanka asked, skeptical. I mean, it was just a guy with a hockey cross. If it was a Meta, there should have been a lot more casualties. It's probably an unpowered junkie they paid off, Jamie replied. The Meta gang isn't a big group. It would make sense for them to outsource their dirty work. Ryan listened to the discussion, trying to puzzle out the sequence of events. It appeared Shroud had followed through with his promise and stopped targeting the Augusti with assassinations. With no one to divert their attention, the criminal syndicate had decided to focus entirely on wiping out the Metagang. Ryan wasn't sure how Pluto's newfound interest in him would play out, though. It could threaten his entire infiltration mission, and he had to figure out how she could identify him even after he altered the timeline. God admit, every time he made progress, a new problem arose. No, wait, it didn't matter. Ryan only had to play along until Vulcan told him how to contact or reach Len. He didn't have to stay with the Augusti longer than that, and if they tried to force him into one fetch quest after another, well, it wouldn't end well for them. They entered Vulcan's factory next, with Zanbato lecturing Ryan on how he should talk to the capo once more. Ryan barely paid attention, having already disregarded the advice the first time, but the tense meeting with Pluto made the courier reconsider how to treat with the mercurial genius. With already one high-ranked Augusti suspecting him and his long-awaited meeting with Len on the line, there was no point in alienating another. Even if he hated it, Quicksave would have to behave. Ryan and Co. entered Vulcan's workshop, the courier's eyes immediately drawn to the enormous armor. It was odd to look at this enormous machine again after the genius tried to murder Ryan with it. Instead of teasing Vulcan about her height this time, Ryan focused entirely on the armor while Zanbato exchanged introductions with the capo. Vulcan, however, quickly noticed Ryan's interest in her work. Impressed yet? She asked Ryan, clearly expecting him to flatter her. Interesting design, especially the miniature fusion reactor, Ryan replied innocently. But you should coat the joints with a protective anti-shock layer. Someone might break them by applying selective pressure. I thought of that, she replied, a bit surprised by his insight. But I haven't found an alloy composite which may resist the intense movement friction without causing an arm jamming. Considering its intended target, I favored speed over defense. Ryan remembered how Wyvern stomped on the machine last time but kept that amusing anecdote for himself. Why not a plastic derivative then? Vulcan sat on her workbench, a flash of interest crossing her face. Are you a genius, Quicksave? Not really, but I have experience with Genius Tech. He absent-mindedly tossed her the A-bomb. And, well, pretty much everything. Everything? Wyvern's nemesis observed the bomb with fascination. Such a beautiful design. Except ice skating. Now that he thought of it, Ryan really should dedicate a loop to mastering that skill, in case he had to fight Ghoul again. You want to keep the bomb? Can I bribe you with it? I can keep it. By now, Vulcan looked like a child receiving a surprise Christmas present. Is that what love at first sight looks like? Lanka mused with a deadpan face. I thought it was a lie. Careful with your tongue, Sphere, Vulcan replied, keeping the bomb. Quicksave, I want you in my division. You start tomorrow. Wow, 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 she was skipping a lot of steps there. Jamie immediately tried to defend his imaginary purity. I thought he might do well with Mercury, he cleared his throat, and Pluto wants to check up on him. She doesn't like him. Pluto? Vulcan shrugged. She's a paranoid bitch, but I know how to handle her. She didn't even want me on the team when I joined, and yet, here I am. Don't worry about her, Quicksave, I'll cover you. Was she actually being nice? The contrast with the short-fuse, violent criminal who tried to murder Ryan a few loops ago couldn't be clearer. As for Mercury, I scouted Quicksave first, and he'll be wasted on minion work, the genius added with smug disdain, brushing Jamie off. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested in long-term employment, Ryan replied. I'm looking for Len, black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist. The underdiver. I know she has an undersea base and you're in contact with her, Ryan said, putting his hands behind his back. If you could send me there, I would greatly appreciate it. You're well-informed, Vulcan replied before making a strange face. Contact isn't the term I would employ with her. We're more like genius pen pals, trading tech sometimes. I can make a meeting happen, though not for free. Ryan thought she wanted him to invite for dinner as payment, but instead she still ordered them to ruin Wyvern's movie for petty revenge. Some things never changed. Still, he looked around for hidden cameras or a bomb. Things couldn't work out so well, could they? Come back tomorrow when the work is done and your trouble with Pluto is solved, Ryan, Vulcan said. I'll give you your reward and change your mind about the long-term employment part. The courier noticed she spoke to him on a first-name basis now, nothing better than an A-bomb to earn a woman's affection. That worked out well, Lanka said when they left the factory, quite astonished. I thought you would fuck this up somehow, Blabbermouth, but she seems to like you. Are you all right? Jamie asked Ryan once they were out of the factory. Why the question, Yajimbo? The courier asked back. You look subdued, the swordsman pointed out. I can't say it's a bad thing, but you seem to feel down, man. Sharp. In truth, Ryan didn't feel so well because he was very close to reaching his goal. He had eliminated Shroud's interference. Things were moving smoothly, and unless Pluto decided to kill him outright, he should be able to meet back up with Len tomorrow. The path seemed clear. He thought he would feel excitement, joy at having overcome all obstacles in the way, but Ryan couldn't shake off a vague sentiment of unease. Like someone having trained all their life to climb Mount Everest and having the summit in sight. He was afraid of being disappointed. Chapter 22, Speech Checks. And so Vulcan's biblical judgment was passed upon the heathens at Dynamis. Wyvern's movie ended in rats and pestilence, like the previous Augusti loop. It saddened Ryan to ruin Adam Cat's first movie appearance, especially after befriending him earlier. His adorable feline sidekick hated these commercial ventures, though, so no harm done. They would make up later. When the made men returned to the house in his beautiful car, the courier almost expected Shroud to blow up the place again. Ryan had never gone farther than this moment, so he couldn't tell what would happen next. Kaiyung didn't seem agitated in the Plymouth Fury's back, so her rat sentries should be fine. The courier almost wished for an unforeseen disaster to spice things up. When Ryan noticed Vulcan's enormous armor parked in the garden right next to a black Lamborghini, and girls waiting at the front door, he realized someone upstairs had granted his prayer. Instead of summoning them to her lair, Pluto had decided to visit her employees herself. Besides her usual bodyguard and Vulcan, the underboss also enjoyed the company of a young woman Ryan hadn't seen before. A petite, smiling blonde with pale blue eyes who kept her hair in 2 braids. She wore a white sweater and pants, and Ryan guessed she probably had Slavic origins from her facial features. She brought 2 of the Killer 7, Chitter said, uneasy at the sight. You're ready for this? Jamie asked Ryan as the courier parked the car. Well, it feels like I'll have to pass hard speech checks or fight a difficult boss, Ryan replied. But that means I'm close to the end. You aren't going to beat that one, I can already tell you, Lanka said at the back, everyone getting out of the car. The group approached Pluto's own, with everyone tensing up as the underboss looked at them. Even Ryan remained quiet at first, mostly because he knew his long-awaited reunion with Len was just around that corner. Boss, Jamie cleared his throat, I didn't expect to see you here. That's the purpose of a surprise inspection, Pluto replied dryly, her eyes settling on Ryan. Our business is with him only, Zanbato. Your team can do as they wish. If you don't mind, I would like to be present, the made man replied calmly, if only as moral support to the new recruit. I'll stay too, Lanka said. "Oh, I knew you cared," Ryan taunted her. "If she kills you, Blabbermouth, I'll be the one saddled with corpse disposal," she replied. "I would rather do less work." "I guess I will stay too then," Kai-Young replied, although she clearly didn't want to. A rat climbed on her shoulder like a Pikachu. "Just don't mind me." Pluto shrugged it off and then immediately started barking orders. "Sparrow, search his person. Vulcan, check for any genius tech he might have. Cancel, you know the drill." "I'm already on it," the blonde said with a Bulgarian accent before grinning at Ryan. "Hey, I'm Cancel, but you can call me Greta. Nice to meet you, Ryan." "Oh, hi, Greta." The courier waved a hand at her, surprised by her niceness. "I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone." Pluto's female bodyguard, Sparrow, immediately started feeling up Ryan with her big hands, searching everywhere. She removed his mask, his hat, his jacket, and then started to look into places better left unexplored. "You know, lady, if you wanted to look at my underwear." The courier said as she checked a private place, "You could just ask. I'm young, easy, and available." "I might take you up on that," Sparrow replied with an amused smile. Over time, a pile of weapons grew next to Ryan, Vulcan swiftly examining them one at a time like hors d'oeuvres, until she hit the plate de resistance. "How did you pack so many lasers inside such a tiny space?" Vulcan asked, examining the rabbit plushie with astonished eyes. "Even my armor doesn't have that many." "One at a time," Ryan shrugged it off. "What is this?" Pluto asked, curious. "Some toy. It's quite cute," Kai-Young said. "A toy with enough firepower to wipe out a small city," Vulcan said, more and more fascinated by the plushie's dark power. "Can I?" "No." The courier denied her. "But." "No," Ryan said firmly. "I'm not loaning it. A-bomb's fine, but something this dangerous, no way in hell. It couldn't end in anything but tragedy." Vulcan looked deeply, deeply disappointed, but didn't push the issue. "It's exceptionally lethal," she told Pluto, putting the plushie back on the weapon pile. "But it doesn't cause memory alteration. None of his weapons can do that." "Neither can his power," Cancel said. "Or at least I don't think so. He's as violet as they come." "Oh, you're a white?" Ryan asked, the girl nodding. "One of the mightiest," Pluto smiled at Ryan. "Cancel can negate the powers of everyone within a certain radius, my brother excepted, of course." "Ah, that's funny." Cancel immediately pouted. "Why don't you check for yourself then, huh?" Challenge accepted, Ryan immediately attempted to stop time. And nothing happened. No feedback, no world freezing with the power of his mind, not even an itching sensation. Nothing at all. His ability simply refused to activate. He tried again, but he kept having performance issues. His annoyance must have shown on his face because a smug, victorious smile appeared at the edge of Greta's lips. "Well, that wasn't good. That wasn't good at all." His save point shouldn't be affected, but if Cancel negated the automatic trigger, then if Ryan perished close to her, he might die for good. "Miss Pluto, have I told you I find you extraordinarily elegant and beautiful?" Ryan said. "When in doubt, flatter them." "Pointless, but thank you." Pluto replied with false affability before turning to Cancel. "Still nothing?" "If it was memory manipulation, I should have purged the effect," the girl replied. "Whether it was blue, green, yellow, or even violet." Pluto said nothing. Instead, she looked for a pocket inside her dress and grabbed a smoke. Sparrow brought a lighter and set it ablaze just as her mistress put the cancer stick in her mouth. "I control death," Pluto told Ryan, Jamie's group freezing still at her words. "The metaphysical concept of death, the end of life. While I cannot count them, I can sense the weight of a person's years. And if I'm not mistaken, Quicksave, you're the oldest person I've ever met. Far older than anyone should be. Now that I've taken a good long look at you, I would peg you as—" She breathed a cloud of smoke on Ryan's face. Somewhere in the triple digits and closer to 4 than 2. Oh my, that long. Ryan had lost count after the first century. 3 digits? Kai-Young frowned. "That doesn't make sense." "He seems a bit young for an old geezer." Lanker replied with a shrug. "Are you sure, boss? I don't mean to doubt you." "You are," Pluto cut her off as sharp as a blade. She didn't raise her tone, but it silenced all critics. "My power is never wrong, so Quicksave, care to explain this to me?" The way she phrased it, Ryan knew that Pluto would either spare or kill him depending on the answer. No choice then. "I knew this day would come." Everyone glanced at the courier, who did his best guilty culprit confession impersonation. "Okay, I admit it." The courier let out a long, long sigh. I lied. I lied to you, to everyone, about my power." "I suspected as much," Vulcan said, now listening with rapturous attention. "I can't imagine how one could stop time and still be able to act. You should evolve in a lightless world where every item is a deadly projectile." "So you lied about the nature of your power to keep an ace in the hole?" Pluto asked, playing with her cancer stick. "A sensible thing to do, especially with strangers. I applaud your caution." "I guess you aren't as stupid as you look," Lanka teased him, Jamie elbowing her. "How does it actually work, then?" Pluto asked. "When I freeze time, I actually jump into another parallel universe, usually to avoid death," Ryan lied through his teeth. "One alternate world very close to mine. I overlap with the me of that world and we become one." Ryan expected denial, but much to his surprise, nothing of the sort came up. "That's awesome," Greta all but swooned. "Does that mean you can become a woman, like fuse with an alternate version of you that is a girl? How does it work?" "Once I spent 3 months Chinese." Ryan lied, the bigger the better. "And I became American twice?" "Wait, that's how you cheated at cards." Lanka immediately focused on the important tidbit. "You asshole, you jumped universes whenever you had a bad hand." "Huh, that's interesting," Jamie said, crossing his arms. "That puts some of your comments at the casino in a new light." "That explains the chronoradio, too," Kai-Jung added. "Chronoradio?" Vulcan frowned. "A radio that listens through time." "Multiple pasts," Ryan corrected. "You can't have more than one past," Lanka grunted in the background. "A radio that can tap into alternate timelines." The more she observed his technology, the more Vulcan seemed fascinated with it. "How does it work?" "It's really complicated, but—" "I'm a genius," she interrupted Ryan. "How does it work?" "Observer effect, my smug friend." Ryan replied with a shrug, unwilling to elaborate much. "The observed state changes depending on the observation method." "It works with past events?" Vulcan's eyes widened as she struggled to grasp the underlying theory. Meanwhile, Pluto's face was undecipherable. Finally, she uttered a single word. "Okay." "Wow, you guys took it a lot better than I thought," Ryan admitted. "People usually think I'm pulling their legs when I say that. My niece Minerva can interact with parallel universes, although she's a blue. I wonder how your respective abilities would interact. Could be interesting." The underboss examined the courier with a whole new look, trying to puzzle it out. "So the abnormal number of years I sense is because you fuse with your copies and your metaphysical weight accumulates." "Could it be that you marked an alternate version of him?" Sparrow said. "And your power followed him through his jumps?" "Possible," she admitted. "Though the fact I marked him at all is a warning sign." "You mark every genome you meet," Vulcan pointed out brashly. "It's quite vulgar, frankly." Pluto ignored the jab and observed Ryan closely, who gave her a smile in return. "Search his car for any devices," she ordered her cronies next. "I'm not entirely convinced yet." Sparrow examined the Plymouth Fury as thoroughly as she checked Ryan's body, searching under the seats, the trunk, and the hidden compartments. She clearly had experience with these things. Vulcan, meanwhile, examined the chronoradio, checking multiple channels. When she opened the car hood and looked inside, Sparrow's bored face turned into one of confusion, then astonishment. "My God! What do?" Kai-Jung peeked inside and then screamed in horror. The rat on her shoulder was so startled it fell to the ground. Jamie immediately rushed to his girlfriend's side, taking her in his arms and frowning at the car hood. Of course, everyone gathered to peek inside, much to Ryan's confusion. Why such a reaction? Even the unflappable Pluto had raised an eyebrow, and Lanka was at a loss of words. "What the fuck?" "Ryan." Jamie looked at the courier as if he were deranged. "Why is there a brain inside your car?" Ryan peeked beneath the car hood and understood what they meant. Below the engines and near the heat pump, there was a hidden hatch which Sparrow had opened, revealing an elongated brain floated in a jar of green liquid, the spine linked to cables. "Oh my," Ryan said, scratching his hair. "I completely forgot about that. I will ask again." Jamie's voice had turned deadly cold while Kai-Jung hid behind her boyfriend. "Why do you keep a brain in storage?" It's not in storage, it's connected to my car. I mean, how did you think the self-driving worked? The chrono radio? You believed it was magic or artificial intelligence. Seriously, Jamie was okay with Ryan keeping an A-bomb, but he drew the line at a brain-driven car. Where was the logic in that? That's so messed up, Lanka muttered to herself. You abducted a complete stranger and extracted his brain because you couldn't get a driver's license. Oh, I see where it's going. Ryan raised his hands. You think I abducted homeless people off the streets with the help of a creepy hunchback assistant, and that his name was Igor. It said something about Pluto and Vulcan that they looked more curious than disturbed by the possibility. And Greta kept smiling, fascinated. It should have looked cute, but now it seemed downright disturbing. It's not a human brain, Vulcan pointed out. The shape doesn't fit. It looks like a manta ray's, but no, I don't recognize it. Some of the parts are clearly artificial. It's homegrown. Ryan replied, entirely synthetic. Explain this, Pluto said. Now, I worked a few jobs for geniuses in the past, and usually they paid me with tech rather than cash, like my A-bomb. He drew quite a few angry glares at this, except Vulcan, who was more and more interested. The courier powered through. I couldn't get the chrono radio to work due to lack of processing power, and I wanted my car to drive by itself. A client proposed to solve both problems at once. By putting a brain in your car, Lanka deadpanned. One of his specialties lied in wetware computers. Ryan replied, he had like hundreds of brains in jars, he grew them like weed. So it's not sentient, Kai-Young asked, looking at the brain matter with an anxious face. It's just a computer. Of course it's not sentient, Ryan protested. You think I would do half the things I do with my car if there was a real person inside? Do you take me for a savage? Nobody answered that. Jamie kept his arms crossed. I don't know how to feel about this. Me neither, his girlfriend admitted. Pluto, who had remained completely unflappable so far, threw her smoke on the lawn and glanced at Vulcan. What do you think? He clearly had multiple geniuses work on his car, and I think I see a miniature particle accelerator connected to the brain. The weapon designer replied before closing the car hood. It will take me a few days to review everything, but I doubt any of his devices can be used for memory manipulation. I see, Pluto said, turning to Ryan next. Quick save? Yees. You're on probation for now. I'm not entirely sold yet, but I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Don't make me come back. She glanced at Vulcan next. Jasmine, he's yours to do as you wish. If he fucks up, I'll hold you responsible. Jamie seemed a bit disappointed in the background, perhaps believing she would assign Ryan to his own superior's division. But he knew better than to mouth off to that lethal woman. Without a word nor goodbye, Pluto considered the matter settled and moved towards her car. See you soon. Greta waved at everyone, while she and Sparrow went for the Lamborghini, crisis averted. No sooner after they left, Vulcan tried to buy Ryan on the spot. Okay, 3,000, she declared out of nowhere, unable to resist her newfound feelings for the courier. To work as my lab assistant and let me examine your rabbit. Does a toy warrant more attention than a brain-driven car? Kai-Young whispered to Jamie, who shrugged his shoulders. He had long stopped trying to make sense out of the situation. $3 grand per month. Ryan smiled smugly at this cute offer. My, you're cheap, per day, Vulcan corrected the courier. Half cash, half wired. Ryan merely raised an eyebrow. Lanka was the one who almost died of a stroke on the spot. Per day, for him, he cheats at cards. I will make you your own armor, everything else you want, Vulcan continued, completely ignoring the minion. Drugs, enough horse to break your nuts on, your own personal lab, and of course, your girl. You grease the hinges, the door opens, Ryan replied. My main quest first, then we'll see about the side quests. All right, fair, Vulcan replied, moving towards her armor. We're going. To the Moo-Woo-Woon. To your friend, Vulcan replied, as if he was saying something stupid. There's a second seat in my suit's cockpit, so climb in. Finally. He was going to see Len at long last. Chapter 23. The Reunion. When Vulcan said she had a second spot in her cockpit, Ryan thought he would have his own baby seat at the back. But as it turned out, the genius was more fond of motorcycle designs than cars. People are gonna talk. Ryan said, holding Vulcan by the waist with his chest against her back as the mech accelerated. The crazy woman had designed her cockpit like a motorbike, with screens and computer interfaces at the front. The bench seat did allow for 2 people inside, but Ryan had to lean on the pilot due to a lack of space. If outsiders could watch them, they would probably find their current positions suspicious. "Let them," Vulcan replied. Due to the oceanic pressure, the mech had entered some sort of alternate mode to protect its weaker parts, contracting its joints, shielding the cameras, and using only sonars and thermal sensors for navigation. From outside, the armor must have looked like a bulky lump of metal. "I don't give a shit." "Interesting choice of design, though," Ryan said, hearing the faint noise of the fusion reaction powering the suit. "Was that a personal preference, or—" "Dynami's elite soldiers are trained to target the center of mass," Vulcan cut him off. Ryan had noticed that she was very fond of lording over her knowledge whenever the occasion presented itself. Since most armor cockpits are located there, this means enemies usually shoot straight at your vitals in a fight. I used to overcompensate for that with thicker shielding, but that's pretty limited when you fight someone who can bench press tanks. "Ah, I get it," Ryan realized, as he felt the mech slow down. "With your current design, the cockpit is actually located between the shoulders, thus away from the area where most soldiers shoot at. This improves the chances of successful ejection in a pinch, but you must also cut down cockpit space to avoid making the frame unwieldy." "I use a neural interface to control most of the systems," she replied, briefly putting a hand in her hair. Ryan noticed some kind of black cranial implant hidden below her bun. "This removes the need for systems in the cockpit, except emergency ones." Oh, so that explained how she could command her suit from afar. Ryan wondered about her range. "I suppose it's an even trade in exchange for the close, uncomfortable physical proximity. If you use your hands to feel me up, I'll castrate you," she warned him. "I can already feel your cock in my back. Gee, when you said you were easy, you weren't kidding. You don't want me to upgrade the difficulty to hard mode right now." Vulcan chuckled at the dirty wordplay. Ryan couldn't believe it, but the violent genius was quite lovely when nobody threatened her fragile ego. "You're fucking shameless," she said. "And here I thought you loved that girl, though." "I loved her once, yes," Ryan admitted, "but that was a long, long time ago." Well, his devotion to Len had never wavered through the years, but Ryan no longer desired her romantically. He had been in romantic relationships in the past, all erased by time. At this point, the courier could settle for a friend, even an acquaintance who could recognize him. Someone with whom he could have a connection that would survive his endless travels across time, no matter how fragile. All Ryan wanted was someone who could alleviate his loneliness. No more, no less, the courier sighed. Moving kilometers below the sea gave him the blues. "Are we there yet?" "Are you going to ask this every minute?" "Yes, until we are there." "If you ask it again, you can say goodbye to another A-place," she replied. "Are you coming on to me?" The genius ignored him, the mech shaking. Ryan guessed that they must have landed somewhere. "Are we?" He started, Vulcan glaring at him over her shoulder. "Friends yet?" "You must have a death wish," the genius said, the cockpit ceiling shifting. "And as a matter of fact, we're here." About time. A hatch opened above the courier, alongside a miniladder. Ryan could see a red lamp outside the metal suit, enshrined inside a rusted ceiling, but little else. "I'll be waiting here, working on other stuff," Vulcan said, as Ryan started climbing out of the cockpit. "Since you guys need some time alone, just don't take too long or I'll leave without you." "You would leave a major investment stranded miles below the sea," Ryan mused before nodding at the genius. "Thanks. You did your job, I did mine. I ain't a fink, Ryan." "Well, I certainly appreciate a woman of her word." It saddened Ryan a little since he might bypass all these fetch quests in the future, depending on how things turned out now. He would have to find a way to balance the scales. The courier climbed out of the mech, standing atop the suit. The room looked like an airlock, albeit one big enough to house something as large as Vulcan's suit. Walls of steel surrounded Ryan, thick enough to withstand the undersea pressure outside. Vulcan's machine stood with its boots in a puddle of water, enormous closed gates at the back, a smaller human-sized door at the front. While a lamp provided a dim crimson light, Ryan didn't notice any camera. "Shorty?" he asked, before leaping off the metch and onto the puddle. When he received no answer, he moved towards the smaller door. No sooner did he approach it than he heard a sound coming from behind. The gate opened on its own, spurred on by an automatic mechanism. Carefully, Ryan stepped out of the undersea airlock and into an apartment. Well, it looked like an apartment, albeit one sparsely furnished. It was around 50 meters square, including a main resting room, a small kitchen, and doors leading to what Ryan assumed to be a bedroom and bathroom. The walls were painted blue and red, her favorite colors. The whole place smelled of her presence. "Where's that Jamaican crab to sing a song when you need him?" Ryan whistled to himself, finding this place too silent for his liking. Yet he didn't see any stereo nearby. The courier moved towards the kitchen, noticing a fridge. When he opened it, Ryan found an assortment of tasty dishes straight from the sea: crabs, fishes, algae. A tube seemed to provide the food from another part of the complex. The courier tested the sink next. It worked perfectly, but clearly hadn't been used much lately. "Shorty, where are you?" Ryan then wandered towards the main resting room, made of a sofa and a plastic table. Instead of a TV, the main room's sofa faced a massive porthole allowing sitters to see the world outside. Namely, an undersea abyss as dark as the blackest night. Strange fish looked on the other side of the reinforced glass, perhaps curious or attracted by the strange house's warmth. The courier noticed a pile of books on the table, including Vingt Mille Loups Sous les Mers, the exact same book Len found in Venezia all those years before, alongside Karl Marx's compiled Das Kapital and Hegel's Elements of the Philosophy of Right. Some things never changed. However, much to his alarm, the courier also noticed a large amount of medications next to that mini-library. Ryan quickly analyzed them, identifying the products as Dynamese-made antidepressants and anxiolytics. Powerful ones, too. Ryan didn't know Len's self-medication treatment details, but it was clearly unhealthy. As the courier walked in front of the porthole and peeked through, he noticed other sources of light in the darkness. On a closer look, they came from other portholes in sphere-shaped structures, an egg nest at the very bottom of the abyss. A complex set of corridors linked the structures together, forming a vast community. Did Len build that? Certainly not in 6 months, even with Vulcan's help and funding. She must have spent at least a year slowly building this place, going to New Rome when she needed specific technology she couldn't manufacture herself. If each habitat was a self-sufficient apartment, then there was enough space to house hundreds of people. Silly Len, she was building her own undersea Khrushchevka? But still, this place felt like it lacked a soul. There was no personal touch, no warmth to it. All the accommodations were utilitarian, meant to cover a human being's basic needs without any aestheticism whatsoever. Besides the books, Ryan didn't notice any source of entertainment or even a photo. This place was a brightly colored undersea tomb, nothing more. He heard another door open behind him, perhaps the bedroom's one. She didn't make a sound at first, yet he could sense her eyes peering at his back. She didn't dare say anything, so Ryan broke the ice. "Hi, Shorty," the courier said, looking over his shoulder. "It's been way too long." It was her, she was both so familiar and yet so different, but it was her, unmistakably her. She wore a brown diving suit, albeit not the towering armor as in the last loop, alongside some kind of water rifle. Len had had a growth spurt since the 4 years they last met, although she was still small enough for him to tease her. Her teenage cuteness had blossomed into a true beauty, albeit one lessened by exhaustion and the pale complexion of her skin. She clearly didn't go out often enough. They both needed to take a vacation. "Riri," Len smiled, but it was more sadness than joy. Her voice was music to Ryan's ears, yet she sounded so weak and anxious. It had been so long since he had heard that nickname that the courier had almost forgotten it. It awakened old emotions he had long since buried through decades of time looping. Happiness and sadness, too. She looked so terrible, her eyes blackened by tiredness and antidepressants, that it made Ryan feel guilty not to have found her before. It was his job to make her happy, and she clearly wasn't. Ryan fully turned around to hug his oldest friend, but she took a step back when she saw him move from his spot. He froze in place, confused, while the sofa stood between them like an insurmountable barrier. Don't come closer," Len pleaded, a hand on her water rifle. She wasn't pointing it at him, but she didn't set it aside either. "Please?" "Shorty, what's wrong?" Ryan asked. This wasn't the reception he had hoped for, let alone expected. "It's me. I've been looking everywhere for you." "I know," she replied. "I know." Ryan tensed up at these words. "For how long?" His best friend looked away before finally confessing. 2 years. Ryan froze as his reality came crashing down. He had always refused to entertain the thought, even if deep down he knew it was the only logical explanation. Ryan had made so many waves across Italy, he thought that if Len was alive, then she would have contacted him. If she didn't, he believed it meant that she was dead, captured, or in a terrible position. Ryan never wanted to accept the most likely scenario, namely, that she avoided him on purpose. "Why?" Ryan asked, feeling as if he had been shot in the gut. Why did you avoid me?" She didn't answer immediately, not with her voice, but her body spoke for her, her trembling hands, her unease in Ryan's presence. The courier couldn't believe it. "You're afraid of me?" "No." She said, "It's just your presence." "You have PTSD." Ryan recognized the symptoms, glancing at the pile of medications. Suddenly, it all started to make sense. "I remind you of the bad days. I remind you of bloodstream. I'm an open wound." "Riri, your power." Len shook her head. "It's done something to your mind. I can see it. You're not stable. Your behavior, it's not that of a sane person." "Len, I'm not insane," Ryan protested. "I just get the joke." "You don't get anything," she accused the courier. "You never did." You killed him." The words echoed across the undersea habitat, an awkward silence settling in. "You led the carnival to us," Len accused him. "You didn't pull the trigger, but you brought the gun." "I did," Ryan admitted. He had an eternity to ponder his choice, and it had to be done. "My only regret is that it separated us for years." More silence. Len had never been good at articulating her feelings, but all these years had only worsened her social skills. He wondered if she had any people to talk to. "Len," the courier said, "your father was never going to get better, and one day he would have killed you. He almost did. I spent years studying the nature of genomes, trying to find a solution to the psycho condition, see if I could have made it right, but there is no cure. Or at least none I could design with the means at hand. Even Ryan, for all his power over time and causality, hadn't dared take 2 elixirs, for powers worked on a level far greater than mere gene manipulation. Another elixir would cause his original power to mutate, maybe create another save point or permanently leave him mad. If Ryan ever became a psycho like Bloodstream, with his save point, no one would be able to stop him. It would be an unending nightmare for himself and countless others. "I know," Len admitted. "I know, but he was still my dad. That wasn't your choice to make." Ryan put his hands behind his back, studying her for a moment. Then he removed his hat and mask so she could see his true face, the gnawing unhappiness beneath the smile. "I apologize," Ryan said, and he meant it. "I'm sorry I hurt you." Len looked into his eyes and then glanced away, unable to hold his gaze. The sight hurt way worse than acid rain's knives. He bore witness to the end of his main quest, and it wasn't a happy ending. "Why did you make this place?" Ryan asked, glancing at the habitat. Perhaps there was something he had overlooked, a detail that could let him salvage their friendship. "For me," she said. "Then for others." "The orphans above," Ryan guessed. "That's what this place is for." "Yes," she said, looking at the distant lights through the porthole. "I want to bring them here when it's finished. Give them a place where they can belong, begin again. Make it right." "Len, you can't retreat from the world, even if it's harsh and absurd," Ryan said. "Or else you will lose part of yourself, too. Look at you, you're miserable, Len. You're not happy living like this." "Riri, there's nothing above for them, or for me," Len argued. "There's just violence and psychos and powerful bastards kicking down the little guy. I thought the bombs had wiped the slate clean, but more than a decade afterward, it's more of the same." "If that's how you feel, then let's make it better," Ryan said. I can help. I've got all the time in the universe to fix it. I can make everything right. I'm already fixing it. I'm making a new, better place. A place where everyone is equal. No, you're running away from your problems, just as I did, Ryan argued. The medications are dulling the pain, but they won't make it go away. No matter how many times you repeat the same process, the outcome won't change. Neither will this place help you. It's sunken. You're literally sinking, Len. He extended a hand. Let me help you, the courier begged her. Once you wanted to explore the world, we can do it. Travel together and look beyond the horizon. There's still so much to do, so much to learn. I've seen things you can't even imagine. I can show them to you. We can start over. Len looked at his fingers, and for long, agonizing seconds, she looked tempted to take his hand. If only she would, then their days of loneliness would finally end. But she didn't take it, held back by her own fears. Crushed at the sight, Ryan realized it wouldn't do. She was too hurt, too wounded to take the risk. Their friendship was an old wound she feared might fester again and sink her deeper below the sea. He was just making things worse. The world is absurd, Ryan declared, but it's not hopeless. She frowned at him, confused. I've faced the same situation over 10,000 iterations and made a different choice each time, he explained. If it was all hopeless, then nothing should have changed. A single man can't make any difference, right? That's fatalism for you. Well, fatalists are cowardly crybabies. Every choice I made led to a different outcome. Sometimes it changed little, other times it changed everything. Sometimes I killed people, and other times I saved them. Where I don't understand, where are you getting at? That in the end, my decisions changed things, Ryan said. Even if I was the only one who could see it, it doesn't matter if the change is big or small. The change exists. Yes, bad things often happen for no reason. And sometimes good things too. While not guaranteed, justice is attainable. Nobody is in control of anything, but that doesn't mean your actions have no impact. So please, Len, don't ever say it's hopeless. If time travel has taught me anything, it's that everything can change and the perfect ending is always within reach. Time travel? Instead of burdening her with his own issues, Ryan put the quick-save mask and hat back on, then walked towards the hatch's door. She didn't make a move to stop him, even if she seemed to hesitate. No matter how bad it gets, Len, I won't give up on finding happiness, he said, looking over his shoulder at his old friend. I hope you don't either. Ryan walked away, his silent steps echoing below the sea. Chapter 24. Transition. It was a bright new day in New Rome. The sun was rising. Bullets were flying. Rats were singing, standing at the balcony of Jamie's apartment in casual clothes, a coffee mug in his right hand. Ryan glanced at the rodents occupying the area. Kai-Young's rats seemed to be doing some stretching exercises while dawn rose beyond the horizon, showing incredible levels of flexibility. They were cute for enormous mutant rodents, but Ryan was a cat person at heart, and he was in a foul mood. He grabbed his cell phone with his left hand and played pre-recorded music he had prepared just for the occasion. The terrible noise of felines meowing echoed across the apartment, startling the rats and sending them into a frenzied panic. They immediately dispersed, hiding beneath the sofa. Ryan. Kai-Young shouted from the kitchen, busy making breakfast. Stop it! What? He asked innocently, the rats glancing at Ryan upon realizing his trick. It's not forbidden to listen to cat music. I'm not forbidden to throw you off the balcony either. What is all the racket? Jamie emerged from his bedroom, wearing only a shirt and boxers. Without his armor, he reminded Ryan of a grizzly bear emerging from his cave. The first thing the mob enforcer did was to kiss his girlfriend, then join the courier at the balcony with a coffee cup of his own. Nothing. Ryan replied, hiding his cell phone. Kai-Young's rats emerged from their hiding spots to gather behind his back, glaring at him. Seeing a dozen rats in that position may have frightened a normal person, but the courier just meowed at them. You're impossible. Jamie replied, his eyes blinked as he slowly woke up. A rat jumped on the balcony's ramp, the genome scratching it between the ears. How are you feeling? Whimsically peaky. Ryan, Jamie looked at him in the eye, how do you really feel? Was he that bad at hiding it? Ryan looked at the distant, warming sun. I don't feel anything. Anything as in? Nothing, Ryan replied with a sigh. I feel empty. Well, to be precise, he felt like someone whose years-long quest had ended disastrously. Ryan had expected a happy reunion that would make everything better, and he had only found more tears and sadness. Emptiness had been his natural state for years, until learning of Len's survival had given him a newfound direction. His endless existence finally had a purpose. Except Len didn't want Ryan in her life. Hell, she was an even bigger wreck than he was. But I'm used to it, the courier replied with optimism. That just means I've just got to find something to fill the void. Even that stunt with the rats was an attempt to get his mind off Len. He had found chaos and whimsical jokes a welcome distraction when in a bad mood. Confusion energized him, while introspection made him feel stale and restless. Jamie shook his head before looking at the sunlight, too. I'm sorry. About what? About your girl? I'm sorry she broke your heart. I haven't been dumped, Ryan protested, since he clearly had misunderstood the situation. I know rejection is painful, Zambato consoled him, digging himself deeper. And that's okay. It happens to everyone. She wasn't the right person for you, or perhaps now was not the right moment. You're still young, you will find someone. For empty platitudes, Jamie managed to make them sound inspired, maybe because he earnestly tried to cheer him up. The worst part is, Ryan said, letting out some frustration instead of bottling it up. She's in pain, and I don't know how to help yet. His words seemed to resonate with Jamie, who opened his mouth without saying anything, seemingly rehearsing his words in his head. He glanced at the rats and told them to shoo away. The rodents let out a vengeful screech at Ryan and then moved to the kitchen. You know, one day, a former friend and I found someone having an overdose, a homeless woman. Jamie spoke once the rats out of earshot, his voice breaking. She would have died if we hadn't been there. Ryan could sense the sheer emotion brimming in Jamie's voice and said nothing. It clearly came from the heart. Even when she was out of the hospital, I considered her my responsibility. I tried to help her clean herself up. It was hard. It was really hard. It took months to deal with the relapses, the bad habits, and help her find a job. A lot of my friends, they didn't understand. They thought I was just wasting my time, that she was hopeless. But she wasn't. It worked out. It was hard, but she recovered. Ryan glanced at the kitchen and Kayung's shadow. People take time to heal, Jamie said. And from what I heard, that girl seems to have pretty deep scars. Don't give up and do your best, but don't beat yourself over it either. Ryan nodded but didn't respond. I talked with the others. Jamie said, swallowing his coffee without savoring it the way Ryan did. And we will organize a party next Thursday at the house, to welcome you in New Rome. A Hugh Hefner party or a friendly housewarming party? Gino Monley, most of whom are single. Hugh Hefner, then. Wait, are you going to whore me out? Am I to pay the rent in my flesh and blood? Don't worry about rent. However, everything that will happen during the party will stay at the party. You may see weird stuff. The more Jamie spoke, the more embarrassed he sounded. Stuff that would shock most people. I think you're pretty open-minded, but I'm not sure how much. Since genomes were naturally immune to most diseases, including STDs, and had a high drug threshold, Ryan had a pretty good idea of how the party would degenerate. Oh, you know, without arrogance. The courier smiled. I've seen everything. Okay, good. No bliss or cats allowed, and you help clean up tomorrow morning, Jamie added firmly. Also, no matter what happens, don't fuck Vamp. You can hook up with anyone but her. A forbidden romance route. How can I resist? By reminding yourself that she's a goddamn succubus who will drain you to death if you fall into her arms, Jamie said with a hint of dislike. She's a nasty shade of green. Why invite her at all if you don't like her? She's part of the hit squad, and she takes it personally when she isn't invited to group events. Trust me, it's less drama that way. And Livia, Kai-Young shouted from inside the apartment. Don't forget to tell him about Livia. And Livia too, thank you, honey. Jamie shouted back before focusing on Ryan. She's off limits for a reason I cannot divulge yet, but trust me, if you make a move on her, you will die. Jamie didn't know anything about reverse psychology, did he? Nah, the courier wasn't in the mood. I think I will pass on the matchmaking attempt, Ryan said, bored with romance. I've had my fair share of hookups. Really? Jamie didn't hide his surprise. "I didn't take you for a party animal, or at least not that kind. At one point in my life, my motto was try them all until you find the perfect one," Ryan explained. "But afterward, it became stale and superficial. It was just doing the same thing over and over again." I think I see what you mean. Also, why are you advocating for me to fight for true love and then try to hook me up with someone else?" "No," I said. "You don't give up on helping your friend with her issues, but if she isn't interested, take the hint and look for companionship elsewhere." Jamie put a hand on Ryan's shoulder, overflowing with warm dad radiations. "I know it's a leap of faith, but I'm sure you will find someone that can make you happy at that party. That's all I wish for you." Ryan turned towards the apartment. "Kai-young?" "Yes," she replied, busy making lunch. "If you don't marry this man, I will do it myself." "I don't share," she replied with a deadpan tone. "I told you that you had the same sense of humor," Jamie said, putting a hand on Ryan's shoulder. Both genomes returned to the kitchen, putting their empty cups in the sink. By then, Kai-young had cooked a big brunch for her man and herself. However, she also handed a lunchbox to Ryan. "Here," she said, "for midday, it's bibimbap, so I hope you like rice and vegetables." "It's fine, I was going to grab a sand. Take it." She insisted, all but shoving the lunchbox in Ryan's arms. Knowing Vulcan, she won't let you out of her workshop until she has worked you to the bone. God admit, these guys were so nice, it was almost oppressive. They were killing him with kindness. His lunchbox under his arm, Ryan prepared to leave for work but stopped in front of Lanka's bedroom first. "Sleeping Beauty," the courier knocked. "It's the police, wake up. Hands on your head." He heard a groan behind the door, alongside the sound of empty bottles falling to the ground. "Is it 3 in the afternoon already?" "No." "Then fuck off." Come to think of it, she remained awake very late into the night. She probably worked evening shifts. After putting on his quick-save costume, Ryan waltzed out of the house, put the lunchbox on the back seat, and then drove the Plymouth Fury away. Even at this early hour, traffic in New Rome was insane, reminding the courier of the worst hours of the pre-war era. Right after leaving the suburbs, he found himself trapped in a jam. The courier opened the windows and put on the radio, singing to himself when he found the Pink Panthers song. "Tada, tada, 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 tada." Curse Henry Mancini and his catchy tune. He needed a cheery song, especially after last night. The reunion's disastrous ending had gnawed at him all evening as he tried to figure out a way to help Len get over her issues. Unfortunately, he saw none yet, or at least none that wouldn't make things worse. Ryan had gained a certain insight into human nature through his loops. His best friend seemed so far gone into her shell that forcing himself into her life would worsen things. She needed to reach out to others first. But if not him, then whom? The orphans? How did it fit? His main quest had ended in a disaster, and Ryan didn't know what to do next. Well, now that he had somewhat fulfilled his main goal, the courier could devote his time to do side quests instead of starting a new loop. He had promised different people to drive the Meta out of Rust Town and to blow up the Augustes Superlab, and the courier would be true to his word. Afterward, though, he didn't know. Finding Len had been the driving force of his existence lately, a welcome intermission in his meaningless wandering. If he couldn't help her then, no, he couldn't allow himself to think this way. There was a way to solve this, he just needed time to figure it out. Don't turn around. Ryan turned around in the back seat but saw nothing. "The green giant is in the garden," he said. "The green giant is in the garden." No answer. "You're supposed to say a code," Ryan replied, looking back at the road. "What if I were a shapeshifter? You would have blown your cover. Frankly, you should leave the real work to professionals." "The orange is in the hen house." See, you're learning. "How was your reunion with Len Sabino?" the shroud asked, clearly sitting in the back while invisible. The courier wondered if he had waited all morning just to surprise Ryan as he took off to work. "Were you peeping?" Ryan sighed. "Not all that great, but I handled it like a champ." "I am thankful you didn't rat me out once your goal was achieved," Shroud replied, blatantly ignoring the question. "That makes me trust you a bit more. Is there an actual reason you want to visit me, or do you just spook people on principle?" You wanted me to keep you updated on the metagang, and you are supposed to report how things are advancing on your side. Shouldn't you already know? Ryan asked, quite certain the invisible jackass had kept him under tight surveillance. I'm in. You have infiltrated the Augusti, but not the right part of the organization, the glass man said. Bacchus leads the drug division, not Vulcan. The road to complete a quest often takes twists and turns, Ryan replied, raising his finger and delivering his wisdom. Sometimes you must wait for the right opportunity. Like your party, Shroud mused. I will wait longer, but the deal is off without meaningful progress. For an infiltrator, he wasn't very subtle about thinly veiled threats. How about our psycho friends? Ryan changed the subject. Did you clean out the trash yet? They have a sensor warning system, or maybe a seer, Shroud sighed. Whenever I move too close to the junkyard, they send a heavy hitter after me. Neither invisibility nor disguises helped. All right, so no stealth mission. What else? Sishak. Didn't you deal with him? Ryan asked, remembering his previous message. Yes, more than once. Ryan looked at the streetlight. Regenerators are annoying, aren't they? Yes. Then the invisible jackass dropped the bomb, but not as much as duplicators. Ryan didn't move an inch. I tried to capture him at the orphanage, Shroud explained, but he killed himself rather than become a prisoner. Impossible. The only thing nearly as strong as a psycho's addiction was their survival instinct, especially old ones like Sishak, who had survived for more than a decade. Unless. You said they sent heavy hitters after you, Ryan guessed. Including him? Including Sishak, whose original remains are still in my possession. Shroud's visor became briefly visible, reflecting the dawn's light. That scenario should remind you of someone else. Bloodstream. Len's father had had an incredibly loathsome cloning power, as ghastly as it was effective. It had made him nigh unbeatable for years until the carnival tracked all his doubles down and managed to prevent him from duplicating. Sishak had seen it in action. Could it have inspired him? If his duplication works the same as Bloodstream, Ryan trailed, his hands clenching on the driving wheel. I'll take it personally. I can't confirm it, Shroud replied. But I thought you should know. If you learn anything new, please inform me, or I will deliver the pieces, Ryan replied. Anything else? Bacchus, alias Andreas Torque, is a blue, Shroud explained. He can drive others mad with visions and hallucinations, though I do not know what triggers his power. Tread against him carefully. I don't have a lot of information on his person, except that he is an excommunicated priest. He rarely leaves the Superlab and only to visit Augustus. If you want to get into the division, you will need to reach him through an intermediary. Great. A new chain quest. I suppose I won't get a reward for it? No answer. The courier turned his head around, touched the back seat with his hand, and sensed nothing. Not even a calling card. Wait, that bastard had stolen the lunchbox, Chapter 25. Never enough DACA. Vulcan's workshop echoed with the sound of welding while Ryan reviewed an armor sketch. Ass on a chair and legs on the workbench. Ryan's job as Vulcan's assistant turned out to be more desk work than anything exciting like target practice. She handed him designs for new armor, guns, or vehicles, and then asked him to review and improve on them. As he examined her sketches, the courier realized that Vulcan's genius power was probably weapon creation. All her inventions either had an offensive application or served to support weaponry. The genius could even make cyber warfare programs, like viruses capable of detonating cell phones from afar. While it made Vulcan a devastatingly dangerous genius, you couldn't make a vehicle with just guns. She never patched her armor's joints' weakness, simply because her power refused to entertain innovative solutions in theory unrelated to warfare. No wonder Vulcan desperately wanted a genius assistant. She was a missile without a tripod. So, let me get this straight. Vulcan asked, welding a new cannon to her armor's right arm. Underdiver doesn't want you in her life, and Zanbato suggested you persevere. Pretty much, Ryan replied, scribbling notes on her sketch. He always found Genius Tech to be an interesting intellectual challenge, which was why he had devoted so many loops to studying it. Oh, and he's also throwing a party Thursday night. Well, Jamie doesn't know shit, the genius snapped back angrily. I fucking hate white knights, and Underdiver doesn't need one. She doesn't need anyone. I'm not sure. Can you even fathom that girl's sheer potential? Vulcan interrupted him. At least a third of the Earth is uninhabitable nowadays, and she can make self-sustaining habitats that can survive deep oceanic pressure. I'm making weapons, but her. She's building the future. I could do without her tech, yes, but the money I send her, it's an investment for mankind. She stopped welding, put her tool and iron mask away, and wiped away the sweat with her hand. White knights, they're smothering, she ranted, grabbing a water bottle and taking a sip. They don't help because they're nice, but because they're needy. They're oppressive. What your girl needs is self-confidence, and she's only going to develop that by building something that is hers alone. So if you really like that Len girl, don't get in her way. If you want to help, don't help. It didn't sound at all like psychological projection. Not at all. I'm sure there's an interesting story behind that opinion, the courier teased her. Wyvern was the worst of the white knights, casting everyone in her shadow, she replied, as Ryan had guessed. You think she's being a hero because she really believes in justice. It's all ego, self-righteousness. She wants the cheering children, people looking up to her without making the hard decisions. If she really wanted to change things, she would have ditched dynamis long ago. But she didn't. But what did she do to you personally? Ryan asked, a bit confused. Haven't you been listening? She kept me in her shadow. When we started, I was the brain and she was the brawn. I gathered intel and made the plans. She's powerful, but she's a mace. All the force in the world doesn't matter if nobody can wield it in the right direction. The genius continued going into a rant, venting off. Her voice dripped with bitterness and anger, her fingers crushing the now empty plastic bottle. Wyvern became famous because of me, but she was always the one in the field, the hero everyone talked about, and when we made a deal with dynamis, it got worse. I wanted their resources to build myself a suit, make a name for myself. Become Wyvern's partner instead of her sidekick, but they kept me in a lab, vetoed all my plans. I can make any weapon, the likes that rival Mechrons, but to the men nada. I was just the girl making their soldiers' armor. Let's make a gun then. A gun, she frowned. A very big gun, Ryan said. A laser gun that can draw a logo on the moon. Why would I draw a logo on the moon to copyright it? Vulcan raised a finger, remained silent as she considered his sentence in depth, and finally realized that she had no answer to it. I defeated you with logic, Ryan gloated. In response, Vulcan threw her plastic bottle at him, although with a thin smirk at the edge of her lip. She moved towards the courier and grabbed the sketch, reviewing his additions. Interesting idea, though it's useless in the rain, she said before raising an eyebrow. Why is there a duck drawn in the bottom left corner? I got bored halfway through. She wanted him to review a stealth model of armor, capable of blending into the environment. Invisible Lunch Thief had given Ryan the idea to use optic cameras to record the wearer's surroundings and then portray them on the surface. You don't enter a fugue state while working, she noted. Curious, curious? Nice work, a voice spoke from behind Ryan. I want one. Why, thank you, the courier said, peeking over his shoulder to welcome the newcomer. A genome had entered the room, somehow without opening the only door. It was a tall, lanky figure whose costume reminded Ryan of a scarecrow. A ghoulish metal skull mask hid the face, and a black hooded cloak the rest of the body. Most importantly, that gentle devil seemed as fond of weapons as the courier, carrying guns on bandoliers and a sniper rifle. TCH, not even spooked, the man complained, although Ryan wasn't sure it was a guy at all. The skull mask digitally altered the voice, even if it sounded vaguely male. You're not fun. Mortimer, stop bullying the newbie, said Sparrow, as Pluto's bodyguard entered the room through the door. Instead of her absent mistress, she was followed by Cancel and a new face. Sorry, Quicksave, he gets off on startling people. Hi, Ryan, hi, Jasmine. Greta waved a hand at them with an endearing smile. Hi, Greta. Ryan returned the greeting, though he paid more attention to the third person in the group. It was a young woman his physical age and gorgeous. Not pretty gorgeous, but top-model gorgeous. A hazel-eyed blonde whose hair fell down to her hips, with tanned skin and a perfectly chiseled face. This Venus could probably bring any man to his knees in adoration. Even her bright white clothes and jewelry were the apex of new Roman fashion, things Ryan would have expected to see on an actress. Unfortunately, from the way she carried herself, her appearance had clearly gone to her head. She moved with such pompous pride and self-confidence, it was almost nauseating. But Ryan didn't care about her beauty. He cared about her resemblance to a certain feline. Unfortunately, she mistook his rapturous attention as something else. "I'm Fortuna," the bombshell introduced herself, the courier immediately remembering the name as one of Adam Cat's sisters, the world's luckiest woman. Ryan chuckled. "If you have met me, no, you aren't?" "Oh, really?" She moved in front of a metal wall and put her hands on her waist. "Shoot me." "You're sure?" the courier asked for confirmation. "Yes, shoot me." "Okay." Ryan immediately rose from his chair, pulled his Desert Eagle out of his coat, and then fired with enthusiasm. The suddenness of the gesture startled Fortuna's teammates, although they made no move to step in. When he ran out of bullets, Ryan didn't bother reloading. Instead, he threw the gun away, pulled another sidearm in his arsenal, and fired away. When he emptied the magazine, the cycle continued with new weapons. AMT Hardballer, Browning High Power, Beretta 92 FS Inox, gold-plated Beretta 92 FS Inox, CZ-75, Glock 17, 2 Glock 17L, Sistema Colt Modelo 1927, Stekkin APS. Because the Russians made the best guns, followed by a Smith & Wesson Model 629. He's persistent. Mortimer muttered, Ryan almost unable to hear him over the sound of gunfire. "That's a lot of weapons," Sparrow noted. "Where does he find the space?" "The only certainty in life is that when death comes for you, you will never have enough guns," Ryan shouted. His gloves fumed with gunpowder. At that point, armored guards entered the workshop, perhaps expecting a shootout. They looked at the scene. Ryan glanced back and froze time. When time resumed, the guards found their submachine guns missing, the courier wielding both as he opened fire on Fortuna. Vulcan raised a hand at the confused guards, who wisely returned to their post with confusion and sheepish embarrassment. When he ran out of small arms after 10 minutes of non-stop shooting, Ryan moved onto shotguns, bombarding the model with a Remington Model 870. Then he upgraded to his coil gun and finally threw almost every single knife he had. He only had 2 surprises left. Ryan paused, as his hand didn't find the first of his prized weapons. "Hey, where did my A-bomb go?" "I took it while you were busy shooting," Vulcan said, raising the metal sphere in her hand. "I knew it would come down to this." "Give it back," Quicksave pleaded like a child, but Vulcan kept the bomb out of arm's reach. "Give it back." Impressed yet? Ryan turned to look at Fortuna, who stood completely unharmed while the wall behind her had turned into Swiss cheese. She didn't have a single scratch, not a single one, and he was only 3 steps away, shooting at point-blank range. Got him it. Now Ryan felt like a stormtrooper in Star's Wars. "That's a Pulp Fiction level of divine providence," the courier admitted. Although, the young woman replied with one of the smuggest grins the courier had ever seen. "I have a secret technique," Ryan said, abandoning the use of nuclear weapons to get back to his trusty knife. "Which, if I use, will cut your hopes short. I must warn you, though, nobody ever managed to stand up to it." She silently told him to bring it. All right, she asked for it. "Za Warudo." Time stopped, the workshop turning purple. Ryan quickly glanced at Cancel, as frozen in time as the others. As he suspected, her negation power offered no automatic defense. She had to switch it on and off. Good to know. Ryan memorized that information for later. He took 3 steps towards Fortuna, expecting to slip up through her ridiculous luck, but he didn't. His power trumped her own. The courier briefly wondered where he should hit her, hesitating about giving her a light cut. But that sounded a bit too savage. Instead, as Amerindians scalped their victims as trophies, he swiftly cut her blonde hair to shoulder length with his sharp knife, keeping the rest for himself. Za Warudo. Hairdresser style? She may be lucky, but in this world of frozen time, the courier ruled without equal. Toki wo tamer, Ryan spoke in Japanese, quickly returning to his original spot in the nick of time before his power ran out. When the clock turned again, Fortuna let out a ghastly wail of horror and surprise, which startled Ryan by its intensity. Greta didn't flinch. Mortimer glanced down at his teammate's hair with what appeared to be quiet satisfaction, and Vulcan didn't pay attention to the girl. She only had eyes for one handsome courier. "You cut my hair," Fortuna protested, her arrogance replaced with shock. "You cut my hair." What? Her stylist probably did that every month, and that woman reacted as if she had been stabbed. "You asked for it." He replied, putting the cut hair inside his coat. "Now I shall keep your hair as a war trophy?" "How could you?" she replied with noble indignation. "Have you no respect?" "Mademoiselle, I believe in true equality," Ryan declared. "Equality of gender, of religion, of race. All shall suffer without discrimination. I have no chivalry, no scruples, no respect for the elderly, and I'm utterly colorblind. Doesn't matter which gods you pray to, none of them will help. Beautiful or ugly, I shall torment without respite." Fortuna didn't share his civilized point of view, but Ryan guessed such was the lot of those ahead of their time. "Morty, Greta," Fortuna clenched her teeth. "Say something." "Serves you right," Mortimer rasped, unsympathetic. "All the times you mocked poor Mortimer because he couldn't hit you." "Not so smug now." "Wait, is this the first time someone managed to wound her?" Vulcan asked, curious. "I never use my power on my teammates," Greta replied, her expression ever cheerful. Ryan thought that her behavior had gone from endearing to positively creepy. "Hey, don't look at me like that," the courier told the crybaby, who kept glaring at him. "If anything, I'm the victim." "You." Her glare morphed into a confused expression. "Yes, I grant you your wish. Obey your command without flinching, and I only get ungratefulness in return. Truly, I don't think we'll ever be friends." Fortuna merely stared at him, unable to form a coherent answer. "All right, enough with the bullshit." Vulcan clapped to get everyone's attention. "Quick save, these are the Killer 7, our organization's hit squad." "I must be bad at math because I only count 4, Ryan deadpanned. "We're 6 with the Vamp and Night Terror," Sparrow replied. "The former isn't good for direct combat, and the latter's power only works in the dark." Wait, Ryan immediately asked the important question. "Why do you call yourself the Killer 7 when you're only 6? "We started at 7 when Boss Pluto led us, 1 for each color," Mortimer answered. "But since she mostly does admin nowadays, we've rotated between 4 to 6 members depending on turnover. The name stuck, though. Killer 7 is catchier than Killer 6, you know." "Only Mortimer and I remain out of the original lineup," Sparrow explained. "We were each a different color." "We would need a violet to complete the set," Greta said, grinning at Ryan. "Want to join?" "I veto that proposal," Fortuna said immediately. "Me too," Mortimer added with a shrug. "He's new meat." "But we don't have a violet to complete the rainbow," Cancel complained. "Greta, you cannot invite an unproven recruit," Sparrow said before looking at Ryan. "Nothing personal, quick save. Our missions are the most sensitive, so we only welcome genomes with an extensive history of loyalty towards our organization. Maybe in a few years." "Don't poach my boys," Vulcan shot down the idea. "I'm sorry, but I can't get past the name thing," Ryan pointed out. "I mean, if you aren't able to commit to a theme, you should find another one entirely." "What, next you're going to tell me Sparrow's supervillain name has nothing to do with her superpower?" Sparrow answered with a forced smile. Ryan glanced at her with disbelief. "It doesn't." "She shoots lasers." Mortimer said, "Sort of." "I find sparrows adorable," the genome replied, embarrassed. "They're my favorite animals, and the name wasn't taken." "What's wrong with you people?" Ryan complained, disappointed. "No respect for tradition and proper branding. I'll give you a brand, you crazy." Fortuna mumbled, still reeling from the humiliation. "Enough chit-chat," Vulcan said, growing frustrated with the banter. "I gathered you to attack the Metagang today. We will drive them out of Rust Town, even if we have to fight them city block by city block." "'Bout time," Mortimer snickered. Ryan may actually fulfill most of his goals in this loop. Could this run finally improve after the disastrous reunion with Len? "What about our armor?" Sparrow asked the important question. "I've designed variants for each of you." Vulcan glanced at Ryan. "With one exception." "I'll pass." Frankly, while he understood the appeal of armor, Ryan preferred mobility over defense since his power made death a non-issue. As for stealthy versions, well, he wouldn't dress in bright colors if he didn't want to be seen. Even one that enhances your power. Ryan squinted his eyes at the genius. "You can't. Mecron could enhance powers," she replied, annoyed. "That's how he recruited his few living followers." "Yes, Mecron. It said something about Vulcan, that she took the comparison to the world's most powerful genius as a challenge. I can make armor which enhances the user's power, though I need to study it in depth. I managed to do so for our fireman division." "They took the firebrand knockoff elixirs which grants pyrokinesis," Sparrow said. "You've probably seen one in New Rome. They're very popular." "Maybe." He didn't pay attention to extras. How much firepower did they gain? "They went from throwing embers to fireballs," Vulcan boasted, putting a finger on her chin. "Now imagine what your power could do." This was a trap. Ryan had noticed it the moment Pluto interrogated him at Jamie's place. His power fascinated Vulcan to an unhealthy level, perhaps because she suspected he lied about its particularities. That was only an excuse to lower his guard, so she may gather data. And yet, Ryan had struggled for years to explore his power, and he knew he hadn't tapped into its full potential yet. If he could enhance his power, create multiple save points, or move his current one further back into the past. I will think about it. Chapter 26, FPS. Ryan thought his life was a role-playing game. Kill them all. A druggie shouted from atop a roof, hitting Ryan's car with a submachine gun, the bullets unable to pierce the shielding. Everywhere, the courier heard the sound of bullets flying. Kill them all. But somewhere along the line, it had turned into a FPS. Hiding behind his car with an earplug in his right ear, Ryan reloaded his pistol while mourning the Plymouth Fury's paint job. At his side, Fortuna fired over her shoulder with a pistol with one hand and texted on a phone with the other. She didn't even aim, and her bullets always resulted in a headshot. At least she had taken to wearing a white, streamlined armor to protect herself. Seriously, one bad haircut, and suddenly the world wasn't safe anymore. In total, 12 people, Ryan and Fortuna included, hid behind the cover of half a dozen cars and subs. Most were henchmen wearing riot gear and carrying powerful firearms, with one exception. A woman in a suit of heavy, red, padded advanced armor whose design reminded Ryan of steampunk comics. That genome had drunk the firebrand knockoff elixir, and as promised by Vulcan, her armor boosted her pyrokinesis. Sometimes, she looked over her cover to throw a car-sized fireball at the enemy. You know, texting while fighting is the first cause of bullet accidents. Ryan asked Fortuna as one of his car's windows exploded, shattered by a 20mm round. "I'm texting my brother," she replied dismissively, barely paying attention to the battle. The lucky genome didn't even bother to protect herself, the snipers having a clear line of fire to hit her head. Yet so far, every bullet had narrowly missed her helmet. Felix the Atom Cat. "You know that," Fortuna groaned. "I'm in the middle of a firefight and he won't answer his big sister." Having reloaded, Ryan froze time for 10 seconds and peeked over his car. Beyond the protective vehicle line, the welcoming committee had taken refuge inside 2 half-demolished apartment buildings, surrounding the main road leading to the junkyard. Most of the walls had fallen, but the remains provided snipers with enough protection. As for the road itself, the Meta's men had blocked it with a trash barricade, leaving only small openings to allow their machine guns to fire through. The Augustes firebrand genome had managed to set the road on fire, though, forcing the defenders to flee or die in the flames. However, it didn't look like the snipers would run out of ammo anytime soon. Ryan shot 2 of them before taking cover as time unfroze. Far in the distance, west of his position, he noticed crimson beams piercing through Rust Town's polluted clouds. Sparrow's doing, probably. In total, Vulcan had deployed 300 soldiers to retake Rust Town, divided in groups all across the district. Most of them were non-superhuman paramilitary. Others were genomes having drunk a knockoff elixir. People like Ryan or the Killer 7 with original powers were a minority in the squad. The private security had watched the squadron move inside Rust Town without reacting, perhaps hoping the Augusti and Meta would slaughter one another. Vulcan then deployed her forces all around the junkyard, where the Meta had established their headquarters. Unfortunately, as soon as Ryan's group approached the area's outskirts, they found themselves welcomed by armed men. "Vulcan here," Ryan heard through his earplug. "How's the situation?" "It's a camper contest here," the courier replied. "It's the bad days of Quake all over again, but my car is all right." "Yes, that's the important thing," Fortuner replied with a sassy tone. "If someone could help us, that would be great. I've got a date tonight." "You will wait," Vulcan replied, although she sounded quite blasé. "Cancel and Sparrow are busy dealing with Gemini and Sarin, and I'm fully occupied dealing with cannon fodder. It's such a drag pursuing them house to house." "No sign of Acid Rain or Adam?" the courier asked. The Meta's leader was their main target, as Vulcan believed he alone held his group together. If he died, the psychos would splinter and become manageable. "Scared?" Fortuna taunted him, putting her cell phone back into one of her armor's pockets. "Frankly, I could do without Acid Rain." Ryan replied, being in no hurry to die to her again. "Our powers interfere with one another. She can predict my shifts and counter them." "Then Fortuna will stay with you," Vulcan declared. Wise choice. No matter how powerful she was, Acid Rain needed guns, knives, and weapons to kill. And Fortuna's cheat code of a superpower allowed her to neutralize them. And no sign of either yet, nor of any of the big guns, oddly. "Why do I have to stay with that maniac?" Fortuna complained as their fire genome set a building floor on fire with a well-placed fireball. "Can't you send me with Greta?" "You will stay with Quicksave because I say so, brat." "I'm older than you." "Don't waste my patience, Fortuna. Clearing out the outskirts is already more exhausting than I expected, so I'm not in the mood to hear your whining." Clearly, Vulcan didn't think the battle would last for so long. The Meta had a lot more foot soldiers than anticipated. Ryan briefly froze time and glanced over his cover to survey the situation. Much to his horror, a new, scrawny sniper had appeared inside the left building, rejoining two other men with what appeared to be an archaic rocket launcher. Rocket launcher to the left," Ryan shouted a warning as time resumed. "How did the Metagang recruit so many mooks?" "On it." A voice echoed through the earplug. Mortimer suddenly phased through a wall behind the sniper nest in the left building, taking them by surprise. Mortimer was the only member of his hit squad who went into the field without armor, perhaps because it interfered with his power. From what Ryan had seen, the killer could phase through surfaces, from cinder block walls to the earthly ground. In any case, Mortimer slaughtered the mooks with a submachine gun, then phased through the ground within the blink of an eye. The man with the rocket launcher fell through a destroyed wall, falling on the ground below. 13, Mortimer gloated through the earplug. "I'm leading." "Not for long, Morty." Fortuna fired one bullet. Two snipers fell from the right building's roof. Ryan was about to participate in the kill contest when the reality of the situation hit him like a deer in a headlight. She killed two people with one bullet. She killed two people with one bullet. "How did it work?" Ryan asked. "How did it work?" "I don't know." Fortuna replied with a shrug, amused by his confusion. "The world simply bends to my whims." Ryan stopped time and spent the entire 10 seconds looking at the scene and trying to puzzle it out. Did the bullet bounce back on one sniper's skull and killed a second? When he realized he had no logical explanation, he turned toward Fortuna as time resumed. "Can I cut off your foot?" "What? Why?" "Because if it's anything like a rabbit's, I want some of that sweet luck." "As a matter of fact, go bleep yourself, you crazy homeless, you crazy homeless." Ryan looked on at her pitiful attempt at improvisation, shaking his head. "You're such a disappointment." Fortuna let out an angry snarl, rose up from behind the car, and unleashed a volley of bullets at the defenders. When she emptied her magazine, the fighting suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Ryan peeked over the car, as did the rest of the Augusti. They only faced corpses with holes in their skull. 18, Fortuna declared, smoke coming out of her gun's barrel. "I win." "I call hacks," Mortimer complained. "You cheat." Their group had probably killed 50 people in total and lost only one henchman, shot at the beginning of the firefight. Such was the gap between normal human beings and genomes. "Stay here and secure the area until I give new instructions," Vulcan ordered. "I'll be done in a minute." The Augusty spread over the perimeter, but Ryan didn't join them. Instead, he focused on what truly mattered to him, his Plymouth Fury. "My car is all right." Ryan let out a sigh of blissful relief after he reviewed the engine and key parts. The protective alloys had held against the gunfire. "I will have to repair the windows, but none of the vitals have been hit." "The vitals?" Vulcan mused through the intercom. "Does your car have a heart on top of the brain?" "All cars have a heart, but not everyone can hear it." "Poetic." Ryan heard an explosion on Vulcan's side and then nothing. "She must have gone, Michael B., on her enemies." "All right, all clear on my end. Cancel, Sparrow." Siren and Gemini retreated, Sparrow replied, ever the professional. "We have control over the main roads, and they're mighty sore losers about it," Mortimer said, his voice turning raspy as he cleared his throat. "Look at the skies." Ryan did so, noticing acidic clouds spread above the junkyard and extending towards the outskirts. Acid rain. Thankfully for him, the clouds moved to the west, so she was Sparrow and Cancel's problem this time. "They sent weaklings to delay us until they could mount a counterattack with their heavy hitters," Vulcan guessed. "But I wonder how they recruited so much manpower to draw upon. I miscalculated." "That's trash mobs for you," Ryan replied. The courier was quite optimistic, though. If the meta struggled to mount a defense, it meant the attack took them by surprise. He could always refine the plan in a future loop, make it into a blitzkrieg. "I don't understand Adam's plan," Vulcan muttered. "Now that we have control over the roads, he won't be able to resupply and will call in reinforcements. How does he expect to break the siege?" "He's a camper," Ryan said. "It's not about winning, it's about getting off on our tears of frustration." "Chief, I only see mountains of trash from my rookery," Mortimer said. "It looks like they're shifting, though." "Do we advance?" Sparrow asked. "We could take them in a pincer attack." Vulcan shot the idea down. "I'll fly by and do some recon first." "Hold the road. There's definitely something fishy going on." Given an official order to laze off, Ryan whistled to himself, waltzing through the battlefield with his gun. Mortimer stood on the left building's roof, watching the road like a hawk, while Fortuna had again begun to text on her phone. The courier checked the dead Mook's weapons, in case he found one badass enough to add to his collection. As he examined the various firearms, Ryan couldn't help but notice the Dynami's logo on quite a few. It made sense since the company was the main weapon manufacturer in the area, but suspicious. As for the archaic rocket launcher, the courier found it oddly familiar, as if someone had pointed it at him not so long ago. A doubt crossed the courier's mind as he turned the dead sniper's body on his back to get a good look at his face. His balding, familiar face. "Paulie." Ryan said, astonished. "Who?" Fortuna asked, looking away from her cell phone. "A Rust Town mechanic," the courier replied. "But that makes no sense. He hated the meta-gang." "They must have press-ganged him into their service," the pompous woman replied, her voice softening. "My condolences." "You were close. Once I threatened to throw a plushie at him." Fortuna immediately returned to her texting and did her best to ignore Ryan's existence. "What the?" Vulcan's voice turned from surprise to panicked. "All units retreat." "What?" Fortuna asked, putting her cell phone away. "But we're winning." "Retreat. They have Mechron tech." Ryan heard the sound of an explosion, both in the distance and through the earplug. Then, without warning, the atmosphere turned oppressive. Ryan couldn't quite put a word on it, but he felt no longer welcome in Rust Town. He sensed hundreds, thousands of invisible eyes gazing at him in judgment. The courier's body entered a fight-or-flight response, his muscles tensing in alarm. He had entered the den of a mighty predator and now had its full attention. The psychic attack seemed to spread among the Augusty, Fortuna dropping her phone and suddenly collapsing to her knees. A cloud of yellow energy flared around her body, an ethereal field surrounding her. An invisible force pushed it back inside the genome, compressing the halo. Immediately afterward, tremors shook the ground before escalating into a full-blown quake. Ryan struggled to stand on his feet, as some of the henchmen tripped and the road broke up into large rifts. "It's the land," Mortimer warned through the intercom. Before he could say more, the building he stood on collapsed due to the earthquake, the hitman phasing through the falling cinder blocks and vanishing amidst a cloud of dust. Ryan had learned about her during the attack's debriefing. That Psycho could fuse with an area, melding her body into it and gaining psychic control over a certain territory. Add geokinesis on top of that, and you had a truly deadly combination. But apparently, their intel had miscalculated her powers range. The tremors spread all over Rust Town, collapsing every building in sight in a catastrophic domino effect and blowing dust across the district. Fortuna shouted a warning as the buildings collapsed, debris raining on them. The Augusti ran in all directions, Ryan included, but some of the henchmen were soon buried alive under cinder blocks anyway. What's happening? Fortuna panicked, as the golden cloud around her started getting thinner and thinner, threatening to disappear entirely. Debris that passed through the yellow aura miraculously missed the genome, but those that avoided it hit her armor just fine. "I can't get hit," Fortuna panicked, finally getting the memo that her life was in danger. "Nothing can hit me. Get into my car." Ryan shouted a warning, rushing to his Plymouth. Above, advanced rockets pierced through the pollution clouds, falling down upon them like a rain of arrows. Ryan counted dozens, if not hundreds of them. While the courier reached his car's hood, Fortuna's field short-circuited and she tripped on debris. Before Ryan could even react, she was buried beneath a rain of stone and dust. She would probably survive with her armor on, but she would need help to escape. Whatever invisible force had taken over the area, it interfered with her luck. Ryan stopped time, and to his immense relief, found that his power hadn't been affected. It must have been a case of yellow interfering with another yellow instead of something as threatening as Cancel's negation. However, even as he fired bullets at the missiles in an attempt to detonate them before they hit the ground, Ryan could only do so much in 10 seconds. Most of the projectiles landed when time resumed, the courier thrown backward by a massive explosion. Everything went white and silent for a moment, Ryan taking several seconds to regain consciousness. The left half of his body burnt, the flesh seared to the bone, and dust seeped inside his mask. "We need reinforcements." Sparrow shouted through the intercom, Acid Rain's manic laughter echoing in the background. "Vulcan!" "I'm trying," Vulcan snapped back, her voice almost covered by the noise of gunfire. "Ryan, Fortuna, answer, damn it." Everywhere, Ryan could only see burning craters, corpses, and shattered stones. Clouds of smoke filled Rust Town's polluted skies, turning the area into a vision of hell. The bombardment had savaged the entire war zone, and worse, his beloved car, was a smoking wreck. Not again. What did the Meta have against his Plymouth? As far as he could see, Ryan was the only survivor. The Augusti's men had been blasted into burning body parts, even the armored one. Mortimer may have survived if he had phased through the ground, but he didn't answer through the intercom. The courier heard explosions both west and east, the Meta launching a counterattack. "Vulcan," Ryan called through the intercom but received no answer. "Must I call Wyvern for help?" He only received a static noise for an answer. Something interfered with their communications. And then, emerging from the ruins and towering over the debris, the source of the attack showed up to finish him off. It was a colossal dark blue machine, 12 meters long and 4 meters wide. 6 metal legs carried its body, while a scorpion-like tail flung at the back, the tip replaced with some kind of laser cannon. Missile launchers covered the Warmech's back, while 2 flamethrowers and turrets formed the head. Wire tentacles wriggled through small cracks in the shielding. A silver gear with a stylized M at the center was painted at the front, Mechron's symbol. The enormous mech was clearly one of his robots, repurposed by the Meta into a weapon platform. From the wire tentacles slipping through the cracks, Ryan guessed that Sishak piloted it from within, using his peculiar biology to hijack the machine's command centers. But the robot wasn't scavenged. It looked pristine and straight out of storage. "Little Cessair." Sishak's voice came out of the Warmech, startling the courier. What a surprise! I come with a gift box, Ryan deadpanned, struggling against the pain. Where is Ghoul? The psycho replied, wires coming out of a thin crack in the mech's shielding while its cannon aimed at quicksave. What did you do with the body? I gave him to dogs to play fetch with. Sishak responded to the joke by opening fire, the cannon unleashing a massive crimson beam straight at the courier. Having outlived his car and seeing no point in continuing after such a slaughter, Ryan made a dramatic pose and embraced the light. It was May 8th, 2020, for the 9th time. Ryan didn't remember and didn't care all that much. He guessed the previous loop hadn't been his perfect run in the end, and there was clearly still room to improve. Vulcan's attack had gone terribly wrong, and now he had to consider what to do about it. He also now knew where Len was, and how to contact her without owing a favor to either the Carnival or the Augusti. A connection he had overlooked, and now seemed so obvious to him. The meta subverting Rust Town's denizens, and having one of Mechron Warmechs in reserve was cause for alarm. They also clearly had access to Dynamis-made weapons, and the supply of elixirs implied a connection of some sort between the two organizations. Wait. The meta that Ryan had captured in the previous loops said robots protected the bunker they wanted to access. Machines powerful enough to fight a gang of psychos, and Mechron was infamous for his robot army. I've got a bad feeling about this, Ryan muttered to himself. The meta wrecked his car, killed him multiple times, and finally erased the loop when he had finally managed to confront Len. Now was the time for war. Chapter 27. Past Fragment. The Crimes of Augustus. Region of Campania, Italy, December 2008. Julie Costa tended to her garden, hastening the growth of its wheat. As a green aura flowed through the plant, it bore purple yields full of nutrients. She had spent weeks tuning the exact ratio of protein, improving its resistance to cold, and increasing the plant's ability to remove pollutants from soil. Julie's green power activated whenever she touched a living being, allowing her to intuitively understand how their body functioned, down to the genetic level. She could make minor edits to the DNA, breed new species from a single parent. This special plant was only one of many experimental crops growing inside the farm. Wheat capable of thriving in a polluted area, maize absorbing ambient radioactivity. Her personal plot of land was a strange, colorful assembly of unique floral constructs. Although the sun had already set, light shone upon her, making the 30-year-old biologist stop in her tracks. Julie, a man's voice echoed above her, sounding like embers consuming wood. Still working at this hour? Hello, Leonard. Julie raised her head at the man flying 4 meters above her, a human-shaped figure of flames and blinding light. I could say the same for you. Even when he toned down the light his body produced, it was difficult to look at Leo Hargraves. His red elixir had given him the ability to turn into a living sun, transforming his human flesh into solar flames and giving him control over his own gravity. Leonard had once told her that he always suppressed most of his power, lest he incinerate entire cities with his mere presence. Unlike many genomes, the Carnival's leader always used his real name, believing it made him accountable and more trustworthy. It hadn't stopped people from giving him a nickname, though, one worthy of his overwhelming power: Leo the Living Sun. Unfortunately, the poor man burnt his clothes whenever he transformed. Unlimited power came with downsides. Is your husband here? Leonard asked her. I have news. He's putting Giulia to bed, she replied. You're finally moving on. The fiery man nodded with a hint of regret, his presence attracting a few gazes. At this hour, most of the community was still awake. Farmers patrolled the walls, tended to the fields, or just played dice outside. The Costa family's farm included a large house, shacks, a barn, farmlands, and several pens for animals. 24 people lived on the property, mostly refugees which Julie and her husband had taken in after the Genome Wars started. Over time, the community had built wooden walls and fortifications around the property to deter attacks from bandits and marauders. In fact, one such attack was how Julie met Leonard in the first place. His carnival had slain a genome bandit leader terrorizing the region, then stuck around to make sure the local communities could sustain themselves. Her husband, Bruno, a muscled, handsome man with black hair and blue eyes, emerged from the barn, smiling upon seeing Leonard. He had many knives around his belt, for his power allowed him to turn any blade so sharp that it could cut through anything. Wood, steel, diamond, nothing could resist him. When they heard about his power, most people believed Bruno was some kind of badass killer, but they couldn't be farther from the truth. Julie's husband was the sweetest, most wholesome person on earth, and the only living beings he had used his gift on were cattle. It was that kindness that made her fall in love with him in the first place. Julie had moved to Campania in 2002 to investigate the high number of cancers in the region for her PhD thesis. She had interviewed Bruno as part of her research, and what had started as an academic project had transformed into a happy marriage. And then last Easter happened. That wonderbox. Julie still didn't understand why her family had been selected to receive one. Why did a couple in the middle of nowhere receive elixirs? Why did that alchemist maniac even distribute something so dangerous? Before she knew it, Julie's world had been turned upside down. A madman had devastated Salerno in a power-fueled rampage. A totalitarian genome dictator called Mecron had taken over Central Europe, and all of Italy had been carpet-bombed back to the Stone Age. Since the family farm was located away from population centers, it had been spared from the destruction. Bruno had decided to hole up there, waiting until the dust settled. It never did. "Bruno, Julie, it's been a pleasure," Leonard said. "But unfortunately, the day has come for the carnival to relocate." "So it's finally time, Bruno said, clearly saddened. "It has only been 2 months, but to me, you're part of the landscape now. Maybe one day, once peace returns, I will build myself a house nearby." Although she couldn't see his face through the flames, Julie was convinced Leonard was grinning ear to ear. Campania is such a beautiful region. It was. Even the rampant chaos couldn't change that. "So this is goodbye, not farewell," Julie said with optimism. "You're always welcome among us." Bruno said, "Giulia will be the saddest. She calls you Uncle Leo now, you know." "When will Uncle Leo come?" Julie mimicked her daughter with a chuckle. "Uncle Leo is best uncle," Leonard laughed in response. Stop, you're making me want to stay so much," he said before sighing. "I promise I will return for her birthday." "I will hold you on to that," Julie replied. Your daughter is the future in more ways than one," Leo said. "We must fight so that our children may grow up happy, no matter the burdens they will bear." Yes, the burden of powers. Bruno and Julie had conceived their daughter soon after they each took their elixir. Their little girl hadn't manifested powers yet, but she already showed signs of secondary genome mutations. Resistance to sickness and toxins, hardened organs, accelerated healing. A second-generation genome. Julie suspected it had been the alchemist's goal all along, to foster a new race of superhumans capable of breeding, a species that would soon replace the Homo sapiens until the old humanity vanished like the Neanderthals. "There is a new organization making waves in Calabria," Leo said. "I thought you should know." "Doesn't the Ndrangheta control the area?" Bruno asked. The Calabrian mafia had taken over the region after some of their members received elixirs, overpowering the local authorities. "They did," Leo replied. "They have been wiped out." "Wiped out," Bruno frowned. "As in, wiped out. Men, women, and children." Leo crossed his blazing arms. "The responsible party is apparently an offshoot of the Camorra, but 10 times deadlier. It wants to unite the mafia families under one banner, and if met with resistance, its genomes leave no survivors. It has made it very difficult to track their members, and the communities they subvert won't even speak to outsiders." "Will you fight these people?" Julie asked him, worried. Calabria wasn't very far from Campania. The mighty red genome shook his head. "Pythia wants us to move north and fight Mecron. She has seen him develop orbital weapons in a few years, with catastrophic consequences down the line. And a new psycho in France, Manic Plague, is a living pandemic whose danger grows exponentially the longer she remains active." As Julie feared, There were simply so many dangerous genomes around. Some of them were existential threats to mankind as a whole, and Leo's carnival couldn't be everywhere. Even now, Mecron, genome warlords, and the remnants of the pre-bombing military fought for control over the wasteland they had created. The Genome Wars, people called it. The fighting was way worse north of Italy, but it didn't mean the South was safe. With the collapse of civilization, mankind had embraced both its worst and better instincts. Marauders, psychos, and bandits roamed the countryside, but Bruno had welcomed many refugees inside the farm, and they had formed a stable community, one that, hopefully, would help the world heal. "We'll be careful," Bruno promised, putting a hand around Julie's waist. "Please do," Leo said, giving them a final nod. "Kiss Giulia for me." And so Leonard Hargraves flew away, moving across the night sky at a fighter jet speed. He never was one for long speeches. Bruno held his wife in his arms. "I'll miss him." "Me too," Julie said. The region felt safe with the carnival nearby. Even while their community and neighborhoods could defend themselves, nobody dared pick a fight with a freaking sun. But so many people need his help far more than we do. Her husband nodded, glancing at the crops. "They're ready." "Yes," she said. "Once I would have said introducing new species into the ecosystem is a terrible idea, but—" "I would rather have purple maize than glowing corn," Bruno chuckled, Julie shaking her head at his lame joke. He kissed her on the lips. "I love you." "I love you too." Times may be hard, but they would beat them. They spent a few minutes making out until someone dared interrupt them. It was Benny, one of the guards, the only farmer taller than Bruno, who never went anywhere without his trusty shotgun. "Sorry, Chief," he apologized, "but I gotta stop you before you move past second base." Bruno laughed, breaking the embrace with his wife. "What is it?" "We have a visitor, a lone traveler who asks for hospitality." "At this hour," Julie frowned. It often happened, but few people dared travel at night nowadays. "What kind of traveler?" Bruno asked. "Clearly a genome, all shiny and chrome," Benny replied. "It had to be to travel alone at night through unsafe roads. He says he comes bearing gifts, and he brings a horse full of supplies. Fuel, weapons, food." It wasn't the first time another community sent a trader to the Costa farm. More often than not, they exchanged food for scavenged tools. Unfortunately, some traders were marauders in disguise, scouting a community for a future attack. Once the farm let everyone in, but after an incident cost them 3 people, the group had grown far more careful. "We can't let him in," Julie told Bruno. "I'm sorry, but—" "We can offer him food and water, but no roof," Bruno told Benny. "That's the thing, he says he will just give gifts and then leave," Benny replied. "But he wants to talk with you personally, Bruno." "Me?" "Yeah, he has heard of your power and is curious to see it in action. Apparently he researches superpowers, and he's curious to see if you can really cut anything." That was odd. Julie exchanged a worried glance with her husband, who was clearly suspicious. "How many people are awake?" Bruno asked Benny. "Piero, Donna, Alice, and Luca keep their weapons aimed at his pretty head," the man replied, putting his shotgun's barrel on his shoulder. "I told the others to ready their guns, just in case." "Okay, I will meet him. Hopefully it's just paranoia talking." Bruno put a hand on Benny's shoulder. "I entrust my wife to you, my friend." "Why, yes, sure." Benny instantly tensed, taking this seriously. "Don't joke about this," Julie lightly scolded her husband, but he waved her hand before moving towards the camp's main gates. She looked at Benny, who fidgeted awkwardly. "Sorry, ma'am. I'm not good at casual conversation." "Benny, stop calling me that," Julie said, exasperated. "You've been there for 3 years. I believe we could talk on a first-name basis. And I will still call you ma'am until Giulia is old enough to take over." The biochemist shook her head before returning to her garden. With nukes and plagues having devastated the western coast, Julie hoped to introduce these new species to fight against environmental pollution. According to her projections, it would take only 5 years to purify Italy's air and soil back to their pre-apocalypse level, and 10 to undo the degradations caused by humanity's industrial activities. In time, all of Earth would become a garden. "I'll never get used to it," Benny said as he watched her use her power on the wheat. I'm not religious, but it makes me wonder if a God does exist. That wasn't an act of God, Julie replied. She heard booming thunder, briefly wondering if a storm approached, but the skies were clear, cloudless. Odd. Just an experiment from a brilliant but twisted mind. She couldn't explain it any other way. God wouldn't be so cruel as to create monsters like Mecron and unleash them on the world. And suddenly, lightning hit the farm. A crimson flash of light filled Julie's vision, as if thunder had struck the earth right in front of her. She heard a powerful boom, coming straight from the entrance while the farm trembled. She turned around, and when her vision returned to normal, there was a burning hole where the farm's main gates once stood. "Bruno!" Julie immediately panicked, rushing towards the entrance before Benny could stop her. The farm's alarm system activated, signaling an attack while smoke spread in all directions. When Julie moved close enough, she was welcomed with a scene of horror. A powerful force had blasted people through the farm's fortifications, with enough force to shatter them. Corpses were dispersed on the ground, utterly savaged. Julie could barely recognize Donna among them, most of her body having been incinerated. Piero had lost his head, Julie only identifying him thanks to his trademark blue shirt, now painted red. And Bruno was among them, both parts of him. A bolt had thrown her husband through the gates, tearing him in half below the waist. Julie let out a wail of horror as the farm descended into utter chaos. Guards rushed towards the breach with weapons, while non-combatants fled into the house. Crimson lightning surged from the smoke, dividing and bending around corners. The bolts slaughtered everyone in their path, incinerating hearts or detonating skulls, before spreading from one person to the next. Julie watched 8 people she had known for years die in an instant. Another, mightier bolt hit the farm's main house, shattering walls and setting the whole place on fire. "We have to evacuate, ma'am," Benny shouted, grabbing her by the arm. "Giulia," Julie panicked. "Giulia is in the barn." An ivory statue emerged from the darkness and the smoke, confidently striding into the property. Its eyes radiated a crimson glow, its gaze blasting anyone it saw with lightning bolts. For a second, Julie thought it was Zeus himself, having descended from the heavens. For this man, this genome held a striking resemblance to the ancient deity. It was a tall, muscled figure pushing near 2 meters in height, with a long beard and a golden laurel crown atop his combed hair. He seemed in his middle age, combining the confidence of old age with the strength of a mature man. The intruder's entire body was an ivory statue. His hair, his flesh, even his eyes were an unnatural shade of white. Only his ancient toga, sandals, and laurel crown were made of normal materials. Perhaps his body had been transformed into an alien alloy. Perhaps it was a stasis effect, freezing his body in space and time. Whatever the case, he kept his hands folded behind his back, like a conqueror overseeing his new territory. And then he noticed Julie. Benny immediately moved in front of her, shielding her with his body while he raised his gun. "Behind me, ma'am." The ivory man appraised the two with an amused look. It reminded Julie of a vulture glancing upon a dying camel, of a killer toying with his victim before delivering the coup de grace. "Miss Costa," he asked upon noticing Julie. His voice was deep and radiated authority. "Who the hell are you?" Benny snarled angrily. "Jupiter Augustus," the man answered. "You dare call yourself after a god?" Benny shouted, charging at the genome with his shotgun and opening fire at point-blank range. A volley from his firearm would have torn a normal man apart. Instead, the bullets hit the chest and flattened out on impact. "No, of course not." The ivory man backhanded Benny with his left hand. The fingers went through Benny's body like an iron sword through paper, his flesh and bones turning as brittle as dirt upon impact. The backhand tore off the skull from the body and sent both flying to the side, killing the farmer in one blow. "I am one." Julie froze in horror at the bloody scene. The biochemist had grown somewhat used to the sight of blood and violence, but she had never seen such casual brutality. That man had murdered her friend with the same care as one swatting a fly, and now that psychopath stared at her, lightning manipulation and some form of super strength. Two powers at once. A psycho. No, not a psycho. In spite of his egotistic boasting, Julie saw no hint of madness in that vicious man's eyes, no craving for the blood of other genomes. She only saw sneering arrogance and a cold-blooded disregard for human life. "Kneel," he ordered. Instead, possessed by vengeful anger, Julie rushed at this vile man and slammed her left hand against his cheek. He made no move to stop her, allowing her to activate her power. Although she had never used her power offensively, she would make an exception for this monster. She would cause his DNA to break down, destroy his organs, make him pay, nothing, no feedback. That thing ignored her power. It didn't even register him as alive. "That was no request," the man said, raising his hand in a karate chop, aiming for her left shoulder. Before Julie knew what hit her, his hand cut through her body like butter, the blow severing her arm and tossing her to her knees. A pain more terrible than anything she had ever experienced raced through her nerves as a shower of blood flowed out of her veins. She let out a wail of agony, her body growing numb and cold. "Saddening," the monster said, although there was no regret in his voice. "If you had known proper etiquette, I might have let you live. I take no pleasure in killing one of the chosen ones, especially a young widow." "Why?" Julie asked, struggling against the pain and shock. "Did you want to take the crops for yourself?" "The crops." Augustus glanced at her garden, an eyebrow raised. "What about them?" He didn't know. "Then why, answer me," the murderer ordered Julie without bothering to look at her. In his eyes, she was already dead. Julie's thoughts suddenly turned to Giulia sleeping. If she distracted that monster, perhaps she could get away. "They can survive in toxic and radioactive environments. They can feed everyone. Help us save everyone you have." "Crops that can feed everyone." He gazed at the garden with sudden interest. "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." If the crops could endure, then." "You have been lied to," Augustus taunted her with a soft voice, his eyes shining with electricity. "The meek will not inherit anything." He blasted the garden with a crimson lightning bolt, setting it ablaze. The wheat, the maize, all the genetically enhanced crops Julie had spent years cultivating, all that work turned to ashes in an instant. After the horror of watching her husband burnt alive, Julie thought she wouldn't scream again. But she did. She shrieked in despair as the very seed of hope went down in flames. "The future came to me in these elixirs," the ivory man said, lost in his thoughts. "Where the unchosen could not stand the power, I alone wielded it to its fullest potential. Such was the proof of the high esteem that fate had for my family, that we were destined to rule the earth and the new humanity, once this trial had weeded out the unworthy." He finally deigned to look down on Julie, his towering body casting her in his dreadful shadow. "If you ask me," Augustus said with a soft, serene tone, "this planet hasn't been nuked enough." "Why?" Julie asked, pleaded for an answer, struggling against the blood loss and utter despair. What have we done to you?" The ivory man smiled to himself, finding something funny in the question, yet he answered her request. "There was once a fox that could never be caught, so a king sent after him a dog destined to always catch its prey. Jupiter, seeing the paradox, removed both animals from the world and turned them into constellations." "What are you?" "That is the why," Augustus replied, glancing at her dead husband with satisfaction. "That was me, removing a paradox from the world. An unstoppable force cannot coexist with an immovable object. An invulnerable man couldn't stand a blade capable of cutting anything. This brutal, cruel monster had murdered her husband, a kind man who had never harmed another human because he might one day become a threat. You fear." Julie glared at him. "You fear death so much?" Augustus' eyes flared with prideful anger, and he raised both his hands above Julie's head, clenching them into fists. His face was no longer one of false divine serenity, but hellish, demonic fury. He brought his fists down like a hammer on Julie's skull, and all went dark. Augustus spent the next minutes scouring the farm in search of survivors. The Costa woman's blood dripped from his hands, tainting his ivory skin red. Anyone he found, he slew with lightning bolts, men and women alike. He had learned this lesson from his days among the Camorra. Leave nobody alive to pursue a vendetta against your own blood. No man, no problems. Besides, he spent enough resources developing a good reputation. No need to let anyone complicate the narrative with troubling tales. The genome didn't particularly take pleasure in this. He was simply protecting his family from future retaliations. Augustus might be invulnerable as far as he knew, but his kin weren't. Even if they had each taken an elixir, they could die. As the Augusti clan's patriarch, the future emperor of Italy saw no point in taking risks. But he didn't regret that massacre either. The very idea of this community filled him with revulsion. Genomes existed to rule over old humanity, not serve it. The apocalypse was a trial for all of mankind, a great cleansing meant to remove the corruption, the laxity and self-entitlement that had poisoned Europe for so long. To feed everyone would be to coddle humans, to prevent them from rising to the challenge. Genomes had been chosen to rule the new world, like the gods once guided humanity from Mount Olympus. Among the mundanes, only those who proved themselves worthy through skill and service would be elevated. Only the best would receive an elixir and be made. The rest would live to serve and offer tribute. Life should be earned, not given. A pity that woman couldn't see that simple truth. Once he had cleaned the surface of life, Augustus moved to the barns, ignoring the cows and the sheep. The place must have stunk, but the genome hadn't smelled anything since he consumed his 2 elixirs. Neither did he need to breathe, eat, or drink. He felt no taste or tactile sensations, to the point his beloved wife's embrace gave him no pleasure anymore. Even his hair and beard hadn't moved since that day. Such was the burden of invulnerability. It protected the genome even from other elixirs, preventing him from consuming a 3rd. But Augustus could live with it. The heavens had smiled on him enough, and they abhorred greed. Once, the people of Italy had built the greatest, most prosperous empire the earth had ever known. And it was Augustus' destiny to raise them back to glory. Guided by his power, the genome found a hidden trapdoor at the back, tearing it off with his bare hands. As he did so, he noticed a tiny speck of the Costa woman's brain matter stuck to his impermeable skin. Augustus wiped it away dismissively, though it would take a dedicated cleaning to remove the blood. He stepped down a wooden stair, entering an underground basement below the barn. Most of the floor seemed to be bedrooms, to host the vulnerable members of the community away from sight. A smart choice in these troubled times. Augustus ignored the empty rooms, stopping in front of the only occupied one, the place where the last survivor hid. Slowly, the warlord opened the door and entered a small children's bedroom. Since there was no light, Augustus activated a light bulb with a jolt of lightning, casting light upon the room. Its walls were painted blue, and a tiny shape cowered beneath the bed sheet. "I see you, child. I know you aren't sleeping." Augustus could sense electricity in all its forms. Though he could not manipulate weak currents, he could easily detect the presence of living beings. The energy flowing through their nerves gave their presence away. The child, a little girl no older than 3, peeked over her sheet, terrified by this strange man moving inside her bedroom. Her eyes were oceanic blue, her hair brown. Augustus appraised the child, recognizing the facial features from his previous victims. Mercury had warned him that the Costa couple had a daughter, though the warlord hadn't expected her to be so young. "Shush," Augustus said, sitting on the bed. "Did your parents have powers when they conceived you?" The girl said nothing, too intimidated to make a sound. But as Augustus examined the odd currents flowing through her body, so different from a normal human, he identified her as a genome, a 2nd-generation chosen. "If there is even a small chance that you inherited your father's power," Augustus said, kindly stroking her hair, "then I cannot let you live." The girl began to cry as the genome put his hand around her mouth to silence her. It would be quick. He would simply fry her alive with lightning or snap her neck, an instant, merciful death. If she survived, she would surely try to do her duty and avenge her parents. Better to kill her now before she became a problem. And yet, as he looked into these blue eyes, the mobster couldn't help but feel a hint of shame. Such an alien feeling had no place within him, yet he couldn't expunge it. "You remind me of my daughter," Augustus admitted, as tears rained down the child's cheeks. She has the same eyes as yours." Augustus had no scruples murdering a child, just not his own, and when that girl looked at him, it felt as if he was about to strangle his own blood. Even covering her eyes with his hand didn't ease his mind. Come to think of it, his lieutenant and good friend Mars had told him about a certain problem recently. An issue this child could solve easily enough. Perhaps this was a sign from the heavens. Gods were cruel, but they could also show mercy. "I won't kill you." Augustus gently carried the crying whelp up the stairs, his hands still red with her mother's blood. Something better comes to mind. Chapter 28, Suicide Run. After attacking Ghoul with his car in all his previous restarts, Ryan thought it had grown a little stale. So this time, he hit the Psycho with a truck instead. Ryan couldn't find a Japanese one, but the one he borrowed did the job, crashing through the walls and tossing Ghoul against the counter. The courier climbed down from the vehicle, carrying a black cane he had purchased at a shop down the street. "Ghoul, there are a few things I can't tolerate. The mass murder, I've seen worse. The child abductions, now it gets my blood boiling, trashing my car thrice." Ryan shook his head. "I can't let that slide, Ghoul." As it turned out, a truck did a lot more damage than a Plymouth Fury. Some of Ghoul's bones had broken upon impact, and he struggled to get back up. "Who the hell are you?" "You see this?" Ryan pointed at his hat. "This is my normal magician's hat. The happy hat." He tossed it away and showed Ghoul a new black bowler hat. "This is the war hat." Ryan put it on and suddenly looked far more intimidating. "You know me, Ghoul, I'm a model of mental stability and composure. I'm well adjusted, but now that I'm wearing my war hat, oh boy. Oh boy, no more Mr. Nice Guy. I will do great and terrible things today. It's going to be terrific." "What are you?" Ryan hit Ghoul's knee with his cane, causing the broken Psycho to fall helplessly on the ground. "Bartender, a Moloko Plus." The courier ordered the frightened Renesco before kicking Ghoul while he was down. "It's going to sharpen me up for a wild night of mindless property damage, because this restart was going to be an espresso. Short, but intense." After paying off the private security, Ryan moved to Rust Town and stopped his car in front of Paulie's place. Ghoul's head and torso were on the back seat, the courier having tossed the rest in a dumpster. As it turned out, the Psycho had great difficulties channeling his ice power without his arms and lower parts, or maybe it was learned helplessness at work. "I have something to confess," Ryan said, looking at his captive in the rear-view mirror. "I've been feeling down lately. The stuff with Len really weighed on my mind, and I still have a lot of work ahead to make up with her. I was aimless, with no main quest or distraction, nor any clear path ahead. I had no distraction to fend off the boredom and existential dread." The helpless skeleton looked at him with a mix of abject terror and confusion. "But now I'm rested," Ryan said, turning his head to look at the skeleton dead in the eyes. "I'm pumped. I'm on top of my game again, and I've got a new main quest, to give your whole gang a wedgie they will never forget." "What are you going to do to me?" the Psycho asked, more and more frightened the longer he listened. "We're going on a trip to Happyland, my droog." Ryan grabbed Ghoul's skull, bringing him close to his own face. "Happyland! Somebody help!" Ghoul shouted as loud as he could. "Somebody save me!" But nobody came. Ryan stepped out of the car, wielding his cane, and waltzed into Paulie's place. Since it was the Loop's first day, the Metagang hadn't pressed the shopkeeper into service yet. He raised his eyes at Quicksave, his gaze turning into a glare upon recognizing him. "Hey, Paulie, my old friend," Ryan announced his unforgettable presence. "It's me, Quicksave. You." The shopkeeper raised his archaic rocket launcher at his future client's face. "You dare show your face here?" Yes, I know we had our differences, but ooh boys, Paulie, do I have a deal for you." Ryan slammed the ground with the tip of his cane. "How much for that facehugger missile?" As it turned out, when Paulie learned what Ryan had planned, he gave away the rocket launcher for free. It took 30 minutes for the courier to prepare. It wasn't the first time he did a suicide run, so it was a well-oiled routine, but he only tried that kind of stunt when he didn't risk facing a genome capable of permanently killing him. While Sishak was dangerous, the courier was confident he could take the maniac out or kill himself before being brainjacked. From the intelligence he had gathered over the previous restarts, the Meta didn't have anyone else capable of threatening future loops. As far as Ryan knew, the circumstances were right, especially if he could take out acid rain early. Since the Meta had struggled to organize a counterattack when 300 foot soldiers had invaded their territory, then logically, they shouldn't expect a lone wolf. After all, who would be mad enough to attack them head-on with no backup, and no chance of survival? "Don't tell anyone," Ryan said, driving straight for the junkyard with his trench coat closed to hide the surprise underneath. The rocket launcher waited on the seat next to him, alongside 2 submachine guns, and the courier had put the Fisty brothers' gauntlets on his hands. "But I'm immortal." Chained to the car hood, Ghoul let out a shriek of horror as the courier drove through the streets of Rust Town at full speed. Besides avenging the 3 times the Meta trashed his car, no score was too small to settle. Ryan thought they simply deserved to be wiped out. They kidnapped children, including orphans under Len's distant care, enslaved civilians, murdered people without provocation, and just made the world a worse place to live in. While neither Dynamis nor the Augusti were perfect, some of their members were good people. The courier couldn't say the same for the Meta. It was the last loop that settled it. These psychos were simply too dangerous to be left alone, and Ryan needed to check on that famous bunker for himself. Stealth was a lost cause, from what Shroud had told him, and the Meta gang would quickly organize a defense if a large group moved into their territory. A lone wolf suicide attack, fast and unpredictable, seemed more likely to succeed in gathering intelligence. As he approached the junkyard, Ryan briefly raised his mask to consume red pills. They were doses of Rampage, a genius-designed, combat-enhancing drug. It boosted pain tolerance, reaction time, accelerated the production of adrenaline, and hastened the metabolism for 4 hours. It was powerful enough to affect even genomes. Well, afterward the drug made the user vomit for days and increased the risk of strokes, which was why Ryan never took it during normal runs. Thankfully, that wouldn't be a problem for this one. After passing the dilapidated neighborhood without being interrupted, Ryan finally came into view of the junkyard. Stacks of cars, piles of trash, and cranes overshadowed a 3 meters tall fence topped with barbed wires. The metallic items seemed organized into hills of various sizes, with the biggest one at the center. 2 psychos protected the entry point in the fence. One was some kind of humanoid lizard, 2 meters tall, with scales of various colors. The other was a pale woman, whose whole body, from her long hair to her creased face, were as white as milk. Her shadow, however, was that of a monstrous, demonic creature. Ryan identified the woman as Gemini but didn't recognize Lizard Boy. "Ghoul." Lizard Boy shouted upon seeing the car approach, his yellow, reptilian eyes widening upon realization. In response, Ryan screamed like a berserker and accelerated. "Valhalla!" Gemini instantly disappeared in a flash of light, but Lizard Boy wasn't so quick. Ryan ran him over, the body letting out a thump as it went flying against the fence nearby, his body jolting from an electrical current. Ryan drove inside a labyrinth of trash walls with forking twists and turns. The Rampage drug started taking effect, accelerating his heartbeat, sharpening his senses. He quickly crossed paths with a few psychos scavenging the area, Mongrel among them. The mutant raised his head in shock upon seeing him approach, his teeth sunk inside the carcass of a large rat. Ryan opened the car's window, grabbed a submachine gun, and fired at anyone in his path. The fastest Meta members dived to the ground to dodge a hail of gunfire, but Mongrel took a full volley to the face for his trouble, collapsing on his back. I thought life was meaningless, but I was wrong. Ryan shouted to Ghoul, "It's your suffering. Causing you pain is my reason to live." As he drove through the labyrinth in search of the bunker's entrance, Ryan heard the sound of bells echo through the junkyard. Someone had sounded the alarm. Immediately afterward, he sensed an invisible pressure weighing on his shoulders. The same effect as during the last loop before everything went to hell. The feeling of someone judging him, the land, so that settled it. The Meta used their new recruit as a censor. But as Ryan had guessed, it wasn't a perfect spying method. He doubted anyone could oversee an area as vast as Rust Town and pay attention to every single detail. It clicked during the visit to Paulie's place. Mosquito ambushed him the last time Ryan went there, but no welcome committee had interrupted the courier today. This implied that since Ghoul was nearby, the censor didn't pay much mind to the Plymouth Fury. She must have mistaken the situation for a return trip, especially since Bone Daddy had gone on an assassination mission hours before. The trash walls started to tremble and rain debris on the Plymouth Fury, though Ryan dodged them with driving skills honed over countless loops. The courier guessed the land couldn't cause an earthquake inside their HQ, and her geokinesis didn't seem very precise. However, acid clouds had started to appear in the skies. Ryan had expected something like this. Considering her power, acid rain was only effective in an open space, and thus would be assigned to defend the surface. Moving towards the center, Ryan tossed grenades behind him, causing trash piles to fall and condemn the roads behind him. Eventually, after a wild ride, the courier finally reached a 20-meter-tall tower made of rusted cars, debris, and domestic items like washing machines. As he had thought, the base of the landmark had been dug up, revealing a tunnel leading down below the earth. Mosquito and Acid Rain guarded the entrance, the psychotic woman already drawing 2 knives. Instead of paying attention to her, Ryan focused on Mosquito. Having emptied the submachine gun, he tossed it through the window, then drove straight at the insectoid monster. Mosquito looked up, saw death approaching, and extended his wings. But while he may have the appearance of a genuine bloodsucker, he couldn't move faster than a car racing at 240 kph. Ryan grabbed the rocket launcher, opened the door, and then jumped out before the collision. Ghoul let out a final scream as the Plymouth Fury hit Mosquito head-on before he could fly away. Squash, Mosquito perished the way of his kind, stuck to a windshield. The Plymouth Fury finished its course inside the trash tower, sending pieces of Ghoul flying in all directions. Ryan himself had managed to roll over the ground, but the collision with the ground had torn some of his trench coat. A normal human would have had their skin torn off, but for a genome, the wounds were superficial. "I'm sorry." Ryan apologized to his car as he rose back to his feet, the Plymouth Fury buried alongside Mosquito's remains under a pile of debris. "I will make it up to you later, you teasing thief." Acid Rain shrieked, charging at him with astonishing dexterity, knives raised. Toxic raindrops already fell on the ground, eating at Ryan's hat. "I'll tear you apart. Duty, honor, courage." Ryan pointed the rocket launcher at her pretty face and pressed the trigger. "Semper Fi." A missile with a smiley face painted on it flew straight at Acid Rain, who teleported atop a wall of cars. The rocket switched directions and pursued the psycho. Acid Rain immediately teleported to another trash wall, only for the facehugger missile to chase after her with relentless, implacable ferocity. Ryan rejoiced at the sight. He had had the idea when Paulie warned him his facehugger missile could track him down in a previous loop, even if he could stop time. Acid Rain wasn't so different from Quicksave as a fighter, except she moved through space instead of frozen time. The missile would keep tracking her until it either caught the psycho or ran out of fuel, which could take minutes. By then, Ryan would hopefully be in the bunker, the absence of rainfall negating Acid Rain's power. Still, Ryan hurriedly rushed towards the tunnel before the acid rain could turn into a downpour. He tossed the rocket launcher away before bringing out his coil gun and Desert Eagle from under his coat, wielding one in each hand. He descended into the tunnel, fires spreading in the labyrinth behind him. He didn't know how long it would take for the psychos outside to clear the way after he had collapsed some of the trash walls, but he might find himself surrounded anytime soon. He had to keep the initiative and adopt an all-offense strategy. When Ryan had advanced far enough, though, the earth walls around him trembled. The land must have figured out his intentions and tried to block the entrance by collapsing it. If she hesitated so long about doing so, it meant a lot of her teammates were inside and risked being trapped as well. Just what I was looking for. the courier said. Victims? Rushing against the clock, Ryan quickly arrived in front of an opened blast door with Mechron's symbol on it. The thick steel construct probably weighed more than 24 tons and wouldn't disgrace the Cheyenne Mountain bunker. The Meta had clearly forcefully opened it with a laser weapon of some kind, removing the joints and putting the gate next to the entrance. A pack of 4 Dynamese drones protected the area, immediately charging at Ryan with their weapons raised. The genome stopped time and shot each of them with the coil gun, the electromagnetic projectiles piercing through their metal shells. When time resumed, the various machines crumbled into scrap and screws. Ryan loved to challenge himself, but sometimes it was relaxing to play life on easy mode. The courier rushed past the blast door before the tunnel collapsed behind him, entering a long metal corridor. The second he walked inside, the invisible pressure vanished. For whatever reason, the land's power didn't carry inside the vault. She probably needed dirt or earth to serve as a relay for her sensory abilities. He briefly tested his time stop, just in case a power negation effect covered the bunker, but thankfully his ability worked perfectly. Reinforced glass windows on both sides of the path allowed Ryan to peek inside underground hangars below the junkyard. The one on the left held the mecha which Sishak piloted in the previous loop, waiting on top of a platform. Ryan noticed a closed door embedded in the ceiling, perhaps to allow the robot to quickly move the surface. The hangar on his right, meanwhile, housed some kind of sci-fi submarine, halfway submerged inside a large pool probably leading into the sea. Like its brethren, Mechron's symbol was painted on the back. Normal humans whom Ryan assumed were engineers worked on both of the vehicles. So they had already unearthed these mechs prior to the courier's arrival to New Rome. That made his plans for a blitzkrieg much more complicated. The Meta had forcefully opened each gate on the path and didn't bother to close them afterward. The distance also muffled sound from outside, so Ryan simply walked in the room at the end of the corridor without anyone bothering him. He eventually entered some kind of atrium, which the Meta had repurposed into a recreational area. Well lit, the room included an assortment of pastimes, such as a pool table, a bar stand, and even a Street Fighter's arcade game. Considering the number of doors on each side, it seemed to be some kind of hub room. He also noticed an elevator on the other end of the atrium, leading to levels below. A group of psychos, Sarin included, were in the room. Hazmat Girl was currently wielding a cue stick and sending a ball into a hole, much to her fellow mutants' frustration. Hey, what was the cause of the racket out? Sarin asked as she raised her head from the pool table, trailing off as she didn't recognize Ryan. Sighed, Sarin. Ryan raised his guns. Do you have a boyfriend? Hazmat Girl looked at him in confusion. Who are yo? Don't break my heart like that. Ryan shot her in the chest with his Desert Eagle, the impact propelling her backward. I'm a sensitive soul. And then the courier opened fire on the surprised psychos while laughing like a maniac. For the Meta, the survival horror had only started. Chapter 29. The Rampage. 6. Ryan counted 6 future victims in the atrium as he opened fire, Sarin included. Some took cover while others immediately charged at him. All were psychos, and soon they would be dead. One was a featureless woman made of black ink with a rather sexy silhouette. Bullets phased through her easily, although the attack's savagery had briefly stunned her. Another was a deathly pale guy without any hair, wearing only black pants. While looking sickly, he had the muscles of an Olympic swimmer. Unlike his fellows, he didn't take cover, instead dodging the bullets with supernatural reflexes. The fourth psycho in the room was a humanoid in a suit without any facial features, not even ears or eyes, and the fifth a humanoid jaguar hybrid. Unlike his kindred, that furry took a few bullets to the chest but survived them. As for the tentacled psycho behind the bar, no, not tentacled. On a closer look, what Ryan mistook for tentacles turned out to be translucent arms of crimson energy. The courier counted dozens of them, lifting a disembodied woman's head with Asian features and long black hair above the ground. Her name was probably Fuckface or something. Miss Chernobyl, I once told you that no matter what, I wouldn't take you seriously," Ryan said, shooting Sarin again before she could recover and blowing more holes in her suit. Due to her overwhelming offensive power, he had to take her out first. "Guess what? I still don't." "Siren, who the hell is this guy?" the ink woman asked, her body turning from black to crimson while she charged at Ryan. It briefly reminded the courier of Bloodstream, much to his displeasure. "Your ex." "I don't know, all right." Sarin protested while crawling on the ground towards the closest door, toxic fumes flowing out of the holes Ryan shot in her suit. The gas ate away at the metal walls of the bunker, rusting them. "I'm leaking. You can turn to ink and change your color," Ryan asked the ink woman. "What's your name, Inkai Winky?" "Ink Machine," the woman replied with a hint of wounded pride, turning her hands into axes and attempting to behead the courier with them. "I guess you weren't good enough to call yourself Murder Machine." Ryan taunted her, stopping time for 3 seconds to sidestep out of her way. Considering her power, his bullets wouldn't do anything to her, so he decided to focus on the others first. Surprise wouldn't last forever. "A teleporter?" someone screamed as time resumed. "Incognito, go down and call Frank. We'll make that faggot sleep in the dirt." Fuckface opened her mouth and spat a stream of fire at Ryan. The courier dodged, the attack hitting a wall and starting an isolated bonfire. "It's an enclosed space, you stupid whore." Pale Guy snarled, grabbing numbered pool balls and tossing them at Ryan with deadly accuracy. The meta may work together, but clearly they had no teamwork nor respect for one another. Stopping time for 5 seconds yet again to avoid the projectiles, Ryan took the opportunity to stomp on Sarin and then cut off her retreat. Seeing the faceless man in a suit, Incognito, run towards the elevator, the courier shot him from behind with skill honed over countless restarts right as time unfroze. 4 bullets, 2 from the coil gun, hit his skull and chest from behind, the corpse collapsing to the ground. Critical hit. However, the courier ran out of projectiles for his guns, forcing him to toss them aside. Fuckface snarled and flew in his direction, her telekinetic crimson arms lunging for his neck while Inkai Winky flanked him. Ryan opened his trench coat, revealing the explosive belt around his chest. And not the kid-friendly kind most madmen used, the adult-only stuff. "Nagasaki," he shouted, rushing at the flying head like a bull towards a cow in heat. Fuckface immediately stopped her attack and backed off in fear, leaving her open for attack. Ryan gave her the full fisty facial experience. The gauntlet sent her crash against a wall, the crimson arms popping out of existence along with her consciousness. "Just kidding," Ryan taunted her. "I have to say the safe word first, but he was having so much fun, it was way too soon to end it with a blast. It's not teleportation." Pale Guy said, throwing more pool balls at Ryan's head with incredible skill. Even with his enhanced sense of timing, the courier needed short bursts of time stop to avoid headshots. Neither did Inkai Winky make his life easy, harassing him with her axe hands. "He's messing with our perception, paralyzing us. My power can't see him clearly." "A blue, then," Inkai Winky replied, turning her head at the Jaguar man. "Rakshasa, don't just stand there and call reinforcements." The beast man let out a mighty roar, having somewhat recovered from his bullet wounds. As he did so, tiny furry creatures appeared around him in a flash of violet light. They appeared to be cute gremlin monsters with long hair, sharp teeth, and adorable eyes. Awa, time to commit goblin genocide. Ryan looked under his coat to grab a new gun and shoot them all, but Pale Guy managed to hit his hand with a pool ball, sending the weapon flying into a corner of the room. Inkai Winky then attempted to behead the chronokinetic with her axe arm, and while she missed, she sliced some of his hair. To make matters worse, the gremlins charged at Ryan like a pack of rabid rats, and their master kept summoning more. Arg, the psychos had recovered from the surprise and were taking back control of the fight. Since they outnumbered Ryan in an enclosed space with reinforcements on their way, he had to settle this quickly. Desperate times called for desperate measures. "You want a furry contest?" Ryan asked, drawing out his secret weapon from his trench coat. "I know I should say it isn't personal, but guess what?" He flipped the plushies on button. "It is." And then he tossed the terror amidst his enemies. Ink Girl was the closest, and thus got the first view of the plushie. The plushie looked up at her with its tiny blue eyes, the very picture of innocence. Its body let out violet sparkles, energy suffusing its limbs and fur. Ink Machine didn't understand. And then she exploded, as two crimson laser beams disintegrated her torso and blew 2 holes in the wall behind her. The rest of her ink body collapsed into a puddle. "I love you," the plushie said with its cute pre-recorded voice, its blue eyes now crimson red. The toy turned toward the gremlins and vaporized them with a look while they rushed at it. The shadow it cast on the walls wasn't that of a rabbit, but of something bigger and not of this world. "I love you so much." Then it ran straight at Jaguar Man at incredible speed, jumping at the surprised Psycho. Knives appeared from its tiny paw, and it leaped at the Psycho's stomach, tearing a hole inside. "Let's go to Disneyland," it said while burying itself inside Rakshasa's chest, the Jaguar wriggling in terrible pain as the plushie moved through his chest. Ryan heard voices coming from the shadows, voices not from this world. They spoke in hushes, making death threats in an alien tongue he could barely understand. If it had progressed this far, then the effect might start spreading outside the bunker, and it would only get worse with time. What is this?" Pale Guy stared at the rabbit making its way into his teammate's stomach. "It's not a rabbit. I can see something else inside." Oh my, Pale Guy had some kind of sensory power. "No, don't look at it with your ability," Ryan warned him. "It's a terrible idea you can't handle its true for." He didn't listen, and he saw. Pale Guy let out a scream of pure horror as his mind confronted a truth so horrific that the Psycho's remaining sanity could only break. He immediately grabbed a pool stick and charged at Ryan with murder on his mind. "Stop it!" "I can't. You have to throw a child at it first." Ryan taunted him, barely dodging a strike aiming for the carotid artery. He couldn't find any opening, though, as the maddened Psycho relentlessly tried to stab him. The younger, the better. The plushie would imprint on the first preteen it found as its best friend, but, well, that would solve the problem by causing a new, even more interesting one. The courier stopped time, cut the stick in half with his hand, and stabbed Pale Guy in the left eye with the tip. The killer let out a scream when time resumed, before attempting to engage Ryan in hand-to-hand combat. The courier backed away, more worried by his own creation than the Psycho. Once unleashed, there was no putting the genie back in the bottle. Unless he could flip off the switch by surprise, Ryan had no way of controlling that murderous rabbit. The plushie had emerged from Rakshasa's corpse drenched in blood, reshaping his intestines into a thick noose. It then leaped on Pale Guy's back before he could react, put the organ garrote around his neck, and then started strangling the Psycho. The killer tripped while desperately trying to throw the rabbit off his back, gasping for air. "Let's hug," the plushie said. Its white fur was now tainted red. It looked so happy and peaceful strangling Pale Guy. "I'm your friend." The worst part was, Ryan didn't program it for such violence. It just loved killing. Except for Pale Guy, only Sarin was still alive, but she couldn't keep the gas making up her body inside her suit. It looked like someone bleeding to death, except gas instead of blood. Without waiting for reinforcements to arrive or the plushie to turn its deadly attention towards him, Ryan moved towards the elevator, called it, and entered. There was only one other floor available, and down. Pale Guy raised a hand at Ryan, his eyes pleading for mercy while the plushie choked him to death with a blissful expression. "Why?" he managed to rasp while the courier pushed the down button. "Why? You wrecked my car." Ryan replied, abandoning Pale Guy to a painful death as the elevator's doors closed. The transport system went down multiple floors, making Ryan wonder how far the bunker went, and how large it was. Did it span all of Rust Town? The elevator eventually reached its destination and opened its doors. Ryan walked inside an underground chamber of thick black metal walls. At the center of the room, a projector provided a source of blue light, alongside a holographic bust of Mecron, an old man in his 70s, with wrinkled skin, unkempt hair, and a white beard. One could have mistaken him for a Gandalf or Dumbledore type, if not for the cold intensity in the hologram's gaze. Two blast doors stood on opposing sides of this room, although only one was opened. The debris of broken robots covered the ground. Some looked like black metal humanoids, equipped with laser rifles, while others were bulky, spidery assault drones. Ryan recognized the designs as Mechrons, many of these machines having massacred entire communities during the Genome Wars. In some spots, the courier noticed traces of dried blood and moss. Bodies had been left to bleed out and decompose in some corners, before being moved away. The Meta had clearly fought a hard battle for the floor and only bothered to remove the bodies of their own. They probably harvested them for the elixirs within their blood. "Anyone there?" Ryan shouted, but received no answer. Once confident no one would ambush him, he examined the room, finding a map of the complex in front of the projector. As Ryan had worried, the installation was large enough to encompass most of Rust Town. Although located so deep below the earth, it couldn't be accessed except through the main entrance. The upper floor which he had just left was actually the living quarters and the smallest part of the complex. The rest, far better fortified, was a labyrinth of corridors and rooms with worrying names written in Bosnian. Laboratory A and B, Quarantine Area, Nanobot Factory, Robot Production Facility, Army Storage A, B, and C, Robot Maintenance Center, Armory, Munitions Depot, Weapon Testing Ground, Matter Replicator, Orbital Communications Center, UB, Command Center, Reactor Core. Forbidden Area, it wasn't a survival bunker, it was a weapon production and research facility, one of Mechron's facilities. Even 6 feet under, that megalomaniac had left a mess behind. If so many robots defended the less important areas, then there must have been a whole army in storage below New Rome. An army without a master. A chill went down Ryan's spine as he finally understood the Metagang's plan. These bastards sent people to their death in an attempt to break past the defenses, all to access the command center. If they took control of Mechron's robots and whatever weapons the genius had left, they would be able to take over New Rome, or at least contest it to the other factions. Hell, the armory alone would give the psychos a tremendous boost in firepower, dedicated to causing as much destruction as possible in the time he had left. Ryan moved through the only open door. He walked through a tall corridor, noticing a large window to his right. He peeked through, observing what appeared to be an infirmary, albeit the asylum kind. The room had clearly been left to rust for years, the white walls having lost their color, though Ryan noticed crates of medical supplies piled in a corner. 2 people, 1 man and a woman, were strapped to different operating tables. From the spots on their skin, they were bliss addicts. Sishak was busy brainjacking the man, his wire tentacle shoved through the druggie's mouth. The woman, meanwhile, seemed sedated, her gaze empty. The psycho raised his head when Ryan stepped inside the infirmary. Little Cessair. If he was afraid or surprised, he didn't show it. "How strange to Ami wa mu shinderu," Ryan cut him off in Japanese. What? Very poor choice of last words. The courier froze time, closed the gap between them in 10 seconds, and then punched him the second the effect ended. Sishak's head exploded in a shower of brain matter and other fluids, his wires thrashing around. The one inside the captive slipped away, the tentacles laying on the ground like a squid's corpse. "Are you all right?" Ryan asked the captive, although he didn't move to remove the bindings since the run would end in a few hours. The man responded by shaking in place, something wriggling below the skin. The skull shifted in shape and the eyes turned white. "Is this a drug withdrawal thing?" the courier asked. Ryan's reflexes saved him, as a wire tentacle erupted from the man's chest and nearly smashed his skull. The courier backed away, as more cables emerged from the body, with the exception of the skull, which underwent a biomechanical metamorphosis. Soon, a monstrous amalgam of wires stood over the drug addict's husk, cold eyes peering at Ryan. "I have your father to thank for this." Ryan's eyes widened in shock as he faced a reborn Sishak. "When he gave me those wounds during our last encounter and showed me his true power, I wondered, what if I had misunderstood my abilities' limits? Could it allow me to transcend mortality itself too? His tentacles lunged at Ryan's head. The courier, using a brief burst of time, stopped to leap towards a corner of the room. "I can do more than read minds," Sishak ranted while continuing his assault, tossing the operation table at the courier. Ryan lowered himself to dodge the projectile as it hit the wall behind him, trying to make sense out of the situation. "I can reshape them, rewire their brains, make them into vessels for something greater. Assume direct control." Every time he died, Sishak possessed a thrall whose brain he had tinkered with. The courier remembered the battle at the orphanage, how the psycho had forcefully connected with his hostage, and how the medics noted her abnormal brain waves even after the madman's demise. "You tried to do that to a child," Ryan realized, horrified. "Which one?" The chilling response filled the courier with fury. Ryan froze time and punched this soulless monster's face into a fine paste with Fisty without giving him any chance to defend himself, no matter the consequences. Immediately after time resumed, the second captive started undergoing the same ghastly transformation. Ryan spared her the misery with another deadly punch, disgusted. "I'm killing you in every single restart now," the genome promised the corpse. As soon as he figured out a way to negate this horrifying ability. It was bloodstream all over again, although, thankfully, Sishak needed to die first to activate this ability. The similarities with his save point also made Ryan somewhat uneasy, and all the more determined to get rid of the maniac permanently. The courier moved towards the medical crates, breaking them open to peek inside their content. His suspicions were immediately confirmed: Dynami's knockoff elixirs. Dozens of them. If all the crates contained more, then the number increased to the hundreds. Okay, that settled it. No way a theft of that magnitude wouldn't have made it to the news or caused a retaliatory strike from Dynamis. Adam Cat had guessed correctly. Someone within the company supplied the meta with their fix, weapons, and information. Why? To have them weaken the Augusti while maintaining plausible deniability, make villains for their heroes to arrest. Or were the meta exploring the bunker on behalf of their client, instead of pursuing their own interests? Who was the supplier? Enrique? His father Hector? Or someone Sishak had brainwashed with his loathsome ability? Ryan heard heavy steps coming from the corridor and quickly exited the infirmary. Sishak and a new meta walked at the end of the hallway, opposite of the entrance. The other psycho was a 3.5 meters tall colossus, a towering monster entirely made of rusted steel. The upper body was larger than the lower half, with the arms slightly longer than the legs. The U.S. flag was painted on his chest. The creature looked more like a humanoid tank than a human being, with even the face was replaced with a mask device that reminded Ryan of a famous Star Wars character. Oh God, Ryan loved Star Wars, even the prequels. He was glad the old world ended before anyone could make cash grab sequels, though. They would have sucked. He knew it deep within his bones. "It's useless, Cessair. I have hundreds of vessels around." Sishak glanced at the enormous psycho. "Frank, kill him, please." "Yes, Mr. Vice President," he replied with a deep voice, having to lower his head to move inside the passage. "Mr. Vice President?" Ryan asked. "The Vice President of the United fucking States of America, the greatest nation on Earth." The giant lunged at Ryan, and, holy shit, he was fast. Ryan would have died without his time stop, Frank's enormous fist stopping within an inch of his face. The courier quickly flipped away while throwing knives at the giant's eyes. When time resumed, Frank's fist hit the ground with enough force to shake the entire floor, the hand punching through the alloy ground up to the forearm. As for the knives, they went through his eyes. Literally. The psycho's body absorbed the metal knives into itself. After the initial push, humans let me in. They want it, Cessair. Exploiting the narrowness of the corridor, Sishak used his tentacles to hang from the ceiling above Frank, moving like a biomechanical spider. People want to be my slaves. The burden of thought, of individuality, it oppresses them. But I get inside their brain. When I remove the confusion and replace it with my will, they become truly happy. Deep down, you want it too. You are a living birth control advertisement, Sipsy. Every word he spoke was somehow worse than the last. It took a lot of effort to make Ryan truly hate anyone, but Sishak had won the lottery. "I'm going to free you, Cessair," the madman said in response, Frank managing to free his hand from the hole he had made. "I'm going to free you from yourself." "You know, killing me is only going to be a temporary solution," Ryan shouted, grabbing a grenade under his coat and tossing it at the two. "Only therapy can help you with your problems." The grenade exploded right in front of Frank's face, unleashing a powerful blast. And it did absolutely nothing. The giant didn't even flinch, and Sishak had retreated behind his bodyguard for safety. Worse, a crimson aura surrounded Frank's body, and the psycho seemed to grow a few inches taller. "Oh, Pearl Harbor?" Frank trembled as if having a PTSD episode. "It's Pearl Harbor all over again." "I'm sorry," Ryan asked. "I will never forgive the Japanese," he snarled, raising his fists in fury and hitting the ceiling, causing the hallway to shake. "I'll never forgive them, never ever." Ryan started to understand why they called him Frank the Mad. However, if he could shrug off grenades and absorb metal, then the courier didn't have anything that could take that guy down. Except maybe the A-bomb, but obviously it would end the run here and now. Ryan had to think of a solution, and fast. The lights started to malfunction, and tiny steps echoed in the hallway. Ryan worryingly peeked over his shoulder. The plushie walked inside the corridor carrying Pale Guy's scalp, its eyes shining maliciously. Chapter 30, Bites the Dust. "You want to be my friend." The plushie's words echoed in the corridor, while Ryan found himself trapped between two monsters. On one side was a ruthless abomination against nature, and on the other, Frank the Mad. Sishak remained in the background, carefully waiting for an opportunity. The plushie and Frank locked gazes, two apex predators recognizing each other. The tension grew palpable, the rabbit throwing Pale Guy's scalp away while Frank adopted a Krav Maga fighting stance. Eldritch whispering voices echoed through the hallway, promising sweet destruction to all living creatures. "Behind me, Mr. Vice President," the giant told Sishak, warily gazing at the rabbit. "It's an Afghan hare." A tense silence stretched for several agonizing seconds. No one was brave enough to take the first step. The plushie's ears turned towards the psycho ever so threateningly, while Frank's fingers fidgeted. Ryan held his breath, knowing the following seconds would decide the fate of the entire run. And then it started. The rabbit leaped forward, knife claws extended, while Frank let out a bestial roar and charged. David versus Goliath. Robot versus robot. Man versus rabbit. Of this epic battle, nothing would be said, for Ryan ran away. Realizing he would die if caught in the crossfire, the courier stopped time for 10 seconds. He ran towards Frank, slid on the ground between the giant's leg, and then quickly got back up and fled towards the other end of the hallway. "I love you so much," he heard from behind him. And the clock was still stopped. Unfortunately, the moment time resumed, Sishak whipped Ryan in the torso with his tentacle arm from the ceiling, having attached himself to it like a spider waiting for his prey. Thanks to the rampage drug, Ryan didn't feel the pain, but he heard one of his ribs break under the strain. The blow propelled him further down the hallway, brightened by flashes of crimson light. The bunker trembled as Frank frantically hit the ground and walls in a fruitless attempt to catch the rabbit. "It seems you are quite the glass cannon, Cessair," Sishak mused, leaping with his wires and attempting to pin the courier to the ground. "You can dodge 1,000 times, but you can only stumble so often." Ryan managed to roll over to dodge the attack, quickly getting back on his feet and running away. Sishak pursued him, with the two demons remaining behind to fight. Ryan eventually exited the hallway to enter another underground chamber, with lamps embedded in black panels all over the walls. Blood had recently been spilled on the ground, leaving spots on the metal. 7 vats full of colored liquids, one for each elixir, were lined up on a nearby wall. Linked to strange-looking machines, 3 of the containers held mutated animals. Ryan struggled to see them fully through the liquid, but identified some strange hybrid of a lizard and dog the size of a Doberman in the violet tube. The laboratory had 2 other blast doors, one opened, one closed. Sishak's tentacles launched themselves at Ryan, who had finally recovered from his cooldown. The courier dodged with a leap to the side after a short 2 seconds time stop, the drug in his system helping him fight off the pain of the broken rib. "That's all you got." Ryan taunted Sishak as both he and the psycho faced one another. "Guess it's easier with Japanese schoolgirls?" "Classy," the wire squid replied, launching one of his tentacles. This time, instead of dodging, Ryan grabbed it with his hands. With the strength boost from the rampage drug, he rotated on himself and tossed Sishak against a nearby wall. The psycho managed to recover but quickly turned still. Heavy steps echoed close from the open blast door, something huge moving into the underground lab. My. A playful voice with a thick New York accent interrupted the battle. "What do we have here?" A massive figure, not as tall and massive as Frank but close, stepped through the broken blast door. An obese psycho with the power to turn his skin into an indestructible black carbon alloy, he was already transformed when he showed up. The man was heavily mutated, his face heavily scarred and possessing prominent teeth like a hippo. He dressed like a man from the 50s, though his clothes had fuming holes in them, probably from lasers, and his brown eyes shone with a mix of fiendish cunning and malignant narcissism. He briefly glanced at Sishak, who instantly submitted without a word. "Big bad Adam." Ryan said dramatically, "We finally meet again in the fat." "Oh my, we've got a new Mark Twain here," the living balloon mocked him back. "Such a razor-sharp wit. You make Oscar Wilde proud, laddie." He was the worst kind of criminal, the one with a sense of humor. "You've been making a mess above, chump," Adam said, keeping his left hand behind his back and his right one exposed. "I've been looking at you through our cams for a while. Sorry not to have welcomed you myself. I was busy doing important work." "Well, fat ass, now that we got to know each other better, perhaps we can discuss your plan to conquer New Rome with a robot army over dinner?" Adam chuckled. "You're wired," he mused. "They're always wired when they say that. Sorry, mate, you'll warrant no exposition from me." "Well, it was worth a shot." "Wait, wait, you said we meet again." Adam snapped his fingers. "Your bloodstream's kid, Cessair something?" "Cessair," Sishak said, clearly itching to attack Ryan, but wise enough to humor his boss. "Is that the reason for all this fuss?" "Big fat," Adam asked the courier, raising an eyebrow while explosions echoed through the hallway nearby. "A score to settle. It's old news, mate, old news." "It was an impulse thing, really," Ryan shrugged. "Well, whatever the case, when you invade my home and start killing all my men, I take that real personal, mate. The ride's over boyo." "Oh well, I had fun. I guess I'll just blow myself up then." "Mate, we'll survive your pretty belt." Adam grinned, though his smile never reached his eyes. "You won't." "A fight to the death then." Ryan did some footwork and shadow boxing. "I'm pumped for a few rounds." "There won't be a battle, kiddo. You see, you're mistaken about something. The media call me Big Adam because they don't want to face what I am but my real moniker." He smiled, showing 3 rows of sharp teeth behind his lips. "Is Adam the ogre?" He revealed his left hand, and Ryan flinched. Adam held a beaten and bloody teenager no older than 14 within his fingers, probably some Rust Town denizen, clearly of Arab or Turkish descent. The prisoner had tears of terror at the edge of his eyes, pleading Ryan to save him with his gaze. "And though I prefer to eat French," Adam said with a vicious smirk, holding his captive with both hands like a sandwich, "I can settle for a kebab." He opened his mouth and prepared to bite his captive's head off. Time seemed to slow down as Ryan frantically thought of the situation, and it wasn't even his powers doing. It was clearly a trap, a cruel blow to unbalance him mentally. The courier had gone far enough anyway, and trying to rescue the teen would probably fail. He had everything to lose by making the attempt, instead of sacrificing the hostage and making a getaway to explore the bunker further. But there were some lines Ryan couldn't cross, even without consequences. Afterward, it would be a slippery slope. The courier froze time and charged at Adam, punching the ogre's hand with all his might. The fist broke. His own, that is. Fisty and Ryan's bones shattered on impact. When time resumed, the courier didn't even see Adam's fist hit his chest. He just heard the impact, alongside his ribs and spine breaking under the strain. The blow didn't detonate the explosive belt, but sent the courier flying against the blue vat. The glass cracked on impact, drops of liquid falling off Ryan's body. The effects of rampage spared him from the pain, but the courier didn't feel his legs anymore. He coughed blood, a warm fluid filling up his lung. "You martyrs are all the same," Adam taunted him, scratching his prisoner's hair with his finger like a pet. "I knew you would do that when you stopped your rampage to save our testers. Sishak, pick his brain open before he bites the dust. I want to know who sent the laddie after us." "Shut your eyes, Cessair," Sishak said with relish, his tentacles swirling around Ryan's neck and lifting him above ground. "It's easier when you look away." This was the end. Well, it was fun while it lasted, even if the last seconds sucked. Ryan shouted his safe word, "Jar Jar Binks." The belt let out a beep before blowing him and Sishak up in a fiery blast. And so ended Ryan's vacation. As he returned a few hours earlier, driving towards Renesco's bar, the courier felt like someone commuting to his job the day after a massive bender. He had his fun, but now it was time to get serious again. Should he do another Dynamis run, dig deeper into the meta connection? He had the feeling it would come into play, even if he somehow managed to wipe Hanafat Lecter and his goons from the face of New Rome. However, Ryan only saw one way to kill Sishak permanently yet, and the option was Augusti exclusive. The courier had already progressed rather far on that path, and he wished to see how this party would unfold, and so Ryan prepared to return to the Augusti path. Until he remembered he would have to visit Len again. To maintain the sequence of events, he would have to say the same things, make the same moves, go through the same heartbreak until it became routine. Every feeling, every special moment, emptied of their substance and uniqueness. An ancient bond turned into a formality, just like everything else. Ryan parked the car in the first spot he found, his hands on the driving wheel. He stayed there for a few seconds, trying to gather his thoughts. He activated the chronoradio, put some post-apocalyptic blues in the background. "Len," the courier said suddenly, "I know you're listening, Shorty, watching me. You've got to somehow." He received no answer, no change in the world around him, but Ryan carried on. "You have a table near your sofa in your undersea apartment. You're currently reading Karl Marx, Hegel, and the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea book you found in Venezia. You kept them all these years because you're a ship geek, and that will never change." Ryan glanced through the window, at the sun shining upon the peaceful Mediterranean Sea. He couldn't see anyone peeking over the water. Maybe she was, maybe not. "I know because I was there. Just as I know you give the orphans in Rust Town supplies and money, and that you want to take them to your complex under the sea. Before you believe I've teleported there or that this is a horror stalker movie, I'll tell you a secret. My secret." Ryan inhaled and dropped the bomb. "Len, I can time travel mentally. Not far, but I can relive the same events over and over again. I drank the violet elixir that fateful day, and it granted me that power. From your point of view, it has only been 4 years, but for me, it's been many lifetimes. I'm probably older than most countries by now. I've forgotten more than you will ever learn, but never once did I forget you." Here he was, getting all mushy-mushy and sentimental. It felt so strange, as if the courier unloaded a burden which had weighed on his shoulders for days. Ryan struggled to find his words since they came from the heart. He was never good at this, even before the loop. "I know why you don't want to see me. You told me in another history now erased. Why I hurt you with my mere presence. You hate me for what I did to your father and how I remind you of the bad days. And I understand. I understand." It still hurt just to remember that conversation, but he understood. "I want to help you, Len, because I care for you, but I don't know how I can help. I never did. Some say I should persevere, others that I should let you pursue your own destiny without interfering. And I don't want to learn the best way, Len, because it means going through countless trials and errors. We will have the same conversations over and over again. You will forget everything, and every special moment we have will become routine to me. You won't be a friend, you'll be a goal." Still no answer. "I don't want to do that to you," Ryan persevered. So if you're listening and there is any chance we can make up and find a way around that curse of mine, please give me a sign. If not, I will let you be. I will still take action to save the orphans from Adam and his band, but you'll never hear from me again. I'll be gone from your life, because otherwise it will hurt too much for the both of us." He looked back on the driveway. "So please, I beg you," Ryan pleaded. "Please give me a sign." "Anything?" His forehead hit the driving wheel. "Don't leave me alone again." Seconds, minutes stretched, with only the noise from the cars around him. Hearing no response, Ryan sighed, regained his composure, and prepared to run over Ghoul yet again. If the courier waited longer, he might arrive too late to prevent his killing spree. Her voice came out of the chronoradio. "Meet me at the orphanage." Chapter 31. Night of Faith. Nightfall was upon Rust Town when Ryan arrived at the orphanage. His good and unwilling friend Ghoul was trapped at the back, missing most of his limbs. Hopefully, his presence would get the land off the courier's back for the evening. "I would take you out on a walk," Ryan told his captive while stepping out of the car, "but I don't think this place was built with the elderly in mind. Besides, the kids there are too old for you." "Bleep you," Ghoul snarled. "I swear I will." Ryan closed the car's door behind him, the skeleton's insults turning into muffled noises. Most of the animals were asleep in the big pen, a few dogs barking at the courier as if he were an intruder. Unlike his previous visit, the orphanage's doors were closed, though Ryan could see light coming from inside. The genome knocked and waited. Eventually, a little girl in pink opened the door, raising a gun at his face. "What do you want, druggie?" "Hi, little Sarah," Ryan introduced himself. "Is your mama here?" "How do you know my name?" she asked, looking at his hat. "You're a magician?" "Oh yes, I'm especially good with explosions and disappearing acts. Watch." He stopped time and switched her crappy revolver with a Desert Eagle. "See, so cool," she said with admiration, examining her new toy as if it were a doll. "Is it loaded?" "Yep, but I put the safety on. I can switch it for a shotgun or pretty much any firearm." "You're Mr. Ryan?" she asked him, the courier nodding. "Mama is inside. She said you would come." "Can I get in, or do I have to break my own hole?" he asked, pointing a finger at a broken window nearby. "You can, but you do anything to Mama or the others, and I will disappear your face." Ryan said nothing, making her frown. "That sounded way better in my head." "It comes with practice, my young Punawin," Ryan said, walking inside while she closed the door behind. From within, the orphanage looked as dilapidated as the outside, with wallpaper peeling from the walls and only one lamp for 2 rooms. Sarah wagged her new toy at Ryan, guiding him through. Now that he could take a good look inside, Ryan grew convinced that this place had been an animal shelter first, and repurposed into an orphanage years afterward. The kids had made bedrooms out of caged compartments originally meant for animals, half of them already sleeping or reading old books from Jules Verne. Some of the children slept with a cat or dog under their bedsheets. He found Len in the kitchen, cooking fish for a group of 4 kids gathered around a table. His old friend wore the same brown diving suit as last time, and she kept the water gun in a corner of the room. The kitchen clearly lacked equipment, since Len used a camping stove for the meat. She immediately froze still upon seeing him, Ryan removing his hat and mask like a true gentleman. "Riri," she said. "Who is this, Ma?" Ryan recognized the speaker as the girl whom Sishak tried to brainjack, Julia. He examined her facial features, the vague shape of her skull, and a chill went down his spine. Sishak had a similar facial structure when he attacked Ryan at Shroud's shack. He also noticed the boy that had been playing with Sarah before the psychos attacked the area. His golden retriever waited at his side, looking at the dish while wagging his tail. "He looks weird," he said, observing Ryan's costume. "He's a magician," little Sarah showed them her Desert Eagle. "Look, Sarah," Len scolded her but took no step to remove the gun. "What did I tell you? Don't point weapons around, especially not at strangers." "It's fine, Ma, I know how to use them," the little girl pouted in response. "Yeah, right, you can't even hit a soda can at 3 meters, a boy taunted her, Sarah pinching him in the arm. "It's true." "Ryan, this is Sarah, Giulia, Romaine, Albus, and Valeria." Len made the introductions before looking at the courier with a conflicted face. Kids, this is Ryan. He's an old friend. Does he come from the magical place? Little Valeria asked, a dark-skinned brunette no older than 12. You don't talk about the magical place to strangers, Sarah told her, the other girl putting her hands on her mouth. Sorry, Ma. It's okay, Len replied, putting a hand on Sarah's shoulder. Can you serve the food to the others and make sure everyone gets their share? I must talk with my friend. Is he your friend or your boyfriend? One of the boys pestered her. I want to know, Len responded with a strained smile while Ryan remained silent. If it had been anyone else, he would have cracked a joke, but he didn't want to embarrass her. I'll be back soon, Len promised, grabbing the water gun and leading the courier outside the kitchen. The kids looked at them with suspicion, Sarah clapping hands to get their attention. Adorable. It's nice. What you're doing here, the courier started, immediately finding his words awkward. Len had that effect on him nowadays, to the point he couldn't do sarcasm in her presence. The invisible barrier between them wouldn't fall anytime soon. Thanks, she said, embarrassed, before leading up towards a stairway. We can go to the roof. They'll listen through the door and pester us otherwise. Ryan was pretty sure they would follow and try to eavesdrop on them anyway. He knew children all too well. None of them could resist the lure of a magician's hat. Len led him to a door reaching the roof, locking it behind them. Ryan sat at the edge, his feet dangling into the void. His old friend glanced at him before sitting in the same position, albeit with 2 meters of distance and her water gun in hand. For a moment, neither dared to break the ice, both glancing at the skies above. Even with the lights of New Rome and the polluted air, the stars shone as bright as ever. It made Ryan wonder if he should invest a few loops in researching how to build his own spaceship and explore the universe. A ski vacation on Pluto sounded quite appealing. Kinda reminds you of the old days, doesn't it? The courier spoke up first. We always debated if there was sentient life out there. I still think we're alone in the universe, she replied. It's all dark and cold beyond our little blue planet. We aren't alone, Ryan argued back. And if you ask me, the stars shine brighter still. She shifted uncomfortably on her spot. Ryan realized his attempt at small talk just made it awkward. Did we? Len trailed off, biting her lower lip. Did we already have this conversation? So she had taken him at his word. It seemed Len still trusted him somewhat, even after all this time. We only talked once in your house under the sea, Ryan admitted. You told me you didn't want to see me after I led the carnival to your dad, how you had known I was alive for 2 years, and that you had built your underwater base for Sarah and the others. So it was true, Len muttered to herself. Time travel. It's possible since many violets can alter space-time on a limited basis, but I still can't grasp it. Do you travel physically, or is it just information transfer? I can mentally return to a point I fix at a specific moment, with my last one made a few hours ago, the courier explained. Only my consciousness travels back in time. A save point like in your video games? Ryan had always loved playing with them whenever he found a console that still worked. Can you? I can't move my save point back into the past, no. The courier shook his head. When I create a new point, it erases the first. I wish I could save your father, save us, save the world, but I can't. I can't change the past, only the present and future. What's done is done. Len winced at his words. Ryan instantly regretted his bluntness, but he had to say it. He couldn't let her get any false hope up. How does it work? She asked more questions. You create or travel to alternate timelines. Ryan shook his head. You know about Schrodinger's cat, the thought experiment? Some psychopath puts a cat in a black box, where the animal has a 50-50% chance of dying or surviving. As long as you don't open the box to check the result, the cat is technically both alive and dead. I heard of it, Len replied. Of course she would. She read everything she could get her hands on. I thought it was meant as a nonsensical joke towards quantum physics. It was a joke, but as it turns out, I'm a cat, both alive and dead at once. Ryan joined his palms together as if holding something unseen. That's our space-time continuum, he explained. It's a black box where all of time and space happens, all moments in time, all possible timelines, past, present, and future. It's too small to contain the whole universe, Len replied, smiling thinly. The sight warmed Ryan's heart. It appeared the children had a positive effect on her mood compared to the last loop. You just have to fold it enough times. But if our universe is the box, then does that mean there's something outside it? Yes, Ryan nodded. A dimension outside space and time, the observer's dimension. Let's call it the purple world. The purple world, she frowned. I haven't set on an exact name, but purple world sounds nice. Even acid rain seemed to agree. The purple world exists between all moments in time and points in space, though I only really affect the first part. Len listened without a word, trying to make sense out of his words. But she was smart, even without her power, and while it seemed outlandish, she agreed to entertain the theory. I actually exist at 2 points in time, Ryan continued his explanation. When I create a save point, I divide. One version of me exists in the purple world, trapped between 2 seconds, and another me continues on, the person you're facing right now. I'm both at once, and we share the same consciousness. You can say that my power is temporal by location. So when you die, it's like Schrodinger's cat. Len's expression changed into one of horror. You're alive and dead at once. Yes, except that since my consciousness is spread between the 2 versions, I cheat. I collapse the timeline where I'm dead, and I create a new copy from my save point with the knowledge of the erased future. All events between the 2 points are undone. But you don't have to die to trigger that power, right? Len asked, pleading. When Ryan didn't answer, she put a hand on her mouth in horror. How many times? Ryan shrugged. Countless. How can you say that? Even with their troubled history, he could see the compassion in Len's gaze. She had remained ever so kind. The implications? It's horrifying, Riri. Well, my first few dozen times were terrifying, Ryan admitted. I went mad or catatonic from the stress a few times, but past the first 30 or so, it became normal, like taking a cold shower every day. You get used to everything, even death. It didn't ease up her worries at all. If anything, Len grew even more concerned for him. But since you exist in 2 time periods, some conceptual powers, white genomes, or memory-altering attacks could affect both versions. I suspect someone like Cancel. Wait, do you know Cancel? Len nodded. Cancel would cause my power to unravel if I died in her vicinity. Obviously, I'm not going to tempt her. And the stopping time, did you take? She stopped herself, the question going unsaid. Did you take 2 elixirs like my father? Are you a psycho? I only have the save point as my power, Ryan reassured her. The time stop is an application of it. I cause both of my divided selves to converge, and thus both our reality and the purple world align. This creates a temporal anomaly where I'm the only one capable of applying force to objects, and my power protects me from the negative side effects. It's a pretty sweet deal. However, if I keep it up past a 10 seconds limit, the 2 versions of you fuse. You open the cat's box and look inside. Which always causes me an early restart, meow, Ryan said, but she didn't smile. I've spent decades studying the purple world, trying to see if I could use it to improve my power and make more than one save point. Your chronoradio, that's why you made it. She guessed, Ryan nodding in confirmation. Did you succeed in physically entering that dimension? Ryan thought of the rabbit plushie. Not really, he replied, frowning at her. By the way, how did you hack into the chronoradio, or knew I had one? She bit her lower lip. I've been. You've been stalking me. Watching you for a while, Len replied while blushing, which made her look adorable. She immediately changed the subject. That purple world, are you the only one who can access it? Some violet genomes can tap into its power. That was the only explanation for Acid Rain's abilities. Maybe all violet genomes derive their abilities from it. A human body can't do half the things a violet genome can, even while heavily mutated. Len fidgeted in place. Riri, how old are you? It must have taken years, decades to figure all of that out. I don't know, the courier admitted. He had long lost count. Maybe I'm 500 years old or 800, maybe more. And you've been looking for me all this time. Now she sounded positively guilty and remorseful. You couldn't know, Ryan replied. He could never hold anything against her. I thought you were dead or out of reach after the first decades, so I just wandered off trying new things. It's only when I got my hands on a piece of your tech that I realized you were somewhere in New Rome. Len turned away, something appearing at the edge of her eyes. Shorty, Ryan frowned as he watched her hold back tears. Len, are you crying? I'm crying for you, Len said, looking at him with clear guilt in her gaze. You've spent centuries alone and Len, He raised his hand toward her. She visibly flinched before he could touch her, making Ryan back away. I'm sorry, Len repeated, feeling even more crushed. Just give me time to process all of this. It's all of this at once. It's too much. It's too much at once, Riri. It's okay. We've got all the time in the world. He instantly regretted it, saying that as Len's face darkened even further. Goddammit, why did every word he spoke make things worse? Every time you die, everyone forgets you, she said, wiping away the tears. Over and over again. Except you, he replied. You're the only person who knew me before the time loop. I know that's selfish, but you thought I was the only one who could make this eternity less lonely. Len glanced at him with compassion. Is there no way for someone to remember you, to replicate your power? I can only carry my own mind through restarts, and in all these years, I haven't found a technology or genome capable of copying my power. Maybe I could have gotten more results if I crossed a few lines, but I had to keep some. The consequences don't stay, but the memories do. And if I get used to bloodshed and brutality, I'm afraid of what I might become. You're afraid you will become like Dad, she guessed, her gaze hollow. Ryan didn't want to say out loud, but yes, he was. Years around Bloodstream had given him a taste of what sociopathic brutality did to everyone, and how there was no coming back afterward. When you embraced the darkness, it followed you everywhere. Why not ask Dynamis? Len asked, even if she clearly disliked the possibility. They can copy powers. Their knockoffs only get the genetic part of powers, not whatever cosmic physics support them, Ryan replied. That was why their potions were weaker than the original. A firebrand elixir allowed someone to produce fire using their own enhanced body's calories, but a true red genome had access to a near-infinite power source. I mean, unless they can somehow access the purple world, a knockoff elixir based on my genes won't have any effect. His friend said nothing for a few seconds, before finally putting her water gun away and crossing her arms. He had already seen her in that position when she entered a genius fugue state or thought of a new concept. It's happening again. Len lamented as she failed to come up with an invention that might help Ryan's case. I can make wonders, but nothing that could help right now, like Dad. It's fine. Just the fact she wanted to help him at all made him feel happier. Nobody can do everything, and you can do a lot already. Even Vulcan admires your work, and she has an ego the size of Saturn. She smiled thinly, but it didn't reach the eyes. If you don't think there is any solution and that I will forget this conversation, Len said, looking him dead in the eyes. Why have it at all? Ah, the hard question. I don't think there's a solution, no, but I want one to exist. Vulcan is making progress on upgrading powers, and Mecron already could. And there was an entire cache full of his technology below the earth. Hope springs eternal, you know. Even if the chance is slim that I can make people remember me and that we could make up, I want to try. She didn't reply, her gaze thoughtful. Sishak will attack this place in 2 days, Ryan changed the subject. Why? Len asked, more saddened than surprised. She must have expected something like that to happen since Big Fat Adam and his crew moved in. There's a bunker full of Mecron tech below the junkyard, and the Meta are trying to break in. Her head immediately snapped at him in alarm. I suppose Sishak will try to collect the children when they run out of cannon fodder to throw at the defenses, and someone at Dynamis supplies them with knockoff elixirs for a reason that escapes me. Her skin grew paler the more he spoke. I'll take care of this, Ryan promised. I did it before. This city, Len shook her head, glancing at Rust Town and New Rome beyond. It's never going to improve no matter how much you try. It can. It was bad even before the Meta arrived, she replied. Dynamis, the Augusti, they're all the same. They only care about money and power. I tried to make a difference to help people, but it's just the way things are. This place isn't New Rome, it's the New Babylon. It can improve, Ryan insisted, pointing at the stars. Len, all you see is the dark, but everywhere you look, there's light. Len didn't believe him. We already argued about it, she guessed. Yeah, the courier admitted. After our previous talk, I thought I could wipe out the meta, honor some debts, maybe make the surface good enough that you would want to return. You don't have to, she insisted. Let the meta and Auguste wipe each other out for all they care. Len, we can't let the meta get their hands on Mecron's weaponry, Ryan argued back. It will be the genome wars all over again. It would be bloodstream on a countrywide scale. Riri, it's going to destroy you. She argued, a hint of desperation in her voice. It already did. You aren't stable at all, Riri. How many times did you fail? Enough to succeed. She took his words in but offered none of her own. If anything, she seemed to withdraw even more. Well, sorry to burden you with all of this. Ryan apologized, rising up until he stood dangerously close to the edge. One step and it would be a free fall. Thanks for listening, Shorty. Where are you going? There's a nice hotel where I stay in the city center, he replied, putting his mask and hat back on. I need to go there so events proceed favorably. She considered his answer and then said, No, Ryan froze still for a second. No, you can stay here. Len breathed long and deep. It's not comfortable, but you can stay here for the night. Len, I can't. If I don't go to the hotel, Wyvern and Vulcan won't. Stay here, Riri, Len asked, looking up at him. This time it wasn't a proposal, but a request. Please stay, this time. Ryan opened his mouth to protest, since it would throw his timing in jeopardy, but when he looked at her pleading eyes and the worry in them, his resistance melted away. All right, Ryan said. I'll stay. Chapter 32, Change of Plans. Ryan woke up on a terrible mattress with a cat on his chest. The animal looked at the courier with its big blue eyes as he emerged from his deep sleep. The Persian cat had a coat of fur of the purest shade of white, and the lazy expression of a creature sleeping 18 hours a day without shame. It was the perfect Bond villain cat. Ryan immediately let out a cry of joy, while the cat looked at him with noble curiosity. I'm gonna call you. Ryan briefly raised the feline above ground to check if it was a male or female, and then let his imagination do the rest. Eugene Henry von Schrödinger? Eugene Henry meowed in response. The name sucks, someone complained from the room right next to his, another animal cage repurposed into a prison cell. Ryan recognized the voice as Sarah's. It sucks hard. Much like many geniuses, I'm way ahead of my time, Ryan replied, scratching Eugene Henry behind his ears. You like that name, don't you? You like it, don't you? Is that the white cat? Sarah peeked into Ryan's private space, finding the courier sitting on his bedsheet, the cat on his lap. The courier promised himself to work on his diabolical mastermind pose, though he needed to get a cashmere suit first. It has a sixth sense to find suckers willing to feed it. That's why it's so fat. Hey, he's not judging you on your appearance. Once I showed him a rat like 1 meter away from his face, and that lazy furball didn't even react. Slander, Ryan defended his new sidekick. Is there a shower, though? I think I caught fleas sleeping on that bed. Yes, but the water is muddy. Ma says she will fix it today after she checks your car. Check his. Goddamn, I hope she doesn't find the bodies, Ryan said, rising up from the bed. Eugene Henry instantly took over his place and moved below the bed sheet to better protect the mattress from intruders. There's a spot for that. Little Sarah said casually, The druggies call it the happy hole. As it turned out, Rusttown did have tourist spots. Ryan started dressing, but immediately noticed something wrong. Namely, his A-bomb was missing and some of his weapons weren't at their place. Someone had clearly checked on his belongings while he was asleep. Shorty may be willing to help, but she didn't fully trust him yet. The courier emerged from the orphanage to find Len tinkering with his car, having opened the car hood to look inside. She had put the water gun aside to her right. Comrade Shorty, just because it's an all-American car doesn't give you the right to wreck it, Ryan said. Find yourself a Lotta. Len turned her head away from the engine, and Ryan's playful demeanor disappeared instantly when she grabbed the water gun. Riri, what have you done? What did he do? What didn't he do? Ryan glanced inside the car hood, his old friend keeping her weapon aimed at his head. Unfortunately, Len had found the brain and jumped to the wrong conclusions. Riri, have you? Len clearly didn't want to finish her sentence, but forced herself to. Did you put someone in there? You wouldn't believe how many tries it took before I found the right person. He immediately raised his hands while Len made a mortified face. Relax, I'm kidding. It's not even sentient. Riri, don't joke about this, she sputtered, keeping her weapon raised. Sorry. He apologized. I default to humor when I'm stressed, and I didn't have my morning coffee. Len remained as stiff and grim as ever. Riri, where did it come from? It's vat-grown, a gift from another genius. No answer. Shorty, I'm not a serial killer, and I don't abduct hobos off the road to experiment on them. Riri, I want to believe you're not crazy. I really want to. She shook her head. But you keep a thermonuclear device with children nearby. Oh God, if only she knew about the plushie. Len, there are no permanent consequences around me. But what if you're wrong? She asked, biting her lower lip. What if you jump into another universe every time you die and leave a nuclear crater behind? That's not how my power works, Ryan reassured her. I guarantee you I'm not jumping into an alternate universe whenever I die. I checked. I wouldn't do like half the stuff I pull on a weekly basis if I knew I left a mess behind. My power only affects our universe, and all I do is give it an alcohol blackout. That's even scarier. Len said, still struggling to understand his power's full scope. If what you say is correct, then you can rewrite the entire space-time continuum almost at will. It's not mere time manipulation, but reality warping. Yes, Shorty, some people get water guns for Christmas while I got a fat man. Ryan said, putting a finger on the tip of her gun. So, can you? She hesitated, clearly torn between trusting him and her own fears about him, but eventually lowered the water gun. You will behave while you stay here, Len said. Even if there are no consequences from your point of view, I don't want anything dangerous near the kids. Len, they have guns. Because they need weapons to defend themselves in this shithole, the genius replied. But that nuke, Riri, won't help anyone. It's just death in a can. Okay, I will get rid of it. He would hand it over to Vulcan as a sign of friendship. Can you give it back then? I swear you will never see that bomb again. She hesitated for a long, agonizing minute before searching in her jumpsuit and handing him the bomb. Ryan put a hand on it, their gloves brushing against the other. The courier sensed her reluctance to give the weapon away, but she did it. Although Len didn't trust him, she wanted to. He wouldn't disappoint her. Riri, why did you even put your hands on a weapon like that? She asked, as the courier put the bomb inside one of his coat's inner pocket. You really want to know? Len nodded and Ryan sighed. She wouldn't like his answer. Because I was bored, and I thought it would be fun to have a nuke as a restart button. Can't you automatically restart with your time stop? You said it caused you early restarts. No, when I said an early restart, I meant an early restart. Have you never wondered why I called myself Quick Save? She finally caught on. That's how you save. Yeah. By the time the courier had caught on to this mechanism, he had already burnt a lot of bridges. And since I need to commit suicide to get back in time, I figured I should make it interesting. The genius looked at him with a mix of pity, sadness, and compassion. Do you think your life is worthless? No, of course not. I love living. If he had wanted to die for good, he would have picked a fight with someone like Cancel long ago. As long as I exist, there's always a chance things will improve. After an uncomfortable silence, Len abruptly changed the subject. You slept well. I've slept in way worse places, the courier replied, before shuddering as he remembered one of his worst deaths. Whatever you do, Len, don't sleep in Monaco. Monaco? Why? Shorty, I come from the future. Don't go to Monaco. He glanced at the car, and a flustered Len started putting the engine pieces back in their proper place. Should I expect a mounted water turret? Please tell me that you added a gadget. I was just checking the chrono radio and its associated parts. Only then did Ryan notice that while she had stopped pointing it at his face, Len kept the gun in hand. Baby steps. Pretty good tech, huh? Ryan boasted about his car, putting a hand on the hood. You're the last genius in a long line to work on this baby. I saw that. There's a lot I could work with, actually. Len closed the hood once her work done. Riri, why did you hook up a miniature particle accelerator to your radio? That was such a long story. Ryan worked many loops and decades on that particular quest. The purple world is something of a crossroad, not only between time and space, but between various dimensions, the courier explained. You know, some violet genomes summon creatures like that monster from Alien or Gremlins. They're pulling them from these dimensions. Yes. Most of these universes radically differ from our own, but some are alternate histories Earth could have taken. Usually these histories aren't stable and constantly fluctuate, only becoming real when observed. I don't follow you. Well, we humans think time is stable, that the past is set in stone, but in truth, it's like the water you love so much, ever-changing. Ryan's experience had taught him as much. I mean, I just have to jump back and poof, it changes. Have you never considered? Len trailed off with a worried frown, unable to say it out loud. That I destroy the universe and everyone in it when I die, I try not to think about it. If only because of the horrors involved. It was a rabbit hole of depression, questionable ethics, and self-misery. He preferred to think of it as a universal memory wipe. Anyway, I thought the chronoradio could help me locate a specific reality and then cross over. A timeline where things went well for us, Len guessed. Yes, Ryan replied with a sigh, opening his car's door. But I never found a way to reach an alternate Earth, even with a custom particle accelerator. All I can do with the chronoradio is listen to what could have been. You're going? She asked with a worried frown. Did she think he would get himself killed? Then again, they were close to the junkyard. What about that undead madman in the back seat? I'm supposed to receive a recruitment offer from Wyvern and then Vulcan, but I'm not sure if she will follow through if I'm in Rust Town. After that, I need to have my windshield cleaned and Bone Daddy will become someone else's problem. Wyvern. Len answered with a deeper frown than before. I heard Dynamis jailed you, so I investigated, Ryan admitted. What happened exactly? They used the citizens of Rust Town as underpaid labor in their factories, Len said with anger. They pay them for dangerous work with just enough euros to feed themselves, but provide neither health care nor safety guidelines. 1 out of 5 people gets maimed or killed. I don't think Il Miglier supports these practices. Even the junior heroes he had met during the seminar seemed more self-obsessed than actively malicious. They turned their eyes away from the real problems. Len shook her head. Not all criminals wear masks. Most wear suits and ties. Since nobody would stand up for this place, I did. So you attacked one of Dynami's installations, the chemical plant. She gave more details, her face turning grimmer. But they caught me. Somebody ratted me out and led the private security to my old workshop. One of the people you tried to fight for, Ryan guessed, his friend nodding. I'm sorry. I guess people always try to take the easy way out, Len shook her head. Wyvern didn't bust me out, Vulcan did, and even then it wasn't for free. I had to help the Augusti transport their drug, take their blood money. Well, I don't intend to go to Dynamis this time. Ryan reassured her. I see only one way to kill Sishak permanently, and it's an Augusti exclusive option as far as I can tell. Len clearly didn't like the idea. Even if she collaborated with Vulcan, she clearly had no love for her organization. We could capture him, she said. From what you told me, he has to die for his ability to activate. If he's smart, he will have a suicide button. Hopefully, it wouldn't be a thermonuclear device. Besides making the world a better place, taking down Sishak would also prevent him from piloting that Mechron mech later on. And while I don't believe it, Vulcan says she can enhance my power. Unless you have another suggestion, they seem like our best option. Unfortunately, she didn't have any alternative. I need more time, Riri. Time to figure this out. Figure out my power or us? Both. Len replied while looking away. I want to help you, Riri, I really do. No one else should have to go through what you did. Thanks, Ryan said with genuine warmth. The fact that you want to help at all means a lot to me. She blushed a little. But the thing is, Riri, even if we succeed in helping you, I'm not sure if there will be a we after that. We. That word had brought back memories of the time when Ryan believed they had a future together. He thought his feelings for Len had changed after so many restarts, moved past the realm of teenage romance. But every time he looked at his old partner, the courier always wondered what could have been, and what could never be. There are things I can't forget, Riri, she admitted. My father, that stuff with the bomb. You don't feel safe around me, Ryan stated the obvious. Like bloodstream. Len shook her head sadly, and the courier drove away in silence. So let me get this straight. Shroud joined his fingers like an evil mastermind. There is a cache of Mechron technology below the junkyard, which the Metagang is trying to access. And Dynamis supplies them with knockoff elixirs, contacts, and weapons. Meow, that's right, Ryan replied, keeping Eugene Henry in his arms while Ghoul's skull snarled inside a glass box. The courier briefly wondered if it was possible to waterboard on a head without the lungs, but pushed the thought aside. Shroud remained silent for a moment. This is concerning. What an understatement. Ryan tried to top it. And the Titanic had a leak. The glass genome turned around and started typing on his computer, various documents appearing on the screen. Ryan recognized them as financial statements, supply run reports, and logistical analyses. Shroud ran a program, apparently noticing a few troubling elements. There are some strange gaps between the stated numbers of knockoff elixirs Dynamis produces and what's actually sold in their stores, said the hacker. I thought they were a statistical error margin or thefts, but it could easily disguise off-the-books deliveries to the meta. Could it be disguised by mooks or managers? Sishak could have brainwashed a few employees, subverting Dynamis without their knowledge, though the lack of attack on the company's operations made that unlikely. Not without complicity from an executive, Mr. Windshield replied. They keep a tight ship on these potions. Maybe Blackthorn then. Unlikely, said the Safe Light advertisement. From what I know, he's clean. Have you seen his office and costume? Ryan asked, Eugene Henry meowing. He's obviously a diabolical mastermind. What about his office? It looks great. Clearly, he had spied on the place. Do you know why Blackthorn ended up as brand manager and in charge of Il Miglier? Because Hector Manata only trusts his sons. Partly, but while Il Miglier's heroes do fight crime in New Rome, they don't wage war against truly dangerous genome warlords like Augustus or decide Dynamis' future. Their true job is to serve as the company's face and follow directives, not make them. Enrique's position is prestigious, but not one with much power. I see where this is going, and not just because you're translucent. Enrique Manata was groomed to become Dynamis' vice president until he started openly pushing for social reforms and Rust Town's redevelopment, Shroud explained. The board sacked him, and the chairman decided to select his brother Alphonse as the VP instead. It backfired when Hector had to send Alphonse to wage war in Sicily to avoid a clash with Augustus, but you see my point. Well, Blackthorn still looks like a comic book villain. You're the one looking like a villain with that cat. Why did you bring it here, by the way? Because Ryan was a cat person, as Felix could attest. It's a Schrodinger's cat. He increases my power twofold. Don't you need to use a black box first? Shroud deadpanned before turning serious. Unfortunately, I have no proof except your word on the bunker question. Sishak is going to attack the orphanage soon. You can ask him yourself then, if he survives. You think she will show up? Shroud asked. Clearly, he had mind reading on top of his glass control. No, that was a stupid question. Of course she will. It's a golden opportunity to strike at the meta, if the Augusti trust your intel. Well, if she doesn't, we will have to put Sipsy in an aquarium like the squid he is. Ryan shrugged. Any hope we team up to attack the junkyard? I would do it on my own, but something tells me it will be a blast. We won't have the numbers to directly challenge the Metagang for some time, Shroud admitted. This confirmed Ryan's suspicion that he was only the vanguard, with the rest of his team scheduled to arrive later. But if I confirm your information, then we will have to. Adam getting his hands on Mechron's technology will cause a disaster. Just to be sure, Mechron isn't behind everything? No, he's very dead. Are you sure? Leo was there when he perished, the glass manipulator replied. Mechron is as dead as they come, and unless he has a hidden clone in storage, he isn't coming back. Not from that. Was that a little unease Ryan detected in his voice? Mechron's demise must have been something disturbing to bother the hardened assassin. Come on, give me the gory details. You will have to ask Leo himself. Invisiboy refused to indulge the courier. I will hold up our end of the bargain and help defend the orphanage if you can't get the Augusti on board. In return, please don't tell them about the junkyard. If there really is a Mechron bunker beneath New Rome, it should remain buried. Afraid Mob Zeus finds a bag of flour inside. Even you must understand it won't end well if he gets his hands on Mechron's technology. Ryan shrugged and left the meeting with the path ahead clear. He would go to the Bakuto, but instead of pretending to look for Len, he would instead tell Zanbato he wanted to fight the Metagang and that he didn't trust Dynamis to do that. With luck, Ryan might secure a big surprise for Sishak. However, although he hadn't noticed, Shroud gave the courier a key piece of information that greatly worried him. You will have to ask Leo. Namely, that Leo Hargraves would come to New Rome, probably with the rest of the carnival in tow. If Ryan cross-referenced that tidbit with information gathered in the previous loops, then he had 3 weeks before the Living Sun and Augustus settled their rivalry in blood. Ryan had better not be in New Rome by then. Chapter 33, Black Swan. It was May 10th. Sishak would attack the orphanage any minute, and Ryan intended to give the telepath a headache he would never forget. A shotgun in hand and the Fisty brothers equipped, the courier prowled the orphanage's hallways, where the kids were busy gathering food and toys in travel bags. To his worry, though, he found no trace of Len. "What's happening?" Ryan asked little Giulia upon crossing paths with her. Unlike her fellow orphans who had taken food or toys, the little blonde mostly carried books on herself. Meeting this child after learning what Sishak did to her in a previous loop only reinforced the courier's resolve. "Mama says she's taking us to the magical place early," she explained, looking down instead of facing the genome's eyes. She seemed far shyer than Sarah. "So we have to pack our stuff." Wise. No doubt Hanifat Lecter would attack the place again with larger numbers after his pet squid bit the dust here. Hopefully, Ryan would receive backup. The courier had informed Jamie of the attack when they met at the Bakuto, even giving him the A-bomb as a bribe for Vulcan to sweeten the deal. He provided all the intel necessary, though Ryan couldn't be certain if the information would pass through the chain of command until the moment of truth. "Where is she?" the genome asked. The courier could take out Sipsy and his group on his own easily enough if he cut loose, but he couldn't prevent the body jumper from transferring himself. "She's in her room. We shouldn't bother her." "Well, I've bothered her since the day we met," Ryan replied, leaving Giulia behind and moving towards Len's bedroom. From what he had understood, it used to be the office of the shelter's director before they left the place to rust. He knocked on the door, receiving no answer. While it was locked, the courier had long mastered the art of breaking and entering. "Len," he asked after unlocking the door, finding the bedroom shrouded in thick darkness. "Shorty." Only a meowing sound answered him. Ryan quickly flipped the light switch and found himself facing a giant diver suit, the same one Len wore when she tried to rescue him from acid rain. "Shorty?" Ryan asked, before looking behind the armor. He found Len sitting on a chair next to a mattress, staring at a wall. When he took a step forward, the genome almost tripped on a medicine box, noticing dozens on the floor. "Shorty?" No answer. Len just stared blankly at the wall while Eugene Henry von Schrödinger rested on her lap. Her eyes were blackened by sleeplessness and exhaustion. She looked dead. "Len." "Len?" When he received no answer, the courier approached a free hand from her shoulder, intending to shake her back to consciousness. "Don't!" Her sudden reaction startled both Ryan and the cat on her lap. It was as if she had woken up from a nightmare. Len then put her hands on her ears, as if struggling against a terrible headache. "Don't come closer." It reminded Ryan of the first time they met again under the sea, except somehow even worse. The courier said nothing, glancing at the boxes on the ground. He grabbed one, finding it empty. "Len," Ryan said with dead seriousness, tossing the empty container on the bed. "If you weren't a genome, you would have overdosed from all these pills. If I didn't have powers, I wouldn't need so many of them." Its true genomes had an enhanced metabolism, but still, do you know these medications shouldn't be taken together? No answer. "You aren't following any treatment," Ryan realized, horrified. "If I don't take them, I don't want to do anything," Len snapped. Clearly, her mood had worsened, perhaps due to the wrong drug combination. If I don't take them, I can't talk to you at all. I don't want to do anything except use my power. She couldn't even interact with others except under heavy medication. How many did she take under the sea? Did the fact they met in her sanctum make it worse back then? Seeing his friend deteriorating that much horrified Ryan, but he didn't know what to say. I'm coming, Len finally spoke up, massaging her forehead. I'll put on the suit, I have to. I can take care of Sishak alone if it's too much for you. No, can't let you do everything, she replied, struggling to form a complete sentence. I have to help, I have to. All right, I will keep watch until you're ready then. Ryan left to give her some breathing room, though he did notice something on the bed on his way out. The rough schematics of some kind of sonar, although messy and incomplete. Len must have worked on this new device during the day. The courier walked outside the orphanage, stopping at the threshold. His car was parked nearby. Ryan remembering how Sarah and her friend had stood at the exact same spot in a previous loop. However, when he saw Sishak's black minibus approach, Ryan decided to spice things up a little this time. He raised the shotgun and hit the wheels at the front, causing the Meta's car to spiral around itself in an attempt to avoid a crash. Strike? Ryan gloated for good measure. It's a strike! The driver managed to stabilize the minibus, much to his disappointment. Ryan heard heavy footsteps behind him, Len emerging from the orphanage in her full power armor. She carried a water thrower as her main weapon, clearly determined to defend the orphans. As Sishak stepped out of the minibus, wearing his disguise, Ryan relaxed a bit. The brainjacker had only brought Mosquito and Mongrel with him, like in the previous loop. No heavy hitters in sight. Little Cessair, Sishak said, removing his sunglasses to reveal his biomechanical eyes. And is that little Len too? I could recognize her work anywhere. Is your father joining us from beyond the grave too? Len remained eerily silent, radiating a sense of unease. If you want, I've got old-time slides, Ryan mocked Sishak. Half of them are dedicated to your royal skicking. You were not so brave during our last encounter when my wires connected to your brain, Sishak replied, his tone heavy with menace. Though we only came for the goblins in that shelter, this is a good day indeed. It is true what they say, you never forget those who got away. So are we killing them or what? Mosquito asked while Mongrel showed his teeth. The smell of their blood drives me crazy. No one will die today, Sishak replied, his wire tentacles wriggling below his coat. They are mine, both of them, always have been. Len raised her water thrower without a word. You wish to fight, little girl? Sishak mocked them. Check your math, you are outnumbered, outmatched. Check yours, Sipsy, Ryan replied, noticing a white Yamaha motorcycle approaching from behind. It's a ménage à trois. A blonde woman rode at the vehicle's back, without wearing any helmet, though she did carry a genius tech staff, like a knight showing up for a jousting tournament. She abruptly stopped her vehicle upon reaching the orphanage's courtyard, her mere presence changing the psycho's mood from confident to tense. Hi, guys. Cancel introduced herself with a winning smile, leaving her bike behind while swinging her weapon. Nice to meet you. Sishak's electronic eyes let out a brief flash of light, his cronies flinching in dread. Hey, don't look at her like that, Ryan said, raising his shotgun. I wanted Pluto, but she declined. Sishak's power was not so different from the courier's own ability. A save point allowing them to try again after death. Ergo, they probably shared the same weaknesses. As he realized the danger, Sishak did something new and unexpected, something he had never done in the previous loops, no matter how suicidal the situation. He tried to run away, tearing through his clothes with his tentacles while his cronies attacked Cancel. Gotcha. Ryan froze time, raised his shotgun, and blasted Sishak's tentacles apart. When time resumed, the brainjacker pathetically tripped and fell onto his smug face. Don't worry, haven't you looked at the dog shelter sign? Ryan taunted him. Euthanasia is free. Meanwhile, moving with the speed and agility of an Olympic gymnast, Cancel quickly rushed at Mongrel. The psycho attempted to incinerate her with his hands, but the flames fizzled out into nothingness at the tip of his fingers. The hitwoman impaled him through the chest with her staff before he could react. the device then letting out a powerful electric shock. Ryan would have likened it to a taser, but a taser didn't fry its victim alive the way Cancel's device did. Meanwhile, Mosquito attempted to fly away, but Len opened fire at him. A jet of pressurized water came out of her weapon, slicing his left wing clean and causing the overgrown insect to crash. Ryan immediately tossed the shotgun aside and attacked Mosquito with Fisty, beating the tar out of him. When the bug attempted to raise his fist to retaliate, Len cut off his arm with her water weapon. "Shorty, do you have insecticide?" Ryan shouted, pounding Mosquito onto the ground. "My fly swatter isn't working right." Len didn't respond. While she was no stranger to brutality and didn't hesitate to use lethal force when needed, the genius usually retreated into her own mind in a fight. Unlike Ryan, she didn't thrive in chaos. Meanwhile, having fried Mongrel to death, Cancel immediately moved on to Sishak. The psycho attempted to rise back up, but the hitwoman swiftly caught up with him. Her power clearly didn't affect the telepath's physical mutations, so Ryan supposed it only canceled the esoteric power sources which supported them. "Look at me," Cancel asked Sishak, her tone always positive. "Look at me in the eyes. I want to remember your face." The malevolent psycho glared at the hitwoman, raising his remaining tentacles in an attempt to hit her skull, but he didn't react fast enough. Cancel swiftly impaled Sipsy through the skull with the staff, pounding his head into a smear on the ground. Some of the psycho's blood ended up on her cheek, her smirk turning downright sadistic while the wires flailed around. Ryan briefly checked his time stop and failed to activate it. So far, so good. A few seconds later, Mosquito looked like a crushed bug at his feet, still alive but bleeding to death. Cancel had swiftly murdered the other two. "Well, that was quick," Ryan noted, slightly disappointed. He guessed Vulcan's absence, the surprise ambush, and having two professionals at his back had made quite the difference. "You know, I had orders to kill everyone if it turned out to be a trap, but I'm so glad I didn't have to," Greta said with a cheery smile, tossing Sishak's immobile corpse aside with her staff. His blood was still on her cheek, and she seemed in no hurry to wipe it off. "I've been getting rusty." "Thank you, but didn't anyone tell you that I was immortal?" "You're funny," she replied, leaving Sishak's remains and looking at Mosquito. "He's still alive. Unless he gets medical treatment, he won't last long." "Please," Mosquito pleaded. "Too much work," Cancel replied, stomping on his face with her staff. Len visibly flinched at her casual brutality, catching Greta's attention. "Who are you?" "I'm." It was so strange to hear Len's gentle voice come out of the giant armor. "The Underdiver." "Oh, nice to meet you, I'm Greta." "You already said that before," Ryan thought. He realized her lines weren't spontaneous at all, but rehearsed. "Is there anyone else to deal with?" "No, we're good," Ryan replied. "All right, I hope we meet again then." "Me too, Greta," Ryan replied with the same cheery smile. "You're the nicest sociopath I've met yet." "Thanks." "What's a sociopath?" Ryan answered her question with 2 thumbs up. Cancel waved them goodbye and left on her motorcycle as swiftly as she came, leaving the psycho's corpses to rot. Clearly, she had a lot of experience with casual murder. Ryan wondered what her CV looked like. "She's hollow inside," Len said when the hitwoman was gone. Before Ryan could respond, he sensed an invisible pressure on his shoulders. The land's gaze had suddenly fallen upon him. The courier waved a hand at the skies, wondering if the psycho would see him. The moment lasted only a few seconds, but it made Len almost stumble at the sheer tension. "What was that?" "Peepers," Ryan replied. "I suggest we move out before more arrive." "Yes, yes." Len turned towards the orphanage and raised her voice. "Sarah, Giulia." All windows in the vicinity, the Plymouth Fury's windshield included, cracked at once. "It's okay, it's my fault," Ryan lied before Len could panic. Fortunately, she was used to weird events around him and didn't question it. "Sarah, Giulia, gather the others, we're leaving now." "Ma, can we take the doggies?" a little girl shouted back from within. "I'm sorry, sweetie, but no, we can't. We'll leave the pens open so they can go out." Len turned to Ryan. "Thanks, Riri." "No problem. Do you need any help moving them to safety? It's a long way to the harbor." "It's fine. I keep transporting bathyspheres in the sewers, and there's an access point in the basement," she explained. That explained how she could move in and out of the orphanage undetected. "Riri, it's okay," the courier reassured her, knowing what would come next. "It's your home. I understand you don't want me in it yet." Last time had been something of a surprise visit. Len must have made a guilty face behind her helmet, though Ryan couldn't see through. I think I found something. For your power." The courier froze still. "Come again." I've been listening through your chrono radio for a while," she admitted. "Now that I examined it more closely, there's a part of the design where my power can help. The navigation. I'm sorry, I need more time to really explore it. I need to focus. It's just an idea in my head right now, and I'm not sure if it will work. If it can work at all, don't get your hopes up or anything. Shorty, I've been through so many false hopes, you could make a graveyard out of them." Ryan shook his head. "As I told you before, the mere fact you want to help after everything means the world to me." Len seemed too flustered beneath her armor to answer. "I guess I will contact you," she said, sounding embarrassed. "See you, Riri." "Len," he said while she turned away to go back inside. "Please be careful with your medicine." Len stood still for a moment, unsure of what to say. "I will," she said. "Don't worry, I can manage." Ryan couldn't tell if it was a lie or if she believed it. The courier sighed, watching her disappear inside with a heavy heart. "You owe me a new windshield," Ryan said once Len was out of earshot. "I apologize," Shroud answered next to him, as invisible as ever. "She startled me and I lost control for an instant. You're afraid of little girls? I would have said pigeons were your kryptonite." "I'm looking for someone with the same name," the vigilante explained. "Giulia Costa, but it's not that girl. The age, face, and body don't match. I know she's somewhere in this city, but I have no lead yet." "What happened to your Giulia?" Ryan asked with curiosity. He also noted that Shroud could apparently see the orphans through the walls. Augustus murdered her parents and kidnapped her as a child to use as a hostage against Leo. A chill went down Ryan's spine. "Whenever you have doubts, remember that this is what the Augusti stand for." "I will look into it," the courier promised. "What does she look like?" "She should be around 15, light brown hair, blue eyes." That was better than nothing, but barely. "You're not really Cesare Sabino, are you? The way you interact with Miss Sabino isn't very brotherly." "Oh my, it just took you 4 years to figure it out. What a detective you are." I dare not imagine what went through Bloodstream's head. It must have been harsh. It was more emotion than Ryan had ever heard coming from the invisible man's mouth. "You love her." "I did once." But a rift had grown so wide, Ryan would be lucky to end up on speaking terms with Len after his perfect run. But that was a long time ago. "All men are hopeless fools," a friend once told me. "Unfortunately, I don't have any advice to offer. I'm unlucky in love myself." "I guess they see right through you." Ryan shook his head. "I help because she's a dear friend and she needs it." He wasn't looking for romance anymore, but for a human connection, any connection that would persist through his endless restarts. The courier felt something on his shoulder, like a brief, sympathetic pat. "It was well done," Mr. Looking-Glass said. "I thought I might have to intervene, but you had the situation in hand. I will check if Sishak is truly gone for good, though I would suggest getting away from Rust Town. I get the feeling you threw a wrench in Adam's plans, and he won't like it." Oh, he didn't. Ryan already noticed acidic clouds expanding from the junkyard. Perhaps Wyvern's absence had made the metagang bolder, or Cancel's power had truly prevented Sishak's body transfer. In any case, Ryan was just getting started. Game on, Moby Dick. Chapter 34, Hit and Run. The current loop might be the calmest yet. Ryan had finally optimized the Augusti path. He first completed the harbor mission without incident. Fat Adam didn't send anyone for once, and Ryan had previously taken care of Luigi. The truth-teller was scheduled to get out of the hospital on Wednesday, but Ryan intended to score a few goals during the hockey match's second period. Afterward, Jamie invited the courier to crash at his place, and he received a surprise inspection from Pluto. The underboss interrogation had been less thorough this time around, since the intel Ryan provided on Sishak had earned him some measure of trust. The courier then landed a job as Vulcan's assistant, who had lobbied very hard to recruit him after she got her hands on his A-bomb. She didn't even ask him to trash Wyvern's movie this loop. Ryan had waited patiently for today's Rust Town raid. He had provided all the necessary information for the Augusti to improve their odds, from the land's range to the powers of every psycho he fought so far. He didn't say anything linked to the bunker like the Mech, but overall, things looked bright. Truly, Ryan was pumped for this restart. Plasma Tor. Ryan handed Vulcan her tool before she could finish her sentence, the genius too busy working on her armor's cannon. Wrench. Ryan handed her a wrench and a cup of coffee. I didn't ask for a cup, she said. You were about to. Vulcan stopped in the middle of her welding, putting her tools aside and raising her iron mask. A short silence took over her workshop as she examined the courier from head to toe. Ryan, where have you been hiding all this time? Mostly behind explosions and sometimes forest fires. I should have hired you years ago, she said without any hint of sarcasm. You're the best assistant I could ever hope for. Hell, you anticipate my desires as if you read my mind before I spoke. You're perfect, except for one thing. Vulcan pointed a finger at the white cat having taken over her workbench. Eugene Henry meowed in response. Why did you bring that furball here? She asked Ryan. I couldn't leave it at the shelter. It's a noble cat, it can't survive in the wild. No, I mean, why did you leave it in my armory as if he lived there? Now half the guards spend their shift petting it when they think I'm not looking. It's distracting them. Kai-Yung doesn't want him at the house. I keep telling her Eugene Henry is too good to hunt rats, but she won't hear anything. Ryan grabbed the cat and showed him to Vulcan. Admit it, you can't resist him either. Look at him. Look at his big, beautiful eyes. The genius didn't look impressed. If he causes an accident, I'm taking the repair costs out on your pay, Vulcan said before grabbing the cat. She put it on her lap and moved her feet on the workbench. I had a ferret once. He wasn't afraid of anything. What happened to him? He wasn't afraid of cars either, Vulcan replied with a morbid face. She liked her comedy pitch black. Speaking of animals, about that rabbit plushie? No. Ryan interrupted her. But, no. Do I have to take it at gunpoint? She threatened, her curiosity too overwhelming. You would have an easier time with my virginity, but spoiler warning, Ryan whispered in the genius' ear. It's long gone. Vulcan chuckled, scratching Eugene Henry between the ears. I thought you were dating the underdiver? Oh no, it will be a miracle if we settle into anything. Considering her issues, a long-distance radio friendship sounded more likely, though it would take a genius to steal my wounded heart. I would be careful with that smart mouth of yours, Ryan, she replied playfully, his good mood infecting her too. What's up with you today? Is it the raid? Of course it's the raid. I can tell it's going to be great, especially now that Sipsy had perished for good. Within 1 hour of his demise, dozens of people across New Rome had experienced brain seizures, including some Augusti mooks and private security members. The Augusti leadership had tasked Kai-Yung to investigate, and from what she told Ryan, most of the victims missed entire days of their life. By nullifying Sishak's powers at close range, Cancel had undone his victims' brainwashing. Since that squid hadn't been sighted since the orphanage ambush, Ryan assumed he had perished for good. The Meta hadn't sent Sarin to attack the harbor, and according to Shroud, they hadn't tried to press-gang Paulie either. This implied Sishak's brainwashing was Big Fat Adam's main source of unpowered foot soldiers, and his demise had cost the Meta a lot of resources. So yes, Ryan was in an excellent mood. You've got a hate-on for psychos, Vulcan mused out loud. I've heard what you told Jamie, that they received knockoffs from Dynamis. And you believe me? So far most of his acquaintances among the Augusti considered it a conspiracy theory. She nodded. Lab 66. You know the Dynamis HQ next to Il Miglier's shiny tower. They make the knockoffs on the 66th floor. It's the most defended place in New Rome. Well, that's not ominous at all. Is there a pentacle on the door? No, but the head scientist is a creepy four-eyed maniac who calls himself Dr. Tyranno. Vulcan snickered. He cloned all the dinosaurs you see at the Colosseum Maximus. It's not even his genius specialty, he's just obsessed with them. I'm pretty sure he only works at Dynamis because they let him make more of those reptiles. Anyway, you know that bastard Enrique? I'll never know why nobody suspects him to be a supervillain out to take over the world. Ryan shrugged. I mean, he has Thorn in his genome name. I said the exact same thing to Wyvern the first time we met him. Finally, someone else saw the truth. Originally, Enrique was supposed to oversee the whole elixir operation instead of Il Miglier. He visited the lab for 2 hours and he immediately asked for a transfer afterward. Never learned why. If you ask me, there's something really shifty about the knockoffs. Even Augustus scientists never found a way to copy them. Ryan quickly grasped her point. You think Dynames uses the meta as guinea pigs? That's something Hector Manata would do, Vulcan replied with a sharp nod. Augustus is brutally direct, but Hector, he's slippery and insidious. He always manages to be where the evidence isn't. Unfortunately, I doubt we'll find any proof of his involvement, and the big boss doesn't seem interested in an open conflict yet. I'm surprised that the war between them is cold instead of hot, to be honest. Ryan thought an invincible man would be far bolder. They fought over Malta a few years ago, Vulcan explained. Dynames nuked it in an attempt to kill Augustus, who retaliated by sinking the island. Afterward, the big boss met with Hector Manata and they hashed out a peace agreement. If there was a peace agreement, then it meant Dynames had some kind of leverage over their opposition. Perhaps they threatened Augustus' family or inner circle. Ryan had faced the same tactic while he lived under Bloodstream's clutches. Even near-invincible genomes had emotional weaknesses. The party is on Thursday night, right? Vulcan asked while changing the subject, though her question was purely rhetorical. If the assault on the Meta's base goes well, I think I will attend. Should be fun. Shame I'm too old for that now. Like the first time Ryan met him, Mortimer attempted to startle the courier from behind and utterly failed. I would have killed it on the dance floor. I'm sure you will catch up on Halloween, Ryan replied by turning around, pointing a finger at the hitman's skull mask. Nobody gives poor Mortimer candies, Mr. Walpass replied, saddened by the lack of reaction. He doesn't spook anyone nowadays. You're early, Vulcan noted with a frown. Did something happen? Well, there are fires coming out of Rust Town, Chief. I thought you should know. As it turned out, the Meta had set the junkyard on fire. Ryan stopped his Plymouth Fury right in front of the fence. Mr. Walpass sat on the front seat, Fortuna and Cancel at the back. Oh my, Mortimer said. They don't half-ass things, these psychos. No kidding. Ryan could only see flames everywhere he looked. The Meta had set alight the trash mountains with gasoline, turning them into candles, while clouds of smoke darkened the skies. Although the blazing inferno remained localized inside the junkyard, it might soon spread to the rest of Rust Town if left unchecked. Vulcan landed in full power armor next to Ryan's vehicle, just as shocked as everyone else. Their troops had surrounded the area without meeting any resistance, either from unpowered gunmen or psychos. What the hell happened? I checked what a sociopath was, Cancel told Ryan, completely unconcerned by the giant bonfire. That was mean. But was it wrong? Ryan asked back, his eyes focused on the flames. Did they blow up the bunker or something? No, but it was mean. Sparrow, report, Vulcan ordered through the intercom. Any sign of the Meta? Our lookouts told me Adam, Frank, Sarin, and a few others are driving north on the old highway. Apparently they're skipping town. They're fleeing? Cancel asked, immediately disappointed. But we only killed 3 of them. No fun, I wanted those sweet bounties for my mortgage, Mortimer complained. Told you it would be a piece of cake. Fortuna replied, too busy typing on her phone to pay attention. I can't believe it, Vulcan said. They're leaving, why? Ryan couldn't understand either. He didn't believe for a second that Hannafat Lecter had truly given up, but why leave the bunker behind and make a show of destroying the junkyard? Was there another Entrank, the submarine? That cunning bastard, Ryan muttered to himself. The bunker had a hidden sea access route, so the Meta could easily hide below ground and resupply while abandoning the surface. As long as the bunker's existence remained a secret, the psychos could credibly stay under the radar until they unlocked Mecron's tech. Fat Adam would leave through the front door and sneak back in through the back one. Still, the fact that they pulled this stunt at all reeked of desperation. Sishak must have been more important to their plans than Ryan thought, for his demise to shake things up that much. "Something to say, quick save?" Vulcan asked him, having eavesdropped on his outburst. "Maybe this is an elaborate ploy and they have secretly retreated to an underground base below the city," Ryan said. "I'm sure they have a doomsday weapon, like a moon-defacing laser." "Or maybe they have a base on the moon," Fortuna chuckled. "I went to the moon once," Mortimer said. "It was made of lead." Ryan didn't clear things up. The current matter made him feel conflicted. While he shamelessly flirted with her, Vulcan did try to murder him a previous loop while fully expecting to get away with it. Augustus had a reputation for brutality, and if Shroud's story was true, then nothing good would come out of him discovering the bunker. Even if the Meta getting their hands on Mecron's tech remained the worst scenario, he was wary of letting the Augusti do the same until he knew more. Well, he could always inform them and reload later. However, the second the thought crossed his mind, Ryan immediately thought of Len. He was finally making progress in renewing their friendship, and he was afraid of falling back into his old patterns. If he continued on the path of the perfect run, then he would have to repeat these meetings again and again until they lost all meaning, should he save and commit. But if he did that, then he condemned all the people the Meta threw at the bunker's defenses. The face of that terrified prisoner, carried around by Adam like a sandwich, still haunted the courier, mostly because it reminded him of his own while he was Bloodstream's pet. Ryan still had enough empathy to feel bad about that part, so while he hadn't told Len, there was a strong possibility he would have to restart anyway to keep the kill count at a minimum. But he had confessed everything, and she would forget again if he returned to the past. "Arg indecision paralysis? Consequences suck," Ryan shouted out of nowhere, drawing a few gazes. "It's not fun at all." "I'm so disappointed too," Cancel complained, sharing his frustration at not being able to kick the Meta's butt. "I didn't think killing 3 of them would scare them away. When you murder junkies are done whining, maybe we could call this a day and leave," Fortuna asked. "I've got a date, and I'm sure he's the one." "You say that every time," Sparrow pointed out, although she said it with a hint of jealousy. "You go through boyfriends like Kleenexes." "It's different this time," Fortuna insisted. "My power keeps forcing us to meet. He shows up to help after that gas leak almost destroys my apartment. I drop my books, and he helps me gather them back. It starts raining, and we have to stay under the same bus stop. He's the one, I tell you." "You just say that because you had to pester him 5 times until he caved in, and you can't stand being ignored," Mortimer mocked her. "Morty, wait, how did you know I asked 5 times? Did you spy on me? Your pain is nectar for my wizened soul." Ryan ignored them, trying to puzzle a way out of the situation, but the indecision paralyzed him. A suboptimal route for New Rome might allow him to keep his friendship with Len real, but a perfect run would save dozens of lives, if not hundreds. Should he risk letting the Meta access Mecron's bunker in the hope of a better alternative to appear, or should he trust the Augusti to be responsible? Should he inform Wyvern? For the first time in centuries, Ryan faced mutually exclusive consequences, and it frustrated him. He needed more time to figure this out. "Vulcan, do we give pursuit?" Sparrow cut through the chit-chat. "I'm torn," Vulcan admitted. "I'm itching to test my new armor, but it could be a feint to lead us into a trap, and our job was to retake Rust Town, which we did. If the Meta are wise enough not to get in our way, let them cower," Fortuna said, clearly determined to do as little as possible. "Not even a little wedgie for old time's sake?" Ryan asked, calming down. No matter the eventual fate of this loop, the Meta had to die for the good of everyone else. "I could settle for killing, say, half of them." "It's the respect and territory that matter, quick save," Vulcan replied. "They will come back later if you let them go," Ryan argued. He had seen what underestimating the Meta had cost them in the previous loops. "Trust someone who has fought Big Whaley before. That bonfire is a mere smokescreen." Vulcan listened to his words carefully. "You think this is a ploy to lull us into a false sense of security, and that if we let Adam go, he will come back to fuck us harder, and he won't be gentle." "That's a bit paranoid," Mortimer replied with a shrug. "If you ask my poor old me, they bit more than they could chew and chickened out." Quicksave's intel has been spotless so far, Sparrow came to Ryan's defense. I don't think Adam the Ogre will give up so easily either. The Meta clearly came to New Rome to fight us, perhaps as mercenary work from our rivals. If they're switching from territory grab to hit-and-run tactics, they might remain a problem for months. Vulcan considered the various viewpoints before coming to a decision. Sparrow, you and your men give pursuit. I want to know the Metagang's location at all times. I will join you to harass them from a safe distance with long-range weaponry. Understood, Sparrow replied. The rest of you kids will deal with the fire before it spreads to the rest of Rust Town. Vulcan told the genomes in the Plymouth Fury. We can't do business there if all our clients burn to death, so I will direct you to the nearest fire hydrants. Mortimer, make sure the Meta didn't leave any booby traps behind. What? Fortuna looked up from her phone. Why do we have to do it? Don't they have firefighters? I start fires, I don't extinguish them, Ryan protested. It's against my religion. Too bad, God doesn't sign your paychecks, I do, Vulcan replied before flying away. Get to work. How brazen of you to say that. Everyone groaned at Ryan's joke, much to his silent amusement. He hoped he hadn't made the wrong choice. Chapter 35. Pre-party. Ryan loved genome parties. They always involved a lot of property damage. He had attended a few elsewhere in Italy, usually when he joined a group. However, this one looked like it would be the biggest yet. And since tomorrow would mark Quicksave's first week in New Rome, the courier intended to cap it off with a bang. Well, he had probably spent 2 months or so in the city across various loops, but still. This party might be something entirely new and surprising. How many people will come? Ryan asked, having traded his usual trench coat, hat, and mask for a classy dark purple suit. While Kai Jung had insisted he could dress casually, the genome would settle for nothing less than the best outfit in the room. You couldn't half-ass elegance. Oh, no more than 100, Kai Jung replied, her fingers fidgeting in anxiety. She had traded her glasses for contact lenses and her modest clothes for a sleeveless black dress. Her boyfriend, meanwhile, wore a simple blue shirt and black pants. You want more tuna pizzas? Lanka asked while on the sofa while typing on a phone. That tasteless black sheep alone hadn't made any effort to dress well. We still got enough party funds for 4 more. Add a few vegan ones for Fortuna, Kai Jung said, before checking the kitchen for the 5th time in the past hour. Jamie had gathered an impressive array of alcohol bottles on the counter. Will that be enough? They're the strongest liquors I could find, Jamie replied, intending to work as the barman and already busy making cocktails. Since genomes had a more efficient metabolism than normal humans, they needed 10 times the usual dose to even feel the effects of alcohol. I've got genome-only stuff in my car, Ryan said, but you will start shining in the dark and see invisible things. Don't worry, Jamie said quickly. Fortuna is bringing strong stuff and, I quote, party pills. No bliss, Kai Jung asked, her face tensing up. No bliss, her boyfriend reassured her while someone hit the doorbell. Come in. The first guests opened the door, Kai Jung anxiously standing straight next to Ryan while they walked inside. Night had fallen outside, and while the party was scheduled to start at 8, most guests would be fashionably late. Hello, everyone. Fortuna entered the house, followed by her boyfriend and a younger girl around 15. Lucky Lady wore a golden dress even more scandalously lavish than usual, whereas the teenage girl dressed so tastelessly that Ryan couldn't look at her without fighting the urge to drag her to a tailor's shop. Fortuna's date was around Ryan's physical age, with short, well-groomed brown hair, blue eyes, and an elegant all-black formal suit. He looked rather plain when compared to his girlfriend, but the courier felt an intense vibe coming from him. In fact, he seemed vaguely familiar. The mystery boy immediately singled out the courier, who waved a hand at him. Hi, I'm Ryan. I would say I'm immortal, but you probably know that already. Matthias, the man replied, shaking Ryan's hand with a small smile. Matthias Martel. The way he moved, his aura, the slight inflection in the voice. I know, we've met, Ryan replied cheerfully, testing the waters. You did? Fortuna asked, while Matthias' smile strained a bit. Since he hadn't cut that lucky woman's hair this time around, she seemed a lot more well-disposed towards Ryan. "Matt, why didn't you tell me?" "Yeah, you're usually a very transparent kind of guy, Matt." Ryan winked at him. "I hope you don't hide anything else." Matt's poker face remained ironclad while he answered his date's question. It didn't seem important at the time. "Fortuna, you brought your sister?" Kai-young asked the blonde bombshell, although her eyes remained focused on the teenage girl. "Isn't she too young for this kind of party?" "I'm almost 15, the younger girl pouted. While she was no top model like her sister, she would probably grow into an attractive woman in time. She had short, light brown hair, ocean blue eyes, and a heart-shaped face. 14 and a half. Fortuna teased her, her younger sister pinching her in the arm. "Hi, I'm Narcinia Varen." The teen smiled brightly at everyone. "Alias series." "I still can't believe Augustus gave you an Olympian name before me," Fortuna complained, her boyfriend glancing away. "If only Felix hadn't gone crazy, we could have become Diana and Apollo." "Has he answered your messages?" Kai-young asked, a look of concern on her face. "I wish," Fortuna complained, crossing her arms angrily. "I swear when he comes back, if he comes back," Narcinia replied with a depressed face. "Maybe he got hit by a car," Ryan said, the others glaring at him. "Well, he is a cat, or was that too soon?" "He will come back," Fortuna insisted, though she looked at Jamie and Kai-young. "Can't you help? Give him a call." The couple exchanged an embarrassed glance, one heavy with regrets. "He didn't leave the house on the best terms," Jamie said stoically. Felix needs time to figure himself out." "But," Matthias put a hand on his girlfriend's arm before she could insist. He seemed more insightful than her, though that wasn't hard. Having talked with Adam Cat on the Dynamy's path, Ryan quickly put 2 and 2 together. He had a pretty good idea of what caused his feline friend to leave the Augusti, namely, Kai-young's situation. Something else also bothered Ryan. Felix the cat said his sister Narcinia was adopted, and she matched a certain description. Could it be? This party already promised a lot of surprises. "Luigi isn't here?" Fortuna asked as she scanned the room. "He's usually early when there are girls." "No, the hockey killer attacked him again when his bodyguard took a bathroom break," Jamie replied with a frown. "The attacker also forced Luigi to eat a salami." "Hockey killer?" Ryan asked at the same time a shocked Fortuna said. "A salami." "That's probably the same maniac who attacked Luigi before," Jamie replied with a sigh. "And yes, a salami. Don't ask me why. They say the city is safer with the meta gone, but if you ask me, it has enough madmen already." "It could be a vigilante," Ryan said. "Some handsome fellow possessing a strange sense of justice, fighting crime with a hockey stick in one hand and a sausage in the other." "Why has he only attacked Luigi then?" Lanka pointed out from the sofa, too lazy to leave her spot. "Nah, Blabbermouth, it's just petty revenge." "If you ask me, the jackass deserved it, always asking the wrong questions." "Whatever the case, this hockey killer will get what he deserves," Jamie said firmly, glancing at Fortuna. "Now that the meta gang has left New Rome, will you look into it? Vulcan hasn't released us yet." Fortuna complained. "Though we cleaned up Rust Town and Sparrow chased those psychos off to the ends of the earth." Well, Ryan wouldn't say they had cleaned up Rust Town. They had prevented a large fire, but the junkyard had transformed into a pile of molten trash conveniently hiding the bunker's entrance. Vulcan had tasked the group to patrol the area in case the Meta returned, while she left with Sparrow to hunt them down. Ryan hadn't received any news since, though he heard both women would attend the party. Truthfully, the time traveler hadn't yet figured out what to do about Mecron's bunker, and Len hadn't contacted him again either. He hoped the party would help him distress and clear his mind. "Should we discuss this while?" Kai-young cleared her throat while looking at Matthias. "I'm sorry, but—" "Don't worry, he has seen right through us," Ryan said with a smirk, delighting at making Martel more and more uncomfortable. "Yeah, I'm sure one of you is the hockey killer." The man replied with the same mirthful face. "I hope I didn't blow your cover." Everyone took it as a joke and laughed, none louder than Ryan himself. "Touché." "It's okay, Chitter, I vouch for my Matthias," Fortuna said, putting her head on her man's shoulder. "He's the one." "I only agreed to a second date," Matthias replied with a stoic expression. It's going to happen whether you like it or not. How did the two of you meet? Kai-young asked. You know that time when my third apartment had a gas leak last week? Fortuna asked. I narrowly avoided death by falling off the window, and Matthias rescued me. No, your power rescued you, Matthias corrected her with a deadpan face. I didn't expect you to fall on me from the third floor. That was completely unexpected. It was love at first sight, Fortuna declared. It wasn't. Her boyfriend protested. I checked if you were all right, and when I tried to leave because I had other stuff planned, you started shouting at me. Well, of course I was furious, Fortuna protested, while the others chuckled. The world's most beautiful woman falls on your lap and asks you to spoil her because she's distressed, and you dare refuse. Yes, Matthias replied bluntly. Clearly he was immune to Fortuna's charm and she couldn't stand it. What, my world should have stopped for you? Yes, it should have. And she said it without any hint of sarcasm whatsoever. When I look at boys, they drop at my feet, but you, Matt, you walked away. When does the music start? Narcinia finally spoke up. She seemed a bit shy in the presence of so many older people, but grew more confident as the group exchanged pleasantries. It's too silent. Jamie glanced at Ryan, who showed them the DJ, a brain in a jar hooked to the TV and loudspeakers, surrounded by Kai-young's rats. You use a genius-made cyber brain as a DJ? Narcinia asked, though unlike the others, she seemed more excited than bothered. So cool. I shouldn't have asked you to take care of the playlist, Kai-young told Ryan with a regretful sigh. Remorse is for those who don't know what they want. Ryan replied, activating DJ Brain. Now watch. The brain started playing music, and as it did, a light shone from inside its tank. As the liquid protecting the gray matter changed color, creating a nightclub ambience with the appropriate music. Catchy. Lanka admitted, nodding to herself to the tune of the music. I don't recognize the artist, Kai-young said, while her rats started breakdancing around the TV. It's a Grand Theft Auto remix, Matthias said, much to Ryan's surprise. A pretty good one, too. Matthias is a game designer. Fortuna said since he was clearly too modest to boast for himself. He's super talented. To be precise, I'm a programmer and I make indie games on the side, her date replied with a sheepish grin, the most emotion Ryan had seen him emote so far. Mostly RPGs and Metroidvanias. Nobody understood the jargon except Ryan, who had stars in his eyes. However, he decided to test that man's knowledge first before getting his hopes up. Have you played Metroid Fusion? Yes, but I prefer Super Metroid, Matthias replied. More open-ended. Best square RPG. Final Fantasy Roman 7, but VI holds a special place in my heart. There's another gamer alive on this god-forsaken planet. Ryan was almost brought to tears at finding a soulmate. I can die happy now. Do you have powers, nerd, too? Lanka asked Matthias, raising her head above the sofa with a beer can in hand. Name's Lanka, by the way. The programmer nodded. One of the bedrooms, yours I presume, is painted brown, with 30 beer cans in a corner and a motorcycle magazine. Oh great, a blue. Lanka shrugged before he could finish. If you tell anyone what's below the bed, I'm killing you. Matthias can see anything within a short radius, Fortuna replied with pride, putting an arm around his. He seemed much more uncomfortable about open displays of affection than his girlfriend. Ryan got the feeling she had more or less dragged him to the party. PFF, that's nothing. Narcinia grabbed a knife from the kitchen and then raised it at her thumb. Look. She cut her thumb before anyone could react, a drop of blood falling on the parquet. The liquid quickly expanded into a bubble while taking a green coloration before changing shape. The strange mixture grew horns, legs, fur. 5 seconds later, the group looked at a cute white goat. It's adorable, Kai-young said in amazement while Jamie smiled warmly. I can create life from my blood, Narcinia boasted, her new pet letting out a cry. Nothing too complicated or too big, but I can make any kind of animal, plant, even chimeras. You can make any kind of goat, Ryan asked, now extremely interested. Of course. Why? The courier looked at this pure-hearted girl deep in her big eyes, and then whispered 2 words that would corrupt her forever. Goat fights. Narcinia looked at Ryan as if he were a genius, which he was, and then made a second goat, a black-furred born fighter with golden eyes. "Which one do you take, Ryan?" she asked, as the two goats glared at each other. The black one. He could already see the untapped market. Narcinia ended up making 8 goats as new guests decided to participate. She granted each of them a different color and held a tournament while the house slowly filled up with people. A few had formed a circle around the sofa to watch the final battle. "Go, Ma Biquette!" Ryan cheered up his champion half in French, half in English. She locked horns with her rival, ready to claim her rightful place as the competition's winner. "You can do it, Shub-Niggurath. You gave it a name, Blabbermouth?" Lanka asked, having bet on a golden goat and grown strangely invested in the fight. "Kick her ass." Unfortunately, her animal couldn't stand long against Shub-Niggurath's implacable ferocity. The black goat managed to toss her rival to the side, who joined the other defeated contestants in shameful exile. "Yes, yes." Ryan instantly petted his black goat, who raised her head with smug confidence. The spectators applauded, though none as loudly as Narcinia. "You did it! You did it!" "I'm sure you cheated by stopping time," Lanka grumbled while finishing her current smoke. With the spectacle finished, most guests dispersed to talk in a corner or grab a drink. "Would you say that if she were white?" Ryan accused her, stroking Shub-Niggurath's ear. Actually, he did cheat once, but only against Fortuna. Considering her insane luck, he had to level the playing field somehow. Anyway, Lucky Girl proved to be a sore loser and left the competition with her beau. The couple had moved to the kitchen bar, with Fortuna spending her time advertising her boyfriend to everyone who would listen. Jamie, ever the people's person, engaged Matthias in a friendly conversation while mixing cocktails, though the programmer remained guarded. Kai-Jung welcomed every new guest as they arrived, growing more anxious by the second. All of the guests were genomes, and most of them advertised. A telekinetic, whom Ryan recognized as one of Renesco's customers, helped Jamie with the bar by moving drinks around, while a fire manipulator showed off to a girl by creating burning shapes out of thin air. Knowing genomes, Ryan would be disappointed if the party didn't end up with 1 or 2 explosions. "Are you accusing me of goat racism?" Lanka brought him back to the conversation. "What do we do with the goats now, though?" Narcinia asked. Her creations had started playing with Kai-Jung's rats, the rodents climbing on top of the larger goats. Most of the guests looked at them with amusement and some with hunger. "You make a wolf to eat them," Ryan suggested, his goat champion looking up at him. "Only the losers, Shub-Niggurath." "Only the losers. And how do we get rid of the wolf afterward?" Lanka asked the hard question, expecting to corner him. Ryan stated the simple solution. "You make a bear to eat the wolf." "I can't make a bear," Narcinia replied with a giggle, sitting on the sofa with Lanka. "Too fat." "Then we call the panda. Who will win between him and a wolf?" "The wolf, it's not even a contest," Lanka said before offering a beer can to Narcinia. "Want some, Overgoat?" "Mom and Dad said I could go if I didn't drink," Narcinia replied while joining her fingers. "And Father Torque told me alcohol is poison for the soul. Do you see your parents or a priest around here? Trust me, it would take 10 times more before it poisons anything." Lanka shoved the can in a surprised Narcinia's hands, who looked at it with clear hesitation. "Do you see any pretty boys around, Blabbermouth? I'm hungry." "That depends. Do I include myself?" Ryan joked. "Because everyone else will feel like a huge disappointment in comparison. You aren't my type, Blabbermouth. I prefer the strong, silent type, and you talk too fucking much." Lanka glanced at the entrance. "Though the cavalry is coming to rescue you." Greta and Sparrow had arrived through the front gate, the first dressing casually, the latter wearing a red gown. A third woman accompanied them, a drop-dead gorgeous redhead in a stunning green dress. She kept her hair in a bun and tried to look dignified, but Ryan noticed an undercurrent of playful, fox-like cruelty in her emerald gaze. Clearly one of the Killer's 7. It took Ryan a second to realize that all 3 of the assassins escorted a young woman in her early 20s, a stunning, queen-like lady with long platinum hair, almost silver. Unlike her companions, she dressed very conservatively and all in black, highlighting her pale skin. That stoic woman scanned the room, an apathetic look in her blue eyes. Her expression was one of pure, absolute boredom. Quicksave was halfway tempted to approach her, but when he got a good look at her emotionless face, he backed off. She looked a bit too much like a younger Pluto for his comfort. Greta noticed him, though, and gave him her usual fake smile, while the pale lady muttered a few words to Sparrow and the redhead. She didn't seem interested in social interaction, moving towards the bar to drink in a corner. "Vamp," Lanka said, indicating the redhead with her chin. "She's a bitch and she drains her partners dry, so don't approach her. Obviously, you've met Nash and Greta already. Nash, nice nickname for a sparrow. And the platinum—" "Don't," Lanka said, her voice no longer playful. "Seriously, don't get near her." "But it's Livia," Narcinia said, as if it explained everything. "I ain't cleaning your bloody corpse, Blabbermouth, so follow some social distancing guidelines," Lanka said, starting her fourth smoke of the night. "Vamp will kill you while you fuck, but you won't get that far with Livia." "What, she can turn me to stone with a glance?" Ryan asked. "It's not Livia you should fear," Lanka replied ominously. "It's her father." "And she dated my brother," Narcinia told Ryan, "so she's a cat person." Narcinia pinched him in the arm. "That was stupid," she said with a smirk. "Teenagers." "Don't you want to date my sister, Ryan? We could have goat fights every weekend." "I'm pretty sure she's already taken," Lanka snickered while reviewing the guests before letting out a sigh. Apparently, she hadn't found anyone to her liking yet, but I don't like that guy. Narcinia complained, snapping the beer can open. "He stares at me sometimes, it's creepy. I hope my sister gets bored of him soon. I'll settle that right now." Ryan glanced at the stoic game designer and started shouting at him. "Hey, Matty!" Matthias Martel looked at him, clearly at his wit's end. "Wanna grab me a drink and talk pop culture outside? You still owe me one." The game designer exchanged a few words with his girlfriend. A few seconds later, Fortuna glared at the courier while Matthias grabbed 2 glasses off the counter. "Protect the goats, my green friend," Ryan told Narcinia. "We may need to sacrifice them for your wish to happen." "You aren't a Satanist, right?" the teen asked, suddenly worried. "Nah, he's way worse," Lanka said, while Ryan already moved towards the terrace. "The big fire below's got nothing on those I started," the courier replied playfully. I was kidding," Narcinia pleaded, Shub-Niggurath letting out small cries. "I was kidding." Ryan winked at her over his shoulder before being joined by Matthias. A few genomes had taken over the infinity pool, but for now, most remained inside. The courier grabbed a drink offered to him, then sat on the ramp, an inch from falling into the void below. He looked up upon hearing noise, watching Vulcan's mech pass over the house and land in the garden outside. Good, Ryan would interrogate her about how her hunt of the metagang had gone. "I thought you were unlucky in love," he asked Matthias. "I am, she's a job," he replied, confirming Ryan's suspicions about his identity. "One that backfired spectacularly, I should add. Her power is busted." "That's pretty cold," says the pot, calling the kettle black. The programmer sipped his glass and glared at the courier. "You're a colossal dick, Quicksave. I know, and you love me for it." "Good call for Luigi, though," he replied, low enough that no one else would overhear. "I was going to take care of him, but you acted quicker." "I'm sorry my hatred of truthsayers got in the way of your cold-hearted assassination attempt." Ryan glanced at Narcinia. She and Lanka moved the sofa aside, clearing out the living room to turn it into a dance floor. The rave party would begin soon. "So it's her." Matthias Martel didn't look at him, instead staring at the Varan sisters. For a moment the mask slipped and the real person beneath spoke through. "Yeah," Shroud replied, a dangerous look in his eyes as he observed Narcinia. "It's her. Chapter 36, Color Rave. When is the sound coming?" Lanka asked Ryan for the 3rd time, an elbow on the loudspeaker. "When you find me another brain," Ryan replied, tinkering with the device. A few people had already taken over the dance floor, but the house's equipment couldn't support a true rave party. Seriously, Kai-Jung needed to stop buying Dynami's home products. They were barely a cut above pre-war's Chinese imports. Actually, did buying the enemy's products count as collaboration? Stop distracting him. Narcinia told Lanka, defending Ryan with such zeal that he considered making her his sidekick. The green genome was busy cultivating strange, phosphorescent mushrooms on the ground. She had promised it would help with the rave, and the courier let her run wild with her imagination. Quicksave glanced at Matthias, who was talking with Fortuna and other members of the Killer Seven. Half an hour had passed since their conversation, and the house was now filled to the brim with guests. "So you're adopted?" Ryan bluntly asked Narcinia. "Did you ever learn who your birth parents were?" "Ryan," Lanka snapped at him. "They were raiders," Narcinia replied almost casually. "Father Torque said they were killers and rapists, and that Augustus punished them because it was divine justice." Ryan could have sworn the TV's screen threatened to crack for a brief second. He glanced up at Matthias, whose smile contrasted with the icy look in his eyes. "Sorry," Lanka said, glaring at the courier. Thankfully, the power outburst had been subtle enough for her to miss it. "Blabbermouth has no tact at all." "It's okay," Narcinia replied with a cute smile. "My real family is the one that raised me. My mom and dad are awesome, and my siblings even more so." "I was adopted too, but it sucked," Ryan said with a shrug. "Well, half of it." "Really?" Narcinia's head perked up in interest while Lanka listened in silence. "My parents died when bandits wiped out our community to steal our supplies," Ryan said. It had been so long ago it had lost almost all emotional effect. "I was 11, I think, maybe 12, and I turned out great." "Ryan." Lanka's voice had lost all playfulness. "Did these bandits—" Ryan glanced at the snake tattoo on her arm, that of her former gang. "You weren't among them, and they're all dead," the courier replied with a shrug. "I'm over it." Lanka fell silent with a thoughtful look on her face, while Narcinia looked between them in confusion. Thankfully, a newcomer interrupted them before the mood turned even more awkward. Ryan almost didn't recognize Vulcan at first sight, because the genius had cleaned herself up. She had traded her usual clothes for a black halter top and pants, and let her hair fall down on her shoulders. While she was no head-turning beauty, the Augusti Capo looked great. He really had a thing for geniuses shorter than him. Ceres, Sphere, Vulcan smirked upon seeing the courier. "Ryan." "Hey, my favorite arms dealer," Ryan rejoiced, raising a screwdriver. "Your arrival is just perfect." "Always," she replied, a hand on her waist. "Tell me something I don't know." "Do you have anything to boost the sound?" Ryan asked. "I'm trying to jury-rig the loudspeakers, but I need more juice." "Now you're talking my language," Vulcan said, searching inside her pocket and tossing him some kind of mouse-sized battery. "It's a mini-generator." "Why do you carry that in your pocket?" Lanka asked, an eyebrow raised. "'Cause my phone has less autonomy than a sloth," the genius replied with a shrug before grabbing a beer can from Lanka's personal reserve. "It's been an exhausting day." "Did you kill the meta?" Narcinia asked before Ryan could. "Almost, but Dynamis got to them first. Fucking kill stealers." "What, they tried to buy them off?" Lanka snickered. "With bullets and lasers," Vulcan replied. "They sent 3 armored squadrons plus heavy hitters like Devilry and that bitch Wyvern. Those vultures fell on the meta and opened fire on sight." "Oh, was there gas in their alliance?" "Well, I guess it was time to clean up loose ends," Ryan said. Adam didn't look surprised. He sacrificed a few men, but he managed to escape on a goddamn submarine. "A submarine?" Narcinia immediately asked, unable to resist the lure of undersea adventures. "Yeah, a freaking submarine with Mecron's emblem on it." The dreaded genius name instantly killed the playful mood. Lanka toyed with her smoke, a frown forming on her face. "Well, that doesn't sound good. I get the feeling the situation is more complicated than it looks." Vulcan sipped her beer while glancing at Ryan. "I called the underdiver to investigate since she's a specialist for underwater hunts." The thought of calling Len had crossed Ryan's mind, but he was wary of involving her now. She was probably busy with all the orphans. No need to add more pressure on her shoulders. Anyway, thanks to Vulcan's gadget, he completed his design and amplified the sound, turning the modest loudspeaker into a weapon of mass destruction. As if to answer his success, Narcinia's mushrooms unleashed a faint-colored mist onto the dance floor, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Trading his screwdriver for his drink, Ryan cleared his throat. "Boys and girls." The courier shouted while raising his glass, his voice reverberating through the loudspeaker. "With great power comes zero responsibility." Cheers answered his declaration, while Lanka created multiple colored spheres above the dance floor, one for each elixir type. They floated near the ceiling and pulsated with energy, slowly shrinking while they provided a solid light show. "How long do they last?" Vulcan asked Lanka. More people started taking over the dance floor while the music switched to a catchy synthwave song. "Around an hour if nobody touches them," Lanka said before turning to Narcinia. "Nice trick with the mushrooms. What's your job again?" "I work on Ischia Island," the teenager replied. "I help Father Torque open the path to heaven." "That kind of heaven?" Ryan asked, immediately interested. "Are you an angel?" Narcinia's smile faltered a bit. "Sorry, Ryan, I'm not supposed to say anything about it." "I'm just saying, I've always wanted to sell drugs for a living," Ryan declared, pumping his fist. "Building a South American cartel has always been my dream. If you need a drug wizard, I know all the good recipes. Meth, cocaine, heroin, opium doesn't matter, just give me a truck and I'll start cooking." "You know how to make drugs?" Lanka asked, finishing her 6th cancer stick. "Good to know." Well, Ryan had spent 20 years. At least 20 years trying every addictive substance on the planet except elixirs, and when he ran out, he learned how to create his own supply. His drug cartel phase had been quite enjoyable, actually, even if the last overdose sucked. "I'm afraid you will have to abandon that childhood dream, Ryan." Vulcan brazenly put an arm around his shoulder. "You've got an exclusive work contract with me." "Can't we settle on an open relationship?" Ryan replied while brazenly putting his hand around her waist. Lanka looked at him as if expecting the courier to lose that arm very soon. "I ain't finding anyone half as good as you are," Vulcan replied without pushing his hand away. "So it's till death do us part." "Are you talking about work or something else?" Lanka joked. "He could visit," Narcinia said, clearly eager to meet Ryan again. "Father Torque says the equipment needs an update, especially the defenses." "Bacchus doesn't know jack shit about tech," Vulcan replied, her amusement turning into frustration. "Besides, you've got a freaking ghost guarding your precious island. Mr. Geist says he can't be everywhere at once, and that he may ascend to heaven any time." "Pretty please?" Ryan asked Vulcan, doing his best impersonation of a kitten's cute stare. "Don't start." Vulcan rolled her eyes before glancing at the dance floor. "You know how to dance." "If I say I'm amazing, then I'm being modest." "Let's put that boast to the test, shall we?" Both put the drinks aside and moved to the dance floor alongside other couples. It quickly became apparent that Vulcan didn't have much experience, but Ryan had mastered every dance under the sun, so he guided them through. Matthias also danced with Fortuna, and the glass manipulator seemed to enjoy it a bit more than he would like to admit. "Is there anything you aren't good at?" Vulcan asked Ryan. He could feel her sweat on his fingers, her breath accelerating. "Ice skating." Vulcan chuckled in response, and Ryan may have smiled if not for the unpleasant sensation of someone watching him from afar. A quick glance quickly told him whom. Livia observed him from the bar, her gaze first one of surprise, then confusion. She started asking questions to Sparrow nearby, and while Ryan could read lips, the lighting didn't help him understand anything. He did capture the mysterious woman's attention, though. It must have been his magnetic personality. "Fuck off." Ryan and Vulcan interrupted their wild dancing when they heard Jamie's voice cut through the noise. The swordsman had grabbed a fire manipulator whom Ryan had sighted earlier during the party by the shirt, and looked ready to murder him. The guest carried a broken inhaler in his hands, full of a bluish, almost phosphorescent liquid. It seemed one idiot had ignored Jamie's rules and brought bliss to the party. And Kai-Jung, Chitter looked at the drug with a pale face, shaking. She seemed paralyzed and unable to say anything, a former addict faced with her personal poison. Bliss could be taken either in liquid or gas form, and it was powerful enough to affect genomes. It was also incredibly addictive, which Ryan could personally attest. He could never finish a run after trying it, and while he had only ever found one way to cure the addiction, it was horribly painful, not to mention the hidden long-term side effects. The idiot tried to protest, even while Jamie looked murderous. It was not a pretty sight, since the made man was a tall brawler built like a bear. While he hadn't manifested any laser weapons from his hands, the scowl of black fury on his face made it clear he was barely restraining himself. The contrast with his usual kindness made it all the more jarring. In fact, Ryan had only ever seen him this angry when Luigi had exposed his infiltration in some loops. But, fuck off, Jamie snarled before throwing the genomes backward, his tone turning venomous. Don't bother ever coming back. The guest looked around, surrounded by glares from other guests, and moved towards the door with a cowed face and his inhaler. It's okay, Jamie immediately asked his girlfriend, his frightful face softening back into a kind one. Yes, Kai-young said, although she clearly didn't mean it. It's fine. It's fine. Jamie put his hands around her waist in a protective manner and then turned to Ryan when he and Vulcan approached the couple. Sorry for the mess, Zanbato apologized. Your house, your rules, Vulcan replied, glancing at the house's entrance. I'll discipline that idiot, Zanbato. You got my word on this. Thank you. Jamie looked at his troubled girlfriend, then back at Ryan. I think we will retire early. Can you and Lanka take care of the guests in our absence? Sure, the courier said. Can I trust you not to do anything stupid? Jamie asked, an eyebrow raised. I swear I will not start any fires under this roof. That's oddly specific, he noted, but had more pressing matters on his mind. Don't burn down the house. Ryan raised a thumb up with one hand and crossed his fingers behind his back with the other. Jamie and Kai-young moved upstairs, leaving the ground and main room to the guests. I didn't know Chitter was a recovering addict, Vulcan noted, showing surprising insight. I'm glad I never took that stuff. Don't get high on your own supply, Ryan replied. Scarface. She smirked at his surprised face. I watch movies too. Maybe I'll show you a few one day. Sparrow approached the duo before they could return to the dance floor. Quick save. The bodyguard cleared her throat. Miss Livia wants to talk to you. About what? Vulcan asked, her tone shifting from flirtatious to serious. I don't know, Sparrow replied, but you can come if you want. Ryan and Vulcan exchanged a glance, and while the genius clearly wasn't happy about it, she didn't seem willing to deny the request either. That Livia clearly had sway in the organization, or at least her father did. Livia awaited them at the counter, playing with a cocktail. Greta and the vamp formed a security cordon around her, giving her a safe space among the crowd. Her eyes remained set on Ryan with a mix of curiosity and interest. Are you there? Livia asked Ryan, her voice radiating quiet confidence. Maybe, maybe not, Ryan replied. Can we ever be sure that we truly exist? As in, are you physically there, or are you a hallucination? Well, true hallucinations don't ask if they're real, Ryan said. That's how I tell them apart. Livia chuckled in response, but Vulcan's face remained an unreadable mask as she asked a question of her own. Shouldn't you know that already, princess? I would if my power worked on him. Livia replied. She sounded oddly pleased about it. It doesn't. As far as it can tell, the man in front of me does not exist. Vulcan frowned. You mean you can't see him in any alternate universe? Huh, no, which should be impossible, Livia continued, studying Ryan with clear curiosity. My name is Livia Augusti or Minerva. Are you a blue, perhaps a white? No, I'm not a smurf. I'm closer to magenta. A violet. Oh, then you must be Quicksave. My aunt spoke of you. You know I'm immortal, Ryan asked her, happy to have become famous. I didn't tell anyone before. I'm sure of it. She replied with a bright smile that made Ryan strangely uneasy. Wait, Livia Augusti? As in the core family, she was Pluto's niece and Lanka had said he should fear her father. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Who's your daddy? He asked for confirmation. The young woman's smile widened and she glanced through the windows and at Mount Augustus beyond it. Shit, Augustus can reproduce. I can see and interact with alternate realities, Livia explained. I won't give you all the boring details, but I can see the different ways a situation can play out, even a human being. But for some reason, my power simply fails to take you into account. If so, then no wonder she had looked so bored beforehand. If that mafia princess could observe multiple realities, she probably knew how the party would turn out before it even began, until Ryan himself entered the picture. Interesting, he said, noting that information for later. You said you overlap with your alternate selves. Vulcan told her dance partner, maybe that's why. Your powers interfere with each other. Well, except he lied about that part, and Ryan couldn't tell them his own theory without revealing his bluff. I can't suppress my curiosity, Livia admitted. Even Greta only prevents me from seeing anything when using her power on me, otherwise I can see her just fine. This situation is truly a first for me. The orange is in the hen house. Both Vulcan and Livia frowned at Ryan. I'm sorry, the Mafia princess asked. If you remember that sentence, then it means everything is fine, Ryan said while grabbing a drink off the counter. I will be sure to remember it then, Livia replied with amusement. The more they talked, the more delighted she looked. I would be interested in examining how our powers interact if you don't mind. I'm still figuring out my limits. How about a wager then? Livia put a hand on her cheek, considering the courier's proposal. A wager? I thought of something to cap the party. Ryan raised an index finger, sipping the cocktail. Something so daring, so risky, so mad, that I promise you will never have seen it in any alternate universe. Something which will piss off Wyvern something fierce. Livia raised an amused eyebrow while Vulcan looked ready to take the bait. I'm listening, the Mafia princess said. Ryan smirked. 2 hours later, Ryan hid from lasers behind a desk on the 20th floor of Dynamy's HQ. He wore a new purple suit on his person, while an armored Vulcan was engaged in a firefight with the private security. Romano. Enrique Manata pointed a gun at the courier while furious vines moved to surround him. Drop that cashmere suit, the things he did for his wardrobe. Chapter 37, The War of the Suit. A few minutes before the shootout, Ryan was sitting behind Vulcan inside her mech, both partners in crime observing Dynamy's HQ through a computer screen. The tower looked like some game's final dungeon, with increasingly dangerous enemies guarding each floor with the boss at the very top. It almost made Ryan wish for a suicide run, but that would be for another time. His suit awaited him. Should you be drinking while driving? The courier asked Vulcan, who just finished a bottle of vodka. I haven't taken enough to feel any effects. She replied, opening a hidden compartment and putting the empty bottle there. Ryan noticed a few other bottles inside, including a Bordeaux wine and a few other delicacies. Vulcan immediately rose up further in the courier's esteem for showing such exquisite tastes. You have a minibar. I'm a genius, she replied with a smirk. Maybe I will put one in your power armor when I get around to making it. I'm thinking of something sleek, optimized for close combat. I would prefer a Megazord, honestly. Maybe it could have a panda-themed animal mode from those Japanese-American shows. She made a disdainful face. They're campy as hell. Hey, don't spit on my childhood, Ryan complained before squinting. Wait, you watched them too? I looked into many sci-fi TV series for inspiration, Vulcan admitted with a look of brief embarrassment before changing the subject. Anyway, I finished scanning the area and we're good. So we're going in. Vulcan looked over her shoulder with Ryan leaning on her back due to the cockpit's lack of space. That may have come out a bit dirty. I studied their defenses, Vulcan told him before focusing back on the screen. Been itching to test my stealth system on Dynamys, but never got the occasion. I still can't believe Livia gave her blessing, especially if she doesn't know how it will end. She gave her blessing because she doesn't know, Ryan pointed out. The Mafia princess seemed as desperate as he was for new and unexpected entertainment. Thanks for helping. I wouldn't try that if Alphonse Manata was in town, even for your pretty face, Vulcan admitted. That ruthless mofo is everything his brother isn't. Even without him nearby, we have minutes before they send heavy hitters after us, after which we're toast. Grab the suit and don't play around. Not even a little. Don't play around, Ryan, Vulcan replied firmly, pointing at the building right next to Dynamy's HQ, namely the Il Miglior Tower. Their best can take on our best, and it's their territory. They will move to reinforce the strategic areas like the labs once the alarm is sounded, but confusion will only buy us so much time. Now hold on to me. Ryan sighed but consoled himself with the thought of finally getting a cashmere wool suit. In preparation for this fateful moment, the courier had left most of his clothes behind at Jamie's place, except for his pants, shirt, mask, and hat. The only thing he carried with him was the plushie, too dangerous to be left without supervision. Vulcan put it in a compartment inside the mech, sealing its evil away. Vulcan had her mech fly off its current spot and above New Rome, shrouding its metal hide with some kind of camouflage. It might trick Dynami's radars and drone defenses, at least until impact. Vulcan's mech quickly accelerated, the G-force increasing until Ryan had no choice but to hold on to the pilot to avoid being thrown backward. He could see Dynami's building get closer and closer on the computer screen, wing-shaped drones flying around the perimeter. The combination of speed, low altitude, and stealth hid the power armor from their gaze. And then, the mech hit the building like a missile, shattering the 20th floor's windows and most of its ceiling. Vulcan powered through furniture, assembly lines, and wardrobes before finally stopping. Go, go, go. Vulcan shouted at Ryan while the cockpit opened, the courier immediately emerging from the mech. Dynami's wool factory was a sanitized floor lacking anything resembling warmth or color, with mechanical arms replacing humans as part of the assembly line. Only a few desks oversaw the production lines, and since they each housed a computer, they probably belonged to engineers. 2 elevators and stairways linked the floor to the rest of the building south of the duo's current position. Alarms started resonating across the floor, metal panels closing the windows outside and security cameras immediately focusing on the intruders. Ryan didn't pay it any attention. A Gregorian song in his head drowned all noise outside, his attention entirely focused on something straight out of his wildest dream. The freshly made cashmere wool suits were gathered in a wardrobe near his position, each one a different color. Among them was a purple-dyed one, with pants included. The perfect suit had been waiting for him all along. No man would have been insensible to such a sight, and Ryan was no exception. He carefully touched this luxury cloth with his bare hands, feeling the texture, the warmth, the weight of the €1,000 spent on making this vision of heaven. He took this snazzy suit away from the wardrobe, basking in its glory. Suddenly, Ryan decided that existence wasn't meaningless. All the conflicts in mankind's history had been worth it, for they led to the creation of this suit. "Ryan," Vulcan shouted at him from inside her mech, growing tense and impatient. The machine had to lower itself not to hit the ceiling. "What the fuck are you waiting for?" "I'm sorry." Ryan had to suppress tears of joy. This is the meaning of life. Unfortunately, newcomers decided to interrupt his divine revelation. A 6-man squadron in white power armor stepped out of the 2 elevators, escorting Blackthorn. The Dynami's executive finished adjusting his suit as if preparing for a meeting rather than a fight. "Mr. Romano, Miss Sharif," Enrique Manata said, always dryly polite. "If you wish to make a late-night appointment, we had a receptionist downstairs." His soldiers pointed their weapons, powerful laser rifles, at the 2 Augusti genomes. Vulcan raised her own cannon arm at them, both groups facing each other in a tense standoff. "I don't take appointments," the genius declared, trying to sound badass. "I force them." Ryan groaned at her lack of wit. She needed some coaching on that front. "Your attack is bound to fail," Enrique said with icy confidence. "The labs are secure. Don Hector is in another location, and our heroes will be there any minute." "I don't understand what you're trying to do here, but this was suicide to even try." "Oh, a minute is fine," Ryan replied, walking towards Vulcan's mech. "We just finished our shopping, and we will be on our way. You won't get." Blackthorn suddenly stopped, his composure disturbed by something for the first time in the conversation. "Wait, what do you mean by shopping? I don't understand." Ryan pointed a thumb at his shirt. "Good." Ryan stopped time, and when it resumed, he had stripped down to his underwear. He kept only his mask, hat, and boxers on, the rest of his clothes on the floor. 6 laser rifles were instantly pointed at him, 5 at his head and 1 at his crotch, by far his most powerful weapon. "Behind me, sir, he's going to flash you," a soldier said, moving in front of a speechless Enrique Manata. Ryan ignored the jab, even as the entire squadron seemed ready to blast him to death at a moment's notice. He slowly put on the suit, pants last, ignoring the pervading tension in the room. No one dared interrupt him, his sheer moxie and the absurdity of the situation commanding everyone's full attention. Better. Once he had put on the suit, Ryan started closing its buttons, slowly, methodically, lovingly. Finally, once he had finished dressing up, Ryan put his hands on his waist. The suit's colors mixed perfectly with his mask and hat, making him look fabulous, the way any genome's costume should. Perfect? For a moment, nobody dared utter a word. Enrique Manata looked at the courier, left speechless by the time manipulator's overwhelming glamour. Il Miglier's manager glanced at the suit, then at Vulcan, and finally at his men. They rolled their shoulders in confusion, so he looked back at Quicksave. You broke into our HQ, threatened to start a war for a suit. Enrique seemed unable to make a full sentence, interrupting himself whenever he said more than 5 words. He kept raising and lowering his hand as if trying to point out something, but unable to finish his action. Not for the elixirs, or Don Hector, but for a suit. The brand manager turned as stiff and lifeless as a Dynamis ad. Sir, one of the armored soldiers turned to Enrique, keeping his rifle pointed at Quicksave's crotch. Sir, what do we do? Sir, you can't possibly, this has to be a diversion, can't possibly be that stupid. I think you made his brain bug the hell out, Quicksave, Vulcan mused out loud, her cannon arm still pointed at Dynamis' squadron. Enrique shook his head, still unable to regain his composure. I'm trying to process the sheer stupidity involved. Oh, Ryan said. And here I thought you were the smart one. The taunt snapped Blackthorn into action. The rose on his business suit grew to the size of a small cannon and fired a volley of sharp thorns at Quicksave, who dodged with a combination of time stop and hiding behind the closest desk. Vulcan immediately opened fire back with her weaponry, only for an armored soldier to shield Enrique with his body. The power armor resisted an artillery shell, although it made the bodyguard stumble. The rest of the squadron retaliated with lasers, targeting Vulcan first. Shoot them. Enrique ordered while grabbing a Beretta hidden inside his suit, a hint of anger breaking through his composure. His rose fell off his costume and started growing to colossal size, turning into an abomination of thorny vines. Ryan peeked over the desk only to quickly hide back behind it, a laser barely missing his head and incinerating his beloved hat instead. The situation had devolved into an open shootout, lasers and artillery shells flying in all directions. The ceiling started crumbling above them, chairs and office supplies falling through growing holes. Romano, Enrique Manata pointed his gun at the courier while furious vines moved to surround him. Drop that cashmere suit, stay back. Ryan shouted from his hiding spot, noticing a few pencils and a suit sketch on the desk. I've got a bottle of Roundup and I'm not afraid to use it. You people have gone too far this time, Enrique snarled, his pride wounded. You think this is a game, are you high? Naturally so. Ryan stopped time as vines lunged at him from all directions, leaping over the desk and grabbing the pencils while at it. When time resumed, Blackthorn's mutant rose crushed the spot where the courier used to hide. Enrique reacted by pointing his gun at the time traveler's chest. Ryan threw the pencils at the manager's hand with near-superhuman accuracy, forcing him to drop his weapon. However, before the courier could reach Blackthorn, rope-sized roots broke through the ceiling and attempted to grab him by the neck like a noose. Ouch! So Il Miglier's manager could not only control plants in a large radius, but boost their growth too. I guess you should have called yourself Greenhand, Ryan mocked Enrique, but was forced to run away to avoid the deadly plants. The courier rushed at Vulcan's mech, managing to grab his old clothes on the ground while a laser barely missed his shoulder. Get I, Vulcan ordered, the cockpit opening. Ryan froze time again, climbed on the mech's back, and then slipped inside. Without a pause, Vulcan closed the cockpit and activated the propellers. The mech flew straight through the metal panels covering the windows, shrugging off lasers and thick vines. The vegetal abominations couldn't catch up with the mech once it escaped the building, Enrique glaring at it through the window's hole. Flying Dynamis drones immediately gave chase and fired at Vulcan, who responded by accelerating. Ryan had to grab the genius by the waist to avoid being thrown back by the sheer G-force involved, as the Mech flew away towards the Mediterranean Sea. Vulcan kept increasing the speed and lowered her altitude until her Mech all but touched the waters, distancing the drones. After a 5 minutes chase, the Mech lost its pursuers and decelerated. Once safe, Vulcan and Ryan looked at each other while still high on adrenaline, then erupted into shouts and victory cries. "That was amazing," Vulcan laughed, beaming with joy. "Yeah, right, it's comfy and classy." Ryan examined his new suit. "As if it were made for me." "I can't wait to see the news tomorrow morning and the Dynamis press release." Vulcan grinned ears to ears. "It will have been worth it just to see that Manada-ass face while trying to explain this. He can't even cover it up." "So we win the bet, Chief?" Ryan asked mirthfully. "Oh yes, we do," Vulcan replied with a chuckle. "Handily." "I hope there's a prize," Ryan deadpanned, seeing a notification on the screen. "Looks like we're getting a call. It's the defunct channel from my old Dynamis days." Vulcan said, picking up the call. "Sharif, do you even understand what you have done?" Enrique spoke on the other side of the radio. "You vandalized our HQ to steal a cashmere suit. You think you are above consequences? You should thank us for testing your defenses," Vulcan replied with a grin. "Dynamis won't take this lying down," Enrique replied, his tone laced with menace. "This time you've pissed into a volcano." Vulcan responded by shutting off the channel. "So what next, Chief?" Ryan asked. "I mean, you're the designated driver there." "Jasmine." "You can call me Jasmine when there's no one around." She looked through the screens, checking if anyone followed them so far, but her stealth device worked perfectly. "We're going home." Jamie's house is the other way." Jasmine looked over her shoulder, looking at him as if he were the biggest idiot she had ever met. "We're going to my home." "Oh," Ryan took in her proposal, and while he was short on words for a moment, something quickly came to mind. Is wyvern the safe word? Vulcan's hand lunged for Ryan's hair, grabbed it, and forced his head to move within an inch of her own. "Yes, it is, smartass," the genius said, showing the courier her bare teeth, "but spoiler warning." Vulcan whispered into his ear, "I won't be listening." Chapter 38, The Olympians. It ended as well as expected, with Ryan naked and shackled to a bed, a maniacal Vulcan in a black nightgown on one side and the plushie on another. It was all a trap, the courier accused the mad genius, straining against the shackles. "You only cared about the plushie? Very good, Ryan." Jasmine said, playing with her knife. The inactive plushie looked on while sitting on a chair. "Now, tell me everything you know about it." "I would, but I look down on short people." "If you won't talk," Jasmine put the knife against his chin and her free hand on his chest, "I will make you squeal." "Don't look," Ryan told the inactive plushie, trying to avert its gaze. "Please don't look." A phone called in the other room, interrupting the roleplay. Jasmine let out a heavy sigh. "Gimme a sec," she said, stepping over an empty condom box before searching for her cell phone among their clothes on the ground. Ryan whistled while she moved out of the bedroom to answer the call. As it turned out, Vulcan didn't live in a luxurious villa, but inside her own foundry. She had repurposed the upper echelons of the area into a spacious, soundproof apartment in an elegant steampunk style. Brass pipes and tin gears formed the main decoration, although Vulcan had also embedded a plasma TV in the bedroom's wall facing the bed. It was rather cozy, and she even included a litter for Eugene Henry, although Vulcan clearly didn't clean up the place often. Jasmine eventually returned, rolling her eyes. "Was it Mr. Monsanto again?" Ryan asked. "Neptune. He's pissed about last night and wants to call a meeting because he's a pussy." She let her nightgown fall on the ground, raised the bedsheet, and slipped below. Her naked skin brushed against the courier's own, though she didn't undo his shackles. "Ryan." "Yes. Don't ever call me short again." "Come on, Jasmine, be the bigger person." Her knife hit the wall behind the bed, a few inches away from the courier's face. Ryan didn't even blink. By now, he had learned that her bark was worse than her bite, though bite him she did. "You're lucky to be good in the sack, so you get to live another day," Vulcan said, resting her head against his shoulder. "How many women have you had?" "I lost count," he replied. "Practice made perfect." "I figured as much. I didn't know you could do that with a tongue." Jasmine glanced at the rabbit watching them. Actually, what is that plushie? Some pieces just don't make sense, and I don't know what to make of the energy readings. I tried to use it as a probe to explore a higher dimension, Ryan admitted. And? Jasmine asked, not even questioning the sanity of it. It worked. Not really. All it did was allow something from the other side to hitch a free ride to our dimension. Now it won't leave. Wait, you're saying that your rabbit is haunted? Ryan nodded, and much to his horror, it made Jasmine even more curious. That dimension, can you describe it? It's an area beyond space and time, but I haven't been able to observe it much. He frowned. Why? You know that red genomes can manipulate energy, from lightning to wavelengths. Ryan nodded. Well, red genomes, real red genomes, actually emit an energy field around them, like radiation. This ambient energy, this red flux can be captured, stockpiled, and then refined to make batteries. That's how Dynamis makes laser weapons. And you think this energy comes from another dimension? Ryan asked, suddenly very curious. I think so, and Dynamis does too, she replied with a nod. The Firebrand knockoff elixir alters genes so a genome could perform pyrokinesis, but doesn't create a link to the red dimension. So the body only uses the energy available, that of the human body. That's how your fireman armor enhances their pyrokinesis, Ryan guessed. You take the batteries meant for laser weapons, and you transfer this red flux energy to the genome's body. They become just as powerful as the original pyrokinetic genome the knockoffs are based on, at least as long as the battery juice keeps flowing, Jasmine said with pride. Dynamis has been wasting fortunes in an attempt to create a bridge towards that hypothetical red dimension, though they haven't managed to do so yet. That flux, do you think genomes with other colors produce variants? I suppose, but I haven't been able to observe them. Red is energy, so it's easy to measure it, and since almost all red genomes have offensive applications, my power has an easy time with them. But how do you measure life like with green genomes? She gave him a knowing smile. Though if you told me the truth about your power, we could work on it together. Ryan let out a shocked gasp. You know about my true power? Look, that bullshit you told Pluto about how your power really works. She looked into his eyes. You were just pulling our legs. I thought we did that this morning. She chuckled. Why didn't you call my bluff? Because I'm curious, Jasmine replied, stroking his cheek. You're smart, funny, and the perfect gentleman, yet I can tell you've got your own agenda. I'm just trying to help a friend in need and find happiness. I don't think that's all there is, Jasmine said. You joined this organization as a stepping stone for something else. It's fine, I'm not particularly loyal to Augustus either, but I'm pretty sure your power is something world-changing. I don't see why you would be afraid to reveal its true extent to Pluto otherwise. Ryan shrugged it off. I think it's a bit too early to talk about that. Vulcan sat on his chest, one leg on each side. Then what will we be, Ryan? I dunno, a summer fling. Ryan needed to blow off steam after his last encounters with Len and the Metagang in more ways than one. I don't want to get too attached, and you're probably going to forget me soon anyway. You aren't going to forget me, Ryan, I can promise you that. Vulcan stroked the courier's cheek. If only she knew. I'm fine with a summer fling, but as I told you before, it's an exclusive contract. Cheat on me and I'll fucking kill you. If you can do the fucking before the kill, I would appreciate it. She lightly slapped him in response. Hey. You've got an attitude problem, but I'll tame you, Ryan. I'll tame you straight. She put both her hands on his ears and ferociously kissed him on the lips, like a lioness marking her territory. You know how to cook? Yep. Good, because I don't. We've got enough time for one more round and breakfast before the meeting. It's Jamie who's going to be unhappy, Ryan pointed out. I was supposed to help them clean up the house in the morning. Well, I'm higher in the hierarchy, so that's an order. Entertain me, minion. Ryan stopped time in response. When it resumed, Jasmine was the one shackled to the bed, the two having switched positions. Fuck, she said. You can actually stop time. You are going to tell me everything about Ischia Island, Miss Sharif, Ryan said, his body towering above her. We have ways of slipping past your defenses. Narcinia is 14, Jasmine smirked at him. She's too old for you. In this case, I will have to pump you for information. Vulcan tried to keep a straight face but ended up bursting out laughing. She was kinda cute that way. After dressing up and eating a delicious breakfast, Vulcan carried the duo all the way to Mount Augustus with her mech. Obviously, Ryan had put on the cashmere suit, delighting in its glamour and softness. Augustus' estate had looked enormous from afar, but it was even more impressive from above. Ryan estimated it to be around 50 hectares. Located atop a heavily defended hill, the complex included a vast amount of monuments, the most impressive being a copy of the Parthenon to the east. An enormous, multi-floor Roman-themed villa covered roughly a third of the area, a marble palace worthy of a Roman emperor. Most of the land, however, had been repurposed into a vast park, including Roman-themed sculptures, flower gardens, Versailles-styled fountains, and even a freaking zoo. "They have giraffes," Ryan said in ecstasy. The sheer luxury of the place awed even the jaded time traveler. Vulcan ended up landing near a swimming pool close to the villa, though a private sea might have been a better term. The enormous body of water was separated into smaller basins, some with fish, some without. A group awaited them on a marble terrace, relaxing under the sun. Livia was among them, sunbathing in a one-piece swimsuit next to Narcinia. Augustus' daughter immediately raised her eyes at Ryan and Vulcan when they emerged from the mech, welcoming them with a warm smile. Pluto was reading a novel on a folding beach chair near her niece, keeping a mummified head on a small table nearby. She looked oddly peaceful for a mass murderer, though the head's eyes moving on their own made the sight look quite macabre. Finally, a group of older people discussed around a table near the villa, drinks in hands. One was a priest in his 50s, with a receding gray hairline and a gaunt face. He was so lanky, Ryan could see the bones below the skin, but his black eyes oozed a frightening, almost maddened intensity. His every movement was carefully calculated, and he drank water rather than cocktails. The priest, whom Ryan suspected to be Bacchus, was talking with a man entirely covered in thick armor. His equipment was heavily inspired by a Roman centurion's dress, though it covered every part of the body and included a crimson cloak. The helmet included a metal face mask, and the time traveler couldn't see the eyes beneath. The only woman of the group was a blonde woman in her 40s, straight out of a Playboy magazine. She kept her hair in a bun and wore an ancient Rome-styled dress adorned with gemstones. Though he could see only the lower part of her face and sapphire eyes due to a gold-plated masquerade mask, Ryan noted a family resemblance with Fortuna in that woman's jawline. She was probably the lucky girl's mother, keeping her arm around the red centurion's. The last man around the table was clearly the oldest, somewhere in his 60s. He had dyed his hair and thick, long beard blue, which complemented his eyes. He wore no mask except a golden diadem and dressed in an elegant navy blue business suit including seashells as part of the design. The old man instantly glared at Ryan and Vulcan upon seeing them, leaving the table with a dark look on his face. Much like Pluto and Minerva, the family resemblance was unmistakable. "That's Neptune," Jasmine pointed out the obvious. "I could tell." Ryan replied, waves starting to form out of nowhere in the swimming pool. Clearly, he was jealous of the courier's better suit. "Can he drain the water within us with a thought?" "Thankfully not." His girlfriend smirked. "He's an orange, so organic matter interferes with his power. Besides, he is a macro-hydrokinetic. The bigger the water volume, the greater his control. The priest is Bacchus, the couple is Mars and Venus, and the mummified head is Mercury. I imagined him taller. Mercury is a paranoid loon who doesn't leave his home," Vulcan snickered. "He can reanimate corpses and command them, so he sends them on missions." "Ryan, Vulcan?" Narcinia waved a hand at the couple upon noticing them. "Welcome to Mount Augustus," Livia said, though she didn't rise up from her long chair, a true queen. "We were just discussing yesterday's events." "I admit you were right. I couldn't anticipate anything like it." "Did we win a prize?" Ryan asked. "Personally, I would settle for a statue in my honor. Marble or gold," Livia replied with a wink, examining his suit. "I love it. It's classy." "Ooh, I could add a few flowers if you want." Narcinia told Ryan. "Nah, I used all my weed killer on Blackthorn," Ryan said, Jasmine smirking, The banter was interrupted by a very furious Neptune. "You little irresponsible brats," he snarled, pointing a finger at Jasmine and Ryan. "I should drown the both of you right now." "Can you do it in Coca-Cola?" Ryan asked innocently. Much to his surprise, Vulcan didn't smash his foot to silence him and instead bantered back. "It's like being drowned in acid," Jasmine told him. "Diabetes acid. Yes, so my death will be quicker. Do you have any idea what you did?" Neptune thundered. "Vulcan, you and your soldier could have sparked an all-out war." "Uncle, they did it on my orders," Livia spoke up calmly. "I will take full responsibility for this." "It was still stupid," Neptune snarled. "Blackthorn labeled your prank as a terrorist attack, promising retaliation." "Enrique must have suppressed the part where I undressed and put on the suit," Ryan said. Pluto, who had listened to the conversation, clearly struggled to contain her laughter, much to Ryan's shock. Neptune glared at her. "Am I the only one here having a problem with this fiasco?" "We were young too, Silvio," Pluto replied, more amused than anything. "What's wrong with letting them indulge a little?" "I strongly suspect Hector Manada to have hired the Metagang to harass us," Livia said, all business. "This was a calculated attempt to put them back in their place." "By stealing a suit?" her uncle asked with heavy sarcasm, clearly not believing his niece. "Did you summon us to bitch about it?" Jasmine asked with a shrug. "'Cause we got important work to do." "There is also the matter of Mercury's replacement," Livia explained. "As we discussed in our previous meeting, I stand by my decision to retire." The mummified head spoke with an old, weary voice, startling Ryan. "I've grown too old for this. Marco, last time I met you in the flesh, you were lively for someone past pushing 90. Ryan turned towards the speaker, Mars. The Roman cosplayer had risen from his table to meet the group, his wife holding his arm. Bacchus followed his hands behind his back. "You're still one of our best." "I personally know someone older than you with a youthful attitude," Pluto said while giving Ryan a knowing smile. "I've lived through 3 generations of the Camorra, children, yours included," the talking head said. "I'm weary. I've earned more money than I could ever use, and I have no family left. I believe it's time I buy a private island and spend the rest of my days drinking margaritas on the beach." "This will wait until after their punishment," Neptune said, still glaring at Vulcan and Quicksave. "For what, giving Dynamis their due?" Venus spoke up, greeting Ryan and Jasmine with a nod. "Did you see Felix during your attack, Vulcan?" Vulcan shook her head. "No, only Blackthorn. They didn't react fast enough to send heroes after us." "A shame." The Centurion greeted Ryan before shaking his hand. "Greetings, I'm Mars, though you can call me Luca. I appreciate you looking for my daughter at that party." "We had goat fights," Narcinia said innocently. "Oh, by the way, what happened to Shub-Niggurath?" Ryan asked with concern. "Is she all right?" "A guy and his girlfriend took her home," Narcinia said. "They said they would put her to good use, but when I asked which one, they just put a hand on my head and smiled." Mars burst out laughing while Venus glared at her husband. "I've got enough with a cat," Jasmine whispered into Ryan's ear. "I'm not taking a goat." "Well, I admit I'm torn," Ryan whispered back, shuddering. "I don't know where she has loitered." "Back to the important subject," Neptune cut through the chit-chat. "Tensions with Dynamis are at an all-time high and they can't tolerate a direct attack on their HQ. They will strike back, if only to keep face. War now would be a tragedy," Bacchus said, his voice soft and soothing like honey. He had remained silent for a while, listening to everyone. "Thanks to Ceres, we are on the verge of achieving heaven. A conflict with Dynamis will interfere with that." "You and your heaven," Venus rolled her eyes. "He is right, though. War is bad for business," Mercury said. "It's not always about the money, old man," Pluto replied icily. "Sometimes it's about respect." "Do you want Alphonse Manada back in town?" Neptune sneered at his sister. "Because they will recall that madman if we push them too far, and then there will be blood in the streets." Ryan didn't say anything while they argued, trying to assess how every member of the Augusti High Command fit in. They were clearly divided into a moderate, business-minded faction and more brutal warmongers. Narcinia said nothing, too young to assert herself, but her presence at this gathering implied that she served a key role in the organization. and Livia oversaw the group discussion like a lioness observing her pack, though in the end, Ryan's main quest was to destroy the lab and settle his deal with Shroud. "So how did a priest end up making drugs?" he asked Bacchus. "I don't think that's very Catholic. God works in mysterious ways." The priest replied calmly, "All sins are forgiven if done to reach heaven." "I don't think that's how religion works, Father." "Ryan," Narcinia nagged him before turning to the priest. "He doesn't know what he says, Father Torque. It is fine." The priest replied, his eyes peering into Ryan's own with disturbing intensity. The courier suddenly realized this man hadn't blinked once in the entire conversation. "You may not believe in God, but I assure you it does exist. I've seen it with my own eyes in all of its divine glory." "It?" Ryan asked with a frown while Jasmine rolled her eyes. "Don't get him started with this," Venus interrupted them. "As for the Menada, we should have wiped them out years ago. That clan has been nothing but a thorn in our collective foot." "Honey," Mars tried to calm his wife, "they took our son." She complained. "In the old days, we would have slaughtered them for less. Felix is just having a rebellious phase." Ironically, for a god of war, Mars seemed rather laid back. "He is a naive boy transitioning into a mature man. He will come back into the fold eventually." Livia's eyes turned to cold steel upon hearing this. She grabbed a towel to cover her shoulders and rose from her long chair. "He won't, and there will be no punishment for yesterday night." "Livia," Neptune began. "That is for Father to decide," she interrupted her uncle. "And you know he will see things my way." Neptune flinched. "You called him?" Livia nodded slowly while the air grew oppressive. An electrical tension spread through the atmosphere like during a thunderstorm's approach. Everyone tensed up except for Livia herself. The villa's doors slowly opened, everyone staring at them in utter silence. Even Ryan, who was usually unflappable, remained still. A towering, shining figure stepped through the threshold. A faint halo of crimson electricity surrounded his body, making it difficult for people to look directly at him. When he focused, though, Ryan began to distinguish the shape of an aging man wearing a toga beneath the electrical shroud. But when the courier looked into this man's cold gaze, he realized that age hadn't dimmed his brutality one bit. "My daughter," Augustus said, his voice echoing with the sound of booming thunder. "Why have you called me?" Chapter 39, Court of the Lightning King. The entire Augusti High Command had gathered around a table near the villa, and none of its members dared to speak. Allowed to sit between Vulcan and Livia at the Mafia Princess' behest, Ryan kept his arms crossed as he observed the scene. The various Olympians formed a circle, all of them eyeing their leader warily. Mercury's mummified head had been placed at the edge near Pluto, while Narcinia sat with her parents. Mars kept an arm behind his chair, clearly the most relaxed of all people present, and Bacchus. The man made Ryan curious. The priest never blinked or betrayed any facial micro-expression. And instead of looking at Augustus like the rest, his focus remained entirely on Livia. Augustus listened to his brother Neptune retelling him the events of last night, his body shrouded in a halo of lightning. It made it impossible to clearly distinguish his face, and the man radiated power in more ways than one. Ryan couldn't shake the pervading aura of dread around the table, as if everyone worried they might get punished for a minor offense. Even Ryan didn't crack a joke. He didn't know the limits of Augustus' invulnerability, except that most powers failed to work on him. For all he knew, the Lightning Emperor might be a wight interfering with other abilities the way Cancel did. And unlike Vulcan, Augustus struck the courier as someone who killed at the slightest provocation. Mob Zeus joined his hands, once the tale finished. Obviously, Neptune had presented the attack as an irresponsible prank instead of a carefully prepared Sutrescu mission, but his brother didn't seem to care. "You summoned me for something this trivial?" "Dynames will retaliate," Neptune pointed out. "The incident was public." "They dared to take our son," Venus spoke up, her wiser husband immediately putting a hand on her arm to dissuade her to speak, all in vain. "This is simply retaliati. His parentage is the only reason Felix's head isn't in a bag right now." The cold certainty in Augustus' voice made Adam Cat's entire family flinch. Narcinia, in particular, looked at her feet to avoid facing Mob Zeus. Abandoning his duties is one thing, but I cannot stand rats. He is your godson, Janus, Mars said with the familiarity of a trusted lieutenant. He alone didn't seem to fear Augustus, with the exception of the mob boss' close family members, enough to use the man's real name. He is a traitor who broke my daughter's heart, the Lightning Emperor of Italy replied, Livia's face a stone mask. To think I once expected to call him my son-in-law one day. Just give us time, Mars argued, unabated. We will reason with him. I shall show mercy to Felix due to the strong bond between our respective families, Augustus replied. But I never want to see him again, and if he takes arms against us, there will be consequences. A tense silence fell on the table, Mob Zeus turning his head towards Ryan and Vulcan. While she remained outwardly strong, the courier sensed the genius clench her fists below the table. The courier took her hand with his own, helping her relax a little. You, Augustus told Ryan, suddenly noticing the genome's existence. Who are you? Quick save, sir, the courier said. I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone. Gods and men are only equal in one thing, and that is death. Mob Zeus examined Ryan closely. You do not fear me as much as you should. Ryan waited briefly, in case it was rhetorical, before realizing that Lightning Butt wanted an answer. Augustus did sound a lot less threatening when the courier called him that in his head. Well, sir, with all due respect, the genome said, I've seen far worse than you. Augustus observed him without a word, and it started to hurt just looking at this thunder elemental. The silence grew more and more oppressive until Lightning Butt turned his deadly attention to Vulcan as Ryan's superior. What is his power? Alternate reality jumping, Vulcan lied. Lies. Augustus said that without raising his tone, but the electrical tension in the air increased tenfold. All gazes turned at Vulcan, while Pluto eyed Ryan sharply. What is his power? Augustus repeated, the crimson aura around him growing in intensity. I don't know, Vulcan admitted. I don't understand it yet. Augustus let the silence set in, until Jasmine had to look away to avoid eye damage from the light. The mere unspoken threat of violence cowed the proud genius. The wise woman admits her own ignorance, Vulcan, Lightning Butt said while trying to sound profound, before asking the other capos. Who is he? Ryan Romano, real name Cesare Sabino, Mercury said through the mummified skull. Son of Freddy Sabino, alias Bloodstream, a blood-controlling psycho killed by the carnival 4 years ago. It took everything for Ryan not to make a face of pure disgust, cursing all the times Bloodstream had introduced him to strangers using that name. He had believed in that delusion so much that he convinced everyone else it was the truth. Strangely, though, he did notice Livia's face softening when Mercury mentioned the carnival. She glanced at Ryan with what the courier took for a look of sympathy. Augustus' halo, meanwhile, flashed brighter for a second before returning to normal. Bloodstream, Mars spoke up, remembering something. Yeah, I remember him. That body-jacking maniac whacked a few of our guys back in the day. Jasmine's eyes widened as if she reached a eureka moment. Wait, she's your sister? I don't want to talk about it, Ryan replied dryly. And all that time I thought you wanted to. Jasmine caught her breath. Never mind. Augustus kept his attention focused on Ryan. What is your power? I told you, sir, the courier replied. I'm immortal. Quicksave is a violet who can affect alternate universes, usually to avoid death, Livia spoke up on Ryan's behalf. His abilities will help me develop mine. The Emperor joined his fingers together. You will vouch for him, my daughter? Yes. Lightning Butt nodded to himself before turning to his sister. I marked him, Pluto said, smoking her cigarette. He provided valuable services so far, but if he steps out of line, I'll whack him. After one last cursory glance at the courier, Augustus dropped the subject and turned to Livia next. My daughter, you approved of this attack? Yes, I did, Livia replied calmly. Then why are we talking about it? Janus, Neptune cleared his throat. This is serious. Minerva is my heir and speaks with my voice, Lightning Butt replied with disdain. Your role is to advise and mentor her, not to question her orders. Neptune joined his hands, clearly unhappy with this turn of events. Then what? We prepare for war. Even if we win, it won't be without heavy casualties. There will be no war, Livia said with absolute confidence. The Manada will retaliate in a public manner, yes, but Hector will reign in his sons before things degenerate. He is just as afraid of a prolonged conflict as you are, uncle, which is why he hired Adam the Ogre to attack us while maintaining plausible deniability. Do you have any proof of that? Mercury spoke up. I could not find any evidence, and from what Vulcan told us, Dynamis tried to wipe out the psycho trash after she drove them out of Rust Town. Yes, I am certain, Livia said. I believe that either Adam double-crossed his corporate masters to pursue his own agenda, or Hector decided to erase the evidence. What do we do about the metagang, brother? Pluto asked, lighting a cigarette. Wipe them out, Augustus declared. I want them all dead to the last man. Is it worth it? Venus asked. They ran away. You leave your enemies alive and they will return to torment you, Augustus replied, his voice chilling. I will not take the risk. No man, no problem. Don't care about the resources needed. Don't care how long it takes. Don't care if it is disproportionate. Kill them all. And like that, Lightning Butt signed the entire metagang's death warrant. Pluto exchanged a glance with her niece and Vulcan, and Ryan could tell that they had already decided to cooperate to make that judgment a reality. What next? Augustus asked abruptly. My retirement, Mercury spoke through the mummified head. That's a shame. The lightning elemental said, a hint of emotion breaking through his unflappable demeanor. Your departure diminishes us all. It's about time I pass the torch too, Mercury replied. I have the perfect candidate to take over my division, Jamie Cutter. Mars guessed, Ryan immediately glancing at him. Zanbato, good soldier. Jamie has been nothing but loyal and competent since we introduced him into our organization, Mercury said with pride. Men respect him, he's trustworthy, and he gets results. Most capos around the table voiced their agreements, Vulcan included, though with one lone exception. I am against his ascension. Bacchus opened his mouth for the first time, his soothing voice somehow cutting through the noisy discussion. His opinions on Bliss worry me, and my division relies on supply runs from Mercury's. I was against selling narcotics too at first, Mercury said with what appeared to be a shrug. But I knew my place, and so will the boy. Zanbato's loyalty to our organization will always trump his personal values, Livia voiced her opinion. We made him who he is in more ways than one, and he will never forget that. I validate his candidacy. Augustus listened without a word before reaching a decision. Very well, my old friend. He told the mummified head, Zanbato shall take your place as the new Mercury, and you shall be released from service. My home will always remain open to you. Zanbato's power does not fit the theme, though, Pluto mused out loud with an amused smile. Perhaps he should take another name. Hercules, maybe? That will annoy Dynamis, Venus said with a smirk, both women exchanging a chuckle. No, the name stays, Augustus quickly decided, but he will change his costume. Vulcan? Yes, Jasmine quickly spoke up. You will build Zanbato equipment worthy of his new divine station. Lightning Butt ordered. Costs are not an issue. I will. She nodded hurriedly, eager to make the invincible man forget the previous incident. What else? Augustus asked, immediately moving on. We are close to a breakthrough with Bliss, Bacchus spoke up, Narcinia shifting on her seat. I can feel it, a strain pure enough to speak with God. Your obsession with refining this product worries me, Venus said, glancing at Narcinia. You overwork my daughter for a pipe dream. It's fine, Mom, Narcinia replied with a bright smile. We are making something wonderful. Indeed. The priest said with a sharp nod. Ryan realized that he only participated when it impacted the matter of Bliss and ignored everything else. This tribulation will soon reach its end. However, I worry about theft. Geist sensed strangers testing our defenses lately. Strangers? Pluto asked with a frown. The meta, Dynamis? He couldn't tell. Bacchus looked at Vulcan. You would have my full gratitude if you could take time to improve our sanctuary's defensive perimeter. Jasmine made a frustrated face. The defenses I set are already perfect. I am not so certain, unfortunately, Livia said. The odds of an attack on Ischia have been increasing lately. Dynamis, the meta, they can attack that island all they want, Vulcan snickered. They won't get in. I still wish that we review them together, Livia said with a calm smile. The princess voiced it like a request, but Jasmine knew it was anything but. The genius breathed inwardly and said nothing. Do you need our assistance, Minerva? Mars spoke up, his wife stiffening at his side. If anything endangers Narcinia. I do not think your presence will be necessary, at least at this stage, the Mafia princess said, a smile on her lips. We can handle ourselves. Augustus didn't seem interested in the subject, and the discussion moved on to a boring activity report. As he listened, Ryan learned more about which capo oversaw which part of the organization. Bacchus controlled the drug division, which involved Narcinia in its production. Vulcan managed the weapon trafficking, while Mercury handled gambling, casinos, and money laundering activities. Mars and Venus managed the prostitution and pornography wing of the organization. Finally, Pluto. Meanwhile, handled hits, assassinations, and alternative protection services, while Neptune oversaw most of the organization's legitimate front businesses. Augustus didn't say much during the entire conversation, letting his daughter speak in his place. Livia discussed the Bliss production, the organization's revenues, where to invest, and so on. All in all, Mob Zeus seemed completely uninterested in the logistics of his own empire. He only cared about his family's authority and those who dared challenge it. He was a warlord, not a king. I think we are finished, Neptune said upon finishing his own report. We are. Augustus rose to his feet once he had heard enough. Clearly, he was not one to waste time with pleasantries. Livia will take care of the rest. Do not bother me again. The Lightning Emperor quickly vanished inside the villa without a sound, the crimson halo disappearing with the man himself. Pluto and Neptune exchanged silent glances with Livia, as if exchanging a silent message. Ryan couldn't explain why, but he had the intuition something was at work there. Narcinia, we're going home, Venus told her daughter as she and her husband left the table. Mercury's mummified head had lost all semblance of life, the necromancer behind the line having ended the call. We'll pick up your sister on the way. I thought she was at Zanbato's house. Mars asked, a little surprised. No, she stayed at her boyfriend's place and wants to present him to us. Venus shook her head. She is moving too fast if you ask me. I hope he has powers, Mars said with the same tone of a racist father saying I hope he's white. See you soon. Narcinia waved a hand at Ryan and Livia. The family politely saluted the other people present before leaving through the park. I will take my leave too, Bacchus declared, turning to Livia. Will you test the refined strain, Minerva? I doubt so, the Mafia princess replied with a distant gaze. I cannot see what happens in alternate realities after I take your Bliss strain. The risk is too great. Please give it thought, the priest argued. A blue of your power might be the key to a divine revelation. Augustus' daughter dismissed him without an answer, and the priest responded with a formal bow. Vulcan, quick save, he nodded at the two before leaving. I will see you on Ischia Island. Neptune looked at Vulcan and Ryan with a frustrated gaze before raising his hands in surrender and leaving for the villa. Pluto moved to her spot near the swimming pool and continued her book where she had left it. Quick save, she said while picking up her novel. Yes, Cruella. My niece's mercy is the only reason you still draw breath, Pluto replied while flipping her book's pages. Never forget that. Such nice, friendly people. You look adorable together, Livia told Ryan and Jasmine with a warm smile once everyone had left the gathering. It's another surprise. Once almost everyone had left the gathering, Jasmine realized she hadn't let Ryan's hand go and quickly broke contact. I don't need help, she told him, glancing away. It was nice, but I don't need help. Sure, I will adopt a hands-off policy then. The genius chuckled. Your jokes aren't good, Ryan, but you are, I will give you that. My, but thank you. The courier winked back before turning to Livia. Did you know how everything at this meeting would turn out? Yes, with one exception, she said with apathy. When my father turned to look at you. Everything afterward was completely unplanned. So she couldn't read the time traveler at all. Good. Ryan didn't know how he could handle someone capable of predicting his actions before he even thought of them. Still, he felt some sympathy for that girl. Her situation was not so different from his own, living in a rehearsed reality while desperate for new stimuli, and she had probably talked her father out of murdering him on the spot. "I would appreciate it if you announced to Zanbato the news of his promotion," Livia said with formal dignity. "I believe he will be less embarrassed if it comes from a friend rather than a direct superior." "Sure, that will make more drinks for us when we celebrate," Ryan replied, though he couldn't suppress his curiosity. "What did you mean when you say that you made him?" "We have a war chest of elixirs," Livia explained. "Originals that we collected before they could be used, or knockoffs we requisitioned from our corporate competition. When unpowered foot soldiers prove themselves worthy of ascension through merit and loyalty, they are granted a potion. Jamie was among them." "And about your father? Can I call him Lightning Dad?" "Not to his face," Livia chuckled, while Jasmine rolled her eyes. "Rome had co-emperors, one elder Augustus and a junior Caesar groomed to take his place. He's giving me more leeway as time goes on." "I apologize for, well, how he treated the both of you. My father thrived in more violent times. At least he gets shit done," Vulcan replied, having recovered enough to snicker. "Unlike the suits on the other side of town." "I still don't get why you spoke on my behalf, though," Ryan admitted. "Call me a good judge of character, but I can tell you are a great friend if treated with respect," Livia said, a hint of sadness breaking through her composure. "And I can tell you are in great pain deep within." Ryan's mood turned sour. "Do you want it?" he asked Livia, finding the current situation a little too familiar to his liking. "To follow in your father's footsteps?" The mafia princess had an excellent poker face, but the courier had mastered the art of reading micro-expressions over his endless wandering. She was good, but couldn't quite hide the unease beneath. "Careful, Ryan," Livia gave him a strained smile. "Here be dragons." Chapter 40, Past Fragment, Mekron's Last Stand, Ruins of Sarajevo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, October 2014. Constructed inside a valley surrounded by 5 mountains, Sarajevo had once been a beautiful place. A perfect mix of small, pastoral houses and tall modern buildings, the city had housed events such as the 1984 Winter Olympic Games, survived the Yugoslavian wars, and thrived in the aftermath. But that was long ago. Today, Sarajevo was a vision of hell. A steel graveyard ruled by a madman, its skies dark even during the brightest days. Only decaying ruins remained of the old city, consumed by a noxious purple cloud. The other buildings were factories, weapon development facilities, turrets, and fearsome towers of black steel. The tallest structure was Mekron's fortress, located in Sarajevo's center, an infinity symbol-shaped fusion between a military base and a particle accelerator. Finally, pylons on the valley's mountains projected a red force field around the city, one powerful enough to shrug off NATO Eichbombs. This miasma covering the city was a bioplague created to kill humans, leaving only machines unharmed. Robots prowled the streets, from futuristic automated tanks to humanoid, 2 meters tall cyclops, while flying drones occupied the skies. Some of these machines were cyborgs, half-rotten corpses partly reanimated with tech when Mekron ran out of rare ore. The machine army stood there, organized into defensive formations, waiting for the battle to start without wasting any ounce of energy. Even the river Miljacka, which once crossed the city, had been dried up. When he looked at this tragedy from the heavens above, Leonard Hargraves could only feel sadness. The genome wars had started here 9 years ago, and one way or another they would end today. Even long after he caused the end of the world, Mekron remained a mystery. Pythia pieced together that he was a survivor of the Bosnian genocide and the siege of Sarajevo in the mid-90s, an electric engineer by trade. His first act upon gaining his elixir had been a terrorist attack against the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia for its perceived softness on war criminals, before escalating to waging war on Serbia. Things quickly erupted into a European conflict, and then finally a nuclear exchange. Mekran had spent the entirety of the Genome Wars bunkering in Sarajevo, letting his machines and genome allies fight for him. The anti-Mekran front had slowly destroyed his major bases and killed his lieutenants over the last 6 years, and today they finally gathered enough heroes to end the conflict once and for all. "We're ready," Leo spoke. "Yes," the voice of Alice Martel, alias Pythia, answered through telepathy. Shining Knight and Nidhogg's groups are in position. While he was proud to fight alongside the Shining Knight, Nidhogg's involvement left a sour taste in Leo's mouth. Though he kept to his territory and didn't cause troubles unless provoked, that man was a villain, plain and simple. His followers had taken over a large part of Denmark and allowed their geniuses to run some questionable medical experiments there. Unfortunately, the anti-Mekran front couldn't take Sarajevo without assistance, and the war had called for moral compromises. Nidhogg was willing to help when so many wouldn't, even crossing half a continent to offer support. While he acted out of self-preservation, this green genome understood Mekran was an existential threat to all of mankind, and that he had to be stopped at all costs. So while they might end up enemies one day, Leo would cut him some slack, and they would part ways amicably. The living sun gave one last glance at the Iron City from his current high altitude, before flying back to base at the speed of a fighter jet. Leonard's human body had been transmuted into a living star, a mass of solar plasma only held together by a heart core and his own gravitational forces. Though he didn't age in his sun form, the genome usually returned to his human self while not on missions, as he felt less like himself the longer he stayed transformed. His thoughts changed from human to that of a star, wishing to burn bright and illuminate the cosmos. It was a constant mental effort for Leo to contain his radiance and avoid burning everything around him. Sometimes he felt like he lived in a world of matchboxes. Today would be a rare opportunity to go all out, maybe his last one. In total, more than 500 genomes had gathered in 3 camps around Sarajevo. Normal humans couldn't survive Mekran's bioplague, nor stand against his machines, and so did not apply. Leonard flew over the camp, where everyone was gearing up for war. The plague Dr. Stitch finished inoculating the soldiers with additional protections against bioplagues. The Cossack had put on his white, night-themed power armor, a cannon mounted on his right shoulder and a force field shield on the other. Kresnik and Kudlak, the werewolf siblings, had transformed into giant humanoid wolves the size of polar bears, one white, the other black. A violet summoned war beasts from alien planets to serve as shock troops, while orange genomes transformed into beings of metal and stone. Alice was networking people near the camp center, with sidekicks standing nearby to boost her power. A beautiful blonde woman with blue eyes, Alice was a powerful seer with the ability to create telepathic links between people upon touching them. Those she networked worked intuitively together like a hive mind. Much like Mekran's robot army formed a superorganism spread through countless bodies. Besides increasing teamwork, Pythia's power could also be used for precognitive purposes. The more people she networked with, the more she could anticipate the future. In many ways, she had been the driving force behind this alliance. Today's battle would be the culmination of her chess match with Mekran, and the heroes would be her pieces. Sidekick, meanwhile, was an average-looking youth with brown hair and amber eyes. He belonged to Shining Knight's group, being a white enhancing the power of other genomes so long as they remained within 10 meters of his person. The trio would soon be rejoined by Calculator, a genius with the ability to calculate probabilities to the point of precognition. Pythia, Calculator, and many other blue genomes had debated the plan of attack. From nuking Sarajevo to a guerrilla battle, everything had been considered. Leo didn't know what made them decide on a conventional invasion, besides mentions of a dead hand system, but he trusted their judgment. Some, like Pythia, were members of Leo's carnival. Others were hero warbands or vigilantes like the Cossack, who answered the call to war. Dynemes hadn't sent anyone, though they did provide equipment. They were too busy dealing with Augustus in Italy. The mere thought of his nemesis infuriated Leonard, reminding him of that dreadful day he returned to the Costa farm, only to find all its inhabitants murdered. He had sworn to bring their killer to justice, and once Mecron was dealt with, he would do exactly that. The living son, though he disliked that nickname, landed near Alice, toning down his body heat to prevent her from catching fire. "Leonard," she said with a warm smile. Unlike the genomes making up the army, she dressed casually. "Ready, like the day I was born." Even before the apocalypse, Leonard had been a full-time firefighter in the London Fire Brigade, quite ironic considering his main power. He liked to think he still put out fires threatening the innocents, even if some could shoot lightning from their eyes. "How much time do we have?" "Enough for one last speech if you're up for it." She tried humor, but Leonard didn't hide his concern for his old ally. "You're sure you want to do this?" he asked her. "You have never networked so many people at once, even with help from Sidekick." "We can't outthink a combat AI without the use of powers," Pythia replied. "Mecron's armies are so effective because they fight as one. They have us outnumbered more than 1,000 to 1. Even if we have superpowers on our side, we need all advantages possible. I'm just saying the risks are great." She often suffered from dangerous headaches when she directed a large group and never won this big. "Unlike me, you still have a husband and son at home. It's precisely for them that I'm willing to risk everything." Leonard couldn't argue with that. As if on cue, the various fighters gathered around them. Most were veterans of a dozen battles, others were new recruits. Leonard noticed a few of his other teammates among them. The teleporter Ace, a freckled young woman with long auburn hair, dressed like a rogue with high boots, a red coat and feathered hat, and Mr. Wave, a creature of pure energy wavelengths held together in a fancy purple suit. Every set of eyes was on Leo. "I'm not one for speeches." The red genome declared. Shining Knight and Nidhogg were probably speaking with their troops miles away. "So I will be short and to the point. This is it. This is the final battle. Mecron is exhausted. His facilities, those which we could locate, have been destroyed. His last genome lieutenant, Asmodeus, has been slain. He's low on troops, low on weapons, low on options. This is his last stand, and he knows it. The news should be a relief, for all of us have lost something to this madman. Family, friends, home, but as they say, a cornered rat. "We'll bite a cat," Ace mused, a few people chuckling among the audience. "We know you say that all the time. But this time the rat may very well kill the cat," Leo rolled with the metaphor. At Pythia's behest, a light-manipulating genome projected the image of two massive war machines behind Leonard. Enormous satellites equipped with solar sails and enormous laser cannons. These are the Kujata and the Bahamut, orbital satellites with the power to devastate entire countries. Leonard explained. Mecron's previous orbital weapons remained in low Earth orbit where they could be destroyed. The new ones, though, will fly deep into space, and even I won't be able to reach them. In a few hours, maybe minutes, Mecron will attempt to launch them and wipe us all out. Whispers spread through the crowd as the grim reality of the situation settled among them. I know some of you, myself included, were a bit apprehensive with the help we enlisted to wage this war. But this is not a battle between nations or between heroes and villains. This is a battle between life and death. And more than ever, this is a battle against time. Our goals are twofold: to destroy these satellites before they can be activated and to defeat Mecron once and for all. Over the past few months, we have methodically cut off his escape routes. Today, we fight to the death. "Good," Cossack said, his tone dangerous. "Mecron's death?" "Yes," Leonard agreed. "Mecron surrendered his humanity long ago. He desires to destroy all that makes us human, to replace our hearts with metal and our souls with technology. He is a despot who believes men should be his slaves because he only sees the worst in us. But he is wrong." The living son raised his hand, the satellites beyond him collapsing in a flash of bright light. "Humans are not slaves," he shouted. "Mecron chose to see the worst, but we chose to see the best. That humans are capable of compassion, of art and kindness, of greatness, and together we shall end this decade-long nightmare once and for all. Today we take back our planet." His declaration was met with a cacophony of shouts and war cries. Immediately afterward, Leonard flew across the skies, followed by dozens of flyers. The Cossack's armor activated the powerful propellers in its back. A chrome humanoid flew by his will alone. The ground forces moved towards the shield aboard assault vehicles or carried by teleporters. Now, the moment of truth. Leonard flew above the clouds, facing the shield. He built up the energy inside his core, preparing to go supernova, and then he set the world ablaze. His heart core unleashed a focused ray of light that burnt the skies. The ionized laser hit the crimson force field and the mountain supporting one of the pylons, melting the stone. The force field undulated like water as it took the blast, an unstoppable force facing an immovable object. And then, one of them gave up. The force field around Sarajevo shorted out, and Leo's beam vaporized the pylon supporting it. The blast continued its course towards the city, setting an entire street ablaze in a cataclysmic detonation. The shield collapsed all around the city, and Mechron's army woke up. Spherical drones instantly spread across the skies like a bug swarm, opening fire on the heroes with lasers. Holes opened all over the metal towers, revealing hundreds of beam turrets, while the robots and vehicles on the ground opened with an artillery bombardment. Leo's flying allies moved to intercept the drone swarm, while the fire genome recovered from his effort. While he could draw on an enormous power reserve, it needed time to replenish itself. With the shield down, the other groups moved to action. A flash of green light illuminated the darkness to the east, Nidhogg undergoing his transformation. The green genome metamorphosed into a colossal, kilometers-long serpent with human skulls for scales. The monster slithered towards the city, his venom melting stone while his own forces followed. Purple blinking lights popped up all over Sarajevo as Ace teleported small groups across the city. Explosions shook Sarajevo to the west, the shining night having entered the city. While no heavy hitter, the charismatic leader of men led her troops personally in battle, her heavy green armor shrugging lasers while she cut robots with her bright energy sword. Her contingent was by far the largest, providing almost half of the genomes participating. Most were the defenders of a democratic state rising from Germany's ashes, the new Republic of Bavaria. Mechron had destroyed their home once, and now they would see justice done. Having recovered, Leo flew into the city, followed by the Cossack and some caped fellow. Their allies had cleared a path ahead, engaging the drone swarms, but faced heavy resistance. The towers unleashed hundreds of lasers in all directions, cutting genomes and buildings alike, while artillery bombardments from the defensive turrets destroyed almost every ruined building still standing. And of course, Mr. Wave couldn't help but brag. The show-off had moved in the middle of a robot-crowded street, hands raised. "Can you feel fear, robots?" The robots had opened fire mid-speech, but lasers and bullets harmlessly phased through the red genome. "Because Mr. Wave feeds on tears, Mr. Wave vanished, his wavelength body turning into a deadly laser moving at light speed. Before Leo knew it, his teammate had carved a path through the robots, cutting the machines in half merely by moving through them. Meanwhile, the werewolf siblings were busy tearing apart a tank with their bare claws, leading a pack of monsters. The caped fellow charged at one of the metal towers and brought it down by going through it. The other flyers spread to support the ground forces, while Leonard and Cossack moved towards Mechron's fortress. The enormous base's walls opened, waves of jetpack-powered robots flying towards them, armed with heavy rifles. They immediately fired a volley of black projectiles at the duo, forcing them to spread out. Though they moved slowly, the robots' bullets powered through any matter, absorbing anything close to them. Gravity rifles. Leonard had faced a few in previous engagements, and one had almost torn his core apart. He suspected Mechron had specifically designed the weapon to kill energy-based genomes like him. Leonard retaliated with plasma beams, while the Cossack hit the machines with his shoulder cannon. Both sides aimed with deadly accuracy and moved around with grace. The machines dodged with inhuman dexterity and reflexes, while the genomes had speed on their side. Guided by Pythia's network, Leonard entered some kind of trance, his body moving on its own. It was as if a primal instinct had taken over, shutting down his conscious mind and leaving only a battle program. He became no different than the machines he fought. No, Leo realized. He was different from these machines. Pythia's network let each individual keep their free will, yet allowed people from different backgrounds and who had nothing in common to cooperate for a common cause. Their army was united in its diversity, while Mecron's machines were mindless copies, soulless slaves to a despot who considered free will as a disease, rather than something to be cherished. And at some point, Pythia's network began to outperform Mecron's robotic hive mind. Leonard hit one robot, then two, then three. The numbers kept climbing, but the genome's view had been reduced to blasts, black bullets, and burning metal. 50, 70. When will they learn? The Cossack asked, bombarding drones with his shoulder cannon. Leo assisted him with plasma blasts, the two wingmates coordinating their assault with perfect synchronization. Pythia's network even allowed them to hear each other over the explosions, as astonishing as it sounded. And yet, in spite of their impressive resistance, more robots kept coming. There was something terrifying in fighting these machines. Humans and animals could feel fear, fleeing lost battles, often hesitating before attacking or attempted to communicate. But not Mecron's robots. They felt no remorse, didn't make a sound, and never retreated. Leo fought an unrelenting tide of steel that just wanted him dead. Still, the battle seemed to be going well for them. The Shining Knight's troops held the line on the western side, while Nidhogg had reached the city, toppling buildings and crushing a laser tower under his sheer weight. The corpses of Mecron's undead cyborgs were absorbed by the giant reptile on contact, regenerating his biomass lost to the enemy's energy weaponry. Once transformed, Nidhogg was almost unstoppable, a juggernaut fueled by death. His troops followed in his wake, genomes modified with cybernetic or biological implants. Like remoras supporting a larger shark, they mostly stuck to defending their leader from smaller drones threatening to swarm him. The plan was to have the reptilian titan destroy the defensive towers and then breach Mecron's fortress with his acid spit, though the rogue genius might have a trick up his sleeve. As it turned out, he had two. The red genome noticed movement near Mecron's fortress, holes opening inside the two circles making up the base's infinity shape. Two enormous rockets, the size of skyscrapers, emerged from the ground, flying towards the heavens at incredible speed. The Kujata and the Bahamut had been launched. Leo immediately raced after them, unleashing a plasma beam at the Kujata. A force field around the rocket negated his attack, and though it briefly shorted out, the two orbital weapons continued their ascent. If they get too far. Leonard couldn't finish his sentence, blasting a path through the flying robots. They weren't even fighting to win, but to delay. If, the Cossack replied with laconic wit, flying after the Kujata at full speed. The G-force involved would have crushed any normal pilot, but the vigilante powered through, catching up to the satellite. He was a man who believed in actions over words. Leonard pursued the Bahamut, intending to crash into it and bypass its force field when a roar echoed from behind him. The red genome turned around as a monster emerged from the fortress. The creature looked like some kind of biomechanical European dragon. The 10 meters tall reptile had wings similar to solar sails, its red scales mixed with black machinery covering the chest, the head, and the claws. Its yellow, reptilian eyes glared at the red genome, betraying a hint of intellect. What the hell was that, a biomechanical war machine? Leonard didn't have time to fight it, or the Bahamut may escape Earth's orbit. As if to answer his thoughts, the dragon pointed at Leonard with both its hands, the claws shining with crimson energy. A crushing force took over the living sun and forced him down. Much to his surprise, Leonard ended up crashing towards the ground, an invisible hand dragging him away from the Bahamut. Though he was more skilled with plasma and fire, Leonard could manipulate his own gravity. While he mostly used it to fly, he had learned a few other tricks. Manipulating his gravity field, he managed to collapse the effect, bringing him down, returning to the fight. "What was that?" Leonard asked out loud, pursuing the dragon. "A gravity well, gravity control," Pythia said as the dragon roared back. "It's a red." Leonard thought he had misheard for a moment. What? But only humans? Until now. Mecron's power covered multi-agent systems, from artificial intelligences to nanotech constructs. His MO was to create AI dedicated to the creation of new technologies, allowing him to make breakthroughs in specialties outside his own. Mecron was the most dangerous kind of genius, the one who could make more. But to think he had uncovered the secret of elixirs, the rogue genius couldn't be allowed to escape. No matter what, gathering up plasma in his core, Leonard fired a deadly beam at the creature. Though it moved at supersonic speed, the monster couldn't outspeed light. But as it turned out, it didn't need to. Instead, it turned its own gravity crush ability on empty air, creating a miniature black hole the size of a fist. The phenomenon absorbed the dragon into itself before disappearing, the ion beam hitting nothing but air. Damn, did it use gravity to create a wormhole or something? Whatever the case, it had fulfilled its mission in delaying Leonard. The Cossack had somehow managed to bring down the Kujata, the satellite's wreckage crashing on Sarajevo's streets, but the Bahamut had become a faint light point in the skies. Shit! 73% chance that the Bahamut opens fire on Sarajevo once online, according to Calculator. Pythia warned. Increasing by 1 point every 10 minutes. Had Mecron grown desperate enough to fire at his own base, it wasn't about winning anymore. Leonard turned towards the heavens, ready to pursue the satellite even into the dark reaches of space if needed, when Pythia's voice interrupted him. "No, don't. Hit the fortress and reach Mecron. Kill him before he pulls the switch. The odds are better. But the satellite will." "Something worse is coming." Leonard froze. "What do you mean?" "If his fortress isn't annihilated soon, Mecron will somehow kill everyone in Sarajevo," Pythia said, her composure breaking into genuine fear. "Destroy the bunker at all costs. What's waiting for me inside? I don't know." Her words turned haunting. "I only see black. It's all black." Leo braced himself for battle and flew at Mach speed through the fortress metal walls. Mecron was waiting deep down. Chapter 41. Past Fragment. The darkness beyond. Where could Mecron be hiding, smashing through blast doors and steel walls? Leonard Hargraves felt something wrong in the atmosphere. Space itself bending and twisting. Something created powerful magnetic fields inside the base, tearing apart the very fabric of reality. As he had thought, Mecron's fortress also counted as a particle accelerator. Did the genius activate it? For what purpose? How could it help repel the army at his door? "Pythia, where do I go?" Leonard asked, but he only heard psychic static. Whatever happened inside the fortress interfered with the telepathic contact. He was on his own. Leonard eventually made his way into the fortress collider, a closed circuit of steel inside which particles moved at an astonishing speed. A stream of unknown blue energy raced through the superstructure, the red genome entering it like a fish swimming inside a river. He didn't identify the particles inside the collider. Perhaps they were undiscovered by modern science, or not native to Earth's reality. Much to his surprise, Leo started to see things inside the stream. Bluish phantoms of strange, inhuman figures composed of raw data, blinking in and out of existence. These mirages never settled in one shape, constantly changing. What was going on? The living sun could tell the ambient energy focused in one place at the facilities center, the point where the two loops making up the infinity symbol joined. He followed the blue stream towards its end point, eventually crashing through more steel walls. The blue stream leaked out behind him, dispersing into fine particles. Leo's crash course ended at the very core of the fortress, a command center straight out of H.R. Giger's nightmares. The entire room looked like a Gothic cathedral of steel, whose walls were alive. Veins of metal coursed through them, pumping the building with thick black oil. The structure seemed capable of breathing, while coiled tin spines formed the pillars keeping the roof. Eye-like screens projected images of the battle outside, while loudspeakers screamed warnings. 6 giant, biomechanical brains the size of elephants formed a circle around a tiny blue spot floating in the midst of an energy pillar, the focal point of the entire superstructure. Each of the brains were protected from the outside world by reinforced glass tanks and connected by thick wires. Leo guessed they were biomechanical supercomputers, housing the AIs piloting their master's entire war effort. Mechron was there, standing on a platform below the blue spot. The wizened old man wore nothing but simple white clothes and needed a black cane to walk. He was the only creature of flesh in this ghastly Ironheart, giving orders to his AI servants in Bosnian. Transfer all data to the backup base. Mechron's voice sounded so calm, so small, so human. Activate all remaining units outside and open the gate. Data transfer initiated. A robotic voice answered through loudspeakers. Warning, dimensional coordinates incomplete, high degree of instability expect. Don't care if we destroy Sarajevo, open the gate. Mechron suddenly noticed Leonard, who had his palm raised at the man. Now that he could take a good look at the genius face, the living son realized that the battle had taken its toll on him too. Already past his 70s, Mechron seemed like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes were blackened by fatigue, his hands shaking with stress. He looked so normal. He didn't wear a costume, nor was he a larger-than-life, charismatic Dark Lord. Mechron was a mere man, straight out of a retirement home, one who had killed millions, perhaps billions. And yet, he looked so very tired of it all. Broken by a decade of endless warfare, the living son's hand wavered. "Make your shot count," Mechron said, glaring bitterly at Leonard. "You won't get another." Instead of blasting him, Leonard Hargraves stared at the hateful dictator straight in the eyes. "Are you happy, Mechron?" he asked in Bosnian. The question took the genius aback. "Are you happy living like this?" Leonard asked. While he didn't unleash any plasma blast, he kept his hand raised. Pythia would flay him alive if she knew. Alone in a bunker, surrounded by machines, killing people left and right. "Was that your wish? Are you happy living like this?" The fortress shook while the genius mulled the question over. He looked away before focusing back on Leonard. "No," Mechron admitted, sounding exhausted. "No, I'm not." "Then why won't you stop?" "Why do you care?" the genius snapped back. Because I want to believe human life should be cherished. Even yours. I will kill you if I must, but call me naive. If there is the slightest chance of ending this by the book, I want to try it." Leonard paused, trying to find his words. "I don't know what made you what you are, but you must realize deep down that hurting other people won't help." He did. Leonard could see it painted all over his face. "Please surrender peacefully," the living son asked. "Tell your machines to stand down, and we will give you a fair hearing. Nobody else has to die, not even you. You started this, and you can end it." Mechron's expression suddenly morphed from sadness to wrath. "I didn't start anything," the man snarled, his voice dripping with venom. Anger bottled up for years roared to the surface. "You did. The Serbians murdered my sons at Srebrenica, and you people just watched. If you want this war to end, then stop getting in my way." Leonard got his answer in the man's intense, hateful gaze. He would never stop. It didn't matter how many had to die to fuel the fire burning within him. It was an inferno that could never be extinguished. This bitter, hateful man would never stop until he had brought the whole world to its knees. A demon born of war. Leonard regretfully opened fire. A crimson force field activated around the rogue genius, deflecting a stream of plasma. Metal and electrical devices around Mechron melted, but the warlord remained completely unharmed. Similar fields protected the giant brains, protecting them from danger. Leonard flew towards the genius, intending to smash through the force field and end Mechron's life. A roar echoed at his left, a wormhole opening. The biomechanical dragon from last time emerged from it, claws raised at the living sun. A powerful gravitational force pushed Leonard against a steel wall, sending him crashing against mechanical panels. The dragon kept the gravitational force active, attempting to break the red genome's heart core apart. It could have been beautiful. A new Eden. Mechron's face twitched in anger. I could have eradicated diseases, solved world hunger, brought peace, increased life expectancy, everything automated, everything would have been perfect. The rogue genius raised his cane at Leonard, gritting his teeth in impotent rage. If it hadn't been for you. He hit the ground with his cane, his hands shaking. If it hadn't been for people like you, I could have saved the world. Look through your window, Mecron, Leo replied angrily, trying to break free of the battle beast's gravitational field. You didn't save the world, you killed it. You're living among the dead. The genius visibly flinched, his fingers clenching around his cane. By now, he was so furious he couldn't make coherent sentences. If politicians had any imagination, I wouldn't have fed all the killing data, had to make them stop. They never listened, couldn't understand. Leonard ignored that maniac and blasted the biomechanical dragon with plasma. The creature's scales and flesh melted away, leaving only mechanical implants and seared bones. Yet astonishingly, it kept moving and didn't release the pressure. Meanwhile, the blue sphere started expanding inside the energy pillar, turning into some kind of energy lens. A spatial anomaly leading into a place of bright blue light. When Leonard looked at this reality tier, he felt something brush against his mind. He thought it was Pythia for a second, before realizing the telepathic signal came from the spatial anomaly. Images formed inside the living son's mind, like in the blue stream. Vivid pictures of his childhood in Hackney, surrounded by criminality. Of his first day in the London Fire Department, helping a family evacuate from a burning building. Of finding the strange box in the mail and the crimson potion within. Of the day he and Alice founded the carnival. "What is this?" Leonard asked, mesmerized by the portal and the images it sent him. Even the burned dragon stopped attacking, entranced by whatever power came from beyond this blue wormhole. "The Akashic Records," Mecron muttered, his eyes widening in triumph. "The Universal Compendium. All data, all information, all knowledge, all intent and emotions, it all comes from this place. The source of blue powers, of all geniuses' knowledge, a blue world of pure intellect." Mecron raised his cane at the portal, his fury replaced with excitement. "It's all here. All the world's secrets, everything that can fix it. It's all here." He turned his back on the red genome, chuckling to himself. "Even you must see its beauty." The mental stream of image continued, but instead of showing pictures of Leo's own life, they shifted to stranger sights. Of alien worlds covered in massive oceans, ruled by fish-like creatures, of supernovas illuminating the darkness of space. "With it, I can begin again," Mecron boasted. "Fix everything. Once I get there, I will know everything." Leonard looked at the blue with divine fascination until he spotted a tiny taint of blackness. The telepathic signal instantly ended, the pictures turning black. The screens in the facility turned red and the loudspeakers changed their tune. "Warning! Anomaly detected. Warning! Anomaly detected. Warning! Unknown dimension converging." The blue hole seemed consumed from within by darkness. Black spots slowly grew from within the blue portal, tainting it entirely. The room seemed to freeze over, the temperature dropping at an alarming rate. Even Mecron had no idea what was happening. It's not the blue world. It's somewhere else. Within seconds, the blue star had turned into a black hole, a sphere of darkness from which no light could escape. It wasn't a door to a dimension of pure information, but one of void and nothingness. "It's all black," Mecron muttered, gazing into the abyss, and then the abyss gazed back. A pulse of darkness erupted from the portal, vaporizing the dragon, the artificial brains, and most of the room. Mecron barely had the time to scream as his force field vanished and the void devoured him. Leonard felt the dragon's gravitational field disappear, only to have his own overwhelmed by darkness too. An alien force threatened to consume him, the way a black hole ate a star. Something was looking at them from the other side. The dark gaze was peeling Mecron layer by layer, like an onion. Skin, flesh, bones, and then working its ways down. Within the seconds, the genius had been erased from existence, his atoms torn asunder and annihilated. Without his heart core keeping his body whole through a powerful gravitational field, Leonard would have suffered the same fate. Even now, he felt the outer layers of his solar body disintegrating, its molecules annihilated into nothingness. The sustained gaze of this thing would tear him apart in minutes, destroying his heart core as it did with Mecron. His human mind simply couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. A shape vaguely reminding Leo of an eye, surrounded by a cloud of dark, empty space. A sentient hole in reality, a living darkness that devoured light instead of being banished by it. A colossal entity, so powerful, so almighty, that it destroyed their reality simply by looking at it. And it was trying to get in. The black portal slowly widened, the radius of the baleful gaze increasing. The entity behind the gate kept looking, unaware or perhaps uncaring of the damage it caused, if the particle accelerator continued expanding the portal. Mecron will somehow kill everyone in Sarajevo. As Pythia's words came to mind, Leonard immediately unleashed a stream of plasma at the portal. Flames as searing as a nuclear detonation. They quickly stopped to exist. They weren't absorbed by the hole or extinguished. They disappeared, leaving neither heat nor smoke behind. The dark force on the other side of the portal hadn't even noticed Leonard's counterattack. Its mere presence erased his flames. Compared to this entity, the living sun looked like an ant trying to attack an elephant. If he couldn't destroy the portal directly, what could Leonard do? If he did nothing, this thing would erase him from existing within minutes, and then do the same with the fortress. The particle accelerator's destruction would probably cause the portal to implode, but Sarajevo would be wiped out. The particle accelerator's destruction. If Leonard could sufficiently damage the fortress, he could collapse the portal before it could grow larger. But the explosion needed, it might cost him his life. Leonard thought about the hundreds of people outside. Heroes fighting to make a difference in this bleak, devastated world. Friends like Pythia with families at home, soldiers trying to rebuild a kind, democratic civilization. Good people. Leonard didn't hesitate. He gathered all his remaining energy, calling upon whatever power fueled his heart core and caused his heart core to implode on itself. His body turned white, his radiance incinerating the room. The black hole absorbed most of the heat, but not all of it, as they say. He muttered, staring defiantly at the darkness beyond. Better to go out with a bang rather than a whimper. His last thought towards his comrades outside, the living sun went supernova. Leonard's light consumed the world in a cataclysmic explosion, and the darkness returned from whence it came. Darkness, it was all darkness. A pitch-black nothingness. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't smell, couldn't taste. He could barely think. He felt cold. He felt numb, and more than anything, he felt alone. Was this death? Had the darkness beyond that portal been the afterlife? Or maybe it was all a hallucination, his brain's last hurrah before the final end. He had never truly believed in any god or afterlife. He thought he would just vanish, cease to exist. Compared to an eternity in the dark, it would have been a mercy. He had always lived through others, as far as he could remember. He might have looked like the sun, but he never felt warm when alone. So he had filled the void with his fellow human beings, their happiness becoming his own. Loneliness had always scared him more than death. Now he was alone with his thoughts, alone with his regrets. He would never have a wife, never have children. He hadn't written that urban fantasy book he always said he would. He would never return to London and see the people he left behind. He would never get to make up with certain friends whom he had parted with on bad terms. He would never avenge the Costas or bring Augustus to justice. He would never know if his sacrifice had made a difference. So many things left unfinished. But he was okay with it. He had tried. He had done his best. He saw light in the darkness. He felt like driving a car to the end of a long tunnel, though he couldn't see what was beyond the exit. Was it heaven? Was it the last door? Were the Christians right or the Muslims? The Hindus or the Buddhists? All of them or none at all? He didn't know, but whatever awaited him beyond, he could live with it. He entered the light. Leonard opened his eyes. Instead of facing angels, he could only see a white ceiling. He had returned to his frail human form, though with some changes. His black skin was somehow hairless now, and all his muscles felt sore. His dark eyes struggled to adapt to the light, though he noticed two people looking over him. "Easy, Leo." The roguish teleporter Ace smiled down on her friend. "You come back from hell itself. Good to see you awake, sir." Stitch said. This strange genome always wore a plague doctor outfit, to the point Leonard had never seen how he looked underneath. "You had us worried." "Where?" The living son's eyes acclimated enough to allow him to see. He seemed to be in some kind of hospital, laying on a bed and hooked to machinery. Clearly, death hadn't claimed him yet. "Visoko," Stitch answered. "A few dozen kilometers from Sarajevo. We evacuated here after the battle." "We won." Ace beamed with happiness. "We won, Leo. We fucking won." "How long was I?" Leonard struggled to form words. His throat felt dry and sore. "How long was I out?" 3 days, Stitch answered. "And Mekron's fortress? It's all gone, a crater of molten steel and glass." Ace smiled at him, happy to see her friend alive. "You blew up that place good." "Truth be told, we believed that you had perished in the explosion," Stitch said dryly. "Me too," Leo replied with the same tone. Ace elbowed the plague doctor for his insensitivity before looking back at Leo. "We found your core in the wreckage, reduced to a white sphere the size of a hand. It took days for your power to recreate your body, even with Sidekick's help. Sarajevo has been taken, though the city lies in ruins," Stitch explained. "Shining Knight and her group are busy destroying the last surviving robots, but the production factories have been dismantled. The genome wars have ended. It was the end." The words took a weight off Leonard's shoulder. He had originally co-founded the carnival with Pythia to fight dangerous genomes and help mankind recover from the wars. Mekron had been the greatest threat to all of humanity, and now he was gone. It had taken almost 10 years, but maybe mankind would finally rise back from the old world's ashes. And through some miracle, Leo had lived through it all. Maybe he should reconsider some of his beliefs. After having seen that creature beyond the portal and his near-death experience, he wondered if religions were onto something. Stitch cleared his throat. However, Leo repeated. "The Bahamut is now in orbit deep in space, far beyond our reach," the plague doctor said. "The Cossack tried to bring it down, even breaking half his bones from the G-force, but he wasn't fast enough." "Who cares?" Ace asked, far more optimistic. "There's no one left to activate it." "Some of Mekron's bases remain," Stitch replied with pessimism. "And while our foe and his allies are all dead, there's no guarantee nobody else could find a way to hack into the satellite. I believe we will live to regret that failure." "The evil that men do lives after them," Leonard quoted, looking back at the white, lifeless ceiling. Was the Bahamut looking down on them far above their heads? "The good is oft interred with their bones." Was that from Shakespeare, sir? "I don't know," Leo admitted. "I only ever memorized the famous quotes. I thought it would make me sound smarter. It doesn't." Ace chuckled, though her smile didn't reach her eyes. Something weighed on her mind. "By the way, he's dead, right? As in no last-minute escape or a clone hidden somewhere. Mekron is really dead." The memory of the genius disintegration flashed in Leonard's mind, much to his unease. "Yes," he said grimly, though his allies let out a relieved sigh. "He is dead for good, and I don't think he will come back from that." The memory still sent shivers down Leonard's spine. There had been no malice or benevolence in this entity's actions, only curiosity. That godlike being had simply noticed the breach and looked through, the same way a child did through a keyhole. Leo could have just easily switched places with Mekron, had he been less lucky. No, he shouldn't think like that. He had been given a new chance at life, and he would spend it looking forward rather than back. Though if creatures so powerful were out there, waiting, how many casualties? Leonard asked, trying to fend off the existential dread with down-to-earth news. 1 out of 4, Stitch replied. It was a good day. Jesse died, Ace replied with a frown, much less optimistic. Her brother is heartbroken. I think he'll retire. The news saddened Leonard Hargraves. Due to regularly picking fights with the most dangerous genomes, the carnival experienced a lot of turnovers, losing people in almost every engagement. Leonard had buried far too many good people. Mr. Wave, Pythia. Mr. Wave is, well, you know him. He's boasting about his killer robot kill count to everyone who will listen. Ace's expression harshened. Pythia, though, She glanced at another hospital bed, Leo following her gaze. His eyes widened in horror at what he found. Alice was in a bed near his own, heavily sedated and linked to intravenous medical devices. Her skin had turned pale as death, and her gaze was empty, lifeless. "Alice!" Leonard attempted to rise from his bed, but lacked the strength to lift himself up. Ace put a hand on his chest with a frown to force him back to his bed. "Shit. Hey, calm down," Ace said with a frown. "You're still sick, and you can't do anything for her." "She's been like this since the battle's end, sir," Stitch explained with clinical coldness. Her symptoms fit those of extreme brain damage. She overtaxed her power, Leo realized with sadness. He had warned her, but she had been willing to risk it all. Maybe she had always known it would end this way. The plague doctor nodded. Nidhogg could cure her if given time. He said that considering her pivotal role in today's victory, it was only natural he helped her recover. Leonard shivered. "Considering the man's methods, we need to warn her husband and son. It's their choice, not ours." "I already called them." Ace shook her head. "Poor Matthias." "Miss Martle left something for you, sir." Stitch handed Leonard a USB key. "I apologize for the indiscretion, but we already took a look." "What does it contain?" Leonard asked with a frown. "Precognitive analysis of the next few years," Stitch explained. Calculator and her compiled a database of the greatest threats to human civilization before the battle. "I believed Pythia anticipated her fate and wished to help us beyond that point." "I suppose Augustus is on the list?" Leonard asked, his tone turning venomous. He had been given a second chance to see justice done, and he wouldn't waste it. "Yes," Ace nodded, her expression turning grim. "But someone else has taken the top spot." This surprised Leonard. Who could be more dangerous than an invincible, megalomaniacal warlord? "Who?" "Some psycho called Bloodstream," Stitch explained. "According to the data, there is a high chance that he will cause an extinction event in 2017 if not slain beforehand. Something about his daughter dying, I think," Ace added with a frown. "You will have to wait for Augustus, Leo." "That psycho comes with a time limit." Leonard looked at the USB key, wondering what grim prophecies it held. Bloodstream. Chapter 42, Progress made. Genome parties were always fun, but the aftermath sucked. When he returned home to Jamie's place, Ryan found it in ruins. The floor had been buried underneath beer bottles, pizza boxes, trash, and stuff, best left forgotten. Someone had drenched the sofa in a suspicious fluid, and while DJ Brain had survived the apocalypse, a partygoer drew a smiley face on the vat's surface. Even with repeated time stop, it was a struggle to clean up the mess. Ryan was still working on it by the evening. "Faster, slave!" Ryan's cruel taskmaster, Lanka, sat on a chair while he cleaned up the sofa with a mop. Kai-Young's rats looked at the both of them like viewers watching a comedy movie. "I want to see this sofa shine enough to sit my ass upon." "Do you want me to clean your royal butt too while I'm at it, your majesty?" Ryan deadpanned. "No, thank you, I already did my part," she replied. "You're the one who skipped town all morning." "You're just mad I was invited to the big guy's table," he mocked her back before hearing his cell phone bleep in his pocket. He took a break from his dirty work to check a message from Jasmine. "Jas, love. How do you want your armor?" Ryan started typing his answer. "Plushy Tamer, have you played Fallout?" "Jas, love. Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Tactics, or Van Buren, Plushy Tamer. You didn't mention Brotherhood of Steel, Jas, love. That game never existed, and I'll kill anyone who says otherwise, Plushy Tamer. Good answer." "Fallout 2, America for the Enclave, Jas, love, figured. You're going to look great killing muties. Plushy Tamer, you and I and my big plasma cannon? Jas, love, keep it loaded. Might give it a good polish if you behave." "You're texting your girlfriend during work, Blabbermouth," Lanka said while looking over his shoulder, grinning upon seeing the sender. Wait, it's Vulcan's number?" "Jealous?" Ryan asked before putting the cell phone in his pocket. "I'm glad you didn't commit suicide by going after Livia, but Vulcan? Mad respect. She's totally going to shoot you one day, but your bravery shall be remembered." "Technically, she already did shoot him." "Well, I had to work for both of us since you couldn't get a date." Lanka grinned, sipping a beer. "Where do you think these fluids came from?" Ryan looked at the sofa, then at the mop, and finally at Lanka, whose grin grew wider. You know what? I paid my debt to society, he said, tossing the mop at his flatmate's face. Clean your mess yourself. Hey, you lazy ass, get back here, she complained, trying to get the sticky mop off her face. Ryan ignored her, moving towards the stereo to unplug his brain in a jar. Kai-young's rats left for the kitchen and trailed a towel back to the sofa with their mouths, intending to clean it up themselves. Their mistress was still holed up in her room with her boyfriend, but she might emerge from their lair sometime soon. Jamie hadn't believed he had been promoted at first until Livia herself called him to confirm it. After a moment of silence, the swordsman had retired to his room with Kai-young to discuss it, but they had been alone for 3 hours by now. Ryan was pretty sure there wasn't a lot of talking involved in this private celebration. When Jamie and Kai-young returned to the living room, the rats had cleaned the sofa enough for Lanka to slouch on it. The couple was so close they were almost touching, and Chitter had recovered from yesterday's breakdown. In fact, she looked so happy that Ryan thought she might ascend to heaven on the spot. Something big happened, the courier said, as he separated the loudspeakers from the brain in a jar. I can tell. What's up? Lanka asked with an eyebrow raised. Besides changing your names to Mr. and Miss Mercury? Kai-young exchanged a glance with her man, who nodded slowly. Jamie finally proposed, she told Lanka, giddy with joy. Her friend blinked. No way, congratulations. Ryan said with a thumb up while the rats clapped with their tiny hands. You should tell everyone. And you accepted? Lanka asked Kai-young a stupid question. Of course I said yes, she chuckled. I want you to be the bridesmaid, Lanka. Me. For the first time since Ryan met her, the ex-marauder looked speechless and flustered. But I don't know shit about weddings. You will do well, Kai-young replied with a warm smile, though it wavered a little. Felix would have been Jamie's best man, but I don't think he will come. I will ask Mercury to be the best man, Jamie declared. I owe my whole life to him. If he hadn't raised me up, I would still be some piss-poor orphan selling scraps. Now I will do my best to honor his name. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call you boss now, Lanka said with a wide grin. If anyone deserves that job, it's you, Jamie. I still can't believe it's happening, Zanbato replied, torn between joy, pride, and anxiety. He looked so adorable when unsure of himself. Me, a street rat, ascending to the rank of an Olympian, becoming a Kaporjime. It's imposter syndrome. Ryan told the swordsman. It's like sanity, fake it until you make it. Yeah, I suppose, Jamie replied, though he clearly had a long way to go. Still, it's so big, beyond all the responsibilities, and sitting at the Olympians' table, I will have all the division's resources to call upon. Millions, billions in cash. You still plan to invest in soccer games? Lanka asked. We haven't had a national cup since the Genome Wars, Jamie replied, his voice brimming with passion. Dynamis keeps a tight grip on sports with their Dynacup, but the slums have so many talented people. Nobody will give them a chance but us. I'm sure one of them can be the new Maradona. You should give to charity, develop detox centers, hospitals. Kai-young looked at Ryan. Even rebuild that orphanage the Metagang trashed. You should start with all of Rust Town. Ryan shrugged. That place is the most miserable I've seen, and that includes radioactive wastelands. Much to his surprise, Jamie actually seemed to take his suggestion to heart. That's not a bad idea, he admitted, looking at Kai-young. What do you think? You should know, she replied before glancing at Ryan. You have seen the Olympians. Do you think they would mind? Ryan gave the question some thought. At the end of the day, Lightning Butt didn't seem to care about money. He only craved power and respect. As long as Jamie followed orders and didn't interfere with the other divisions, Augustus probably wouldn't give a damn if he used funds to create orphanages or charities. Neptune and Livia seemed more interested in developing the family's empire, and they would probably approve the initiative if only to develop goodwill. As for Mars and Venus, he didn't get much of a read on them. Bacchus, however, I think they would be open to the idea. Ryan admitted with a caveat, as long as it doesn't interfere with the Bliss business. That was the real problem. The couple's mood instantly worsened, and they exchanged a silent glance. Kai-young didn't give up, though. If you could talk to Livia about it? Moi, Ryan replied, a little surprised. She seems to hold you in high esteem from what I've heard, Jamie said. News traveled fast. But be careful around her. She's the apple of her father's eye, and he doesn't take disrespect lightly. Don't worry, Vulcan got to him first, Lanka said, laughing when Ryan glared at her. You ratted me out. He glanced at the mice in the room. Sorry, some of my best friends are tiny rodents. I had a feeling something would happen between you two, Kai-Jung smiled warmly. The tension was palpable. I'm so glad you found someone. Jamie declared, warmly putting a hand on Ryan's shoulder. I don't know if it will last, but I hope she can make you happy. Well, I will retire before you give me diabetes, the courier replied, carrying his brain in a jar to the garage. When he left the main room, the trio were discussing the wedding's date and logistics. Thankfully, the garage had been locked up during the party, and Ryan's car was spared from the guests' attention. If Lanka had used his backseat for her vile, sticky deed, the time traveler might have gone on a suicide run out of rage. 30 minutes later, the courier had plugged back the brain in its place. He opened the door and sat at the driver's seat, putting on the chrono radio. Instead of funny alternate universe songs, a faint voice came out of it. Hi, Riri. Ryan remained still, checked if the garage door was closed, and finally increased the sound. Len, is that you? Why, yes, it's me. I don't bother you. No, it's fine. I just had to confirm it. He had to ask since it was unlike her to make the first move. We haven't spoken for days. Yes, She stopped, not sure what to say. The awkwardness was almost palpable. Ryan decided to spare her further embarrassment. How are the kids? They're still getting used to the place, but they love it. We played games, board games. She marked a short pause, trying to find her words. Sarah said you would love them. Are you inviting me? Maybe. Well, that was a big leap forward. Maybe their friendship wasn't wrecked beyond repair, or the kids' presence helped Len recover from her self-imposed isolation. Vulcan contacted me about the Metagang. Len changed the subject. I think you should know. I followed their submarine to a hidden tunnel leading below the city. Towards the bunker. Ryan put his hands on the wheel. Have you told Vulcan? No, I thought I should tell you first. Riri, is this true what I heard on the news? You attacked Dynamis with Vulcan? To borrow one of their suits, Ryan replied, putting his hands on the warm, soft cashmere sleeves. It was a date, sort of. Len didn't answer. The line turned into static, with Ryan wondering if she was shocked, sad, or just lost the connection. Shorty, I'm happy for you. She's better than the others. Another pause. You deserve to find happiness. Something in her voice broke Ryan's heart. Shorty, does she know? No, I didn't tell her. He glanced out of the window and at the garage's cold walls. It always ends the same way. While he genuinely enjoyed Jasmine's company, Ryan wouldn't hesitate to stand against the Augusti to achieve his perfect run. Though she didn't seem loyal to Augustus, Vulcan also had a fiery temper, enough to try murdering the courier in a previous loop. In spite of his best intentions, they might end up on opposite sides, and almost all his relationships ended up undone at the end of a loop. Getting too attached would only make the inevitable end more heartbreaking. I see, Len said, clearing her throat. But maybe not this time. Ryan's head perked up in interest. You found a solution. I think so, she said before asking him questions. You create your time stop by aligning your two selves, right? So for the 10 seconds duration, both time periods interact. I see where this is going. The courier said, his mood deflating. I've thought of using that period to send stuff in the past, but you can't send anything physical, even cats. I've checked. Physical time travel seemed to break some of the underlying laws of their universe, even by genome standards. Or if it could be done, you needed a unique, undiscovered violet power that Ryan couldn't replicate. But you can send signals, information like the chrono radio does. What are you getting at, Shorty? Sishak, he can overwrite minds, even transfer his own without physically changing the brain. He alters the brain waves and neural signals. Ergo, the physical storing space matters less than all the electrical reactions taking place every second. If we make a snapshot and send that information back to a perfectly compatible vessel, like their own nervous system, Ryan pondered her words. You want to send someone's consciousness back in time? The way you do, yes. It's a good idea, But besides the fact brains aren't exactly your area of expertise, how do you plan to copy a whole human mind, guide it through a temporal anomaly, and then have it transferred to their past self? A human brain had more than 1 million billion connections, collectively sending a quadrillion signals per second. Yes, she let out a sigh. I can only do one small part of the design, the navigation to guide the signal through the anomaly. You will need resources, I don't have to complete it. Other geniuses, more processing power, more time to figure it out. Of that, Ryan had aplenty. But you think it can be done? I can upgrade your chronoradio to send signals back to a target, she said. I already wrote the design down. I can send the plans to you. It's not that different from communicating through water or in hostile environments. It's harder, but it can be done. Do you think it can be completed in this loop? Ryan asked. Before everyone forgets, Len's silence was an answer all of its own. There. She cleared her throat. There's one place that may have the tech. Mechron's bunker. The Metagang will be there. With their current resources and intel, Ryan doubted he could defeat all the psychos in the base. He still hadn't figured out a way to get rid of Frank in particular, and Hannafat Lecter would certainly use hostages like last time. I can help, Len argued. You helped me defend the orphanage, so the least I can do is return the favor. If you die in front of me again. I can take care of myself, she replied with annoyance before noticing something. Again. Ryan didn't respond. His thoughts turned to his Dynamis loop and how acid rain had blown them up to Kingdom Come. Maybe you can ask the Augusti? Len proposed, running out of solutions. Ryan hesitated, considering the odds before reaching a decision. No, he said. No, absolutely not. And after seeing Lightning Butt in the flesh, Ryan couldn't give him access to Mechron's armory. The organization had good members, but the man at the top was a colossal dick. If he found Mechron's technology, Augustus would probably use it to sow death. He barely resisted the urge to kill with his current resources, and Mechron's weapons would only make him nastier. I don't like them, but once you have the design, I will have to restart afterward to avoid a disaster. Ryan replied, and you will forget me again. Don't think about me, Riri. Another pause. I don't want to be a burden. Not again was left unsaid, Ryan sighed. Just give me time to figure it out, he pleaded. Maybe Vulcan's armor would boost his power or a better option might present itself. Don't say anything about the meta or the bunker yet. All right. I'm here if you need anything. Thanks, Shorty. Len didn't answer. Instead, the chronoradio put on some melodramatic cyberpunk tunes. Len didn't fully understand the responsibility on Ryan's shoulder. He could spare everyone, find the perfect scenario with the best results. If he saved while on a suboptimal route, even to preserve their friendship, then all the consequences would be on him. Lives taken would be forever lost. The time traveler would have no excuse since he could have preserved them had he tried hard enough. And after giving the present situation some thought, Ryan had to admit the truth to himself. This loop was good. Very good. But it wouldn't be perfect. Chapter 43. The Ghost of Drug Island. Sitting around Vulcan's workbench in the depths of her lair, two genomes brainstormed around a sketch. For the past hour, they had struggled to solve one of the world's most important questions. Some would say the only question worth answering. How many guns could you fit into one power armor? It'll be better with rocket launchers, Ryan said, discussing his armor's design. Vulcan had chosen a design that fit the courier's body rather than an enormous mech, an exoskeleton rather than a tank. Two hidden switchblades below the arms, a big chest blaster, mounted turrets. The goal is to increase your power, not blow up half of Rome, Jasmine told him with a grin. Personally, I can settle for the Dynamis HQ. In that case, you will need a bigger laser. Vulcan scribbled on the design. Nuclear-powered. Let's call it the Chernobyl, Ryan said with a deadpan face. You think some of their genomes might survive it? Yes, but they will become radioactive. If the laser doesn't kill them, cancer will. Ryan looked at Jasmine with absolute respect. So cruel it becomes art. I know, she replied. Now that I think of it, I could actually design a cancer ray. That would be fucking nasty. It was such a fun date, spending quality time with his girlfriend designing weapons of mass destruction. Then again, the courier had spent most of the weekend at Jasmine's place, so the two had grown more familiar with each other. Jamie was too busy dealing with his new promotion, and while Dynamis hadn't yet delivered on its promised retaliations, Vulcan had all but ordered Ryan to lay low for a while. Well, as best as someone like the courier could. If your theory is correct, and all true genomes produce a red flux variant, then it should be possible to contain this hypothetical energy, even if we can't observe it. Jasmine brainstormed out loud while looking at the ceiling, both feet on the workbench. I mean, your plushie keeps a creature from this violet dimension sealed from what you told me. I wouldn't say sealed is the best term. Doesn't matter, it can still contain it and prevent its energy from leaking out, Jasmine interrupted him. If we combine both our technologies, then we could design something keeping this hypothetical violet flux energy inside you. Instead of dispersing the heat, we'll ramp it up. And in theory, this would increase the energy his power would be able to access. I love it when you talk dirty. I'm so fucking excited about this, Ryan. Jasmine was trembling from impatience. Much like Len and all geniuses Ryan had met, she felt happiest when doing mad science. We're going to discover the source of powers, change the whole world. Scratch that, we'll own it. If you could, would you change your power? Ryan asked innocently. Trade it for something else? Nah, I'm pretty glad to have mine. Hell, I wish I got it earlier, though I wonder how much my state of mind back then affected my power. Jasmine glanced at him strangely. You, Ryan sighed. I dunno. He admitted, I've hated and loved my power in equal measures, but now it's just part of who I am. I can't imagine myself without it. I get it, Vulcan replied, though frowning. You're a pretty private guy, you know that. Do you want to know my secret identity? You're asking me questions you don't want to ask yourself, and I don't like that, Jasmine replied. I ain't your psychiatrist, Ryan. In the end, everyone is on their own. I know, Ryan replied, his mood turning sour. But it would be nice to be able to count on someone else long-term. Close your eyes peacefully, knowing someone has got your back for life. I thought I had that once. Didn't work out. Jasmine pointed at her mech with her chin. The only things you can count on are those you made yourself. Yeah, Ryan felt the same way about his car. Do you know of the hedgehog's dilemma? What's that, a pet disease? Two hedgehogs seek to move closer and share heat during cold weather, but they cannot avoid hurting one another with their spines. They want to snuggle, but that would mean lowering their guard. Jasmine quickly caught on. Are you the hedgehog or am I? We both are. Well, that's fucking pessimistic, Jasmine replied. It's experience talking. Truth was, Ryan sincerely hoped that Jasmine's armor technology would produce results, that somehow things would be different this time. Maybe he was a fool, but the courier would never stop believing things could improve. He faced deadlines, though. Though he had lost many men, Hannafat Lecter was still toiling inside Mecron's bunker, and Ryan didn't see any way to evict him without casualties or revealing the base's existence. The best solution he had found was to recruit Shroud to invade the bunker, but the glass manipulator refused to move without his team's support, and Leo Hargraves wouldn't hit New Rome until next week. It could have happened differently, Ryan said. What? Your power, the courier said. It's not just the potion. It's part you, part random. His girlfriend frowned. What do you mean? If you give two different red elixirs to one person in the same circumstances, he won't get the same ability. If you give the same elixir to one person while he's afraid for his life or feeling safe, he will get a different power, though within the colors classification. Same if he's healthy, poisoned, or irradiated. You can't repeat an experience in the exact same circumstances. Jasmine replied, skeptical. Ryan could, and he did. At one point, the courier thought he might eventually find a way to replicate his power. But while he had learned a great deal about elixirs, he also learned it couldn't be done. Jasmine moved from her seat, grabbed a water bottle, and sat on Ryan's lap as if she owned the place. He responded by putting his arms around her waist. She was warm to the touch. But if I humor your theory, she said, putting her back against his chest. What you're saying is, if someone had gotten my elixir, they wouldn't have become a weapon genius. Ryan shook his head. And if you had received my elixir, you wouldn't have gotten my power. The elixir partly adapts itself to the person drinking it. And once the unique power has been assigned, nobody else can get the exact same one as yours. That was only true for the original elixirs, though. Makes sense. Augustus probably managed to use two without going crazy due to a unique genetic quirk, according to Dynamy's research. Jasmine rested her head on his shoulder, her face thoughtful. "How did you get yours?" "A friend found it among a batch of 3. I took mine while trying to get out of a hopeless situation." The real tragedy was Len, though. Shorty had won a power she would have loved under normal circumstances, but one that couldn't grant her dearest wish. "And you, darling?" "Stole it while trying to flee Libya," Jasmine said with a scowl. "If you think Italy was a shithole during the wars, then you haven't seen my homeland. Now Dynamys owns the oil field, and nobody controls anything else. It's all tribes and marauders killing each other. Can't be worse than Monaco." She raised an eyebrow, a little curious. "What's up in Monaco?" "Trust me." Ryan looked at her seriously. "No matter how desperate things get, don't go to Monaco." She chuckled at his confusing words. "Comb my hair." "What? Why?" "Because I ask you to, minion." Ryan chuckled playfully, raising Jasmine's hair and assembling it into a bun. The courier looked at the neural interface below them with interest. "Can you make a second one of these?" "Sure," she said. "I've got to admit it, though, it's not really my tech. It's Dynamy's." "Dynamy's?" "Hector has a decade-long project about downloading minds in new bodies to achieve immortality, scan a whole brain and transfer it into someone else's. I guess the man doesn't want his sons to inherit anytime soon. I always knew corporations would eventually find a way to trademark humanity. They can't, even if Hector would do that if he could. A brain is a complex thing, and it's double the complexity when you're a genome. So they need cloned bodies, which their creepy Dr. Tyranno can provide." Jasmine shrugged, before sipping from her water bottle. "That machine-human brain interface was one of their milestones. I'm not sure how far they have gotten since I left. And you managed to remake that device from memory." "While I'm a weapon genius, I'm also a genius, period." Jasmine was too modest to boast. "That's why I'm interested in your chronoradio's brain interface. My human reaction time can't entirely keep up with my armor while I use manual controls, but with a perfect interface." "A question crossed my mind," Ryan said. "What happens if we each wear an interface connected to the other's brain and then do child-unfriendly stuff?" She looked at him with a sly smirk, lightly kissing him. "We'll have to try for research purposes," the genius said before tossing her empty bottle away. Her boyfriend froze time to put it in the trash can. "But that will wait for later. It's almost time to go to Ischia Island. Do you think my cashmere suit will protect me from the radiation?" "No," she smirked at him, "but my mech will." A true winning team. Today was the Ischia Island Defense Perimeter Inspection, and while he wouldn't be allowed inside the Superlab itself, Narcinia had asked that Ryan come to visit. She probably felt quite lonely on that island. Strangely, though, Livia had given her permission and asked Vulcan to bring extra muscle. "I still don't get why the princess wants you to come, no offense," Jasmine said. "I don't get her either," Ryan admitted. He had the feeling Livia had her own agenda and played with her cards close to her chest. Curiosity about how their powers interacted couldn't explain everything about her behavior. "Do you know what her power is?" Vulcan shook her head. "She keeps it under wraps. All I know is that she's a pseudo-precognitive who can interact with alternate universes, but she doesn't advertise." Considering Ryan intended to destroy the island to settle his deal with Mr. See-Through, she didn't see very far. Vulcan hadn't received any tactical advice or warning in the loops where the junkyard raid went wrong either. Either Livia lied about her abilities, or she had some harsh limitations. "This inspection is a waste of time," Jasmine vented off. "That Superlab is almost as well defended as this armory, and my place isn't haunted. You would need an army to bring it down." Challenge accepted, and if Dynamys truly had a brain uploading project, Ryan would need to pay them a visit too. Len had already sent him the design of her communication system, though it was the equivalent of receiving a car's computerized parts while missing the engine, the wheels, and everything else. Now that he had seen Vulcan's armor design, Ryan had memorized it. If he could combine Len's tech with Jasmine's, hook it up with the chrono radio, and steal whatever brain scan dynamis had available. Maybe he wouldn't be alone anymore. For the first time in a long while, Ryan felt hope. The island of Ischia used to be a paradise once. A beautiful resort in the middle of Naples Bay, where tourists from all of Europe came to enjoy its thermal sources and fresh air. Somewhere along the way, the fabled paradise had turned into a hellhole. Ryan didn't know why Mecron had bombed this island, but he had done a pretty good job of it. Even more than 15 years after the deed, a purple miasma covered most of the area, a plague so toxic it had killed every life form there. Plants, animals, humans, the substance's toxicity and radioactivity had transformed the island into a graveyard. Thick iron walls equipped with wind turbines circled Ischia's coast, perhaps to prevent the miasma from reaching the mainland. The only part of the island with any sign of life whatsoever was the Castello Aragonese, a pre-Christ fortress. Built on a volcanic islet, the castle was connected to the island by a stone bridge, shattered yet never rebuilt. In stark contrast with the rest of the island, the castle's outer layers housed plant life. Overgrowth and crimson, alien flowers formed a ring around the fortress. Vulcan had spared no expense on the defenses either. Unmanned turrets covered the ancient stone walls, alongside automated anti-air defenses. Mooks in power armor kept watch over the facility, equipped with flamethrowers, miniguns, and rocket launchers. Ryan would need to do a suicide run to get past the perimeter. The Castello Aragonese had seen many masters come and go since its construction, from the Romans to the Kingdom of Naples. But the Augusti were the first to turn it into a drug lab. After she landed her mech on the outer wall, unbothered by the defenses, Ryan stepped out of it. Much to his surprise, the air was breathable, probably thanks to the mutant plants surrounding the lab. He found Livia waiting nearby, looking at the Mediterranean Sea with longing. Sparrow and Mortimer acted as her bodyguards. "Quick save, Vulcan, welcome," Livia politely greeted the newcomers while Vulcan emerged from her suit. Armored soldiers immediately checked on Ryan in case he had smuggled anything dangerous on the island. Well, more dangerous than usual. "I appreciate your punctuality." "We had to be in time for the group visit," Ryan deadpanned. "The poor Mortimer didn't get any free candy at the end," Mortimer complained. "I'm afraid you will not be allowed inside Quick Save," said Livia. "The inner workings of this facility are top secret for all but our elite members. Instead, you will stay outside and assist the staff in case we are attacked." "Can't I get a meth cook internship?" the courier asked. "No, but I'm sure Narcinia will show you the gardens when we are done." Livia replied before speaking to an empty spot. "Geist, please, don't be shy." A freezing wind blew on the outer walls, while a yellow, ectoplasmic skull the size of a house manifested above the group. A swirling vortex of colored dust and eldritch energies surrounded the leering apparition. "Hi, guys," but the ghost's small, casual voice was completely at odds with his sinister appearance. Nobody had reacted with shock either, perhaps because they lived in a world with far weirder things. "Somebody call the Ghostbusters," Ryan said. "We've got a ghost problem." "I'm Francois." The enormous skull replied casually, "Or Geist." "I prefer Casper the Ghost," Ryan said, Jasmine chuckling. "Also, your name is Francois, but you use a German nickname. You aren't one of these self-hating Frenchmen, right?" "I thought about using the Spectre, but James Bond got there first." "Your whole existence has a lot of terrible implications," Vulcan said. "Namely, it means there's a freaking afterlife." Personally, Ryan thought it was simply yellow elixirs being weird, but Casper seemed to agree with her. "Heaven is all yellow and golden, though I only got a glimpse." The ghost said, "I've been trying to get back in there, but so far the gates are barred. Hopefully, Father Torque will manage to exorcise me." "Have you tried suicide?" Ryan suggested. "I know it's not very Catholic, but maybe you can possess a corpse and then kill yourself again. If you try often enough, maybe it will stick." "I tried everything. Fire, ropes, nuclear detonation." The skull said nothing for a second. "Haven't done the last one," he admitted. "You won't," Livia said, her tone suddenly serious. "I won't allow it. The worst death is fire, though." Casper the Ghost argued, the skull shuddering. Cooked meat is so painful it makes you a vegetarian. The rope is the best suicide method by far, Ryan said. It's painful, but if you do it the right way, it gets weirdly enjoyable. Takes a lot of trying to get the handle on it, though. Only one suicide attempt out of 3 succeeds, Mortimer said with a morbid tone. I feel so bad for the other 2. Mortimer, don't encourage them, Sparrow chastised him. Geist, please be on the lookout for invaders, Livia declared, her voice silencing everyone. The odds aren't good today. I can perceive alternate realities from my point of view, but a lot of them have become dark lately. Dark as in, you switched out the lights, Jasmine deadpanned. Dark as in, I died in them. She said that with the same detachment as Quicksave himself. So fast I didn't see the cause. Well, that's ominous, Ryan said. I'll say it again. Vulcan brushed it off. Attacking this place is assisted suicide, Princess. We will put that boast to the test. Livia smiled before looking at Quicksave. We will meet again later. Jasmine followed the Auguste princess and her bodyguards as they walked inside the facility, leaving Ryan and Casper outside. The courier looked at the sea, a simple question on his mind. How could he blow this island up? Chapter 44, Return of the Corpo. I win. Ryan said, resting on the flower garden in the outer wall's shadow. Again, Geist complained, the ghost overseeing the game with a doubtful expression. Apparently his phantom skull of a face could squint. It's impossible. How can I keep losing? Well, it was hard to catch someone capable of stopping time. In the end, the trip to Bliss Island had been a disappointment. Every time Ryan tried to visit a restricted area beyond the walls and the gardens, armored guards or Geist kindly asked him to turn back. Though he memorized the patrols and turrets' locations, the courier didn't see any way to get inside the facility without starting a fight and ending the current run. Eventually, he just settled into playing games with Geist in the plant garden outside the fortress, waiting for Vulcan and the others to finish their business. The ghost had happily played along, though he wasn't very good. Ryan had the feeling the suicidal specter appreciated having some company. I really need a job as a drug cook, Ryan told Geist. Can't you haunt Cardinal Creep until he gives in? There's only one cook and it's Ceres, Geist shrugged. The rest of the facility supports her work and nothing else. Ryan figured as much. Narcinia's power made it easy for her to create new plants to harvest as raw material. Even this entire garden, capable of thriving in a toxic island, was probably her work. So if she retires, no more bliss, sort of, Geist replied. Father Torque has enough flower strains to continue the work even if she's gone, though the quality will take a hit. You shouldn't say that out loud. Ryan didn't even move an inch as Mortimer leaned over his shoulder, having phased out of the ground. Walls have ears. Do you want to play? The courier casually asked the bodyguard. It's funnier when there are 3 players and the guards are humorless killjoys. You are no fun at all, the hitman said, disappointed that he couldn't startle Ryan no matter how hard he tried. Shouldn't you be inside? Geist asked, telekinetically crafting a chair out of nearby stones and dirt. Sparrow asked me to check on him, Mortimer said, glancing at Ryan while sitting on the makeshift chair. She was worried he might start a forest fire or something. That's demeaning, Ryan said. Sometimes I settle for nuclear winters. They make me want to glow in the dark, the hitman replied, looking at the game. What are you playing? Ryan showed Mortimer Bird Talus Bones. The hitman glanced at the bones, then at Casper the ghost. Knucklebones, really. It's to stick with the ghost theme, the courier replied. Want to play? It's an old variant, a pure game of luck. Mortimer shrugged and grabbed some of the bones. We should play cards next, he said. Or use a Ouija board, Ryan suggested, glancing at Casper. Should be easy. How does it even work? Mortimer asked Geist as he threw the bones with the force of his mind. You need to settle some unfinished business before moving on. Bite me, Casper the ghost explained. I drank a yellow elixir on last Easter, but it didn't come with a manual. Hell, I thought I didn't get any power until Mecron's nanoplague turned my body to dust. I got the briefest glimpse of an afterlife, and then I was yanked back to that dumpster and bound to my mortal remains. And you can't leave the island? Mortimer asked, throwing his bones on the ground. Mortimer likes haunted houses. I could bury you in my garden. I can't go far, no, Geist lamented. My remains are all over the place now, so good luck putting it back together. Even cancel only goes as far as preventing me from manifesting, and Pluto's power needs someone to be alive in the first place. If you asked Ryan, besides that geographic limitation, Casper had hit the jackpot as far as yellow elixirs went. Unlimited ectoplasmic powers plus immortality. That was a life to die for. Ryan laughed at his own mental joke, much to the others' confusion. Frankly, I'm just a groundskeeper cleaning up the place, waiting for the end, Geist said before throwing more bones on the ground. It would explain his casual attitude about the crime family's secrets, especially if they couldn't kill him permanently. Father Torque says he's close to achieving heaven, though. Poor Mortimer sent many people there, the hitman said, and to the place below, too. I haven't reached any of those places, and I tried a lot, Ryan said, winning another Knucklebones round, and fairly this time. Father Torque saw God when he took his elixir, Geist said, and he sounded like he believed it, too. He thinks a powerful psychotropic like Bliss could replicate the effect and allow him to receive a divine revelation. Not sure if it will work, but a ghost can always hope. I hope Ceres can solve all the long-term health problems before he overdoses on Bliss, though, Ryan said. Especially the sterility thing, though I guess it won't matter much to a priest. Sterility? Geist asked, a bit surprised. I know health safety isn't high among your priorities, but trust me, don't get high on your own product. Ryan had studied all drugs in depth, for research purposes only. Among other side effects, Bliss acts as a long-term endocrine disruptor, working on a genetic level. Genomes aren't affected much due to their enhanced metabolism, but everyone else more or less becomes sterile after 1 year. Oh, that, Mortimer shrugged. I heard the rumor, but if you ask poor All Mortimer, it's just Dynamy's propaganda. They can't make a better product, so they denigrate ours. Ryan looked at the hitman, squinted, and then stopped time. When it resumed, the courier had grabbed Mortimer's mask and looked beneath. His true face looked a lot like Lawrence Fishburne's. Same receding hairline, same soft features, same Morpheus glare. Hey, my secret identity, Mortimer complained while grabbing back his skull mask. You aren't even old, Ryan complained, extremely disappointed. He must have been in his early 40s at worst. You're 30 years early to be such a downer? Poor Mortimer is old inside, the hitman replied, putting back the mask. He's an old soul, more like an emo teen's soul in an adult's body. Before Ryan could mock the hitman further, his phone rang inside his coat. The courier grabbed it but didn't recognize the number. Quick Save Deliveries, what can I do for you? He asked while taking the call. Riri? Shorty. Wait, Len had a phone. Is that your Gooma? Mortimer asked mockingly, still sore about the mask part. Vulcan won't be happy about that. Ryan threw the bones at Mortimer's face while walking away, and they bounced off the cackling hitman's mask. Maybe his intangibility only worked through inorganic matter. I couldn't contact you on the chronoradio, Len said. Her voice was tense, alarmed, and Ryan could hear the children talking in the background. You are on Ischia Island? The only habitable part of it, he replied, leaning against the outer wall. You know Vulcan can probably record our conversations. Everything you say will be held against you before in a court of law. I couldn't wait, she said, clearly in no mood for jokes. My radars picked tremors coming from Russtown and multiple flying objects moving towards Ischia Island. Oh. Were the Meta climbing out of their hole? Ryan wasn't sure if this was good or bad news. Before he could ask for details, someone else called him. Once again, the courier didn't recognize the number. Excuse me, Shorty, I will be back in a minute, Ryan said before switching calls. Quick Save Deliveries, what can I do for you? Pay for 4 explosions, and the 5th one is free. You owe me a suit, Romano, Blackthorn. I hope you appreciate that everything that happens now will be on your head, Ryan said at the same time as his caller. You think this is a game, Ryan said at the same time, their words matching with perfect synchronicity. Enrique Manata fell silent on the other side of the line. The courier briefly wondered if he had been vexed. I'm sorry, but after a while you've heard them all. You should stick to gardening, Poison Rosie. I see this isn't your first rodeo, Romano, but this will be your last. I'm not sure if you use a marketing department for your speeches, but I would fire them if I were you. Though Ryan was flattered to have earned himself an archenemy. Have you called to exchange threats? Perhaps challenge me to a duel to restore your lost honor. Nothing so old-fashioned, the corporate mastermind replied, considering his next words. In truth, I wanted to thank you. You succeeded where I failed for years. That was a new one. Looking fabulous. You people mistake pragmatism for weakness, Enrique said, ignoring Ryan's jab. You think that because we let you be for so long that we are prey. You're wrong. We simply know that war is bad for business. War has no winners, only different shades of losers. I'm not sure I follow. My father is a pragmatic man, Enrique explained. He believes we can have a détente with your boss, but my brother and I know better. You Augusti aren't a state or corporation we can coexist with. You are feudal warlords who only understand strength. And after you dared to attack our HQ, Don Hector finally decided to speak your language. Consider what's about to follow, a friendly reminder not to overstep again. Well, that was ominous. Is this about the suit, or revenge for the public humiliation? No, Romano, this goes beyond that. Blackthorn's composure broke slightly, and his true feelings poured through the corporate mask. We have struggled for years to rebuild a functioning society. Now we are at a crossroads with two visions facing off. The one that prevails will dictate what new world emerges from the Earth's ashes. And I cannot, in good conscience, let Augustus become humanity's future. To be honest, he had a point, at least in theory. Take a look at Rust Town, Ryan replied, completely unimpressed. See where your high-minded words meet reality. We don't always succeed at improving things, I will concede it, but the difference between my organization and yours is that at least we try. Another short pause. Have you heard of Giorgio Rosa, Romano? Giorgio Rosa, the Republic of Rose Island. That crazy guy who built an oil platform in the Middle Sea and called it an independent nation. You are a man of culture, Enrique said, his tone switching from icy to extremely pleased. I assume you also remember what happened to his rogue island? Ryan frowned before looking at the sea. Black spots appeared in the skies, flying under the sun towards the island. It was sunk by the Italian government. Blackthorn hung up on him. Ryan switched back to Len. Riri, what's happening? Say whatever you want about Dynamis. Ryan said, a strident alarm echoing across Ischia Island as the spots started taking shape. They aren't all bark. 30 war helicopters were making their way towards the Bliss production facility, moving in 3 groups of 10. Ryan recognized the model as customized NH-90s, optimized for troop transports and naval warfare. They probably transported 300 soldiers, perhaps more. That's a lot of mooks, Ryan observed. It reminded him of the Rust Town raid, except he was on the receiving end this time. I'm coming, Len said before abruptly ending the call. Ryan slowly put the cell phone back in its pocket, while Geist looked up at the skies. Besides the helicopters, a few genomes followed the assault team by flight. Besides the usual suspect Wyvern, who hadn't transformed yet, Ryan noticed a man wearing a fabulous hawk-like costume made of crimson and green feathers. The very winds seemed to carry him above the ground, with a small tornado forming around his waist. A red-skinned, muscled Amazon followed, unleashing streams of flames from her feet to propel herself up. A devilish tail grew out of her pants, and 2 curved horns from her long black hair. Her skin-tight, suggestive leather suit reminded Ryan of a biker advertisement. Well, Mortimer said, rising from his chair, bringing out a rifle hidden beneath his cloak. That ain't good at all, and Windsweep's back in town. Devilry too, Casper said, looking at the red-skinned woman. Windsweep was the template of the Tempest knockoff elixirs, and Devilry had inspired the pyrokinetic firebrand type. Dynamis had summoned Il Miglier's elite team. Maybe they brought Felix the cat too. The guards protecting the island's walls had immediately raised their weapons, while the turrets around the fortress turned towards the helicopters. Instead of powering through and starting a fight immediately, Dynamis' troops stopped at a respectable distance, waiting for a signal before opening fire. Wyvern moved at the army's vanguard, carrying a megaphone. Out of everyone present, she looked the happiest. Knowing the heroine, she must have been waiting for a pretext to attack the island for a long time. "Quick save?" Wyvern spoke through the megaphone, her voice echoing across the skies. "Jasmine, you are under arrest for staging a terrorist attack against Dynamis Labs. Both of you step outside, hands behind the head." So what? They could let Vulcan trying to murder Ryan in a past loop slide, but not the theft of a suit. Then again, it was Kashmir. Most probably, it was the public nature of the heist that pissed off Dynamis. An attempted murder off cameras could be swept under the rug, but a public affront had to be met with a harsh response to save face. "Fuck off, Laura," Vulcan's furious voice echoed from the fortress, carried by loudspeakers. She must have noticed the incoming army on her radars long before it showed up. "I'm barely keeping my thumb from the trigger right now. If you both come without resisting, you shall remain unharmed and we will leave this island peacefully," Wyvern said, her gaze focusing on Ryan. "Otherwise." She left the sentence hanging, all the defensive turrets pointed at her. "Can I pay you to look the other way?" Ryan asked, raising euro bills like a white flag. "You are fighting for the wrong side, quick save," Wyvern replied, completely unfazed by his taunts. "But suit yourself. I've daydreamed about wrecking that death factory for over 2 years. I would like to see you yuppies try," Mortimer added, the walls trembling while Geist's skull face transformed into a ghastly vision of hell. "Mortimer has been itching for blood lately, and he wonders if you bleed red or green." "I will say it again, Laura," Vulcan's voice echoed through the loudspeakers, a turret firing a warning shot into the sea. "Fuck off." "I'm sorry," Ryan said regretfully, straightening his coat, "but giving you back that suit would be a legit war crime. I will take this as a no." Wyvern said, more pleased than anything. "Good, I no longer have to hold back." The heroine quickly tossed the megaphone into the sea and started changing shape, growing into an enormous dragon. "To be honest," the mighty beast roared, her powerful voice carrying across the island, "I have never done a drug bust this big before." As both the turrets and helicopters opened fire at each other, Ryan stopped time, moved back to Mortimer's chair, and turned it to face the sea. The courier sat, put his hands behind his hair, and let time resume to watch the fireworks. Shroud had wanted this island wrecked, and Ryan always delivered. Chapter 45, Blood in the Water. Back when he played open-world games, Ryan always loved to set the AI against itself. To lead one monster on the path of a settlement, and then watch NPCs fight computer-generated enemies for his entertainment. The courier always found it relaxing. The real-life sight was a lot more stressful. Dynamis' aerial force had unleashed a rain of missiles, which Jasmine's anti-aerial defense had mostly detonated mid-flight. Geist, now a howling specter the size of a building, also redirected some of the projectiles with telekinetic force, blowing up 2 of the helicopters. Unfortunately, the Augusti had less luck with the enemy genomes. The invulnerable Wyvern had smashed through the fortress outer wall, sending stones flying in all directions. The pyrokinetic devilry had started bombarding the Superlab's defenses from above, targeting the turrets. And the Aeromancer windsweep had summoned a miniature tornado to try to repel Geist. "Hey, quick save, want to bet with poor old Mortimer?" Mortimer said, shooting at the helicopters without taking cover. Bullets and projectiles phased through his body harmlessly. "The one who kills the most corpos wins. Do non-lethal takedowns count?" Ryan asked. The courier was still sitting on his chair with a gun in hand, using a mix of time stops and accurate shots to blow up missiles before they could actually hit the fortress. "Because I left my best anti-war helicopter stuff at home." A projectile aimed for his location, so the courier stopped time, moved the chair away, and let time resume once he had reached safety. "Show off," Mortimer said, unimpressed. "You're worse than Fortuna?" "Hey, I resent that remark." Ryan protested, tossing his gun away when he ran out of bullets. "I work on looking perfect while her power does all the work." Truthfully, Ryan was starting to become a little worried. While the fortress human and automated defenses resisted well, Dynamis was making progress. and the courier wondered how Augustus would react to a very public assault on his drug factory. Ryan suspected reinforcements would be on their way soon and turn the already chaotic situation into a massive brawl. In short, he couldn't wait. With some of the defensive turrets down, helicopters managed to land atop the outer wall. Soldiers in riot gear or advanced power armor engaged the Augusti defenders in a firefight on foot, while Wyvern kept hitting the fort in an attempt to make a hole into the facility. The ground shook with every blow of the giant dragon, although it seemed Vulcan had reinforced the old stone walls. Eventually, Ryan noticed another helicopter landing in the garden nearby. A group of 8 riot gear troopers stepped out of it, escorting 2 genomes. One was a man with long black hair wearing a stylized, Mad Max-like mix of rusted steel armor and cloak. Most of his face was covered by a red scarf and black goggles, and worryingly, he carried an explosive belt around his waist. The other, more colorful one, was a young woman Ryan's age, perhaps of Chinese or Japanese descent. She reminded the courier of these pre-war K-pop idols, dyed hair, lovely face, and cute brown eyes. She wore a strange dress whose colors and length seemed to shift as the courier looked. Her bright, shy smile contrasted with the chaos around her. Reload and wardrobe. Mortimer said while opening fire at the newcomers, the riot troops forming a plexiglass shield wall to protect themselves. The Dynami's genomes hid behind them, listening to orders thanks to earplugs. Just great, I can't stand Reload. Why, because of his terrible fashion sense? Ryan asked, rising to his feet and grabbing his chair as an improvised weapon. Seriously, Dynami's marketing department should be eradicated. How could they advertise such a fashion disaster? Because he just won't die, Mortimer snarled, reloading his rifle. He's the worst kind of violet. That made Ryan quite curious. He looked at the apocalypse punk disaster behind the shield wall but couldn't figure out his power from how he looked. Last warning, Romano, one of the troopers said, readying his own firearm behind the shield wall. Surrender now, or we open fire back. We're allowed to use lethal force. Didn't anyone tell you I'm immortal? Ryan shouted back, raising his chair threateningly while explosions resonated in the background. I'll come back to haunt you. Oh, you're a yellow too, Wardrobe asked from behind the wall, more curious than anything. He's distracted, shoot him. One of the troopers shouted, pointing a rifle over the plexiglass wall. Mortimer immediately opened fire, disarming the man with a well-placed bullet while Ryan threw the chair at the corporate police. The projectile bounced off the shields, while Wardrobe's clothes literally changed shape. Her strange dress transformed into a wolf mascot suit, and she leaped over the garden with the strength and agility of a werewolf. Ryan had to stop time to prevent her from pouncing on him like a mouse, using the brief time window to put the Fisty brothers on. Oh my, here I go dying again. Reload said gregariously, as he leaped over the trooper's shield wall and rushed at Mortimer's cover like a suicide bomber. In a scene straight out of an action movie, the hitman shot the hero in the chest, but he continued his charge. Reload jumped at Mortimer, who quickly phased through the ground below. The hero's belt detonated and blew Mortimer's stone cover to smithereens. Ryan sensed a vague, familiar sensation at the back of his skull. At first, he thought it was acid rain's doing, until Reload's body reformed at the spot where he died in a flash of violet light, completely unharmed. His intact suicide belt was still around his waist. You copycat. I was wearing suicide belts before they went mainstream. Ryan pointed an accusing finger at Reload, running in circles to escape Wardrobe's claws. If you stop time, I'll sue. Why didn't Dynamis call him Time Lord? When Mortimer didn't reappear, the troopers turned to Ryan and started providing Wardrobe with suppressing fire. The happy courier stopped the clock to avoid the bullets and closed the gap with the mooks, punching the closest one with Fisty when time resumed. Much like the cannon fodder they were, they went down in one hit. While her boyfriend was busy brawling with the troopers, a fully armored Vulcan emerged from the fortress, tackling Wyvern rugby style. The mech pushed the surprised dragon back against Ischia Island's reefs, the transformed hero responding by unleashing a stream of aurora-like light with her maw. Crimson beams came out of the fortress to shoot the helicopters, probably Sparrow's doing, as Ryan single-handedly demolished the trooper corp and Wardrobe remained at a distance, trying to figure out her approach. Reload entered the melee. He looked under his armor and brought out a tiny metal rod. A sword of violet light came out. Ryan interrupted his one-sided beating of a trooper to look at the divine weapon, mesmerized by its perfection, a pure, timeless design and the purest shade of violet he had ever seen. It would match his suit perfectly. It was love at first sight. Ryan instantly activated his power, stole the blade, and kicked reload in the frozen time. When time resumed and the hero fell on his back among the flowers, Ryan raised his trophy up to the skies. It was as weightless as a feather, but much to his disappointment it made no sound. Shrum-mum, the courier said, trying to imitate a real lightsaber's noise. Shrum-mum, he would never let it go. Hey, my laser blade, Reload complained, rising back to his feet while Ryan returned to beating on the troopers. A lightsaber. Ryan shouted back at this ignorant fool, absent-mindedly slicing a Dynamis Mook shield and rifle with it like butter. Search your feelings. You know it to be true. At this point, his quips wrote themselves. Thankfully, Reload said while drawing a second, crimson laser blade, I got a spare. Wrong color, though. By now, Ryan had kicked the ass of every Mook present or disarmed them, leaving only the two heroes to challenge him. The troopers fled back to the helicopter and quickly retreated from the island entirely, the genomes facing each other in a Mexican standoff. The courier briefly glanced at Jasmine, but his girlfriend seemed to have the situation well in hand. The Genius and Wyvern were engaged in a long-range aerial firefight, with Vulcan repelling her ex-partner from the island's perimeter. Hey, quick save. Wardrobe's werewolf suit transformed into a jack-o'-lantern Halloween costume. A pumpkin mask covered her head, the lips moving as if they belonged to a living being. Is it true you can stop time? Yes, I can, Ryan replied with the same friendly tone, pointing his lightsaber at her like a fencer. Reload raised his own weapon, trying to find an opening, or perhaps to look cool. Is Felix the cat with you? Oh, he wanted to come, but Enrique said no, Wardrobe replied, manifesting a yellow facsimile of a fiery lantern in her hands and throwing it at Ryan like a stone. I'm Wardrobe, by the way. Nice to meet you. Well, she took the battle as seriously as Ryan himself did. A shame they were fighting on opposing sides. The courier was pretty sure they would get along great. Using his pilfered lightsaber, Ryan cut the lantern projectile in half, the strange device collapsing into harmless yellow dust, before parrying Darth Reload's blade as he attempted to flank him. The two laser swords met without one going through the other, and Ryan used a time stop to dodge a new fire lantern from Wardrobe. This time, the projectile exploded into ghostly fire upon hitting the ground. Her power was weird. Unfortunately for him, Reload was an amateur with a fancy weapon, while the courier had mastered every style of swordsmanship known to mankind. While the setup was epic, the lightsaber duel left Ryan wanting. Seriously, at this point, you force me to use only one hand. The courier said, putting an arm behind his back and parrying all of the hero's strikes with the other. And it still feels unfair. I'll show you unfair. Infuriated by the taunt, Reload attempted to detonate his suicide belt, but Ryan used his time stop to move out of range. The hero exploded into dust before reforming. Use your anger, Ryan mocked him, absent-mindedly cutting a fiery lantern from the side. Use your pain. I'm sure you have a lot to draw upon. You can spam time stop. Reload snarled with anger, wildly striking the rival violet genome with his blade the moment he recovered. His poor attempt at breaking past Ryan's defense didn't work, but it only frustrated him further. You overpowered cheat. Unlimited power, Ryan replied. With a swift move, the courier cut the hero's arm off, only for it to reattach itself to the body. Limited time rewind, except applied to the body and objects in close contact. He refused to go down, no matter the amount of failed tries. Ryan felt some spiritual kinship for this guy. Not enough to take him seriously, of course, but he would probably invite him for a drink once the dust had settled. Why don't you transform into Supergirl, though? Ryan asked Wardrobe while dodging a strike from Reload. He stopped time, grabbed the hero by his scarf with his free hand, and used the momentum to throw him at his teammate. You could wrap up this battle in seconds if you did. I can't, that's copyrighted content. The yellow genome replied as time resumed, her costume transforming into a bedsheet. Reload went through her body as if she wasn't even there. I can only use public domain stuff. What intellectual property is your kryptonite? Ryan asked, immensely disappointed. How does that even work? I don't make my powers rules, all right. Wardrobe replied with a scowl, wounded by his comment. Her costume changed once more into that of a witch, and she shot a lightning bolt at Ryan with her fingertips. Sorry, Ryan told Wardrobe, blocking the lightning with his beam saber, Star Wars style. Honestly, I would totally hit on you under normal circumstances. You're completely my type, but I have an exclusive contract right now. Oh, thanks, but I have an exclusive contract too, she said cheerfully while Reload rose back up. If anything, Ryan admired his perseverance. Do you want to be my archenemy? I have none, and marketing says it boosts the ratings. Well, Sishak was dead in this loop, so. Sure, I'm free every weekend. Thanks. Wardrobe's costume changed again, this time turning into a mummy cosplay. The flowers around her immediately turned to dust, and her bandages transformed into tattered leashes flying towards Ryan. The courier hastily cut them with his laser blade, while Reload attempted to flank him from the left. It confused Ryan why Wardrobe didn't change into another genome or stick to one form instead of switching constantly. Perhaps it was her fighting style, or her ability, however versatile, had a time limit. Still, it was one of the best fights he had since he arrived in New Rome. Completely worth the trip? His power is completely busted, Reload complained as Ryan briefly stopped time to dodge one of his strikes. Wardrobe, you got anything that can resist it? I think I do, but Enrique won't like it, she replied, her costume shifted. Ryan stopped moving, observing the scene unfolding. Wardrobe's costume transformed into the guise of an ancient Greek god, including a toga, sandals, and a laurel crown of gold. The costume seemed to cover her skin, turning it into an unnatural shade of white. It made her look like an ivory statue of shit. Ryan immediately stopped time, turning the world purple. All movement, all noise stopped. The raging battle in the background became nothing more than a prop, a moment frozen in time. Oh, so that's how it looks. Wardrobe said, looking around in amazement at her frozen teammate. Her fingers shone with yellow electricity, almost golden. It's so pretty. Chitter had warned him in a past loop, but he hadn't listened. Shit. Ryan shouted while Wardrobe blasted him with a lightning bolt inside the frozen time. The blast hit him in the chest, propelling him backward. It hurt, and it looked like a bolt, but having died from electrocution more times than he could count, Ryan immediately recognized the attack as a pale imitation of lightning. The real thing would have killed him on the spot, but this yellow imitation only inflicted minor damage. It ran on movie logic rather than real thunderbolts. Ryan ended his unwilling flight at the edge of the garden, where the flowers reached the Mediterranean seawater. Time resumed, Reload immediately shouting in happiness. It worked. I can't hold it, Wardrobe said, her clothes shifting uncontrollably. 1 second she was dressed like Augustus, and the next she wore a Tyrannosaur mascot costume. Damn it, the persona isn't stable enough. At least she can't use the original's full power, Ryan thought, as he rose back to his feet. Or else he would have been vaporized. His chest still hurt like hell, though. It's over, quick save. Wardrobe said with a smirk as she embraced her new saurian form, while Ryan stood tall once more, lightsaber in hand. We have the high ground. Ryan wanted to groan, but her delivery was just perfect, though they had underestimated the power of friendship. Ryan sensed something emerging from the waters behind him, the clinks and clanks of heavy robotic armor stepping on the land, music to his ears. Dynamy's heroes blinked in surprise before taking a torrent of pressurized water to the face. Ryan looked over his shoulder as his oldest friend moved to his side, her water weapon unleashing everything it had at the ill Miglier duo. Shorty! Sorry, Len pleaded, her voice distorted by her underwater armor. I came as fast as I could. She maintained the water pressure, but much to Ryan's astonishment, the liquid started splitting into two halves. Wardrobe and Reload stood unharmed in the middle, the yellow genome's costume having once more changed to some sort of wizened old man cosplay, white beard included. You can even copy Moses, Ryan asked his newfound rival, astonished by her power's sheer flexibility. What else? You can dress as Jesus Christ and turn water to wine. I do that at parties sometimes, she replied while Len stopped using her water pumps. The duo watched the other for a few seconds, trying to think of a way out. A series of explosions interrupted the standoff, though, as a Dynamese helicopter crashed nearby in the garden, going down in flames and setting the flowers ablaze. Ryan looked at the Mediterranean Sea. Colossal water arms the size of skyscrapers had sprouted from the waves, pursuing the helicopters like snakes. Devilry stopped bombarding the fort to focus on these strange phenomenons, blasting the water tentacles with mighty fireballs. Yet, even as they turned to steam from the heat, more appendages rose from the waters in an attempt to crush the flyer. Far away, Ryan noticed multiple jet skis making their way towards the island. Among the drivers, he recognized a few familiar faces, such as Greta, reinforcements. Meanwhile, Wyvern and Vulcan had become spots in the skies, the duo continuing their battle above the clouds far out of sight. And though the outer wall had mostly crumbled from the bombardment, the Augustes fortress remained mostly intact. Geist shielded the hole Wyvern had made in the structure, telekinetically raising stones in an attempt to cover it back up. Neptune, Reload said while looking at the watery arms before turning to his teammate. Wardrobe, bring out the apocalypse suit, but it's too dangerous. Wardrobe protested. If you don't use it, he will sink us all. Wardrobe inhaled, her costume shifting while Ryan and Len prepared to make their final stand back to back. The sound of a gunshot echoed across the battlefield, and Wardrobe collapsed. For a second, time seemed to freeze, and Ryan had nothing to do with it. The heroine's body hit the ground while a shocked Reload watched, a figure having phased out of the ground right behind them. Good grief, Mortimer said without any remorse, the tip of his rifle still fuming. Looks like Mortimer won the bet. Chapter 46, Chekhov's gun. Well, Ryan had to admit it. No matter how savage the attack, it had been a perfect sneak headshot. Wardrobe probably didn't feel any pain. Wardrobe? Reload shouted in panic, dropping everything to try and treat his teammate's wound. It was in vain, though. The courier had seen the bullet go from one side of the head to the other, and unless she had regeneration, the shot had slain her instantly. The yellow genome's blood was flowing out of her skull and onto the ground, while flowers burned around them. Mortimer thought she would never shut up, the hitman said without any remorse, keeping his rifle pointed at Reload's head without pressing the trigger. In all likelihood, he had grown wise to his rewinding power. You, while Ryan wasn't surprised, Len struggled to find her words. You killed her. You killed her. You could have shot her in the knee, Ryan said, quite pissed himself. While he didn't know the girl until a few hours earlier, she seemed quite the theatrical superhero. She was long-term rivalry material. She was fun, goddammit, fun. She would have recovered from a knee shot. Mortimer replied with a shrug. For a second, Ryan had forgotten he was a brutal mob hitman beneath all the silliness. With one exception, Mortimer hasn't seen anyone recover from DEET. Murderer? Reload snarled suddenly, charging at Mortimer with his weapon raised. The hitman quickly took a step backward to dodge. You'll pay for this. Len raised her water weapon at the Dynamese hero, hitting him with a stream of liquid. He dropped his laser blade in surprise, perhaps having been blinded by anger. Instead of propelling Reload backward, though, or cutting him in half, the water shifted around the hero and formed a dense, 3 meters wide bubble around his body. When Shorty closed her water pump, the bubble stabilized and kept Reload immobilized. Thanks, Mortimer said before grabbing Reload's laser blade as a trophy. How long will it last? Shorty didn't answer. She didn't want to. She can't talk. Mortimer asked Ryan, who deactivated the laser blade and put it in a belt pocket. Yes, she can, but not to you, the courier said. Also, you're a jackass. Hey, she was a corpo, why do you care? She was my new archenemy, Mortimer, Ryan said, raising a finger at the man's mask. You don't kill a man's archenemy, it's like stealing his wife. Oh, really? Sorry, poor old Mortimer is quite the lady killer. Mortimer liked his comedy pitch black like his soul. Unfortunately for him, Len didn't find the joke funny and instantly raised her weapon at his face. Hey, calm down, the hitman protested, pointing his rifle back at Shorty. What's up with you? I should have let him kill you. Len said, clearly struggling against her instinct not to bubble the hitman to death. You're just as bad as the meta. Len. Ryan turned serious, putting a hand on his friend's shoulder. It's not worth the hassle. If she attacked him, then they would have the entire Augusti family after them. Ryan could handle them, but Len didn't need that trouble right now. The aquatic genius remained still for a few seconds before lowering her weapon. Anyway, you're the underdiver, right? Mortimer asked while appraising Len warily. Unlike her, he hadn't lowered his rifle. Miss Livia said you were in charge of the evacuation effort. I called bathyspheres already. Len finally spoke up, her tone icy. Vulcan must have paid her to keep a few in standby as escape pods. Good, I was in charge of clearing the way and then getting our VIPs out. Mortimer said, slowly sinking back into the ground. I will be back soon. You want to evacuate? Ryan asked, pointing at Neptune repelling Dyname's air forces. We're sort of winning. Bite me, Miss Livia's orders, Mortimer said while disappearing, and you don't argue with the money. Once he was gone, Ryan glanced at Reload's watery prison, the violet genome trapped in a bubble he couldn't escape from. His power restored him to his physical prime whenever he ran out of breath, but never granted him the strength to escape. Does it pop out if I stick a nail in it? That's all you have to say, Riri? Len looked at Wardrobe's body, and though Ryan couldn't see the face beneath her helmet, he didn't have to be a precog to sense his friend's sorrow. He murdered her. Yeah. Ryan moved towards Wardrobe's body, closing the eyes. She deserved at least as much. That happens. She wasn't a meta, Riri. She was. She didn't even use lethal force on you. How can you be so casual about it? I told you, Ryan replied with a sigh. You get used to everything. That's the saddest thing I heard you say yet, Len said. Riri, you can't become numb to this. If you let it stick to you, it just gets overwhelming after a while. She had no good answer to this. I'm doing this for you, Riri, to pay you back, but that's it. When this is over, I'm done with these drug dealers. Yeah. It reminded Ryan of that previous loop where he watched Jamie and Co. all perish before him. I can make it right, he said, almost absent-mindedly. It's just temporary. At what cost? Len asked him, shaking her helmet. Don't what, save people? You don't owe these people anything. That mindset of yours, it's destroying you, she protested before looking at Wardrobe's remains. I tried to save everyone who deserved to, but I couldn't. I could only help a few. But the difference between them was, Ryan could save everyone who deserved it, if he tried enough times. Len must have telepathy because she seemed to have guessed his trail of thoughts. When this is over, let's go away. Away from what? Away from this cursed city, she said, all but pleading. It will destroy us both, maybe even kill us. Wait, Shorty, does that mean you want me back in your life after all? Ryan teased her. No more radio exchanges? She remained silent for a moment, with the courier wondering if he had been too bold too soon. Yes, Len finally said after some hesitations. It won't be easy, but yes. I don't think I ever wanted you out of my life. Ryan remained silent, as his oldest friend struggled to find her words. I don't think I would have checked up on you for years if it was truly over between us, Len admitted, flinching as an explosion echoed nearby. Neptune had knocked out one of the last helicopters from the skies. I'm sorry. I'm not good at this. It's okay. They would have time to get comfortable in each other's presence once again. If anything, this loop had been worth it just to reach this point. It means the world to me, but you know I can't go right now. What about Rust Town? Ryan needed to use vaguer terms in case anyone listened. Tremors, Len said. I think they are digging below it. Ryan had seen enough bad endings through his long life to tell where this was going. He grabbed his phone and tried to call Vulcan, unable to see her in the skies. Jasmine? Nothing but static. Shorty, do you have good phone coverage? Someone is scrambling vocal communications, Len said, while 5 bathyspheres emerged from the seawater nearby, their doors opening automatically. Dynames, I think. As if on cue, Mortimer emerged from the ground, holding both Livia and Narcinia with his naked hands. It seemed he could apply his intangibility to others as long as they remained in physical contact. While Narcinia was clearly shaken, folding her arms and looking at the ground the second Mortimer released her, Livia managed to keep her composure, at least until she noticed Wardrobe's remains. "You killed her, Mortimer?" "I shouldn't have," the hitman asked. "Now it will be a total war," Livia replied, shaking her head. "Hector cannot back down after this. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's the spark." "My garden," Narcinia lamented, looking at flames consuming her flowers. I wanted to show it to everyone." "You will make another," Livia told the younger girl before barking orders at Len. "Underdiver, we start evacuating immediately. Mortimer, you will go back inside, bring Bacchus and Sparrow. Should we evacuate at all?" Mortimer asked, glancing at the fortress behind them. Geist had managed to close the hole, and the Dynames' genomes seemed to have started bailing out. "I mean, it's crappy, but it's our turf." "I keep dying," Livia replied, a look of brief concern breaking through her tranquil expression. "My alternate selves. Their life is snuffed out in an instant, and I can barely see the cause. I assume Dynames has a secret weapon, and they will likely unleash it on the island. Perhaps a nuke." Len looked at Ryan. "Not me," he protested before adding a caveat. "This time." Mortimer immediately phased through the ground once more, while Len assigned a bathysphere to everyone. "Riri, you go first," she said, all but shoving him inside. "Riri," Narcinia frowned at Len. "Are you too?" "It's complicated," Ryan said, sitting inside the bathysphere. It was a larger variant of the one Shorty used for delivery runs, optimized to hold multiple people inside. He sat on a crimson, semicircular bench and immediately noticed seat belts. The bathysphere was equipped with multiple screens and buttons, and even included what appeared to be an infirmary stock for emergencies. "I'm disappointed by the absence of sickles and hammers." "Narcinia, move in," Livia said with a rush, pushing the younger girl to move inside. The Auguste princess stopped midway, a strained frown on her face. I don't understand." "Livia?" Narcinia asked, stopping with one foot inside the bathysphere and another out. "Livia, you're all right." "I don't get it," the Auguste princess said. "It's all bright and then dark." Livia suddenly took a step back, a sharp, translucent blade grazing her cheek and drawing blood. Narcinia let out a scream as an invisible force pulled her backward and out of the bathysphere. Almost on instinct, Ryan froze time and peeked outside the bathysphere. Narcinia floated 6 meters above the ground, held by an invisible force. Ryan could see the hint of a hand covering her mouth, and he immediately guessed who was responsible. He had probably stalked the courier and watched the battle from afar, waiting for an opportunity to strike. When time resumed, Len raised her water weapon at the skies, trying to locate the invisible genome. Glass shards emerged from the sea, surrounding the group and bathyspheres like a flock of flying knives. So it's true. A voice came out of nowhere, but Ryan instantly recognized it as Shroud's. "Assassination attempts will always fail." "Did Felix send you Matthias?" Livia asked, her face unreadable while she looked up at Narcinia. Clearly, she could see Mr. Windshield perfectly fine. "You appear together a lot when I look at you. Let's just say we share a few moral sensibilities, especially as far as fighting vermin is concerned." Shroud dropped the invisibility, carrying Narcinia above the ground while keeping a hand on her mouth. If she couldn't draw blood, the green genome couldn't use her ability. "A power that could have helped the world, as her mother wished, and your father uses it to poison innocent people. You disgust me." Livia's iron glare faltered briefly, a brief look of remorse flashing on her face. "Start by giving me back my mother," the Auguste princess said as she regained her composure, her face harshening again. "Then we will talk about morality. Now tell your master to show himself." "Leo isn't here," Shroud replied, glass shards threateningly raised at everyone present, Ryan included. Though the carnival assassin and handsome courier worked on the same team, he seemed determined to pretend otherwise. "But he will settle the score." Lies, Livia replied, her frown deepening. If it's not Hargraves, then, did the skies clear up lately? The sun seemed to shine brighter for a second. Ryan raised his eyes at the heavens, watching in amazement as a pillar of bright light fell from the skies, like judgment from above. He almost didn't notice Len's hand pushing him back into the bathysphere on instinct, while Livia looked at the skies with panic. Ryan felt something in the back of his skull, and fishes looked at him from outside the window. Ryan blinked, glancing around in confusion. He was sitting alone on the bathysphere's bench, seatbelt on and laser blade deactivated. The escape pod had clearly fled under the sea, and all he could see through the porthole were dark waters and swimming sea animals. His enhanced sense of timing told Ryan time had moved forward without him noticing, but he couldn't explain why. Livia's doing? He didn't know her power's limits, but this feeling, it reminded him of acid rain triggering her power. A violet power, not a blue. Wait. Vulcan said that Augustus gained 2 powers with no side effects through a genetic quirk. How could they know that? Unless questions for later. Shorty, Ryan asked, trying to make sense out of the bathysphere's buttons. Len, answer me. Warning, fallback point compromised. Len's pre-recorded message came out of the intercom. Bathysphere rerouted to Rust Town. Please sit until the door opens. No answer. That device probably used an automatic pilot of some kind. Still, the screens showed a GPS map of New Rome alongside the bathysphere's rough position. He would reach Rust Town quite soon. However, a large part of the map had turned red, including Ischia Island. A chill moving through his spine, Ryan undid the seatbelt and looked through the porthole as the bathysphere ascended towards the surface. But as the escape pod emerged from the Mediterranean Sea's depths, the courier saw a vision straight out of Dante's Inferno. New Rome was on fire. Flames consumed the city, devastating the harbor, the strip, the entire coast. Buildings had collapsed or been incinerated. A firestorm had taken over the highway leading into New Rome itself, with columns of smoke reaching as far as the clouds. Mount Augustus had crumbled, the proud hill now a fuming crater. What the? Ryan muttered to himself, at a loss of words. The skies brightened again, and a pillar of light fell upon New Rome. Ryan had to put a hand on his eyes to protect himself from the radiance, but he saw it hit Dynami's HQ and Il Miglier's tower in the distance. The following shockwave made the bathysphere shake, even if the device was kilometers away from the impact point. When at long last the bright light subsided, nothing remained of Dynami's twin towers, nothing but flames and ashes. Len, Ryan turned to the control panel, desperately trying to find anyone to speak to. Len, answer me, Len, Jasmine, anyone. Is anyone listening? No answers. How could it be? Had Leo, the living sun, hit the city earlier than expected and gone completely mad? Augustus could probably do that much damage too, but why attack his own seat of power? Ryan's eyes widened as it all fell into place. Orbital Communications Center, one of the rooms inside the bunker. Mecron had designed orbital weapons. If one of his toys remained in the dark reaches of space, a Damocles sword waiting for someone foolish enough to make it fall. As he looked at the devastation, Ryan couldn't help but wonder how many. How many people did it take? Without Sishak to supply them with cannon fodder and with Dynamis turning on him, Adam must have thrown his own men into the meat grinder. And through sheer desperation, he had succeeded. Ryan had waited too long. The meta had unlocked Mecron's bunker, Chapter 47, while Rome burns. When the bathysphere reached the shore, it stopped at the only place which the metagang hadn't opened fire on yet, their own turf. Ryan walked the streets of Rust Town, people fleeing the neighborhood in panic on the other side of the road. The toxic atmosphere, already terrible, was now saturated with smoke and ashes. Without his mask on, the courier might have coughed every minute. The locals were so terrified of the orbital bombardment that they trampled on other people while trying to escape. Another pillar of light hit New Rome south, illuminating the skies and causing a mini-earthquake. A building crumbled at Ryan's left, forcing him to use a time stop to avoid falling stones and glass shards. He kept going through the chaos until he reached his destination, the junkyard. Before going to this cursed place, the courier had tried to contact, well, everyone. But he received no answer but static when he used his phone. Either the orbital laser had damaged underground cables and other methods of communications, or there was nobody left to answer him. And when he had looked at Ischia Island from the coast, Ryan only saw flames and smoke. Ryan had seen the worst hells the post-apocalyptic Earth had to offer across his travels. Irradiated cities, mutant-infested ruins, Monaco, and stuff straight out of HR. Giger's worst nightmares. But none had hit him as hard as New Rome's current state. The courier had found his bad ending, and it was all his fault. He shouldn't have waited for Leo's carnival to arrive in town nor left the bunker in the Meta's hands. Even Augustus would have been more responsible than Adam with this technology. The courier might not have pulled the trigger, but he left the gun for anyone to find. Ryan was alone now, just like when he lost Len the first time. Except for all he knew, she probably died on that island. Died saving him. He would have to go back in time. He couldn't continue after this. All Ryan could do now was clean up the trash. As he walked inside the junkyard's ruins, Ryan started to hear music. An indie rock tune, sung by none other than Big Fat Adam himself. Only rats watched as the courier made his way through molten trash hills. In preparation for the confrontation, Ryan had rigged a bomb hidden beneath his suit alongside his other ultimate weapon, to explode on command. It would make him reload should Adam have one last trick up his sleeve. Thankfully, he always kept a dose of rampage on himself, and so juiced himself up for the big finish. One way or another, this run would end soon. The scene that awaited the time traveler at the junkyard center was almost surreal, even by his standards. A mighty, technologically advanced communication tower had sprung from the ground, close to the bunker's entrance. The device reminded Ryan of a black obelisk, albeit one covered with antennas pointed at the sky, and the Metagang were partying in its shadow. They had cleared the trash around it to form a wide area of ground on which to stand, half the size of a soccer field. After all that happened during this loop, only 5 of the psychos had survived to its final conclusion. Big Fat Adam, Frank the Mad, Acid Rain, Sarin, and a 5th soon-to-be-dead maniac. And instead of securing the area, the group had decided to hold a music jam. Acid Rain and Sarin were playing guitars. Frank was at the bass. Adam sang with a mic. Ryan recognized the 5th one as the land's rumored true form, which Jasmine had briefed him on. He could have mistaken the deformed creature for a parody of Area 51 aliens. A misshapen, mouthless humanoid with baby-like short legs and a humongous, hairless head. Unlike its softer, gray-skinned cousins, the psycho seemed almost entirely made of solid dirt, with her eyes glowing yellow. Holding a rock concert while the city burned? Typical psychos. But worst of all, Adam looked happy. Blissfully happy, even as smoke and firestorms filled the skies. This scene summed up the Metagang in a nutshell. You should have named yourself Big Nero, Whaley. Ryan taunted them as he revealed himself, laser blade in his right hand and a sharp edge to his wit. That would have been more appropriate, though I would have suggested a fiddle. The music stopped as Ryan leaped onto the open field and faced the Meta. The land immediately reacted by mentally lifting dirt below her, forming a platform to fly on. Perhaps her geokinetic power was inversely proportional to her range, and fusing with an area came at the cost of precision. A thief, Acid Rain snarled, throwing away her guitar and drawing a knife. I'll gut him open. Behind me, Mr. President, Frank the Mad declared, rising from behind the base and tossing it out of his way. The 3-meter-and-a-half-tall Titan prepared to smash the courier like an egg. Adam raised a hand, stopping his teammates dead in their tracks. Come on. Hanifat Lecter said with a cheerful grin, eyeing Ryan with amusement. His soft human skin quickly turned to a shell of hardened carbon. It's Cesar. He's almost part of the family. And soon I will be an orphan, Ryan replied with venom. His eyes trailed to the tower behind the group. The Meta must have caused the tremors Len sensed beforehand by unearthing it. Wait, he's alone. Sarin asked the land, who raised her tiny arms in confirmation. Wow, it's true what they say. Some folks are just too dumb to live. Don't worry about that, Miss Flatulence. Ryan replied, stretching his limbs. You won't live past the next 10 minutes. And here I thought you came to listen to our performance, Adam said with mock sadness. It's Franz Ferdinand's This Fire, mate, one of the last songs the band recorded before the wars. Still, call me surprised. A full blast on that island and you lived. They don't make doomsday weapons like they used to. So, you were targeting me personally? Ryan asked. I'm honored you thought you needed a Mecron-made WMD to take me out. Must have been hard to see me with a paunch that big. You and the precog princess. When things started to go sour, I tried to look for the cause, and your name came up a lot. Adam raised his fingers as if to count. First you got Ghoul, then you put Sishak 6 feet under the only way he could ever be. Then the land tells me you convinced Augustus goons to give pursuit instead of letting us skip town. That's an awful lot of coincidences, mate. I think you knew exactly what we came in town for and tried to beat us to the prize. What can I say? Ryan shrugged his shoulders. I'm a cheat. Did you see the name Cessair in the Dynamis files? Because it looks like you sent them a pretty nasty severance package. Their elixir supply and resources were useful, until they weren't. Adam dropped his mic and adjusted his clothes. There's a whole juice lab down there, mate. Advanced enough to make knockoffs of our own. For my men, that's all that matters. But not for you, Ryan noticed. Before I kick your whale ass and make sure this horrible moment never happens again, you're going to answer one question because I truly want to know. A last request. The meta straightened around Adam and tossed away their instruments, like a hyena pack waiting for the signal to attack. Do tell, I'm in the mood to honor it. Why? Ryan asked, pointing at the burning city. Why? Adam chuckled. Actually, mate, he said, a savage grin on his face. This is all your fault. Ryan's fingers tightened around the laser blade. My fault? Your fault. See, I've been juicing up on elixirs for almost 15 years. You know the drill. My genetic code degrades, causing cellular degeneration, shortening telomeres, mental instability, tumors, etc. Until I take a shot and become healthy again. For a while, I was happy that way, until I noticed a tiny problem. Adam raised his thumb and index finger, keeping them straight and close to one another without touching. My powers are starting to go, let's say, haywire. I guess the elixirs can't heal everything, you know, bugs slip through. You're going to die. Having studied their condition, Ryan knew very well that the elixirs psychos consumed were just delaying the inevitable. Good. Yeah, well, I came to this place because I thought I could find a cure. But now that you killed Sishak, we can't fully hijack Mecron's central mainframe. We could only settle on partial control. Adam shrugged, though the dangerous glint in his eye betrayed his true feelings. Thanks for ruining everything, boyo. You're welcome. I did my best. Well, looks like you messed up pretty bad then, because partial control meant we could get our hands on that big interstellar firestick, and it got me thinking. Adam looked into Ryan's eyes, and for a second, the courier saw it all. All the sociopathic, solipsistic narcissism lurking beneath the friendly facade. The savage beast wearing the human skin. I'm going to die, but you people. Adam's sneer turned into one of pure hatred. You will continue to live your miserable, meaningless lives as if I never existed. That's fucking selfish, mate. So I figured pharaohs and kings, they were entombed with their slaves. That's just the way things are. If I have to go, then my send-off party will set the whole place on fire. Jonestown. It was Jonestown all over again. That's your motive? In all of his endless wanderings, Ryan had never hated someone as much as this heartless, psychopathic prick. All this pain and sorrow just because you wanted to pull off a Jim Jones. What can I say, mate? Adam shrugged it off with a cold, cruel smirk. Life ain't about winning or losing. It's about being happy, and the truth is I don't want anybody to be happy without me. Ryan flinched, these words a cruel perversion of his own philosophy. Anyway, Cessair. Adam cracked his knuckles while acid rain played with her knife. Poisonous rain clouds appeared in the skies above them. I know all about your sister's underwater base and all the little children inside. The ogre's grin turned savage. I guess I will have fried fish for dinner. Ryan stopped time and went straight for the kill. Obviously, Acid Rain immediately teleported away before his ability took effect, but Ryan anticipated as much. Running straight at Hannafat Lecter, the courier grabbed the plushie hidden inside his suit, flipped the switch, and tossed it into the melee. When time resumed, Ryan had closed the gap with Adam, getting past his goons to leap on the meta-leader's chest. The madman could barely flinch in surprise before the courier sliced his face horizontally, targeting the eyes. The madman let out a scream of pain and surprise before attempting to grab Ryan with his bare hands. Thanks to his enhanced sense of timing and rampage-boosted body, the courier fled out of range before dodging a mighty punch from Frank the Mad. The giant's fist smashed the ground with enough force to create a small crater, the entire area shaking from the impact. Unfortunately, Acid Rain immediately teleported to Ryan's left and stabbed him in the flank with a knife. Only the courier's rampage-boosted reflexes allowed him to leap away and avoid a follow-up strike to the throat. Blood dripped from his flank, but the performance enhancer dulled the sharp pain. "My eyes," Adam snarled, covering his wound. As Ryan expected, the madman's power only covered his skin like an outer shell of diamond scales, but one couldn't see with eyes of hardened carbon. Still standing atop a flying platform, the land mentally caused stones to rise from the ground in the form of sharp spikes, forcing Ryan to stay on the defensive. Though he leaped around to dodge the stone traps, Frank the Mad began pursuing the courier with astonishing speed. Unlike the frail courier, he simply smashed through the land spikes. Sarin, meanwhile, had floated atop a molten trash pile to gain the high ground. Acid droplets had started falling in a faint rain, damaging Ryan's cashmere suit, and the plushie had awoken, looking around with curious eyes. "An angel," Acid Rain said upon noticing the rabbit, so amazed by its terrible cuteness that she stopped her assault on Ryan. "It's an angel." "The other kind," Ryan replied while running circles around Frank. Thankfully, while the Colossus had speed and range thanks to his size, it was much easier to dodge his attacks in an open space than the bunker's narrow corridors. "Rabbit!" The plushie raised its ears, listening to him intently. Ryan pointed a finger at Acid Rain. "Attack! Happy birthday!" The plushie leaped at Acid Rain with astonishing speed, hungry for blood. The maniacal psycho realized the danger and quickly teleported away. Unfortunately for her, no sooner did she reappear above a pile of trash that the plushie started climbing it. "Let's hug." Once the beast was unleashed, none could escape it. While Acid Rain teleported out of sight and the plushie pursued her across the junkyard, the blinded Adam recovered from his wound to go on the offensive. His mouth widened like a pelican's, enough that the madman could shove an arm down his throat. He brought a long spiked chain out of his own stomach, swinging it with both hands. "We fight to the death, mate?" Adam asked, with a mix of gleeful savagery and fury. Somehow he managed to pinpoint Ryan's position even without his eyes. Perhaps he had an enhanced sense of smell or hearing. "Yours first," Ryan replied, cutting a stone spike with his laser blade as it threatened to impale him. The courier might have said a joke under other circumstances, but he was through playing. He just wanted these monsters dead. Texas smash. Frank the Mad relentlessly continued his pursuit, attempting to bullrush the courier. The ground trembled with his steps, Ryan narrowly managing to sidestep to the left before the impact. Instead, the Colossus hit a nearby pile of molten trash, metallic garbage absorbed in the Colossus' body. When he recovered, Frank had grown half a meter taller. As Ryan suspected, the psycho could absorb metals to increase his mass and his range. He had to kill the weaker meta first to make the stronger ones more manageable. "Let's see you dodge this." Sarin unleashed a blast of air from her high point, while Adam and Frank converged on Ryan from both sides. The courier stopped time, moving between the various obstacles. Keeping Frank and Adam for last, Ryan instead rushed at the tower and the land defending it. The courier grabbed a grenade from under his suit and tossed it at both. The projectile exploded when time resumed, the blowback blasting the land off her platform and sending the silent psycho to the ground. But though Mechron's tower trembled, it didn't break. Crimson force fields automatically appeared to shield it from damage. Though disappointed, Ryan settled for a consolation prize. Like a hawk falling on a mouse, he cut the land in half below the waist with Reload's blade before she could recover. The creature made no sound and didn't shed blood. Instead, both halves fell off the ground without any reaction. Was she even alive? Ryan didn't have time to ask himself questions, as Adam was instantly upon him. The cannibal maniac moved with cat-like grace in spite of his enormous size, his spiked chain surging through the air like a swift serpent. The courier had to stop time to dodge, and noticed Sauron ready to attack from her rookery. Grabbing a small gun inside his back pocket, Ryan shot her repeatedly in the face in the frozen time. When the clock moved again, Sauron's head exploded into gas, vaporous fumes escaping from her hazmat suit. Ryan also noticed that Acid Rain's toxic clouds had moved north, perhaps to escape her pursuer. Changing his strategy from close combat to ranged attacks, Frank the Mad grabbed his base and tossed it at Ryan as easily as a frisbee. Ryan managed to leap to the side while the projectile crashed behind him, only to almost stumble. The courier glanced at his left foot, finding it encased in a shell of stone. The land's upper half was crawling at him with her arms, her hateful eyes glowing yellow. Exploiting his distraction and the time stop's cooldown, Adam caught Ryan's right arm with his chain, the spikes tearing at his flesh. Though he had grown almost numb to any form of pain, the time traveler had to keep his teeth clenched, as the two psychos pulled him in opposing directions. The spikes tore through his hand's muscle, making him drop his lightsaber. Damn, if this continued, they might tear his whole arm off. On second thought, mate, I won't kill you. Adam opened his mouth again and spat out a new item from his gullet. A syringe full of an azure blue liquid and bearing a familiar helix symbol, an elixir. Oh God, no, anything but that. I'm going to destroy you, Adam said with a laugh, raising the potion like a knife with one hand and holding the chain with the other. You know what they say, like father, like son? Ryan shouted the safe word. Jar Jar B. He didn't finish his sentence. A crimson sphere hit Adam's chain and melted its links, while the surprised psycho took an anti-tank shell to the face. The blast propelled the invulnerable maniac against the tower's force field, while the elixir shattered on the ground. Mr. President? Frank the Mad immediately attempted to rush at his leader's side, only for an enormous shape to fall upon him from the skies. The impact blew dust in all directions, Ryan only able to see a winged shape pinning the colossal psycho to the ground, two giants trading blows. Meanwhile, a horde of rats emerged from the junkyard and immediately fell upon the bisected land, burying her beneath their swarming mass. Ryan glanced at the spot where Sauron used to stand, noticing Lanka and Jamie in civilian clothing in her place. They looked like shit, their face covered with ashes and minor wounds, but the courier had never been so relieved to see them at all. And of course, she was there. Her mech landed right behind Ryan, battered, dented, but still ready to take names. You made me keep your fucking cat, Ryan, Vulcan declared, raising her cannon at Adam. You aren't dying before I kill you. Chapter 48, Bad End. Ryan had to admit it. Being the damsel in distress was a nice change of pace. Usually, he was the one doing the rescuing, but it wasn't very relaxing, for the junkyard had erupted into complete chaos. An increasingly taller Frank traded blows with Wyvern in dragon form, the colossal reptile pushing her opponent against a pile of molten trash. For every hit the superheroine inflicted, the psycho seemed to gain additional height. However, Lanka sniped him with white-colored spheres from her vantage point, shrinking Frank and keeping his size manageable. Was she Cancel's lost sister or something? You teamed up with Wyvern? Ryan asked Jasmine, astonished. Temporarily, Vulcan replied, unleashing a volley of bullets at Adam. While the psycho's carbon skin shrugged off the projectiles, the repeated shock prevented him from moving forward. Very temporarily. You could tell the situation was bad when those two set aside their differences. Having devoured the land and left nothing behind, Chitter's rats moved on to Adam, but the Meta's leader proved to be a harder meal. He stomped on the rodents, turning them into blood smears on the ground. Even when they tried to bury him under their weight, his enhanced strength allowed him to shrug them off. Exploiting the distraction, Ryan grabbed a knife with his unwounded arm and managed to free his leg from the land's dirt binding with it. Meanwhile, Jamie, showing his badass samurai credentials, jumped off his rookery and created a sword of red light mid-flight. Swinging his blade during the descent, he cut through Frank's back as easily as butter, leaving a scar around the waist. Unfortunately, the psycho's metal body quickly regenerated from the wound, and while Lanka slowed down his exponential growth, she couldn't stop it. Frank would reach 8 meters in height soon. "Anything that can take down the communication tower?" Ryan asked Jasmine, needing to shout to be heard over the sound of gunfire. "I mean, their gun is bigger than yours, no offense. I wasted most of my good stuff on the reptile over there." Vulcan replied with frustration, quickly running out of ammo. Without suppressing fire, Adam was now free to move and brought out a warhammer from his gullet. "Cover me while I reload." To give himself more time to think and plan, Ryan activated his power. The world turned violet, the courier looking under his suit with his left arm. He couldn't feel the right one, Adam's chain having shredded its key muscles. Could a Desert Eagle be powerful enough? A higher caliber gun so you were the source of these anomalies. Ryan flinched before looking up to the skies. A man of ivory floated above the junkyard, shrouded in a blinding electric aura. Powerful streams of whitened winds came from his feet, allowing him to hover above the ground. He alone moved in the frozen time, standing above and looking down on the humans below. Electrohydrodynamics. He used electrical charges to ionize air molecules and allow himself to fly. "I was starting to wonder," said Augustus, carrying a half-burnt corpse in his hand. From the clothes, Ryan recognized it as acid rains. "You would make a powerful Saturn." Time resumed, and Lightning Butt focused on the other people present. The moment Augustus came into view, everyone stopped moving. Even the blinded Adam seemed to have sensed his presence. The Lightning Emperor's mere presence, and the sheer electrical tension coming from his person, cowed everyone present into silence. "You failed," Augustus told Adam, tossing Acid Rain's corpse on the ground below like a piece of trash. "Even Hargrave's flames could not warm me. You thought this feeble light could kill me. You thought that anything could kill me." To his credit, Adam quickly recovered from his surprise. "Frank, squash him." The now 8 meters tall giant immediately pushed Wyvern aside and attempted to smash Augustus with both hands, the way a man crushed a mosquito. Instead of dodging, the Lightning Emperor raised his arms and stopped the giant's hands with his own. As he did, Frank's metal skin shifted around Augustus' fingers, covering them. Even Mob Zeus looked briefly surprised by this development. It seemed Frank, the Mad's metallic structure, tried to digest Augustus' hands but struggled to. It reminded Ryan of a dog trying to chew a bone too hard for its teeth, but it made no difference. Augustus looked at Frank and blasted the Titan's head with a blinding lightning bolt from his eyes. The sheer power behind the blow melted the psycho's steel body, leaving a pile of molten metal where the brain should have been. Though pieces of him remained stuck to Augustus, Frank collapsed to his back. "Ryan, get down." Vulcan activated her propellers and grabbed Ryan, flying out of the giant's falling shadow. Chitter's rats fled in all directions, while Wyvern, Jamie, and Adam dispersed. Frank hit the ground and blew dust in all directions, missing the tower by an inch. He remained still, even after the dust settled. Without wasting time, Augustus gracefully landed on the ground and began to slowly walk towards Adam. Instead of cowering, the nihilistic psycho glared back at the invincible man. "My sister, daughter, and goddaughter died because of you." There was no word on earth to sum up the cold fury coming from Lightning Butt's mouth right now. "Their deaths were swifter than yours will ever be. I promise you a Tartarus." "Doesn't matter," Adam replied while swinging his warhammer at the invulnerable man's head. "Even if I die, I already won." "You all lost?" His weapon flattened on impact while Augustus didn't even flinch. "Well, it was fun while it lasted," Adam said before outright shouting. Adam to Bahamut, change target to current low. Augustus casually backhanded Adam in the face, tearing off his jaw and sending the carbon-made man to the ground. The Emperor then kicked the Psycho in the stomach with enough strength to make him crash against the orbital tower. While everyone looked on, too terrified to move or say anything, Lightning Butt started stomping his victim. The Psycho's hardened shell folded like aluminum under the savage beating, bones breaking, legs twisting. When at long last, Adam had become a bloody, battered mess on the ground, Augustus lowered his neck to look at his victim dead in the eyes. "Any last words, vermin?" Adam laughed. It wasn't a laugh of despair or madness, but the taunting cackle of a monster happy with his work. A loud, gregarious laughter of pure schadenfreude, it only enraged Mob Zeus further. At the end of the day, for all your delusions, you only bear the first man's name. Augustus raised his foot above Adam's face. "While I am a god." Augustus stomped on the head with a sickening crack. Adam fell silent, drool falling off his mouth, his outside turned from carbon to scarred skin, weak and vulnerable. The Meta was still breathing, but with a nasty concussion. He might soon wish he was dead, though. Soldiers, grab this piece of trash and send him to Venus. He will not die until I have him nailed to a cross on Ischia Island, his screams soothing my daughter's soul. Augustus then turned to Wyvern. "We fight now." "Fight over what?" Wyvern regained her human form and waved a hand at the devastation around them, while Jamie and Lanka immediately rushed to tie Adam up. "The ashes." "Then get lost," Augustus replied, glancing at the communication tower. "Now that I look at this cursed ground clearly, there is an entire crypt of metal beneath our feet. Mecron's tomb, I assume." "What are you going to do?" Wyvern asked with a frown. "Finish what Hargraves did not have the guts to." Lightning Butt's electrical aura grew brighter and stronger, his body building up energy inside itself. The courier immediately realized what the Thunder Emperor planned and how it would ruin everything. "No," Ryan pleaded, turning to Vulcan, whose face he couldn't see beneath her helmet. "There's still bound to be something down there that we can use." "Ryan," his girlfriend replied with a hint of finality. "It's over. If we stay, we die." Augustus unleashed a lightning blast at the orbital tower, his overwhelming power short-circuiting the force fields and snapping the building in half. One half of the tower fell on the junkyard's ground with a cataclysmic shockwave. The aura around Augustus briefly vanished, revealing the human underneath. A statue of ivory, with pieces of Frank's body still stubbornly attempting to eat away his hands. Lightning Butt looked sick, his cheeks creased and his eyes sullen. But he was already recharging, and this time his aura turned brighter than ever. Vulcan grabbed Ryan in her arms and flew away, the courier too weakened by his wounded arm and blood loss to protest. Everyone evacuated in short order, Wyvern assisting Lanka and Jamie in dragging Adam away and leaving the Lightning Emperor alone. 20 minutes later, a mighty thunderbolt hit the junkyard in a cataclysmic detonation, burying Mecron's bunker once and for all. As expected of Rampage side effects, Ryan started throwing up everything he had eaten in the last few days once the drug wore off. With his existing wounds and a damaged arm, Jasmine had him sedated. When the courier woke up in a hospital bed, it was surrounded by his friends and a cat. Jamie sat on a chair with his girlfriend on his lap, and Jasmine was petting a white cat. Only Lanka stood on her own feet, her back against a white, featureless wall. "Hello, Sleeping Beauty," Lanka mused, though her usual devil-may-care attitude had softened up a little. "My, were you worried for me?" Ryan asked, raising his bandaged left arm. He could actually feel pain now, which was an improvement over its previous state. "Didn't anyone tell you I'm immortal?" Kai-Young chuckled, though her boyfriend didn't. Jamie was happy to see the handsome courier alive, but clearly didn't like the joke. There. Jasmine all but dumped the white cat on her boyfriend. "Now it's your turn." "Schrödinger," Ryan grabbed the cat, who immediately took the courier's lap as his own throne. "You're alive." "I don't know how." Jasmine admitted. Kai-Young looked at the cat with a worried gaze, clearly forcing herself to stand the feline's presence for Ryan's sake. Out of everyone at the factory, only that fucking cat made it out alive. That pet is luckier than Fortuna. Did she make it out? Ryan asked before correcting himself. Who else made it out? Precious few, Jamie admitted with a sorrowful face. Fortuna and her parents were far enough away from Ground Zero to avoid being killed outright, probably thanks to her busted luck, Lanka added. The house almost collapsed on us when the Meta targeted MT Augustus, but we avoided incineration. Neptune survived too. Ryan's voice died in his throat. Is Len alive? The group exchanged glances while Jasmine scowled outright. You don't need to sugarcoat it. Ryan declared, his hand tensing on Schrodinger's back. Say the truth outright. I expect it. Almost everyone on Ischia Island perished, either from the laser itself or the searing ashes, Jasmine said bluntly, though she was clearly crestfallen. Only Geist lived, if you can call it that, and the few of us who were fighting outside Ground Zero. The underdiver didn't survive. Ryan said nothing for a moment, whether it was because of the anesthesia, the tiredness, or the gnawing realization that he had completely messed up this run. He couldn't muster the strength to feel anything. I'm sorry, Jamie apologized. I know it's a cold comfort, but nobody could have stopped this. He meant well, but it only hurt more. I could have, Ryan said. Once again, he had failed to protect Len from psychos. You couldn't, Jamie insisted. It happened in a flash, no time to think. You're a hero, Ryan, Kai-Young said. You probably prevented Adam from firing that beam again and killing thousands. It was completely foolish, you mean? Jasmine snarled at Ryan. What were you thinking, attacking them head-on? Hey, I tried to call for backup, but nobody answered, Ryan replied. And I thought I could pull off a Tony Montana. Well, you did, Lanka said with a snicker. Your own drug did more damage to your system than the Meta, from what I heard. We're in Sorrento, south of New Rome, Jamie told Ryan. You can still see the fires out of the windows, Lanka said, Kai-Young elbowing her. It's one of our cities, so it's safe here, Jamie reassured the courier in an almost paternal way. With your genome metabolism, you should recover in no time. At this point, Ryan wasn't sure if he should drag out his recovery time or put a bullet in his head right this instant. He decided to wait a little to get a clearer picture of the situation. What's going to happen now? We bury the dead, Jamie said grimly. After that, we rebuild and we continue to move forward. That's all we can do. I don't think now is the time to speak of it, Kai-Young told her fiancé. Yeah, Jamie rose up alongside his girlfriend. We'll let you rest, my friend, Lanka. Yeah. Lanka said, as the trio left Jasmine and Ryan alone. The courier heard her grumble while closing the door behind them. Goddamn lovebirds. Vulcan waited a few seconds for the other Augusti to leave before turning to Ryan. You're holding up. She tried not to sound concerned, but wasn't very good at it. You owe me one. Unfortunately, I can only pay with my body. My money went down in ashes. Ryan's response drew a chuckle from the genius. Is my car all right? No. Jasmine shook her head, mourning this beautiful device's destruction too. Adam blew it up alongside my foundry. If Len's demise hadn't finished off Ryan, his car's murder did. The chronoradio was gone, and even if he memorized the plans for Len's device, it wouldn't work without the brain powering the Plymouth Fury. What did his car do to the Meta to deserve such bitter treatment? Besides running them over again and again. Someone knocked on the hospital room's window, the genome couple immediately looking up at it. Hi, said Wyvern while opening the window from the other side. Ryan found the scene extraordinarily familiar. Jasmine immediately revealed a gun hidden beneath her trousers, pointing it at Wyvern's face. Get the fuck out of here, Laura. Jasmine, can we stop doing this? Wyvern sighed. Stop fighting for once. After everything that happened, aren't you tired of it too? I come in peace. Vulcan kept her weapon raised, finger on the trigger, and then lowered it. How did we fall apart? Wyvern asked, looking down while she entered the room through the window and landed on the floor. You started it, Jasmine replied, putting the gun aside. Aren't you helping the civilians? I was, but the carnival arrived to help. Jasmine's eyes widened in alarm. Does Augustus know? Not yet, but he will soon, Wyvern said. He and Leonard can't stand each other, so I expect more fighting soon. What about Dynamis? Ryan asked. What I always feared will come to pass, Wyvern admitted. Alphonse Manata is in charge of what remains, including all the troops in Sicily, Libya, and Spain. The truce won't hold with him in command. If anything, I think he sees it as an opportunity to wipe you all out for good. There's going to be a new round of genome wars, Jasmine muttered. They're going to fight over the scraps. Yes. An awkward silence fell on the room. While he wouldn't live to see it, Hannafat Lecter had won. He had ruined Europe for years to come, and worst of all, the plushie was still out there. This is your fault, Jasmine told Wyvern with a scowl. You hired the meta. You planted the seeds from which this disaster grew. I didn't, Wyvern shook her head. Jasmine, I swear I didn't know. Neither did Enrique, bless his soul. If anyone is at fault, it's Hector. I would have stopped him if I had known. That's your problem, Laura. You could never pay attention. Vulcan shook her head, skeptical. Why are you here? I came to apologize, the heroine admitted, causing Jasmine to blink in surprise. I still don't understand how we went from friends to enemies, but after all that happened, I've been reevaluating my choices. I don't want to fight you again, and, whatever I did that caused you pain, I wish to apologize for it. Jasmine listened without a word, different feelings changing her expression, from disbelief to anger to regrets. Get out, Laura, she finally said, unable to process it. Get out. I understand, Wyvern replied with a scowl before turning to the courier. Romano, I'm not sure why you chose to join the Augusti, but what you did was very brave. There's still time for you to turn your life around, become a force of good in the world. Yeah. Ryan replied, looking at the sleeping cat on his lap. There's still time. With one last glance to Jasmine and Ryan, Wyvern flew through the windows, probably to rejoin New Rome. You knew, Jasmine said once she was gone, glaring at her boyfriend. About that Mecron bunker. That's what you were hiding. I knew Mecron kept a weapon stash below, Ryan admitted. Not that he had an orbital lasers control panel. And you didn't tell me, she snarled. Fuck Ryan, we slept together in my bed. It couldn't hurt to trust me a little. Jasmine, I swear, shut up. She interrupted him, looking away. Just shut up. Schrodinger let out a cute meow as if to alleviate the tension in the air. Ryan petted him between the ears, wondering if Shub-Niggurath had also survived the devastation, though most of his thoughts were for the orphans in Len's undersea base. With luck, the automated systems would provide for them, but without Shorty. All in all, this run had been a disaster. Mecron's bunker had been blown up, like his car, the chronoradio, and whatever brain-copying research Dynemis stockpiled in their HQ. His plan to transfer someone else's consciousness through time had been dashed. The courier only had one option left, his only chance to salvage something from this run, and that was Vulcan's power-enhancing armor. But would she help him after everything? He wasn't sure. At this point, he should just ask Vulcan for her gun and pull the trigger, and yet, why are you looking at me like that? Jasmine broke the silence. I know I'm beautiful, but that's just creepy. I was thinking about what you said, Ryan said. A little trust. You knew I was hiding things, but you said nothing to Augustus or the others. Why? I wonder myself, the genius replied with a shrug. I dunno, you're smart, you're fun, and I like you, simple as that. Like as in present, so you still have a thing for me. Don't push it, Ryan. She replied, though he saw the edge of a smile on her lips. Yeah, I still have a little crush, and that's why I'm mad at you for your stupidity. You can only really be pissed at people you hate or care about. Ryan smiled a little, though the heart wasn't in it. Thing was, he had plenty of people he had grown to hate, but very few people to care for. He had always remained careful not to get attached to others because it only hurt more when he looped. Thing was, Vulcan had kept some of his secrets when she could have easily betrayed him. Even now, she hadn't completely written him as a lost cause. She wasn't a good person, as his Dynemis loop could attest, but she wasn't all that bad either. A little trust. It had been a while since Ryan had trusted anyone except Len, because trust was a fragile thing that could easily turn into an open wound. Because it was something that once given couldn't be easily taken back. But this whole disaster happened because he couldn't trust anyone but Len with the bunker's secrets. If Ryan always did the same things all over again, then he would get the same results. Maybe it was time to change. Maybe it was time for him to change. Jasmine? What? I can time travel. Trust was a two-way street, after all. Chapter 49, time and again. Standing in the middle of a white, underground experimentation room, Ryan let out a groan. "I need to go to the bathroom." "Too late, asshole," Jasmine replied, as she used a screwdriver to close the armor's lightweight alloy chest plate, leaving only the courier's head exposed. Eugene Henry Schrodinger meowed at her side, looking at his master with curiosity. "But I added a urine recycling system if you want to drink your own piss." Charming. Ryan's body didn't feel so heavy, even if he wore a 25-kilogram suit of armor. The weight was evenly distributed to lessen the strain on his muscles, and the servos provided additional strength. While the courier wouldn't be able to move as fast as in his glamorous suit, he could probably punch through concrete. As per his demand, Jasmine had painted the armor purple, with orange lenses for the helmet's eyes. Though Ryan looked like an oversized humanoid bug in it, he would remain outrageously flashy, and that was all that mattered. Hell, his armor's design matched Vulcan's own. Wasn't that adorable? Ryan had also memorized its schematics, so he could rebuild it in a future loop if needed. Separated from a control area by a door and plexiglass window, the place used to be an underground police interrogation room before the wars. Jasmine had repurposed it into a lab, even managing to complete the armor in a matter of days using available material. The makeshift workshop was a far cry from Vulcan's previous foundry, but it was sufficient. They didn't even have to lie about that project, not completely at least. Vulcan had promised Augustus that she would work on a new type of armor capable of enhancing Ryan's power, and the would-be emperor had given his seal of approval. It seemed the courier's power had left a good impression on Lightning Butt, or he just didn't care anymore after his daughter's demise. Say what you wanted about the Augusti, but they got things done. Should have figured it out sooner, Jasmine grumbled, as she grabbed the last part of the armor she hadn't put on Ryan yet, the helmet. You were just too fucking perfect. Was it a repeat performance? Did you fine-tune your sweet talking until it worked? No. Though Ryan had centuries of experience with women, so he knew what made people tick. You tried to kill me in a previous loop. Did I succeed? She asked, almost hopeful. Nope, not even close. A shame. Guess I might succeed this time. It's fine. Half my girlfriends tried to kill me at one point or another, Ryan replied with a smirk. I'm a masochist. I know you are, Jasmine replied with a chuckle, though her mood quickly soured. I've got a request, Ryan. A request from you? Ryan asked, quite surprised. Vulcan didn't do requests, she gave orders. How can I refuse if this fails? And it won't fail because I'm a genius. Jasmine gathered her breath, as if admitting the mere possibility of failure took a colossal effort on her part. But let's assume that if it fails, I won't be able to transfer your mind. In Ryan's experience, failure would be the rule and a potential success the exception. Yeah, right, Sherlock, she snapped, clenching her teeth. If I don't make it, it means I will cease to exist, the me right now. You will just lose your memories. Ryan argued. Don't be so pessimistic. It's amnesia, not death. I will lose memories of things I haven't done. Stop kidding yourself, Ryan. I'll be erased. End of the story. She let out a sigh as if bracing herself for death. So, if I don't make it, I want you to leave my other self alone. Make sure she lives and doesn't go to corpo jail, but don't pull off your summer fling crap on her. Don't replace me with another Jasmine. I understand, Ryan said. Before, I said you wouldn't forget me, and I mean it now. Even if I disappear, promise you won't forget me. I promise. He had made that oath before and always kept it. The helmet in her hands, Jasmine pushed her lips against Ryan's. The courier put his hands behind her waist, the armor clinking as it moved and held her tight. It was a passionate, intense kiss. He felt as if Vulcan wanted to eat him on the spot. This may be their last. Don't forget that, Jasmine said upon breaking the embrace and putting the helmet on Ryan's face. The courier started to breathe with a respirator and see the world through lenses. Vulcan then tried to grab Schrodinger, but the cat stubbornly refused to get caught. I think he wants to stay, Jasmine mused. It's a Schrodinger's cat, Ryan replied, easily seizing the cat in his armored arms. He'll improve the odds. Whatever, I hope he has enough lives remaining, Jasmine replied, closing the room's door behind her. The genius sat next to a control panel beyond the window, sparing her boyfriend one last glance before starting her work. The plan was for Ryan to open a rift to the purple world with his enhanced power. Though the courier had never succeeded in doing so for centuries, it should allow for physical time travel, at least in theory. It was a far-fetched plan, even a risky one, but they had exhausted all other options. Since they had lost the necessary tech for a consciousness transfer and Europe would soon erupt in conflict, there was no other way for Jasmine to survive the restart. The chances were slim, but one could always hope. If you think you might die, why are you going along with it? Ryan asked Jasmine as she began hitting buttons on her control panel, fine-tuning the armor's functions. Schrödinger waited, strangely silent. You could keep me chained up in your basement. Don't tempt me, Jasmine replied, pulling a lever on her control panel. Words and numbers started to appear on Ryan's lenses, the suit systems activating. Roughly 8 million people live in New Rome and its countryside. The meta killed, 3 million of them? No matter how I see it, 1 versus 3 million. You would have to be a huge dick to consider it a fair deal. Some would have thought otherwise, Ryan admitted. One genius tried to keep his brain in storage in an old loop to prevent the courier from reloading. That's why I tried to keep my secret under wraps after a few betrayals. Poor you. Jasmine mocked him before looking at the armor regretfully. I was a hero once. Ryan said nothing. I just wanted to change the world, make an impact, like your Len girl is doing, though she doesn't get it yet. I guess that's why I wanted you on my team, Ryan. I had the feeling we were going to do great things together. We are, Ryan reassured her. Yeah, she replied, stopping her work to look at him through the window. Make sure this disaster never happens again, okay? Kill that fat ass. I'm killing him in every single loop from now on, I promise, Ryan said, frowning. If I told the Augusti about the bunker? No, don't, unless I follow you. At best, Augustus will blow up Rust Town like he did now, casualties be damned. At worst, I don't want to think about it. Vulcan clenched her fists, scowling. If I don't make it, go to Laura. I'm sorry, have I misheard? Ryan asked, astonished. You want me to go? I was jealous, all right. The genius snapped, interrupting her boyfriend. Because she's so fucking perfect, and now she just apologizes. It's sickening. Ryan didn't answer, letting Vulcan vent out all her pent-up frustration. He had the feeling that the short genius had invested so much in her bitter rivalry with her former teammate that she had no idea what to do now that Wyvern had thrown in the towel. Maybe with time, Jasmine would learn to move on, to stop hating if she had time. I know her better than anyone, Jasmine grumbled in admission. She'll help getting rid of that bunker, if only because she's too stupid to see the possibilities. She isn't corrupt, just goddamn naive. Ryan wasn't sure if it was meant to be a compliment or an insult. Knowing Jasmine, probably both. Do you regret joining the Augusti? The courier asked his girlfriend. She considered the question for a few seconds. No, I don't regret it, Vulcan finally said. It wasn't the best choice, but it was mine, if that makes sense. It didn't, but the courier accepted it all the same. In any case, the genius finished typing on the control panel and looked through the window. Ryan, we're ready. Open the path to that purple world for the both of us. I will do all I can. Do or don't. There is no try. Both burst out laughing. Ryan couldn't believe they even shared the same love for pop culture. Truly, they had been a match made in mafia heaven. Even if it ended terribly, this loop had been something special. Gathering his breath and holding Schrödinger in his arms, Ryan activated his time stop. Now was the moment of truth. The world turned violet as the purple world and their universe converged. Instead of freezing in time, Vulcan's armor kept working inside the temporal anomaly. Even if the experiment failed, at least Ryan could upgrade his arsenal for later runs. 2 seconds within the time stop, the courier immediately noticed something unusual. Bright violet particles began to appear inside the interrogation room, swirling points of light coming off from his person. They floated around the room, even as the universe remained frozen. The armor was meant to focus Ryan's power, to fully harvest the theoretical violet flux radiation that powered space-time manipulators. Could this be those particles? As 2 seconds turned into 3, 4, Then 5. The number of these lights only increased at an exponential rate, from a few dozens to thousands, shrouding everything around him. Their color turned from bright violet to purple, and they grew from the size of fireflies to bubbles. At this point, Ryan reached the 10 seconds limit and decided to stop before he accidentally made a new save. This was a mere initial test to access more power from the purple world, but it wasn't worth setting New Rome's destruction in stone. The genome hastily canceled his power. But the world remained frozen. In fact, the number of particles around him only increased until they drowned his sight entirely. Schrödinger, Jasmine, the entire room vanished behind a veil of colored bubbles. Jasmine, Ryan attempted to move, but his body refused to. Or rather, the armor didn't follow his movement, keeping his limbs encased in steel. He couldn't even sense Schrödinger in his arms. Jasmine, I can't stop. No one answered. The veil of purple bubbles split open, finally allowing Ryan to see through the armor's lenses. But instead of the interrogation room, the courier looked at an icy, silent wasteland beneath a dark sky. Was this Antarctica? It would fit the stars' positions in the skies. Strangely, while the bubbles remained at the edge of his vision and the armor refused to move, Ryan saw snow move with the wind. It felt like watching a 3D movie from an outside perspective. Ryan's viewpoint focused on a dark metal dome emerging from the snow, perhaps a research station or something similar. His vision glitched out, showing a mahogany desk in a darkened room. 3 figures spoke around a table. Although Ryan couldn't see them clearly, they appeared as phantoms made of blue particles. These higher dimensions defy physics and our understanding. A woman's voice. Yet, to master these alien worlds and conquer the stars is mankind's destiny. To survive, even thrive in this hostile universe, humanity must ascend to a higher state. From man to overman, from Homo sapiens to Homo novus. Ascension through genetic engineering. A similar voice, but slightly different. Ryan couldn't explain it, but it seemed like the same actor voicing 2 characters. But governments and institutions will try to stop us to preserve the status quo. Those old fossils can't see what's up ahead. They live in the past while the future came to us with this craft. We were warned. Old nations are fragile things that will crumble to dust, or they will adapt. The chaos we will unleash is well within our budget. What was that? A vision of the past. The scene glitched out again, and this time he could only hear broken voices. Purple particles obscured his vision, like a VHS tape suffering from a breakdown. There is no place for black. Out of all the colors, it alone can't be safely harnessed. The creatures within the black dimension do not seem malicious, but their mere existence tears our lower reality apart. Physical laws cannot coexist with paradoxes. All the ultimate ones are compassionate, but also narrow-minded. They only understand lower universes through the prism of their color. Limitless power without complexity? Or perhaps they see farther than we do. The veil of purple parted ways, revealing a green meadow populated with white rabbit plushies, dozens of them. They all looked at him, raising their ears as if they could see him through time and space. Their fur was covered in blood, and the courier noticed a dismembered human corpse hidden behind tall grass. "Hi," Ryan said. The plushies raised their tiny paws and waved at the courier in perfect synchronization. The purple particles' brightness intensified, and in a blink, they all exploded in a blinding flash. Ryan had to squint, though he managed to see a shadow inside the light. Through it, he saw hints of impossible geometries, shifting spaces and doors to other alien worlds. A crossroads between realities, whose existence defied the physics of mankind's universe. He had entered the purple world. The shadow grew in size as if Ryan approached it. It vaguely looked like an inverted pyramid covered in eye-shaped spheres, though the courier couldn't work the details through the purple light. However, he could tell it was colossal in size. A flying structure the size of a planet, maybe a star. No, not a structure, a living being. The godlike entity looked at Ryan with its countless eyes, and it was May 8th, 2020, a brand new day in Rome. His hands on the driving wheel, Ryan immediately parked at the nearest spot and glanced through the window. Cars passed by his Plymouth Fury and made their way towards the glitzy city, ready to gamble their souls to win fortunes in its glamorous casinos. Mount Augustus and Dynamy's HQ stood proud, two would-be nations facing each other. Ryan observed his surroundings, trying to gather his thoughts. He had traded the armor for his usual clothes and, after checking, confirmed that everything was back in its proper place. Either the entity had killed him, or it activated a failsafe in the genome's own ability, and no sign of Vulcan either. She was supposed to call him immediately should she somehow manage to travel back in time, and so far his phone had remained silent. Jasmine hadn't made it through. Well, Ryan let out a deep, sad sigh. That was a failure. The time traveler wasn't surprised, just disappointed. At least Ryan had managed to go back after all, instead of accidentally making a new save. It had only cost him a trusted friend and everything else. But the genome had a chance to make things right, and he wouldn't waste it. Gathering his breath, Ryan put on the chronoradio and prepared to make his way towards Renesco's place. I still think we're alone in the universe. Ryan stopped as Len's voice came out of the chronoradio. It's all dark and cold beyond our little blue planet. We aren't alone. Ryan's own voice answered through the radio. And if you ask me, the stars shine brighter still. The courier behind the wheel froze as he heard himself discuss with Len through the radio. It didn't take him long to realize what was happening. He listened to a recording. A recording of that conversation with Len on the orphanage's roof. How? He didn't record it, and neither did Shorty as far as he knew. How did it travel back in time? Did Len manage to send a recording through her device before Mecron's satellite claimed her life? Or was it that strange entity's doing? Whatever the case, the whole orphanage conversation repeated perfectly as Ryan had experienced it. Eventually, the courier's own words echoed in his car. It can improve. Len, all you see is the dark, but everywhere you look, there's light. Yes. Even if the world held much sorrow, it was also worth saving. Ryan pushed the accelerator and drove towards New Rome to begin again. It didn't matter how many tries it would take, how many false starts and bad endings he would have to go through. He had a city to save and a perfect run to complete. The courier had made a promise to Vulcan, and he would keep it. Chapter 50. Past Fragment. How to Tame Your Plushie. Spring 2018. Farm near Fiernes, Italy. An 18-year-old Ryan Romano kicked the laboratory's door open, naked as the day he was born. "Brain dead," he shouted, raising a rabbit plushie above his head. "I did it! I did it!" His roommate Alchemo, who had been busy operating on an extracted dog's brain, raised his head at Ryan. This lanky cyborg had bones made of brass, steel pumps for organs, and glass for veins. His hands ended with syringes. A brain and two green eyes floated in its glass dome of a skull, glaring at the time traveler. "Why are you naked, you shameless exhibitionist?" The voice that came out of the cyborg's speaker was annoyed, but not surprised. "Have you let your base, biological urges run wild yet again?" "Yes, but no," Ryan replied happily, waving his new invention at the cybernetic genius. "I just couldn't wait to show you the truth." The cyborg looked at the beautiful toy without a word. For a moment, the only sound that echoed in the workshop was that of computers. The genius's laboratory was a true den of mad science, a chaotic gallery of brains in jars, tubes full of multicolored chemical substances and experimental weed strains. The chronoradio awaited on a table nearby, hooked to an artificial brain and a miniature particle accelerator. "What is this?" Alchemo finally asked. "A scavenged children's toy, the test probe," Ryan replied proudly. "It's way more imaginative than another rover." "And why a lagomorph plushie exactly?" "Well, it's cute. If the dimension is inhabited, it will lull the locals into complacency." To prove it, Ryan flipped the back switch, waking up the plushie. Its blue eyes shone with artificial light, and it immediately played a pre-recorded message. "I love you." "See?" Ryan asked. "It comes with lasers and is programmed to protect children under the age of 13. It's completely safe." "Sometimes I wonder if your neural connections are damaged beyond repair," Alchemo said, absent-mindedly finishing his current surgery. "But it is as you wish." Alchemo, or Braindead as Ryan liked to call him, was a genius with a special focus on neural technology. Brain-machine interfaces, brains in a jar, sensory drugs. If it involved neurons, he could do it. Ryan had known him for over 2 years, at least from his point of view. They even started a drug cartel together in a previous loop, though that venture ended with Ryan shot by one of his maddened customers. But it was fun. Maybe Ryan will dedicate this new loop to make their rampage startup work this time. In any case, the time traveler had dedicated the last decade or so to mastering genius tech, learning from the best. With enough knowledge, the time traveler hoped he could find a way to travel further back in time before he drank his elixir. Progress was slow but worthwhile. Alchemo in particular might finally find a way to make the chronoradio work. Romano. Yes, put something on before the doll sees you, the genius all but ordered his roommate. You already corrupted her mind enough with your body enhancements. You're just jealous of my android design talent. I fail to see the use in mammaries in an asexual gynoid construct, Alchemo replied icily, completely missing the point. Anyway, toss that thing into the accelerator. You still will not tell me the purpose of these experiments? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Ryan replied, moving towards the device. The mini-particle accelerator took the shape of a small metal tube with a hatch, hooked to the chronoradio. Ryan quickly opened it and put the plushie inside like a child in an escape pod. We won't know unless you try, Alchemo grumbled. Well, maybe Ryan could. Most of the people he confided in during the early loops didn't believe him, but Braindead had grown more and more open-minded in the Violet Genomes company. How about I tell you if the experiment is a success? The courier asked, before remembering something important. Also, you should stop abusing that Metabos drug you designed. The side effects will catch up to you. How do you know? Were you looking into my stash? You thief, I should have you expelled from my property? Sure, Ryan replied, knowing the cranky genius's bark was worse than his bite. All right, so the particle accelerator should send the plushie to that alternate dimension I told you about. It is equipped with a camera and the best artificial intelligence hardware I could find. Knowing you, that's not saying much. Ryan eventually put on a red shawl around his waist, though only because Braindead refused to activate the machine unless he covered his most powerful weapon. Once they were ready, Alchemo transformed his fingers from syringes to USB keys and hooked himself to a computer. The particle accelerator made a terrible sound as it activated, like the roar of a living engine. So far so good, Braindead said, processing data directly into his brain. Energy readings are stable. Did it teleport? Ryan asked, hands clenched in excitement. I wouldn't say it teleports, but it coexists in 2 dimensions so long as the accelerator is active, Braindead replied with what could pass for a shrug. Are you sure you want that device hooked to a car's engine? Seems like a waste of promising technology. Oh, I'm certain. If the accelerator managed to send the plushie into another dimension, then it should allow the Plymouth Fury to do the same. Ryan could settle for an alternate Earth where his family and Len were both still alive. Have you watched Back to the Future? I don't watch movies, I live them. Oh, right. The old genius hooked his brain to artificial ones to experience false memories. Ryan himself wondered if he should enter the market considering his wealth of experience, though 2/3 of his past would be rated 18+. Eventually, the noise from the particle accelerator lessened and finally subsided completely. Ryan expected to find the plushie missing, but instead, a brief, violet flash suddenly erupted from the accelerator the second he opened the hatch. When it subsided, his creation looked up at its maker with its big, beautiful blue eyes. Ryan blinked, the plushie tilting its head to the side. Brainy, are you controlling my rabbit from afar? Ryan asked, the plushie raising its ears as if it was a living being instead of a stylized exploration probe. Let's play together, said the plushie, raising its tiny hands on its own. The time traveler started hearing sound coming from the robot, strange whispers the time traveler couldn't decipher. Was the speaker broken? Why would I touch that dirty thing except with a stick? Alchemo replied, disengaging from the computer to observe this furry wonder of engineering. Perhaps the energy blast fried the hardware? The plushie glared at the genius, its blue eyes turning red. Awa, it could even make an angry fa, zap. Alchemo's glass skull exploded as a laser went through it, vaporizing the brain inside. Ryan barely had the time to cover his head with his arms, shards cutting his skin while the cyborg's body collapsed to the ground. The rabbit's eyes shone with malice, the hidden lasers within having activated on their own. Damn it, that's the 5th time. Ryan complained, looking at Alchemo's remains. 5th time I got him killed. The plushie clearly didn't think it did anything wrong. Let's go to Disneyland. Not today, Ryan replied, deeming this experiment a failure. Now I have to reload before Doll finds him. With a sigh, the courier casually headbutted the nearest jar and used a glass shard to slice his own throat. Ryan woke up a few minutes earlier, gazing into a blue abyss. The plushie looked back at the time traveler, orienting its ears at him instead of attacking immediately. What happened? Why did Ryan reload now instead of the day before? He hadn't created a new save point since yesterday night. Did the experiment force him to save on reflex? Whatever the case, Ryan was sure it remembered. It is still in our dimension. Alchemo replied, moving towards the accelerator to look at death once more. Is the hardware still functional? The plushie's eyes turned red yet again. Ryan immediately attempted to activate the switch on its back and save the genius, but the plushie hopped out of the particle accelerator and onto a nearby table. Alien voices echoed through the room as the rabbit's left hand revealed a hidden blade, which it quickly raised at Ryan. Wait, you equipped it with a switchblade? Alchemo asked. Also, you have a weird choice in sound design for that thing. It was for self-defense only, Ryan replied, wondering if he should just use a time stop and be done with it, but he couldn't figure out what happened for the life of him. The time traveler didn't program the plushie to react like this. Had the accelerator damaged the hardware inside? It was as if something else, something intelligent, controlled it from afar. Ryan's eyes wandered to the plushie's shadow, and he realized it didn't belong to a rabbit anymore. The shape didn't fit any creature of this world, but that of a monster with tentacles, appendages, and impossible geometry defying comprehension. Okay. The good news, the particle accelerator worked. Somewhat. Bad news, it had worked in reverse, bringing something in instead of sending a probe out. What is all this racket? A new voice echoed in the workshop as its door slowly widened, and a red-headed, green-eyed woman walked in. While she looked normal at first glance, with a lovely heart-shaped face, one only had to give a cursory glance at her arms to realize her true nature, that of a lifelike mannequin, animated through technology. Doll was a robot, a gynoid animated by an artificial brain created by Alchemo, one advanced enough to pass the Turing test. Though he pretended to have created her to assist him in his work, Quicksave was sure the genius actually wanted human company. Brainy might have let go of his physical needs, but emotional ones were another matter entirely. Still, Alchemo had only equipped her with a human face, a featureless body, and called it quits. It had fallen to Ryan to make her body truly human-like in all the ways that mattered. He even gave her a name. T, back off, Ryan shouted, the plushie hiding its switchblade arm behind its back and changing its eyes from red to blue. Even the alien voices had suddenly fallen silent. It's dangerous. Dangerous to you, mayhaps, Alchemo mused, none the wiser. Methinks you cannot control your own creations. Dangerous. T looked at the plushie, immediately joining her hands together. It is so adorable. What are you hiding behind your back? The plushie slowly revealed his hand, but instead of a switchblade, it held a rose. I love you, it said to T. The gynoid couldn't help but gush as she took the flower. Wait, Ryan thought, where did it find a rose in this lifeless dump? Thank you, Doll said, petting the plushie behind the ears. It is adorable. T, step away from the rabbit, Ryan pleaded. You don't know where it has been. But look at it, it's cute, the gynoid replied, holding the rabbit on her shoulder like a child, and the tiny monster didn't resist. She looked at Alchemo, who had observed the scene with some degree of amusement. Can I keep it, Fath? If you want, Doll. The genius replied with a grunt, uncaring. Do as you wish with it. Hey, wait, you can't dispose of my stuff like that? Ryan protested. "Stop stealing from my medicine stash and we'll talk." The plushie looked at Ryan over Doll's shoulders, its eyes turning from blue to red. Eventually, what was bound to happen happened. A containment breach. "Research log B-101, Ryan told himself, fully dressed and rifle in hand. He didn't record anything, though. He just wanted to monologue. "My hunt for the plushie continues. The beast has eluded capture so far, but I do not despair." The plushie had used its cuteness to lull T into a false sense of safety, and then immediately ran away when she wasn't looking. Ryan had followed its trail for over 3 days. It wasn't difficult. He just had to follow the corpses, strung to trees with their own intestines. "The beast is learning," Ryan observed. The first ropes had been crudely designed, collapsing under the weight of their owner. The newest ones were thicker, stronger, more complex, though it appears to focus its unbridled hostility towards humans. While the rabbit attacked Alchemo on sight, T didn't trigger a hostile reaction. Ryan had also crossed paths with animals like wild dogs and hares during the search, yet none had perished at the plushie's vicious claws. Perhaps it found humans to be the most dangerous game of all, or something about Homo sapiens infuriated the creature on an instinctual level. Eventually, Ryan tracked the plushie to a farm closest to Alchemo's. He didn't have to look too hard. He had heard the voices when he approached the area. He found the farm's owner, a woman named Sarah, tied up on a bed of broken wood right in front of her barn. The plushie had shoved an apple down her throat, like a pig ready for roasting. The responsible party stood next to her, eyes crimson and white fur drenched in blood. It seemed to struggle with lighting a match with its associated box, while its captive looked at Ryan with pleading eyes. "Bad rabbit," Ryan shouted, raising his rifle at the monster he had created. "Drop the match." The rabbit looked back at the time traveler and finally lit a match. "Don't do it," Ryan warned, keeping the rifle aimed at the creature's head. In response, the plushie dangled the match over the woodpile, seemingly entertained by the woman's muffled cries. "I know violence solves many problems, but not all of them, Mom." Ryan and the plushie looked at the barn, a blonde child no older than 10 peeking through the door. A tense standoff between an armed man and a murderous rabbit with his mom in the middle. Well, this must have been quite an embarrassing sight. Child detected. The rabbit's eyes turned blue, and the alien voices fell silent. Entering cute mode. The rabbit instantly dropped everything to rush at the child, the lit match falling towards the woodpile and the captive. With supreme marksmanship honed through countless restarts, Ryan managed to shoot the match with the rifle, blowing it out before it could set the victim ablaze. The child screamed and stumbled as the plushie powered through the barn's doors. "You are my best friend," said the rabbit, grabbing onto the screaming child's leg with its bloody hands. "Let's hug." Ryan briefly worried for the child, but thankfully, besides refusing to let the kid's ankle go, the rabbit didn't attack in any way. The plushie's programming kept working, preventing it from attacking children under 13 and activating the protection subroutine. Now, the time traveler just had to free the captive, pull the switch, and everything would return to normalk. Pop. Ryan blinked, unsure if he was experiencing hallucinations. For while the blood-drenched rabbit still held on tight to its new and unwilling best friend, a second white snow plushie had appeared out of nowhere, looking at Ryan with its big blue eyes. That wasn't good at all. Research log C011. Well, actually, now wasn't the time to monologue. Though only a ruin after the world ended, Ainz had only a few days ago welcomed a population of refugees, trying to rebuild the city. Dynamis had an enclave there, and even Augustus drug cartel had a presence in the area. But today, Ryan didn't see any humans as he walked through the city's empty streets. He didn't hear a sound, but he wasn't alone. Everywhere around him, white forms occupied every corner of the city, rabbit plushies everywhere. On the roofs, on the ground, behind the windows. None made a sound or even twitched. They just watched Ryan as if they were all mere drones bound by a singular intelligence. "Well," Ryan said, "I fucked up." It seemed that the child had triggered a new pattern in the creature. Perhaps its sheer happiness allowed it to divide, or it summoned alternate versions of itself from other universes. Whatever the case, the plushie had started reproducing, and like all rabbits, the plushie multiplied exponentially. By the time Ryan had tracked the second one to Ainz half a week after the farm incident, it was already too late. The time traveler wasn't sure what happened to the city's population, but he had no intention of finding out. "All right, I just doomed humanity yet again," the time traveler said, sighing before looking for a rope to hang himself with while the rabbits watched. "I shouldn't make it a habit." During the next loop, Ryan went to sleep with a clear mind, happy to have contained the dangerous anomaly. In the end, Ryan dealt with the plushie by activating his time stop and flipping the switch off the moment he reloaded. The creature possessing it might seem capable of remembering his past loops, yet it remained bound to its host body's programming. Sort of. As it turned out, the accelerator had fried the hardware, damaging the camera. Not only could Ryan not extract any information about whichever dimension the plushie had been exposed to, the robot shouldn't even function. Why did it follow the original programming if the CPU no longer worked? Ryan himself didn't remember how he made the plushie in the first place, and half of its pieces didn't make sense on a closer look. It had been a stroke of inspiration, born of his raw nakedness. Perhaps the plushie's behavior was caused by its mechanical part, or by the abomination now using it as an anchor on Earth, or perhaps a combination of both. Ryan hesitated about destroying his creation, considering its threat to the world at large, but decided to keep it. It could prove an amusing last-resort weapon, and he was curious about its true nature. Also, destroying the plushie might release whatever dwelled inside into their reality. Even Ryan wasn't crazy enough to try. In any case, the courier closed his eyes, dreaming about new adventures and how he would tell Braindead the truth. The plushie looked down from the bedside table, inactive. For hours, there was no movement in the room. Even the noises coming from Alchemo's workshop stopped. The genius ended his hard day's work with a moment of relaxation, replaying harvested memories from before the war. And then, with the slightest click sound, the plushie's off switch flipped to on. Without making any noise, the plushie hopped on the bed, leaning over the sleeping Ryan. The courier's slumber was too deep for him to notice, even as the shadow of death approached. The plushie observed its human creator without a sound, watching his chest rise up with his breath. "I will always be your friend," the plushie finally said. It raised the bedsheet to keep Ryan warm and then sat on the nearest pillow. The switch moved from on to off, and the plushie played statues. They would have so much fun together. Chapter 51. Route Split. "So, let me get this straight," Wyvern asked, floating above the street outside Ryan's hotel bedroom. "You came to New Rome hunting for the metagang who managed to uncover a cache of Mechron tech beneath Rust Town. You also strongly believe that someone in Dynamis, probably Hector, namely my employer, hired them to harass the Augusti." "Pretty much, yes." Ryan nodded, wearing nothing but his underwear. Wyvern smiled. "Am I being pranked? Was it because Ryan refused to wear a shirt?" He had been replicating the plans for Vulcan's armor when the superhero knocked on his window to make her sales pitch. "I would like to joke about it, but no, I'm serious." The courier raised a thumb up. "Honest?" Wyvern crossed her arms, a frown on her face. "Do you have any proof?" "These are dangerous allegations." "You can ask Ghoul," Ryan said, pointing at a cooler next to his bed. "He makes the best ice cream." The superheroine's frown only deepened. "But you didn't let the private security bring him in custody." "I won't surrender my favorite cooler," Ryan replied. "Or else your incorruptible mooks will let him escape." "This meeting is going as well as I thought it would," Wyvern lamented. "Let's assume for a second that this isn't some conspiracy theory and that I believe you. Why are you telling me this?" "Because somebody trusted you." "Somebody." Wyvern put her hands on her waist. "Quick save. It will be difficult for us to build a degree of trust if you play your cards close to the chest. All in all, I find your tale rather flimsy." "Well, she said you were naive too," Ryan said and shrugged. "I will not set aside what you said, but I only have your word on it. While you have a reputation for reliability, your psych evaluation implies you are highly unstable and prone to attention-seeking behavior." Duh, you can't make life a comedy without an audience. If you're alone, it's just a tragedy. Wyvern sighed before offering Ryan the Dynamis business card anyway. While I'm not sure you will follow through after what you just said, I suggest you meet with my manager. See if you are a good match, clear this up. I hope he won't mind if I bring a bottle of weed killer. Wyvern couldn't help but chuckle in response. I wouldn't try if I were you. Enrique isn't fond of aggressive negotiations. And with those unwise words, Dragon Mom flew away and left the courier alone. She didn't believe Ryan, but at least the superheroine gave him the benefit of the doubt. It didn't surprise the courier all that much. Wyvern didn't know him well yet, and had been doubtful even with Mosquito's testimony in an earlier loop. And at long last, Vulcan called immediately afterward. Ryan briefly hesitated to take the call, worried about how it would go. He eventually braced himself for the impact and answered. Quick save deliveries? What did the bitch tell you? Vulcan's encrypted voice asked. The mere sentence sent a chill down the courier's spine. He had heard it before. My name is Vulcan, the caller continued. I represent the Augusti. We are the organization that runs things in New Rome and most of Italy. Whatever the winged lizard promised you, we can offer more. We need people who get things done. Ryan listened to his former girlfriend the way one did a recording. I'm sorry, mystery voice, he interrupted her sales pitch. But have we met before? Vulcan didn't answer immediately. Perhaps he had called her out on a bluff. Perhaps she was toying with him, only to reveal that the armor had worked. That for once, things would be different. Her next words hit him like a hammer. I think I would remember if we did. And like that, the last ember of Ryan's hope died out. Anyway, if you're interested, I sent you the Bakuto's coordinates, Vulcan said, Ryan not even bothering to check the email notification. We own the establishment. Come tonight alone and don't make us wait. We never ask twice. Yet she just did more than twice. Door-to-door salesmanship was difficult. You traveled for miles to pitch the perfect product to rednecks, only to be threatened with bodily harm. A hand on a blue cooler, Ryan faced his meanest customer yet. What did you just say? Shroud asked his visitor, a glass shard aimed at Ryan's throat while his shack's computer servers hummed in the background. It was so cute, how he thought the courier actually cared. That for one ghoul cooler bought, you get one free Mecron-made orbital laser. Ryan opened the box, with Ghoul's skull glaring at him from within. Made by third-world children paid 5 cents per hour and sold at the mere price of $90, this cooler is perfect for all and any improvised pick. Cut the chit-chat, Mr. See-Through-All but ordered. Matty, my friend, the sales won't last forever, Ryan mocked him. You're wasting a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The shard pushed against Ryan's throat, threatening to draw blood. You think knowing my name gives you power, Shroud threatened. I was ready to risk discovery when I came to New Rome, and I fear nothing. So last warning, spill the beans. Cannibal Adam is trying to access the control panel of a Mecron-made orbital satellite called the Baja. Ryan tried to look for the exact name. The Bahamut. The shack's windows all fractured when he said the word. Shroud remained silent for a while before removing the shard aimed at his guest's throat. He sank on his chair in front of the shack's computers, hands clenched. Okay, the vigilante finally said, at a loss of words. Okay, how did you know that name? Well, as you guessed, I can see into parallel timelines and select the one which favors me the most, Ryan lied. While he had grown to know the glass manipulator through the various loops, he was still wary of confiding in him so early in their relationship. I've seen some ugly ones. One where Adam the ogre gets his hands on the Bahamut. The mere thought made the vigilante flinch in dread. Wow, Ryan had never seen him startled that much before. That could only mean one thing. You believe me. Nobody but the people involved in the Mecron raid knew about the satellite, Shroud declared. It's possible there was a leak from someone like Nidhogg, but you haven't been in contact with any of the survivors as far as I know. Also, if you wished to deceive me, you would have found something less outlandish. Hey, are you implying I'm not naturally outlandish? Ryan asked with mock outrage. I'm shocked, I tell you, shocked. No, you aren't, Shroud replied, his fingers fidgeting. The news really had him worried. Why are you telling me this? So you can tell your living son to hurry up because I can't destroy the bunker alone. At least not yet. What is taking him so long anyway? Shroud let out a sigh. Regularly fighting threats of Augustus caliber means our team has a lot of turnovers. After our last outing, the Carnival doesn't have the numbers to take on the Augusti. We have heavy hitters, but so do our enemies. Ah, that explained their tactics. Why rely on asymmetrical warfare to weed out the enemy if you were in a position of strength? So, your leader is recruiting. He's calling in favors from old allies, but they can't leave their own protectorates for long, Shroud admitted. Leo didn't feel confident he could have everyone on board before the end of May. Yeah, well, Hanifat Lecter is probably less than 2 weeks away from success too. Ryan added, like the cherry on the cake. The Metagang destroyed New Rome on May 18th, though the courier doubted it would happen on the same date again. Tell your son to rise faster. I will scout Rust Town and interrogate Ghoul if I confirm your intel. Shroud joined his hands, his fingers intertwined. If you are correct, then we can't afford to wait, no. How long? A few days at most. Oh, well, that went a lot better than expected. Ryan thought he would have to argue for hours, but the threat was dangerous enough for the Carnival to finally throw caution to the wind. If it's confirmed, I will contact you. Well then, I will infiltrate the Augusti and deliver on my end of the bargain. Ryan said while moving towards the door, leaving the boxed Ghoul behind. You still owe me $90 for the cooler. No, the vigilante replied, trying to shortchange the courier. Matty, I don't do charity. No, as in, the Augusti will wait, mister. See-Through declared firmly, much to Ryan's surprise. If you are correct and Dynamis hired the Metagang, then this may only be the tip of the iceberg. Wyvern offered you a chance to join Ilmiglier. Take it and keep me informed. Ryan put both hands on his waist. What about your planned hits on the Augusti? Because I won't oblige unless I have your word that you won't target a few. We don't have resources to wage war on both the Augusti and Dynamis if it turns out they're the Metagang's employers. Shroud declared, although it clearly wounded him to admit it. Augustus is a monster and his business kills thousands each year, but he will sit on his mountain unless challenged. That bunker is an urgent crisis. So you will stop your serial apartment bombing spree until we've downsized Dynamis. What do you know about that? Mr. See-Through shook his head. Whatever, you have my word, at least until Mecron's legacy is put to rest once and for all. Well, time for a Dynamis run then. It was better this way. Ryan wasn't sure he could stand an Augusti run so soon after losing Jasmine. Sometimes he wondered why he kept clinging to false hopes when clearly the odds didn't favor him. Time and time again, the courier had thought he could confide in someone and not have it all wiped away with his inevitable death. Yet he kept reopening old wounds instead of just letting it go. I guess hope is a scoundrel's last refuge, Ryan muttered to himself, exiting Shroud's shack with a heavy heart. Hope was all he had once the loop had stripped him away of everything. Ryan moved to his Plymouth Fury, only to find someone had beaten him to it. A white Persian cat slouched on the car hood, his magnificent blue eyes dazzling Ryan with the splendor of their nobility. The creature meowed ferociously at the courier, who immediately recognized him. Eugene Henry? Ryan approached the Plymouth Fury, examining the cat carefully. Yes, it was Eugene Henry. The courier could recognize the noble animal's lazy, prideful attitude anywhere. How could it be? The cat should be in the orphanage at this moment, and he never showed up at the old harbor in any previous loop. What was happening? Eugene Henry let out a loud meow sound, demanding to be petted. So Ryan obliged, raising his hand to scratch the animal between the ears. Pop, Ryan's hand touched only air. There was no flash, no warning. 1 second, the cat was right in front of him. The next, he had vanished. Was he hallucinating? Or, wait, Eugene Henry had been exposed to violet dimension energies at the end of the previous loop, even perhaps that strange, alien entity the courier had briefly glimpsed. Could they have changed him somehow? Ryan knew cats were superior creatures, especially compared to dogs. But could these furballs truly gain superpowers like a genome? He had to go to the orphanage and check on the cat, just to be sure. Ryan sat on the driving seat, and prepared to make a short trip to Rust Town before meeting with his favorite cashmere supplier, Riri. At least, that's what he planned for until her voice came out of the chrono radio, and this time it wasn't pre-recorded. Ryan's fingers clenched around the driving wheel, and he moved the car away to get out of Shroud's range. He had no intention of letting the vigilante eavesdrop on private matters. Shorty. For an agonizing minute, Len didn't seem to know what to say while Ryan drove through New Rome's crowded streets. Finally, she mustered her courage. "I heard the broadcast, through your chrono radio." She did. Of course she did. She had been listening to his communications since he arrived in New Rome. All these years, he had hoped for someone that could remember him. And now, "Is it true?" she asked. "Can you time travel?" "Yeah," the courier said bluntly, tensing up. He should have felt relieved, even happy by that unforeseen development, but the barrier between them had risen up again. The loop had washed away all their progress. "It happened before. I don't know how the recording went through time, though." Maybe Len had managed to complete her invention before the Bahamut wiped Ischia Island off the map, or it was a side effect of Ryan's own experiment. Len considered the news before asking another question. Why didn't you repeat it?" "Repeat that conversation, you mean?" You and I?" He could almost picture her biting her lower lip on the other end of the line. "It worked before. It could have worked again." "I told you before," Ryan said with a sigh, though that didn't make much sense from her point of view. Though the breakdown that led to this conversation had been genuine. If I repeated it, it would have been fake. Even if it worked, if it was necessary for us to become friends again, it would have been manipulation. Though it killed him inside, he couldn't replace the Jasmine he lost either. Ryan may see it as mere amnesia. His old girlfriend had a point. If you forgot actions you didn't commit yet and chose to go on another path, were you truly the same person? Or would you become someone else? "I guess I wanted our relationship to remain true," Ryan admitted, speaking with the heart. "Even if it hurts." He knew it was a lot to ask for, but that was what the courier wanted above everything else. He didn't want to save the world or anything like this, though he would. Ultimately, all that Ryan desired was to be happy. "Where are you going, Riri?" Len asked, her voice breaking. She tried to keep her composure, but his words had clearly affected her. "To the orphanage," he said. "I have to check up on something and make sure the kids will be all right." Sishak was alive again, and if Ryan committed to Dynamis this loop, he couldn't rely on Cancel to kill the bastard permanently. He had to figure a way out of this conundrum. Another short silence. "I will be there too." Chapter 52, Chance Meetings. No matter what Wyvern said, Enrique Blackthorne Manata had to be a sinister criminal mastermind. As he waltzed into the man's office, Ryan realized it wasn't just his fashion sense or icy behavior. Almost all the plants the green genome collected were poisonous, and one of the fish in his Japanese pond was a fugu pufferfish, infamous for its neurotoxins. Though Ryan knew from experience it tasted wonderful if prepared well, nothing suspicious about this man. "I am Enrique Manata, Dynamis CBO and head manager of the Il Miglior program, though you seem to already know that." The manager shook Ryan's hand after rising from behind his desk. "I am surprised you agreed to meet with us. Wyvern wasn't very optimistic after your last exchange." "Well, I thought I should ask you directly why your organization hired the Metagang," Ryan said bluntly. "I figured we would lose way less time this way." His sheer frankness silenced Blackthorne on the spot. It seemed Wyvern hadn't informed him of Ryan's conspiracy theories. Enrique hung back in his chair, quietly angry. He didn't invite Ryan to sit, but the courier did so anyway. "Where does this nonsense come from?" "I saw them with dozens of crates filled with Dynamis-made knockoffs. It looked like a Black Friday sale." "Seen Mr. Romano? With your own 2 eyes." Enrique's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Do you have any tangible evidence? Photos, samples?" "I have this," Ryan said, happily giving the manager a paper file he had prepared just for the occasion. "Here is the proof that some of your knockoff elixirs went missing, disguising off the book's deliveries to the Metagang." The manager all but stole the documents from the time traveler's hand. Now was the moment of truth. If Enrique had Ryan killed on the spot or later that day, then he was clearly corrupt. Blackthorne carefully reviewed the files without a word. However, the flowers in his office seemed to become more and more agitated as he read. Like Matty Boy, his power seemed to automatically react to his emotional state, no matter how hard the green genome tried to hide it. "How did you obtain these documents?" Enrique asked while halfway through his review, his tone sharp. "I hacked into your databases," Ryan replied. "Well, technically, Shroud did it and the courier borrowed the documents. You know I could have you jailed for this. Jailed, not killed. Don't whistleblowers get legal protection in New Rome?" "No," Blackthorne replied, putting aside the documents. "Any other information you stole from our company?" "Now that I think of it, some of your doggy drones ended up in the Metagang's hands," Ryan remembered. "You shouldn't leave that stuff laying around." Enrique looked at his guest without a word for a few seconds, then brought a cell phone out of his suit. He typed a number and called, though Ryan didn't hear the person on the other end. "I have been informed some of our drones have gone missing lately, probably repurposed by the Metagang." Enrique asked, "Do you confirm?" Why wasn't I informed? I see, I understand, don't worry, pack your things, you're fired." The last part was said so casually, to the point Ryan almost didn't catch it. Enrique ended the call and focused back on the courier. "All right, mister." "Romano, let's cut to the chase," he said, done with the niceties. "What do you want?" "For Hannafat Lecter to have a botched lipo." "Why, revenge? Your psychological profile tells me you are no selfless vigilante." "You know, if you had asked me a few weeks ago, I would say it isn't personal, that it's just business," Ryan said, before remembering Len and countless others vanishing as the Bahamut's light struck New Rome. "But it is personal now. It really is." "I see," Enrique said, doing a mastermind's pause. "I do not appreciate the methods you used to gather this information, but I will admit it worries me. However, you understand that if the Metagang has a sponsor inside Dynamis, it is someone in a high place, probably from the board." "You say it like I should be worried." "Yes, because it means people in my own department could be compromised. For all you know, I could be involved. So why did you come to me?" Ryan shrugged. "Frankly, Greenhand, I thought it was a coin toss. A lot of people thought you were clean, but if you tried and failed to have me killed, at least I would know where you stood." And Ryan remembered his last discussion with the man before Ischia Island's destruction. Whatever Blackthorne may be, he seemed to have a vision of the future that didn't involve people like the Meta or Augustus. Arrogant, aren't you?" Enrique said with a snicker. "Now, how does Len Sabino fit in this? I know you established contact with her shortly after your arrival in New Rome." "Wait, you had me followed?" It wounded Ryan, who thought he had mastered counterintelligence tactics. "Dynamis keeps the underdiver under close surveillance," Enrique explained. "We know she went to that orphanage in Rust Town a few hours before this meeting, and you visited the district around the same time. I do not believe it is a coincidence. It couldn't have been communications monitoring, or he would have learned about the time loop. In all likelihood, Dynamis surveyed Shorty's underwater base and trailed her wherever she left it." "Wait," Ryan said, making a connection. "That's how Adam knew about the underwater base, you paranoid dicks." "I am not sure I understand, but if we assume the Metagang benefits from a Dynamis executive's assistance, as your evidence implies, then, yes, they probably know about her underwater base. I assume you want to protect Miss Sabino." "Yes," Ryan conceded, his voice turning serious. "But if you think you can threaten her to make me behave, you'll die the way of the dinosaurs." "I have no such intention," Enrique replied, though the courier couldn't tell if he was honest. "But I want to know your motivations and if I can trust you. You possess a useful power, but are also psychologically unstable. I have to see if you are worth the risks. Considering your motives, I do not think you are a long-term asset either. I like to think of myself as a speculative investment." Enrique adopted a diabolical mastermind pose, making Ryan really wonder if he was truly clean. "You put me in a difficult position," he said. "The circumstantial evidence you gathered implies corruption in my organization, and the responsible party might be someone with more clout than I. Investigating the matter will necessitate a high degree of trust, and with a few exceptions, I am not sure on whom we can rely on." Say no more. I can be your semi-loyal secret agent, Ryan happily suggested. My car is even classier than an Aston Martin. Enrique considered the offer before reaching a conclusion. I will be honest, I do not like you, Romano, he said bluntly. But you seem set on investigating this, and I have the intuition it will cost Dynamis to let you act without supervision. And he was probably right. Here's how things will work between us, Romano. You will join Il Miglier's junior division for a 6-month trial period under my direct supervision. We will not apply a DNA tracker until we have recovered the lost drones. Considering your reputation, nobody will blink at these conditions. But make no mistake, our association will be on my terms. Every piece of information you uncover will find its way to this desk. You do as I ask, no questions asked, and you will not hack the company's assets without my authorization. Am I clear? Under 3 conditions. Ryan replied, raising his fingers. First, I keep my name. It's a copyrighted brand. I doubt you will be with us long enough to become a team mainstay, so you can call yourself Timestamp for all I care, Enrique replied dismissively. What next? You don't mess with the underdiver. Ever. Enrique hesitated for a few seconds. Ryan was starting to suspect something was up. She was too minor a player for Dynamis to care so much about her. Granted, unless she or you call for our help first, the manager said, though with great reluctance. And the last condition. Ryan looked at the man dead in the eyes. I want a purple cashmere suit with a matching tie. Enrique Manata joined his hands and considered the courier's words. His response was swift and merciless. Denied. One just doesn't say no to cashmere, Ryan warned, his tone turning dangerous. You will meet with wardrobe tomorrow, and she will make you a hero costume, Enrique replied dismissively. She will be your goddess as far as fashion goes. She will decide. And if I'm a non-believer? Then the kids' marketing subdivision will design the costume, Enrique said. Over the years, they have learned to do their job with ruthless efficiency. That was unbelievably cruel and wrong. I knew you were soulless, but I didn't understand how much. That's part of the job, Enrique replied dryly, before calling his secretary through an interphone. Summon Devilry and Wyvern for a meeting and inform the vice president that I want a call. Tell them this cannot wait. Sir, you already have a rendezvous with a new hero candidate planned, warned the secretary. Who? The panda. Who? Enrique repeated, though the courier had the feeling he was merely playing coy. The panda, defender of the innocent, Ryan declared, offended by the corpo's utter lack of knowledge. He can fly and shoot lasers from his eyes. I doubt that, Blackthorn replied dryly. In response, Ryan joined his fingers. You don't know much about pandas, do you? Is that so? Enrique replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Then I guess you won't mind taking him under your wing. Considering his poor track record, I was considering giving the panda a chance to impress us, but certainly surviving your presence will be a test in itself. Huh. That explained why the panda ended up picking a fight at Vulcan's factory. Greenhand must have asked him to capture a villain or something. So you do know him. Wyvern believes he has potential, and Dr. Tyranno thinks his power has interesting applications for his work. However, he seems incompetent. I worry he might make any team he joins look bad. Trust me, sir. Ryan said, when I'm done with him, you will never look at pandas the same way ever again. Well then, the both of you will be a package deal. If he proves lacking, it will look less damaging if you were in charge of him than Wyvern. If it works, then all good. Fail and take the blame, succeed and share the credit. But do I get to choose the team's name? The manager clearly couldn't care less. I will summon you again shortly. Until then, you behave. And with these words, the manager gave Ryan a contract and dismissed him from his office. The courier walked into the waiting room where a poor animal in human form anxiously waited. Enrique canceling their meeting seemed to have put him on edge, but he looked at Ryan with his big, hopeful eyes. Panda, Ryan said, holding the contract. Why, yes, sir. The would-be hero tried to look strong, but couldn't face his anxiety. He looked so cute, like a human muppet. Panda, I'm sorry to say that your candidacy? Ryan let out a long, distressed sigh. How should I put it? The panda's heart seemed to stop as all hope disappeared from his face. Your candidacy? Ryan gave the green genome his contract. Has been accepted. For a second, the courier thought the sheer relief would make the panda faint, and he almost did. He clearly couldn't believe Dynames had given him a chance. I've been hired. I'm going to join Il Miglior. Yes, you are, you magnificent beast. Ryan's outburst made Enrique's secretary glare at him in the background, but he ignored her. What is your name, Samurai, your real name? Timmy, I'm Timmy. It's not very Chinese, but it will do, Timmy, it will do. Ryan said, putting his hands on the man-bear's shoulders. You are now my teammate. You want me on your team. Tears started to appear in the man-bear's eyes. Somebody wants the panda on their team. How can one say no to a panda? Ryan asked rhetorically. Now he just had to recruit Felix the cat, and he would have built the ultimate hero team to take on the metagang. I already have our group's name. Quick Save the Pandas. It's a new franchise. Can we get a hero car? The poor animal asked, overwhelmed with emotion. A pandamobile. Why did Ryan have the feeling future historians would remember this moment as when his perfect run went wrong? But he couldn't say no to a panda. Of course we will get a pandamobile, so long as you don't get anywhere near my car. And we'll get movies, webtoons, telereality shows, our faces on noodles. I will finally be famous and honor my panda heritage. The panda wiped away his tears, now pumped up for battle. What should I call you, Sensei? I'm Quick Save, but privately you shall call me. Ryan's eyes widened, suddenly inspired. Super Sifu Ryan. After promising to his new sidekick that they would meet again tomorrow morning, Ryan left the Il Miglior HQ and drove away towards Rust Town. The sun was setting beyond the horizon and night would soon come. Shorty. Ryan asked, driving the Plymouth Fury through New Rome's busy streets. Are you listening? No answer. Len, how did it go? Len replied through the chronoradio, clearing her throat. She sounded somewhat relieved to hear from him, but also anxious. I'm still convinced Blackthorn is a supervillain, but he doesn't seem to be the mastermind behind the metagang. Though Ryan might revise his opinion if he mysteriously disappeared in the next few hours. They also keep you under tight surveillance. They know about the undersea habitat. Len didn't reply for several seconds, as she usually did. No matter where I go, I will never escape them, she finally said with a heavy sigh. No matter how deep I swim, their tentacles reach farther. They will never be satisfied. Hey, we'll figure a way out, Ryan promised her. And I don't think they will bother you in the short term. Ryan's hands tensed on the driver's wheel. Maybe he had been too forward. If you wish it. My door is always open if you need help, Len. Another silence followed, and Ryan realized they still had a long way to go. As it turned out, the chronoradio had recorded and played all of the duo's interactions before the last one on Ischia Island, which meant that Len had probably recorded and sent the information herself in the previous loop. It had helped Len trust Ryan a little, even if she disagreed with his choice to approach Dynames, enough that she let him stay at the orphanage. But a recording wasn't a personal experience, and to the courier's disappointment, it hadn't allowed their relationship to carry over from one loop to the next. It had only helped him make a little more progress in a shorter time. Eventually, Len found the silence too oppressive and changed the subject. Sarah couldn't find your cat anywhere. You're sure he gained powers? Certain. Eugene Henry had been missing from the orphanage when Ryan last visited it. Ergo, something caused a change in the noble animal's behavior. Maybe he could help with your chronoradio upgrade. I don't know, Riri, I don't know. I will need more info before I can tell if my idea will even work. Yeah. Ryan's goal for this loop, besides sending the metagang 6 feet under, was to get his hands on Dyname's brain-scanning research. Besides weeding out whoever helped Big Fat Adam inside the company, joining Il Miglior would give the courier an opportunity to access their labs in due time. Thanks for the help, Shorty, he said, looking at the road ahead. I will bring reinforcements tomorrow to help deal with Sishak. With luck, he could get his other favored cat on board. It's nothing. However, he could tell Len found the conversation straining, and she ended it abruptly. I need to go. See you soon. See you soon, he replied, before glancing at the pile of antidepressants in his car's back seat. This time, the courier intended to make Shorty follow an effective treatment rather than poison herself through self-medication. She deserved as much. The path between Rust Town and Il Miglier's tower forced Ryan to go through the shopping district. Also known as Saul Street, the area was a temple to fashion, its buildings home to prestigious clothiers, luxury brands, and perfume clothes. Pedestrians walked by each other while carrying shopping bags and taking phone calls. Some Ryan recognized as knockoff genomes, taking selfies of themselves showing off their purchased powers. Everyone competed to look the best, but nobody paid attention to anyone else. Of course, Quicksave's fashion sense trumped them all. Eugene Henry suddenly leaped from a street corner while pursued by a woman, right onto the Plymouth Fury's path. Ryan abruptly froze time and smashed the brake, but the cat had vanished before time even resumed. Instead, the Plymouth Fury had stopped within an inch of a pedestrian. "Hey, if you want to die to me, make an appointment first. I'm busy," Ryan complained while looking out of the window until he recognized the person he almost killed. A blindingly beautiful woman with long golden hair and an extravagant dress. "How can that furball escape me?" Fortuna complained, completely ignoring the car within an inch of her skin. "Me! Fortuna, are you all right?" Livia Augusti walked out of the street, wearing a sleeveless black dress and an elegant white rounded hat atop her platinum hair. She immediately noticed Ryan and hastily nodded at him, clearly embarrassed. "We apologize for the commotion." "Hey, what are you two ladies doing here?" Ryan couldn't help but ask, before noticing that Livia carried a luxurious bag. They had probably been shopping. "You aren't insurance chasers, I hope, because if so, I will give no quarters." Livy wanted to see that cat more closely. Fortuna replied with a furious scowl, putting her hands on her waist. "Where did it go?" "I couldn't see it clearly," Livia admitted before frowning at Ryan. "And I can't see you at all." Couldn't see did Eugene Henry partly exist in the purple world. It would explain his random teleportations, and the Augusti princess probably couldn't see the noble animal clearly if he existed in two realities at once. "In any case, if you could step away from the road," Ryan asked Fortuna, eager to return to the orphanage. "I only run over grannies or ghoul." His dismissive tone made Fortuna look down on him, like a noble crossing path with the dirtiest of peasants. "Do you know who we are?" "No, but I know who I am, and I'll tell you," Ryan replied with an upbeat tone. "I'm Quicksave, I'm immortal, but don't tell anyone." "I don't care." Fortuna replied, irritated. Livia's frown deepened, though. "Quicksave, you said?" She seemed to find the name familiar. Had Ryan's visit to Dynamis caused Vulcan to put a hit on him already? In that case, he better leave. Unfortunately, Fortuna didn't see things this way. "In any case, we need someone to drive us home, and you will do nicely," she said with a newfound smile, clearly expecting him to agree on the spot. "Oh no, sorry, I've got something planned," Ryan replied with a shrug. "Take the bus," Fortuna blinked. "I think I misheard." "Wait, she's blind and you're deaf?" Ryan asked. "You cover each other?" Livia couldn't help but chuckle at the joke, but Fortuna didn't find it funny. "What is wrong with you?" she asked Ryan as if it was only one thing. "Fortuna, I will just call Sparrow," Livia said, though she didn't hide her amusement. "No, Livy, he has to understand how the world works." Fortuna moved towards Ryan's car door and put her hands on the window, crossing the line. "Look at me! Look at me!" Ryan slowly looked at the self-entitled brat, unimpressed. She was pretty to look at for sure, but damn, her personality made the courier want to make Felix an only child. "I'm the best thing that ever happened to you, and that will ever happen to you." Fortuna said it with so much confidence. Ryan was convinced she believed it too. "Your whole life led you here, to bring the most beautiful woman in the world and her best friend home." The courier seemed to consider the offer carefully, while Fortuna's insufferable grin grew wider. "Eh," Ryan said dismissively before looking back at the road. 6 out of 10. And like that, he drove away into the sunset, leaving a speechless Fortuna and a semi-amused Livia behind. Ryan looked at the rearview mirror and noticed the Augusti princess kept watching him even as he disappeared around a street corner. She looked intrigued, for a lack of a better term. Chapter 53, Fashion Disaster. As it turned out, Wardrobe had an entire floor of Il Miglio's tower dedicated to her. Ryan and the panda waited inside an elevator as it slowly climbed towards their destination. The duo could see the sun illuminate New Rome through a glass window, Ryan glancing at Rust Town while his sidekick sang a Spider-Man cartoon tune to himself. It was May 10th, and Sishak would soon attack the orphanage. Ryan's cell phone buzzed to the tune of I Got You, Babe, drawing him out of his reverie. Quick save deliveries, yes, he said while answering the unknown caller. We will deliver your mail, no matter how many corpses it takes. There is a logic in this world. Fortuna's furious voice said on the other end of the line. Everything that can go well for me in this universe does. You violated the natural order? Wait, how did you get this number? Ryan asked, curious but not surprised. I typed it at random. Goddammit, her ability was overpowered. She could probably stumble onto the Dynames conspiracy by sheer luck if she wanted to. Nobody talks to me like that, quick save. I have men throwing themselves at my feet, millionaires, celebrities. Ryan hung up on her. Who was it, Sifu? His panda disciple asked him. A loony fan. The courier replied dismissively, even as Lucky Girl kept trying to call him. Oh, I had one of those too. She tried to kidnap the panda because she loved his smooth fur. The panda had to run. Couldn't you? You know, Ryan looked into his eyes. Eat her. I can only eat bamboo in panda form, Sifu. Meat makes me want to vomit. The Danish warlord Nidhogg had drunk a green elixir and became a kilometers-long, near-invulnerable serpent. While Timmy drank the same kind of potion, only to become that. There was no fairness in this world. Sifu, why are you looking at me like that? The panda asked, a little anxious. Ryan sighed and put a hand on the poor animal's shoulder. I will always support you, young disciple, no matter what. Ryan thought the panda might start crying. Thank you, Sifu. The elevator finally reached Wardrobe's floor and the duo stepped inside. After the ascent, Ryan had expected something luxurious, but nothing like this. The rugs in the welcoming hall had probably cost a fortune. All the chairs were made of refined leather, and the walls had been covered with artistic designs like an art gallery. Fashion and girly mags were piled up on fancy wooden tables. Come in, Wardrobe called them from another room. The new hero team followed her voice and passed in front of shooting studios, including darkrooms, props, and various photography equipment. Eventually, they made their way to a lobby whose walls were covered with thousands of model pictures and cloth designs. Wardrobe was facing a tough customer around a table, a paper sheet and pencil in hand. No, Felix the Atom Cat said, sinking in his chair in front of the hero fashion designer. I'm not wearing a cat latex suit. Felix, don't be a child, Wardrobe protested. It would be form-fitting and won't restrict your movements in a fight. The young hero crossed his arms and pouted. My outfit is good enough. What? How can you say something that stupid? You take that back. Personally, I suggest a Valentino suit with a cat-themed tie, but I think the outfit is already taken, Ryan mused out loud, waving a hand at the heroes. Hi, I'm Quicksave, and this is my trusty panda sidekick. Oh, hello, I'm Atom Cat, Felix replied, a bit gruffer than usual. Ryan had missed him. Hi, I'm Wardrobe, but you can call me Yukiko or Yuki for short. She was Japanese, Ryan would have said Korean. She smiled brightly at the two, making her unbearably adorable. Nice to meet you, please have a seat. She's so cute. The panda muttered under his breath before trying to sound dignified. The panda greets you too. You're the new guys, right? Felix asked as they joined the fashion debate. Shouldn't you be at the newbie seminar or something? Shouldn't you, kitten? Ryan asked back. Don't tell me, he sighed. I'm supposed to waste time watching corporate videos instead of actually doing hero work. We are doing hero work right now, Wardrobe said, looking at the Augusty rebel's white gymnast clothes. Wearing this is a crime against humanity, Felix. Follow Quicksave's example. Look at that perfect color nuance and this fancy noir trench coat. His costume stands for something greater than him. Thank you, Ryan said. I am so glad to finally meet someone civilized in this savage wilderness. Atom Cat wasn't convinced, though. I will take practical over fancy any day. That's what she said, Ryan replied, Wardrobe chuckling while Adam Cat rolled his eyes. Anyway, I am told you will be my goddess as far as fashion goes, but I'm not yet ready to believe in you. Don't worry about that, quick save, I got your costume covered, she said while drawing on a blank paper sheet with her pencil. I thought about a Valentino-style suit with artificial fibers, but the more I thought of it, the more I realized I should use a better material, one that fits you. Cashmere? Ryan asked, hopeful. Cashmere, I thought exactly. Wardrobe said with a nod, revealing herself as an island of sanity in a world gone mad. Dark purple with a fancy black turtleneck underneath, and a bowler hat. Oh no, the courier suddenly hit the brakes before she went too far. That's too extreme and violent. I thought the same, but I found a solution. She raised the sheet before the group, Ryan, the panda, and even Adam Cat observing her sketch. Instead of a corporate tie, we're going to add a wool scarf. Wardrobe pointed her pencil at the neck. Light violet, almost pinkish, with tiny clock symbols everywhere. The costume, it was wonderful. The perfect blend of modern fashion and Victorian-style dandiness. A pinkish bright scarf instead of a tie. That was a stroke of genius. Why didn't Ryan ever think of that? It's wonderful. The courier whispered as if facing a divine revelation. I know. The scarf will restrain the bowler hat's energy, symbolizing the conflict between your violent spirit and society's rules. Can you truly live up to your duty to the law, or will you stay true to your wild, single-minded pursuit of justice? That's your message. That's your conflict. Wardrobe pointed at the drawing. That's your costume. How about my bipolarity? Ryan asked, now giddy. What do you do about my bipolarity? We paint your metal mask silver and black, light and darkness coexisting without ever mixing. I have been converted. Yours is the one true faith. Oh God, there's two of them now, Felix complained. We're doomed. What about me? The panda asked, hopeful. Can you make a costume worthy of the panda's pure awesomeness? Yes, I can, Wardrobe replied with enthusiasm. I thought about leaving you shirtless with 2 bullet bandoliers around the chest. Bullet bandoliers. Timmy's face deflated. But I don't know how to shoot. It's not about whether you can use it or not, Ryan enlightened him. It's about looking cool. Exactly. Wardrobe agreed while writing down a new sketch. So I say, 2 bandoliers around your chest, a green beret, black shorts that will adjust to your transformation, and maybe a pair of sunglasses. You're no longer just a panda. You're Rambo Panda, the last of your kind, fighting an eternal war for the future. She showed them the sketch, and even Ryan had to admit it looked like one manly Chinese bear. When he glanced at Wardrobe and remembered how Mortimer had dared kill this gift to mankind from the heavens, the courier couldn't help but feel sorrow. You are a national treasure that must be protected, Ryan told Wardrobe. And you will be. I swear you will be. Oh, thanks. She said with a bright smile. It's okay, I get that all of the time. I will finally impress the girls in this. The panda looked at the costume, utterly mesmerized. What about the car? Can we get a Pandamobile? The kids' marketing department is already on the case. Wardrobe promised, grinning at the two. So you're okay with the costumes? Of course you are. Once you validate them, I can make the designs a reality within the hour. Yes, 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 Ryan said enthusiastically. And afterward we go patrol in Rust Town. Patrol. The panda and Adam Cat asked at once. Well, yes, we have to test these costumes in the field, Ryan argued. It's like baptizing a ship, except you use the blood of your enemies instead of alcohol. You want to do what exactly? Adam Cat asked, a little skeptical. Go to Rust Town and pick a fight with the Meta Gang. Yes. But Sifu, what about the seminar? The panda asked, worried. He must have thought not attending would hurt his chances at becoming an Miglier member. We haven't finished training. You fail to see the truth, arrogant young disciple, Ryan told his sidekick. One must confront evil instead of waiting for it to come to you. To think for yourself is the real training. Yes, Sifu, I understand, Sifu. The panda put his hand on his chest. The panda shall support you as you supported him. That's the spirit. Ryan patted the green genome on the back before glancing at a confused Felix. Do you want to come too? I don't have cat litter in the car, though. Me, Felix the cat asked, a bit unsure. You, Adam Cat, for your own good. Ryan pleaded, rising from his chair and putting his hands on the boy's shoulders. There is a moment in the life of a man where he must take charge of his own future, where he must break the chains of corporate hierarchy and stand for what's right. Can you stop invading my personal space, please? Felix asked, leaning back in his chair. They'll milk you, Felix, Ryan continued, completely ignoring the hero's resistance. They'll milk you like a cow. They'll harvest your happiness and turn it into cash until you stand for nothing but a brand. They will destroy you with 1 hour-and-a-half long corporate videos, addict you to coffee and catering, and brainwash you with accounting buzz. You had me at the video part, Felix interrupted Ryan and pushed him back. You know what? Even if you're clearly off your meds, you've got a point. About time someone confronted this city's psycho-cancer. Stand for what's right. You're talking my language. Oh, can I join too? Wardrobe asked with her usual enthusiasm. Team trips are so fun. You're sure you can leave your atelier without authorization? Adam Cat asked. I will officially join the Pro League next week after we finish filming the new Wyvern movie, Wardrobe said happily. I already have a field license. It will be my last Junior League adventure. Well then, Ryan raised a finger at the ceiling, to the quick-save mobile. A few hours later, Ryan drove through the streets of Rust Town in a brand new costume. Wardrobe sat at his side, while Adam Cat, that fashion disaster, had taken over the backseat with the new and improved Panda. What a dump, Adam Cat said, looking through the window. No matter the loop, nobody ever got used to Rust Town. Even the Panda, seemed intimidated by the overwhelming atmosphere of ruin and decay. It's even worse than I thought. Yeah, it's a bad place, Wardrobe admitted, her fingers twitching. I see why they don't let juniors patrol here. Wardrobe, Ryan said, a light-hearted idea crossing his mind. Yes, quick save, she said, moving closer to his seat. You can change into any persona that isn't copyrighted, right? Fictional or not, does that mean you can change into? He whispered the terrible name into her ear. Yes, I can. It's my apocalypse suit, Wardrobe nodded. But it's too dangerous to use unless all is lost. I think I could destroy the world if I wear it for too long. Ryan needed to see her in that costume. That would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Can you dress like God? Felix asked at the back. That would be pretty overpowered. Somewhat, Wardrobe admitted, a little embarrassed. But I can't do much in most gods' costumes, actually. The more defined a persona, the better I master it. Nobody agrees about what God can or can't do, or what he even looks like, so the persona isn't all that stable. I have an easier time cosplaying as Jesus or Moses. I can't wear a persona too long, though, or else I start to become it. So if you dress like Augustus, you start to think like him. Ryan asked. Yeah, you'll probably become a colossal asshole, Felix said with hateful venom. It's strange to be Augustus, Wardrobe admitted. I'm not sure if it's his power or just the idea people have of him, but I become so cold that I don't feel anything. I become more like a statue than a living being. I can't relate to other humans anymore. I figured as much, Felix shrugged. Any idea how his invulnerability works? I thought Dynamis would test out its limits. Well, I don't actually copy people or their powers, Wardrobe explained. I copy the idea that people have of them. I mean, Dracula could walk under the sun in the original novel just fine, but I can't stand daylight because everyone thinks vampires are weak to it. So Dynamis isn't sure if my insight is very reliable. Ryan wasn't so sure. Both the original Augustus and his cosplayer had been able to move in the stop time. Come to think of it, this run might be a rare opportunity to figure out the limits of Lightning Dad's power. Could you cosplay as me? The panda asked with enthusiasm. He's the last panda on Earth, Yukiko. Ryan told the fashion goddess who had earned that nickname with flying colors. You could save the whole species? I don't think I can, Wardrobe admitted sheepishly. You aren't famous enough. What about me? Ryan asked, his heart filled with hope while the panda deflated. Or cancel. Can you copy cancel? Adam Cat looked at the courier strangely when he mentioned the power canceller, but Wardrobe had clearly no idea who she was. Who? No, I can only copy personas ingrained in mankind's collective consciousness. I'm sorry. Well, That sent Ryan's plan to deal with Sishak down the drain, and Wardrobe wouldn't be able to mimic his power if nobody knew its true nature. A shame. Adam Cat grabbed his cell phone, read the screen, and then put it back in his pocket. His mood clearly worsened afterward. "What is it, Felix?" Wardrobe asked, clearly worried for his well-being. "My sister and my ex," Felix replied. "Oh, Livia," Ryan asked out loud. "How do you know that? Did Blackthorn tell you?" Felix crossed his arms. "Yeah, it's Livia." "Oh, you had a girlfriend?" The panda asked, immediately interested. "Do you still love her?" "No, we're over," Felix replied bluntly, looking sorrowfully through the windows. "At the end of the day, it's family over what's right or even what's good for her. I can't compromise anymore, not after what I've seen." "Yeah, I see exactly what you mean," Ryan said with a sigh, remembering the old bad days with Bloodstream. He heard his phone buzzing, checking it with one hand and keeping another on the driving wheel. It wasn't responsible, but he had mastered the art of text driving early in his loops. "You have 41 messages from. Lucky girl, you have one message from unknown." Fortuna was quite persistent. Wait. She was all over Matty Boy because he didn't give in to her attention. Just like Ryan himself this run, he had a bad feeling about this. Anyway, he didn't check these messages and instead read the text from his unknown caller. The message consisted of a single sentence. "Unknown. The orange is in the hen house." Ryan hit the brakes so fast it startled everyone. "Sifu, you shouldn't text while driving." The panda complained from the back. Sorry, Ryan replied, frantically typing the answer before driving back towards the orphanage, his mind bustling with questions. Though he only sent one to the unknown caller, Plushy Tamer, where and when Chapter 54, a gambling man. And right in front of us, you can see Rust Town's famous orphanage, where the most dangerous creatures in the world are raised in the wild, Ryan said as he finished giving his team a tour of the area, parking the Plymouth near the entrance. "Human children." "You exaggerate." Wardrobe chuckled, looking through the window. Len was waiting with Sarah and another boy near the orphanage's entrance, the kids playing with a Labrador. Unlike the previous loop, the genius hadn't put on her diving armor yet, sticking to her brown suit and water rifle. "I think you underestimate these creatures," Ryan argued. "They eat baby candies and they listen to loud music at night." "Why are we here exactly?" Adam Cat asked from the back. "Well, according to my intel, the Metagang intends to target the place today," Ryan said, though he didn't mention which source. His words caused everyone to look at him in alarm. "They will abduct the residents unless we drive them off." "They intend to attack children?" Wardrobe's adorable face had turned white from the horror. "I would like to say I'm surprised, but I'm not," Felix grumbled. "Don't worry, Sifu, we will save them," the panda said with enthusiasm, a hand on his chest. "We will break these villains like bamboo." "We will need to work on your puns, arrogant young disciple," Ryan said as the group stepped out of the car, instantly catching the children's attention. "Oh, it's Wardrobe." Little Sarah's eyes widened upon recognizing the heroine. It seemed that while she wasn't as well known as Wyvern, the fashion designer had her fans. Where? Another child asked, rushing out of the orphanage alongside half a dozen of the tiny devils. "Riri," Len whispered softly, while the children swarmed the heroes, most asking for Wardrobe's autograph. The panda looked really jealous of her fame, which he coveted for himself. "Guys, this is Len, alias Underdiver," Ryan introduced them. "She's a friend. Shorty, this is Adam Kitty, my new BFF Wardrobe and Super Panda. He can fly and shoot lasers from his eyes." "Adam Kitty, never heard that one before, quickie." Adam Cat crossed his arms while he observed Len. "Isn't she a criminal, though? I heard Vulcan paid the private security to have her released." Len immediately tensed up, looking at Adam Cat suspiciously. "Your corporate overlords are the real criminals," she replied harshly, waving a hand at Rust Town. This is their work." "Can't argue with that," Felix admitted with sheepish embarrassment. "You're taking care of the place? Someone has to." "Quick save, you monster." Wardrobe glared at him, having finished writing autographs for the kids. "I'm so disappointed in you." "About what?" Ryan asked with a frown. "You can't let your friend dress like this." Wardrobe ranted as she approached a very surprised Len and touched every part of her outfit with her soft fingers. Her costume is hideous. Clearly, Len didn't know how to react to this. I'm what? The colors are all wrong, it stands for nothing, and it's not even form-fitting. Wardrobe started touching Len's breasts, much to her dismay. Look at her beautiful figure, all that potential wasted? Stop, please, Len pleaded, as if attacked by an over-affectionate puppy. I'm sorry, darling, I can't look the other way. Wardrobe removed her hands from the genius and adopted a pose reminding Ryan of the Rodden's thinker statue. She devoured Len with her eyes, the poor genius now as red as a tomato. We need silver and blue with scales. What's your power? Little Sarah asked the panda. Oh, I can become the best creature in the world. The green genome immediately transformed into his animal shape, much to the kid's delight. Over Panda Overdrive? It's a bear. A little girl squealed as the panda lifted her on his shoulders. It's a bear. So soft and warm, another boy said as he touched the beast's fur. Oh, little Sarah looked up at Felix. Can you transform into a cat too? No, Felix replied with a gruff tone. But your name? I like cats, that is all. You are a huge disappointment. Little Sarah snarked back at him before giving in to the panda's cuteness. The animal eventually laid on his back, letting the children use his belly as a trampoline. The panda had found his power's true purpose: entertaining children. Ryan would have found the scene quite funny had his mind not been distracted by something else. The orange is in the hen house. It was a joke phrase that Ryan told people when they asked details about his power, but he hadn't used it once in this entire loop. The fact someone sent it to him could only mean one thing somewhere. Somebody remembered. No, he shouldn't keep his hopes up in case they ended up dashed. For all he knew, the chrono radio could have broadcast that message. But in case someone did remember, who could it be? Ryan remembered using that sentence 3 times. Once in the Bakuto during an early loop, once to Shroud when he asked his power, and once with Livia. It could have also been Jasmine, but why would she fake amnesia? Livia, though, had seemed to recognize Ryan's name. He was also pretty sure she had a second power like her father, one he didn't fully understand yet. For all the courier knew, it could allow her to keep her memories from one loop to another. His thoughts raised more questions than answers. Ryan could ask the poor kitten for confirmation, but he had the feeling it would backfire. If it was Livia, Felix would ask why the courier received messages from Augustus' daughter. He might mistake the time traveler for a mafia mole and ruin everything. Children eager for an autograph managed to distract Wardrobe long enough for Len to escape her clutches. Riri, the genius whispered to the courier. Do you have a plan? My idea to deal with Sishak was a flop, Ryan admitted. He thought Wardrobe could cosplay as Cancel and finish off the bodyjacker, but clearly it wouldn't happen. We'll have to go with yours. I hope it will work, she said, raising her water gun. I never tried it before. Her bubble prison worked fine against reload in the previous loop, so Ryan didn't doubt its effectiveness. Unless, of course, Sishak had an automatic suicide button to avoid capture. The psycho didn't use any against Cancel, but she was nullifying his body transfer back then. Automatic triggers were nasty things. The courier developed one in his early loops, but he never found the right balance. One of his devices, meant to protect him against mind readers, ended up mistaking his saves as memory manipulation attempts. In another case, a chest bomb kept detonating at inopportune times. Eventually, Ryan gave up on the idea altogether, finding it more trouble than it was theoretically worth. Had Sipsy reached the same conclusion? He couldn't tell until they crossed that bridge. Which, unfortunately, wouldn't take that long. Ryan noticed Sishak's black, rusted minibus drive towards the orphanage, quickly followed by a second one. The meta-gang had brought reinforcements. He should have expected it. Without Ghoul to serve as a smokescreen, the land probably noticed a large group of genomes around the orphanage. Hopefully, Adam would keep his heavy hitters in reserve to protect the junkyard, rather than send them all to the orphanage. Ryan could do without another fight with Acid Rain. Especially since she murdered Felix the cat the first time they met. It's them, Felix guessed, tensing up. The meta. Go inside right now, Len told the children. Hide in the basement and don't come out until I say so. But Ma, little Sarah protested, do as I say. The genius asked more firmly, raising her water gun. Don't worry, sweetie, Wardrobe said with a reassuring wink. Heroes always win. Unless they took a bullet to the head, but Ryan hoped it wouldn't come to that. The children fled into the orphanage, the other genomes preparing themselves up for a fight. All right, guys, let me do the talking until bullets start flying, Ryan said, stealthily grabbing a device from the back of his Plymouth Fury and hiding it inside his suit. He also put on the Fisty brothers, determined to personally introduce them to Sishak's jaw. No matter what you hear, try to keep calm. Why, yes, Sifu, the panda said, fidgeting in place. Though he tried to put on a brave front, Ryan could tell the hero wannabe didn't have any experience whatsoever. What's this? Adam Cat asked, eyeing Ryan's suit. Some ultimate weapon? You can say that. Ryan replied, preparing himself for his performance as the metagang parked in front of the orphanage. It's a wiretap. Sishak stepped out of his car first, followed by Mongrel and Mosquito. The other minibus stopped nearby, two more psychos emerging from it. A reptilian humanoid and a bipedal jaguar. Ryan remembered them both from his suicide run. He had run the lizard over on his way to the bunker, while the jaguar man, Rakshasa, could summon gremlins. The two groups were evenly matched, or so it seemed. Little Cessair. No matter the number of loops, the possessive way Sishak said it always sent a shiver down Ryan's spine. And the delightful Len, it's quite the reunion. I told you, I smelled a pack of genomes, Mosquito said, cracking his knuckles. The other meta seemed to barely restrain themselves. Mongrel showed his teeth, the lizard guy's tail whipped the ground, and Rakshasa prepared to summon gremlins for support. Guess it's blood harvest time. Yes, though we only came for the children in that shelter, this is a good day indeed, Sishak said. Then you will have to explain that to Don Hector, Ryan lied, channeling Blackthorn's corporate arrogance. He's not happy with you already, so I wouldn't recommend it. The sentence made Sishak flinch. It was an epic poker bluff, but Ryan knew he could still win with a weak hand. They didn't call his style loose-aggressive for nothing. The meta glanced at their leader, who carefully examined Ryan. He sensed something was wrong, but the fact he didn't immediately call out the courier's bluff meant he had hit the mark. I did not have the pleasure of meeting with any Hector. Sishak said, suspicious. Oh well, in that case, we'll cut off the juice. Ryan lied as easily as he breathed. If you don't deliver results soon, you can say goodbye to your knockoff supply. These crates and the drones were a big investment on the big man's part, and he doesn't do charity. Now that took Sishak aback, because Ryan should have no way to know this information. He could have spied on them, but the knockoffs and drones were safely hidden inside the bunker. Most probably, the supplier himself had provided the information to Ryan, or he could time travel. Guess which Sipsy found more likely? Why are they here? Sishak glanced at Ryan's team. All of them had tensed up, while Adam Cat seemed to brim with cold rage. The boss was worried you would go off the leash, and we would have to teach you a lesson. Ryan's fingers twitched dangerously. Will we have to, Sipsy? The key to a good bluff was confidence. You had to seem so arrogantly sure of yourself that your opponent doubted his own judgment. Steve Jobs called it a reality distortion field, and it wasn't that far from the truth. The metagang's second-in-command looked at Ryan dead in the eyes, the tension palpable. Their respective groups prepared themselves for a fight, for now was the moment of truth. The courier stood firm, with the arrogance of someone convinced he would always get his way. And thankfully, Sishak caved in. No, he said, before pointing at a spot far from the two groups. Here, let us discuss things far from unwelcome ears. Ryan glanced at his team and nodded at them. Hopefully, they could keep quiet until things inevitably escalated. The two nemeses walked away from their respective groups at the edge of the orphanage's courtyard. Explain yourself, Sishak cut straight to business. Mr. Manata specifically asked Adam and I not to reveal his involvement, even to our own men. What changed? Why did he send you rather than go through the usual channels? Somebody talked, Ryan replied, faking annoyance with the psycho. The old channels are no longer secure. It wasn't us, Sishak declared. As we told your employer when we approached him, we are very careful about security. If there is a leak, it comes from your side. Yeah, sure, Ryan said while faking heavy skepticism. He noted that the Meta had approached Dynamis first, rather than the other way around. I personally altered the memories of anyone involved in our operations to minimize risks. Sishak insisted, forced on the defensive. The leak does not come from us. Is that why you brought these people? So I can check their memories? No, they don't like it, but they will keep their mouth shut, Ryan lied. Why is the big boss paying you off generously to visit orphanages? Don't tell me the fat ass wants some chicken nuggets for dinner? Hanafat Lecter had been cunning enough to keep his mouth shut in the previous loops, at least until he had blown up the city. The courier had the feeling Sishak wouldn't share his boss' self-control. He was too arrogant and confident in his immortality. We intend to use these goblins as soldiers against the Augusti, Sishak lied as he breathed. I assure you, we are making progress. We pushed them out of this district and started hitting their suppliers, barmen, and normies. Ryan replied disdainfully. Where is the A material, the Killer 7, Pluto, Neptune? Looks like you're underperforming and company divisions who don't bring results get downsized. Okay, maybe he was laying it a bit too thick with the corporate metaphors, but it seemed to work. Sishak lying about Mekron's bunker also meant that Hector Menata probably didn't know about it. The more he listened, the more Ryan saw the bigger picture. Adam had learned of the bunker somehow and came to Rust Town to unearth it. But since he needed time to do so quietly, the Meta's leader had approached Hector Menata to secure a knockoff elixir supply and pacify his crew of addicts. Adam promised to target the Augusti on Dynamis' behalf, without ever intending to deliver. These psycho bastards had planned to overthrow their employers from the start. As I told Mr. Menata, we lack the numbers to move carelessly, Sishak argued, trying to save the knockoff connection. The Metagang probably expected to take weeks to fully conquer the bunker, and they couldn't jeopardize their juice supply until then. We need to gather more information before we can make a strategic move. Ryan raised 3 fingers. 3 days, he said. You have 3 days to deliver results. 3 days. Surprise broke through Sishak's emotionless tone. That is way too short. You have 3 days to deliver, Ryan repeated boldly, or the deal is off. Now he was mostly trolling Sishak before the coup de grace, but he hoped to make him panic enough to blurt out one last juicy bit of info, and he had guessed right. I have made considerable progress on the other project, Sishak argued. If Mr. Menata was willing to extend that period, I could show him. The second project. Now Ryan couldn't be sure about it, but he could infer its nature from various elements compiled from the previous loops. The brain scan? The courier asked, hoping he had guessed right. Your technology, while primitive, is compatible with my power, Sishak said, regaining his composure. I can easily copy a mind from one brain to another as long as they are closely related, as Ryan had thought. He had wondered why the Dynamis/Meta alliance quickly collapsed in the previous loop with Sishak's death, but now it made sense. With the Meta's failures against the Augusti and the brain manipulator's demise, Hector Menata probably thought he should just scrap that alliance and cover his tracks. How closely? Clones would be the best, but we can work with close relatives. Siblings, children. Sishak marked a short pause. Even genomes. Careful there, Ryan said, though he would make sure Enrique would hear of this. What you imply could be taken the wrong way. I am simply saying that it is an option if your employer is willing to entertain it. And like that, Sishak had given the courier everything he needed. Ryan looked at the skies, hoping to see flying armor. Now was time for Vulcan to show up and turn it into a ménage à trois. Any minute now. Any minute now? Damn, was it the higher number of genomes involved that made Jasmine change her mind? At least, Ryan was pretty sure he could rely on someone else. Was that enough for you, Mr. Windshield? Ryan said, glancing at an empty spot. Sishak froze in confusion until a voice answered out of nowhere. Yes. Oh well, Ryan said, glancing back at Sishak, who started to realize he had been tricked. Sipsy, you probably don't remember, but there's something I promised you last time we met, and QuickSave always delivers. Ryan punched Sishak in the jaw by surprise, as all windows in the area exploded into glass shrapnel. Chapter 55. The future passed, and the whole thing started so well. Right after Ryan punched Sishak's jaw out, Shroud revealed his presence and unleashed glass shards in all directions. The situation quickly devolved into a chaotic melee, while the pets in the animal shelter howled as one. Shorty immediately fired at Sishak with her water rifle, the liquid forming a 3 meters wide bubble around the meta. The malevolent telepath struggled inside, unable to escape the liquid prison. Meanwhile, Rakshasa had summoned a dozen gremlins. Atom Cat attempted to engage Mongrel in close combat only to be repelled by a blast of compressed air, and Wardrobe's costume transformed into a cosplay of Che Guevara. As for the panda, Mosquito instantly flew at him when the melee started, singling the bear out as easy prey whose blood he could drink. Except he forgot that Ryan's disciple was a 700 kilos juggernaut bigger than a polar bear and who hit just as hard. So the panda caught Mosquito's sting mid-flight, pivoted on himself, and tossed the surprised Psycho against one of the black minibuses. The bugman hit it with enough force to trigger the alarm, but the panda immediately closed the gap before he could recover. Bear smash. The panda roared while he lunged at the meta, hitting him so hard he bent the minibus metal doors. He then started beating the tar out of Mosquito with his bestial strength. He was good. The panda was good. He was ridiculous, but he was good. Unfortunately, Ryan didn't have the time to observe the animal brawl. The lizardman among the meta lunged at an empty spot and slammed something against the ground, the blown dust revealing the invisible Shroud's position. Ryan guessed the lizardman had managed to sense the glass genome through sound or scent. The carnival vigilante retaliated with shards, but they couldn't cut through the meta lizard's tough scales. Stopping time, Ryan rushed to Shroud's rescue and punched the lizard with Fisty in the frozen time. When the clock struck again, the blow sent the reptile flying to the side, allowing Shroud to fly away. The glass genome switched targets to support Atom Cat with shards before Mongrel could incinerate him with pyrokinesis. Use pebbles. Ryan shouted at Atom Cat, who still attempted to engage Mongrel in close combat. Use pebbles? Oh, good idea. Felix quickly caught on and threw a small stone at Mongrel, the projectile blasting the Psycho against the orphanage's walls. Len managed to exploit his temporary incapacitation to trap him in another bubble, the rabid Psycho gasping for air. Unfortunately, it turned out, Len's bubble wasn't powerful enough to fully immobilize Sishak. When he realized all was lost, the malevolent mindjacker managed to raise a tentacle at his head and shattered his own skull. His gray matter flowed into the water, the Psycho abandoning his men to their fate. Damn, not again. Ryan complained as he pummeled the reptile Psycho into unconsciousness with Fisty. Shroud started shredding gremlins with shards while Atom Cat tossed explosive stones at them, but Rakshasa kept summoning more. By now, hundreds of the critters threatened to swarm the shelter. At least, until they noticed Ryan and abruptly stopped. Huh? The time traveler asked as the critters seemed to panic. One of the gremlins put 2 raised fingers behind his head as if mimicking a rabbit's ears and then pointed at Ryan. The creature's anxious expression turned into stark, raving terror. Wait, you remember me? Ryan asked, the gremlins immediately running away as he approached them. They seemed to recognize him, even with a new costume. Wait, of course they did. Rakshasa probably summoned these creatures from another universe, and the genome's ability only affected this one. Come back, Ryan pleaded. Rabbits are friendly. The gremlins frantically escaped into Rust Town, much to Rakshasa's shock and surprise. Hey, come back here. The Jaguar man ordered, even as Wardrobe rushed at him. Come back, you cowards. Chi Wardrobe tackled the Jaguar to the ground, Rambo style, and started manhandling him. Perhaps the costume gave her superhuman fighting skills or increased strength, but she quickly restrained the Mook Summoner with a chokehold. The vicious Catman attempted to claw at her flesh, but Shroud nailed his palms to the ground with glass spikes. Back off, Shorty warned, raising her rifle. Wardrobe released the chokehold and rolled away, just as Rakshasa became trapped inside a bubble of his own. You have the right to remain silent. The panda forced Mosquito's bloody face against the minibus car hood while holding him in a wristlock. Perp, Ryan pitied the mosquito. To be beaten by that bear must have hurt, physically and emotionally. A few seconds later, both the bug and the reptile Psycho joined their brethren in bubble confinement. I caught one, Sifu, the panda said, his bare face the very picture of happiness. I caught one, we won. No. Len said, the only one crestfallen with the result. Sishak, he escaped. I wouldn't call that escaped, Adam Cat said, pointing at the floating corpse in Shorty's watery prison. Actually, can they survive inside these bubbles? Wardrobe asked, as Mongrel and Rakshasa had both passed out inside their prison, while the wounded mosquito gasped for breath. They're monsters, but killing them, it makes me feel uneasy. They will survive, Len nodded. The special water provides them with enough oxygen to survive through direct skin contact, but not enough to stay conscious. Their body falls into suspended animation to preserve biological functions. All in all, the fight had been a crushing victory, but unfortunately, Shorty had a point. They only caught Mooks, and Sishak lived to fight another day, which meant that the meta could not only keep their enslaved thralls, but also operate Mechron's mech. While the Dynami's heroes rejoiced, Len's face remained bitter. I should have put more pressure, she said, blaming herself for Sishak's escape. If I had increased the oxygen ratio, I could have made him pass out quicker. Shorty, it's okay, Ryan consoled her. We'll get that squid eventually. You owe us an explanation, Adam Cat scolded Ryan. Who was that invisible guy? That guy? Ryan turned around and realized Shroud had vanished. He must have turned invisible and left before the others could ask embarrassing questions. That sneaky bastard, I hate it when he does that. What was that for? Adam Cat kept asking, suspicious. That stuff about Hector. Because I assume it is the Hector, haven't you heard? Len snapped at him, her anger at Dynami's stronger than her social anxiety. Your employer bankrolls the meta. Ooh, a conspiracy, the panda asked, clearly excited. The panda is all ears. I heard, but that's not possible. Wardrobe argued, her quirkiness replaced with a skeptical frown. Even her costume changed from a South American icon to normal. Why would he do that? Help monsters like these psychos? It doesn't make sense. You just have to listen to Sipsy's recording, Ryan said, opening his suit to reveal the wiretap inside. Our very own CEO hired him to attack the Augusti. To prove his point, he activated the recording. Adam Cat brimmed with rage. The panda sat on his ass without a word. And Shorty, when she heard Sishak talk about the children, she looked positively murderous. In all his years knowing her, Ryan had never seen her like that. But it doesn't make sense. If it were known, it would be disastrous for the company's image, Wardrobe argued, focusing on the marketing side of things. It could be an impersonator trying to ruin Mr. Manada's reputation, or the meta could lie to tarnish it. I mean, that's what PR will say. Who else could deliver crates of knockoff elixirs to the meta gang? Felix replied with irritation, fists clenched. I knew they were snakes, and I still let them bite me. But, if that's true, the panda cleared his throat, a bit afraid. Does that mean that we know too much? That's what happens in movies, right? We know too much, so we're all gonna die. Nobody is going to die, Wardrobe protested, hands on her waist. We will do things by the book and take that recording to our manager. But what happens if he's in on the conspiracy too? You knew it would happen when you brought us here, Adam Cat accused Ryan. That was your plan from the start, and who was that invisible guy? He's a friend, Ryan said. He's very shy and not as transparent as he seems, but he's a good one, a vigilante. Was it why the panda was recruited? The panda asked Ryan, his eyes widening in hope. You couldn't trust anyone else? It was technically true in a weird way. Ryan was absolutely sure the panda had nothing to do with any conspiracy whatsoever, because no Illuminati in their right mind would hire him. Exactly, young disciple. He replied, raising a finger at the animal's heart. I chose you because of this. Am my liver? No, your pure heart? Ryan lightly slapped him in the back of the head. You still have so much to learn. Okay, this is way above my pay grade. Wardrobe replied after taking a deep breath, glancing at the metagang. First thing first, what do we do about these guys? How long will these bubbles hold? Hours, Len replied laconically. Okay, good, that's more than enough time to bring them back to Optimit's tower. Wardrobe declared with a nod. Everyone loves a by-the-book arrest. What, haven't you heard? Felix the cat said with a tone filled with anger. He had left his family for Dynamis to do good, and the company had disappointed him. They'll be back on the street within hours if we do that. So what, we kill them? Wardrobe snapped back. We can't do that, we aren't vigilantes. We stand for something. There are due processes to follow. You would rather stick to your contract and risk letting these guys go. They tried to kidnap children to turn them into soldiers. Hey, everyone calm down, Ryan said before the argument could grow more intense. Look, here's my proposal. We call our beloved manager, he sends help to bring the perps into custody, and we give him the recording. That's why I took it in the first place. I can get behind that. Wardrobe said with a nod. I'm sure Enrique will clear this up. Adam Cat crossed his arms, glaring at Ryan suspiciously. You're both in on it, you and Blackthorn? Sorry, Kitten, it's top secret. You're both in on it, trying to expose Hector. He marked a short pause. Good. And obviously, about what you heard today. Ryan glanced at everyone, putting a finger on his mask where the lips should have been. Shush! The panda will be as silent as a tomb, his disciple promised before rising back on his feet. Can I make the arrest before the cameras? Bring the perps out of the car and into the tower. Oh, right, that will be your first arrest, Wardrobe replied with a cheery grin. You will see you never forget your first, and with your new costume, I'm sure you will shoot up the popularity charts. About costumes, why Che Guevara? Ryan asked. The question had bothered him for a while. Because PR never lets me wear it, or Fidel Castro's, she admitted, a little embarrassed. They say it's too subversive even if I can survive anything when I wear his uniform. Len's head perked up, her communist radar triggered. Are you a Marxist? I would say I'm more of a social democrat, Wardrobe admitted, leaving Len disappointed. The fashion designer immediately tried to cheer her up. But I sympathize. Ryan heard his cell phone bleep, and he realized someone had sent him a message. I have to go. What? But you will miss the photo session, Wardrobe complained, glaring at him. Quick save, it would be perfect to introduce your new costume to the world. Sorry, Shorty and I need to bring the kids home, Ryan said, while Len frowned at him. Though Sishok's temporary demise had not warranted a response from Big Fat Adam, the meta would probably hit the orphanage again with heavy hitters unless evacuated. And after that, I have a date. The unknown caller had sent him an invitation. That evening, Ryan drove the Plymouth Fury south of New Rome, with Len sitting in the other seat. They made their way past the Strip and into a place that could only be called a slum. Well, maybe he was exaggerating. The place was terribly dirty, the ground littered with used drug paraphernalia, spent condoms, and even bullet casings, but it wasn't as bad as Rust Town. Ryan didn't see any feral dogs scavenging trash cans, and people walked around without the sense of paranoia that characterized the northern neighborhoods. The place was a dump, but somebody kept order. Ryan parked the Plymouth Fury at the parking lot of a particularly uninviting motel, its wall paint peeling away and its neon sign flickering. The courier noticed the remnants of a pool nearby, long drained away. Only one of the rooms had the lights on, located on the first floor. Cancel guarded the door, at least it confirmed his suspicions. It's here, Ryan said, checking the address sent by the mystery caller. I know this place, Len frowned anxiously. They call it Deadland Motel. Yeah, it looks pretty dead to me too. Really, she said, looking at him with concern. They call it this way because a lot of people disappear there. It didn't surprise him. The place was close to Mount Augustus and isolated enough that the private security wouldn't interfere. What surprised him was that Shorty had insisted on coming with him after she evacuated the children to her underwater hideout. It warmed his heart. If they wanted to kill me, they wouldn't have sent me an invitation. Are you sure you want to do this? Ryan glanced at Cancel. It's the only way to be sure, he replied before smiling at his partner. And with you as my backup, I have nothing to fear. Don't joke about it, please. Yeah, but I gotta admit, he smiled beneath his mask, it's nice to have someone watching my back. Yes, I feel that way too. She glanced away. Please be careful, all right? I swear. And after these emotional words, Ryan exited the car, climbed the stairs to the motel's first floor, and made his way towards Cancel. Hi, Greta. The time traveler waved a hand at her. Is Mortimer nearby? Oh, hi. She replied, waving a hand at him with the same cute friendliness as always. He's hiding in a corner. Judas, Mortimer's voice answered, though Ryan wasn't sure if it came from the walls or the ground. Judas? But have we met? Cancel asked Ryan with a friendly expression. The courier had never seen her change it, no matter the loops. I always remember masks and faces. Well, you didn't try to kill me yet, Ryan joked. Oh, good, I would feel bad if I had missed you. But if you're here to kill me, could we pick something more dignified than a motel? Ryan asked, pointed north. I think there are some public toilets 2 streets away. It's fine, we're here for security, Greta reassured him, pointing at the door. Someone wants to meet you, as he assumed. With one last glance at a worried Len waiting for him, Ryan opened the bedroom door and walked inside. To his surprise, the inside looked far cozier and larger than the outside. It was a pretty normal room, actually, including a king-sized bed and various amenities, though Ryan couldn't help but diss the blue wall paint. Someone had set a dining table, including coffee cups, a chessboard, and even cookies. His host sat on the other side, waiting for him. Thank you for coming, quick save, Livia Augusti said as he closed the door behind him. Or should I call you Ryan? Ryan frowned, a bit confused. You do not know. Not quite, the Mafia princess admitted, but this is not the first time we meet, is it? How did I call you before you turned back the hand of time? She knew, Goddammit, she knew, and Cancel was 3 meters away. You called me Ryan, he replied, trying not to show his fear. We were casual acquaintances. As I thought, she replied, her face thoughtful. The orange is in the hen house? I was confused about the meaning of this phrase, but now I understand. It was a message in a bottle, a distress signal thrown into the sea, hoping it would find its way to the right person. The Augusti princess poured Ryan a cup of coffee and invited him to sit. Well, your bottle found its way to me, Livia said with a smile. Let's open it together. Chapter 56, Heartfelt Talk. For a long moment, Ryan didn't say a single word. He had put his mask on a side of the table near the chessboard and kept looking at his steaming coffee cup. The courier could lose himself in the bitter darkness of the soft, delightful drink, anything to alleviate the tension in the room. Your cup is not poisoned, Livia said before clearing her throat. She wore a black turtleneck, classy but casual. If I wanted you dead, you would be. Poison wouldn't work anyway. Ryan shrugged, before grabbing the cookies and drenching them in the coffee. But there are still 2 hitmen right outside the door, and people call this place Deathland Motel. Now that I think of it, it kinda sounds like a horror theme park. It's for my safety. Livia put her hands around her coffee cup to better feel the warmth on her fingers. My previous self seems to have perished abruptly from what I can gather. It wasn't me, Ryan protested. How can I be sure? She asked with a frown on her face. I know you lied about your ability to my old self. You told her that you could jump through alternate realities when you could actually go back in time. It was metaphorically true, Ryan deadpanned before eating the cookie. It was quite sweet, but not all that good. Which is another way to say you lied, Livia replied, unflappable. I would have brought Crypto to this gathering if I could, but he had a hockey-related accident. I presume you were behind it. I warned him, Ryan protested. I warned Luigi that if he kept ruining my runs, things wouldn't go well between us. The courier had made it a point to target the truth-teller in every loop, even those where he didn't join the Augusti. If anything, Ryan considered it preemptive self-defense, which confirms my worries. Livia said with a frown, looking into his eyes, You don't want your secret getting out and will use violence to cover it up if needed. Speak for yourself, Miss Two Powers, she flinched. I don't see what you're talking about. Yeah, right. Ryan said, truly tempted to leave the table anyway, consequences be damned. Look, can you tell me what you want exactly, or else I will take the door. If you try to leave this room now, I will have no choice but hunt you down. Livia declared, her eyes full of iron. Your power is too great to be ignored, and I'm not sure you won't be a threat to my family in the future. The courier glared at her, but she stood her ground. Ryan, the only reason I haven't gone to my father yet with my suspicions is that my previous self seemed to appreciate you. She warned him. I even called off Vulcan when she wanted to track you down. Don't waste this opportunity. Ryan tried to figure how to deal with this. She didn't remember loops, but seemed capable of transferring information from one to the other, which made her incredibly dangerous. Could he negate her advantage by canceling her power? He could always try to get Cancel to turn against her employer, but it seemed far-stretched and difficult. If Augustus' daughter could truly interact with alternate universes beyond his reach, then even death wouldn't solve the problem permanently. She would get right back to hunting him in the next run, and that wasn't without considering whatever contingencies she put in place. That wasn't a worst-case scenario, but it was pretty damn close. I'll ask again then, Ryan said. He didn't want to sound frustrated, but the whole situation made him incredibly uneasy. What do you want? Livia inhaled, gathering her bearing. I want the truth. The truth. Ryan repeated the word as the weight of countless years fell on his shoulders. The truth caused me so much heartbreak, I guess I gave up on it. Some didn't believe me. Some did and went mad. Some went as far as trying to destroy me because they didn't want to forget. And some. The courier's thoughts turned to Jasmine. Some did believe me and tried to help, and yet I kept dying and they forgot, over and over and over again. Ryan let out a heavy sigh. Those are the worst because I never get used to them. Livia's gaze betrayed a hint of compassion, but she regained her icy demeanor. I think I understand, she said. I cannot say I can fully comprehend what you went through, but I think I see your point. No, you can't, and be thankful for it. Ryan grabbed his own coffee cup. You haven't told your father, but have you told anyone else? Why? Her tone turned defensive. Do you want to silence me? No. Ryan couldn't even if he wanted to. But more than half your Olympians are murderous assholes. I don't want any of them to know my true power. If you don't plan to move against them, then you should have nothing to fear. Oh, really? Ryan deadpanned. Your father personally tracks down everyone he remotely suspects of being a threat to him. What do you think Lightning Butt will do if he learns I can time travel? His argument seemed to have hit the mark. I could talk him out of this. I don't believe you, Ryan replied dryly, and let's not talk about Bliss. This has nothing to do with our conversation, Livia argued, her body tensing. Don't try to change the subject. It has everything to do with it. Ryan insisted, sipping his coffee. Bliss causes sterility in unpowered humans. I used to think genomes were spared from that nasty side effect thanks to their enhanced metabolism, but not anymore. Narcinia can create life as she wishes, so there's no way she doesn't know, and she's way too nice not to have corrected that problem already. Hence, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Livia's fingers trembled around her cup, her facial features crinkled. Why would a cartel make most of its customers sterile? It made no sense to me until I saw your father and his crew. People like Mars look down on normal humans like cattle. Ryan snorted. Your father wants to kill normies. Bliss isn't a product, it's a weapon. You think I wanted this? The sudden outburst made Ryan recoil in his chair as anger broke through Livia's mask. You don't think I already tried to change that? Now it was her turn to snarl at him, bottled-up anger rising to the surface. You don't think I tried to close that death lab 1,000 times? You think I want people to associate my family's name with a drug that kills thousands each year? You think I want this? Ryan said nothing, astonished as Livia put her hands on her face. She seemed to fight back tears. My father won't budge, she said, her voice weak. He will listen to me on almost everything, but Bliss, it's his favorite project. His legacy. Narcinia, that girl could make the world so much better. She's a miracle. But father doesn't want to save anyone. He would rather be king of a cemetery. Livia no longer looked like the regal, confident daughter of Augustus. The mask had fallen, and beneath, Ryan only saw a young woman with far too much pressure and unwanted expectations thrown on her shoulders. At this moment, she looked so vulnerable that Ryan's anger vanished. Livia, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, he said, taking her hand in his own. Her fingers felt so cold to the touch. Even if they're your family, you have the right to leave. I have to, she replied, pushing away his hand and wiping away tears. Someone worse will take over the organization otherwise. Livia took a few seconds to recover her composure, breathing in and out while Ryan watched. I just want to protect my family, Ryan, she said. If, whatever they are still my family. My father is what he is, but he is still my father at the end of the day. Do you understand? These words made Ryan flinch as they brought him back to the darkest days of his childhood. I don't want them to die, Livia said with a sigh. That's all I ask. I want to protect them. From Dynamis, from the Meta, from you if necessary. You won't be able to shield them from the consequences of their actions. The Carnival's threat already loomed over Augustus' empire. I know, but I still have to try and protect them. If. She struggled to find her words, her eyebrows narrowing in bottled-up frustration. I just want to know you won't threaten them, that you aren't out to kill us. If you can guarantee that, then I will keep your secrets and let you be. That's all. Ryan opened his mouth, closed it, and then finally decided to reassure her. I don't want to kill you or your family, Livia. Now that the courier thought it, wasn't that what he had always wanted? Somebody capable of remembering him. His first instinct was paranoia, yet she had been nothing but helpful in the previous loop. Lightning Dad was a colossal asshole, but his daughter seemed nice, for a lack of a better term. Thing is, Ryan said, trying to find his words. I always hoped something like this would happen. That someone like you would come along and remember me. But now that it finally happened, I have no idea how to deal with this. It's new, she suggested with a sigh. Yes, he said and nodded, and not in a funny way. I've grown used to controlling everything in a loop, and now you're threatening to take all my progress away. I understand, Livia replied with a forced smile. I feel the same way about you. I never met someone immune to my power before. It's a little scary and disturbing. I don't know what to expect. They were both afraid of the other. Hedgehog's dilemma hit again. Eventually, after a long minute of thinking, Ryan reached a decision. It was a very risky move, but he had pushed his chips on the table a long time ago. He might as well see the river. All right, if you want the full truth about my power, then I will give it. He would be as honest with her as he had been with Len and Jasmine. But trust is a two-way street. She considered his proposal for a while, her face thoughtful. What do you want in return? I want the truth too. How can I know that you won't take any information I gave and then use it against me in your next attempt? What guarantee do I have that you won't send your army of genomes after my hide? Ryan let out a shrug. Thing is, if neither of us is willing to take a risk, then there's only one way it will end between us. And he looked at this woman who reminded him so much of someone else, and I don't want to go there. Augustus' daughter said nothing, mulling it over as she sipped her coffee. Eventually, she reached a decision. Fine, Livia declared, putting down her cup on the table. I accept your terms. First question, then, Ryan asked, glancing at the walls. Why this motel? It made her chuckle a little, releasing some of the tension in the room. That is the first thing you wish to know. It's cozy, but I'm not fond of the wall paint. You should try purple, it goes well with everything. Felix and I used it as our hideout, of a sort, Livia admitted, glancing at the chessboard. It was a private refuge we used when we wanted to get away from our families. It's discreet, and the few who know about it keep their mouth shut. Since you've joined Il Miglier, I thought it would be a good neutral ground. Ryan scoffed. I will scold the kitten for his lack of taste, then. How is he? She asked, her tone soft as if afraid of the answer. Felix. Shouldn't you know with your power? Ryan asked before answering truthfully. He's fine if disappointed. Il Miglier isn't all it's cracked up to be, but he will recover. I don't think he will be coming back, though. No, he won't, Livia agreed with a sigh. His parents believe he will wise up and return to the fold, but I know better. He was always too stubborn for his own good. After a short silence, Ryan decided to address the elephant in the room. How did you remember? You first, Ryan. She asked, looking into his eyes. You first. You want the short or the long version? The long one, she said firmly. Ryan strongly considered lying to her anyway, but decided against it. Odd as it may be, the courier fulfilled his promises even if he was the only one who remembered them. So he told her without omission. Livia listened to his explanations with an unreadable face until he reached the end of his tale. He would have given everything to know what she thought, but her poker face was almost as good as Ryan's own. "I see," is all she said once he finished his tale. "If you want to have me killed, now is the time," Ryan replied. "Or at least you can try." Livia stopped, and the courier was certain she considered lying to him too. "You are right, Ryan, I have 2 powers, not just one, but in the end she was an honorable woman. You drank 2 elixirs." Ryan said, "Like your father." "I was the one to do it first," she admitted. "I drank a blue elixir, which granted me the ability to see parallel timelines, and with that power I realized both my father and I could wield up to 2 powers with no ill side effects in alternate realities." "A genetic quirk?" Ryan asked, the princess nodding in confirmation. "What about your uncle and aunt?" "They didn't inherit the necessary genes. In the realities where they drank a 2nd elixir, they always went psycho, and even in my case, a 3rd elixir would have turned me into a monster." Livia cleared her throat and adjusted her hair like a teacher preparing a lecture. "Anyway, my power allows me to see and hear through the senses of alternate mess, a limited number." "How limited?" Ryan asked as he stole a 2nd cookie. 6, the princess said, her eyes squinting. "If you want a metaphor, I can watch up to 6 plasma screens at once. I can switch the channels, but I cannot turn them off. My power is always active." "And you realized I could go back in time by talking with these alternate selves?" "Yes and no," Livia admitted. "Thing is, I don't perceive these other Livia directly. I use a hub. It's hard for me to describe it, but I constantly see myself in 2 places. The one where I'm at right now, and a blue place where I can select the channels. I have 6 screens, but I watch them in a room." Ryan immediately caught on. "And you can interact with that blue room?" "Yes, I can record voices and notes like an archive," she nodded with a smile, happy he understood her. "I actually noticed notes I didn't remember writing. I assumed that my alternate selves also had access to this place and recorded information, until I met you." "You kept notes on me," Ryan guessed. "Notes with dates about how you met a dashing rogue your power couldn't perceive." "I wouldn't call you dashing," the princess teased him. Now that they had both opened up, the tension between them had slowly lessened. "But yes, if it had been recorded by an alternate me, then she shouldn't have been able to perceive you. The way we met was also different, and I had the intuition you knew me already." "But how did you realize I was time-traveling?" "I don't know anything about video games," Augustus' daughter admitted with a sheepish smile. "So I looked up what your name meant. I quickly connected the dots, and it clicked." Ryan blinked at Livia, trying to see if she was serious. "It couldn't be." "You figured it out, and you aren't even a gamer. There are no words to describe my sheer disappointment." "I'm surprised you took such a risk with a name like that," she said. "Unless it was another bottle thrown to the sea, maybe." Ryan ignored the question, focusing on her power's mechanics. "Elements made me think that all true genomes draw their powers from a higher dimension that embodies their color's essence." The more he had thought about that theory, the more Ryan had come to believe in it. A dimension of energy for red, the crossroads of all spacetime for violet. A universe of thoughts and information for blue, Livia guessed his theory. "I think you are like me," Ryan explained. "A part of you, perhaps a psychic presence, exists in that blue world. It allows you to record information outside space and time and to see through alternate realities." "But not my consciousness," Livia realized. "Which is why my memories do not carry over when you overwrite our universe. I wonder why I didn't notice the passage of time in these alternate worlds. Some should have carried on for years if you don't affect them." "Because I don't think you actually see parallel universes, or at least not as you understand them," Ryan replied. "I think your power creates and sustains them." Livia gave it some thought before grasping his theory. "You think they aren't actually universes that physically exist but elaborate simulations? Possibilities that collapse whenever you stop observing them. They only start existing when you use power." I never saw things like that," the princess admitted. "But that would explain why you don't appear in any of them. You are the controller, the one who decides if the current reality and all its possible branches exist at all. Your power trumps mine." "Both of them?" Ryan teased her. "We can check," she said with a smug smile. He had triggered a competitive instinct within her. "I mean, if you want." Ryan accepted the challenge, raising his hand and moving his fingers towards himself. "Bring it, princess." He felt something in the back of. Time seemed to flash forward, and when Ryan regained consciousness, the white pawn and black knight on the chessboard had moved. Livia, though, seemed extremely confused. "Is that all you got, Violet?" Ryan taunted her. "That's very strange." Livia admitted with a scowl. "Can you try your time stop on me, Ryan? I wish to check something." He did, and she froze like everything else. Unlike her father, she couldn't move in the stop time. "I think I sensed you activate it," Livia said when time resumed before noticing a cookie in her hand. "But clearly I'm not immune to it." "Well, your dad is," Ryan shrugged. "One of you was enough." "Oh, really?" Livia blinked a few times in a row. That would explain some things." The courier raised an eyebrow. "How so?" "Sometimes, Dad seems to stutter or stop mid-sentence before repeating himself. Uncle thought it was age catching up to him, but no one dared to confront my father over it. He's very sensitive about growing old, and I suppose he didn't want us to worry." "It must have been pretty annoying from his point of view," Ryan said with a smirk as he imagined the scene. "I think he would be torn between recruiting you for your power or killing you for being an annoyance." Livia chuckled, before leaving her cookie back with the others. Ryan guessed she was careful about her weight. "If he learns about you at least." Ryan promised himself he would time prank Lightning Butt in the future. "Let me guess, you erased time and leapt past it." "Is that a reference to something?" Livia asked, and Ryan's glare made her uncomfortable. "Why are you looking at me as if I were pitiful?" It hurt to be a cultured person while surrounded by ignorance. He would have to do this woman's education one day. "My enhanced timing told me time moved forward a few seconds, and I'm pretty sure we both played a round of chess," he said, glancing at the board. "You create a temporal anomaly where time flows forward, and since I never experienced a blackout like this one before, I assume it only affects a small area." "Very good guess," she conceded. "Yes, I create a localized temporal anomaly where time behaves oddly. Events proceed as they should have, had I not used my power, but everyone except me is in a trance following a script. In that anomaly, I am the only one capable of adjusting my actions and applying force to objects, making me invulnerable. And when time resumes normally, only I remember my actions." Livia crossed her arms, or at least, that is how it works with everyone else. "But not me," Ryan said with a smirk. "My time fu is stronger than yours." "I can see the results of your actions, but not interact with them," she admitted with a scowl, her pride wounded. "I put a white pawn forward, and the black knight moved on its own. As if you were a ghost capable of affecting the physical world, but immune to retaliation. Perhaps it is because you partly exist in this purple world." If their powers interacted so weirdly together, Ryan didn't dare to invite acid rain to the table. "So in that temporal anomaly, I am, what, intangible? Invulnerable?" Livia answered his question with a nod, and the courier remembered Ischia Island. "I think you might have saved my life once that way." Livia must have tried to skip time in an attempt to survive the Bahamut's blast, but her power probably ran out before she could find shelter. While Ryan was already in the bathysphere, and their weird power interference caused the device to move away. Or at least, it was his best guess. He would need more trial and error to figure out how their powers truly interfered with each other. The princess' expression turned from curious to sour, her eyes looking at her coffee. "Ryan, why did you join the Augusti in the past and now work for our enemies? What game are you playing at?" "Long story, but I agreed to destroy the Bliss Factory on behalf of another organization," Ryan said. "Or else they would take things into their own hands and kill a lot of people," she scoffed. I see you aren't against it." Ryan frowned as his intuition kicked in. "Last loop, you insisted I go to Ischia Island when you were inspecting the defenses. Even if there was no reason for me to go there, you wanted me to sabotage that drug farm." I must have suspected something was up with you then, Livia replied while looking away. Who asked you to do that? Dynames? No, she looked into his eyes. Then who? Ryan hesitated. He remembered how she interacted with Shroud last time, and he had the feeling her beef with the carnival was personal. If she knew, the Auguste would track Shroud down, and the courier didn't want his translucent ally to die. I can't tell you. Instantly, he felt the tension rising again in the room. I see, Livia said with a frosty tone. Then how did I die the previous time? You really want to know? Ryan asked her, and she nodded sharply. The Meta murdered you with an orbital laser. The princess blinked as she digested his answer and then frowned. You're lying. I wish I was, Ryan replied, the memory of that disaster souring his mood. I'm working towards preventing it. It's impossible. I should have seen it coming, Livia protested. You kept seeing yourself dying in alternate realities. Then that can only mean two things, she said, arms crossed. Either the Metagang has a method to counter my power, or they decided to attack me first in every alternate universe I observed. Some of my other selves should have survived otherwise. The Meta did have access to Mecron's bunker and the technology within it, but Ryan considered the second option more likely. Knowing Big Fat Adam, he must have decided to target any precog capable of raising the alarm on his plans to destroy New Rome first. Unfortunately, this made Livia ask only more questions, rather than less. How did they manage to get an orbital laser in the first place? Ryan weighed the pros and cons of telling her about Mecron's armory before realizing the risk was simply too great. Augustus had destroyed it in an act of vengeful fury in the previous loop, but in this one, at the height of his power, this god wannabe would probably decide to claim the bunker for himself. I can't tell you. You can't tell me, Livia glared at the courier. You would rather let Adam the Ogre get his hands on a WMD rather than tell me. Look, it's not that I don't trust you, Ryan protested. But you will have to tell your father to deal with this, and my father isn't perfect, but he doesn't eat children for dinner. That's the bar you set for human decency? Ryan snapped back. You know he murdered Narcinia's real parents to use her as a hostage against Leo Hargraves. Her parents were raiders who deserved what they got, Livia argued, clenching her jaw in anger. And careful with what you say. Hargraves murdered my mother. Oh, that explained a few things. Ryan noted that tidbit for later, dead set on confronting Mr. See-Through about it. I'm just saying you should look into it, because the source seemed pretty trustworthy. For all his faults, Ryan had grown to trust Shroud over the last loops. The Vigilante's desire to do good was genuine, though extreme. He said her mother wanted to help the world, and that she had the power to do so. Who told you that? Livia asked, her frown deepening. You won't tell me either. I'm sure it's the same organization who asked you to destroy Ischia Island. Ryan crossed his arms, standing his ground. I can't tell you. Why? She raised her hands in incomprehension. Why, Ryan? You say you don't want to harm my family, but you're willing to work with people who are, so why should I trust you? Because I can make everything right. And what if you're wrong? Livia shook her head. What if you blow up Ischia Island with Narcinia still inside, and it sticks? What if the Metagang manages to kill you permanently? You speak about trust, but you only tell me half the story. Then, what happens if I ask about Lightning Butt's invulnerability? Ryan replied, tone rising up between them. Will you tell me? Why would you need to know that if you don't intend to go after him? She replied angrily. I am not going to stay idle while a psycho plots my murder and who knows how many others, Ryan. So why should I trust you to help when you're set on keeping me in the dark? Because I don't want anyone to die, Ryan snarled while raising a finger at the princess at his wit's end. You included. This time his words silenced her. Do you know what it is to be me? Ryan asked, frustration he had been bottling up for decades simmering to the surface. To have the power to help everyone, knowing that every time I save, things will stick. That if I leave someone dead when I could have protected them, then it becomes my fault. Do you know how easy it would be to just say, fuck them, I don't care anymore, and never turn back? After that outburst, the two fell into an awkward, tense silence. They had reached an impasse. I think you should go, Livia said, holding her arms as if shielding herself. It's late and people will ask questions. Yeah, they were done. For now, without further words, the courier grabbed his mask and moved towards the door. Ryan. He froze, his hand on the door handle. I don't care about the rest of the organization, but if my father, my uncle, and my aunt die because of your schemes, I will destroy you, Livia warned him. Same with Felix, Fortuna, and Narcinia. Fine, I have a list of my own, Ryan replied with the same icy tone. Len Sabino, the orphans under her care, my current team, Matthias Martel, Jamie, Kayung, Lanka, Narcinia, Jasmine, and my cat. If you guys target any of them, I swear you will never see me coming, Livia sighed. It's not over, I will call you again. Sure. The time traveler replied as he opened the door and walked out. Whatever you say. As the clock struck midnight, Ryan drove the Plymouth Fury to the harbor. Well, here we are, the time traveler said, turning to his partner. You're sure you don't want to go with me? I know you hate dynamies, but they promised me a condo with an unbeatable city view. No answer. Len hadn't said a thing since they left the motel. Perhaps her medication had run off, and she found the surface world tiring. Or perhaps she expected Cancel and the Killer 7 to crawl out of the woods to attack them. But so far, Livia hadn't sent anyone. I know you think you need to overdose on antidepressants for them to work, Shorty, but please follow the treatment, Ryan pleaded. It's for your own good. Riri. Len looked into his eyes, not bothering to hide her concern. Why did you tell her so much? You can't take it back now. Why, Ryan could say he had no choice. That with Livia's power, it was better to be truthful and try to build a good relationship rather than go for the kill. He could say that he wanted things to change, even if it meant taking a risk. But that would have been a lie. Thing was, his reasons ran deeper than that. An invincible psychopath trying to push his daughter into a situation she wasn't comfortable with, and turning her into a target because they couldn't harm him directly. How could Len ask him why? Because I've seen it before, Ryan said, looking at the Mediterranean Sea. And it didn't end well the first time around. Chapter 57. The Island of Dr. Tyranno. Ryan had to give it to Dynamies. The company spoiled its heroes rotten. Enrique had granted the courier a full penthouse suite located on the Optimates Tower's 25th floor. Ryan slept in an apartment-sized bedroom, with a plasma screen TV and an unbeatable picturesque window view of the city. The suite was fully stocked with amenities and tastefully decorated, with no inch of ground left without a carpet. Each piece of furniture had been carefully selected to create an atmosphere of opulent relaxation. The bathroom included a private pool with a jacuzzi included, and even a bar. The suite itself was only part of the package, though. Ryan had a dedicated staff available at all times to fulfill all his whims, from the mundane to the truly bizarre. The courier had tested the waters and learned almost nothing was off the table for him, from drugs to prostitutes, so long as none of his excesses made their way to the media anyway. And the cherry on top of the cake, the walls and windows were soundproof. Of course, the suite was filled with cameras spying on him, but Ryan hacked them 5 minutes after taking over. On the morning of May 11th, the courier finished dressing in his new costume when he heard someone ring the bell. Somebody call security, the poor are at the gates. He declared through the intercom, though a camera system showed him Wardrobe and Adam Cat waiting on the other side. I can't stand the stench of the middle class. Does your majesty want cake for his morning breakfast? For once Felix didn't wear his face mask, revealing his true face to the world, and quite the handsome one, too. He looked like a masculine version of his gorgeous sister. Hi, Ryan, Wardrobe said, much more politely. Can we get in? We have a tight schedule today. Ryan lowered himself to let these guests inside his lair, even if Adam Cat looked too much like a nouveau rich for his refined patrician tastes. The splendor of his suite immediately floored his teammates. How is it that your place is bigger than mine? Wardrobe asked, green with envy, as they made their way into the main room. Ryan's sofa was larger than most king-sized beds and faced a state-of-the-art home cinema. I thought only pro-leaguers could get a penthouse suite. I have special needs. Ryan replied, trying to sound as foppish and pompous as possible. I fall ill without 300 square meters to live in. I have a big one too, Felix said, his dirty, plebeian mind unimpressed by the luxurious penthouse. I suppose Enrique wanted to make us feel welcome. That and to bribe them. Ryan hadn't gotten anything like this sweet in his previous Dynamis run, probably because Enrique didn't feel the need to placate him. What did Green Hand say when you gave him the recording? He said thank you and sent us on our way, Felix replied with a scoff. Disappointing, but not surprising. Blackthorn probably needed more time to make a move against his patriarch. Unfortunately, Ryan wasn't certain they had it with Sishak still at large. On one hand, his demise had caused Adam to throw away all caution in his attempt to unlock the satellite. But Sishak also provided near-limitless cannon fodder to throw at the bunker's defenses. Though Ryan and Len warned residents like Paulie to escape the district, the courier had no idea if it would slow down the metagang's progress. Ryan remembered that Vulcan's disastrous assault on Rust Town happened on May 12th, with Sishak blasting everyone to Kingdom Come with Mechron's mech. It meant that even with Sipsy, the meta shouldn't unlock the bunker's full power before that date, or else they would have used the Bahamut on the invaders. After May 12th, though, this loop would enter uncharted territories, and that was without taking Livia into account. Though I saw Wyvern go into his office right after us, Adam Cat added. She looked rather pleased too, I wonder why. If you want to hear all the hero gossip, you have found your gal, Wardrobe said with a wide smile. Do you know Blackthorn and Wyvern are an on-and-off item? No way. Ryan said with shocked surprise. But what about Vulcan? I thought they had a passionate love-hate relationship going on too, but no. Devilry is into girls though, but Wyvern politely let her down when she made a pass at her. The stylist looked at the two boys with her big, beautiful eyes. Are you both? I'm straight, Felix said quickly, and not looking for romance. I'm flexible, Ryan said with a seductive voice, and available. I thought you were dating the underdiver. Wardrobe looked both curious and slightly disappointed. The romantic tension is palpable between you. The courier looked away. It's complicated. I'm looking for something new. Truth was, when Ryan woke up this morning, his drowsy mind had wondered why Jasmine wasn't in the bed, and then he remembered, and he felt the pain of losing her all over again. Ryan knew he shouldn't have grown attached to a woman or lowered his guard, but the damage was done. He didn't want to forget Jasmine, not after she made him promise not to, but the courier only knew one way to numb the emotional pain. Filling the gaping void with distractions, better to keep running forward than sit alone with his regrets. Is that a Batman-Catwoman thing where you fight on two different sides of the law and you want to be together, but the world conspires to keep you apart? We can work with that, you know. Hey, kitty. Ryan abruptly changed the subject and asked his second favorite cat. Something has been bothering me for a while. Did anybody ask you how Lightning Butt's invulnerability works? You can't evade me forever, Ryan, Wardrobe said, determined to learn everything about his romantic life. Felix snorted at Mob Zeus' nickname, though it put him in a bad mood. Enrique already beat you to it. No idea, and he murdered everybody who could possibly harm him. Do you have a list of them? Ryan asked. With the information he had gathered from his previous loops, he could perhaps find the true nature of Mob Zeus' invulnerability. He wanted peace with Livia, but he had the feeling he might have to confront Lightning Butt at one point in order to achieve his perfect run. I know a few, but the only person with the full list is Mercury, the organization's spy master, Felix replied. I thought that Talking Skull controlled gambling dens and money laundering, Ryan asked. Come to think of it, I wonder why they still launder money when there are no taxes to pay. It's because Mercury's division is a submarine, Adam Cat replied. He can breathe underwater better than bugs. That's not funny, Ryan, Wardrobe said as she sat on the sofa, though she forced herself not to smile at his pitch-black joke. As it turned out, Shorty's bubbles were an experimental technology, and not that reliable. Mosquito's water prison ended up malfunctioning, perhaps due to his peculiar biology, and caused him brain damage from a lack of oxygen. Then again, what did Ryan expect? Communists could never make good products. Don't know, I never tried to drown him, Felix mused. Augustus uses the laundered money to infiltrate European communities that oppose him. Mercury funnels dirty money into legitimate businesses that then take over companies, institutions, farms, etc. He even managed to infiltrate some of Dynami's contractors from what I heard. Don't kid yourself. Every branch of that organization supports a criminal takeover. Every last one. Adam Cat then crossed his arms while Wardrobe put on the TV and checked the news. And, as I told Enrique, I think there's something wrong with Augustus. You mean besides the sociopathic narcissism? Ryan asked, though he shared the same intuition. He has been strangely lethargic in the last few years. Beforehand, he used to track down some foes himself, to remind the masses that he's a tough psychopath you don't want to mess with. But now he lets Pluto do it for him and hasn't left his villa in years. Dad told me he seems to forget the world exists for minutes at a time, and he keeps an electrical halo around himself whenever he's in public. When I asked Livia why, she wouldn't answer. He's sick, Wardrobe asked with a frown. I dunno, he's supposed to be invulnerable, Felix shrugged. Maybe it's just age or depression. Ryan didn't think so. The courier must have annoyed Lightning Butt for 4 years with his time stops, but it literally took an orbital laser for the mob boss to get out of his house. The courier had seen the signs on the wall, the sick, sullen face Mob Zeus hid beneath his bright halo, the way his family members were uneasy around him. Something was wrong with New Rome's godfather. Hey, look, Wardrobe interrupted their discussion, a finger pointed at the TV. They're talking about us? Ryan glanced at the plasma screen as the news showed a recap of yesterday's events. The main video showed the panda proudly bringing the psychos into custody, Wardrobe answering journalist questions while Adam Cat ignored them, and Enrique congratulating everyone for making New Rome a safer place. Someone had also managed to find a photo of Ryan in his old costume, and Dynanet theories proliferated on him. Truly, the headlines said it all. The Menagerie, Il Miglier's newest golden children. New hero team deals a heavy blow to psychos everywhere. Who is Quicksave? The Menagerie, seriously? Adam Cat asked with a heavy sigh. I should have called myself Adam Smasher. Felix, even marketing wouldn't let you use such a silly name, Wardrobe said with a smirk. I heard rumors they want to pitch us as a team, young and hip. I will be the leader as the senior pro hero and you'll be my Padawans. Yuki, no, Ryan protested, horrified. You know what happens to mentor figures in hero stories. Don't become my Obi-Wan, please. I know it seems like a bad idea, but think long-term, Wardrobe insisted. I can stage my retirement with a Merlin costume, as you are inspired by my demise to become true heroes. And then I can make a surprise comeback tour dressed as Jesus. Felix clearly didn't understand her evil scheme, but Ryan thought it made perfect sense. Anyway, Adam Cat said, time to go. We have to go to the Dynami's HQ next door and meet with Dr. Tyranno. The elixir expert? Ryan asked, suddenly curious. Yeah, he wants to study our powers. Felix shrugged again. The panda is already there for a thorough checkup. And then afterward we go to Star Studios. Wardrobe said with a bright smile. We're going to appear in the Stinger of Wyvern's Flight Roman 2 before we go. Ryan looked at Wardrobe. Yuki, I have something for you. Oh, a gift, she smiled at him. I love gifts. I never have enough of them. What kind of gift? Let me tell you of its backstory first. I was about to go to bed, wearing only my boxers when I was struck by a surge of inspiration. A wild Dionysian spirit possessed my body and forced me to put on the bowler hat. You should have kept your scarf. Wardrobe replied, worried for his mental stability. I warned you. Yes, but it's all right. Because my muse inspired me to repay the debt I owe you. You, who had made this perfect costume, I had to return the favor. Ryan moved into his bedroom and returned with his gift. The media call us the Menagerie because we have an animal theme going on. Timmy is a panda, Felix is a cat, I have a rabbit plushie. I figured that, even if you can turn into an animal mascot, I had to make something for you. I remembered you had a few scandalous magazines in your office, and it clicked. Ryan presented her with his newest creation, a homemade costume for his favorite stylist. His marvelous creation, inspired by his very own rabbit plushie, included a headband with brown rabbit ears, a red necklace with a yellow ribbon, and a black velvet leotard. Pairs of black tights, high heels, and golden bracelets completed the set. In short, it was a Playboy bunny costume. Felix blinked repeatedly and then looked at Yukiko with apprehension. This foolish plebeian probably thought the stylish hero would take offense, for this scandalous, 18-plus costume left almost nothing up to the imagination. A puff-puff costume? Wardrobe squealed in joy. How did you know I didn't have one? But she was a woman of culture above all else. Wait, Yuki, you like that? Felix asked Wardrobe, astonished as she examined the costume with a joyful face. I love kinky costumes, she replied. I just never get to wear them. Of course you don't, it's indecent. But it's made of velvet. Yuki's fingers touched the bunny ears, her eyes widening in rapturous surprise. And the ears, they're real fur, mink, mink. I always keep mink fur in my car trunk, Ryan replied proudly. You never know when you might have a clothing emergency. Adam Cat looked at him strangely. There are still wild minks in Italy? There were, Ryan whistled ominously before focusing on his new BFF. I wanted to make the Dragon Ball costume, but then I remembered you couldn't use anything copyrighted. Wait, did copyright still function if the country where it was registered no longer existed? Yuki's power made no sense. Ryan, you are adorable and I love it. Wardrobe replied before grabbing the costume. I'll put it in my room and try it on tonight. No way Dynamies will let you dress like that in public, though, Felix stated the obvious. Wyvern wears a leotard just fine, the stylist pointed out. Yes, but it isn't a Playboy bunny costume, and didn't you complain that Dynamies markets you as a kid-friendly superhero before? Wardrobe instantly deflated. Oh yes, that's right, I forgot about it. It will clash with my current branding. Wait, I know a way to market it. Ryan said, struck by inspiration. He couldn't let his new BFF down. Yuki, you are transitioning from the little league to the pro circuit. You are leaving the innocence of childhood behind for the grim and gritty reality of crime fighting. A dark age phase, Wardrobe muttered to herself. And then, when I become too grim and controversial, I emerge from the darkness with something classy and elegant, like a bodysuit with a cape. Ryan summarized her marketing strategy in one sentence. A seamless transition from kid's mascot to adult icon. You know what, I don't think I'm comfortable wearing this in public yet, but I will totally wear it in private. Wardrobe kissed Ryan on the cheek. Thanks, you really shouldn't have. Wardrobe, there are beautiful things in this world, and you're one of them. Ryan admitted, struggling to hold back tears. I felt so alone before meeting you, the last bastion of culture in a world gone mad. I felt the same way too, she replied with tears in her eyes. When I joined, they asked me to wear synthetic fibers. Synthetic fibers, no respect. No respect? It's okay, Yuki, it's okay, Ryan said while hugging Wardrobe, letting her head rest on his shoulder. Cry on my cashmere suit. Do you feel the softness? Do you feel better? Adam Cat watched the scene without a word, his face blank and his eyes squinting. Ryan felt attacked. Hey kitten, stop judging us. Please don't reproduce, Felix deadpanned. New Rome won't survive 3 of you. In the previous loop, Ryan had long talked with Vulcan about Lab 66, the birthplace of knockoff elixirs. She particularly disliked the genius behind the operation, the so-called doctor. Tyranno. So when the courier learned they were supposed to meet him, he hoped to get a free tour of the mystery lab. But as it turned out, Dynamies afforded their head science honcho 2 floors for his experiments, and the group had an appointment in Lab 65. Even there, security was tight. Automated cameras monitored everything in the Dynamies HQ building, from the entrance lobby to the parking lot. One needed keycards to access each floor individually, so no thief could access everything even if they had stolen the necessary key. Guards in power armor waited before all elevator doors while drones patrolled the corridors, assisted by infrared and motion detection systems. Even Ryan would have a hard time sneaking in undetected, and it would certainly take more than 1 loop. An open assault or suicide run would be easier. When they passed through the blast doors leading to Lab 65, The time traveler expected to enter some kind of dimly lit mad scientist's lair. He was slightly disappointed. While the lab included mainstay features like liquid-filled tanks containing what appeared to be dinosaur embryos and operation tables, it was well lit and clean, though the scene before them made up for the place's blandness. "Sifu, save me." The naked panda had retreated to a corner of the lab, putting an operation table between himself and some kind of humanoid dinosaur. A monstrous horned dog with scales instead of fur barked at the scene. "He wants to cut me open? I only need a lung." The humanoid dinosaur hybrid reminded Ryan of a 2 meters tall T-Rex, albeit with human-sized arms, black scales, and crimson eyes. The strange mutant wore a white lab coat and tiny glasses optimized for his head shape, but most importantly, he carried a scalpel and a syringe in each hand. "Stop struggling, or I will have to use anesthesia." "You're not vivisecting the panda?" Ryan instantly froze time and disarmed the dinosaur, tossing his weapons aside. "He's the last of his kind." "Yeah, back off, Doc," Felix warned, hands raised as if willing to use his power inside the lab. "Oh, hi, Mr. Tyranno." Wardrobe waved a hand at the saurian with a bright smile. "Oh, hi, Yuki," the scientist replied with a deep reptilian voice, stopping his panda harassment to look at Ryan. "You, from your power, I assume you must be Cesare Sabino." Ryan instantly flinched, his playful mood replaced with frostiness. "How do you know that, Sabino?" Felix asked with a frown. "Isn't that the underdiver's family name?" Wardrobe gasped in shock. "No way you are, we're not blood-related," Ryan quickly said, raising a finger at his BFF. "Don't you dare write fanfics about us." "What, really? You are adopted?" Dr. Tyranno didn't hide his disappointment. "Such a shame. I would have loved to compare samples from various genome relatives. It is a rare opportunity." "Wait, you took Len's DNA?" Ryan asked, squinting suspiciously at the genius. "The private security takes DNA scans of everyone in their custody," Felix reminded him. Dr. Tyranno shrugged it off. "Doesn't matter, I will still need a sample anyway." "I wouldn't recommend it," Ryan replied, slightly bothered by this scaled man. The courier loved attention, except when it involved being carved open on an operation table. It happened to him enough times already. "I'm a drug so addictive, you won't be able to get enough of me. You have a green power in addition to your violet one, Doctor." Tyranno asked, completely missing the point. Clearly, humor was a mammal-only feature. "Then I will need blood or hair, though sperm can work too. Some people prefer ejaculation to extraction." "What, Quicksave, you didn't do a DNA test when you joined?" Wardrobe asked. "No, it's against my religion." "You should reconsider," Dr. Tyranno insisted, his strange reptilian dog leaping into his arms. "Violets are the second rarest powers in circulation after white genomes. Think about science." "Yeah, nope." Ryan replied, while the panda breathed easy now that he no longer interested the scientist. The courier patted his sidekick on the shoulder before looking at the Dinamen's strange pet. "What is this?" "It's Triceratор, one of my creations, Doctor." Tyranno answered, petting the abomination against nature behind the horns. "Half Labrador, half Triceratops. So it's like the platypus of dinosaurs?" Ryan asked, his mood softening as he scratched the beast's belly. The animal made a saurian sound but wagged its tail like a dog. "Can you make a dinicat?" "I tried to splice a Persian cat and a velociraptor, but the end result died," the mad scientist replied. "But I, Dr. Tyranno, swear that each household shall have its own dinosaur one day. And I would have already done so if management didn't pester me about that T-Rex hunting safari." "What, they want to create a reserve where rich people can hunt dinosaurs like lions?" Felix asked. "Ridiculous, right?" said the man who tried to cut open a panda 1 minute ago. For a moment, I forgot we lived in a world where everything is for sale. In any case, Ryan immediately forgave the doctor for his terrible first impression. Someone wanting to make dinosaur pets couldn't possibly be a bad person, no matter what Jasmine could have said. "Felix, don't blame Doctor." "Tyranno, he is a misunderstood genius," Wardrobe declared with her hands on her waist. "He's the one who made me my hero costume." A techno-organic symbiote capable of mimicking the shape of pre-recorded costumes, Doctor. Tyranno explained almost absent-mindedly, while his triceratор escaped his grip to wander around the lab. Anyway, since you are new, I want to test your powers in a controlled environment, see if there are potential interactions, record the energy readings, etc. By dissecting one of our teammates, Felix mused while the panda cowered. He fully regenerates whenever he switches from one form to another. Dr. Tyranno all but shouted. Even Wyvern needs time to heal naturally, but not this werebear. With his ability, we could have an infinite, renewable source of organs. The panda was abducted by someone like this once. The poor animal seemed to relive a particularly nasty PTSD-induced episode. They thought they could make aphrodisiac from his blood. The panda had to flee. Now I have to figure out where the extra organic material comes from by studying the transformation, Dr. Tyranno said, completely oblivious to his animal cruelty. Ryan needed to distract him before he harmed his sidekick. Well, there isn't much to check. He lied to the scientist. I can stop time, my Pandawan can shapeshift, and my cat can blow up pebbles. Wardrobe chuckled. You can stop time and there is nothing interesting about that? About the pebbles part, after our last battle, I realized I could modulate my explosions. By now, Felix ignored all of Ryan's cat jokes, much to the courier's displeasure. Charge weapons, delay the blast by a few seconds, and then throw them. Dr. Tyranno nodded a few times as he listened to the explanations, as if they confirmed his own observations. As I thought, you probably charge solid matter with a unique form of energy, causing it to detonate afterward. Red flux. Ryan flinched as Dr. Tyranno's head abruptly snapped in his direction, so fast it fooled even the genome's enhanced sense of timing. How do you know that? Well, I've been studying powers with my last genius girlfriend, the time traveler said. We kind of figured out genome powers come from alternate dimensions, one for each elixir color. Fascinating. Now the courier had to take a step back as Dr. Tyranno started invading his personal space. I came to the same conclusions, but to have them confirmed by an outside researcher. God admit, now Ryan could smell the dinosaur's warm reptilian breath, and Felix the cat delighted in his unease. That's not so funny when you're the victim rather than the perpetrator, Adam Kitten mocked the time traveler. So you suggest the werebear's extra organs come from an alien green dimension made of organic matter? Dr. Tyranno focused on Ryan and completely ignored the jab. I would be delighted to pick your brain open and compare notes. I do have a question of my own, actually, Ryan said, pointing a finger at the Dinoman's tail. Aren't you a blue rather than a green? I am a genius specialized in cloning, splicing, and gene therapy. My current appearance is the result of an experimental transformation serum. It's purely temporary. Felix hesitated, as if afraid to ask his question. Why, Doc, what was the point? Because I wanted to turn myself into a dinosaur, the genius replied like it was the most normal dream in the world. Oh God, you're a furry, Ryan realized. I guess we'll never be friends. You need fur to be a furry, Wardrobe pointed out. It's in the name. What's a furry? The panda asked naively. Ryan looked at him with a gaze of pure compassion and quiet appreciation for the hero's sheer luck. How could he survive in the wild so long? Your innocence must be protected, my young student. Hey, I'm not the one judging you on your appearance, Dr. Tyranno complained. But seriously, it all makes sense now, Ryan said. I always wondered how you managed to make knockoffs at all, but your power should give you a heads up. I couldn't make elixirs, the Dino genius admitted. Not truly. What I did was synthesize a specific resource that mimicked the properties of a true elixir. It's a shoddy imitation and an imperfect one. It took years to create the Hercules serum from Wyvern, and even then I could only replicate a subset of her ability, namely her enhanced strength. And you never managed to copy my power, Wardrobe mused with a smile. The scientist grumbled before giving back Ryan his personal space, making circles in the room with his hands crossed behind his back. Because besides the usual genome health enhancements, your elixir didn't change much about your genetic code. The mechanics that allow you to channel multiple abilities transcend the sphere of flesh. I believe the elixir mostly serves as an intermediary between a genome and the dimension providing their esoteric powers, Ryan stated. They also support their host by subtly guiding them with their ability, or in the case of psychos, pushing them to consume more elixirs. Felix coughed, interrupting the discussion. Excuse me, but hosts guiding? You make it sound as if elixirs are alive and intelligent. Yeah, they are. Ryan replied, much to his teammates' shock. Sort of, they're closer to viruses. Except they do not use RNA or DNA to transmit information, Dr. Tyranno pointed out, though they manipulate ours. Sorry, Wardrobe said with a forced smile, you are losing me. They're like aliens who do not work the same way life on Earth does, Ryan explained the best he could. We don't understand how elixirs carry information, but they understand and manipulate how our bodies do. Enough to focus on modifying humans only and ignoring animals. Exactly, Doctor. Tyranno shouted, happy to find someone with whom to brainstorm. After being used, the alchemist's elixirs bond to an Homo sapiens cells on a molecular level, rewriting the DNA to make their host the vessel of a unique power. And no powers are exactly the same, though they may be variants, which implies the elixir selects the ability from a collective database and makes it unavailable to new hosts. Yeah, Ryan figured as much after extensive testing during his previous loops. Even when divided into doses distributed to a group, an elixir always bonded to one person only. Ryan could never bring himself to give someone 2 elixirs at once, though, not even in a research loop. Nobody deserved to transform into the new bloodstream. Unfortunately, when you have more than one, even from the same color, they start to conflict, Ryan continued, while his teammates clearly struggled to understand. They edit the same genes. Think of it as 2 writers fighting over a script. They keep rewriting the other's work until the sentences don't make sense, and you can only have 2 powers at most. After which, the original 2 elixirs in the host cells cannibalize the newcomers, Dr. Tyranno finished, he and the courier working in perfect synchronicity. They repurpose new elixir injections towards stabilizing the unstable genetic code, but only for a while before they start fighting again. Psychos instinctively know that, as the elixirs in their bodies influence them to collect more in a doomed attempt to reach an equilibrium. What about Mongrel? Felix asked. He could use more than 2 abilities when I fought him. I can already answer that question, Dr. Tyranno said triumphantly. From the samples gathered from his custody, I can attest that this psycho consumed an alchemist-made white elixir, followed by almost all knockoffs available on the open market. So he's a white with the power to have more than 2 powers, Adam Cat asked, while the genius nodded. That's cheating. Instead of cannibalizing newcomers, the original elixir seems to force them to play along like a referee. It allowed his body to channel more than one ability, but unfortunately didn't protect him from elixir conflicts, mutations, and addiction. The substances don't destroy each other, but they still conflict. Truly fascinating. Such was the tragedy of Mongrel. He had earned an overpowered ability in theory, but lost the mental faculties needed to use his limitless potential. You think the psycho condition can be cured? Ryan asked Dr. Tyranno. He had given up after facing roadblocks in his understanding of elixirs, but perhaps the Saurian knew more than he did. Of course it can be, the genius lambasted the time traveler. Nothing is impossible. Yeah, Felix said. Augustus has 2 powers without any side effects as far as I know. Oh, could the panda get 2 powers? Naive Timmy's eyes widened in hope. 1 for each form? Possible though unlikely, Dr. Tyranno said, seizing the opportunity for a free mad experiment. We can always try, but you will need to sign a discharge first. Ryan lightly slapped the panda in the back of his skull, much to his surprise. Ouch, Sifu, what was that for? Your real power is their arrogant young disciple, Ryan said, pointing a finger at his sidekick's heart. Do not be greedy, you already have the greatest power of all. Why, yeah, right, the panda said and nodded, but misunderstood his master's wisdom. I should master it first, before thinking of gaining a new one. There are rare cases of individuals with 2 powers and no side effects, Doctor. Tyranno said. Augustus is the most famous, but not the only case on records. Either these lucky few possessed specific genes, or their elixirs modify different parts of the DNA sequences without conflicting. Since unlike psychos, Augustus' powers haven't formed an obvious synergy, I believe they coexist independently. I think I get it, Wardrobe said, having struggled to follow the discussion so far. You have two creators, but instead of fighting, they each design a different part of the ensemble. And if an equilibrium is possible, then it can, in theory, be replicated, Dr. Tyranno declared with enthusiasm. Imagine giving two powers to every genome with no side effect. I could become a blue/green and maintain this transformation permanently, joining my bountiful intellect with a powerful saurian body. But you need to figure out the reason why there is an equilibrium at all, Felix pointed out. All your points are mere hypotheses. For all you know, it depends on the elixirs used rather than anything innate in the host. Yes, and unfortunately the few individuals with two powers in Italy refuse to cooperate. Dr. Tyranno shrugged. In any case, we do not yet understand elixirs enough to cure the psycho condition yet. But if Mecron understood enough about powers to enhance and reverse engineer them, then why not us? Ryan's thoughts turned to the bunker below Rust Town and his last visit there. The courier remembered entering a room with animals kept in elixir-colored liquid, and Big Fat Adam said the armory included knockoff production facilities. Perhaps even a cure for his power degeneration. He really needed to explore that place after purging the meta from it. I would love to exchange notes on elixirs, and especially your brain copy project too. The last part caused Dr. Tyranno to snort in anger. Does everybody know of it nowadays? I'm afraid you need a level 5 clearance before I can even talk to you about it. The CEO already gave me an earful about security yesterday. Felix instantly tensed, while Ryan simply shrugged. Well, my scaled friend, how can I gain one such clearance and build a strong bond of sciencehood between us? I will petition management, but the procedure usually takes months, Doctor. Tyranno snorted with disdain for Dynamy's bureaucracy. Anyway, talking is time wasted, and I have a busy schedule. Go into the testing chambers and strip. You are all older than 18, right? My lawyer is very adamant about that part. Chapter 58, Family Business. You're not a human. The film scriptwriter said, You are a panda who drank a human-shifting elixir. Ryan remained silent a moment before exchanging confused glances with the panda and Adam Cat. All three of them sat in chairs next to a cardboard cutout showing Wyvern transforming into a dragon and faced two Dynamy screenwriters with very strange ideas. I'm sorry, the panda asked, sinking in his chair while in human form. That's not my tragic backstory? Yes, we understand, but... The first scriptwriter reminded Ryan of an accountant, his greedy eyes hidden behind glasses. He had traded his artistic soul for a suit, and it wasn't even made of cashmere. It won't sell. What my colleague wants to say is that it's not inspirational enough. The other, meanwhile, was a walking Hollywood cliché. Some 30-something-year-old guy who thought wearing a sweater and sneakers made him look trendy. Your public persona is marketed towards young children, and your story, I'm sorry to say it, but it's depressing. Ryan kinda agreed with them on that front. When the panda told everyone about how he became a superhero, the courier had expected a funny adventure. Instead, he listened to an epic personal journey straight out of a Rocky movie. I thought it was pretty inspirational, Adam Cat argued. There were so many twists and turns. Yes, but people don't buy tickets to see a hero struggle, Four Eyes said. They go to a movie to have a good time. Everybody says they hate power fantasies, but they sell well. Which is why I think you're a goldmine, quick save, Hip Writer said. Ryan looked at the pass around the man's neck, finally learning his name was Kevin of all things. We can make so many cool scenes with your power. I think you might become the next action movie franchise. I'm more of an R-rated black comedy material, to be honest, Ryan said with a shrug. Felix glanced at the panda, growing more and more annoyed. What do you think? The panda is glad to get a movie at all, to be honest, the man-bear replied. Do you want to be portrayed as, Felix struggled to find the correct wording, an uplifted mascot? Also, that's not how elixirs work. Ryan pointed out, we had an exposition scene like 2 hours ago. Moviegoers don't care about how it works or doesn't work, Mr. Four Eyes said, but a bear becoming a human will appeal to young children better than the other way around. I understand your skepticism, but that's because you haven't read the full Pandemania script, Kevin argued with a smile. The movie starts with an 8-year-old boy. I'm out of here, Felix said abruptly, rising from his seat and looking at Ryan. Coffee break, coffee break. The courier replied before patting the panda on the back. Want something, my young pandawan? Nothing, thanks Sifu, the green genome replied, a bit embarrassed. Coffee gives me ulcers. Ryan and Felix left the panda alone with the corporate madmen, walking through Star Studios Warehouse 6. After Tyranno's extensive testing, the team went there to both film a stinger scene at the end of the latest Il Miglior movie and discuss possible plans for individual franchises. Countless engineers, actors, and technicians worked inside these walls, and though Il Miglior was Dynamy's cash cow, the company's cinema branch produced everything from romantic comedies to action flicks. Ryan had expected Vulcan to wreck the place, but the genius was strangely quiet during this loop. A shame. He would have enjoyed a little chaos, since Dynamy's focused entirely on bland moneymakers rather than more innovative movies. Wardrobe was busy acting as Wyvern's stuntwoman, wearing the superheroine's costume while she floated in front of a green screen. Computer engineers then replaced Yuki's face with a CGI of her template. The more he learned about Wardrobe's power, the more Ryan thought the copyright limit was only her way to systematize it. From what he understood, her power instead decided if a persona was available for copying, or if it belonged to someone else. Since Dynamy's allowed her to cosplay as Wyvern, she could do so, even if the persona was copyrighted. It would also explain why she could dress as Augustus. Lightning Butt piggybacked Zeus myth so much, people had started to conflate the two personas together. You know, Kitten, something has been bugging me about Dr. Tyranno, Ryan admitted as they made their way to the nearest break room. His dinosaur obsession. No, the name, Ryan explained. Shouldn't it be Dr. Tyranno with a second N, like Tyrannosaura? I thought only the French wrote it like that, Felix replied with a snort. Besides, it's his true name, Elaine Tyranno. The dinosaur scientist's family name is Tyranno, Ryan asked with an eyebrow raised. That's like calling your son Van Doom and he grows up to be a supervillain. Yeah. Much like the rest of the building, Dynamy's put care into making the break room as trendy and aesthetically pleasing as possible. Equipped with a window view of the park outside the studios, the hall included leather sofas, a round table for conferences, and even a holographic fireplace. The duo walked towards the nearest coffee machine, waiting behind a line of caffeine addicts and overworked trainees. So what's your plan, quick save? Bold of you to assume I have one, Ryan replied. Usually I just wing things until they work out. The only plan that can't fail is the one you didn't plan for. You know what I mean, his teammate said with a frown. Why did you join Dynamy's exactly? I can tell you aren't the celebrity type and that you're playing a long game of some kind. So are you, Kitten. They finally reached the machine, Ryan putting 50 € in the coin slot. The machine quickly started pouring a cappuccino inside a paper cup. What made you want to leave the family fold? Bliss, he replied while asking for a normal coffee. Not milk. I'm disappointed. If I change my superhero name, will you stop with the cat jokes? No, I won't. You're the worst, Felix sighed as he grabbed his cup, motioning at a sofa near the window. Both heroes sat on it, peacefully looking at the green scenery beyond the glass. I left because of Bliss. Yeah, Ryan figured as much. Because they force your sister to make it. Partly, Felix replied with a frown. Just how much do you know about me? Are you some sort of professional spy? If I were, I would drive an Aston Martin, Ryan joked, enjoying the smell of his cappuccino. I know you're the son of Mars and Venus, and that you temporarily shared a flat with Zanbato, Sphere, and Chitter. Did Enrique ask you to watch me? Felix asked, misunderstanding the situation. Make sure I'm not a reverse mole supplying info back to my family. Because he's already doing a fine job of keeping me out of any real action anyway. That made sense. Knowing Blackthorn, he probably considered Adam Kitten more valuable as a potential hostage or intel source than as a hero. Nothing of the sort, Ryan replied, sipping the coffee. I have a soft spot for people fleeing a toxic environment. Bloodstream? Felix chuckled at seeing Ryan's reaction, delighting at one-upping him for once. I did my homework too. You know the worst part? Ryan asked as his thoughts turned to Len, even dead and buried. He still holds his daughter under his sway, and I don't know how to break it. Felix waited a few seconds before asking the question burning on his lips. Did you kill him? No, but I arranged for his demise. Adam Cat flinched at Ryan's blunt confession. Do you hate your parents, Felix? Not enough to want them dead, but I wouldn't mind seeing them taken down a peg. They have a lot of blood on their hands, and they're dragging my sisters into the family business. They forced one to make drugs and convinced the other to join the Killer Seven. Felix shook his head in disappointment. I thought my departure would force them to reconsider their choices, but Augustus' grip is too strong. From what Ryan had gathered, his departure did shake his family, but they chose to blame Dynamis or hope he would return to the fold. Nobody in the Augusti seemed likely to turn their back on the organization, except Vulcan, who had never been loyal to begin with. Adam Cat frowned upon glimpsing at something on the other side of the window, and Ryan quickly identified what. A very familiar rat observed the duo from beneath a bush before quickly fleeing across the studio's park when spotted. Chitter, Adam Cat said with a frown. She's always watching me. You were close, Ryan asked, wondering if a rat swarm would suddenly appear to destroy the studio. So you don't know everything? No, but I'm sure you're going to tell me soon, Felix snorted but relented. Zanbato and I were best friends once, enough that we ended up sharing a flat for a few months when I decided I should have my own place. What changed? Someone stole Bliss batches from Mercury's division, the one where Zanbato works. The casino's staff distributes it to clients, either for recreational purposes or to blackmail them. I helped Zan with the case, and it turned out the thieves were intelligent rats. Chitter, Ryan guessed. Yeah. We tracked the animals to their mistress and, Felix stopped for a moment, looking into the distance. It was a horrible sight, man. She was squatting in an abandoned apartment infested with rodents, and she... Hey, easy kitten. Ryan put a hand on his teammate's shoulder. Don't force yourself if it's too hard. It's fine. The would-be hero regained his composure. You know Bliss can even affect genomes? When we found her, the stuff had given her an overdose. She had blood pouring out of her nose and eyes, Ryan, mold growing on her skin. If we hadn't found her and rushed to a hospital, she would have died. And when the docs saved her life, do you know the first thing she asked for? Ryan frowned, having already guessed. More bliss. More bliss. That poison hadn't just destroyed her life, Ryan. It enslaved her body and soul. Adam Cat made a disgusted face. That was a fucking wake-up call for me. But not for Zanbato. Zan, Felix's expression turned into a contemptuous sneer. Jamie thinks he's a nice guy, but he doesn't know what freedom feels like. He owes his entire existence to the Augusti, and he can't fathom a life outside it. Yeah, he went the extra mile to keep Kai-Yung clean, but he was just trying to assuage his guilt. He doesn't want to support the Bliss business, but at the end of the day, he does as he's told. The renegade finished his cup and tossed it into the nearest trash can with astonishing accuracy. It opened my eyes. Adam Cat continued his tale. I talked to Narcinia, and she admitted she never wanted to make that drug. But our parents always guilt-tripped her back into it whenever she attempted to stop. It's for the greater good of the family, honey, or addicts kill themselves because they can't help themselves. And Jamie, he let Kai-Yung fall into the mafia lifestyle rather than keeping her away from it. After I realized just how deep it went, I couldn't stay anymore. For all it's worth, I think you made the right choice, Ryan said, the story echoing a lot with his own. You have the right to dump toxic people out of your life. If it was just me, Ryan, Felix sighed. My family kills so many innocents, and it corrupts good people too. I thought Dynamis could help me change that, but now I don't know what to do anymore. From what I've seen so far, they're just as bad in their own way. Things can change, Ryan said, trying to cheer him up. No matter how bleak. His teammates scoffed in response. You sound like a self-help booklet. That doesn't make my words untrue, the courier replied with seriousness. It can always improve, but you have to keep trying even if you fail again and again. That's the hard part. He wasn't sure if these words were meant for Felix or Ryan himself, but he had to say them anyway. Both fell into an uncomfortable silence, neither knowing what to say next and none wanting to return to the scriptwriters. And then calamity struck. Felix. Her shrill voice sent a shiver down Ryan's spine, like death crawling out of the underworld. Felix had the exact same reaction. His eyes widened in horror as he turned his head to look behind. Tell me I'm dreaming. Oh no, you aren't. Fortuna walked towards their sofa, wearing a fashionable golden shirt and skirt that exposed her legs for everyone to see. She smirked triumphantly when everyone ogled at her, glancing at Ryan as if expecting him to do the same. Our paths cross again. Much to her fury, though, Ryan ignored her entirely to focus on the keycard dangling from her neck. Where did she get a pass? Oh, wait, stupid question. Of course a pass would magically fall into her hands. How the hell did you get in? Felix asked his sister, clearly far from happy to see her. The studios held a lottery with the winners gaining a guest pass, Fortuna replied, and that's no way to greet your beautiful sister. And Dynamis let you in, Felix almost choked. Of course the corpos let me in, why wouldn't they? Look at me, I'm me. Fortuna put a hand on her waist. Though they tried to poach me, and I had to promise I would consider it. Do you realize what you made me do, you ungrateful brat? I didn't ask you to come, sis. You left me no choice, Fortuna complained. Neither of you answer messages? Wait, neither of you. Felix looked at Ryan with suspicion. How do you know my sister? That madman almost hit me with his car, Fortuna complained. And when I demanded he bring me and Livy home, he drove away like a savage. And I regretted the almost part ever since, Ryan deadpanned. How dare you say something like that? She protested, before making a haughty face. But I guess I will forgive you if you invite me for coffee. I have expensive tastes, though, but hopefully you aren't as poor as you low. Is she always like this? Ryan asked Felix, Fortuna glaring at him in response. Unfortunately, Adam Cat replied with a heavy, heavy sigh. No wonder you ran away from home. I should have known you would make the pair. You're both infuriating. Fortuna crossed her arms. Felix, I'm here to bring you home. Then you will leave disappointed, the hero replied angrily. I told you, unless you leave the hit squad, we have nothing to say to each other. We aren't a hit squad, we're bodyguards, Fortuna argued. Clearly she didn't understand the seriousness of her situation. We protect the Olympians. It's just that sometimes we do it preemptively. By murdering people who Augustus thinks might become a threat. How long until you confront someone who can negate your power and your luck runs out? Adam Cat snarled. You're an assassin, Fortuna, and that's all you will be to me unless you walk away from this shit. What about Narcinia, then? Do you know how heartbroken she has been since you left? What about Livy, you selfish ass? Fortuna accused her brother. We've seen the news, how you fought with psychos in Rust Town. Don't you think we're all worried for you? I can take care of myself, Felix said as he rose from his seat, his tone dripping with venom as he faced his sister. Now get out or I will show you the door myself. I'm not leaving without you. The two started arguing so loudly they completely forgot about Ryan's existence, with Fortuna accusing Felix of having abandoned their family, while her brother blamed her for joining the Killer Seven. The technicians looked at the scene with embarrassment, with a few members of the security staff wondering if they should intervene. Ryan let the two siblings argue while he enjoyed his cappuccino, only for his phone to start ringing. Oh geez, another unknown number. The courier mumbled as he picked the call. It's getting cliché. Quick save? The voice on the other side belonged to a man and sounded somewhat familiar. Ryan was certain he heard before, but he couldn't put a name or face on it. The one and only, but I'm in between jobs right now, Ryan warned. Come to think of it, he never received that call in the previous loops. He wondered what had changed. To whom do I owe the pleasure? My name is Leonard Hargraves. We crossed paths 4 years ago, do you remember? Ryan immediately froze in place, checked that the two siblings couldn't hear him, and then answered. "How could I not? I understand we don't have the best history together, but one of our own recommended we contact you." Ryan heard noise in the background, like someone talking to the living son on the other side of the line. "Is Adam Cat with you?" "Perhaps," Ryan replied while squinting. "What do you want with us?" "I think you know already, but fine. My team just arrived in town, and I wondered if you were both available to meet with us. From what I understand, we all want to cure New Rome of the cancers that infect it." Yes, they did. About time somebody cleaned up the trash. Chapter 59, Corpolition. Ryan felt a ping of nostalgia as he drove on the highway. It had been more than a month worth of loops since he first arrived in New Rome, and he missed driving into the wasteland, Mad Max style. The world seemed open to him, all roads leading to a different quest. The courier could never anticipate when he would face a random encounter, whether it was a band of road warriors engaging him in a car chase or a mysterious hitchhiker out for blood. As much as he enjoyed civilization, Ryan was a creature of the road through and through. The carnival's rendezvous point was located near the ruins of Pompeii, south of New Rome. It had been quite easy for Ryan and Felix to slip away after the Fortuna incident. Nobody blamed her brother for wanting to take a breath of fresh air after their very public argument. Ryan felt a little bad about lying to Wardrobe, though. He could tell she hadn't been fooled by their excuses and knew something was up. "Something has been bothering me," Adam Cat said on the seat next to Ryan. The Plymouth Fury followed the Neapolitan coast, the sea on one side of the road and cliffs on the other. "The psychos have infiltrated Dynamis, right? If so, they probably have access to my DNA tracker. They can follow us." "They could, and in a past loop they did, but now they can't." "How so?" "Well, I'm not a genius with a capital G," Ryan quoted Jasmine, "but I'm still a genius." The time traveler had wondered how the tracker worked. How could you track a genome by recording their DNA after all? However, after his discussions with Jasmine in the previous loop, the answer became obvious. Dynamis didn't track genomes through their genes, but by the flux radiation they passively released. So Ryan modified his car to keep the flux radiation within its confines, using the method Jasmine pioneered. Of course, it was a poor man's substitute for his ex's power armor. Staying in the car wouldn't cause Ryan to open a gate to the purple world, but it would make the passengers invisible to Dynamis' radars. Hopefully, at least. Ryan still looked into his rearview mirror from time to time. Felix didn't ask more questions and looked out of the window, his eyes gazing at the Mediterranean Sea. Ryan could tell his friend appreciated the silence. His sister's visit had put him in a foul mood. Speaking of Fortuna, she started sending messages to the courier once again. Much to Ryan's surprise, only half of them called him an ass and other names. The other half included questions about Felix's well-being. Always she cared. The constant ringing of Ryan's phone started to bother Adam Cat. "My sister again?" "She's very persistent," Ryan said. "I know I'm smart, funny, and handsome, but my popularity surprises me sometimes. Fortuna's power causes almost everything that can go well for her to do so," Felix replied with a sigh. "She has never paid for anything. She gets gifts out of nowhere, and she always meets men desperate to worship her. After a while, it became a self-reinforcing loop of narcissism, and I think you broke it." "Wait, that was it." Men threw themselves at Fortuna, so she took them for granted and crushed on the few ones immune to her charms. If Ryan behaved like the perfect gentleman to soothe her narcissistic ego, she would lose interest and leave him be. All he had to do was treat Lucky Girl for dinner and overwhelm her with affection until she found another distraction. Kill her with kindness. "Ryan," Felix said, apparently reading Ryan's mind as the courier typed a response on his phone. "Can you do me a favor?" "If it's about the cat jokes, then you're asking too much." Adam Cat looked at Ryan, their eyes meeting. "Don't fuck my sister." Ryan lost himself in the blue hue of his friend's irises as he prepared an appropriate answer. "Which one?" "I'm serious, quickie." "Don't worry." Ryan replied, putting a hand on his kitten's shoulder. "If I had to fuck the whole family, I would start with you." Felix recoiled in surprise, much to the courier's amusement. "Shut up and drive," the hero said while looking at the road. After a short hour's drive without getting ambushed by the meta, the duo finally reached their destination. A lookout point on a rock, providing an unbeatable view of Pompeii. Even the world's end couldn't damage the ruins more than Vesuvius did, and while they briefly served as a raider gang's hideout, they had remained untouched by the wars. Leo, the living sun, was already present, hovering above the lookout's edge while in his shiny form. What a show-off. Though Ryan's eyes couldn't help but ogle at this perfect fiery form and that lithe, flaming ass. The courier had slept with men, women, robots, monster girls, but never a son. Yet. A roguish woman with freckles and long auburn hair waited nearby next to an American bike, Ryan recognizing her as Ace, the carnival's main teleporter. "Damn, that's really them?" Adam Cat gasped in admiration as Ryan parked the Plymouth Fury. "I'm a big fan." "Thank you, Felix." Unlike his favorite kitten, Ryan didn't flinch as Shroud appeared on the backseat. "Truth be told, we wanted to talk to you for a while." "How long have you been here?" Felix asked, spooked. "Far too long," Mr. See-Through replied as he opened the car door. "You drive like a madman, quick save." "Thanks for the compliment, but there's only 3 of you," Ryan asked as the group exited the car to join the other carnival members. "You weren't kidding about the turnover." "We're 6 with the others already at work in the city," Shroud replied, sighing at the courier's unimpressed silence. "I warned you we needed more time to gather our allies. Mushroom, Radio Dead, and the Cossack are in France right now and won't arrive before a few days." "I wish I could open portals that far," Ace said upon hearing them, before smirking confidently at the newcomers. "But don't worry, we still pack a punch. What we lack in numbers, we make up in quality." "Easy for you to say, you have a freaking son on your side," Ryan mused. While the meta had them greatly outnumbered, they did have greater individual firepower. The Sun incarnate looked at Quicksave with a mix of amusement and a tiny bit of respect. "Greetings, Ryan," he said with his sexy, sexy hero voice. "I wanted to thank you for the help you provided to us so far. It felt so strange to meet this man again." From his point of view, it had only been 4 years, but for Ryan, it had been centuries since Bloodstream's demise. And yet this event remained forever engraved in the courier's mind. Ryan couldn't quite put a word on how he felt about the carnival as a whole. On one hand, they separated him from Len for countless loops, but on the other hand, they saved him from Bloodstream, and he owed them a life debt. In the end, he leaned towards appreciation. Now that he had reconnected with Len, he would let bygones be bygones. However, he had also grown to like some Augusti members during his loops, and the carnival planned to destroy their organization one way or another. What Livia said about her mother's death also bothered Ryan, who wanted to investigate. The courier had come to New Rome to reunite with Len, but now he had the feeling he couldn't leave the city even after the metagang's destruction. A war was brewing, and too many lives were at risk. "You were a carnival plant all along?" Felix asked his teammate, interrupting his thought process. "I'm more of a wild card," the courier replied. "A one-man wrecking ball," Shroud chuckled. "At least you aim in the right direction. Honestly, at first I thought you came to New Rome to pick a fight with us." "I still haven't apologized for what happened with Bloodstream," Leo said, sounding genuinely apologetic. "I hadn't seen you, and when I launched that blast." "The alternative was worse," Ryan interrupted the humanoid son. After all, he had lived through it once. Bloodstream was sick and had to go for the good of everyone else. The end? "I see." Leonard sounded surprised by the courier's response, but didn't push the subject further. The courier had literal centuries to emotionally process the events. Felix glanced at Ryan with sympathy. Instead of offering vague bullshit, he simply patted his teammate on the back without a word, for which the courier was thankful, though paparazzi would probably mistake the scene for something else if they saw it. "As for you, Adam Cat, I congratulate you for your choice," Leonard said, nodding at the younger hero. "It must have been hard to leave your family behind and stand for what is right. It takes great courage." "You said you wanted to meet me for a while," Adam Kitten said, a little embarrassed. The scene reminded Ryan of an amateur boxer meeting Muhammad Ali by happenstance. "Don't tell me you wanted to poach me too." "Pretty much, yes," Shroud said. "I wouldn't use the term poach, but we are always on the lookout for new recruits, and I feel you have great potential." The living son marked a short pause, as if considering his next words. "There's also the matter of your sister, Narcinia." "My sister?" Felix instantly tensed up. "What about her?" Instead of answering yet, Sunshine looked behind the group as a new car approached the lookout. A black Maserati parked near the gathering, and two familiar faces stepping out of it. Quick Save, Adam Cat. Blackthorn removed the dust off his suit as he walked towards them, Wyvern acting as his bodyguard. Things make much more sense now. Felix didn't seem all so happy as he glared at the carnival. "You called them?" "We didn't," Shroud replied, arms crossed. "They did. Blackthorn contacted us a few days ago. There was a time when our two organizations considered allying against Augustus," Enrique said, his tone utterly monotone. "Until Don Hector scrapped the proposal, as he always does." "Are we all present?" Sonny Boy asked. "Almost," Enrique replied, raising his sleeve to look at a Rolex watch underneath. "Though I hope you understand your mere presence threatens us all, Hargraves. If Augustus learns you are in town, he will climb down from his mountain and hunt you down like a dog." "He will try," the living son replied. "I made my decision long ago. I will not die before Augustus' empire collapses and he faces justice for his crimes." "I am more worried about him going after us by association," Blackthorn replied dryly before raising his eyes. Ryan heard a loud noise approaching from the coast. "But at this point, I guess it is inevitable." A heavily armed helicopter, which Ryan recognized as a Boeing CH-47 Chinook, flew towards the group and prepared to land. The Dynamis logo was painted on the main door, which opened before the aircraft could land. A towering figure emerged from within the metal husk, almost 2.5 meters in height. This genome was more machine than man. A bulky black power armor protected most of his body, except for the head, which was covered by a glass dome. A skull, though, would have been a better term. The genome's flesh seemed to radiate with a crimson glow kept contained by the suit, and leaving the bones visible like X-rays. The armor seemed to have even more weapons than Vulcan's, including an energy minigun incorporated into the right arm and rocket launchers on the shoulders. Ryan instantly recognized that Colossus for what he was, just by reading the stance and body language, a warmonger. "You called him?" Wyvern asked Enrique with a horrified face. "I had no choice," the manager replied. While he tried to keep his composure, Ryan noticed the rows on his suit shifting, as if answering the green genome's hidden unease. "We cannot win without his resources." "Who is this guy?" Felix asked, a little intimidated by the Colossus' fearsome appearance. "Alphonse Manada, Dynamis VP." Wyvern clenched her jaw, her eyes betraying her unease. "Alias Fallout." Fallout, the Butcher of Malta?" Ryan asked, having heard the rumors. "He dropped a nuke on Augustus in a failed attempt to kill him," Shroud confirmed before correcting himself. "Or rather, he was the nuke." Wyvern nodded in confirmation. "Hector exiled him to Sicily afterward, under the pretext of an overseas assignment. I didn't know he had returned." Dynamis' vice president stepped down from his helicopter, the ground faintly shaking under his sheer weight. "Brother Hargraves?" He politely greeted the people present with a deep, mechanical voice before noticing Ryan and his cat. "Who are they?" "Quicksave and Adam Cat," Enrique replied. "Quicksave?" Alphonse recognized the nickname, but for all the wrong reasons. "Bloodstream's brood." Ryan tensed, but surprisingly, Blackthorn immediately came to the rescue. "He's the one who provided the recording. I do not trust him, but our goals align so far." "I see." Alphonse Manada examined Ryan closely, the courier waving a hand at the Borg in response. The vice president didn't even acknowledge the gesture, all business. "And his sister?" Ryan glared at the tin can while Enrique answered, "I let her go." "You let her go?" When Blackthorn wouldn't respond, even under his elder's fiery gaze, Dynamis VP shook his skull. "You have always been too soft for your own good, brother. About time I came back to the mainland." "What do you want with Len Sabino?" Ryan asked, a dangerous edge in his tone. That is none of your business, Alphonse Manata replied angrily. Her technology is impressive, you will agree. Enrique said hastily. After her stunt with her bubble prisons, I wondered about hiring her for security purposes. An undersea prison might be the best solution to keep psychos under lock and key. Ryan could smell a lie when he heard one, but Leo Hargraves coughed and took over the discussion. Gentlemen, please. We gathered you to discuss how to deal with the various criminal groups in the city, and we strongly suspect Dynamis might be supporting them. Suspicions, Felix snorted. QuickSave provided a recording where the Meta's second-in-command declares having been hired by our CEO to harass Augustus' forces. Enrique explained calmly, Wyvern crossing her arms in quiet fury. Considering Sishak showed an intimate knowledge of top-secret Dynamis projects and other circumstantial evidence, I assume the intel is genuine. It is, Shroud confirmed. I have scouted the Metagang's territory, though I could not get close to their headquarters without the land noticing me. They used repurposed Dynamis drones, and some of their unpowered mooks carried laser weapons. Though it clearly infuriated him to do so, Enrique kept digging his company's grave. I asked Devilry to investigate, and some of our technicians have been reported as missing. I believe either our CEO directly sent them to supply the Metagang with genius-made tech, or Sishak used the opportunity to enslave them. Alphonse Manata listened to everything in silence, and when he finally spoke, it was with a tone of pure, unrestrained disgust. Our father has betrayed our trust and that of all of New Rome. We have nothing to do with this mess, I assure you. Good, Ace said before clearing her throat. Well, it's bad, but hopefully that means we won't have to fight. We intend to hit the Meta and destroy them before turning our attention to the Augusti, Leonard declared. Ryan noticed that he avoided mentioning the bunker to the Corpos, which was wise. Perhaps they hoped to destroy the base before the Manata siblings noticed its existence. Will you interfere? No, Enrique replied. Yes, his brother said, causing everyone to glance at him. I will not stand by and let someone else clean up our father's mess. I will personally remove that stain on our reputation. Ah, I see now, brother, Blackthorn guessed. You suggest a coordinated strike. Il Miglior will support us? Leonard asked. They and my elite security team, Alphonse added. We will surround the psychos and wipe them all out, even if we must fight these animals street by street. Now he's speaking my language, Felix whispered to Ryan. Indeed, the courier was surprised by the Borg's decisiveness. Though he was clearly a closet supervillain considering his fashion sense and bloodthirsty behavior, the courier might consider calling upon him in a future loop if things went well. I have some reservations, Sonny Boy said. If the Metagang has infiltrated your organization all the way to the top, then the more people involved, the greater the risk of a leak. We will only inform our most reliable heroes and officers, Enrique argued, which, when reading between the lines, meant those loyal to us and not to our CEO. A wise choice, but you forget a detail, Shroud argued. Sishak will use hostages and he can transfer his mind from one body to the next. He can do that? Wyvern asked with a frown. I wondered why he killed himself fighting QuickSave's group, but this makes more sense. Unfortunately, we have no means of properly canceling his ability, Shroud sighed, taking this personally. He has started transforming homeless people into thralls and giving them weapons. A frontal assault will lead to casualties, while a small strike team can decisively behead the Meta's leadership. Ryan clenched his fist as he felt an ominous sense of déjà vu. It was the first Rust Town raid all over again. There will be a conflict in the streets even if you miraculously defeat Sishak and Adam, Wyvern pointed out with a grim face. The latter can barely keep his men under control, and without his unifying presence, they will probably rampage around. Enrique cleared his throat, commanding everyone's attention. Both strategies are not necessarily exclusive. The Carnival can focus on hitting the Meta's leadership while our larger force surrounds their headquarters and contains Adam's men. After a short moment of silent consideration, Leo Hargraves glanced at his teammates. What do you think? I could quickly transport groups around town, said his teleporter. like during our battle with Mechron. If we coordinate properly, I think we can hit them hard before the metagang can prepare a counterattack. Though Shroud remained silent, Ryan sensed his gaze on his back. The glass manipulator probably weighed the pros and cons of involving dynamis directly. On one hand, it would make destroying the bunker easier, but on the other, it increased the risks of discovery. Eventually, the risk of Big Fat Adam getting his hands on orbital weaponry was too overwhelming to ignore. "When would you be ready?" Sunshine asked the corpos. "Tomorrow." Alphonse declared. "That's way too soon, Al," Enrique protested. "The longer we wait, the greater the risk of discovery," the vice president replied with a grunt. "Father will grow cautious once he learns I have returned. We can quickly mobilize, especially since Devilry is with us." Wyvern told her manager. "By the time Hector learns who our target is, he will have no choice but to go along. I'm sure he will protest, but in the end, he can't publicly support psychos. Results will speak for themselves." "Brother." Alphonse turned towards Enrique, his tone heavy. "Once we deal with the meta and make them talk, you know what we must do. I can forgive Father's cowardice, but treachery? Never." For the first time since Ryan had met him, Blackthorn let out a long, heavy sigh. It reminded him of a condemned sinner bracing himself for Judgment Day. "I hoped it wouldn't come down to this, Al. Father had his chance. For our company to survive, Dynamis needs new management, a firmer one." Alphonse observed his brother and waited for him to commit. "Do I have your support?" Blackthorn marked a short pause before cautiously answering, "Yes." Wyvern's eyes narrowed as she listened. "Enrique, are you suggesting—" "A coup," Blackthorn confirmed. "Once the meta are dealt with, we will remove Don Hector from office whether he likes it or not. It will be a civil war," Wyvern warned. "Hector won't go down without a fight, and our heroes will make the right choice or pay for the consequences," Alphonse Manata said with an angry growl. "Corruption, fame, and greed have poisoned our ranks for too long. They let the meta and the Augusti make fools of us. It's time we purge the rot away, Wyvern. We cannot rebuild a functional post-war government on these foundations." Blackthorn glanced at the carnival. "Where do you stand on this issue?" "We will see," Leonard replied. "After what he did, Hector needs to be deposed, and we will act to protect innocents from the crossfire. However, this seems like a private matter between you boys," Ace said with a smile, "and we have our own fish to fry." "Augustus," Alphonse snorted, "you miscalculate Hargraves. He's our common enemy, and once Father is out of the picture, if we succeed, brother," Enrique pointed out. "Yes, yes." Alphonse Manata snorted as he returned to his helicopter. Clearly, he had made up his mind long ago. "We will keep in touch, brother." "I will serve as a liaison between everyone," Blackthorn replied. "Thank you." And without wasting time, Alphonse climbed back on his helicopter and flew away. Ryan couldn't explain why, but that man's behavior reminded him of Augustus, and he didn't appreciate it one bit. "I like him," Adam Cat said, glancing at Alphonse's helicopter vanishing in the skies. "He gets shit done." Wyvern clearly didn't share his opinion. "He does, but he doesn't know when to stop either. If Alphonse becomes CEO—" "I know," Enrique replied, "but the die is already cast." "Felix, can I talk to you for a minute?" Leonard asked Adam Cat. "About my sister." The hero asked, as Sunshine invited him to walk away from the group for a private discussion. The living son probably didn't want the others to eavesdrop. Shroud, meanwhile, started discussing with Ace about the operation, bouncing off ideas how they could coordinate to surround Rust Town. Ryan decided to interrogate Shroud about Livia's mother, only for Blackthorn to focus on him next. "Don't think I have forgotten you, Romano. Of course you haven't. Without false modesty, I'm unforgettable. You planned all of this," the manager accused the courier. "I can feel it in my bones. Yet I still do not understand your end goal. Nothing in your file indicates you went out of your way to settle a grudge against the Metagang until you arrived in New Rome. Do I need a reason to hate the Metagang?" After what Hannafat Lecter had done in the previous loop, the time traveler simply wanted him dead on principle. Ryan had promised Jasmine that he would kill Whaley in every single restart from now on, and he would follow through. "I do not believe hate is your only motive." Enrique said, his tone sharp and icy. You have a hidden agenda, though I cannot fathom it yet. Does it matter, Enrique? Out of all the people present, Wyvern seemed to swallow the pill the least gracefully. We have more pressing problems. Hence why I let it slide so far. The manager explained himself. But make no mistake, Romano, you will explain yourself once the dust has settled. Wyvern scratched her head. Once the dust settles, your words say it all, Enrique. Do you regret it? Blackthorn asked, his tone softening. You can still sit this out. Never. The heroine shook her head. I joined Il Miglior exactly to run operations like this, and I've been waiting for your father to retire for years. If anything, I should rejoice that we can finally act as heroes instead of pretending that we are. However, you dread to see Alphonse in charge. I want to protect New Rome, not see it turned into a battlefield. Your brother doesn't stop until all his enemies are dead. He can't be that bad, Ryan asked, the embarrassed silence that followed quickly telling him otherwise. Can he? None will say Alphonse doesn't believe in a cause bigger than himself, Wyvern said with a forced smile. But if his father hadn't sent him into exile, Dynamis and Augustus would still be at war. I want to see the Augusti crumble as much and their drug factory on fire, but it won't be without civilian casualties. I'm torn. I'm truly torn. Unfortunately, the more I consider it, the more I believe a conflict is inevitable, Enrique said with a hint of regret. Our respective visions of the future cannot coexist. Ryan's thoughts turned to Livia and her desire to reform her organization. You could wait for Augustus to retire. The next person in the line of succession might be friendlier. I thought we could reach an agreement with Augustus' daughter once she took over the organization, yes, the manager conceded. But the situation is too unstable. Augustus' kind never goes into quiet retirement. Once he learns our father sent the Metagang after him, and he will know he shall strike back. And let's not talk about his feud with Hargraves. I just don't get it, Wyvern said, hands on her waist. Why would Hector risk so much by allying with someone like Adam? My father believes he can buy everyone's loyalty if the price is right, Enrique replied. Money or knockoff elixirs, it makes no difference for him. But why does he prevent us from striking while hiring monsters to do it in secret? I suppose my father believes he can outlast the competition while secretly weakening it. At least, until Augustus' tumor kills him, and Dynamis can strike his organization without fear of retaliation. Ryan, who had stopped paying attention to the conversation, abruptly froze in place. Come again, Chapter 60. Lucky break. Felix the cat didn't say a word on the way home, not a single one. Ryan drove the two of them back to the Optimate's tower in the early evening. Their group and Enrique had decided to leave the gathering separately to avoid raising suspicion before tomorrow's operation. Eventually, the courier parked his car in front of the tower's gates, but Adam Cat made no move to exit it. Hey, kitten, I know it must feel terrible, the courier said. Believe me, I understand what you're going through. So, how about we go watch a Star Wars movie with Yuki and Timmy to cheer you up? Think of the memes? Felix briefly looked at Ryan, his gaze completely hollow before he opened the car's door. The young hero walked towards the Il Miglior tower in awkward silence, head down and hands in his pockets. Yeah, he wasn't feeling well and wanted some alone time. Ryan couldn't blame him. Learning that Lightning Butt had murdered his adoptive sister's parents, before turning her into a drug wizard and spitting on her birth mother's legacy must have been harsh. The courier wasn't sure how to reach out to his friend. At least, not until he was ready to open up. Ryan watched Felix disappear into the Optimate's tower before driving away. He still had a few errands planned before tomorrow, including dealing with a constant annoyance. Shorty, the courier called out while putting on the chrono radio. Shorty, I'm here, Riri. She answered on the other end of the line. We're getting rid of the Meta tomorrow, Ryan said as he drove south of the city. Il Miglior and the Carnival agreed to attack them together. Good, but something bothers me. I have the feeling the Menata are after you specifically, and not because you want to overthrow the bourgeoisie. Len remained silent for a brief moment. I did attack one of their facilities, though they deserved it. I can't explain why, but I have the intuition it was about something else. Alphonse was clearly pissed Enrique had released Len from custody, and Blackthorn still kept the genius under close surveillance afterward. They were also under the delusion I was your brother, and I think it factored in their decision to hire me. You think? Len cleared her throat on the other side of the line. You think it has something to do with Dad? Ryan couldn't confirm it, but his gut told him so. Maybe. I get the feeling the company has skeletons in its closet. Of course they do, Riri. Their wealth is built on blood and suffering. Shorty replied with anger before calming herself. What about the brain-duplicating tech? I have an idea about how we can get it, Ryan said, his fingers tightening on the driving wheel. He had left the northern neighborhoods for the southern ones, closer to Auguste's territory. But it's risky. Len marked a short pause, but seemed determined to help. I'm listening. We know from the recording that Hector Manata lent the technology to Sipsy for research purposes, the courier reminded his best friend, which means it's probably in the bunker. She quickly guessed his plan. Which has access to the sea and will be under siege tomorrow. The Meta will be distracted. Len could slip inside the bunker, grab the technology, and leave. Ryan had the intuition Hector's sons would destroy it should they get their hands on it, if only to remove a threat to their inheritance. But it will be very dangerous, Shorty. I can take care of myself. I will do it, Riri. Another pause. And after it's done, you should come. Shorty, are you inviting me to your place? Ryan teased her. He could almost see her flustered on the other side of the line. Why, yes, but not like that. I set up a room for you down there. You will be safer with us than at Dynamy's. I just don't trust them. Neither did Ryan, but for now, the road to the perfect run demanded he take the risk. I appreciate the offer, Shorty, he said from the bottom of his heart. I can tell you're better. You sound more confident? I've been following the treatment, she admitted. Reduced the antidepressants, pace them better. I don't feel better, I don't think so, but I feel less worse. Good, it's good. Maybe he could find a way to help deal with her depression across the loops. If he could carry her consciousness across time, so would the treatment. Hopefully. I'll be in touch. And with these words, Len abruptly cut the communication. Progress was slow, but it was still progress. Eventually, Ryan reached his destination, a classy, overwhelmingly fashionable bistro located near New Rome Strip. From the outside, it looked like a carbon copy of the famous Parisian brasserie, the Fouquet's. A valet offered to park the car, but the courier would never let anyone drive it. His Plymouth Fury was too good for the plebe. It forced him to reach the restaurant's entrance on foot, where his date awaited him. Finally, Fortuna complained, hands on her waist. She wore the same lavish, scandalous golden dress that she did at Jamie's party. You were almost late. But I wasn't, Ryan replied, taking the spoiled brat's hand and kissing it like a true gentleman, much to her surprise. I could never make a goddess wait. Since he needed a distraction and she kept pestering him, Ryan finally agreed to a date with the luckiest woman in the world, though it was only a smokescreen for his devious plan to kill her romantic interest in his person. His goal was to be as unbearably perfect and affectionate as possible, until it became suffocating. But no plan survived contact with the enemy, and Fortuna had brought a third wheel. Ryan. In contrast to her friend's outrageous outfit, Livia Auguste wore a modest, sleeveless crimson dress and golden bracelets. While Fortuna breathed glamour, the mafia princess embodied refined nobility. Good to see you again. Oh, I didn't expect you, Ryan said, trying to hide his unease while he glanced at Fortuna. I thought we were having a date. We are, but you will also make it up to Livy for leaving us stranded the first time we met, Fortuna replied with haughtiness. You will spoil the both of us. Of course, a divinity like you only deserves the best, Ryan lied while offering his arms to both women, and that's me. Livia smiled in amusement as she took his arm, while Fortuna took a little more time to touch his sleeve. Oh, it's cashmere. You like it? Ryan asked, surprised. It's genuine cashmere wool. There is no such a thing as budget cashmere, Fortuna replied, as if he had said something stupid. Either it's perfect or it isn't. Damn, they actually had one thing in common taste. Who would have thought? The trio walked into the restaurant. guided by lackeys through wooden double doors. The deco was in the purest 18th century French style, with flattering candlelight illumination and exquisite decoration. It truly deserved its name of Le Parisien. Ryan had reserved an isolated table near the window, so Fortuna could look down on people outside. He knew she would appreciate the gesture. He also noticed that each of the tables were separated from the others by walls to maximize privacy. The guests could speak without worry of being spied on. "I am glad you finally accepted your place in the universe," Fortuna told Ryan, as a maître d'hôtel invited them to sit and distributed the menu cards. "You have a lot to make up for." "And I truly apologize for it," Ryan lied through his teeth. "I saw you, Fortuna, but until you talked with your brother, I hadn't seen you." He took Fortuna's hand into his own by surprise, much to her shock. "When I saw your passion at trying to reconnect with your brother, I was moved to tears." Through skills honed through countless restarts, Ryan seemed about to cry for a moment. "Your heart of gold, it blinded me." "I'm glad you finally noticed," she replied, utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Livia hid her face behind the menu card, clearly struggling not to laugh. "Can you forgive me for my atrocious behavior towards you?" Ryan asked with pleading eyes. "Because I can never forgive myself." "That depends on this date," Fortuna replied while regaining her composure. "If it goes well, I will consider it." "I understand," Ryan said before calling the closest waiter. "Darling, an assiette de foies gras et de salmon fries for my beloved," Fortuna gasped. "How do you know I love them? Did you ask Felix?" "Yes, he did, but a true gentleman always lied with a smile." "I just wondered what the perfect woman would want, and it clicked." "Of course it did," Fortuna replied with charming modesty, while Livia could no longer resist and let out a laugh. "Livy, what was that for?" "Sorry," the princess said with a smile before lowering the menu. "I find you adorable." "You are adorable too, Livy." Fortuna put a hand around Livia's own in a sisterly way. "I'm glad you agreed to come. You needed it." "Thanks," the princess replied, though her smile turned sadder. "I need a distraction with all that's happening lately." "Ryan, your mission for the night is to cheer her up," Fortuna all but ordered the courier. "I will do my best," Ryan replied with a smile. "You're quite close, I see." "Our parents were very close," Livia explained. "We were all but raised together. You could say our fathers were partners in crime." Fortuna chuckled at her own joke, but not as loud as Ryan. He immediately felt dirty. It was terrible, even by his standards. "I have a delightful menu planned for you," the courier said. "On one side, you have French cuisine, and on the other, everything else." "I can only applaud your taste, but I'm surprised you invited us here," Fortuna said while waiters left to prepare their orders. "I thought you were poor, and the menus here at Le Parisien climb into the thousands of euros." "I am well off," Ryan replied. "How well off?" His date kept asking with a suspicious frown. "Millions of euros stashed in various banks," Livia said, causing Fortuna to gasp. "I've tracked down some of his bank accounts at major corporations. I was actually surprised." Well, one of the benefits of time travel was that Ryan knew which ventures would pay off. He even found the long-lost Templar's treasure, though it took him years and many adventures. Everyone in Italy used the euro because of its availability, with power blocks from post-war corporations like Dynamis to Augustus himself backing up its value. However, it only really applied to Italy. Some other post-war emerging nations used their own variant of the euro, but with a wildly different exchange rate, and a few warlords had started minting their own coins. Dynamis also spoke of eventually introducing their own coin to replace the euro in the next 5 years, though Ryan wasn't sure if they would follow through. "My, I thought you were a toad, but you are actually a prince," Fortuna complimented Ryan. "Only your kiss can reveal my true form." The courier replied with honeyed words. When in doubt, he would flatter her shamelessly. "If you wish for a coach, you only have to ask." "Thank you, but I already have a yacht." Ryan realized that this was a silent invitation from Fortuna to ask about her life, and he did. "My, you must be extremely talented to purchase something like that at your age," the courier stated, though she probably won it from the lottery or something. "If I were to guess, You have the soul of an artist and the skill of an entrepreneur." Much to his surprise, Fortuna seemed quite embarrassed, adjusting her hair with her hand. "I actually sculpt in my spare time." "You do?" Ryan asked, genuinely surprised. "I'm studying applied arts at Juventus University." That post-war, corporate-sponsored university. Ryan heard of it, though as far as he knew only corporate managers and affiliates could pay the exorbitant tuition fees. "Here is some of my work." Fortuna searched in her dress and brought out a gold-plated cell phone before showing Ryan pictures of her creations. For a second, the courier expected modern, incomprehensible sculptures, but instead her work took inspiration from Renaissance artists. She had crafted multiple lifelike sculptures of angels and mythological figures, with a statue of Livia as the goddess Athena being her masterpiece. "It's amazing," Ryan said, and for once he was entirely genuine. "It truly is," Livia said with a nod. "You like them?" Fortuna fished for compliments, her confidence replaced with anxiousness. Much to Ryan's surprise, she was quite sensitive about this subject, enough to make that unbearable narcissist nervous. "You are really talented," the courier continued, reassuring her. "I've seen a lot of self-proclaimed artists, but you have real talent." "Thanks," the blonde said with an embarrassed smile, a hand in her hair. "I'm considering making it a career." "But I thought you already had a job for the Augusti." Ryan asked with a frown. "Oh, it's only temporary," Fortuna said quickly. "I fill in because my brother can no longer protect Livy as he should." "And I thank you for the attention," Livia replied, genuinely touched. "Because you deserve it," Fortuna replied with kindness. Ryan realized that while her narcissism made her frustrating, she was also completely honest and kind in her own way. "I know your role is stressful. You need all the help you can get." Livia looked down on her plate as the waiter brought them the starters without saying anything. Fortuna looked at her friend with concern, and Ryan realized that the two were a lot closer than he thought. He had never seen the lucky girl behave like that with anyone else. Come to think of it, Fortuna had dared walk into a Dynamis facility to try and convince her brother to return, but Ryan wondered if it was entirely on behalf of her family. Maybe she actually did it for Livia's sake. The brat wasn't entirely self-centered. She rose up in his esteem. "I'm surprised you don't advertise your sculptures," Ryan changed the subject, trying to lighten the mood. "I mean, this is the first time I've heard about them." "Oh, I didn't tell many people, not even my brother. I know they will be popular." Though she tried to sound confident, Ryan could tell she wasn't from the slight hesitation in her voice. "But I don't want my work to be public yet." "Why so?" Ryan asked, but much to his surprise, Fortuna hesitated to say it out loud. Her mother can reshape faces thanks to her power. Livia explained. "Hence the name Venus." "I don't want my work to be compared to her," Fortuna finally admitted. "I mean, even my face is one of her masterpieces, Felix's too." That explained a few things. Ryan immediately zeroed in on the problem. "You don't want the only thing that's really yours to be commodified by your family," he guessed, as they started enjoying the starters. "Otherwise they will say like mother, like daughter." "Yes," Fortuna trailed off. "Yes, that's exactly that. And that's the only thing where my power cannot help me, so it is all mine." "You don't love your parents?" "I love them," Fortuna said, though her smile turned a bit hesitant. "I love them and they love me too." "A bit too much," Ryan guessed the problem. "Yes, they're smothering." Her tone switched from vulnerable to angry. "Fortuna, you should work harder to take over our branch of the family. Fortuna, you need to prove yourself to become the new Diana. Look at your sister, she is already an Olympian, and it is never enough." Livia gave Fortuna a glance of sympathy, and Ryan understood why they were so close. They were both the prisoners of their parents' expectations. "Mom wants me to take over her business, but I said no," Fortuna told her date. "She still thinks I will change my mind." "Why don't you try to present your sculptures anonymously?" Ryan suggested. "I mean, all good artists have a sexy secret alter ego." "Oh, maybe, I am certain people will love them." Lucky Girl didn't sound so confident when she couldn't rely on her power. "Do you have hobbies, Ryan?" Livia asked, trying to steer the conversation somewhere else. "I mostly adopt lost cats," the courier joked, "and blow stuff up too, but it might kill the mood." That reminds me, we found your cat, Livia declared. He was snooping around Vulcan's apartment. Eugene Henry. Ryan straightened in his chair. Wait, the cat we chased when we first met belongs to you? Fortuna asked, astonished. It has to be fate. Vulcan wasn't happy to have an uninvited guest, but the cat won her over, Livia said with an amused smirk, as if he knew her well. Ryan could read between the lines. Before the silence could get any more awkward, Fortuna received a phone call and loudly sighed. Trouble? Livia asked, though she didn't sound worried at all. It's Mom, Fortuna complained as the phone kept ringing. She put a hand on Ryan's arm. I'm sorry, I have to answer. Can you take care of Livy in my absence? For you, Ryan smiled. Anything? You're adorable, Fortuna replied before rising from her chair and leaving for an isolated private booth, leaving Ryan and Livia alone, as Augustus' daughter had planned. You wanted us to talk again, the courier guessed. Yes, the princess replied with a strained smile. You dated her in the previous loop, didn't you, Vulcan? That's why your teleporting cat hangs out with her. No point in denying it. Yeah. Why didn't you try again? The princess asked with a frown. To date her. This time she dislikes you. Jasmine, my Jasmine, made me promise not to replace her, Ryan said, his eyes glancing at his champagne glass. I don't want to see it that way, but the person I dated is gone. The current Vulcan is a stranger with her face and none of the memories. Livia's eyes softened. I see. That's what you said before about people forgetting you never getting any easier? Yes, he admitted. I try not to get too attached to anyone, but I forgot myself last time. Then what about Fortuna? What is she for you? There was a hint of reproach in her tone, an ungodly annoyance. It's all part of my diabolical plan to make her give up on my person. Livia raised an eyebrow in skepticism. By being the perfect gentleman? Well, yes. The more Ryan gave Fortuna the cold shoulder, the more she harassed him. Ergo, the opposite should make her stop. I don't expect you to understand my brilliant logic. Do not break her heart, Ryan, Livia warned him, her voice no longer friendly. Fortuna is my best friend, and while she looks otherwise at first glance, she is a sensible soul inside. Ryan was a bit skeptical, but she knew her friend better than he did. I admit I like her more now that she showed a little kindness. She is under a lot of pressure, more than you know. Livia said, the main reason why she joined the Killer 7 is to protect me, so I do not feel alone. I owe her for this. Even if you think there will be no consequences for hurting her feelings due to your power, I guarantee you that I will not forget it. Ryan joined his fingers, his face serious. Why are you here, princess? The real reason? She crossed her arms, her gaze turning to steel. The carnival, Ryan, Livia said, her tone venomous. It's about the carnival. Here they were, the real reason for her presence. I suppose this is why you wanted us to meet in a public place, with your unbelievably lucky friend nearby. You thought I would have you assassinated if we met in private. I keep seeing the carnival in New Rome lately, fighting the meta-gang, Livia said. It's them, right? The people who asked you to blow up the Bliss factory. You brought them to the city. I can't see your actions, but they still make ripples. Yes, it's the carnival, Ryan admitted. No point in hiding it anymore. I warned you. I told you I would let you be as long as you didn't target my family. Livia reminded him. And I have, but you are willing to collaborate with the people who murdered my mother. It was an accident from what I heard. Who told you that, Hargraves? She grew angrier by the second. Do you trust him? More than your father, princess. During their first loop together, Felix had told the courier that Augustus once confronted an early incarnation of the carnival during his rise to power. Shroud, on Ryan's behalf, had expanded on the story after the meeting with Dynames. Leo Hargraves had returned to the Costa family's farm for Narcinia's birthday, as he had promised, only to find the place in ruins. The carnival swiftly attacked Augustus, only to be pushed back after suffering terrible losses, and Augustus' wife, Juno, had been caught in the crossfire. I cooperate with the carnival and Dynames to get rid of the meta. That is all, Ryan said. If anything, I convinced them not to target your family to focus on the fatter problem. I get killed in alternate universes where I snoop around Adam the Ogre's operations, Livia admitted. They're planning something big, aren't they? Something so terrible they're willing to risk angering my father to keep it quiet. Yeah, but if all goes well tomorrow, they won't be able to pull it off. Her comment made Ryan wonder if Adam's decision to fire the Bahamut had truly been as impulsive as he pretended. Afterward, I will get rid of the Bliss factory, and hopefully you will never hear from me again. You brought the carnival here, Ryan, Livia argued. Everything they do from now on is on your head. They would have come anyway. I just pointed them in the right direction, namely Hanafat Lectors. Ryan looked at her in the eyes. I stand by what I said, Princess. Don't harm my friends, and your people will make it out alive. In this loop or in the next? She asked the hard question. I can't say yet, Ryan admitted. I will do my best, but I can't guarantee anything for this one. But I am a man of my word. The princess frowned at him, skeptical. Didn't you go farther into the future? I've lived lifetimes, but mostly in short bursts, never more than months between two save points. Ryan looked away. With one exception, but I don't want to talk about it. It was so bad, I decided not to do a long loop ever again afterward. So you don't know how it will end? Livia shook her head. That's the only guarantee I have. Your word things will be all right eventually. You would prefer information. That would be a start, she admitted. I know your father has a brain tumor. The Auguste princess flinched at his blunt admission, her face turning into a blank mask. The Manada told me. She raised a wall of silence between them. Fine, don't talk about it if you don't want to. Your silence is an answer in itself. I thought elixirs cured you of these things, but I assume it's because he took 2 of them. Or perhaps he already had it before gaining powers, and now the tumor is as invulnerable as he is. No answer, though the tension kept rising. You know, Narcinia's father, her real father, could have cut it out, Ryan asked. The carnival told me lightning but killed him because he could cut anything with a knife, even an invincible man. Ryan. Her gaze had turned hollow. Don't say any more words. What I mean to say is, I think I understand why you're not trying to confront your father right now. A brain tumor could worsen his mood, and an invincible lightning god on a rampage would be a disaster. I lived through something similar. You don't know anything, she replied harshly. My adoptive father bloodstream was a ticking bomb. Ryan scowled as he remembered some of the worst moments of his childhood. He was an elixir addict, and Len, his daughter, she drank one. Near the end, we were on the run, and I had to be the one searching for supplies because he brought too much attention. Every time I left him alone with Len, I thought I might return to find her dead. Livia tensed, but didn't say anything. Look, what I mean to say is, I'm not your enemy, Livia, Ryan said, as Fortuna returned from her call, oblivious to the situation. I just don't know how to prove it to you. Prove what? Fortuna asked before noticing Livia's unease. Livy, are you all right? Livia regained her composure and forced herself to smile. It's okay, Fortuna. You're not okay, Livy, Lucky Girl said with concern. I can see it on your face. No, it's all right, the princess lied. I'm just tired. I will call Sparrow to bring me home. You're sure? Fortuna asked with a frown. Yes, it's better that way. Livia kissed her lucky friend on the cheek before giving the courier a formal nod. Thanks, Ryan. I appreciated our talk. It's all right. He said, trying to find the right words. You're not alone. Don't forget that. I won't. Ryan would have done anything to know what Livia thought behind that blank face. I swear. She left the restaurant 5 minutes afterward, leaving the 2 lovebirds alone. The date was quite all right afterward, though much less amusing than before. Ever the gentleman, Ryan paid for everything and drove Fortuna home. Is this your place? He asked, stopping his Plymouth Fury before a huge, high-end condo complex. Yes, it's one of my apartments. Fortuna joined her hands together with no trace of her exuberant pride. I apologize for what happened with Livy. She's not having a good time. Gee, really? It's all Felix's fault, Fortuna complained loudly. He broke her heart and left her alone to play lap-dog for a gardener? Yeah. Livia's position clearly isolated her, and she had few friends to whom she could confess her true feelings. I am really thankful for your attempt to cheer her up. She truly needed it. Fortuna's face turned thoughtful. Ryan? Yes, the courier answered, knowing what would follow. I really hesitated, she said. Somehow her tone reminded Ryan's of an executioner's. I really hesitated for a moment, but— Yes, 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 Ryan thought. Say it won't work between us and we're better as friends, but I have decided to forgive you, Fortuna said with a merciful expression. I will forgive you for your boorish behavior. A short silence followed. Oh my, thank you, Ryan said, outwardly happy and inwardly disappointed. Had his plan worked too well? I couldn't have lived without your forgiveness. I know, but you have it. I even enjoyed myself. Fortuna smiled and joined her hands without saying anything else. He had the feeling she wanted to ask him something, but wasn't sure how to say it. Well, I guess I will walk you to the door and then leave, Ryan said, moving to open the car's door. It remained locked. Ryan frowned as he checked on the other doors. None of them opened. The Plymouth Fury also refused to start, even if 5 different backup systems should prevent that kind of problem. So that's how it is, Ryan muttered to himself. Is there a problem? Fortuna asked with a smug smile. Do you have 10 minutes to quickly show me your sculpture collection? Ryan asked with a charming smile. I don't want to bother you. Oh no, you do not, she reassured him, the very picture of false modesty. You do not bother me at all. This time the car door opened normally. Damn it, her power was busted. Chapter 61. Death Warrant. It was May 12th, and Team Quicksave the Pandas had assembled. As he drove towards Rust Town, Ryan hoped this battle would go better than Vulcan's doomed assault against the Metagang. The time traveler had gathered everyone he could call upon, provided all the necessary intel, and he wore a cashmere suit. Everyone would soon move into position, Shorty included. The die was cast. Adam Cat remained silent at the car's front seat, having outfitted his costume with a dart bandolier. Ryan thought knives were classic for a reason, but the idea of someone getting beaten by explosive darts amused him to no end. The panda and wardrobe stayed at the back, the former whispering a song to himself, and the latter examining Ryan with her big, beautiful eyes. Yuki, I know you designed my new mask, Ryan said, but this is getting a little creepy. You went on a date yesterday, Wardrobe said with a smile. I can feel it. Did she have a gossip radar or something? Then again, Ryan had returned to his penthouse suspiciously late into the night. In the end, the 10-minute visit lasted half an hour. Lucky Girl had incredible taste, both for interior decoration and her sculpture hobby, to the point the courier would introduce her to Wardrobe. He had the feeling they would get along fantastically well. However, while Ryan had enjoyed the date, his master plan had utterly failed. Lucky Girl just sent him a message saying she would allow him to invite her again. It was nothing serious, Yuki, said the courier, so I'm still open to new romantic applications. Sorry, I really like you, Ryan, but I'm already in an exclusive contract with someone else. Really? Congratulations? The time traveler replied with a warm smile. That's wonderful. Thanks, she's super nice, you will love her, Yuki said with a grin, but we're talking about your love life. Is she an ill miglier? Is it Len? I will leave you to your endless speculations, watching as you go down the rabbit hole. Wardrobe's costume instantly transformed into a cosplay of Sherlock Holmes, hat and pipe included. Hey, that's cheating. HM. Wardrobe observed Ryan, making deductions in her mind. If I had to make an elaborate guess, I would say Adam Cat's sister Fortuna, and it didn't go farther than a chaste kiss. Adam Cat emerged from his silent reverie to look at Ryan in disbelief. What? He asked. That's awesome, Yuki. The panda congratulated Wardrobe. How did you figure it out? Elementary, my dear panda. You know Sherlock Holmes never said that in the Conan Doyle novels? Ryan complained, but Wardrobe ignored him. We know she was pestering him for a date, and from his expression, he clearly considered it a chore before being pleasantly surprised. Yuki explained, her mannerism mimicking Sherlock Holmes' most famous movie adaptations. Hence, he accepted out of a sense of obligation, perhaps hoping to subtly discourage her. His hairstyle is also well-groomed and his smell remains the same. Thus, we can assume the absence of physical intimacy. I hate yellow genomes, Ryan said, glowering while ignoring Adam Cat's baleful glare. I hate them so much. Also, why didn't you use this costume before? You could have cracked the whole conspiracy in minutes. I don't like this costume, Wardrobe replied, changing back to her normal clothes. If I wear it for too long, I develop a craving for cocaine, tobacco, and violins. That's not good for my health. Ryan, I warned you, Felix said, infuriated. I asked you man to man, friend to friend. The courier looked into his second favorite cat's eyes and decided to tease him some more. I just want us to become family, kitten, the courier said softly. Is that so much to ask? Instead of turning red as Ryan had hoped, Felix answered with a fiendish smile. Ryan, your adoptive sister, he spoke with the same teasing tone as the courier. She's single, isn't she? When Felix struck back, he hit hard. I see the kitten is young, but he has claws. I'm just saying we could become a family, quickie. But if you take, you have to give back too. That's great, Wardrobe said, finding twisted joy in the scene. You marry each other's sister, and then your kids will have a teen romance. I can see the drama. Ryan looked back at the road. You discovered my only weakness, kitten. You are a troll worthy of respect. Thank you, now drive, Felix replied. If the meta don't kick your ass today, I'll do it myself afterward. Oh, we're going to Rust Town? Wardrobe asked with a frown. I had the feeling we would go there, but Enrique refused to tell us until we arrived. I guess now the cat is out of the bag, we could check our intel, Ryan said, Felix rolling his eyes. This reminded the courier that he should sneak into Jasmine's foundry and recover Eugene Henry after the raid. Felix brought out his phone, having recorded files on it. Adam Fontaine, alias Adam the Ogre, alias the Brooklyn Cannibal. Adam can't read the report while showing Wardrobe and the panda a picture of Hannafat Lecter. The USA issued an international arrest warrant after he was suspected of murdering 4 people in Brooklyn, but he escaped to Europe on the Genome War's eve. Wait, he was a cannibalistic serial killer before getting his elixirs? Ryan asked. Every time he thought Hannafat couldn't get worse, he was proven wrong. Yeah, Adam was a psycho long before he went psycho. Orange/violet. He can turn his skin into a highly resistant carbon alloy, granting him enhanced strength and tank-like resilience. Additionally, his stomach has been turned into a pocket dimension where he can store almost anything. Felix paused briefly. He has almost the same power as Dad, though way weaker. Mars has an armory dimension, right? Wardrobe asked. I really like his war god costume, very classy. Except unlike Adam, he has a large range, Felix said gruffly before quickly changing the subject. This time, he read them the report on Adam's bodyguard. Frank the Mad, identity unknown. Suffers from schizophrenic delusions where he identifies as a WW2 commando, Vietnam veteran, U.S. Secret Service agent, and an Area 51 super soldier experiment. However, his testimonies contradict real events and he becomes aggressive if called out on the inconsistencies. Orange/red, his body is made of metal and can consume more to grow in size, also absorbs kinetic energy. Ryan frowned. He can only consume metal, not stone or ivory? Only metal. Felix replied, a little confused by the question. Why? Because of how Frank's power had reacted to Augustus. Ryan had heard the rumors that Augustus' body was in temporal stasis, which sounded plausible since he could act in the courier's frozen time. However, then he shouldn't age and a tumor wouldn't threaten his life. As for the other possible colors, if Augustus was a white genome, then his invulnerability should react differently to powers and normal attacks. Yet it didn't. The courier remembered the end of his disastrous Augusti run. Frank the Mad and Augustus had briefly traded blows, and the psycho's power had automatically reacted. It tried to absorb lightning butt, though it failed. The fact Frank's power reacted at all meant Augustus' body was made of something that registered as metal, albeit one the psycho couldn't consume easily. This excluded the spatial stasis hypothesis. But then, how could it explain the immunity to the time stop, and, well, everything? Perhaps Lightning Butt had consumed a yellow elixir, turning him into a Roman deity metal statue. Yellow or orange, Ryan thought. The courier had the feeling he had all the pieces of the puzzle, but he needed to assemble them the right way. He barely listened to the conversation afterward, though much to his amusement. He learned that Sishok's real name was Francis Gray of all things. The group passed the private security checkpoint without trouble. Either they were the first heroes on the scene, or a few patrols had been warned to let them through. Instead of driving straight to the junkyard, though, Ryan drove to the north of Rust Town and its industrial district. The plan called for dynamies to surround the metagang from all sides, and knowing Sipsy, he must have taken the courier's prank personally. Better to lure the psychos to an unpopulated area. Raid should start in 30 minutes, Adam Cat said while checking the time. Rust Town was eerily silent as they drove, the air suffused with tension. Either Sishak had already brainwashed the locals, or they could sense a fight would start soon and stayed home. Old neon lights flickered dangerously as the sun rose in the skies. No, Ryan realized, a sun. Leo Hargraves traveled through the skies like a missile, aiming straight for the junkyard at a fighter jet speed. By then, the courier had reached an abandoned gas station north of the area, vast swaths of concrete covered in oil stains. The place looked like a graveyard, facing a series of abandoned projects and crumbling industrial buildings. A figure stood on one's roof, hands pointed at the Plymouth Fury. Sarin. A second after Ryan noticed her, she unleashed a blast of concussed air straight at the car. "It's time, boys and girls." The driver whistled as his car swerved to avoid Miss Chernobyl's blast. The attack hit the concrete pavement and blasted it to bits, while Ryan kept his car on the move. Almost immediately, a pack of customized Dynamy's dog drones broke through the building's doors, having waited in ambush for the group. "Panda," Ryan shouted as his team prepared for battle. "Show them your training." "Yes, Sifu." The young apprentice opened his door and jumped out of the car, having fully shapeshifted before he hit the road. His bestial form tackled the drones, while Sarin kept bombarding the car from her sniping point. By now, Hargraves had hit the junkyard like a cruise missile, but he was only the vanguard. A swarm of helicopters flew above Rust Town from the west, led by Alphonse Manada's own vehicle. Wyvern, Devilry, and other flyers followed in their wake. The metagang's response was swift and brutal. Missiles surged from the junkyard and demolished some of the helicopters, probably the doing of Sishak's mech. Immediately afterward, tremors shook all of Rust Town before turning into a full-blown quake. The weakest buildings collapsed under the strain, forcing Sarin to fly away from her current position. Acidic clouds spread across the skies, threatening to engulf the entire district. The battle for Rust Town had begun. Now that he didn't have to dodge Sarin's blasts, Ryan abruptly stopped the car near the gas station. He and his remaining teammates quickly stepped out of it, the whole place smelling of gasoline. With a whistle from the courier, the Plymouth Fury's autopilot took over and drove it to safety. "Now," Ryan said, as he brought his coil gun and Desert Eagle out of his suit, wielding one in each hand. "Who goes first?" Me. Wardrobe's suit changed into a cosplay of Frankenstein's monster. Lightning surged through her body, allowing her to move at an impressive speed. She powered through a hail of gunfire from a Dynamy's drone and smashed it to paste with her bare hands. Less cheerful, Adam Cat grabbed darts and threw them at Sarin. Hazmat Girl blasted them mid-flight, causing the projectiles to violently detonate and throw her back against a crumbling building. Ryan opened fire on her, trying to open a few holes in her suit. However, as acidic raindrops fell from the heavens above, Ryan realized he had a date of his own. A feeling of dread went down his spine as he pointed his coil gun behind him and pressed the trigger. Acid rain had teleported behind him, knives in hands, but had to duck out of the way to dodge the courier's own projectile. The coil gun's bullet grazed her cheek and narrowly missed her head, a drop of blood falling on the ground. "You thief!" she snarled angrily, raising her weapons threateningly. "You bar the gates? You always try to stab me in the back when we meet," Ryan taunted her, having grown almost accustomed to it. "You don't have to be so shy. I'll carve you open back and front." Acid Rain snarled as she threw a knife at his head with deadly accuracy. While the courier dodged, Adam Cat attempted to grab the psycho and blow her into nothingness, but she quickly teleported away before he could close the gap. Sarin jumped from her observation point and landed on the street, opening fire at Ryan and Adam Cat. The courier quickly stopped time, grabbed his kitten, and moved them out of the way. Hazmat Girl's blast hit the gas station and detonated whatever was left of the gasoline within in a fiery detonation. The blast tossed Ryan and Adam cat onto their chests on the ground, while the panda and wardrobe were too busy with the drones to assist them. Sarin prepared to fire another blast, only for an invisible blade to behead her. Her hazmat suit collapsed while rusting gas escaped its confines, and shields of glass formed above the various heroes to protect them from the acid raindrops. This gave Ryan and Felix precious time to rise back up. "We have to kill acid rain," Shroud warned as he appeared next to Ryan, acid raindrops turning him visible. Soon, the rain threatened to transform into a downpour. "Her power will kill thousands." "Left," Ryan shouted a warning as he sensed acid rain's power activate. The Psycho teleported back into sight, 2 submachine guns in hand. She unleashed a hail of gunfire at Shroud and his companions, the carnival member raising a multi-layered barrier of glass to protect the group. "Open the gates, you thief." Acid Rain snarled with a maddened face, her projectiles unable to force their way through the barrier. "You won't keep that place away from me." When she ran out of bullets, Shroud reshaped his defense into a volley of deadly shards, while Ryan assisted him with bullets and Adam cat with explosive darts. Acid Rain tossed the machine guns away and teleported away before any projectile could hit her. The more he observed her lightning speed in action, the more Ryan grew convinced her teleportation ability came with enhanced spatial awareness, the same way his own power provided an enhanced sense of timing. Explosions shook Rust Town, and Ryan noticed flashes of crimson light coming from the junkyard. Frank the Mad came into view, now the size of a 10 meters tall giant, and smashing a transformed wyvern through whatever buildings hadn't yet collapsed after the quake. Kaiju battle. Ryan would have fanboyed if his entire team's life wasn't on the line. A shiver went down his spine as he sensed acid rain teleport all around them at blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, Shroud, Ryan, and Adam Cat found themselves surrounded by falling grenades. Shit. Ryan froze time to save his allies, grabbing as many grenades as he could and tossing them away before they could explode. But 10 seconds were far too few, and while he could spare Felix and himself the worst of the bombardment, 2 grenades exploded right next to Shroud. The detonation blew the glass manipulator's right arm off and shattered his armor, sending him crashing to the ground. Immediately, his control of the glass shards faltered, and the hero's rain shields collapsed into dust. Ryan sensed acid raindrops eat at his cashmere suit, much to his chagrin. Worse, acid rain exploited the cooldown to appear right in front of Felix and stab him in the chest with 2 knives by surprise. The young man collapsed to his back, 2 knives still embedded in his body. Though he thought he had grown numb to these things, Ryan panicked. "Felix, Matthias." "I'm on it." Wardrobe broke away from her fight with the drones, leaving the panda to manage them, and rushed at the wounded. "Right." Ryan shouted a warning, acid rain teleporting right next to Wardrobe with a gun in hand. Thankfully, Yuki's costume changed into a ghost bedsheet before the teleporter pressed the trigger, the bullet phasing harmlessly through her head. He had to distract that bastard. "I'm the one you want, Blondie," Ryan challenged Acid Rain, though she teleported out of his bullet's path. "I'm leaving for the purple world and stranding you here." The taunt worked, Acid Rain reappearing in front of him and opening fire with her gun. "You selfish punk, you think you can keep it all for yourself." Ryan froze time to dodge before engaging the Psycho in a gunfire version of whack-a-mole. The panda had smashed the last drone with his bare paws, while Wardrobe had changed her outfit to that of a nurse, dragging the wounded away from the battlefield. "She's too fast," Ryan thought, as he frantically attempted to hit Acid Rain and failed every time. And unlike Lightning Butt, his projectiles couldn't change direction mid-flight. He could have brought Paulie's facehugger missile, but decided against it. Such a weapon was safe to use when the courier fought the meta solo, but with teammates. The risk of the Psycho purposefully leading the projectile towards an ally was too great to ignore. This may have been a miscalculation. Thankfully, Acid rain ran out of projectiles before he did. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared and reappeared to his left, nearly beheading Ryan with a katana. "The ultimate one favors me," she snarled, forcing the courier to back down to avoid a strike. She didn't give him any time to aim or even think of a joke. "It wants me to win." "Sifu, I'm coming." The panda attempted to flank Acid Rain and save his master, paws raised. "Panda, roll." With inhuman speed, Acid Rain dodged the attack and raised her blade to behead the slower animal. Realizing the danger, Ryan abruptly stopped time to force her to disappear. But the second time resumed, the psycho eviscerated the panda by surprise, spilling his bowels all over the ground. However, this gave Ryan a brief time window to aim, and he managed to hit Acid Rain in the stomach with the Desert Eagle. The psycho vanished before she could collapse, but some blood droplets remained behind. "Sifu." The panda gasped, a hand on his stomach while his bowels spilled all over the pavement. "Young apprentice." Unfortunately, before he could even reach the panda, Acid Rain teleported above Ryan and struck him in the head with a steel pipe. The courier's world briefly blurred and he dropped his guns, only to get hit in the chest before he could recover his breath. "Once you're dead, I can finally go back." Acid Rain started pummeling him with 2 steel pipes, one in each hand. She had no style and no skill whatsoever. She didn't need them. She was pure savagery and speed. Even Ryan's enhanced sense of timing struggled to keep up the pace, and the acidic raindrops had started burning the skin below his costume. "I can go all the way back." "You think you can keep my family away from me? You're killing me." But while the courier couldn't match her in human speed or strength, he more than dwarfed her in sheer skill. Using a boxing move, Ryan sucker-punched Acid Rain in the stomach, right where his bullet had hit. The psycho let out a scream of pain, but the courier kept pummeling this weak point, blood tainting her white shirt. She lost her breath and dropped one of the steel pipes on the ground. "Sifu." Acid Rain looked at her left as the panda flanked her. He had shapeshifted back into a human, and as Dr. Tyranno guessed, it had fully healed him. The panda lunged at a distracted Acid Rain, fist raised, and shapeshifted in the middle of his attack. Instead of a human punch, the psycho took a full bare paw to the chest, some ribs breaking with a sickening crack. The blow tossed her backward like a rag doll, but she teleported away before hitting the pavement. Ryan sensed her teleport again above the panda, a knife in hand. She fell upon the beast like a guillotine, but the courier grabbed her wrist before she could hit him and tossed her to the ground with a judo move. She teleported away again, trying to stab Ryan from the left. This time, slowed down by her wounds, he managed to avoid Acid Rain's stab and punched her in the face. "The more I get into a situation, the better at it I become. And now," Ryan grabbed the steel pipe on the ground. "I got the hang of you, Rain Woman." Illustrating his words with action, Ryan hit her in the face, sending teeth flying. The psycho took a few steps back, while the panda and his master flanked her from both sides. Ah. Acid Rain panted in exhaustion, searching inside her pocket with a hand and raising her knife at the duo with the other. Blood flowed from her chest and mouth, her wounds taking their toll on her. Send me there." She raised a grenade at the heroes. "Send me there." The psycho snarled, threatening to detonate the bomb. "Send me there, you son of boom." Before Ryan knew what happened, Acid Rain collapsed to the side, blood flowing from the back of her skull. A shadow had risen behind her, a rifle in hand. "Good grief, poor old Mortimer thought she would never stop teleporting around," Mortimer said as he reloaded his rifle. "You all right, kid?" "Sifu, who is this guy?" the panda asked, a little shocked by the assassin's surprise appearance. He looks like a supervillain." "Because he is one," Ryan said while glancing down at Acid Rain's corpse. Considering the downpour started to dissipate, she wouldn't get back up. "You should stop doing that, it's almost vexing." "Lady Death's got no owner, Corpo, only dealers," Mortimer replied with a shrug. "Anyway, you should check on your friends." "I think your nurse dragged them behind a pile of concrete." "Just to be sure, you aren't going to fight us?" Ryan asked. Since Sunshine had made a very public appearance, the courier worried Augustus had sent the Killer 7 to attack the carnival and everyone present. Then again, the assassin wouldn't have helped in that case. What? No, Fortuna would whine like a baby if poor old Mortimer did that. By the way, you have all my respect for not having strangled her yet. I admire your self-control. Then why are you here, my kill-stealing friend? Mortimer snorted before sinking into the pavement. Miss Livia sends her regards. Chapter 62, Quest complete. I'm losing him, Wardrobe panicked. It didn't take long for Ryan and the panda to locate their allies who had turned the rubble of a collapsed building into a shelter. Cosplaying as a masked surgeon, Wardrobe had raised an improvised hospital tent from whatever material she could find. She had managed to stitch up Adam Cat's stab wounds the best she could, but Felix remained in a state of shock. Shroud, meanwhile, was losing blood at an alarming rate in spite of her best efforts. Acid Rain's grenade had not only blown off his right arm, but impaled his thigh with shrapnel. Can't you do CPR? The panda asked a stupid question. CPR can do almost anything, Yuki replied. But not give someone their blood back. But there has to be something you can do, the panda panicked. You could turn into Christ. I can't solve every problem by cosplaying as Jesus, Wardrobe protested, quickly losing her nerve as her efforts failed. Who can heal any wounds? I can't think of the right persona. I think I can help, Ryan said while searching inside his suit for a knife and wires to perform improvised surgery. However, even an optimist like him thought saving Shroud would be a long shot. The vigilante had lost an incredible amount of blood. If he wasn't a genome, he would have perished already. The courier blamed himself for this mess. Ryan was used to fighting alone with no regard for collateral damage. He didn't do so well in a team where he had to avoid friendly fire. The courier should have trained with his team before the battle, learned to coordinate better with the group. Right before Ryan could start a last-chance surgery, he sensed an odd feeling down his spine. For a second, he thought Acid Rain had survived the headshot, only for a violet tear in space to open near the group. The carnival teleporter Ace and someone dressed as a plague doctor stepped through, immediately flinching at their wounded teammate's sight. Move away, the plague doctor ordered, whom Ryan identified as the carnival member Dr. Stitch. He opened a black bag he carried around his waist to reveal an assortment of tools and strange organic devices. He quickly grabbed one of them, a horrifying white tumor with tendrils sticking out. Why do you carry that on yourself? The panda asked, resisting the urge to vomit. My expertise is in viruses and bacterias, Stitch replied, the tumor wriggling within his fingers. He quickly applied it to Shroud's wound, the tumor grafting itself to the vigilante's flesh. My bacteria colony will help repair. No time for mad science exposition. Ace cut in before focusing on Ryan and the panda. You too, report? Sarin has been blown away and Acid Rain's skull blown out, Ryan said. He couldn't resist making terrible jokes when stressed. Good, Wyvern and Devilry are handling Frank for now, so we can assume the perimeter is secured. The teleporter said with a nod while Stitch and Wardrobe cooperated to save Shroud. You can still fight, right? Then you come with me. Stitch and Wardrobe will go to the infirmary and treat the wounded. We should take Wardrobe, Ryan protested. I mean, Whaley is as big as a whale and Yuki's Japanese. She's his natural predator. Ace seemed somewhat amused by his joke, but remained serious. We have many fighters, but not enough people to treat the wounded. How are things going? The courier asked, while Ace opened a portal towards what looked like a Dynamese hospital camp. Wardrobe and Stitch quickly dragged the wounded through the rift. Worse than expected, but still good, the teleporter replied, closing the portal and opening another. Leo and Mr. Wave blew up the Meta's mech, but Adam barricaded himself inside his underground base. We're fighting his remaining men door to door, and Sishak is throwing brainwashed suicide bombers at us. As Ryan had expected, failing to kill the brainjacker caused casualties to increase exponentially. Most importantly, he could read between the lines. Sunshine couldn't destroy Mechron's base without killing the Metagang's hostages, and now they had to clean the bunker up with an old-fashioned assault, which meant Dynames had learned of its existence. If the enormous casualties wouldn't force Ryan to restart, this change would. Though they had provided valuable help during this loop, the courier didn't trust Dynames with Mechron's technology. Too many corrupt elements in their ranks. Ace opened a new portal, Ryan and the panda passing through. In the blink of an eye, they left the toxic open atmosphere of Rust Town for the suffocating claustrophobia of Mechron's bunker. Ryan didn't recognize the room, some kind of industrial warehouse with metal arms and cables dangling from the ceiling. Assembly lines dedicated to robot manufacturing had been repurposed into improvised barricades. The air smelled of ozone, and ominous red lights pulsed from the ceiling. The corpses of both psychos and normal humans lay on the ground, torn apart by heavy weaponry. Fallout and armored members of the private security had formed a line, bombarding the metagang's barricades. To Ryan's surprise, none of their enemies were mutated. They were all dog drones, brainwashed technicians, and enslaved denizens of Rust Town. Most of them carried Dynames-made firearms, but a few wielded strange weapons with Mechron's logo on them. Most nightmarishly, all of them wore suicide belts, and the metagang had tied up people to their barricades. Not only did Sishak throw brainwashed slaves at Dynames, he dared use his few remaining sane prisoners as human shields. "I'm just saying, that's why I'm against automation," a private security member in power armor declared as he blasted a Hound drone with a laser minigun. "First they steal our jobs, and then they try to steal our lives." "Yeah, and I'm paid $3,000 a month when these things cost $250,000 to make," another guard added, using a flamethrower to torch Sishak's brainwashed cannon fodder. "That's the real economic inequality." "Shut up and keep fighting," Alphonse grunted, raising a hand at a technician threatening him with a rocket launcher. His metal fingers shone with nuclear energy before blasting the attacker apart with a gamma ray. While the panda smashed through a barricade with a roar and Ace fled through another portal, Ryan approached Dynames' VP. "How are things going, Atomic Cancer? The brainwashed thralls blow themselves up if we approach them, and they use their free-willed captives as shields." Alphonse grunted, completely ignoring Ryan's nickname for him. "Disgusting. We have to take down Sishak." Ryan turned around, noticing Enrique Manata behind them. The corpo kept one knee against the ground, surrounded by thin, nearly undetectable vines spreading through the bunker's corridors. "He is the backbone of their defense. If he falls, the rest will follow." "Green Hand?" Ryan asked, quickly lowering his head to dodge a stray bullet. "You're here too," surprised Romano. The grass manipulator replied dryly, fingers on the vines. Unlike Ryan's, the corpo's cashmere suit remained fully intact. "I thought you were more of a pencil pusher, bravely commanding from the rear." "You thought wrong." Enrique turned to face his brother. "Al, I've located Adam and Sishak, second room to the right." "I suspect it is the base's command center." This worried Ryan greatly. If the Meta already managed to access the bunker's mainframe, it meant they might access the Bahamut. Knowing Big Fat Adam, he would press the trigger as soon as he could. "I will carve a straight path," Alphonse said, his metal hands shining with radioactive energy. "Brother, you guide us. Quick save, cover our rear." "Does anybody have a spare gun?" Ryan asked, having lost his own during the fight with acid rain. "Take mine," Enrique said, searching inside his suit and tossing a Beretta at Ryan. The courier claimed it as his own, though with a clear lack of enthusiasm. "What, Romano, not good enough for you?" "I'm disappointed it's not gold-plated. You have strange stereotypes about my social position, Romano." "Enough prattle," Alphonse said, before putting his hands against the right wall. The heat increased as he channeled energy through the metal, melting it away. Within seconds, fallout had shaped a hole big enough to allow the trio to progress. After a few minutes of improvised digging, the group melted their way into a large room shielded by a colossal blast door. As Enrique had guessed, the area looked like the bunker's central mainframe. Large screens covered the walls, while 10 colossal server towers served as pillars holding up the ceiling. A single blast door served as the entrance, red lights flickering as tremors shook the complex. The most noteworthy part of the area, though, was the gargantuan biomechanical construct at the center. The machine, easily the size of an elephant, reminded Ryan of a human brain, albeit completely blue and outfitted with thick wires, alien implants, and electrical pylons protruding outward from the cerebrum. A mass of nerve-like wires connected the structure to a metal pedestal supporting the biomechanical brain, while a crimson force field shielded it from the outside world. Sishak had intermingled with the machine like a blood-sucking flea, his tendrils intertwining with the nerves. Hannafat Lecter stood in front of the force field, his skin covered in an alloy carbon and his eyes glancing at the screens above. "You know, Sishak, I think it's time to go Old Testament on them." Hannafat Lecter ordered his second-in-command as he watched Dynami's forces break past their defenses on the screens. "Bomb Sodom and Gomorrah back to the Stone Age." I need more time to crack the firewalls." Sishak froze as he and his commander noticed the newcomers. His cold voice turned furious when he saw Ryan. "Little Cessair, you and your sister ruined everything." "Thanks," Ryan said, pointing a gun at the brainjacker while Alphonse raised his hands at Adam. "It's always a pleasure. Fontaine, Gray, time to surrender." Even with all the chaos happening around them, Blackthorn remained icily polite. "Release the hostages, you're surrounded. There is no escape." "Perhaps," Big Fat Adam replied with a false smile before revealing an item hidden behind his back. "But I got one last trick up my sleeve." A bottle full of a black, swirling liquid with Mecron's symbol stamped on some kind of colored glass. An elixir as black as a starless night. A Mecron-made elixir. "You know what they say," Adam said, raising the bottle and preparing to throw it at the group like a psycho-making grenade. "If you can't beat them, join them." Ryan froze time, calmly raised his gun and shot the bottle while it was still in Adam's hand. Much to his shock, the liquid moved in the stopped time. Like a living blob of black oil, it surrounded the ogre's fingers, melting the carbon armor and seeping through his skin. When the clock struck again, Big Fat Adam let out a scream of pain as the ooze swallowed his arm and progressed through his body. "Sir!" Sishak shouted in alarm as the black elixir slowly covered all of its host's body like a mantle of darkness. Fallout immediately unleashed a blast of energy at the mutating psycho with enough power to vaporize him. Adam raised his blackened hand, and an invisible force canceled the atomic ray. It simply stopped existing past a certain point. Hannafat Lecter wished he had died, though. His screams turned deafening as the black elixir melted his skin and flesh, leaving only blackened bones and organs. The psycho's body couldn't assimilate the black elixir, and it devoured him alive. "What is this sorcery?" Blackthorn muttered to himself, horrified by the sight. Meanwhile, his more ruthless elder brother increased the output of his blasts to no avail. The black elixir's power trumped his own. Adam's skeleton shambled, the black ooze manipulating the bones like a puppet. The undead's body degraded at an accelerated pace, organs dissolving, and yet it could still form words. You, open." The voice didn't belong to Adam. "You," the corpse raised a melted finger at an astonished Ryan, black ooze leaking from the emptied eye sockets. Blackthorn quickly forced the courier behind him as if to shield him. All he cared, you must open." Adam was no longer in control, the elixir was. "Open the gate, send me to the black, it is." The voice turned from pleading to agonizing as Adam's jaw and throat started to dissolve. "This dimension is not, send me back." Afterward, even Hannafat Lecter's enhanced body could no longer resist the degradation. The words turned incomprehensible as the corpse collapsed into a puddle of black oil. Having consumed its own host, the sinister substance dissipated into nothingness. Of the Metagang's leader, not even dust remained. Well, it was one hell of a slimming cure. Ryan joked, trying to lighten the atmosphere. After a brief moment of silence, Fallout attacked Sishak next. One of his nuclear rays hit the force field, unleashing a pulse of energy that shorted out half the screens. Yet the defensive barrier held. In response, parts of the ceiling opened to reveal automated Gatling turrets, all of them opening fire on the group. Ryan briefly stopped time and pushed Enrique out of the firing line, sparing him a volley of bullets to the face. Fallout's armor shrugged off the projectiles, while Dynamy's VP increased his power's output. He unleashed a sustained ray of focused nuclear energy at the force field, until Ryan had to cover his eyes to protect himself from the light. An unstoppable force fighting an immovable object. The unstoppable force won. The force field shorted out, and Sishak barely had the time to leap out of the biomechanical database before Fallout hit it. The blast vaporized the giant brain, organic and mechanical parts alike, and continued its way through the wall behind. Steel and glass both melted before this almighty power. All screens and lights turned black, leaving only Ainz Audioverse's radiance to provide lighting, and the turrets abruptly stopped firing. With the dexterity of a spider on the run, Sishak used his tendrils to jump across the room and attempted to bypass the trio. Ryan froze time and shot the tentacles supporting his weight, causing the psycho to crash on the ground before he could escape. "Didn't you hear, Sipsy?" Ryan taunted him, shooting a tentacle before Sishak could smash his skull with it. "Today, we have fried squid on the menu." The rose on Enrique Manada's suit grew thorn tendrils until the plant had become a floral squid as large as Sipsy himself. Its roots restrained the psycho, while the flower unleashed a burst of colored smoke right in his face. Sishak struggled for a moment before his whole body went limp. "I knew Dynamy's perfumes were low quality, but not to the point of causing someone to faint," Ryan mused out loud. "I used a genetically altered brand of aconitine," Blackthorn replied, which Ryan identified as a plant-based neurotoxin. "Since Sishak needs to die to activate his body transfer, hopefully keeping him in a state of unconsciousness should disable it. And since Sipsy is almost entirely made of nerves, it's doubly effective against him, even with his enhanced biology." Ryan had to admit the idea was brilliant, enough to shamelessly copy it in a later run. "We do our research too, Romano," Blackthorn said dryly. "You do not have a monopoly on intelligence. Fallout to all teams," Ainz Manada spoke through an intercom in his suit. "Adam is dead and Sishak is neutralized. Move to secure the site." "Any idea what that was?" Ryan asked, glancing at the spot where big fat Adam had perished. "It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, but the entity had singled the courier out among the group, much to his confusion." Blackthorn shook his head in disgust, and if the courier wasn't mistaken, a hint of remorse. "It was our early days all over again. We had worse results." Fallout replied while receiving a response through his suit's intercom. Unlike his sibling, he couldn't care less. "The drones and robots have deactivated, but Sishak's thralls are still fighting. I must order a full wipeout." Much to Ryan's surprise, Blackthorn immediately protested. "Al, they are not our enemies, they are victims." "I do not like it either, but the lives of our soldiers take priority," Ainz replied coldly. "And the thralls fight to the death." "Guys, I can stop time," Ryan declared, both Manada siblings looking at him. "I can disarm and incapacitate people safely." "Yes, Al, let us try to capture as many as we can first," Enrique asked his sibling. "We may be able to cure them later." "You and your sentimentality," Ainz grunted before barking orders through his intercom. "You have 10 minutes, no more." "You heard him, Romano?" "Yeah, Greenhand," Ryan said as they rushed through the hole in the wall. "Frankly, I'm a bit surprised. I thought you wouldn't care about casualties." "We can't always make the world a better place," Enrique replied with a shrug, "but we have to try anyway." In the end, Ryan saved as many people as he could. He disabled suicide belts in the frozen time, disarmed more fighters than he could count, saved dozens of lives. But he couldn't save them all. When the courier emerged from the bunker through the half-melted blast doors, the battle had ended in a decisive Carnival/Dynamy's victory. Troopers had secured the junkyard, forming a defensive perimeter and establishing sniper nests atop the trash walls. The fact Leo Hargraves had torched half the area didn't bother them, since he couldn't see the giant kaiju battle and the ground had stopped shaking. Ryan assumed both Frank the Mad and the land had been defeated. Most of the metagang's cannon fodder had been restrained, bound either by iron chains or cocoons made of countless paper sheets bound together. Either the Carnival or Dynamis had a paper manipulator on their payroll. Ace opened portals left and right to let troops through. The panda proudly carried a drugged-out Sishak in his arms to containment, and Leo Hargraves circled above Rust Town to survey the area. The message couldn't be clearer. The Metagang was no more. Ryan should have felt happy about it, but the raid left him with a bittersweet feeling. Yes, he had fulfilled his promise to Jasmine and ensured Hanafat Lecter wouldn't fire an orbital laser at New Rome. But Dynamis now knew about the bunker, and Augustus would learn of the Carnival's presence soon enough. One problem had been solved, but so many others remained, and one quickly called the courier. Romano. Enrique emerged from the bunker, his rose back on his suit. "We have business ahead of us." "Is it about the Beretta?" Ryan asked. Frankly, he would return it on principle. The courier only accepted the best, and that gun wasn't all that great. "You may keep it for now," the corpo replied with a scoff. "This is not over yet. Stragglers to deal with, can I run them over?" "I love doing that. Leave the mooks to our troops." Enrique raised his eyes as Leo, the living sun, floated down to their position. "Hargraves, Enrique, quick save." Sunshine greeted both of them as he landed on the ground. "I assume the bunker is secured?" "Yes, it is." Enrique replied, looking at the living sun's head. "You knew about it?" Sunshine remained silent a split second, but was too much of a shining knight to lie. "Yes." "As I thought," Enrique replied, not truly surprised. "I suppose you worried that word of this place might reach my father or Augustus." "Wise but troubling. You know this technology is dangerous. It ended the world once. In the right hands. There are no right hands, Enrique," Leonard interrupted Blackthorn, and Ryan was sorely tempted to agree. "Mecron's legacy has to go. Perhaps. In any case, we can decide what to do with this bunker like civilized people after we deal with the problem at hand." Enrique crossed his arms. "What about you?" "I neutralized the land with Origami's help," the living sun replied. "And I'm confident we captured or killed almost every psycho active in Rust Town. The only ones unaccounted for are Incognito and Gemini. They must have used their powers to slip amidst your troops and escape. I do not worry about these two. Without Adam to provide direction, they will be nothing more than a nuisance. We'll catch them eventually." "Then we should be done," Leonard said, arms crossed. "Or are we?" "There is still one last source of concern," Enrique said as a noise echoed from above. Ryan raised his eyes, noticing a helicopter preparing to land. "We found the evidence we needed, and Alphonse wants to arrest our father before he can organize a countercoup. We're going to the family manor, and we will clean up this mess once and for all." "I will go there first," Sunshine said, preparing to take flight. "Make sure he does not get away." "Do not engage and wait for us," Blackthorn commanded, Leo flying away with a nod. Once the living sun was gone, Enrique turned to look at Ryan. "Considering you planned all of this, I thought you might wish to be present as well." "Plan?" Ryan chuckled. "I don't plan, I adapt." "You truly take me for a fool, Romano," Enrique replied with a frosty tone, "but suit yourself. I warned you back then. Once the day is done, we will have a talk." "I will drive to our destination," Ryan said with a shrug. "No offense, but my ride is classier than yours." "Move quickly, then," Enrique said, straightening his suit as his helicopter blew dust in all directions. "History won't wait for you, if only he knew." Without wasting any more words, Ryan walked out of the junkyard and whistled as loudly as he could. His Plymouth Fury self-drove to the trash labyrinth's entrance, spooking a few Dynamis troopers, but Ryan prevented them from committing suicide by raising his hand in peace. The second he sat on the driver's seat, Ryan turned on the chronoradio. "Shorty, Shorty," for a short while, Ryan worried the answer would never come, but it did. "Riri, Riri, can you hear me? Thank God you're alive." The courier let out a sigh of pure relief before looking at the skies. Enrique's helicopter flew east of Rust Town after Leo Hargraves. "Where are you? Are you all right? Is everything okay?" I'm fine," she replied while the courier followed Enrique's helicopter. "Under the sea, I fled through the tunnels when Dynamis invaded the lower levels, and I." Ryan's fingers tensed on the driving wheel. "I have it," Len declared, a quiet sense of triumph in her voice. I have the brain tech. Chapter 63. End of Disc 1. Ryan had to give it to Hector Manata. In spite of being far richer than Augustus, he didn't show it. The CEO of Dynamis lived in a 3-floor manor of yellow stones within walking distance of his company's HQ, north of New Rome. The property was big, but nothing compared to Mount Augustus. The architectural style reminded Ryan of South America's 19th-century properties, though Hector had also gathered a sizable collection of Mesoamerican artifacts in his garden. Statues of Aztec gods lined the path to the house, like a private guard. And of course, the property crawled with private security guards with top-of-the-line weaponry. When Ryan arrived, Sunshine and Enrique's helicopter had already landed in the garden. Security guards checked on the courier, but let him pass unmolested. Apparently, the siblings had forewarned them. Alphonse Manata had joined his brother, both backed by an elite security team. Leonard Hargraves had landed on the grass, though he somehow didn't set it on fire even while in his sun form. Even Ryan had taken the time to change himself back to his old costume, acid rain having savaged the cashmere suit. One didn't confront a final boss without looking nice. But the scene quickly disappointed Ryan. Hector Manata wasn't raising a submachine gun to die in a blaze of glory, Scarface style. He didn't look worried about the urban warfare happening a few districts away from his house. In fact, he didn't seem troubled at all, for Hector Manata was gardening. "I guess this is a family thing," Ryan said snidely, as the corporate mastermind tended to an ugly rose bush. The floral arrangements were terrible, the work of an amateur. Sons. A pudgy man with gray hair and a face resembling Pablo Escobar's, Hector Manata had traded the business suit for casual white clothes and a straw hat. If Ryan hadn't seen his face before, he might have mistaken him for a mere employee. "I didn't expect you, especially not in such." His eyes wandered to Leo Hargraves. "Shining company." "Surprised, father?" Alphonse asked, his tone lacking any familial warmth whatsoever. "Mr. Manata," Leo said, always polite. "It has been a while." "Not long enough, I must say," the CEO replied before finally noticing Quicksave. "And who might you be?" "Hi, I'm Quicksave," Ryan presented himself. "I'm the guy who ruined all of your evil plans, but don't tell anyone." "My evil plans," the CEO answered with a forced smile. "I do not understand." "I think you do, father," Enrique said as he straightened his tie. "We destroyed the Metagang 1 hour ago." "An action which I did not authorize," the CEO replied with a frown, before forgetting Ryan's existence and glancing at Alphonse instead. "Nor do I remember recalling you to New Rome either." "You forfeited any authority over me when you betrayed us all, father," Alphonse replied. "You wanted to stay in power so much you would rather clone yourself than let us inherit." "Clone myself?" Hector Manata feigned ignorance. "We have Sishak in custody, father," Enrique said. "He admitted everything, from your secret deal with Adam the Ogre to your mind-transferring project." Ryan knew it was probably a bluff, considering the timeline of events, but it worked like a charm. "Is that so?" Hector asked, glancing at the soldiers following his sons. The courier could almost see the gears turning in the CEO's head as he weighed his options. "We have recordings, captured technicians, proof of monetary transactions," Enrique continued. "Did you know the Metagang had unearthed a Mechron base beneath Rust Town?" Though he quickly corrected his expression, the CEO's brief look of genuine surprise told Ryan that no, he didn't. As the courier guessed, the Metagang had planned to betray him from the start, take Dynamis elixirs until they could overthrow the company with Mechron's weaponry. "So you were a traitor and a fool," Alphonse Manata said with a grunt of disgust. He had noticed the look of surprise, too. "You despise us so much? Can you blame me, Alphonse?" Hector replied with a sneer. "Sometimes I truly wonder if you came from my loins. You and Augustus would have turned Italy into a bloody battlefield if I hadn't sent you away." "So instead you sent psychos to wage war for you?" Enrique asked, shaking his head. "I still remember what you told me when I welcomed Felix Veron into our fold. Don't rock the boat." "Augustus' influence needs to be constrained, but we can't afford a direct confrontation," Hector snapped back. "We have no means of getting rid of him permanently." We do, Alphonse said with confidence. The gravity gun. Your obsession with miracle weapons will be your undoing. Hector lambasted his son. If yours fails, we will have an invincible madman with nothing left to lose on our hands. Augustus will never be satisfied, Leonard Hargraves interrupted the conversation. He wants nothing less than total dominion over Europe. His delusions of grandeur mean nothing. Hector scoffed. You don't know him like I do, Hargraves. Sunshine scoffed. I have been sparring with Augustus long before you came to Italy, Mr. Manata. I know him well. No, Hargraves, because if you did, you would have grasped a simple truth. With all his power, Augustus could have established himself as a god-king, written laws, but what does he do? Peddle drugs, launder money, corrupt existing infrastructures. At the end of the day, Augustus is just a gangster with cancer, and that's all he will ever be. The CEO shook his head in frustration. Don't you see that to win, we only have to outlast him, let nature do its work. And let countless suffer in the meantime, Sunshine replied, assuming the next Augusti generation isn't made of the same cloth. Well, to be honest. Ryan raised his hand to speak on behalf of Livia. The adults are talking, quick save, Alphonse interrupted him. Then why are you here? Ryan replied with a mocking tone, being far, far older than the VP. The nuclear-powered cyborg glared at him, but the courier wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Enough, Enrique said, a hint of frustration in his voice. And are you truly so different, father? Alphonse asked mockingly. Hector's expression turned into one of pure disgust. You dare compare me to Augustus, my son? I am no saint, I confess, but I do not go around murdering people who never crossed me. You raised us to believe Dynamis had a mission, to rebuild a better civilization based on free market, the rule of law, and individual freedom. Alphonse's voice turned bitter. One that wouldn't repeat the mistakes of the pre-war nations. Yet all you have done is repeat the patterns of the past and maintain a status quo unsuitable for mankind, one that benefits Augustus. Ryan realized he had met Fallout's type elsewhere before, disappointed idealists. And as he listened to the man's speech, he couldn't help but be reminded of Livia's own situation. Like her, the Manata were children disagreeing with their father's rotten, rigid vision of the world. Unlike Livia, though, who couldn't escape Augustus' grasp, the Manata siblings had decided to rebel. Would it work, though? That unsuitable status quo, as you call it, is the only one we have, Hector replied angrily. I've played with the cards dealt to me. Whatever your reasons, you conspired with the Metagang, provided them with company resources, and, willingly or not, nearly allowed Adam the Ogre to get his hands on Mechron technology, Enrique pointed out. We can't let that slide, and neither will the board. I am the board. Hector replied with a frown. Ryan couldn't resist. Not yet. Alphonse and I have enough shares to force a vote, and you know the board and other corporations will vote for your retirement, Enrique said. We have too much proof, and they can't be seen cooperating with psychos. Our image and reputation is our armor, but they are also our weaknesses. And most importantly, we have the army, Alphonse stated the obvious. Do not think you can prevent what's coming. Hector's scowl deepened. You would harm me, my son, your own father? After what you did. What you plan to do? Alphonse asked, lowering his head to lock eyes with his father. Yes, I would. Hector held the glare for a moment before looking at his other child. Et tu, Enrique, you know what your brother will do if he inherits my post? Yes, Enrique replied. But dabbling with psychos won't be one of them. Well said, brother, Alphonse added. Enrique will be my vice president, and we will clean up your mess. We will reforge Dynamis into what it should have been. A beacon that will rebuild civilization, one without psychos and certainly without Augustus. You may have failed the dream, father, but we won't. Come with us, Mr. Manata. Sunshine briefly ramped up the heat around him. I promise you will not be harmed and be entitled to a fair hearing. Take the graceful way out, father, Enrique pleaded before glancing at Alphonse. Or else it will have to be the other way. For a long, agonizing moment, Dynamis' CEO said nothing. He slowly glanced at his sons, then at Leonard, and finally to the private security members backing them up. Whether out of fear of Alphonse Manada, disgust, or opportunism, none of them moved to shield their employer. It seemed that in Dynamis, power shifted swiftly. Eventually, although Ryan had prepared himself for a fight, Hector Manada offered his hands in surrender. "You doom us all, fools." "It is a new dawn for Dynamis' father," Alphonse Manada declared. He sounded quite pleased with himself. "One long overdue." "After me, the flood," Hector Manada prophesied with quiet dignity as soldiers grabbed him by the arms. When Ryan glanced at the towering Alphonse, who watched his father being carried away, the time traveler realized he might have put someone far more dangerous in charge of Dynamis. "That's it?" the courier asked Enrique. "After everything he did, you just talk it out." "You expected a hail of gunfire, perhaps?" Il Miglier's manager replied dryly. "Unlike Augustus, we do not shoot all of our problems. My father is many things, but a fanatic isn't one of them. He would rather go into forced retirement than die for nothing." "So, what? You're going to imprison him on a private island, Napoleon style?" "Pretty much. If all goes as expected, his assets will be confiscated, he will be surrounded by Alphonse's people, and he will be kept away from any form of power whatsoever." Enrique looked at Ryan with disapproval. "This is what we adults call diplomacy, Romano. It is boring, but it usually spares us a great deal of bloodshed." It was good. Ryan had expected the change of power to end in violence because that was all he ever knew. If only more villains were reasonable, Leo Hargraves lamented. "So it's over. Now we must decide what to do with the bunker." "Not yet, Hargraves," Alphonse said. "There will be a transition of power, and I wish you to assist us with it. I will pay you for your service. We do not work for money, Fallout. You misunderstand me." The cyborg replied with a hint of amusement. "Our goals are the same. We both want Augustus dragged off from his throne. Now that my father has been dealt with, it is time we focus on the true enemy." The living son crossed his arms, the opportunity too great to pass up. "I'm listening." "Not here." Alphonse glared at Ryan next. "And I have had enough of your blatant disrespect, Quicksave. You did your job, but that's it. Fuck off." "Love you too, Nagasaki," Ryan replied and prepared to leave, having done what he had set out to do. Besides, staying in Alphonse Manada's company for too long would probably give him cancer. Ryan. Unlike Fallout, Sunshine bowed respectfully to the time traveler. "There is something I must ask of you." "Sorry, Sunshine, I won't join your circus," Ryan cut him off. "Too much bad blood." "I expected as much," Leo said with a sigh. "Still, on behalf of the carnival, no, all of New Rome, thank you. Most people won't know it, but your actions saved countless lives. History books may not mention you, but we will not forget." "Don't make promises you can't keep," Ryan replied with a shrug. "But, thanks." That shiny paladin was too noble to dislike. While Ryan would have left the Manada property by himself, Enrique personally decided to escort him to his car. "This isn't the end, is it?" the courier asked Blackthorn. It didn't feel like an ending at all. "It's just the beginning." Don Hector wasn't wrong. "This is the calm before the storm, Romano. My brother is in charge, and he is not as subtle as our father. If Augustus didn't know we cooperated with Hargraves already, he will learn it soon. And even if it suffered heavy damage, that base below Rust Town contains a treasure trove of technology, and we must decide what to do with it." "I guess overthrowing your father was the easy part," Ryan mused, his mood turning from curious to slightly depressed. "I don't know how to feel about it." "I've seen your reaction to my brother's speech," Enrique said. "You seemed troubled." "Sharp. When I tried to overthrow my fatherly figure's hold on me, it ended with his death," Ryan replied, his thoughts turning to Len and Bloodstream. "And even dead, his influence still holds a friend back. So when I looked at you two, I can't help but wonder what could have been." Enrique said nothing, and for that the courier was thankful. However, when Ryan put a hand on his Plymouth Fury's door, though, Blackthorn moved right in front of him. "You are not leaving yet," the new Dynamis VP declared. "I told you we would have a talk, Romano. We're having it now. What is there to say? Though if it's for gardening lessons, I guess you could make an appointment." "We have plenty of things to discuss," Enrique said while crossing his arms. "I know your sister was in the bunker during the attack." One of the Metagang's members was found trapped in a bubble. and Sishok's living quarters were ransacked. And most curious of all, our men couldn't find the brain-scanning technology our father lent him. I guess you should hire better people to do your groundwork, Mr. Nepotism. I wondered what your stakes were in this, but now I understand, Enrique said, ignoring the jab. You were after this tech from the start. This entire exercise was a distraction. Not really. Ryan's thoughts turned to Jasmine. If I told you the Metagang caused the permanent death of someone I cared for, would you believe it? Permanent death? Enrique noticed the odd wording, but Ryan didn't enlighten him. People also saw you at a dinner with Livia Augusti and Fortuna Veron, and you apparently brought the latter home. Witnesses said the scene looked intimate. I'm putting an end to the rumors right here, Ryan said, immediately sensing the danger. Fortuna Veron isn't my girlfriend. I have standards. I doubt that, Enrique replied dryly. The panda also told me a person matching the Augusti assassin Mortimer's description came to your rescue against acid rain. You must understand that I am suspicious about your true allegiances. The courier shrugged. I've got no allegiances to any faction. I'm a wild card. Then you don't believe in anything. I thought you were a better man than that. Oh, did you care? Much to Ryan's surprise, it seemed like Blackthorn did. For all your faults, Romano, you are a competent genome with great potential. I would not have given you the time of a day if I didn't believe it. You are a powerful fighter, a skilled tactician, and incredibly resourceful. I shudder to think what you could achieve if you could look beyond childish self-gratification. Ryan wasn't certain if it was meant as a compliment or criticism. Probably both. I could return the sentiment, he said. I expected you to be a lot more cutthroat, but you seem rather honorable and well-meaning below the surface. You could do a lot more for the world outside of Dynamis. You are wrong, Enrique replied. By themselves, humans can only do so much. We conquered the planet by sacrificing our individuality for collective strength. Though I do not share his methods, I agree with my brother's mission statement. Dynamis may not always change the world for the better, but it can. After seeing Rust Town, I somewhat doubt it, Ryan replied before smiling behind his mask. But I'm an optimist. People can change. Even if there would be unintended consequences, the Metagang's defeat had put the time traveler in a cheerful mood. After all the darkness of the previous failed run, this loop had proved he could turn things around. I do not trust you, Romano. You are unpredictable, loyal to none, and probably the most dangerous individual I have met short of Augustus. Thank you, Greenhand. Enrique put his hands in his pants pockets, the perfect picture of corporate confidence. However, you probably prevented a disaster and saved Dynamis in a roundabout way. So, while I hate to use the term, I will look the other way this once. You are no longer welcome in Il Miglior, though. I cannot look past your ties to the Augusti. At least Felix burned that bridge. It's fine, I took the job to do one thing, and it is finished. Ryan pointed a finger at the manager. I'm keeping all my merchandise rights, though. Don't you dare sell quick-save miniatures. I will do my best to forget you even exist. I return the feeling. I'm still going to visit my team in the hospital, though. Spoiler warning, if you try to stop me, you will fail. Here's what will happen, Romano. I will allow you to say your goodbyes to your teammates unmolested, and I will wire you a generous compensation for your service. Blackthorn locked eyes with Ryan through their respective masks. But afterward, you and your sister will leave. Leave for where? Anywhere far, far away from New Rome, Enrique said. He will be too busy with the transition in the next few days to do so, but once his position is secure, my brother will hunt you two down. I know him. Your allegiances are too dubious, your ties to the Augusti too suspicious, and your sister too important. Ryan understood the Menata might want him gone now. He had outlived his usefulness, but Shorty, why were they so interested in her? What is it you're not telling me, Black Gardener? Enrique remained silent for a few seconds, his body so still the courier thought he might have turned into a statue. I let Len Sabino go once, he finally admitted, but I cannot protect her forever. Alphonse knows her base's location, and he can access it if he so chooses. Take everything you can carry with you and go. Ryan's tone turned dangerous. Is that a threat, Greenhand? Because as the Metagang can attest, I'm very effective at killing weeds. Your brother won't be the first nuclear device I made go kaboom. No, Romano, it is not a threat. It is a warning. Strange as it may sound to you, I harbor no ill will towards you or your family. Blackthorn raised his sleeve to look at the time on his watch. I must go now, though I have the feeling we will meet again, and Ryan felt it would be under circumstances far less friendly. Ryan was halfway to the harbor when he received a call on his cell phone. Livia? He asked upon answering. Ryan, she answered on the other end of the line, a hint of worry breaking through her composure. How is Felix? Alive but wounded, the courier answered. Livia sighed with relief on the other end of the line. He will recover, but they don't allow visits yet. I've tried. It's fine. I'm glad he is alive at all. I did not inform his sisters yet. Livia gulped. I dreaded a different answer. I wouldn't have let him die, Ryan replied, or rather, he would have reloaded afterward. Thanks for sending Mr. Passmurail. He didn't help much, but it's the thought that counts. I guess you listened to me. About how we weren't enemies? Livia briefly paused before continuing. I hope I won't regret trusting you. You do work with my family's nemesis. Well, if it can reassure you, I've just been fired. She immediately seized the opportunity. Perhaps you would consider employment with us then? The Killer 7 are missing a Violet member. Sorry, Princess, I'll stay a free spirit for a while, Ryan answered as he reached the harbor. I'm not sure if my presence is needed anymore. I get the feeling Dynamis will hit your drug factory even without my influence. My father's reaction will be different if Dynamis does it, rather than an unknown party, but we can discuss that when the situation becomes clearer. When do you think Felix can receive visits? I'll be honest. I don't know, and I'm not sure you will even be able to visit Adam Kitten at all. Her tone harshened. You think Dynamis will prevent us access? No, I think Felix won't want to see you or his family. No answer. Hey, you can always try. If I'm right, I can carry a message if you want. The Mafia princess had fallen completely silent. Though he had only said the truth, Ryan regretted his bluntness. For a second, he had forgotten how emotionally fragile the woman truly was beneath her icy facade. Livia? Have you ever loved someone? She asked out of the blue. Not a fling, but true love. To the point that even though you know it's over, you still cling to any hope you can turn things around. I'm really not the best counsel on the matter, Ryan said sadly, as he noticed Len's bathysphere near the old piers. I came to New Rome chasing after a ghost. So you do understand, she said with a sad chuckle before gathering her breath. You lived for centuries. Don't you have wisdom to offer? Things can change, the courier admitted before considering it thoughtfully. But sometimes it's better to learn to let go. You'll hurt yourself otherwise. Some wounds never heal, and you have to live with them. Livia seemed to see the wisdom in his words, but she didn't appreciate it. Thanks for your answers, Ryan. You're welcome, the time traveler replied before falling silent. His thoughts turned to the meeting with Dynamis. Ryan. The Manadas overthrew their father, Ryan said out of nowhere. They talked it out and forced him into retirement. Now they intend to reform Dynamis into something better than before. He didn't even need to elaborate. Livia could probably see the parallels with her own situation, with a major difference. My father won't surrender with dignity, Ryan. No, probably not. Her regretful tone was heart-wrenching. I will get my cat back, Ryan said, changing the subject. The furry kind. I think I can arrange that. She replied with a chuckle, though it was mirthless. Goodbye, Ryan. Goodbye, Princess, he said before hanging up on her and parking his car. Enrique and Alphonse had managed to free themselves from their father's hold. So why was it that Ryan couldn't help Len and Livia do the same? Bloodstream was long dead, and Augustus, for all his overwhelming power, couldn't overcome a mere tumor. No, the courier muttered to himself. I can't let them win. He couldn't let things end this way. Not again, never again. He banished these thoughts and stepped out of his car. Len waited for him on the waterfront in full armor, 2 bathyspheres floating in the sea nearby. She carried a device in her hands. A gray metal helmet with pylons protruding from the front and with a plug at the back. Dynamis hadn't printed its logo on it, probably to avoid being tied to the metagang should the device be found. It's underwhelming, Ryan said as he rejoined his friend. I expected something more complex. It's only a small part, Len replied with a genuine smile. The mere sight caused Ryan to forget all his worries for a brief instant. I moved the rest to your place. Your place, such simple words and yet so powerful. So you were serious, Ryan asked. You're okay with me moving to your undersea paradise? Yes, I am, she said with a nod, her smile faltering. It's over, right? You don't owe Dynamis anything anymore. No, and I've been fired anyway. Ryan would miss the condo, and he would steal a cashmere suit as a parting gift. I'm officially homeless again. Len considered her words for a second, but they came swiftly and firmly. No, Riri. No, you are not homeless. Ryan's heart skipped a beat for a moment, and he had to look away at the sea to hide his unease. It felt great to know Len wanted him back into her life. Even if their teenage relationship had long perished, she had Ryan's back and he had hers. And with that tech, maybe his old lonely days would finally come to an end. You think it can work? Ryan asked for confirmation, praying not to be disappointed again. We will need time, but maybe. Len said with a smile, perhaps the first time she had shown some optimism in a long, long time. We will need to extract the chronoradio from your car, though. I have a bigger submarine to bring it under the sea. An undersea garage. Marvelous. Frankly, if this loop doesn't end with my Plymouth Fury getting an underwater mode, I will be sorely disappointed, Ryan mused before a darker thought crossed his mind. But we might have to move to another location. Dynamis won't leave your base alone for long. They're not going to let us be. Her sweet face turned into an angry scowl. I should have known. They'll never be satisfied. I don't get why they're so interested in you, though, the courier admitted. Yeah, you attacked a factory, but that's peanuts compared to the Augusti and the Metagang. And in the end, it didn't cost them anything. Len sighed, as if reliving her failed youthful rebellion. I don't know, Riri. I think what they can't control, they destroy. No, Ryan sensed something bigger was at work, and it bothered him. What did they do when they captured you the first time? What questions did they ask? I don't remember much, she admitted. The first thing they did was to force me through a DNA test and take a blood sample. Afterward, nothing noteworthy. A sales pitch. A blood sample, you said? Why a blood sample of all things? And then it clicked. Memories flooded Ryan's brain, and he suddenly saw them under a new light. Lab 66. Enrique was supposed to oversee the whole elixir operation instead of Il Miglier. He visited the lab for 2 hours, and he immediately asked for a transfer afterward. If you ask me, there's something really shifty about the knockoffs. Even Augustus scientists never found a way to copy them. Dynamis keeps the underdiver under close surveillance. You let her go. It was our early days all over again. I couldn't make elixirs. What I did was synthesize a specific resource that mimicked the properties of a true elixir. Such a shame. I would have loved to compare samples from various genome relatives. Various genome relatives. Genome relatives? Relatives? Len, Ryan asked, a terrible doubt creeping in his mind. When did Dynamis start producing their knockoff elixirs? Do you know the exact date? I'm not sure, I think they had a few in development, but they only started flooding the market 3 years ago or so. Shorty shut her mouth, and Ryan instantly regretted asking that question. She was smart. She had figured it out too. It's impossible, the courier said immediately. It can't be that. But it would fit, Len protested, genuine emotion breaking through her monotone voice. It would explain it all. Len, your father is dead. The genius flinched as Ryan's tone turned deadly serious. Sunshine burnt him to ashes. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. He's gone. But if one of his clones, Len locked eyes with her old friend. You know it's possible, Riri. You just don't want it to be. No, he didn't. Ryan wanted to think that nightmare was over. That bloodstream was dead and buried and could no longer harm either of his children, adopted or otherwise. But Len had never truly woken up. Riri, I've trusted you, even after everything I've killed for you, Riri. I trusted your words. I gave you a second chance. I'm willing to start fresh. She gathered her breath, struggling to find her words. I just want to get closure, Riri. I want to know. If we're wrong, we can move on, but we need this. We need to check. But if our hunch is right, Ryan asked, What will you do? What will we do? Len bit her lower lips and looked at her feet without a word. Ryan gathered his breath as he thought about his next words. I just want you to be free, Len. I want you to be free of him. To exorcise his ghost so he no longer haunts you. He paused. Say it, Len said without looking up. You remind me of a songbird in a cage, Len, Ryan admitted. You could be smiling and shine like the sun. You could fly away. The cage is open. But you're afraid he will close the door as you try to escape. No one will take away your freedom, but you're still afraid. Len looked back at her friend once more. Ryan, she said with an iron gaze, not weary. It's exactly why I won't budge on this. I need to know. I need to know. To get closure. Ryan wanted to argue further, but he could see in her gaze it was pointless. She wouldn't change her mind. And the worst part, while he hated to admit it, he needed to be sure too. Lab 66, the courier muttered to himself. Chapter 64, Past Fragment, A Death in Monaco. Ryan Romano died countless times by his hand or that of someone else. But there was one death that trumped them all. The death that made him stop caring and taught him to enjoy life. The perfect death that no one should return from. This is the story of this death. This is the story of Monaco. April 1st, 2017, France, village of La Turbie. The sun was falling behind the horizon, and the city of Monaco shone from below. Standing at the edge of the Terre de Chine promontory, his trusty motorcycle and travel bag nearby, Ryan observed his target carefully. It had been 5 years since he had left Italy, and now was the moment of truth. Well, technically it had been 3 months, but he lived through them again and over again. He had toured the coasts of the Mediterranean Sea, looking for any sign of Len and her submarine. He knew they had planned to go to America before the separation, but she couldn't have crossed the Atlantic Ocean. She had to have stopped somewhere closer, somewhere within his reach. However, Ryan was starting to lose hope. He had toured Greece, Spain, France, every place he could think of. He had wandered the post-war's wasteland and came up short. And if she had left Europe completely, relocated underwater or on a distant island, he might as well look for a needle in a haystack. There was only one place around the Mediterranean Sea that Ryan hadn't visited yet. The country everyone warned him against. The place nobody returned from. Monaco, Ryan said as he observed the coastal city. It looked nice, for a lack of a better term, and it bothered him a great deal. First of all, the microstate was still standing. That alone was unusual. Monaco had once been one of Europe's most luxurious coastal resorts, a den for gamblers and millionaires, and somehow it still looked the part after the apocalypse. It seemed the bombs, robots, and nanoplagues had stopped at the border. The buildings and houses had been spared from any degradation, and yet the time traveler didn't see anybody in the streets. Boats and yachts floated in the sea. Empty cars formed long lines on the driveways, and Ryan couldn't hear any noise, not even the song of birds. I know I'm tempting fate by saying this, Ryan muttered to himself, as he usually did to alleviate his loneliness. But I've got a bad feeling about this. The time traveler saved this very instant, just in case. Many had gone to Monaco, searching for supplies, elixirs, or a safe haven, but none returned. But none of these people could time travel either. Well, guess this is the last chance, Shorty, Ryan said as he climbed on his motorcycle and drove towards the city. If you aren't in the place nobody returns from? Well, he could always try to cross the ocean and reach America if it still existed. But most likely, Ryan would have to face the obvious, that Len was gone. The time traveler had made his presence obvious, sent signals through radio towers and whatever communication channels he could find. If she hadn't contacted him yet, then she was either unable to respond or dead, and Ryan didn't know what to do if he gave up on his friend. His quest to find Len had guided him through so many restarts, and he had no other purpose in life, no cause to dedicate himself to. The time traveler had been feeling adrift ever since Bloodstream's death, and not even his power could counter his gnawing sense of solitude. Without Len, his existence had no meaning. Ryan chased away these thoughts, climbed on his motorcycle, and followed the path down towards Monaco. As he reached the city's official frontier, the time traveler noticed a badly painted sign on the side of the road. "The armies of Andorra shall never conquer our great nation," Ryan read out loud. Wasn't Andorra another microstate? The apocalypse truly caused all the weirdos to crawl out of hiding. Ryan drove through the streets of Monaco, and much to his surprise, nothing terrible happened. He didn't instantly fall dead, and no crazy psycho ambushed him. It was almost disappointing. However, the time traveler sensed the pervading tension in the air. The streets were clean, the cars were all parked in the right spot, and the streetlights somehow worked perfectly. Yet Ryan knew the city needed to import electricity from the French Republic, which had long collapsed. When he peeked through houses' windows, he found them empty. Ryan made his way to Monaco's most well-known landmark, the Place du Casino. The famous Monte Carlo Casino stood strong and proud, its 19th-century magnificence preserved from the apocalypse. The clock above the entrance remained stuck at 12, though the lights remained functional. The fountain in front of the entrance worked too, surrounded by a lush lane and floral arrangements. "Is there someone here?" Ryan asked, tempting fate. Only a heavy silence answered. Well, maybe he should look. The plaza vanished in a flash of yellow and violet. In the blink of an eye, Ryan found himself inside a luxurious marble hallway. Paintings adorned the walls, chandeliers provided some light, and the room led towards large wooden doors. After a brief moment of surprise, Ryan looked around, but found himself back against a wall with only his bag of supplies. Had he been teleported somewhere else? Ryan glanced at the paintings, most of them drawn in a surrealist style reminding him of René Magritte's. One painting, the Genesis, showed two gloved hands opening an alchemist wonderbox. Another, the Triumph of Monaco, represented an army of golden men overrunning Mecron's robots. Perplexed, Ryan grabbed his supply bag and walked through the hallway until he reached the doors at the end. He noticed a sign above them, exquisitely painted with the brightest colors possible, Monte Carlo Grand Opening. However, next to that sign, Ryan noticed words crudely carved into the marble wall. "Don't trust the clowns, they will eat your heart." Ryan continued reading, finding more advice carved into the stone. "Follow the arrows to the suites before it goes dark." A second sentence was written next to it. Whoever carved it had done so in a hurry. "Don't use the stairs, take the elevator." Ryan lowered his gaze, noticing arrows carved on the floor. More and more confused, he opened the wooden doors and walked into the next room. Much to his surprise, Ryan entered a replica of the Monte Carlo Casino, or at least, what little he had seen from pre-war's pictures. His steps echoed in a vast lobby supported by pillars, the ground replaced with a giant roulette table with 1-meter-wide tokens. Candelabras dangling from the ceiling provided the light, and the art decoration was the peak of 19th-century luxury. Ryan glanced at the windows, but all of them were walled off with marble. "Hello, dear guest," a voice said at Ryan's left, someone having snuck up on him. "Ah!" Ryan took a step back and instantly activated his time stop, or so he tried. He felt his ability strain against an invisible force for a brief second, but time refused to stop. Panicking, Ryan drew a gun hidden beneath his clothes, only to quickly realize his mistake. The creature in front of him looked like a human, but only superficially so. Its skin was unnaturally white, and most importantly, a clownish mask made of solid gold served as its face. It wore a croupier's costume, including a bow tie, an old jacket, and gloves. "Welcome to Monaco," said the clown with a cheerful voice, the gold mask moving unnaturally with each new word. Its eyes and mouth oozed darkness. "The greatest country on earth, how may I assist you?" Ryan tried to stop time again, but something prevented his ability from activating. Damn it, did this place interfere with his power? In that case, if Ryan died within these walls, where am I, Pennywise? The time traveler asked, keeping his gun pointed at the clown creature. "In Monaco, of course, the greatest, most prosperous nation on earth, by the divine providence of His Highness Jean Stephanie." Oh, a new guest. Ryan heard a new voice as another clown walked into the lobby, albeit with a face of bronze instead of gold. Like its fellow clown, it wore a croupier outfit and carried a silver plate under its arm. "Welcome. Can I offer you a drink?" What the hell? Did Ryan enter a Stephen King novel by accident? Gene Stefani, he repeated, unsure which of these two clowns to shoot first. His Highness Gene Stefani the First, Sovereign Prince of Monaco, Conqueror of Liechtenstein and San Marino. The golden clown waved a hand at a marble statue near the pillars, representing a strange creature in a flattering position. The figure vaguely reminded Ryan of a man in a suit with a fedora, but with elongated arms and distorted facial features. His Highness rose from humble birth to ascend to the throne of Monaco in 2005, by virtue of everyone else being dead. It said that with such cheerfulness, too. Ever since, he has bravely defended Monaco against the Andorran hordes trying to destroy our great nation. The bronze clown continued, before pointing his hand in one direction east of the lobby. Now, I can show you our 5-stars restaurant if you wish for a warm meal, or perhaps you would prefer to enjoy a game of roulette. Why are the windows walled off? Ryan asked, as he glanced at the ground. The arrows carved on the floor pointed west. Where's the exit? Why would you want to leave Monaco? The bronze clown asked with a chuckle. Why would anyone want to leave Monaco, the greatest nation on earth? I do, Ryan asked, more and more uncomfortable. But you are a guest, you have been invited, the servant continued, its mask morphing into a disturbing smile. While he sounded innocent and cheerful, something in his tone made Ryan shiver. We are at your service during opening hours. We are always there for you, dear guest. The more he stayed in their company, the more uneasy Ryan grew. Their kindness felt fake and forced. I'll come back later, he promised, following the arrows. But we'll be closed soon, the golden clown said, as he and the other servant followed Ryan. Their posture had changed slightly, turning threatening. We will be closed very, very soon. You stay away. Ryan raised a gun at them before noticing other clowns making their way into the lobby. While all of them dressed like croupiers, their masks were made of bronze, silver, or gold. Though they maintained a respectable distance, they still stalked the time traveler like a smiling pack of wolves. I'm not afraid of clowns. We only want to help you, dear guest, the bronze clown said. He tried to sound reassuring, but it just came off as creepy. We exist to serve man. Ryan remembered the message at the entrance, and suddenly wondered if the sentence had a double meaning. He followed the arrow trail and eventually reached an open elevator in between two stairways. The wanderer briefly looked at them, only to notice bare traps and wires placed on the staircases. With no other way out, he walked inside the elevator while threatening the clowns with his weapon. The genome noticed a sign saying here right next to the 4th floor button and smashed it as hard as he could. The door closed in front of Ryan, as a dozen masked creatures glared at him in eerie silence. Dear guests. Ryan froze as he heard a male voice come from the elevator's loudspeaker. We must inform you that due to a national emergency, the Monte Carlo casino will close early. But I assure you that, as long as His Highness Gene Stefani protects us, the armies of Andorra shall never destroy our principality. Long live Monaco? What the hell was this place? When the elevator reached the 4th floor with a ding sound, the lights had gone out, and the elevator's doors closed the second Ryan exited it. He also heard a sound coming from below, someone having triggered the wire trap. Sensing that things would get ugly very soon, Ryan grabbed his cell phone and activated the torchlight option. The area looked like a hallway leading to various hotel suites, though the walls and doors had been reinforced with steel plates. Only one room, numbered 44, seemed to have light coming from the other side, so Ryan quickly knocked on its door. Hey, he shouted as loud as he could, though nobody answered. Is somebody there? Hey! Ding! Ryan looked at the elevator as its doors opened, half a dozen clowns emerging from it. This time, they didn't invite him politely or even say a word. Instead, they each carried silver forks and knives in hands and napkins around their necks. And that's why children don't like clowns anymore. Ryan opened fire with his gun while trying to stop time once more. Not only did his power fail to activate, but a silver clown took a bullet to the face without slowing down. The suite's doors opened, and someone stepped out. To Ryan's relief, though, his savior was a normal human, albeit one built like Conan the Barbarian. His savior wore some kind of scavenged outfit composed of an American football player's helmet and pads, reinforced with pieces of medieval armor, and most importantly, he carried a shotgun. I knew I heard something. The man spoke in French, clocking his shotgun. The face beneath the helmet was wrinkled, the eyes an icy blue. Move out! Ryan immediately stepped out of his savior's way as he fired the shotgun. The shot blasted a bronze clown apart, the creature leaking a white liquid rather than blood. However, the others quickly pushed the corpse out of the way and rushed at the humans with hungry looks. Go, go, go! The man shouted at the time traveler, and both bravely fled into the suite. The armored figure quickly closed the door behind them and locked the door, Ryan hearing a loud thump on the other side. The malevolent croupiers started screaming beyond the metal door, pummeling it with all their strength, but it held. One day before arthritis gets to me, I'm going to go kamikaze on your ass, the armored man shouted through the door. I'll shoot you all up like Tony Montana and kill every last one of you. He then turned to Ryan. You all right, kid? I think so. Ryan gathered his breath and looked around. As implied from the outside, the area was a luxurious hotel suite, big enough to welcome an entire family. Decorated in the 19th French century style, the place had walls white as snow and windows walled off with marble. The suite included various amenities, from a sofa with TV to a library and even a bar counter. Most strangely, Ryan also noticed a hole dug into one of the walls, a pickaxe nearby. You sound Italian, are you a riddle? The armored asked, switching to Italian. He completely ignored the noises coming from outside and moved to the counter, leaving his shotgun within arm's reach. He removed his helmet, revealing his utter baldness. Ryan would peg him around 60, maybe a bit more. You've wandered far away from your country, Macaroni. What's your name? Ryan, you French cheese, the traveler replied gruffly. Ryan Romano, named Simon, I'm the sheriff of Suitstown, the man said while bringing out 2 glasses and a bottle of brandy. Which date is it outside? Gotta check. 1st of April 2017, Ryan replied with a frown. The man let out a heavy sigh. Fuck 12 years, man. 12 years trapped in this place. Is the planet still an irradiated dump? Yeah, but where are we? Ryan asked, demanding answers. Is this the Monte Carlo? I would say hell, but you're not that lucky. You're in Monaco. The real Monaco that nobody comes back from. An alarm echoed in the room, and Simon looked beneath the counter to grab a landline phone. Yeah, Martine. Though he didn't understand the conversation, Ryan heard a woman's voice on the other side of the line. Yeah, a new guy arrived and the croupiers followed him. Yeah, he's safe, don't worry. Simon looked at Ryan dead in the eyes. You've got weapons in your bag. 3 guns, bullets, medical supplies, food, and water. Good, gonna ask you to share, no selfish freeloaders here. Simon then focused on the phone. Yeah, Martine, we'll meet tomorrow, take care. You said you were the sheriff of Suitstown, Ryan pointed out after Simon hung up, carefully accepting the glass. He noticed a book at the edge of the counter, The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus. We're about 40 people spread all over the 4th floor, the man explained. I'm keeping the elevator border secure, maintaining the stairs traps. If we force the croupiers to use the elevator, it creates a bottleneck, makes them manageable. Have you seen anyone called Len? Ryan asked, finding a ray of hope in this insane nightmare. Len Sabino. Black hair, blue eyes, Marxist-Leninist. She must have arrived here 1 year ago. Ain't seen any commis yet, and I've been here for a while. Might be dead, though. People like you who arrive during the opening hours, they're the lucky ones. Those who arrive at a bad time, well, Simon gestured at the door. They get eaten. So Len was either dead or not in this place. Ryan prayed for the latter. Are there? There's no other sanctuary and no exit either, Simon said bluntly. The suites are the only safe zones. Something keeps them out, but only if the door is locked. We'll find you a suite of your own. The man gave Ryan a fiendish smirk. You're going to stay here for a while, Petit Riddle. Damn it. 10 hours. The clown's assault lasted for 10 hours. They screamed and hit the door without any rest. When the lights returned in the hallway, though, the attack stopped abruptly. The clowns calmed themselves and returned to the lower floor. As it turned out, they only turned hostile during closed hours. The next day, Simon introduced Ryan to the community's Mayor Martine, a 28-year-old blonde living 4 rooms ahead of the elevator border. She quickly gave him a rundown of the situation. Everyone in the town had the same story. They came to Monaco, either unaware of the danger or underestimating it, and ended up teleported into the entrance hallway. Simon had been here the longest, a few months after the Genome Wars started. Nobody else had powers, and Ryan's own time stop didn't work in that strange place. Well, he still sensed his ability activating, but an opposing force canceled it at the last minute. When he learned more information about this place, the time traveler eventually realized why. The Monte Carlo casino was a pocket dimension, or at least that was Ryan's best guess. Besides the suite's floor, every room was a variant of 8 others: a kitchen restaurant, a giant roulette table, a lobby, a slot machines room, a retail shop, a card game arena, a stocking area, and a theater. Each room led to another, never in the same configuration, forming a giant maze with only the elevator and the entrance hallway as the landmarks. According to the explorer's estimation, the area covered at least 8 square kilometers, 4 times the size of Monaco itself. And they kept discovering new rooms. It reminded Ryan of a dungeon crawl video game with computer-generated rooms. Except, it was a lot less amusing than he remembered. At least the coffee and restaurants restocked regularly, though nobody knew how it worked. Someone once placed a camera in a kitchen to record the phenomenon, and the food and water magically appeared during the closed hours. Ryan wasn't certain if his save point still worked. There was only one way to find out, and he wasn't in a hurry to try the noose checkout. He had died a dozen times, and each experience had been harrowing so far. Many had told him death was a peaceful end, but they clearly never died before. The community was divided into groups, each with a specific task, from explorers mapping the maze to gatherers looking for food. Since he was one of the few experienced with firearms, Ryan quickly became Simon's deputy, with his own suite right next to the elevator. Right now, the time traveler was escorting Martine's group as they scavenged food, and he regretted it. "Dear guest, I hope you have a happy time in Monaco, the greatest nation on earth," a silver clown told Ryan, presenting him with a plate full of exquisite shrimps and salmon toasts. "May I offer you these gifts from our chef?" "Screw off," Ryan replied, threatening the croupier with a gun. Martine, less categorical, swiped all the toasts away and put it in a bag. The clowns were completely friendly during opening hours, which in Ryan's mind made them even creepier. They switched from false affability to murderous hunger eerily fast, and they were frighteningly good at sneaking up on people. Worst, the Monte Carlo casino often closed early, at the whims of whatever force controlled the loudspeakers. The first time it happened, with only 5 minutes to return to the suites, Ryan thought his last hour had come. If he hadn't made a mad dash at the elevator, he would have certainly perished. A voice echoed through the loudspeakers. For a moment, Ryan dreaded it might announce an emergency closing, but it was just the usual nonsense. "Today is a great day for Monaco. Our soldiers won a great victory against the Duke of Luxembourg. The blood of our enemies shall paint our yachts." Monaco had been at war with Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Andorra, San Marino, but never the same one each day. "Rise, Monaco, rise," the voice continued. "Long live Jean Stéphanie." "I'm not even sure he exists," Martine told Ryan. "Nobody's ever seen him, not even the clowns." "Because His Highness is beyond our comprehension," one of the creatures interjected, only to be ignored. "Long live Jean Stéphanie." "Could be a psycho," Ryan said as the group finished its scavenging and returned to the elevator. "If it interfered with his power, then it was probably a violet. Though I don't get why nobody came after me." "Perhaps his power sustains him," Martine offered as they returned to the suite's floor. "Any progress with your radio?" "Nope." Some of the books the group managed to scavenge included manuals or pre-wars technology magazines. Ryan thought he could perhaps create a radio powerful enough to call for a rescue. It was a fool's hope, but until someone found an exit, it was all the group had. "Wanna watch a movie tonight?" Martine offered him. I found a cassette of La Grande Vadrouille the other day. It's not high comedy, but it helps pass time. Maybe another day, Ryan replied, stopping in front of Simon's room. Gotta check on the old man. I just don't get why he keeps digging, the mayor sighed. I guess he's occupying himself the best way he can. Ryan shrugged and unlocked Simon's door. As the deputy, he had a double of everyone's keys. After closing the door behind him, Ryan made his way to the hole in the wall, activated a torchlight, and walked inside. It took him more than an hour, but he finally heard the sound of a pickaxe hitting stone. Simon was busy digging with a torchlight strapped to his helmet. Hi, Simon, Ryan announced his presence, though the sheriff didn't stop. We've got shrimp for tonight. Ugh, I would kill for a hamburger, the man complained, hitting the wall with his pickaxe. How long has it been since you joined us, Petit Riddle? 6 months. 6 months, which means 2 more until they change the menu. They do that each time on Christmas. The old man let out a sigh. You know, there was this guy who had a puppy dog. He thought it was cute, so he kept sending me pictures. Every time I looked at the furred thing, it kept barking at me. It barked and barked and barked. It was annoying like you wouldn't believe. Every time it got on my nerves, I wondered, how does he taste? The guy. Ryan asked, a bit uncomfortable with the discussion. The puppy, Simon said, and one day I couldn't resist. There wasn't much meat, but it tasted good, like a Christmas gift I offered myself. I'm not sure I understand where this is going. God put us on earth for a reason, Petit Riddle. Simon said while making a short pause. Mine was to eat puppies. When I look at these rabid clowns outside, they all look like puppies to me. Ryan suddenly realized that years trapped inside a hotel suite did wonders for a man's sanity. The wanderer dreaded to imagine how he would look 10 years from now. How long is your tunnel now? 2 kilometers, Petit Riddle. 2 kilometers, Ryan repeated. How had the whole thing not collapsed on him yet? Your tunnel is 2 kilometers long now. I have enough energy for 10 more. I'm just saying, I don't think there's an exit this way. Though Ryan hadn't given up on finding one, he had the intuition this insane dimension expanded endlessly. I don't get why you keep digging. The older man looked into Ryan's eyes. Have you ever read The Myth of Sisyphus? No, but I probably will, since you pitch it to me all the time. In it, Camus presents the fate of Sisyphus, forced to roll a boulder for all eternity. A purely meaningless task. But when he finally realizes that it's futile and he stops struggling against his fate, he is truly free. He has accepted his situation and through acceptance found happiness. So you think we'll never escape? Ryan asked with a disgusted frown. That all our efforts are for naught? Yes, our efforts are futile, but I accepted them as meaningless, so I'm at peace with myself. You though, Petit Riddle, you still think you'll get out, and the more you fail, the more frustrated you become. There's someone waiting for me outside, Ryan pointed out, remembering Len. I don't think so, Simon replied with a shrug. But suit yourself. I'm just telling you the secret of happiness, but I can't force it on you. What I'm saying is, when you're confronted with meaningless absurdity, you've just got to roll with it. Like the boulder. That's ridiculous. One day you will realize the boulder isn't your enemy, Simon shrugged. It's your friend. What happens if, through some miracle, you reach an end? Ryan said. But instead of an exit, your tunnel leads to another suite. How would you react? I'll find a new wall, Simon replied with a bright smile as he raised his pickaxe again and dig another hole. Ryan opened his mouth, closed it, and then opened it again. The boulder is your friend, he asked with a frown. The boulder is your only friend. It was December 2035 in Suitstown, and little had changed except the menu. Nobody had entered the maze for years, probably because people finally wised up to the danger of Monaco. Or perhaps their mysterious abductor had died, and his dimension kept working without him. Whatever the case, with no fresh blood, the community's numbers had started to dwindle. Once nearly 50 at their peak, they were now half that number. Some had been eaten by the clowns, while others just gave up. Simon ended up committing harakiri yesterday, as he promised he would. He went out one night to die like a man, a cigar in the mouth, a bottle of vodka in his left hand, and his shotgun in the right. In the end, the croupiers didn't kill him, though many of them died trying. Instead, the old sheriff's heart had failed him, unable to handle the stress of battle. The creatures hadn't eaten the body, though Ryan wasn't sure if it was because Simon scared them even in death or out of twisted respect. The villagers burnt the corpse and buried the bones beneath the bar counter he loved so much, and Ryan had taken over as Suitstown's sheriff. He even inherited Simon's suite, and now Ryan faced the tunnel, wondering what to do with it. Simon boasted he had reached the 5-kilometers mark before perishing and would have probably continued had his body not failed him. He even left his pickaxe right next to the entrance. By now it had grown rugged from overuse and could hardly dig anymore, and yet, "The boulder is your friend, huh?" Ryan muttered to himself as he grabbed the pickaxe. It was December 2101 in Suitstown, and Ryan was the last man in Monaco. He rested on his bed, a pile of food within arm's reach, scribbling his life's memoir inside a journal. Though nobody new arrived in decades, he wanted to leave any help he could in case someone ended up trapped in Monaco. Over the century, the Wanderer had explored the Monte Carlo casino farther than anyone, but learned little more. The maze truly was infinite, as far as he could tell. None of the systems needed electricity to work, the landline phones linking the rooms functioning even while cut off from one another. There was no central communication system to carry orders through loudspeakers, no birthplace for the staff. This place made no sense. It was a conceptual space, with no logic but the maker's will. It had to be a yellow genome's doing, but Ryan could never confirm it. He had tried everything, from radios to bombs. He had blown up the entrance hallway, dissected the clowns, and even attempted bizarre occult rituals when all else failed. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape this place, and Ryan had the feeling it would happen soon. 2 decades ago, when there were only 5 of them left, with most too old to survive without help, the survivors summoned a meeting. All of them decided to take the bullet checkout option, except Ryan. He had died too many times already to want to hurry it up. A clown knocked on his suite's door, interrupting his work. "Dear guest, perhaps you would enjoy a game of baccarat downstairs. We are organizing a tournament just for you." "No thanks," Ryan rasped, refusing to leave his bed. They waited at the door day and night, those assholes. They waited for him to die like hungry hyenas stalking an old lion. But the time traveler refused to perish out of sheer spite. As a genome, inherently better than humans, Ryan had aged gracefully. While his body showed wrinkles, he kept the vigor of a middle-aged man even while past a century old. And then, Ryan's health suddenly started deteriorating 1 year ago. Perhaps his elixir-enhanced body came with an expiration date, or it was just the accumulated toll of living so long without natural light, fresh air, or company. 30 days ago, the genome woke up only to realize he couldn't move far from his bed without collapsing. Thankfully, he had accumulated a food and water reserve just for this occasion. Ryan slightly regretted not going on a suicide run like Simon when he had the chance. At least he would deny his jailers any satisfaction in his own way. His old eyes wandered to the edge of his room and the tunnel beyond. He had almost reached the 15-kilometers mark when his body finally failed him, and it would remain one of his last regrets. But most of all, Ryan regretted never finding Len, never knowing what happened to her. He had learned a great many things over the years, devouring any source of knowledge he could find, sharpening his fighting skills, but he never discovered how the world continued beyond these walls. He would die with unfinished business. That was the most ignominious part, but, well, it had been a life at least. He had defeated Bloodstream and made sure he would never kill anyone again. Ryan hadn't done everything he could have done, but he tried. Maybe it was an old man's last attempt at comforting his guilty conscience. But, as he closed his eyes for the last time, the Wanderer thought he had found the acceptance Simon preached to him so long ago. Accepting his fate didn't bring him happiness, but it brought him closure. And so Ryan slept. And he woke up again, facing a bright light. "What is?" The Wanderer raised his hand, the overwhelming radiance too much for him. It burned his eyes with its brilliance and that strange force brushing against his cheeks. Was it wind? When Ryan acclimated to the light, he realized he was facing the sun. His hand was no longer wrinkled, his legs could still carry him, and he felt young again. So very young, so very strong. He breathed fresh air again, for the first time in almost a century. As he looked down and observed Monaco from above, it didn't take Ryan long to realize where he was. It was the same stone promontory where he last saved, almost a century ago. But I died. I died in Monaco and my power. Did the pocket dimension prevent the time stop but not the save point? And yet, the way he perished, it couldn't be mistaken for anything else. Ryan knew it deep within his bones. Old age. Ryan Romano had died of old age, and the whole thing started. All over again. I can't die of old age. Ryan realized as he collapsed to his knees. I'm immortal, I'm immortal. It would never end, it would never ever end. He would always start over all over again. Forever and ever. Though it could prevent the time stop, even Monaco couldn't undo the save point. Even old age wouldn't cancel his save point. Ah, Ryan chuckled to himself. Ah, Ryan exploded into nervous laughter, rolling on the stone near his motorcycle. He didn't know how long he laughed, but by the end, the sun had long vanished and his throat felt sore. Then the time traveler rested on his back, looking at the stars in silence for half an hour. Finally, when he rose up and looked at the stars, Ryan realized that he felt nothing. He had been scared of death before. Dreaded it. He feared the pain, the loss, the brief oblivion after the light went out. Dying wasn't fun, but that was before. Now he was no longer scared. Death no longer felt painful. After realizing even old age wouldn't put him down for long, the wanderer had grown numb to it all. Ryan Romano was condemned to live, to carry that boulder at the top of the hill and begin again. He remembered Simon's words and realized the old man might have been right. The time traveler was Sisyphus reborn, and his life was absurd. And instead of horror, Ryan felt a deep sense of liberation. You know what? The time traveler muttered to himself, looking down at Monaco below. I don't care anymore. If Ryan was condemned to live, it would be to the fullest. He was no longer afraid of anything, and he had all the time in the world. All the time to see how everything could play out, to try everything worth doing. His life was an endless game, and the sky was the limit. He was free to anything he wanted. And right now, Ryan wanted to free Simon, Martine, and everyone trapped in this hellish place. If the time traveler's life were a video game, it would be his first quest. The first of many, but far from the last. And after seeing the bad end, he wouldn't settle for anything less than the perfect ending. Ryan had embraced the absurd and learned to love the boulder. Chapter 65. In mysterious ways. Sitting on a sofa right next to the inactive plushie, Ryan stared into the abyss of the Tyrrhenian Sea. He found it relaxing to wake up to the sight of silent darkness and mutated fish, especially after he had grown used to New Rome's noisy environment. Each apartment was a carbon copy of the other, each tenant free to decorate their own as they saw fit. Ryan had, of course, brought his entire wardrobe and thrown euro bills everywhere to protect himself from the specter of Vladimir Lenin. It certainly haunted this underwater Kremlin. As it turned out, Len meant that she had borrowed the Meta's own submarine during the raid. Now the vehicle waited right outside the underwater habitats, and Ryan had an excellent view of it from his underwater apartment. However, while the submarine had allowed Len to smuggle the Plymouth Fury to her base, it also meant that the Meta gang could reach the area if they wanted. The courier would keep it in mind for future loops. Don't do anything rash, Ryan jokingly told the plushie while rising up from his sofa. He then moved through the corridors, linking the underwater habitats together. Shorty's own lair was next door to his own, probably because she worried the courier might influence the kids without surveillance. Besides her own habitat, Len had established a workshop close to the living spaces. Unlike the comfortable apartments, this part of the underwater base reminded Ryan of a steampunk factory, all metal walls and steam pipes. It wasn't as well equipped as Vulcan's, and far less organized. Len had hooked the servers administering the underwater base to Dynami's brain scan machine, while half-finished machines covered various workbenches. Len had hung designs of submarines, underwater cocoons, and even artificial fish on the walls to save space. Most important, Ryan's Plymouth Fury waited in a corner. Len had removed the chronoradio's components, the engine, and pretty much every piece of genius tech inside. He knew it was a sacrifice for the cause, but the sight of his beloved car turned into a husk filled the courier's heart with sorrow. And of course, Len listened to Alexandrov Ensemble's March of the Artillerymen while working. Even Ryan had to admit that it was a good song, but his genius friend couldn't look more Marxist even if she tried. Thankfully, somebody else was already annoying her today. "But Mama, you said I would get a suit too," little Sarah complained to Len, carrying a cat in her arms. The genius was sitting behind a workbench, working on the Dynamy's tech. "That I would be the little diver." "Sweetie, I know, but I have to work on something else first." For once, Len had traded her jumpsuit for simple blue clothes. She looked a lot more lively when she turned to face Ryan, perhaps because she felt more confident inside her lair. "Hi, Riri." "Hi, Shorty, little hellion," Ryan greeted them, before recognizing the cat in Sarah's arms. "Eugene Henry. He showed up in my room this morning." Little Sarah said, the animal meowing in her arms. "Did you bring him from the surface to the magical place?" "No, he brought himself," Ryan replied, immediately petting the placid cat behind the ears. The feline's teleportation ability had an enormous range. Also, it's called the Comma Cave. "The Ark," Len said with a frown. "The Comma Cave," Ryan insisted. "Corpos are a cowardly and superstitious lot. To instill fear in their heart, we must abolish private property." Len rolled her eyes. "If this is a bat cave, what do we call ourselves?" "The Hammer and the Sickle." Ryan immediately answered. "The perfect union of peasant and working-class superheroes. The children can become our minions, the proletariat." Len let out a small sound that the courier hadn't heard in centuries. "Ma," Sarah asked, having never heard it either. "Shorty, you chuckled?" Ryan asked. Len tried to look away to hide her facial expression, but he was persistent. "Even you must admit my jokes are funny." "No, they aren't," his old friend replied while trying not to smirk. "You're bad, Riri. You're so bad it loops back to good, like a boomerang." "What can I say? All my jokes are state-approved by our Soviet Supreme." Len now wore a warm smile on her face, which in Ryan's mind was worth all the runs so far. "I'm not like that, Riri." "What's a Soviet Supreme?" little Sarah asked while petting Eugene Henry. "Wait, you didn't send her to the party congress?" Ryan frowned at Len. "These children will be lost without a good revolutionary education." Len shook her head, the smile still on her face. I haven't thought much about education," she admitted. "I was too focused on building the place first." "What's a Soviet Supreme?" little Sarah asked before glaring at Ryan. "Talk, motherfucker." "It's a bad idea," Ryan answered truthfully before patting Sarah on the head, "and that's all you will ever know." Sarah immediately stuck out her tongue at him, causing Eugene Henry to meow loudly and leap out of her hands. He immediately took over a server as his throne, looking down at the humans like a noble sphinx. "Sweetie, can you leave us for a moment?" Len asked Sarah. I need to discuss something with Riri. Privately." Little Sarah looked at Ryan and Len in turn, her gaze turning very, very suspicious. "Yes, Ma." The little girl left while squinting at them, and Ryan sat on the workbench once she was gone. "Are you happy now?" "They will think we do adult things behind closed doors, though we did long ago." "That was," Len's face turned embarrassed, "awkward. Well, it was both our first time, and they had to do it in a hurry so her father wouldn't notice. I remember it fondly." Len didn't answer, probably because they discussed an era long gone. Ryan still longed for the emotional intimacy they once shared, however. Maybe that was what he was looking for with Jasmine, the echo of something once vibrant, yet long dead. Was that how Livia felt whenever she thought of Felix? "Have you made progress?" Ryan changed the subject upon sensing Len's lack of comfort with the discussion. "Sort of," she replied, joining her fingers. Have you?" Ryan sighed. Now it was his turn to feel uncomfortable. "An idea crossed my mind," he admitted. "Did your father ever use his power on you?" I don't think so. If he had, I wouldn't be here. I would have become him." "He could have done something more subtle. Closed your wounds, perhaps?" "Why are you asking me this?" Len asked, her smile gone. "You remember when you took your elixir?" She nodded slowly in response. Your father instantly knew you had done so. At first, I thought it was because he could sense blood and manipulate it from afar, but what if he had left a trace of himself inside you? Like a blood beacon. You were his cherished daughter, his only reason to live, Ryan said with a frown. He always managed to find us when we wandered off. Len's worried face told the courier she considered it a strong possibility. You think that's what Dynames is after? Something he left behind. It's possible. I will need a blood sample to check and the tools in the back of my car. What about the knockoffs? Len asked suddenly. You studied elixirs, right? Didn't you notice a match? How? The carnival made sure to erase any trace of your father specifically to prevent him from returning. I had nothing to compare the knockoffs to. Until now, Len frowned. Really, if there is a match? I know, Ryan sighed, but can we focus on the brain transfer project first? It's dangerous, Len. It might take me more than one run to get into Dynames' labs, and I don't want you to forget me again. I will do what I can, Len cleared her throat. But there's something missing. Something is wrong, of course. There was always a new roadblock to overcome, but Ryan remained an optimist. The tech doesn't work. It does, she replied, pointing at the brain-scanning helmet. It can make a brain map and create a computer simulation. I can then send it to a host to overwrite the previous cognitive system. The closer the host's nervous system to the simulation, the better. Otherwise, the host brain will degrade, conflicting memories, confused neurons. But if we send your memories to your past self, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? Ryan asked. It should be fine. Maybe a harmless concussion, maybe nothing. Len crossed her arms. Should work even wirelessly when I'm done. Then where's the catch? To wirelessly send the memories to a host through time, you need, Len struggled to find the right words. You need more power than any natural energy source can provide. Ryan quickly caught on. Like violet flux? Yes. I think we can only send signals, let alone the brain map, back in time if we hook the chronoradio to Vulcan's armor. But, Ryan immediately noticed the problem. That wasn't the case in the previous run. The chronoradio was destroyed, and Jasmine and I created the armor afterward. Yet we still received future recordings. Yes, Len nodded slowly. I don't think I sent the chronoradio messages, Riri, or at least not the previous me. It could have been a future me. That's not how time works, unless I have been wrong about everything. Ryan replied, scratching his hair. Only 2 time periods could exist through his save point. It has to be something else. All the messages revolved around our interactions during the previous loop. Then, who sent the messages? Ryan tried to remember the end of the previous run and his trip to the Purple World. The visions he had seen, and the colossal entity he briefly made contact with near the end. The ultimate ones are compassionate, though narrow-minded. And the chronoradio message happened right when Ryan seriously considered giving up. Not who, the time traveler realized. What? Ryan looked at Eugene Henry as a few things fell into place. The cat had somehow gained powers across time, deliberately led Livia to the courier, and then appeared in the concave right when Len considered studying violet flux for her experiment. Far too many coincidences at once. You aren't teleporting at random at all. The courier accused Eugene Henry. You're being teleported by something else, something showing us the way, telling us we can succeed if we work hard enough. The cat meowed in response. Riri, you're talking to a cat. It makes sense in the context. Ryan defended himself while Eugene Henry licked his own shoulder. You remember what I told you, Shorty, about what I saw in the Purple World? She quickly connected the dots. You think the pyramid thing is, what, helping us? The courier nodded, leaving Eugene Henry to his cleaning. I'm starting to wonder if these visions, the chronoradio signals, and Eugene Henry's teleportations are truly random events or an attempt at communication. That sounds, Len tried to find the right words. I dunno, a bit far-fetched, and if it's as powerful as you think it is, why do so little? Why only teleport a cat around, of all things? Why would it even care? I dunno, Ryan admitted. It's just a theory. But I find all these strange coincidences oddly convenient, and I'm convinced the people I saw in my vision are either the alchemist or connected to them. You saw a base in Antarctica, right? Len asked. Could you identify where exactly? Maybe, Ryan replied. I have only seen the night sky, not enough to pinpoint the exact position, but at least we can narrow it down. We could visit that base, she suggested. With the submarine. Check after we're done with the rest here. The rest? Such an understatement. I guess I better work on that heist then, Ryan said. Since Len kept the car, and they weren't even married, Ryan had to use a bathysphere to reach the surface, and then called a taxi to get to his destination. A taxi? Is this karma for leaving my car to die? Ryan wondered out loud, as he stepped out of the taxi and right in front of a Dynemis-owned hospital, the same one where Sishak's victims had been brought to during the courier's first ill Miglier loop. Private security members protected the building from intruders, but much to Ryan's surprise, no journalists waited at the entrance. Either Dynemis kept the patient's identity strictly confidential, or all media were in the company's pocket. Probably both. As he made his way towards the entrance, Ryan quickly noticed a familiar face leaving the hospital and climbing at the back of a Mercedes-Benz. A young teenager with short brown hair, blue eyes, and a heart-shaped face. Narcinia. As for her chauffeur, Ryan recognized him as Mortimer out of costume and with sunglasses. Though the courier only caught a glimpse of her, Felix's adoptive sister looked quite upset. He guessed her meeting with her brother hadn't gone well. The guards let Ryan in after a quick security check, and the courier found Wardrobe and the panda waiting for him in the entrance hall. The former was talking with an unknown woman, and the latter texted on his phone with tears in his eyes. They had brought chocolate and flowers with Felix's name on them. Hi, Ryan, Wardrobe greeted the courier, though the panda was too focused on his task to notice. I'm so glad you could make it. Hi, Yuki. Ryan waved his hand at his favorite fashion designer before glancing at the other woman in the room. She was in her early 20s, with shoulder-long brown hair and striking amber eyes, probably British too. Unlike the more feminine Wardrobe, she wore a gray corporate suit, albeit one as stylish as Blackthorn's. Hello, Quicksave, she said with a warm smile, offering him her hand to shake, definitely British. I'm Nora Moore. Yuki spoke a lot about you. She's my girlfriend. Wardrobe said with a smile. The architect? The pleasure is all mine, Ryan said, as he took Nora's hand and kissed it in the most gentlemanly way instead of shaking it. The woman blushed a little at the surprise attention, though the courier frowned at Wardrobe next in displeasure. But she doesn't have a costume. I'm disappointed, Yuki. I know, Wardrobe sighed. I tried. I can't wear a costume like yours at work, Nora replied with an embarrassed smile before glancing at Ryan. I'm not a superhero, but an independent contractor and urban planner. I have a genius power specialized in cities and architecture. And she is amazing, Wardrobe said with a bright smile. Come on, Nora, show him. Her girlfriend showed Ryan her tablet, which showed advanced plans of arcology-like, self-sustaining towns, a flying city, and even an underground bunker settlement. So you can make any kind of city? The courier asked, quite impressed with her work. He recognized most of the features thanks to his own knowledge, but Nora made excellent use of limited resources. And for a fraction of the expected cost, from what I gather. How could you tell? Nora asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, you fully optimize the space, energy consumption, and material, Ryan said, pointing at various parts of the designs. Though I think you could move the generators closer to the water recycling for shorter heating circuits. Interesting idea, Nora said with a smile. Are you a genius too? Ryan is super-duper smart, Yuki said, doing the courier's publicity for him. You should see his car and weapons. It's a treasure trove. Unfortunately, my Plymouth Fury is in a garage for now, Ryan said before returning the tablet. Do you plan to resettle areas destroyed by the genome wars? Some of your designs don't make sense otherwise. You're quite sharp, Nora replied with a nod. A lot of my projects were scrapped by the previous administration, but the new one seems more open-minded. It will be nice to design something other than fortress cities in Sicily. Have you ever wanted to build an underwater metropolis? Ryan asked, wondering if he should introduce her to Len. Because I know a genius specialized in sea-based technology. She's a Marxist-Leninist, however. The idea of oceanic settlements crossed my mind, yes. I would be happy to meet with her, though considering her political leanings, it will be outside of Dynamis. Nora observed Ryan closely, a warm smile on her lips. Maybe we could discuss that in length another time. You seem quite knowledgeable about genius tech, and I would be delighted to exchange with you further. The way she looked at him made Ryan realize that he really had a thing for female geniuses, even when they played for the other team. Tell me, did you design the Dynamis HQ and Optimate's Tower? He asked the architect. I think I recognized your style from the plans. I did, yes, it was one of my earliest work, so I'm not all that proud of it. Why? Nothing, Ryan replied innocently, a sinister plan forming in his mind. Also, I apologize. For what? The architect asked with a raised eyebrow. I know everyone does that, but I shamelessly flirted with Wardrobe before I knew of your existence, Ryan apologized, making Yuki all flustered. I hope you don't hate me for it. She really deserved it. Oh, that? Nora exploded into laughter. It's fine. I really like the bunny costume you made for her actually. We'll make good use of it. I'm sorry, Ryan. I would totally date you both at once if I could, Wardrobe said with a sorry face. It's an exclusive contract, civil union and all. Yes, I'm afraid so, Nora said with a coy smile. But I will give you my blessing to send Yuki an application if we end up breaking up. You seem like a nice person. But if I wasn't with Nora, I would wear your bunny costume, force you into a Hugh Hefner one, and we would make love everywhere in my condo, Yuki told Ryan with a wink. I like beautiful people. Men, women, it doesn't matter, so long as they dress well and are beautiful inside too. And you're beautiful everywhere, Ryan. Thanks, the courier replied, happy to keep such a cultured, gentle soul as a friend. He would make sure they got to hang out together during his perfect run. Also, Ryan, I imagined a new costume for you, Wardrobe said while grabbing the tablet and opening a new file. I was so sad when I learned you would leave the team, I had to make a new one. We can still team up. Ryan said, like Batman and Superman, I'll be the grim vigilante and you the law-abiding citizen? I've thought of that. Wardrobe presented him a sketch of the costume, all dark and edgy except for a silver lining on the chest. You've turned your back on the light and embraced the darkness. You've chosen to wear Karl Lagerfeld. No longer a villain, no longer a hero, but someone in the twilight. Yet the silver lining on your chest means that you're still looking for redemption. But it's still made of cashmere. Ryan asked, hopeful. Only the shirt beneath, hidden like your tortured soul, Wardrobe continued. The jacket will be made of guanaco. Pure genius. Ryan then glanced at the panda, who hadn't left his seat yet. Is that any way to greet your sensei, arrogant young disciple? When the young hero looked up at his master, it was with tears. I'm sorry, Sifu, he said, holding his phone with his tiny human hands. I just can't. He showed Ryan his cell phone and the website he had been browsing. Pandamania? The courier asked upon reading the name out loud. The landing page represented his animal friend with a cape and a lightning hammer, with the panda's true power written below. It's a meme, his young and naive disciple said with tears in his eyes. A meme site. I have memes. He is a hit on the Dynanet and our social networks, Nora explained. His first merchandise sold incredibly well, almost as much as all other new recruits combined. Ryan could see why. It seemed the Dynanet users loved exalting the panda as an unstoppable badass, photoshopping pictures of him in place of action movie stars. The panda is the key to everything. Panda OP, please nerf. One just does not say no to a panda. The panda didn't take a second elixir to give Augustus a fighting chance and so on. I'm famous. The panda wiped away a tear. Everyone thinks I'm amazing and strong. You deserved it. Wardrobe patted him on the shoulder with a smile. You were so brave fighting the metagang, I thought you stole everyone's spotlight. Yes, young disciple, here is the reward for your hard work, Ryan said, trying to imitate a wise elder's voice. But this is only the first step towards ascension. Many roadblocks await you. Thank you, Sifu. I wouldn't be here if you hadn't believed in me. You, the panda couldn't prevent himself from crying. You are my friend. "Hug me, you stupid man-bear," and so they did. Tightly, he felt so warm and furry to the touch, even while in human form. Wardrobe looked at them for a moment and then joined in while her girlfriend looked on with amusement. Eventually, a nurse came for them. "Mr. Varon will receive you now." Chapter 66, The Hit. "So you say the high-security labs are so reinforced, they would survive missile strikes?" Ryan asked Nora as the group walked through the hospital's hallway, guided by the Dynamy's nurse. The panda hummed a song to himself, while Wardrobe carried flowers and chocolates in her arms. "Yes, the tinted glass windows outside are just for show," the architect explained. "Separate energy generators keep the whole floor running without any external help needed, and the alarm system can detect any intruder. And there is only one way in, through the elevator and then a blast door. No emergency exit." Ryan asked, realizing his options to infiltrate the lab unnoticed had greatly narrowed. "Not to criticize you, but it sounds like an oversight to me. What if there's a nuclear detonation inside?" "Bite me, Mr. Manata wanted the place to be secure, not safe," Nora replied with a smile. "I suppose they experiment with dangerous creatures, and they don't want to take any chance of them escaping. I mean, have you seen what they use at the Colosseum Maximus?" "I just love the new Cyber Tyranno design," Wardrobe commented. "Especially the holographic goggles, very classy." "Oh, about that, people asked the panda to participate in the new tournament's opening match." Ryan's disciple showed off his chest with pride. "Panda vs. Velociraptors, the ultimate showdown? If you ask me, it's a colossal waste of resources." Nora rolled her eyes. "The money would be better spent on hospitals than dinosaurs. They cost a fortune to make, let alone feed." "Frankly, I'm torn," Ryan admitted. "I understand where you come from, but dinosaurs have a special mass appeal. Though if someone were to blow up the whole building because they're too lazy to use the stairs, would the labs remain intact?" "Well, yes, they would." Nora looked at Ryan strangely. "Why would terrorists be too lazy to use the stairs?" "It's purely hypothetical," Ryan lied through his teeth. "But that's good to know." Eventually, the nurse led them to a white hospital room, or as Ryan called it, Felix's litter. The young hero looked far better than a few days ago when acid rain had stabbed him through the gut. Besides the fact he needed to stay in bed with bandages around his chest, Adam Cat looked almost perfectly healthy. Though he had been forced to trade his hideous suit and mask for white hospital clothes, which Ryan considered an improvement. No wonder Livia fell for a face like that, Ryan thought, as he observed Felix's adorable visage. However, he soon remembered what Fortuna had said about how her mother used her power for aesthetic surgery. Did Venus do the same with her son? Now that Ryan thought of it, Adam Cat's facial features seemed a bit too perfect. Poor kitten. Even his face wasn't his own. "Guys," Felix said, unsurprised by Nora's presence. Wardrobe probably introduced them to one another in the past. "Felix, I'm so glad you're okay." Wardrobe immediately all but dumped the chocolates and flowers on the patient's lap, much to his shock. "Did they treat you well?" "Of course," the Dynamy's nurse said with an amused smile before closing the door behind them. "I will leave you alone, but please don't make too much noise. The other patients need rest." The panda scratched the back of his head, a bit confused. "I thought you shared a room with the glass guy." "Translucent," Ryan said, "or semi-transparent for friends." "The shroud," Felix replied. He was transferred to intensive care after some shrapnel hit his vital organs. His injuries were so severe, they had to put him in an artificial coma. This bothered Ryan. Though Matty Boy had killed him a few times, the time traveler had grown to appreciate the vigilante. The transparent hero had provided a lot of help across the loops, and without his assistance, Big Fat Adam might have gotten his hands on the Bahamut by now. "Will he survive?" Wardrobe asked, her expression deflating. Adam Cat shook his head, unable to answer. "It is my fault. I should have thought of a better persona." "You couldn't know, Yuki," Nora reassured her. "It was in the heat of battle. No one will blame you for losing your cool." "You saved my life with your nurse cosplay," Felix pointed out. The fashion designer didn't look convinced. "Yes, but I've done some research, and there are a few personas I could have used to save you both." though I wish white mages were public domain. It was your first time in that situation, right? Ryan asked Wardrobe, who nodded slowly. Nobody can blame you for not being perfect on your first try. Believe me, I know. Practice makes perfect. His words were meant to encourage Wardrobe, but they worsened her mood further. I don't want to practice watching people die, she said, holding her arms as if to protect herself. The architect put a comforting hand on her girlfriend's shoulder, trying to reassure Wardrobe. So, Felix, when will you be out? The panda attempted to change the subject. Tomorrow, but I won't stay with Il Miglier, Felix said before dropping the bomb. I'm joining the carnival. What? The news was enough to draw Wardrobe out of her depressed mood. No way, quick save, the pandas only had one successful outing and you're all leaving. That's like breaking the band after a hit song. We can form a duo, Yuki, said the panda, trying to salvage the brand. Yin and Yang. If you change your hero name to Circus Lion, I'll disown you, Ryan warned Adam Cat. Felix ignored the courier's jab and seemed quite uncomfortable in his presence. Something had changed. Is this about the costume? Wardrobe asked Felix with a frown. Because Enrique won't let you join the Pro League unless you change your outfit? Wearing what I want is just a bonus, Felix said with a smirk. Sorry, but I feel more in line with the carnival's values than Il Miglier's. Too much red tape gets in the way of doing what's right. Ryan couldn't say he was surprised, but he wondered how Lightning Dad would react. Mob Zeus could barely be talked out of murdering his godson for joining Dynamis. Joining Sunshine's team might very well push the aging psychopath over the edge. Come to think of it, both Lucky Girl and Livia had been strangely silent lately, neither sending messages. A storm was brewing in the background. Ryan could feel it in his bones. I feel so sad about this, Wardrobe lamented. We could have done wonders, the four of us. We can still team up from time to time, Ryan argued. A crossover event every month until our fans get sick of it. Yes, but it's not the same, the fashion designer replied. I really liked hanging out with all of you. You could always form your own group, Nora suggested. I think Enrique would be open to the idea. I'll pass, Ryan replied. I don't think I will stay in New Rome for long. Really? This time, Felix finally paid attention to him. Where will you go? Where life will carry me. In truth, Ryan had no idea what would happen after he achieved his perfect run for New Rome. In the best-case scenario, he might stay with Len and the children, but the time traveler would likely go back to the road. Staying in one place made him restless, and he couldn't live without seeking new adventures to tackle. The courier didn't feel at home anywhere. Sifu, are you leaving me alone? Even though he was in human form, the panda's expression remained very bear-like. Your training is now complete, young disciple, Ryan said, trying to sound wise. From now on, life will be your teacher. I understand. The poor man-bear struggled not to cry. I understand. I know you have a lone cowboy energy about you, Wardrobe said with a frown. But, I dunno, that sounds like a very lonely existence, Ryan. You're sure you don't want to stay? Even if Dynamis doesn't want you anymore, I sure do. Ryan looked at this pure, sweet creature too good for this broken earth. BFF, BFF, she replied with a warm smile. Unfortunately, you might have to discuss Yuki's better qualities later, Nora said as she checked the time. You will be late for the meeting. You have something planned? Ryan asked the others, uninformed. Wyvern wants every Il Miglier member to join a big meeting. Wardrobe said with a sad face. Sorry, Ryan, it's members only. I really argued for you to be present, but the new CEO said no, but we'll tell you how it went. It didn't take long for Ryan to put the pieces together, but he kept his thoughts to himself. Well, I'll change the kitten's litter alone then. Oh, we could meet tomorrow at my place, the panda suggested. It's small, but it's comfy. Sure, that would be great, Nora said with a smile as she turned to face Ryan. Perhaps you could introduce me to that underwater specialist you told me about, Ryan chuckled. I'm not sure if she will agree to leave the comic cave, but I'll try to convince her. Ooh, maybe I will get the Karl Marx costume out of storage then. On these words, Wardrobe apologized to Felix for the short visit, and then left alongside her girlfriend and the panda. Ryan was left alone with the young superhero. Dynamis and the Carnival are planning to attack the Augusti, aren't they? Ryan asked Felix once the rest of the group had left. A meeting that involves all heroes in their employ barely 2 days after the Rust Town raid. Alponce, Manada, and Hargraves want to strike the iron while it's still hot. Do you want to know? Felix asked, his tone suddenly caged and wary. Or is it Livia asking through you? Truthfully, kitten, I will find out soon anyway, Ryan replied with a shrug. I'm just trying to make conversation. Also, I thought you didn't want family visits, but I've seen Narcinia leaving this place. I made an exception for Narcinia. She deserved to know the truth. Well, that explained her reaction. I told her everything, how Augustus murdered her parents and arranged her adoption so he could use her powers to make drugs. It makes me sick just to speak of it. He's even worse than I thought. I assume she didn't believe you. Ryan slouched on the nearest chair, a leg over the armrest. She has no memories of her birth parents? No, Felix replied with an angry scowl. Bacchus probably shattered her mind when she was young. He can do that with his power. Psychically torture people to madness, or gaslight them into believing false things. Ryan mentally noted that tidbit of information, to use when he would blow up the Bliss factory later. Well, if you truly join the Carnival, you will have the opportunity to contribute to the family feud. I know about Livia. Felix glared at Ryan. Blackthorn told me you met with her and Fortuna. Well, that explained the sudden distance between them. If I told you it was part of a master plan to get your sister off my back, would you believe me? I know how she is, but Livia. Felix crossed his arms. First my sister, now my ex. You had to fuck the whole family. Are your parents in an open marriage? Ryan asked innocently. Adam Cat didn't find him funny. Are you in bed with them, the Augusti? Figuratively or literally? Technically, he did sleep with Jasmine, but that was 1 loop ago. Because the answer is no for both. I swear I haven't touched your sister, though her power doesn't make it easy. She's not as bad as I thought, however. Just stop talking about my sister. Felix closed his eyes for a second, as if he banished a dirty image in his own mind. Livia is too careful to approach someone outside the hierarchy, even with Fortuna around, and that's not all. You knew that Fortuna was my sister, and that I dated Livia, information only available among the Augusti and a few people at Dynamis. Blackthorn swears you never talked about me before. Ryan guessed where this was going. You think I got this information from the Augusti, kitten? Where else? Felix replied sarcastically. I just don't get you, Ryan. Would I have helped Translucent and Sunshine if I worked with Augustus? Ryan asked a simple question, glancing at the chocolates wardrobe had left to Felix. He had the feeling they would go uneaten. I can't help it if everyone wants a piece of me. So you're not a friend of Augustus, but you're not his enemy either, Felix sneered, his former friendliness gone. So you're just a mercenary at heart. You organized the Metagang's downfall because someone paid you to. What? No, I'm not paid for what I do, though I wish I were. Good grief. If Ryan had been paid for every loop he spent in New Rome, he would be even richer. Truth is, kitten, I destroyed Hanafat Lecter's group because they threatened friends of mine. I'm just trying to make sure the people I care about get to live another day. No more, no less. That's Livia's excuse. Protect her family no matter what. She still loves you, you know. While Ryan respected Felix's decision to cut ties with his family, he sympathized too much with Livia's situation not to at least try to help them make up. I don't. Adam Kitten looked away. I never did, not like that. Ryan frowned. What do you mean? Our parents pushed us into our relationship, Felix admitted. They were best friends back when their organization was just a branch of the Camorra. Our match was decided back when we were children. I still care about her, don't get me wrong, but as a friend, I don't love her. I never was the Prince Charming she wanted me to be. She told me about your secret hideout. Ryan tried to sound neutral, but he couldn't hold back an undercurrent of reproach in his voice. How you went there to hide from your families. You were misleading her back then. I wasn't lying, not really. I tried to make it work, but... Adam Kitten shook his head. You can't force yourself to love someone, man. Ryan felt some sympathy for Felix, but he pitied Livia most of all, longing for something that was never there. Most of all, though, the courier couldn't shake the feeling this situation echoed his own. He saw the parallels with his relationship with Len painted all over the walls, though at least he and Shorty might end up on speaking terms. Livia and Felix's situation just reeked of a tragedy waiting to happen. "You're close to her," Felix said. "Livia, she told you about the hideout, about me. That's how you knew. You're not Augustus' friend, you're Livia's?" "I wouldn't go that far. We threatened to kill each other more than once." "Still, Blackthorn told me you were pretty friendly to each other." Felix examined Ryan closely, his face undecipherable. "What is she to you?" Ryan cleared his throat, trying to organize his thoughts. She reminds me of someone else, someone I tried to free from a monster and I failed. I just don't want Livia to end the same way." Adam Cat remained silent for an agonizing minute before speaking his mind. "You won't save her from her father, Ryan." The courier flinched. "I tried too," Felix said. "But you can't. His hold over her is too strong. The only way is to destroy Augustus, and even if you can, she will hate you for it. Just like Len and Bloodstream." "Isn't that what you're trying to do?" Ryan asked. "Dynamis and the Carnival plan to attack Augustus, and Lightning Butt won't take you siding with them well. Your parents can't shield you forever." "I don't care," Felix replied, raising his shoulder in an attempt to look stronger than he was. "I made peace with the possibility. With Sunshine's help, the Manada might have the firepower to take down the Augusti," Ryan conceded. "But the real problem remains. Mob Zeus himself. Dynamis has a weapon, something that might put him out of commission. The gravity gun Alphonse mentioned earlier, his own father didn't believe in it. We can't live in fear of him forever, Ryan," Felix replied gruffly. "Someone has to take a stand, even if they must pay the price. Or else, things will never change. Bliss will continue to flow and people will keep dying." Ryan prepared to argue with him further when his phone rang. He quickly brought it out of his pocket and checked the sender. "It's Livia," he said. Felix responded with a scoff. "Don't answer, I won't take the phone." "Okay, Boomer," Ryan replied before taking the call anyway. "Yes, Princess?" "Ryan." Her tone was frantic, almost panicked. "Is Felix with you?" "Yes, but he won't speak with you. You need to run," she interrupted him. "You need to take him and run. You need to get out of New Rome right now." Wait, out of New Rome?" Ryan frowned, straightening in his chair. "Princess, I have a life. I can't drop everything too. If you don't, Dad will have him killed." Ryan froze in place, looking at the oblivious Adam Kitten. "Because he joined the carnival?" "And what he told Narcinia," Livia continued, her voice breaking. Though he couldn't hear her side of the conversation, Felix clearly seemed to understand the gist of it. I'm trying to prevent it, but the possibilities get worse every minute. I can't see a way out, but I can't see you either. I need your help." "Should I bring him to Dynamis?" "No, my father is marshaling his forces for war with the Manada. Felix won't be safe anywhere in New Rome, do you understand? War." Ryan's worst fears were realized. Either Lightning Butt had learned of Sunshine's alliance with Dynamis or of their incoming attack and gotten off his throne. The Living Sun and Augustus would soon settle their rivalry, one way or another. Ryan looked at Felix and considered his options. Technically, besides Lab 66, nothing kept him in New Rome anymore in this run. Shorty wanted to abandon the surface altogether, and the carnival would probably make the Bliss factory their first target. However, if the city descended into war, Ryan couldn't afford to miss it. Len might get embroiled in it if he trusted Enrique's words, and too many people he wanted to protect were in danger. He needed to gather more information. "Who is after him?" the courier asked. "Why can't he survive in any possibility?" Livia hesitated, but in the end she wanted to protect Felix more than she wished to hide her family's secrets. "Aunt Pluto," she finally admitted. "Aunt Pluto will go after him. Cruella, they sent Cruella. If she gets to him, it's over Ryan. She already marked him. And Ryan too, beforehand. If she gets close enough, he will die with no way out. He has to leave the city." "How does Pluto's power work?" The mere mention of her name caused a silent Felix to tense up. She can mark people with a curse, and the closer she moves to them, the closer they become to death. "Ryan, you must leave now. She will be on her way anytime soon." Ryan observed Adam Cat, who seemed almost resigned, like a condemned man hearing a death sentence. He didn't think he would survive this. Now Ryan could leave him to his death. Pluto might be one of the few people capable of killing him permanently, and he was making real progress with breaking his own curse. Len was on the verge of unlocking the brain transfer, and they could sit out this war. Livia would be mad, but Ryan could reasonably escape any punishment if he played his cards well. But that would mean callously leaving a teammate to die for his personal gain, and even if there might be no punishment, Ryan wasn't that kind of person. You were on my list too. The courier finally told Felix, remembering his discussion with Livia earlier during this loop. She had claimed you first, so I didn't say your name. Adam Cat blinked in confusion. What? The list of people I wish to protect. Well, that left only one option then. Kitten, pack your things. We're going to Monaco. Monaco? Felix asked, horrified. I'm kidding, Ryan said, his phone still in hand. About the Monaco part, pack your things, we're leaving. I'm not running away, not even from Pluto, Adam Kitten insisted. I won't hide. Let me tell you something. The time traveler put away the phone, looking straight into Felix's eyes. Death is painful. It is painful and lonely, and you have no idea how much. And not just for you, but for everyone who cared about you. If you want to die a martyr, fine, it's your choice. But do you imagine how your sisters will feel? How will your friends? But how do you think Fortuna will feel once Pluto brings her your head? This time, Ryan's blunt question silenced the young hero. Unlike the courier, Felix had people who would mourn his death, people who would remember. And it seemed he had finally realized it. We're leaving, Ryan told Livia, Felix climbing out of the bed to change his clothes. How long do we have? I'll try to give you as much as possible, but not much. She let out a long sigh. Thanks, Ryan, I will remember this. You aren't helping an ingrate, I swear. You won't remember, but thanks anyway. Ryan hung up and called another number. Shorty, Shorty? Yes, she answered. Thankfully, she had set up a communication channel for such emergencies. Is there a problem? Yes, a big one. Could you reroute one of your bathyspheres to send a human-sized cat to say, France? What's happening? She immediately started to panic. Riri, are they hunting you? No, not yet. Though Ryan had the intuition he would be on Augustus' kill list very soon. It's for a friend in need. I can do it. Okay, we'll meet outside the city. If the transfer happened within New Rome's confines and they learned of the bathysphere, then Vulcan would either track Felix down or inform Augustus about Len's hideout. While the weapon genius wasn't very loyal to her boss, she had no reason to help Ryan this time around. Be wary, Vulcan might be set on our case soon. From the designs I gave you, how long will it take you to recreate the armor? Riri, we can't. It's too early to test. I'm not even sure. We won't have much time, Ryan replied. The whole cardboard castle will crumble soon. The storm Enrique had forewarned was about to hit New Rome, and Ryan wanted Len to remember him when it subsided. I'll do what I can, she said. Take care, Riri, I'm coming. Thanks. Ryan said as he hung up. By now, Adam Cat had switched from his hospital clothes to his usual costume and even put the mask on. Why France? Felix asked, a dart bandolier around his chest. Many people there owe me a favor, and I'll cash in. Ryan's first thought had been to send Adam Cat to Len's base, but the risk of Augustus attacking the Comicave was too great. The courier couldn't endanger Shorty nor the children. I hope you like Camus, though. Whom? What an uncultured bore. Do we take your car? Damn it, and this mess had to happen the one day he left his Plymouth Fury with Len? No, Ryan said, realizing he would need to cross a line today. We'll take the Pandamobile. He had the feeling this day was about to get worse. Chapter 67, Murphy's Law. The Pandamobile was, well, everything Ryan had expected. A Dynames-made copy of a second-generation Fiat Panda, covered in white and black fur to mimic an actual panda. It was comfy and cute, with a panda doll dangling from the rearview mirror. A complete lack of imagination packaged by a corporation too lazy to make a custom car. If the panda hadn't given him the keys beforehand, Ryan wouldn't have touched the thing with a 9-foot pole. And even then, just putting his hands on the driving wheel felt wrong. I feel like I'm cheating on my long-suffering wife with a dirty whore, Ryan said, thinking fondly of his Plymouth Fury. I'm filled with regrets and anguish. Shut up and keep driving. Adam Cat said from the front seat, repeatedly looking in the rearview mirror for any sign of Pluto. The duo had reached the city's suburbs and would soon approach an overpass. Great pillars of concrete lifted the highway out of New Rome above the road like a bridge, and loomed over shacks inhabited by the city's poorest residents. While Dynamis had put some effort into keeping the highway functional, they clearly didn't look below it. Still, the sun was starting to set, and no sign of the Augusti yet. If all went well, the duo should reach the rendezvous point with Len near the Amalfi coast at nightfall. "Hey, you're the one who prevented us from taking a better car." Upon seeing the abomination, Ryan had immediately tried to borrow the nearest sports car, but no, Kitten was too nice to allow it. "It's your life on the line. One of them anyway." "Yours too now." "Augustus will target anyone who helps me," Felix sighed. "Sorry to be snappy, Ryan. I appreciate the help." "Have you fallen for me yet?" The courier teased him just as his phone started ringing. "Lucky girl, because your sister has, in spite of my best efforts." "You shouldn't be calling while driving," Adam Cat said gruffly, as Ryan picked up the phone while driving towards a traffic light. "Fortuna, darling, how can I make you even happier today?" "Ryan." Much to his surprise, she seemed confused to have the handsome courier on the phone. "How can it be? I was trying to call Felix. My power is never wrong." "Well, your wish has come true," Ryan said, while Felix shook his head like a maniac. "He is right next to me, begging me for protection." "He is?" Fortuna asked while her brother glared at the courier. "Oh, my Ryan, you truly are the perfect gentleman, anticipating my wishes before I even think of them. Now hand him the phone." "I don't want it," Felix said, as Ryan dangled the cell phone right in front of his partner's head. "Come on, don't be a bab." The traffic light above them separated from the pole holding it above the ground and threatened to fall on the Pandamobile. Ryan activated his power, looked out of the window, and then skillfully drove out of the object's way when time resumed. The traffic light crashed on the ground and shattered into pieces. "Sheesh, what happened to public service?" the violet genome asked before shoving the phone against Felix's ear. "Stop," the hero complained until he heard Fortuna berating him on the other end. "Yes, Fortuna, I'm alive." "No, I can't tell you where I am." Ryan tried to relax, but didn't have the time to as he noticed a car coming from his right. The courier had to veer at the last second to dodge the incoming maniac. "Does everyone in this town drive like crazy?" Ryan complained. New Rome's traffic killed him twice on his first day. "At least I can stop time." Adam Cat tensed up. "It wasn't an accident," he said, pushing the phone away. "Can you feel it? The cold?" "What cold?" "It's her." Ryan looked at the rearview mirror but didn't notice anything extraordinary. "How far does her range extend?" "I don't know, but if I can feel the effects, then she can track me." "Damn it." "Milady," the courier said as he recovered the phone, "I'll call you back." "Don't you dare hang up on me again, Ryan." The courier hung up on Fortuna, putting his phone back under his suit, and took a turn towards the highway. Soon, the Pandamobile climbed on the giant highway and left New Rome entirely. The enormous road, lifted by pillars, oversaw the lush countryside around the city. The urban jungle was replaced with woods, country roads, and isolated houses. Besides a few diesel vehicles, Ryan had the road to himself. "Kitten, you're sure she can track people down with her power?" After all, Pluto didn't notice that she had marked Ryan until they met in a previous loop. "Yes," Felix said, repeatedly glancing at the rearview mirror. "Once she marks a target and activates her curse, it creates a sympathetic link between them. And the closer she is to her victim, the stronger her power is. I don't know everything about her ability, but I learned that at least." If Pluto's range extended so far they couldn't even see her, and if she could truly sense her targets, then they had no way to surprise her. Felix looked through his window and gasped in surprise. "There!" Ryan froze time and looked through Adam Cat's window. A familiar black Lamborghini moved on the road below the highway, between the woods, a few hundred meters away from the Pandamobile. Worse, two people on a motorcycle escorted the car. The driver was a gaunt, masculine figure entirely dressed in a black bodysuit covering him from head to toe. The other was a woman in a red leather jacket, her crimson hair flowing out of her biker helmet. She was carrying a submachine gun. The road they followed led back to the highway at a junction roughly a kilometer ahead. "Kitten, put on your belt. We're gonna rock," Ryan warned as time resumed. The courier smashed the accelerator, and the Pandamobile moved faster and faster. With luck, they would reach their maximum speed and beat their pursuers to the road junction. The Vamp and Night Terror. Felix said before looking at the speedometer as it climbed to 120 and kept rising. "Can this car go faster than a Lamborghini?" "Now, Kitten, don't be stupid." Pluto was driving a Lamborghini Gallardo, which could go twice as fast as the Pandamobile. The Dynamy's abomination could reach 150 kilometers per hour maximum. "Night Terror, you said? I think I heard that name before." "The blue genome of the Killer 7. I don't know what his power does except it activates in the darkness." "Oh, so during the night." Ryan was glad some of the Killer 7 used appropriate names themed after their abilities. "And the Vamp? She sucks you dry?" "Not really. She can use pheromones to make people do stupid things, and even kill them on touch." "I should have known they would send the one genome I couldn't blow up through direct contact." Adam Cat looked through the window and ground his teeth. "They're accelerating. They know we noticed them." Thankfully, the Pandamobile passed the road junction first, and had now reached its maximum speed. However, when Ryan looked into his rearview mirror, he noticed the black Lamborghini and its escort pursuing them. Pluto had engaged Ryan in a highway car chase. She had no idea who she was dealing with. "Go get 'em, Tiger," with pleasure. Felix opened his window and threw an explosive dart at their pursuers with insane dexterity. Though Night Terror's motorcycle dodged the attack, the projectile exploded right in front of the Lamborghini in a catastrophic blast and blew dust everywhere. A truck next to the Pandamobile suddenly veered off course, one of its wheels breaking down. Thanks to skills honed through countless stunts across his loops and selective use of his time stop, the courier managed to dodge the vehicle as it fell off the highway. "No reincarnations today?" Ryan mocked the truck, though he immediately had to avoid a pickup next. From what he saw, it suffered from the same problem as the previous vehicle. Ryan had a nasty gut feeling and checked on the various parts of the Pandamobile. He quickly realized their car hadn't been spared either. "Oh great, the brakes don't work anymore. Not that I ever needed them before, but..." "It will become worse the closer she gets," Felix warned, as Pluto's Lamborghini emerged from the dust cloud unharmed. The Vamp, meanwhile, raised her submachine gun at the Pandamobile. "Get down!" Ryan didn't need a warning. He and Felix lowered their heads as a volley of bullets shattered the windows at the back of the Pandamobile and impacted the windshield. One of the glass shards deviated from its natural course and aimed straight at Adam Cat's throat. The courier stopped time, grabbed the projectile, and threw it out of the car once time resumed. "Does Pluto have any weaknesses?" Ryan asked while looking at the road ahead. The sun was starting to vanish behind the horizon, and if Night Terror's power truly activated in the dark. "I think she can only target one person at once," Felix said, throwing another dart at Night Terror's motorcycle. The assassin skillfully dodged the projectile, though at least it prevented his backup from aiming. From the glass shard incident, Ryan guessed Pluto directed her power at Adam Cat, which would have been a great asset to counterattack if the two heroes weren't in the same car. "She needs physical proximity for the effect to get stronger," Adam Cat said, grabbing a new dart from his bandolier. "So if we get far enough, it will lose potency." "Maybe the brakes will work again then." "What happens if she gets within, say, 10 meters of us?" Felix scowled. "Heart attack." Ryan hoped it would take more than 40 seconds. Her power had to have a weakness. All yellow genomes had weird limits. They warped reality, transforming an imaginary concept or narrative into a physical law of the universe. They changed the very logic of the world. "This world," Ryan muttered out loud. Pluto's power might make death an inevitable certainty for her victims, but the purple world belonged to the violet genome. Like how he ignored Fortuna's luck, the courier could break Pluto's hold on causality by stopping time selectively. Neither did Ryan think Pluto actually controlled the calamity she generated, or she would have caused their car to explode already. She was Fortuna's evil counterpart. She's our final destination, said Ryan. I'm sorry. Felix asked, while Night Terror attempted to bridge the gap between their two vehicles and the vamp prepared a second volley. You never watched that movie? Ryan veered off to dodge a deer before it could hit the Pandamobile. A deer. On a highway. Spoiler alert, the hero's live at the end. But they died in the sequel. He'd better not mention that. While Adam Cat's explosions prevented the vamp from aiming her submachine gun and forced Pluto's car to slow down to avoid getting blown up, Ryan could already see the consequences. The highway seemed to tremble, the structural damage from the explosions extrapolated by Cruella's own ability. Eventually, what was bound to happen happened. One of the pillars holding the highway 24 meters above the ground in front of the Pandamobile collapsed, causing cars to fall to their doom. A large hole had formed between both halves of the road, one slightly higher than the other. Hold tight. Ryan said, the Pandamobile now an unstoppable missile. The side of the road was located slightly higher than the other side, so they had a chance to make it. I got this. You're sure? Adam Cat panicked as he quickly put on his belt. I couldn't slow down even if I wanted to. Ryan froze time for a few seconds to calculate the right angle, and then made the jump when it resumed. Like the majestic beast it took inspiration from, the Pandamobile soared through the air with grace and dignity. The vehicle crossed the hole at full speed, Ryan adjusting its movements slightly to make the perfect landing. He then took a strong, confident pose, because when you made such a brave jump, you had to look the part too, and then came the moment of truth. The Pandamobile landed with a loud thump, Felix almost jumping from his seat as the vehicle continued its course. Ryan heard the sound of the wheels straining from the impact, realizing they might flatten soon. Night Terror, that coward, chickened out and abruptly stopped his motorcycle within a few inches of the hole, much to the vamp's chagrin. The Lamborghini Gallardo, though, kept accelerating. The car soared through the air like the Pandamobile and made the jump, while Night Terror turned his bike around to find another way. Unfortunately, while Ryan was undoubtedly the most experienced driver in the world, Pluto's car could go twice as fast as his own. The Lamborghini started to gain ground, from 300 meters to 200. A chill ran down Ryan's spine, like the hand of death crawling on his back. His heartbeat accelerated, his breathing grew a little shorter. The courier felt like a rabbit hearing the faint steps of a predator nearby. His vision started to blur at the edges, his fingers twitched, and he heard his own heartbeat in his skull. Pluto's evil eye was on him now. Hit her, he snarled at Felix, Pluto's power making him unnaturally anxious. Hit her, hit her! I'm trying. Felix panicked, removing his seat belt and struggling to find a new projectile. And I'm running out of darts, in which case, Kitten, hold the driving wheel. What? Felix hastily grabbed the wheel as Ryan kicked his door open, grabbing a revolver from under his suit. Then, as his cat struggled to keep the Pandamobile on track, the courier rose half out of the car. Didn't you hear? Ryan shouted to Pluto as he froze time and aimed at the Lamborghini. I'm immortal. He fired multiple shots, 2 at the windshield, 1 at the engine, and 2 at the wheels. Almost all of them bounced off. A bulletproof car, Ryan raged as time resumed as he took back the driving wheel and closed his door. They have bulletproof cars and we have a Fiat Panda? Worse, the Pandamobile's car hood let out a puff of smoke, a flame rising from below. The calamities had started targeting the engine. Leave me and run, Felix shouted as he found the only item left to throw, the panda doll dangling from the rearview mirror. He grabbed it and prepared to throw this lethal projectile like a grenade. They're only after me. No way, let me think. Ryan snarled, his breathing getting shorter, his body colder. The sun had now set, night ruled supreme, and the enemy car was now within 100 meters. Let me think, I can figure. Cesare. Ryan froze in fear as he recognized the voice coming from his back. He didn't even dare look behind himself. He looked into the rear view and he saw. It was dark outside and Bloodstream sat at the back. He was exactly like in Ryan's memory, a monstrous human-shaped blob of blood, and he remembered. You're dead, Ryan whispered, his voice breaking in primal fear. You're dead. Because you killed me. His arms lunged for Ryan's throat and started to choke him like in his childhood. The courier lost his breath and control of the driving wheel. Your own father. Ryan, what's happening? Felix panicked as he abandoned his plan to throw the doll to regain control of the car. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Without the brakes, an intact engine, and a good driver, the Pandamobile veered off course. The car crashed through the guardrail and fell from the highway. Felix screamed in horror as the Pandamobile prepared to crash into the woods below. Ryan activated his time stop, the instinct of a dead man. Bloodstream's hold vanished along with his ghost, though the pain in the courier's neck didn't. The Pandamobile had frozen a few meters above the ground, interrupting the fall. Working entirely on instinct, Ryan kicked the door of his car open and grabbed the time-frozen Felix. He leapt out of the car with his friend, both rolling on the soft grass a few meters away from their vehicle. When time resumed, the Pandamobile hit the ground and exploded in a fiery detonation. Smoke and fumes rose from the wreck, illuminating the darkness. Bloodstream was nowhere to be found. He had never been there at all. An illusion. Ryan croaked as he regained his breath and rose back to his feet. An illusion that could harm the target. Psychosomatic wounds. Night terror. No time, Felix said, pointing a finger at the highway above. The Lamborghini had stopped at the edge, Pluto and Sparrow stepping out of it to inspect the Pandamobile's wreckage. Ryan and Felix immediately fled into the woods, just as Sparrow noticed them. The assassin unleashed a crimson beam from her vantage point and set a tree on fire, but the two heroes managed to escape into the darkness. The hunt had only started. Chapter 68. Death Stranding. From Friday the 13th to Candyman, Ryan had seen all the slasher movies. He had acted in a few too, either as the relentless Terminator during his brief Punisher phase, or as the lonely target pursued by malevolent psychos. He still looked back fondly on that run where he escaped the centipede with only his boxers on. Good times. So the current situation was nothing extraordinary. Night Terror was just Freddy Krueger, except he could attack people while they were awake. Pluto was death from Final Destination. The vamp was a trap, literal death by sex. As for Sparrow, she didn't fit any box. Perhaps she would be the final girl? The assassin was a bit old for the role, but Ryan was nothing if not open-minded. Anyway, he and Adam Cat had managed to escape through the woods, eventually moving far enough that Sparrow could no longer target them with lasers. The duo followed a hiking path down a wooded valley, surrounded by lush green ferns, verdant trees, orchids, and cascading water. Ryan recognized the area as the Val del Ferrier, a natural reserve pre-war. Unfortunately, the courier sensed Pluto's power active on his person. His heartbeat raced unnaturally, his fingers twitched with tension, and he almost tripped on a rock at one point. They had put distance between the augusty underboss and themselves, but she wouldn't relent. If we continue south, we should reach the rendezvous point with Shorty. Ryan checked his phone, trying to contact the Soviet Supreme without avail. Something is jamming my cell phone. Probably Vulcan's tech, Adam Cat said. Cut your phone off, they might be able to track it down. Good point, and it would spare Ryan more messages from Lucky Girl. How far do you think Night Pajama's range extends? I don't know, Adam Cat admitted, checking Ryan's neck. Red marks marred his skin where the bloodstream hallucination had choked him. Are you okay? I admit I was quite scared when I saw you freak out like a man possessed. Always he cared. Though after putting Ryan through such a scare, Night Pajama would suffer the Luigi treatment. Continue south, I will go east. You want us to split? That was a big no-no in slasher movies, but the courier was no helpless teenager. Cruella can only target one person at once, and she's focusing on me. I will lead her into a trap. If you escape, we've won. Also, Ryan couldn't risk having the Killer 7 track them to the rendezvous point. Risking his own life was one thing, endangering Len's was another. Felix immediately protested. I'm not leaving you to die, Ryan. Trust me, kitten, the courier said, while grabbing a revolver in each hand. He would have taken a dose of Rampage too if he didn't worry Pluto's power might worsen the side effects. I do better without teams. But Do I have to shoot you too? The kitten finally understood it was time to let the adults do their thing. Okay, Felix said, though he clearly didn't like it. Okay, I will trust you, but don't you dare die for me. God forbid your sister would nag me in the afterlife if I did. Now go. With one last glance, Adam Kitten followed the hiking trail south, while the courier moved east. Ryan strolled through the woods, even as he sensed Pluto's invisible pressure growing stronger. He passed before the mossy ruins of houses and mills, and eventually followed a path following a tumbling river. He soon reached a wide area, with woods on one side and a small waterfall on the other. A river coursed through a path of whetstone, which allowed one to step from one side to the other. Leaves bristled as shadows approached. Ryan raised his guns as multiple figures seemed to surround him. With the darkness, he couldn't see clearly. And yet, as a sweet, delicious perfume filled the air, the courier couldn't help but relax. The tension in his body seemed to vanish, as an invisible voice told him to relax. Slowly, a figure emerged from the bushes. She was the most beautiful sight the courier had seen in his entire life, in all his runs combined. A gorgeous redhead with a curvaceous body and perfect skin. Even her few freckles only enhanced her appeal. Her lips were red as blood, her eyes shining emeralds. Her red jacket seemed like a forbidden frontier, the promise of untold pleasure to whoever could get past it. When he saw her, Ryan immediately wanted to drop everything, slam her against a tree, and give her the full Romano special. "Hey," the vamp said with a warm, lovely smile revealing her empty hands. Even her voice aroused the courier. "It's okay, you're safe." "My poor boy, you must have been so scared, all alone in the woods. Are you an angel?" By now, Ryan's pop culture-infested subconscious was in full control of his body. "They're the most beautiful creatures in the universe. I can be your angel if you want." The redhead said, putting a hand on her jacket's zipper. "Just throw your weapons away and I'll show you heaven." Who was Jasmine again? This was the perfect waifu. The romance in game, the true ending. But as Ryan was about to turn this horror movie into a porno, he realized one problem with this scenario. "Gingers can't go to heaven," he said. "They don't have souls." "What?" And then he shot her. The bullet impacted the killer's chest and tossed her back against a tree, but didn't shed blood. Oh, come on, what kind of supervillain wore a bulletproof vest nowadays? Ryan knew he should have aimed for the head. "You shot me," Vamp protested in shock. "You shot me, begone, demon." Ryan raised his guns and fired at will like a maniac. "I know your game, succubus. Each of your freckles is a soul you stole." Vamp looked at Ryan as if he were mad, before fleeing behind a tree to avoid getting shot. Damn, this always happened when he tried to blow off stress. "Richie, get your ass over here," she shouted. "How can you resist my pheromones, asshole?" "Well, when you have taken as many mind-altering substances as I did, eventually you build a tolerance," Ryan replied as he reloaded his guns. "Frankly, I've tried much stronger aphrodisiacs than your pheromones. You wouldn't believe half the things I've done." "No matter." The ginger devil replied from behind her cover. "A kiss and your vitals will fail you." As she said that, all too familiar inhuman faces emerged from the woods to surround Ryan from all sides. "Dear guest." 5 vicious clowns, each armed with napkins and silver cutlery. "The Monte Carlo is currently closed." "Bring it, Pennywise," Ryan replied, shooting the closest one as it collapsed into a white substance. These illusions could harm him like the real ones, but they died like the originals too. They only had as much power as his mind gave them. As he engaged the clowns, Vamp left her hiding spot and moved around bushes like a stalking lion, her hands now letting out some kind of colored smoke. Lethal pheromones, most probably. Ryan briefly stopped time, the Monaco illusions vanishing instantly. However, unlike Bloodstream's ghost before, when time resumed, the clowns returned to life. "Is that the best you've got, pajamas?" he taunted Night Terror as he slaughtered his way through the clowns. "I killed thousands of them. I even ate one." Then, as he was surrounded by darkness and dead clowns, a new smell filled the air. One that filled him with anxiety and dread, the stench of death and disease and Riri. Ryan turned around and faced her, She stood on the whetstone near the waterfall, wearing clothes drenched in blood. "Shorty?" Ryan asked, though intellectually he knew this was all in his head. Len opened her mouth only to vomit blood. She cried crimson tears while letting out an ear-piercing shriek and charged at the courier with a knife raised. Ryan was so startled by the sight that the illusion had closed the gap before he could aim. She used one arm to push him against a tree and the other to try and stab him with a knife. The courier had to drop one of his guns to catch her hand and keep the blade away. He then attempted to aim with his remaining gun, even as his attacker started shocking him. "You never left Monaco." The illusion's voice didn't belong to Len, but Ryan himself. "You're still in that bed, and this is all a dying dream." That was probably the worst thing someone could have said to the time traveler, and it made him lose focus for an instant. Night Terror's blade instantly hit Ryan's thigh, though the courier managed to deviate the attack away from his vitals. Unfortunately, while the scary special effect failure kept him pinned to a tree, Vamp emerged from her hiding spot. "You should have taken the easy way out, jackass," she told Ryan as her pheromone-charged hand moved towards his neck. "At least I would have fucked you first. Maybe next time." Ryan replied with a scowl of pain before freezing time. He expected the illusion to vanish, but instead it merely transformed. From a nightmarish, twisted version of Len to a masked man in a full black suit. "There you are." Ryan pushed the paralyzed Night Terror away and shot him twice in the head. When time resumed, the blue genome's corpse crashed against a surprised Vamp and caused her to trip on the whetstones, nearly falling into the waterfall nearby. One hand on his thigh wound, Ryan raised his gun at her. "Wait," the Vamp pleaded while raising her hands in surrender, her scent filling Ryan with a mix of desire and regret. "Don't kill me. I can make it worth your while." Yes, she would be his. His mind, his body screamed it at him. She would do everything Ryan wanted. He just had to drop his gun and take her now. "What's your name?" the courier asked, pointing his gun at Night Terror's remains. "His and yours for later." "Richard Pinkman and Karen Rixai," she forced herself to smile. "Yes, lower that gun, and I will kiss your wound." Ryan shot the ginger menace in the head before she could tempt him further. "No sex before marriage," he quipped, as the waters dragged the assassins' bodies down the waterfall. "My purity is my shield." Afterward, Ryan let out a sigh of pain, Night Terror's knife still embedded in his flesh. He couldn't remove it without risking bleeding out, even with his enhanced physiology. At least, not until he found a safe spot. However, he didn't have time for this. The courier heard an explosion in the distance, south of his location. It seemed Adam Cat was fighting for his life too, in spite of the time traveler's best efforts. Ryan could barely hear himself think, as his heartbeat rose in intensity. His heart felt as if it would burst in his chest, and his vision blurred at the edge. "I'm impressed." Pluto. Ryan immediately raised his gun in the darkness, but couldn't locate her. Was she hiding behind a tree, down the waterfall? No, the voice was a distant shout far away. No one has survived against us so long before, at least not without backup. Pluto fell silent for a brief instant, while Ryan tried to locate her by sound. "You are Quicksave, are you not? My niece asked us that no harm befall you a while ago. She asked me to spare you too." Ryan replied with a scowl. He couldn't hear right with that heartbeat drum in his head. "You know, I've been meaning to ask, are you single?" "I'm widowed," she replied with a tone that made Ryan wonder if she was joking. "Why?" Either it was the lasting effects of the pheromones, Jasmine's absence in his life, or sheer masochism, but the courier couldn't help but be a relentless flirt. "Can't we solve our differences the noble way with an arranged marriage? I swear I will be the best you ever had." "I will pass." Pluto replied, all business. "Your thought process is painfully transparent, separating so I could only focus on one of you only. But Sparrow is giving chase to the traitor as we speak. Your scheme changed nothing." "Don't you know cats eat sparrows?" Ryan shook his head on edge. No calamity had befallen him so far because Pluto wanted an audience, but he had no idea what would happen once she fully unleashed her power at this distance. "You don't know anything about the animal kingdom? I have studied your marker from afar, and it seems strange." as if connected to a second one far, far beyond my reach. A universe that my curse cannot touch. Her voice was getting closer. You're not really here, are you? You're just a projection. Even if my calamities kill you, you will pop up again. Honestly, I don't think the Earth would survive two of me. At least it meant that while Pluto could kill Ryan now and track him in future loops, she couldn't put the courier down permanently. The news came as a relief. Now, if only he could confirm the same with cancel, that would be perfect. If you fight so ferociously to live, then there is a cost to pay, even if you can recover, the underboss said with sharp insight. Stay out of this, quick save. My brother wants his godson dead for his treachery. He doesn't care about you. Just look the other way. Sorry, you're too poor to afford my rates. Then die. Pluto unleashed the full strength of her curse at him, and the world trembled, literally. The ground quaked below his feet, and a terrible wind blew through the trees. Leaves flew in his direction, and before Ryan knew what hit him, they cut through his clothes and skin like razors. The gun in the courier's hands made a worrying sound, and branches fell on him at the speed of javelins. Ryan hurriedly froze time to dodge the projectiles and toss his gun away just before the gunpowder inside caused it to explode mid-flight. I see how your power works, he heard Pluto taunting him as time resumed. You freeze time for a few seconds. 5, maybe 10. You can gain a respite from my curse by breaking the flow of causality, but at this distance, you can't escape everything. At some point you will slip up. Eventually you will die. Everything dies. Ryan opened his mouth for a clever retort, only for something to catch him from behind. A noose-shaped branch from a tree grabbed his neck and raised him above the ground, tightening its hold. At the same time, Night Terror's knife moved on its own, worming its way through his flesh as if wielded by an invisible hand. At such a short distance, Pluto's curse outright warped reality. It caused the world itself to want Ryan dead. Worse, the courier heard a gunshot in the distance. Pluto had decided to speed his demise along the old-fashioned way. Hastily freezing time, Ryan managed to break the branch holding him prisoner, removed Night Terror's knife, and tossed it aside before it could worm its way to his vitals. As he moved, he noticed Pluto's bullet frozen in midair. Its trajectory had clearly deviated to target the courier's head. Should he use the plushie? No, the risk was too great. If Pluto's power could affect it, then it might do worse than just turn against Ryan. No sooner did the courier step out of the way and time resumed, than he almost tripped and broke his skull against a large stone. His movements slowed down, his heart beating so fast his enhanced body couldn't keep up with the blood flow. Beep. Ryan heard a familiar sound coming from inside his suit. The A-bomb. Shit. Pluto's power prioritized killing him over collateral damage. Without any other choice, Ryan froze time, dragged the device out of his clothes, and hastily disabled it. Thankfully, the temporal anomaly canceled the calamitous power, and he managed to remove the detonator. However, when time resumed, he found himself without any defense. The ground collapsed beneath his feet, dragging him into the river and down the small waterfall. Ryan managed to protect his head with his arms before he hit a large stone below, but part of the natural structure collapsed behind him. A pile of rubble buried him from the chest down, crushing his legs. He only had the strength to raise his head, as a lone shadow loomed over him from atop the waterfall. This is as far as you go, quick save, Pluto said, raising a gun at him from the higher ground. The distance between them was no more than 15 meters now. I will tell my niece you did your best. Ryan rasped, the water level rising and threatening to drown him. Back, and I will kill you as many times as it takes. No, you won't. Both Pluto and Ryan turned their heads, Felix emerging from the woods with a weapon, charged with his explosive power. The panda doll from the Pandamobile, yes, Ryan thought, his lungs too squeezed by rubble to articulate his words. Use the panda power, take this. Felix snarled as he prepared to throw the projectile at a stoic Pluto. The courier felt the death curse's pressure vanish as it targeted Felix next. A rain of branches and leaves hit the young hero from behind just as he tossed his projectile, 2 wood spears impaling him through the right leg and shoulder. Felix collapsed while the leaves hit the panda doll in midair, detonating it at a safe distance. Pluto could use her ability defensively. "Where is Sparrow?" Cruella asked calmly while dusting off her dress. Kitten's valiant effort had achieved exactly nothing. "Dead," Felix said with a snarl of pain. The branch spears had pinned him to the ground, and his blood mixed with the water falling down the waterfall. Took her by surprise and blasted her. Pluto's scowl deepened, and she aimed at Kitten's head with her gun. "She was a loyal soldier," she said, taking a step in his direction. Felix coughed blood as the curse intensified and attacked his vitals. "Truly, my niece was too good for you. It couldn't end like this." This run, it had started so well, and he had made so much progress. Ryan was so close to breaking his own curse to solve the secret of carrying someone across loops. It couldn't end like this, not after everything. God answered his silent prayer with a meowing sound. Pluto stopped before she could fire a bullet as a white furball hopped out of the forest and right in front of Felix. The animal sat right in front of Adam Kitten and looked at Pluto with its adorable eyes. "Eugene Henry, what is?" Pluto's expression had changed from bored professionalism to a hint of fear. No more wooden spears or leaves fell to finish her prey off. In fact, strands of yellow energy seemed to flicker around the area, as if something challenged the underboss power. "What is this thing?" And someone had followed the cat through the wood. A striking young woman with hair as bright as the sun, the most elegant costume, and a gold-plated gun. Fortuna. Of all people, it was Fortuna who came to the rescue. A living good luck charm. Even better, her power seemed to interfere enough with Pluto's that no calamity or heart attack finished her brother off. Instead, a golden cloud surrounded Fortuna like a halo and shielded Felix thanks to the physical proximity. "Godmother," she said with a frown before noticing her brother and immediately rushing to his side. Felix, are you all right?" "Fortuna," Pluto frowned deeply, her gun still pointed at Felix. "You were to stay with Livia." I tried to follow." Fortuna's eyes noticed Ryan down the waterfall and widened in shock. "Ryan!" The courier tried to wave a hand at her, but his body failed. Now that Pluto's death curse didn't target him, the water level had fallen and no longer threatened to drown him, but his body remained crushed, battered, and bleeding. He was in no shape to interfere. Fortuna's horrified eyes moved from Ryan to Felix, as she quickly put the two and two together. "No, your parents gave their authorization," Pluto said, almost reading Lucky Girl's mind. "The task fell on me specifically so you wouldn't have to sully your hands." "But," Fortuna's voice broke in her throat as she tried to form a coherent sentence. "It can't be." "He betrayed the organization to the carnival," Pluto insisted, growing annoyed with Felix's continued survival. "Now move out of my way, it has to be done." Fortuna's panic turned into a scowl as she silently reached a decision. "Godmother." Fortuna raised her own gun at Pluto's head while stepping between the killer and Felix. "Get away from my brother. If she wasn't such an annoyance, Ryan might have fallen for her on the spot." "You're turning traitor too?" Pluto glared at the siblings. "You disgrace your parents, both of you." "Get away from my brother," Fortuna repeated, her fingers trembling on the trigger. I won't hesitate." The two women exchanged a glare, the tension rising between them. "Fortuna, no," Felix pleaded, his eyes widening in dread. "No, don't spare the rod," Pluto said, calmly aiming her weapon at Fortuna while the death curse found a new target. Yellow strands surrounded Fortuna's cloud like spears ready to fall on a shield. "Spoil the child." Two gunshots echoed across the forest, and then silence. Chapter 69. Limited time, Ryan's vision blurred. It was hard to focus. Darkness lurked at the edge of his vision, and his strength left him. He couldn't even feel his legs, and his whole body felt cold. Maybe it was the loss of blood, or the leftover damage he suffered from the battle with Pluto. Or perhaps it was Eugene Henry's doing, as the cat teleported right in front of Ryan. The feline looked down on the trapped genome without a sound, like a guide to the underworld. "Fortuna!" Above the waterfall, a horrified Adam cat held his sister in his arms, blood flowing from her chest. Pluto's corpse fell down the waterfall, a hole in her forehead. The river pulled the underboss downstream to her last abode, Her curse had been cancelled and the woods returned to normal, though it came with a cost. Fortuna had made a lucky shot, but even luck couldn't cheat death from her due. "Fortuna," Felix shouted, trying to cover his sister's wound with his hand and prevent her from bleeding out. Ryan knew enough about medicine to know it was useless. If he had the tools and the energy, he might have saved her. He would save her still. He would save them all the next time around. In the end, only Ryan was cursed with immortality. Only he could carry that burden. As he started to lose consciousness, Ryan noticed a metal shadow moving upstream. A mermaid in power armor crossing the river to rescue him. Riri. Len shouted in horror while rushing at his side, immediately pushing away the debris keeping him down. I'm here! I'm here!" Len, always there to save him when all was lost. "I must go now." For a moment, the courier thought he had spoken out loud, until he realized where the disembodied voice came from. Something spoke through Eugene Henry, using Ryan's own voice. The rest. The cat looked into the courier's eyes, his feline gaze shining purple with the wisdom of the stars. "Is up to you." A flash of violet light overwhelmed Ryan, and he lost consciousness. When Ryan opened his eyes, it was to the tune of the International. The ceiling was crimson red, and he faced a portrait of Marx and Engel. An intravenous device pumped his right arm with anesthesia, right next to a steampunk wheelchair of leather and tin. Damn it, had he woken in a hidden Soviet lab again? Once had been enough. Ryan's eyes wandered around himself, his body feeling heavy. He had trouble breathing correctly, and his chest itched. Most importantly, he couldn't feel anything below his waist, including his most dangerous weapon. Even Vamp died in an attempt to claim it for herself. He was in a hospital bed, with a TV and a window leading into a dark undersea abyss. Sitting on a chair right in front of him, little Sarah read Journey to the Center of the Earth by Jules Verne. She hadn't noticed him waking up. Ryan turned his head, glancing at another bed near his own. Adam Cat laid half-hidden beneath the bed sheet, watching the ceiling with empty eyes. Bandages covered his torso, and he had an intravenous system of his own. "Felix," Ryan's voice startled Sarah, who hastily closed her book. "Kitten." Nothing. Adam Cat didn't even respond. His gaze was a blank, empty abyss of nothingness, a 1,000-yard stare. "He has been like that since Ma brought you in," little Sarah said with a frown. "He doesn't respond when people call him. I've seen that gaze before in Rust Town. He's broken inside and he's not coming back. He will." Ryan knew that from experience. Eventually, when it's done chewing on you, the abyss spits you back. Of course, the courier would probably turn back time before Adam Cat finished that healing process. Even if she annoyed him, he couldn't let Fortuna stay dead. Not after she gave her life to save her brother. "Now you're awake, get your ass out of bed," little Sarah said before realizing the obvious. "Figuratively, I mean, how do you feel without my legs like Christopher Reeves? I don't know who that is, and that's why I can't stand you. At least I still have La." Little Sarah suddenly stopped as she put the two and two together. "Oh, wait, I get the joke. Can't stand." "Now, if you can bring me the wheelchair," Ryan said, glancing at his new Plymouth Fury. "I will let you push me around a bit, but please don't talk behind my back." "You want me to find you a parking lot?" Little Sarah replied, as she put her book aside and helped Ryan get into the wheelchair. As he expected, the rest of the courier's body hadn't been spared either. He had almost as many bandages as an Egyptian mummy. "It's a start, but you need training in Pun Fu," Ryan said. "How long was I out?" "Ma brought you in yesterday night," she replied, grabbing the pole holding the intravenous system and attaching it to the wheelchair. "The other orphans made bets about your death. Most said you wouldn't make it." "I hope you bet on me." If he could trust her smile, she did. "Yeah, you're too mean to die, and Ma, it would have hurt Ma if you didn't wake up." Sarah glared at the courier. "She was in tears when she brought you here." "I didn't plan on it," Ryan said with a sigh. "Can you bring me to her?" "Sure." Sarah pushed the wheelchair towards the hospital's door, while Ryan sent one last glance to Adam Cat. Felix had stopped looking at the ceiling, and now glanced at the undersea abyss outside the habitat with a blank face. Ryan couldn't blame him. His own parents had signed his death warrant, and a sister he left behind died for him. It would shake anyone. "Felix, I don't want to talk," Kitten said suddenly, his voice emotionless. Now wasn't the time. Maybe never. Sarah pushed the wheelchair through a steel corridor, and eventually, to Len's workshop. Ryan found his best friend tinkering on her diving armor, which she had linked to the chrono radio and Dynami's brain tech with cables. Some of the suit's parts had been replaced with copies of Jasmine's design, including the helmet. It seemed Len had decided to repurpose her existing equipment rather than make something new, perhaps due to lack of resources, and Eugene Henry stood atop a server like a sphinx. Reary. The sheer relief on Len's face was almost palpable. "You've woken up. Did you ever doubt?" he joked. When the genius winced, Ryan realized he should have kept his mouth shut. "Yes, I did," she said with a frown. For the first time, he noticed the red shade around Len's eyes, as if she had repeatedly wiped away tears. I thought I was too late." "You're an ass," Sarah told Ryan with a glare. "I would kick you in the leg if it wasn't useless. You can still pinch me in the arm if you want." Ryan replied, and she did. "Ouch, you deserve worse," Sarah said before looking at Len with concern. "Ma, you should rest. I can bring you a warm, hot chocolate." "No, it's okay. Thanks, sweetie." Len forced herself to smile at Sarah. "Can you leave us for a moment?" The little girl clearly didn't want to obey, but did so anyway. The workshop's door closed behind her, leaving Len and Ryan alone. "I'm sorry," Ryan said immediately. Len looked away. "I couldn't save her. The girl, she was already drowning in her own blood She was dead before you even arrived." Ryan moved the wheelchair forward, putting a hand on Len's arm. To his surprise, she didn't immediately back away from the physical contact. "Shorty, it's not your fault." She pushed his hand away. "If I had arrived earlier, you would have died," Ryan said. "Who told you where we were?" "I." Her expression turned from saddened to embarrassed. "I hacked your phone. After you turned it off, I had to search for you on foot." He should be mad at her for this, but the NSA did it first. Ryan glanced at the device and then at Eugene Henry. The cat seemed delighted to see his master again, but his gaze had returned to its natural blue. "Did you finish the consciousness transfer device?" "I think so," Len declared with a frown. "But it's gone." "What's gone?" Ryan asked with a frown. "Your cat's energy readings, they're gone." "He's a normal cat now." Len shook her head, while Eugene Henry showed them his royal ass. "Whatever caused his teleportation jumps before, it stopped. A purple world entity had possessed Eugene Henry like the plushie and then left the building. Why? Why did it act this way? What was the point?" Ryan couldn't figure it out, but he would in time. "How are things on the surface?" Len instantly winced. Clearly, things had only changed for the worse. "Reary, you really want to know? You just woke up." "Yes, I want to." Len slowly moved towards a computer hooked to the servers, typed on the keyboard, and showed him the screen. Droplets covered the camera, recording the image, so Ryan assumed it came from a sea-based probe. But the quality was enough for the courier to see the disaster in all its glory. An awfully familiar disaster. New Rome had turned into a war zone, with Augusti Genome's and Dynami's forces openly warring in the streets. The private security's helicopters rained bullets on superpowered gangsters, who retaliated with fireballs. Flames consumed buildings, including the ill Miglier HQ, which Vulcan and an armored squadron bombarded with missiles. A horde of cybernetically enhanced dinosaurs soon emerged from the Dynami's tower, engaging the attackers in melee. The panda led the charge. Wyvern had been pinned to a building by countless spears and sharp weapons, while Mars dueled a colossal plant monster over the rooftops. Spatial tiers opened around the Centurion wannabe, raining swords and spears upon the vegetal abomination. Yet the creature retaliated with vines as thick as trucks and pollen capable of melting steel. As Wyvern freed herself, Mars jumped from one rooftop to the other by materializing shields beneath his feet to escape her. The strip had been flooded by a tidal wave, and corpses washed up on an artificial shore, only to rise up again to attack Dynami's facilities. Neptune himself rampaged across Rust Town, having shaped an astronomical quantity of water into the shape of a colossal squid. A living laser cut one of its tentacles, and was soon joined by Devilry. But in spite of their best efforts, The liquid elemental quickly pulled itself back together and continued its deadly march towards the junkyard. The villa atop Mount Augustus had transformed into a fuming crater, over which two lights dueled to the death, a raging sun and a crimson lightning bolt. Their fight was by far the most fearsome, both moving so fast even the camera had troubles following them. Mighty thunderbolts and plasma blasts rained down from the heavens, devastating the district around the mountain. The camera provided a panoramic view of the disaster, eventually reaching the harbor. Mortimer, Lanka, and other genomes fired at will against an unseen form, which almost gave Ryan a headache simply showing up on screen. A horrifying eldritch mascot with swirling tentacles for a beard, great dark wings, and webbed hands. A terrifying mix between a squid and a human, worn by a foolish genome unable to control its public domain-powered darkness. The abomination let out a scream whose garbled words Ryan's maddened mind managed to understand. Cthulhu FH-Tan, Wardrobe had brought out the apocalypse suit. Things were that bad. It's like that all over the coast, Len admitted as she sank in a chair of her own. Not just New Rome. Sicily and Sardinia, too. It was the end of the last loop, all over again. Destroying the meta had only delayed the inevitable. So long as events remained on their current track, Dynamis, the Carnival, and the Augusti were bound to collide with disastrous results. His perfect run looked so far away still. I'm sorry, Shorty, but Lab 66 will be for next time. Yeah, she replied with a frown. It was like this, the previous time, not as terrible, but the result is the same. Adam just provided a bigger Mac. The computer let out a bleep. What is it? A call, Len said, frowning as she typed on the keyboard. Vulcan. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. Was this a ray of hope in the middle of another bad ending? Open the channel. The picture on the screen changed from New Rome's apocalyptic landscape to a young woman sitting in a chair. But it wasn't Jasmine. Ryan, Livia said with relief as her visage appeared on the screen. Thank goodness, since I couldn't see you, I wasn't sure. Len's face turned into a scowl while Ryan took it in stride. If I were dead, Princess, this horrible present would have ended abruptly. True, but I worried that perhaps you hadn't told me the entire truth, Livia replied with a joyless smile before it broke off completely. Fortuna is she. Dead, Ryan admitted, causing Livia's expression to deaden into deep grief. Felix is alive, but deeply shaken. Livia fell entirely silent, her expression dead, her eyes looking down. I foresaw it, she muttered to herself, holding back tears. But I hoped I is my aunt. Fortuna died defending her brother from Pluto, and if she had her way, your late aunt would have killed Felix too. Though it was blunt, Ryan thought she needed to hear the grim truth right now. Your father gave the order, and Pluto didn't think twice about carrying it out. I never wanted this, she said, joining her fingers. I never thought it would come to this. Even Len's expression changed to sympathy, even if she clearly disliked Livia, perhaps because she empathized with the mafia princess situation. Ryan sighed. I will make it all right, he said, his tone softening. I will make it right again. Livia finally looked up. Is there truly no other way? She asked, her tone breaking. Nobody will remember, nobody but you. If nobody else remembers, if nobody remembers, it will happen again. Ryan glanced at Len, who shook her head. She had guessed his thoughts and disagreed with the idea. Livia was sharp enough to catch on to their unease. You have a plan to solve this issue, she guessed. We can't tell you, Len said before Ryan could open his mouth. I'm sorry, but no. You are the underdiver, correct, Len Sabino. Livia regained her composure as she focused on Shorty, putting on her poker face. Perhaps she had started using her power to observe and predict the genius. You know everything? Yes, Len admitted. And I was against him telling you. I understand why you distrust me, especially after what my aunt did. Livia's fingers fidgeted, the young woman unable to hide her shame. But I swear, I never wanted this to happen. I did everything I could to stop it. Len wasn't impressed much. But you couldn't. No, I couldn't. Livia closed her eyes and bit her lips. The little gesture reminded Ryan of Len so very much. My father, he usually listens to me, but not on this. No argument in any possibility I've seen could cause him to reconsider. His hatred of Hargraves runs too deep. "Where are you even?" Len asked with a frown. "How can we be sure that others aren't listening?" "I am in a safe place outside New Rome alongside Narcinia. It's a private line, I assure you, Vulcan's private line, and she is too busy to listen." Livia cleared her throat. It's precisely because she is too busy that I call you now." How did you know Ryan was here?" Len continued. "You said your power didn't work on him." "It doesn't, but I can still see the results of his actions afterward. I looked for a possibility where I could talk to Felix, and it always involved using this line." "I don't even know where you are." Ryan cleared his throat. "Shorty, I think that's enough. We're going nowhere with this." But Len would hear nothing of it. "She told you she could talk her father out of doing stupid things. She couldn't. What if she slips up about us to Augustus?" "Riri, she is a bomb." "I was wrong, all right." Livia's outburst startled everyone. "I was wrong," the Augusti princess said, her expression twisting into a mix of remorse, grief, and disappointment. I wanted Dad not to be capable of such destruction, but I was wrong." "Even Narcinia." "You shouldn't have trusted Augustus," Len said. "It was written on the walls." "Didn't you trust your own parents?" Livia asked bitterly. "When your parents told you something, did you distrust everything they said?" Len flinched as if she had been slapped. That remark hit too close to home. "Look," Livia let out a long, heavy breath. "If there is any chance to right these wrongs, I want to help in any way I can. My family caused so much pain, and now it's up to you to make up for them. Now I understand the burden on your shoulders, Ryan. I'm not blind. I can see your wounds. After what you sacrificed to help me and Felix, I want to return the favor. I told you on the phone. You did not help an ingrate." "So you finally believe me about how we weren't enemies?" Ryan asked, Livia answering with a nod. "Took some trying." "I know maybe it's too late, but I was just scared, all right." Livia looked at the courier. "I was scared of you. You're terrifying, Ryan. You know so much, but you can erase everything we do at will. You've done so countless times. None of my powers work on you." "They work on Father, but not on you." "When you put it that way." Ryan said nothing, turning instead towards a silent Len. The courier could have forced the issue, but Shorty had been at his side through thick and thin. If she didn't trust Livia enough to involve her in their scheme, then he would have to respect her wish. Even if he didn't like it. In the end, Len's dilemma was the same as Ryan when he confided in Jasmine during the previous loop. To risk opening up, to risk betrayal and disappointment for an uncertain future, to dare say something and never take it back. Len hesitated, but finally spoke up. "We're trying to develop a system capable of sending someone's consciousness back in time. Truly." A streak of hope appeared on Livia's face. "How can I help? Can I help?" "I have created a memory map of myself," Len admitted. "It will transmit my memories to my previous self, but my system, I can't send more than one person back in time, at least not yet. I'm not even sure it will work at all. I modified one of my armors based on Ryan's design, but there's no backup, no way to be sure it will work." "You have one," Livia said immediately, eager at the idea of contributing. Her guilt ate her up like a festering wound. "I may not retain my memories, but I keep a detailed journal. I could save information and transmit it to Ryan in the next iteration. I could record your machine's design." "No," Len protested, still too suspicious of the Augusti princess to give up something that valuable. "No, not the machine." "Never the machine." "The memory map, then," Livia proposed calmly. Ryan's heart skipped a beat. "You could record that. It's all data, is it not? Lines of code?" Len answered Livia's question with a cautious nod. "Then I can take a snapshot. If the transfer fails, you will have a backup." The genius then turned to the courier, looking into his eyes. It would be far less risky than providing the blueprints, since the brain map was an enormous mass of incomprehensible data without the original machine or Len's own technology. But it meant Livia could keep Shorty's memories hostage. "Riri?" After a short moment, Ryan answered with a nod. In the best-case scenario, it wouldn't cost them anything, and in the worst case, it could make all the difference. He wanted to trust Livia. The courier wanted to think that for once, he could rely on someone on the other side of time. that he wouldn't be alone when he started again. Thank you, both of you. Livia made a deep, formal bow. I swear I will not disappoint you. When will you turn back time? I suppose it will happen as soon as I send Shorty's consciousness backward, Ryan asked, glancing at his friend. Yes, Len answered with a nod. My system should cause an early end as the message is sent, a polite way to say it would kill Ryan. Livia cleared her throat, trying to find her words. Is it possible I speak to Felix beforehand? I will link your feed to his TV, Len said, and send you the memory map too. Thank you, Livia said with a sad smile. Thank you. Len cut the conversation short, the screen turning black. You don't like it, Ryan said. No, Riri, no, I do not. If it goes wrong, she will have my life in her hands. If I fail, I will be her hostage, and she may use me against you. Do you understand that, Riri? I do. He narrowed his eyebrows. But why did you tell her if you don't trust her? Because I trust you, Riri, Len replied. And I was afraid of you too once, but I was wrong. Thanks, Shorty. Damn, he had sand in his eyes. If the world is just you will remember these words. It's not, she said, looking away. But I hope I'm wrong. The courier glanced at his cat, who now rested on the server. It said it was all up to us now, Ryan said. It helped, but now it's all up to us. I don't understand. Eugene Henry, it said it had to go and that the rest was all up to me now. Now Ryan saw it clearly. The entity had sent chronoradio messages to encourage the courier as he considered giving up, caused him to meet with Livia early in the run, and subtly provided help to Len, positioning Fortuna so that she would save Ryan's life and indirectly convince Livia to assist. It set events in motion so this very meeting could happen. It would mean that it sent Fortuna to her death intentionally, Len pointed out, skeptical. Should we trust something using human life so carelessly? I just want to see the best in people. Even interdimensional horrors without prejudice. Len wasn't convinced. Sometimes there's no good part, some people are rotten to the core. Yeah, I met Big Fat Adam, Ryan replied with a shrug, but I still want to see the best. Look for the stars in the night sky, Chapter 70, gotcha. Sometimes, Ryan wondered if fate existed. He had seen it across many loops. While they didn't exactly repeat, events often echoed one another even after he interfered. Though the circumstances were wildly different, this loop would end similarly to the previous one. With New Rome burning, Ryan trapped in a suit of mechanical armor, and a genius trying to transfer her consciousness through time. It made sense. Ryan was only one person at the end of the day, a stone thrown into a river, until he mastered a loop enough to maximize his impact and send it off the rails. The sequence of events was tempted to reassert itself. The courier literally fought against the whole universe and the rule of causality. But even if it cost him a great many things, Ryan always prevailed in the end. He never gave up on his hope that things would be different because each loop was a little better than the previous one. His life was a process, each iteration optimizing the final run. And if the courier succeeded in ferrying more people across time, he could do more than just throw pebbles in the river. He could throw it off course with a landslide. I will need you to activate your power when I ask. Len said, as she put the modified armor's helmet on Ryan's face and hooked the courier to her machinery. From what I gathered, the violet flux should build up, reach critical mass before you approach the 10 seconds mark. Good. I would rather avoid making a new save point. Ryan looked through the helmet's lens, though no data showed up on them. Unlike Jasmine's armor, Len's design was cruder, experimental. It would serve as a fulcrum for his power, but her computer would run the actual computations. So, how should it go? I will send the memory map to my previous self. Len sat behind her computer. My current memories should overwrite the old ones, hopefully, maybe. It will work, Ryan said, both for her sake and his own. It has to. Everything is in place for it to work. We can't be sure. Len shook her head. I hope it will work, Riri, but I can't promise anything. The workshop's door opened, interrupting the discussion. A bandaged Felix walked inside the room, his gaze switching from Len to Ryan. The courier could see the disbelief in his eyes and then the quiet acceptance. He had been standing behind the door for a while. How long have you been listening? Len asked with a worried frown. Long enough, Felix replied as he sat on a workbench in front of Ryan. Nice armor, but I prefer the cashmere suit. One day I'll make a cashmere power armor. Ryan joked. I guess you've got all the time in the world needed when you can turn it back. Felix marked a short pause, his eyes focusing on his former teammate. Time travel. It's crazy, but it explains a great many things. How long have you been at it? How far can you go? Honestly, I don't know how old I am, Ryan admitted, before remembering one of his early encounters with Pluto. Between 500 and 1,000, give it or take. As for how far I can turn the clock right before my arrival in New Rome. You've been at this for almost a millennia. Felix shook his head in disbelief. That's crazy. Did Livia tell you? Len asked with a frown. No, but I was starting to wonder. When you've eliminated the impossible, what remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable. Felix shook his head. I stayed around wardrobe for too long. You've made peace with Livia? Ryan asked. It was one of the hopes he set for himself during his loop, and it would probably carry over to his perfect run. I wouldn't go so far, but I think she understands why I left now. It took a war, but her faith in her father is finally shaken. Still too little, too late. Felix clenched his fists. You can save my sister? Yes, Ryan said. I will. Thanks. The hero let out a sigh of relief, but his face remained full of concern. Can't you bring me in for the ride too? You'll need help. No, sorry, Ryan said. The machine could only host one brain map. Believe me, I would if I could. Len cleared her throat. We're not even sure I can make it at all. Felix took it well, all things considered, or more likely, all that he went through lately had numbed his emotional reaction. I see. And once you go back, we all die. You will forget, Ryan reassured him. Like amnesia. Amnesia, I suppose that's one way to see it. Adam Kitten's eyes squinted at Ryan. Did you fuck me before? No, Ryan replied, much to his kitten's disbelief. Of all things, that was the bit he worried about. I have a whole fuck, marry, kill list to fulfill before my perfect run. Marry Jamie, marry Yuki, fuck the vamp, kill Sipsy. Len rolled her eyes while Adam Cat crossed his arms. I don't know why I'm not even surprised. He said before falling silent. Clearly he had a lot to process. Kitten? I didn't understand how much she loved me, Felix said, looking at the floor. Fortuna, I thought she would choose our parents over me, but I was wrong. I was wrong about her and about Livia too. There's still hope for them. I never appreciated my sister, Ryan. I see that now. My own parents signed off my death warrant, but Fortuna, she chose me over them. When her back was against the wall, she did the right thing. Neither Ryan nor Len said anything. Both understood that the hero spoke with his heart and needed to get a truth off his chest. And when you turn back time, Ryan, I'll forget that. I'll be angry and bitter at her all over again. Her death will mean nothing. No, because I will remember, Ryan reassured Felix. His opinion of Lucky Girl hadn't been the best, but after seeing her sacrifice, it had greatly improved. She would make it through his perfect run, one way or another. Can I ask a favor, Quickie? Make sure Adam Cat gathered his breath. Make sure I understand that by the time you're done, and without her dying. I don't think I will ever make up with Fortuna if you don't interfere. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Most likely, he would kidnap them both and bring them to family therapy. Even if he had to turn one of them into a pickle. Thanks. A genuine smile spread on Felix's face. I had fun working with you, Ryan. You're a good friend. Damn it, Shorty, you should start the process before I die of diabetes. Ryan looked away from Felix as his genius friend typed on her keyboard. We never got around to doing a training montage with the panda. Yeah, I'll carry that regret to my grave, Felix mused. Would have been fun. A terrible alarm echoed through the underwater base, interrupting the happy moment. Ryan turned his head at Len, his heavy helmet slowly moving with his skull. A picture of the abyss outside appeared on her computer screen, alongside the shape of an enormous submarine. Projectors from Len's base cast light on its hull, and the logo painted on its steel shell, Dynames. The computer bleeped as someone tried to establish contact. Len cautiously answered with a frown, a new video feed forming on the screen. A ghoulish, shining skull looked at the genomes in the workshop. So you lived, Adam Cat. There was no relief in Alphonse Manada's voice, only a hint of curiosity. "I was wondering where you had run off to." "Fallout," Felix said as he climbed down from the workbench and approached Len's computer. "What is the meaning of this? Aren't you in New Rome?" "I was, but we are moving our HQ and laboratories out of the city. Augustus destroyed our previous installations." The Dynami's CEO glanced at Len. "And we will pick up Miss Sabino along the way." Len bristled in dread, much to Ryan's frustration. "Et tu, Nagasaki," he taunted the nuclear cyborg. "Is that you inside that armor, quick save?" Fallout replied with a scoff. "Good, you're coming too. I will give you 10 minutes to get out of this underwater hole and join us on board our submarine. We are on a tight schedule, and Vulcan might give pursuit soon." "No," Len protested, shaking her head. "We politely deny your request," Ryan said. "Don't force us to raise a new Berlin Wall." "I don't think you understand." Alphonse focused on Len, his shining gaze without emotion. "We need her, dead or alive. If you don't surrender now, we'll flood this entire complex and harvest the corpse's genetic material." Shorty's face lost all color. "There are children inside. We helped you against the Meta," Ryan pointed out, deciding to add this man to his kill list. "You have an odd view of long-term partnerships. I knew of your dealings with Livia Augusti, Quicksave. You betrayed us first." Alphonse grunted, ignoring Len's comment. "It doesn't matter. If you want to spare lives, you'll join us." Felix didn't hide his fury and disappointment. "I thought you were one of the good ones." "I am. Augustus will never be the face of Europe so long as I live. All I do is to make sure he and his twisted kind don't win." "How are you any different?" Felix snarled angrily. "You heard Hargraves. Augustus murdered an entire peaceful community to get his hands on my sister Narcinia. And now, you threaten the lives of children to put a genius under your yoke. The difference is that I do it to save human lives, not destroy them. Can you even fathom how many people Augustus slew? How many more he will kill now that he has let go of whatever breaks he had?" Alphonse turned to look at Len. "The faster we end this war, the less people will die. If she comes with us, we will be one step closer to victory." "Why me?" Len asked, her voice breaking. What did I do to you?" "Is this about the factory?" "What point is there in telling you now?" Alphonse replied gruffly, but did shed some light on his motives. "You are the key to refining our elixir processing, Sabino, to mass-produce these potions so they're no longer a tool of oppression by the few." "You want to make everyone a genome," Ryan realized. "Yes. Augustus and warlords like him are able to exert so much influence because they concentrate genomes into their organizations. But if everyone is powerful, then no one is. Don't you get it? The only way to break these superpowered dictatorships is to democratize elixirs, and Sabino is the key to fulfilling this dream." He was a red in more than one way. A shame. If he didn't want to carve her open, Fallout and Shorty would have probably gotten along perfectly. "Because you keep bloodstream in your labs?" Ryan asked, Len bristling at his bluntness. Fallout ignored them, denying them even information for the next loop. "I tire of this nonsense. What will it be? Dead or alive?" Len looked at Ryan, and her answer came swiftly. "Better dead than corpo," the genius said, as she abruptly cut off the communication. Alphonse immediately answered this act of defiance with a bombardment, the entire undersea complex shaking as projectiles hit the habitat. "Now, Riri," Len ordered, as she booted her program. Ryan immediately froze time, violet flux particles floating out of his suit. As they grew in number, the courier took a moment to observe the scene around him one last time. Water breaking through the ceiling thanks to Dynami's torpedoes. Len, looking at her screen with dread and hope, and Felix, who waited for the end with quiet dignity. It wasn't the ending Ryan had hoped for, and he swore it would not happen again. Violet particles swallowed the world around him, and this loop came to an end. It was May 8th, 2020 in New Rome. Not for the first time and not for the last. At least he could feel his legs again. Instead of driving straight into the city, Ryan parked his car nearby and waited. Music came out of the chronoradio instead of a message from an erased timeline. Much like Eugene Henry, whatever force had influenced the device during the previous loop had stopped doing so. It was all up to Ryan now. The courier didn't say a word, didn't move an inch. Dread overtook his body as he desperately waited for a sign from Len. Any sign that she had made it through. Any sign that Jasmine's loss and all the sacrifices afterward had meant something. Ryan had never believed in any god, but right now he was sorely tempted to pray. The chronoradio's music stopped abruptly and her voice came out. Riri. Ryan's heart skipped a beat as a wave of intense relief overtook him. "Shorty," he asked, his fingers fidgeting around the driving wheel. Do you remember?" A short silence followed, and then came the moment of truth. The two words Ryan had hoped to hear one day since he first gained his power. "I do." It worked, it worked. It worked after so many trials, so many false starts, so much loneliness and pain. Ryan's patience had finally paid off. He had spent countless loops researching his power and accumulating the necessary knowledge, and many more gathering the tools needed to pull it off. This quest had needed contributions from Len, from Jasmine, and so many others, but it had finally reached its final stage. This time was different. Things had changed, and they would never be the same. There wasn't a word in any human language to describe Ryan's joy. A centuries-old curse had finally been broken, and he would no longer be alone before eternity. "Riri," Len said with a cough, and he could sense something wrong in her tone. "You must go to the orphanage, now." "Right now," Ryan blinked, his relief overwhelmed by concern. "But Ghoul will kill—" "You must come quickly," Len interrupted him, her cough getting worse. "There's little time. The procedure, there's a problem, and I'm not feeling right." "Forget Ghoul, I need your help right now, or it will all be for nothing." "Shorty, what do you mean?" Silence. She had cut the communication. "Shorty!" Ryan smashed the accelerator and immediately drove to Rust Town. Though the idea of letting Ghoul get away with murder annoyed the courier, even if it wouldn't be permanent, he shut off his conscience. Len needed him, asked for help, and she remembered. It worked, Ryan muttered to himself as he drove north. He couldn't believe it. It worked. Len's idea had worked. Maybe it had come with a health cost or side effects, but it had worked. He was so overjoyed, so hopeful that he threw money at the private security so they would let him pass through the Rust Town border. It didn't matter if the consciousness transfer had side effects. The fact it worked at all meant it could be perfected. The future was bright and hopeful. Ryan's phone rang as he came within sight of the orphanage. His cell phone didn't recognize the number, but the courier did. Livia. She had kept her word, but Ryan didn't answer yet. Len was waiting for him in front of the orphanage doors, all alone. She wore her jumpsuit and carried her water rifle, her eyes sullen and her face pale. More worryingly, blood dripped from her nose. "Shorty." Ryan hastily parked his Plymouth Fury, stepped out of the car, and immediately rushed at his friend's side. "Shorty, are you all right?" His best friend looked at him without a word, clearly sick. "Did the transfer damage her brain?" "Shorty, I'm here," Ryan said, approaching her. "It's going to be all right, ISW," she shot him. If it had been anyone else, he would have dodged. If it had been anyone but Len, the courier would have frozen time and moved out of the way. But his mind simply couldn't imagine Shorty raising her weapon at him and pulling the trigger. Ryan froze in place for a split second, and it was all it took. Before he knew what happened, a sphere of water formed around the courier and immediately absorbed him. An intense pressure restrained his body and liquid broke into his mask. Why? Ryan held his breath, utterly shocked, as his friend observed him from the other side of the watery prison. And as he looked into her cold, soulless eyes, he realized something had gone terribly wrong. Len came back through time all right, but someone else hitched a ride. For more chapters, join my Patreon, link in description.